I thought the regrets of this life were already settled. Living out my golden years in a small mountain village. Until my granddaughter unexpectedly asked about my wish during a live stream. Dust-covered memories were awakened. The dormant SSS rank last wish fulfiller system within me was unexpectedly activated. It granted me limitless endurance and a 100-fold recovery ability. Let this century-old body regain its strength. I resolutely took out the battle-scarred handcart and the portraits of my 12 fallen comrades. I decided to fulfill our past promise to travel across the Dragon Kingdom together. At first, everyone mocked it as a clumsy publicity stunt. No one believed an old man could pull a cart along the road. But when I actually set foot on the highway, moving forward step by step with determination, the figure captured by the live camera stunned the entire internet and reduced them to tears. However, this long journey has only just begun. What lies ahead for us is not only magnificent landscapes, but also Chapter 1, The Unfulfilled Wish. Late October. In a tranquil mountain village in Sinan City. It was harvest season, with golden rice glistening in the paddies. In the fields, several harvesters are busily reaping the golden wheat. Under the large locust tree at the village entrance, 2 or 3 children are playing happily. Qin Guofeng sits at the gate of his courtyard, watching the scene before him with contentment. These are good times indeed. Kids can all go to school now, and everyone has enough to eat. Not like in our days when we were your age, we were already fighting the enemy on the battlefield. Qin Guofeng looked back on the past, his face etched with the traces of time. The sight of the current prosperity before him couldn't help but evoke memories of his days decades ago fighting devils on the battlefield. Back then, blood flowed like rivers, and many people died. Through the tireless efforts of countless predecessors, we have finally achieved the peace we enjoy today. Qin Guofeng had also transformed from a teenager back then into an old man in his twilight years. After establishing countless military achievements in those days, Qin Guofeng returned to the small mountain village to live in seclusion and retire after the founding of the nation. Nowadays, he spends his days at the village entrance telling a few children about the scenes of killing Japanese invaders back then. Grandpa Qin, what happened next? What became of that bad guy? A 5 or 6-year-old child looked at Qin Guofeng with curious eyes. Children always love to hear stories. Qin Guofeng recounted the events of that year with an air of grave seriousness. The children listened with rapt attention, completely captivated. Until noon, when the adults called them back one by one for lunch. Soon, only a child of about 7 or 8 remained, still eagerly seated in front of Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, you're so amazing. What about your friends? Where have all the friends who were with you gone? An innocent child's remark touched the softest part of Qin Guofeng's heart. A trace of sorrow surfaced on his weathered face. They went to a very faraway place. It might be several more years before I can go find them. Qin Guofeng had no regrets left in this life. He joined the army as a youth, carving a bloody path through that era and achieving countless military feats. Later, he retired to the small mountain village, but sadly, all the brothers who had fought alongside him were gone. When he came to this mountain village, he brought 12 ancestral portraits with him to retire from military service and return to farming. At the time, a few curious villagers asked some additional questions. After all, no household would have this many memorial portraits. When they later learned that Qin Guofeng was a discharged soldier, the villagers understood what was going on. Countless soldiers lost their lives during those years. Memories flooded back in an instant. Back then, I returned to civilian life carrying portraits of my fallen comrades, having promised to visit their hometowns. What a pity. Regrettably, over these years, there has never been enough time, and the years just slipped through the fingers like that. Now he finally has time, but he's already old, no longer possessing the boundless energy of his youth. Grandpa Qin, when Huzi grows up, Huzi will take you. Huzi acted like a little adult. I'm really awesome. Last time I went to the city, I even rode the subway. Listening to the child chatter on and on in front of him. Qin Guofeng's eyes and brows were filled with smiles. Not being able to visit his comrade's hometown would likely remain his greatest regret for life. Tiger, hurry back for dinner. Your mom's looking for you everywhere with a willow switch. A young girl around 18 or 19 years old walked out from the neighboring courtyard. He walked straight to Qin Guofeng, his face filled with helplessness. And your grandpa, I was just live streaming for a while, why haven't you gone back to eat yet? Always acting like a child, making me come get you. How old are you anyway? There was a hint of doting and coquettishness in the tone. Qin Guofeng never married in his lifetime. This was the child he picked up those years ago. Back then, he was just a little thing, never expected he'd grow up to be such a nanny, supervising me everywhere. Alright, let's go home for dinner. Huzi, hurry back before your mom returns, save yourself from a scolding later. Huzi mischievously stuck out his tongue and dashed off, disappearing into the village in a flash. Qin Guofeng walked towards their family courtyard together with his granddaughter Qin Yuyan. On the way back, Qin Yuyan was still holding her phone and chattering away. Guys, this is what it looks like outside our Qingshan village. It's harvest season now, and the fields are all golden. And this is my grandfather. He's amazing. Qin Guofeng enthusiastically introduced everything to her phone, but there were only a handful of people in her livestream. Although the viewership wasn't high, it was enough to cover Qin Guofeng's living expenses. She was live streaming while saying to Qin Guofeng, "Grandpa, why don't you just come live in the city with me? I'm a big-time streamer now and can support you. I worry about you living alone in the village." Qin Guofeng had said this hundreds of times, and now there were fewer and fewer people left in the village. Additionally, given Qin Guofeng's advanced age, she felt it would be most convenient to have him move to the city. But Qin Guofeng waved his hand dismissively. "I'm quite comfortable living here. You don't need to worry about me. Look how fit I am. Do I seem unhealthy? And this live streaming thing you're doing, how much money can that possibly make?" His granddaughter was attending university, yet somehow got involved with this live streaming business. She spent all day holding up her phone at home, filming every which way. Qin Guofeng didn't understand what this was for either, but since his granddaughter liked it, he didn't stop her. Having lived in the countryside for so long, Qin Guofeng was reluctant to leave. Qin Guofeng had known her grandfather would react this way. So without saying much more, once they entered their own courtyard, they raised their phones and resumed the live broadcast. Although Qin Guofeng didn't know what this was for, he sat beside his granddaughter watching her happy expression with eyes full of laughter. Appraising treasures? I'm not the right person for that. Seeing the live chat messages saying someone wants to have their treasure appraised, Qin Guofeng was a bit embarrassed. "I'm just sharing bits of my daily life." "Hey beautiful, you can do it. Quickly connect with that popular treasure appraiser Tinquan Jianbao. Besides appraising treasures, he loves pretty girls the most. Someone like you would definitely catch his attention with one try. Of course, if you can manage to connect, I'll throw you a big one, bro. Girl, with your level of beauty, there's definitely no problem at all." For some reason, as soon as the topic of treasure appraisal came up, the number of people in the livestream suddenly increased. There were several thousand more viewers than usual in the livestream. This instantly excited Qin Guofeng. "Alright, since everyone is saying so, I'll give it a try, though I'm not sure if the connection will work." Qin Guofeng clicked to connect with listening spring appraisals, making everyone in the livestream room eager with anticipation. Even Qin Guofeng sensed something unusual in the atmosphere and couldn't help but glance over a few more times. A few seconds later, the face of Tinquan Jianbao actually appeared on Qin Guofeng's livestream screen. In his eyes, one could vaguely catch that familiar, imperial disdain. Upon seeing Qin Guofeng's attractive face, the livestream's bullet comments immediately took off. "Hey, she's a beauty. Brother Quan, can she rank in the top 3 of your livestream's beauty rankings? What top 3? With those looks, she's definitely number 1. Keep the noise down, don't scare the girl." Unexpectedly, the livestream connection actually succeeded. Qin Guofeng exclaimed excitedly, "Hello there, Quan Gu. Can't believe we really connected. How do I flip this thing?" Across the screen, after seeing Qin Guofeng, the antique appraiser listening to Springs immediately put away his disdainful look, even softening his voice. "Ah, it's like this, sister, just double-click to flip it over." Chapter 2, The Unfulfilled Wish. The appearance of such an exceptionally pure beauty in the livestream boosted the viewership significantly, instantly drawing in tens of thousands of viewers. Listening to Springs took a strategic sip of water. The barrage of comments in the live stream seemed about to burst through the screen. So he quickly spoke up. "Hey there, little sister, no need to flip it over in such a hurry. This time, I'm actually randomly selecting streamers to help fulfill wishes for people. I wonder if you have any wishes I can assist with, little sister." Hearing this, Qin Guofeng found it somewhat amusing. "Brother Quan, aren't you supposed to be doing charity appraisals? How did you turn into Aladdin's genie granting people's wishes?" That innocent laughter once again made many in the livestream fall head over heels. A group of people started frantically spamming bullet comments, with some even going so far as to crazily shower gifts. Ting Quan looked at the livestream's rising popularity with satisfaction, then turned to Qin Guofeng, even modulating his voice to sound more charming. "Brother Quan has always been kind-hearted and good-looking. Little sister, take advantage of the crowd right now, tell us your wish. Maybe some big shot in the livestream can help you out." Over here, Qin Guofeng also noticed that quite a few people had entered the live broadcast room. She has been live streaming for so long, yet she has never experienced such high popularity before. Ting Quan is indeed a top-tier streamer. This wave of traffic is finally in the bag. Qin Guofeng said honestly, "Actually, I don't have many wishes. I just want to work hard to earn money, buy a house in the city, and then bring my grandfather to live with me. I was raised by my grandfather, and now it's time for him to enjoy his golden years." Unfortunately, with her current ability, buying a house would still require a long wait. She wondered if her grandfather could hold on until then. Upon hearing this simple and unadorned wish, Tinquan was immediately filled with deep respect. He immediately got serious again. "That's a wonderful wish. This young lady clearly has a very kind heart. Brothers, let's flood the screen with positive energy." Soon the livestream was flooded with the phrase positive energy. Seeing more and more people joining the livestream, Tinquan immediately started pressing for answers. "Hey, little sister, where's our grandpa? Let the viewers in the live stream see him." Qin Guofeng held up her phone and pointed the camera at Qin Guofeng beside her. This is my grandpa. He's amazing, it seems like there's nothing he can't do. Qin Guofeng had been watching his granddaughter with a warm, smiling gaze the entire time. Seeing his granddaughter so delighted filled him with contentment. Though he had no idea what was actually going on. Grandpa, come say hello to everyone online, and brother Quan is here too, he's the most incredible treasure appraisal expert. Qin Guofeng's lips curled into a smile as he casually waved his hand in a simple greeting. Across the way, Quan quickly responded with respectful laughter. Hello, Grandpa. You truly have such a dutiful granddaughter. You look full of vigor and spirit. May I ask how old you are this year? Suddenly being asked about his age, Qin Guofeng was caught off guard. He narrowed his eyes and thought carefully for a long time. My age? Oh dear, it's been so long I can hardly remember. Must be over 100 years now. Qin Guofeng himself felt he had lived far too long. All the familiar faces from his past had departed one by one, until he alone remained. So much time had passed that even he couldn't recall his own age anymore. As these words were spoken, a flicker of surprise flashed in Tingxuan's eyes. He couldn't help but fix his gaze on Qin Guofeng on the screen, scrutinizing him carefully. Because judging from the live broadcast footage, the old man opposite looked far too vigorous and spirited. At most in his 50s or 60s, there was no way he appeared to be over 100 years old. Tingquan was utterly astonished this time. He had really hit the jackpot. Centenarians are quite rare, so he quickly pressed on. You're remarkably spirited, old sir. Might I ask what wishes you have? There's no other way. A live stream can't always have premium merchandise, and without premium goods, there's no hype. That's why Tingquan came up with this method of randomly selecting streamers to fulfill wishes. The popularity has indeed surged. Now there's even a centenarian in the live stream. How exciting! The wishes of young people are nothing more than seeking wealth, fame, and profit. At the very least, they're here to pray for a good marriage. There are also those with the same unadorned simplicity as Qin Guofeng. This is completely devoid of any highlights and can be said to lack any originality. But centenarians are different. After living all these years, what kind of storms and waves haven't I seen? Their wishes must be different. Unlike the wishes of ordinary people, that makes it interesting. That's how the hype builds up. Suddenly, someone asked about his wish. A trace of desolation flashed through Qin Guofeng's eyes as he sank into silent reminiscence. A series of hardships and sufferings. Happy and joyful days appeared before my eyes. In a daze, Qin Guofeng felt as if he had returned to decades ago. Those days were tough, but having comrades by my side made it far from lonely. Sometimes they even shared drinks together, chatting and laughing about everything under the sun. But now there's only me left. Comrades in arms from back then came from all corners of the country. To fight against the Japanese, he left his hometown as a teenager. Some never returned for the rest of their lives and could only be buried in foreign lands. Perhaps it was due to old age. Qin Guofeng felt the memories in his mind growing clearer. The faces of his comrades appeared vividly in his mind. Back then, they had agreed to visit each other's hometowns together after victory in the War of Resistance. All of them would travel across the entire Dragon Nation together. But in his youth, Qin Guofeng was too busy building his hometown and never found time to visit his comrades' hometowns. Now that I'm old, having lived to this age, I truly have no more wishes left. Now suddenly being asked about my own wishes. Qin Guofeng felt that his wish to travel across the vast land of Longguo with his comrades was impossible to fulfill. But what if I brought along the portraits of my fallen comrades? Perhaps it's really feasible. While I'm still healthy and not too old to move around, this wish might actually come true. In life, one must have faith, for it is only with faith that one can achieve. Qin Guofeng increasingly felt that this wish could be realized. Now the granddaughter is in college, excelling academically and even receiving scholarships, so there's no need to worry at all. In fact, Qin Guofeng had rarely been a source of worry since childhood. Perhaps now is truly the time to carry the portraits of fallen comrades and fulfill that long-standing promise. In just a few short minutes, Qin Guofeng was profoundly struck by Tingxuan's question. He felt he should give it a try. What if it succeeded? Yet Tingquan noticed that Qin Guofeng had remained silent the whole time, but the weathered lines on his face told no lies. So he had been quietly observing Qin Guofeng the entire time. He was absolutely certain. This old man definitely had a story to tell, and it was bound to be a very inspiring one. But the people in the livestream couldn't wait any longer, and the barrage of comments was already flying across the screen. No, what's this old man doing? Speak up, he hasn't responded for ages. Could it be that you're lost in admiration of my dear Quan's beauty? Old man, speak up, Quan is asking what your wish is. I bet 10 steamed buns there's a story behind this old man. Chapter 3, As long as you're alive, there's hope. Seeing her grandfather hadn't spoken for half a day, Qin Guofeng hurriedly explained, sorry, my grandfather is getting on in years. He might be thinking about something sad, that's why he hasn't spoken. She then turned to Qin Guofeng with a reassuring look, Grandpa, are you okay? If you're not feeling well, you should go rest. I can handle the live stream by myself. No need. Grandpa isn't feeling unwell. Qin Guofeng composed himself. He pulled himself out of that bittersweet memory. He looked at Tinquan in the live stream. With a hint of self-deprecation, he said, "Young man, I owe you my thanks. If you hadn't asked, I might have forgotten this wish altogether. Only now, it seems unlikely to come true." Tinquan was flattered and quickly replied with a laugh, "Oh, Grandpa, no need to thank me. I believe that no matter your age or stage in life, you always have the chance to pursue your dreams. Now, tell the viewers in the live stream room your wish out loud. As long as you're still alive, that's an opportunity. Being alive is an opportunity." Those words seemed to give Qin Guofeng new strength. If heaven had granted him such a long life, it must hold meaning. So, gathering his thoughts, Qin Guofeng began to share his wish. "I'm a veteran who's lived a long life. I killed many Japanese soldiers back in the day. I had comrades who fought alongside me through thick and thin, but sadly, I'm the only one left now." Upon hearing he was a veteran, Tinquan and the other netizens instantly fell silent with respect. No one dared to spam the chat anymore, listening quietly to Qin Guofeng's wish. "When we were young, my comrades and I made a promise. Once we won the war against Japan, we'd travel together to visit each other's hometowns. But after discharge, I was always busy with family." Qin Guofeng's face softened with sadness. "All these years have passed and I've grown old. I thought getting old meant staying home and taking it easy. Slowly, I even forgot the promise I made to my comrades. But what that young man said just now gave me hope. I'm still alive, that's hope." Qin Guofeng no longer bore his former despondency. He had become alert and energetic. Even his eyes had regained their sparkle. He continued addressing the viewers in the live stream. "I've made up my mind. Though my comrades' wishes can't be fulfilled, I'm still alive. So I'll take my comrades' portraits with me to see the Dragon Nation today. It's nothing like it was back then. If they could see how prosperous the Dragon Nation is now, they'd surely rest easy in their graves. That way, when I go down to join them someday, I'll have something to show for it." After voicing his wish, Qin Guofeng felt an instant sense of relief. All these years, he had never felt this light before. So what if he was an old man? As long as he remained healthy, he still had a chance to fulfill his dreams. Meanwhile, the live stream had erupted. The audience had been listening intently to Qin Guofeng's wish. But then the tone started to shift. "This can't be a publicity stunt, right? Look at this old man, he's at most 60 or 70. The veterans who fought in the War of Resistance are at least 100 years old, right? Yeah, old man, you couldn't have fought in the war while still in your mother's womb. There's a limit to how much you can exaggerate. Forget it. No centenarian could be this spry. Just take his words as entertainment. I'm only letting it slide because you're an elder. Otherwise, I'd tear you apart." Few in the livestream believed Qin Guofeng's claims. Because it just didn't hold any water. Even Qin Yuan froze in place. "Grandpa, you're a veteran? You killed Japanese soldiers? Why have I never heard you mention this before? And this wish of yours?" This wish was indeed too difficult to fulfill. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, and Qin Yuan couldn't process it all at once. She believed every word Qin Guofeng said. She knew her grandfather never lied. But she never imagined Grandpa had such a glorious past. Seeing the live chat filled with skeptical comments, Tinquan remained much calmer. "Guys, take a good look at the old man's energy and vitality. He's definitely no ordinary senior citizen. So what if he's in great shape? You can't dismiss him just because he's got too much energy. Brother Quan, I've seen countless people. Regardless of whether this is real or not, isn't the old man's attitude something we should learn from? It's far more positive than today's youth who spend all day gaming and living off their parents." Sure enough, after Tingxuan's motivational speech, the chat stream gradually returned to normal. Quan stared at the comments and took a sip of water. Then he turned back to Qin Guofeng with a question. "Old man, your wish is incredibly uplifting. As long as you stay healthy and don't burden your younger family members, you can go anywhere you want. So, where would you like to take your comrades' portraits to visit?" Qin Guofeng spoke with unwavering resolve, as if clouds had parted to reveal the moon. "I want to visit my comrades' hometowns. Our motherland is developing rapidly now we've grown so strong. I want them to see how powerful our motherland is today. I want to tell them that their sacrifices back then were worth it." Upon hearing this, a group of netizens collectively fell silent. Suddenly, they felt like complete jerks for what they'd said earlier. How could they have typed such hurtful words? Without the countless sacrifices of our forebears back then, how could they possibly enjoy such peaceful lives today? From childhood, their education taught them how brutal the war had been. Countless predecessors gave their lives to secure today's peace and tranquility. The motherland grows ever stronger, yet they are no longer with us. For a moment, the atmosphere in the livestream turned solemn and solemn, with no one daring to speak nonsense anymore. As the mood grew heavy once more, Tinquan looked as though he'd anticipated this all along. People are emotional creatures. Hearing the old man's words would naturally stir deep feelings. So Tinquan spoke solemnly, first and foremost, we owe an immense debt of gratitude to our revolutionary forebears. Without them, we wouldn't have the good life we enjoy today. Brothers, never forget our revolutionary forebears. Come on, everyone, let's flood the chat with some positive energy to honor our departed forebears. After a wave of comments flooded the screen, Tinquan then continued, taking his time, very good, Grandpa. You mentioned you're planning to take your comrades on a tour of our dragon nation. What preparations have you made? Our motherland is vast. Even young people planning a national tour need considerable preparation. How exactly do you intend to tour the Dragon Kingdom? This was the climax of the question. Tinquan masterfully controlled the rhythm, stirring up excitement in the livestream with just a few words. All eyes were on how Qin Guofeng planned to tour the entire nation. Chapter 4, Viral Sensation. Qin Guofeng didn't beat around the bush. He announced his plan to the countless viewers. I know times have changed since the old days, transportation is so advanced now. But my means are limited, so I plan to tour the Dragon Kingdom by handcart. By this point, Qin Guofeng was visibly energized, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I decided to attach a front carriage to the handcart in the warehouse. I'll ride it across the entire Dragon Nation myself. This way, I'll have a place to keep the portraits of my fallen comrades, and I can also take my time to appreciate the scenery of modern Dragon Nation. I still have 8,000 yuan saved up. That should be more than enough for me alone. From the moment he resolved to visit his comrades' hometowns, Qin Guofeng had already mapped out a plan in his mind. Now that he was getting older, the most important thing was to stay healthy and not become a burden to his granddaughter. Riding the small tricycle would also keep him fit. Qin Guofeng thought his plan was perfect. But when netizens heard about Qin Guofeng's plan, they all thought it was ridiculous. No one was willing to believe it. I can't take it anymore. I really can't stomach this. Cycling around the entire Dragon Nation on a tricycle? This old man's ideas are truly bizarre. Does he think he's still a youngster? This is definitely just hype. Young people can't even ride a handcart very far, let alone an elderly person. Old man, why don't you just wash up and go to bed? Stop bragging like this, it's really not appropriate. Thinking you can tour our entire country for 8,000 yuan? Are you kidding me? Brother Quan, say something. Why the sudden silence? Good thing the livestream doesn't allow voice messages. Otherwise, who knows what kind of scene it would have caused. Qin Yueyan stood by, utterly dumbfounded. When exactly did Grandpa develop this desire? Traveling around the motherland on a rickshaw? That's a pretty ambitious dream it'd take a lot of energy to pull off. Seeing the increasingly absurd comments flooding the livestream chat, she quickly interjected, what nonsense about publicity stunts. Everyone, please stop talking rubbish. My grandfather has lived his entire life with integrity, he wouldn't lie or deceive anyone. Some of these comments are going too far. Once I earn enough money, the first thing I'll do is take my grandfather to fulfill his dream. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she turned to Qin Guofeng, Grandpa, just wait for me. Once I make enough money, I'll take you there. Meanwhile, Tinquan strategically sipped water. He observed the chat stream in the live stream room without showing any emotion. The moment Qin Guofeng mentioned the handcart, he knew things would spiral out of control. Today's netizens aren't exactly little angels. A rickshaw? That's just ridiculous. Though it was far-fetched, it had generated significant buzz for his livestream. When the chat became uncontrollable, Tinquan finally spoke up again, excellent. Absolutely brilliant. Who cares if what they're saying is true or false? Just having that kind of idea is something we should all learn from. He proceeded to pour a steady stream of motivational platitudes over the viewers. Based on his experience, a dose of inspirational talk at this moment was definitely the right move. Then he skillfully changed the subject, avoiding any mention of Qin Guofeng's wish. He circled back to Qin Yueyan's original wish, alright, young lady, if you were hoping to earn money for Grandpa to buy a house, maybe you should switch to buying him a car instead. That's a wonderful wish. Alright, everyone in the livestream, give this girl some love. If you haven't followed her yet, go give her a follow and help support her dream. Little sister, that's all I can do for you. Alright then, that wraps up our live stream for today. Wishing you the best in achieving your dreams soon. After Quan's enthusiastic promotion, Qin Yueyan gained tens of thousands of new followers overnight. Overwhelmed with excitement, she exclaimed, thank you, Brother Quan. Thank you, everyone. Watching her follower count jump from thousands to tens of thousands. She never imagined a single livestream with Tinquan could bring in so many followers. Amidst her excitement, she turned to Qin Guofeng beside her, recalling the wish she'd just mentioned. Grandpa, why didn't you tell me about this wish? Don't worry, with me here, your wish will definitely come true. As she spoke, Qin Yueyan quickly ran through the numbers in her head before declaring with unwavering certainty. At the latest, I'll take you on a trip during winter break this year. By next year or the year after, I should be able to buy a house and bring you to the city. Qin Guofeng didn't respond, but his mind was already made up. While he was still healthy and free from illness, this promise could be fulfilled. Qin Guofeng didn't press further. Over the next few days, she poured her heart into her live streams. Thanks to the small boost in traffic from Tinquan earlier, her live stream had gained significantly more viewers. She had to hurry, she absolutely had to help Grandpa fulfill this dream. But what Qin Guofeng hadn't anticipated was this. Someone had recorded the part where Qin Guofeng told Tinquan about his plan to cycle around the Dragon Kingdom on a rickshaw. In an instant, Qin Guofeng's story exploded across the entire internet. The anti-Japanese war veteran planned to take his fallen comrades on a journey around the Dragon Kingdom to witness its current prosperity. Bond of comradeship, anti-Japanese struggle, Centenarian. Any one of these elements alone could have gone viral online, let alone all combined together. In just a few short days, numerous marketing accounts and bloggers have already produced related videos. A Centenarian veteran of the War of Resistance is taking his fallen comrades' portraits on a tour of today's prosperous homeland. Screenshots paired with sentimental music, easily garnering millions, even tens of millions of views online. The Centenarian anti-Japanese veteran instantly went viral across the internet. These netizens flooded into Qin Guofeng's livestream en masse, causing her follower count to skyrocket. Qin Guofeng was thrilled beyond belief, never imagining she could gain so many followers. With this momentum, she was getting closer to fulfilling her grandfather's wish. Although Grandpa wanted to take his comrades to see the beautiful landscapes of China by rickshaw, he was simply too old. Qin Guofeng planned that once she earned enough money, she would take her grandfather on a high-speed rail journey. This motivation drove her to stream even harder every day. Hey, everyone. I'm still here in Green Hills Village with Grandpa. School starts soon, so I'll show you one last glimpse of my hometown. These days, Qin Guofeng has been streaming her daily life. With such a large audience, the earnings were quite substantial. This brought her one step closer to fulfilling her grandfather's dream. At first, viewers marveled at Qin Guofeng's beauty. But many level-headed viewers kept asking about the Centenarian's promise to cycle around the world. Hey, girl, what about our Centenarian? Why hasn't there been any news for so long? What happened to touring the motherland? Yeah, I came specifically to see the Centenarian's national tour. Why hasn't your grandpa shown up in all these days? Seriously? He's a centenarian, how could he really cycle around the world? He's elderly, not suicidal. He's definitely at home enjoying his retirement. And people actually believe this hype? These marketing accounts are so sneaky. I watched the recording, the old man seemed so sincere. And they call this hype? Chapter 5, Setting Off with the Portrait. Qin Guofeng watched as viewers flooded the livestream chat with complaints, all condemning it as a publicity stunt. The word hype alone flooded the chat. Qin Guofeng hurriedly explained, "Dear viewers, my grandfather truly is a veteran. He lived a simple life. His dream of riding a cart with his comrades to tour the country was just a beautiful wish. We genuinely aren't hyping anything up, we're just ordinary people, grandfather and granddaughter. We don't have the money for hype anyway. Let me show you the beautiful scenery of our Qingshan village instead." Qin Guofeng never imagined her grandfather's recording would go viral online. But the attention was overwhelming. Qin Guofeng hadn't anticipated such massive attention on her grandfather from netizens. She knew full well how enthusiastic netizens could be and couldn't let them disturb her grandfather. So during live streams, she always avoided having Qin Guofeng appear on camera. Yet every day, a flood of netizens poured into the livestream to inquire about the latest developments. The topic of the Centenarian had dominated much of the online buzz in recent days. This buzz showed no signs of abating. There was absolutely no sign of it slowing down. How long has this been going on, sis? Where's your grandpa? Why can't we even see him anymore? This is so disappointing. I've been waiting forever to see the Centenarian grandpa touring the country. Ha! Are there still people this naive? We've said it's a publicity stunt, and you still believe it? How gullible can you be? Some people's words are just too harsh. He's so old, maybe his heart is willing but his body can't keep up. I bet that Centenarian grandpa has quite a story to tell. Qin Guofeng could only repeat over and over, I swear what happened in Quan Ji's livestream last time wasn't staged. My grandfather genuinely has this wish, but his health. But everyone, I promise I'll give my all in streaming and work hard to earn money. I hope everyone will support me. I will make my grandfather's wish come true. Some kind comments began to comfort her. Don't worry, sis, we've got your back. My grandpa was a veteran too, sadly he passed away years ago. I'll help you fulfill your grandpa's wish. That's true. If you have any wishes, it's best to fulfill them while you're young, so you don't have any regrets later in life. The comments in the livestream deeply moved Qin Guofeng. It seemed she had to accelerate her money-making plans. I absolutely cannot let Grandpa die with regrets. For the next several days, she poured her energy into her livestreams. She calculated when she could take Qin Guofeng to fulfill his wish. Soon, the day of Qin Guofeng's school opening arrived. Before leaving, she repeatedly urged him, "Grandpa, just wait for me at home. I've got it all planned out. First, we'll buy a house to settle down, then get a car to take you on a tour of our country. Don't worry, the trunk is huge, plenty big enough for those portraits of your comrades in arms. You must wait for me. These days, she noticed Qin Guofeng had been unusually quiet. Qin Yuan knew he must be missing his comrades. She hated that she didn't have enough money to buy a house yet. Otherwise, she would have bought one in the city and brought Grandpa there. Now that she was leaving, she worried about how Grandpa would cope alone in the village, lost in his thoughts. In that moment, Qin Yuan felt utterly helpless. Qin Guofeng saw through her thoughts, a kind smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Alright, don't worry about me. Grandpa's in good health. You should hurry to school and study hard. That's all I ask. And so it was. Qin Yuan reluctantly bid farewell to Qingshan village. After seeing her off, Qin Guofeng immediately returned to his small courtyard. He pushed out an old wooden cart from the tool shed. A front wheel had been attached to the cart, allowing it to be ridden nimbly with foot pedals. He had installed the front wheel himself during the days Qin Yuan was away live streaming. Seeing the cart behind him, its surface etched with the marks of time, Qin Guofeng couldn't help but sink into deep recollection. This cart might even be older than he was. He vaguely recalled. It was when Qin Guofeng had just joined the anti-Japanese resistance. During one operation, some comrades were trapped ahead, running out of food and ammunition. Qin Guofeng, barely a teenager at the time, watched as the veteran squad leader brought back a nearly scrap cart from a villager's home. The wooden parts of this cart were all made of excellent solid wood. A comrade skilled in carpentry worked through the night to dismantle it and forge this new cart. It was built entirely with mortise and tenon joints, not a single nail in sight, though faint bullet holes were still visible on its surface. Qin Guofeng remembered it clearly. Back then, as a teenager, he pulled this very cart under the cover of his comrades. Rushed into a hail of bullets to deliver supplies to comrades on the front lines. Now this cart resembled an aged elder. Its edges worn smooth, bearing only the traces of time. After Qin Guofeng left the military, he brought this very cart to Qingshan village, hauling all his belongings with it. How many years has it been now? Qin Guofeng gazed at it with emotion. Old buddy, we're going into battle together again. Let's go see what the Dragon Nation looks like now. After his musings, Qin Guofeng loaded a large wooden crate onto the cart, along with some of his own clothes. Inside that wooden box lay 12 portraits of the fallen. He intended to take his comrades' ashes with him, riding this cart to visit their hometowns. If they couldn't return while alive, at least death would allow it. Qin Guofeng locked the courtyard gate, pedaled the cart, and vanished into the mountain road. He knew this journey might well be his last. He was getting older, and his body wasn't what it used to be, no longer able to do whatever he pleased. But at the very least, he had to try. As long as he was alive, there was still a chance. Qin Guofeng wanted to give it one last push within his limited time. He couldn't leave this world with regrets. Now he had no ties holding him back. He should fulfill his comrades' wishes. What if he succeeded? If he simply went to the grave like this, wouldn't his comrades laugh at him? With this thought in mind, Qin Guofeng pedaled harder and harder, pedaling the cart forward along the mountain path. Perhaps it was because he had taken this step that he now felt an unprecedented sense of lightness. Meanwhile, online buzz about the Centenarian taking his comrades on a nationwide tour remained consistently high. Netizens' attitudes were now largely divided into two camps. One camp believed this was nothing but a publicity stunt from start to finish. What Centenarian? He looks only 60 or 70, just trying to win sympathy. These individuals have posted various comments online, even threatening to dox Qin Yuan. This is the terrifying aspect of the internet. It can be both a blessing and a curse. Another group acknowledges the elderly woman's advanced age. These individuals are relatively more compassionate. Perhaps the elderly truly have this wish, but are unable to fulfill it due to their physical condition. Chapter 6, back in the live stream. Jiang Province. A flatbed cart moved steadily along the county road. At the front, pedaling the cart, was none other than Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng silently calculated in his mind it had been a month since he set out, and he had finally reached Jiang Province. This was the first stop on his journey home with his comrades. Qin Guofeng was covered in dust, and the long ride had left him looking rather bedraggled. He was now resting by the side of the county road. The journey had been arduous, endless dust, sleeping under the open sky. But none of that compared to the battles he had weathered before. This was child's play by comparison. But age had caught up with him, and his stamina was nowhere near what it once was. No matter how steep the slope, he could once ride up it in one go. Now, even climbing a single slope leaves him gasping for breath. Yet Qin Guofeng's eyes still burned with intensity, showing little sign of fatigue. His hair, though dusty, was neatly combed, and his clothes bore only traces of sweat. Life really has gotten so much easier for people nowadays. This was Qin Guofeng's deepest realization after cycling for so long. Ever since leaving Qingshan village, the roads had been paved with concrete all the way. Even in the most remote areas, highways had been built. Gone were the muddy, war-torn landscapes of decades past. Qin Guofeng gazed at the smooth highway, his eyes welling up with emotion. He patted the cart behind him. Old comrades, can you see this? Your sacrifices back then were worth it. The sacrifices of so many had brought about today's peace and stability. He believed that if his comrades could see the prosperity of Longguo today from beyond the grave, they would surely feel comforted. After resting by the roadside for a few minutes, Qin Guofeng resumed pedaling his cart along the county road. There wasn't much traffic on this county road. Until a Santana emerged from a side road behind him, steadily approaching from behind. Holy crap, bro, did you see that? There's an old man riding a handcart up ahead. The lean man in the passenger seat spotted Qin Guofeng's cart in silhouette, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity. Where had he seen this before? The driver kept his eyes straight ahead. It's just a rural handcart. Probably a villager from around here. The surrounding area was indeed a village, though such rustic carts had long since fallen out of use. But many elderly left-behind villagers still used this primitive method to haul crops. Clearly, he mistook Qin Guofeng for an ordinary farmer. As he spoke, he prepared to overtake Qin Guofeng's cart. This was too slow, he couldn't just keep waiting behind forever. As they drew level with the cart, the lean man in the passenger seat urgently shouted for them to stop. Hold on, bro. That's no ordinary villager, it's the Centenarian who went viral online a month ago. The one who planned to tour the Dragon Kingdom on a handcart carrying his comrade's portrait. At the time, the Centenarian truly took the internet by storm, sparking considerable discussion. But even the hottest stories eventually fade. Because no further updates ever surfaced online afterward. So the story of the Centenarian gradually faded from netizens' memories. That's how the internet works, young people quickly get drawn to the next new sensation. But unexpectedly, the Centenarian has now appeared right before our eyes. Riding a cart, a real, authentic cart exactly as described in the livestream. This old man had actually traveled to China on his handcart, carrying portraits of his fallen comrades. The lean man's eyes sparkled with excitement. I thought it was just hype, but look at this guy, it's the very same old man from Quan's livestream. Holy cow, he doesn't look a day over 100. The man was so overwhelmed he never imagined witnessing a live event like this. He hurriedly told the driver to slow down and follow behind Qin Guofeng. Simultaneously, he began preparing to connect with Quan Ge's livestream. This is major news. We absolutely have to share it online. Quan Gu gets the most views, reaching out to him is definitely the right move. You have no idea how badly that old man got trolled online back then. Today, I'm going to shut those jerks up for good. Ting Xuan's large face soon filled the screen. Hey, hello there, brother. What's your name? The lean man glanced at Qin Guofeng in front of him and quickly replied, my name is Jiao Wei. Brother Quan, I'm here today too. What are you doing? Flip it over. Don't show your face on my livestream. Seeing that the other guy had a decent looking face, Ting Quan cut Jiao Wei off. You didn't know you can't show your face in a livestream? It was that no face more handsome than his could appear on the stream. Clearly, Jiao Wei's appearance stirred a tiny spark of jealousy in Ting Quan. He casually addressed Jiao Wei, flip it over quickly. What's the big item? Let's see it. No, Brother Quan, I'm not here for appraisal. Jiao Wei looked toward the livestream. Brother Quan, remember that Centenarian who appeared on your stream a month ago? Holy moly. I thought that story about him riding a tricycle was fake, but I just saw him on the county road. The moment he said this, it instantly sparked memories among the viewers in the livestream. After all, the incident had caused quite a stir back then, so everyone remembered it now. You mean that fake 100-year-old guy? Dude, you're not drunk, are you? How'd you get wasted in broad daylight? That was just a publicity stunt. If you actually believe that, you must have water in your brain. Quick, pull out the goods. You don't have any, do you? Don't waste our brother Quan's time. 100-year-old? Just talking about it makes me furious. That was clearly a scam. It was just the hype of the moment. The old man said it offhand to stir things up. At his age, there's no way he'd actually get on a skateboard. Netizens were all fired up talking about this. After all, everyone believed it at the time. But then nothing happened afterward, making them feel their emotions had been deceived. Many even wanted to dox Qin Guofeng. They wanted to see what kind of person could come up with such a sentimental script. But as the buzz gradually faded and was overshadowed by other trending topics, the story of the Centenarian faded from netizens' memories. But now it's been dug up again, and a group of netizens are getting worked up. The live stream's chat was flooded with comments, all discussing the Centenarian's alleged publicity stunt. Ting Quan also finds it hard to believe, wasn't the Centenarian story long forgotten? Why is someone now digging up old news? This might just be someone trying to ride the wave of attention, but why would anyone want to capitalize on this particular trend? This couldn't go on. Netizens were like firecrackers, ready to ignite at the slightest spark. So Ting Quan quickly stepped in to calm things down. Hey, it's been ages since that happened. Guys, chill out. Calm down. It's probably just someone spouting nonsense to ride the hype train. No need to get this worked up. Chapter 7, Sending a Comrade Home. See for yourselves. Jiao Wei didn't argue, he simply pointed the camera at Qin Guofeng's cart up ahead. Look, I don't want to believe it either, but the evidence is right here. This must be that Centenarian from last time. Everyone in the livestream, take a good look. The livestream camera focused on an old, worn-out cart. Inside the cart, several memorial portraits were clearly visible. The portraits were so conspicuous inside the cart that at first glance, it was hard to count how many there were. What was striking was that every person in the visible portraits seemed to be wearing old-style military uniforms from a bygone era. The scene was utterly shocking, leaving viewers with a profound sense of heartache. Then there was that familiar, upright silhouette. The livestream fell completely silent. Just from the silhouette, some viewers recognized Qin Guofeng. After all, Qin Guofeng's presence and vitality were unmatched by ordinary people. Zhao Wei addressed his brother in the driver's seat. Bro, move forward a bit. Drive parallel to the old man so viewers can see if he really is a centenarian. I don't need to ride this wave of attention. The Santana soon pulled alongside Qin Guofeng's cart and drove straight ahead. Qin Guofeng's weathered face suddenly appeared on the livestream. The chat exploded instantly. Netizens flooded the screen with disbelieving comments. Holy crap, it really is that centenarian. He's actually touring the country on a handcart? I thought this story had fizzled out. Turns out the old man set off on his own, riding that cart. This is Jiang Province, right? Meaning he rode for a month from the southwest to get here. That perseverance is insane. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly earlier. My apologies. Netizens flooded Tingxuan's livestream with frantic apologies. The chat was flooded with messages. They all thought this matter was definitely over. Even if Qin Guofeng had such an idea. But an elderly person like him certainly couldn't fulfill that wish. Yet now, Qin Guofeng's face was clearly visible in the livestream. Who could have imagined a centenarian still possessed such tenacious willpower? He had truly journeyed alone from the southwest to Jiang Province. Soon, the popularity of the Listening to the Spring Recommending Treasures livestream surged to new heights. Zhao Wei exclaimed in awe, see that? This isn't just hype. The old man actually did it, he just didn't livestream it. This old man is truly incredible. How exhausting this journey must have been for him. He followed behind, streaming the journey, while Qin Guofeng ahead remained completely unaware. Qin Guofeng kept straining, glaring at the cart as he pushed forward. We need to pick up the pace. Qin Guofeng glanced up at the low-hanging storm clouds. Looks like a downpour's coming. No sooner had the words left his mouth than raindrops began pelting the back of his hand. Soon, his entire back was drenched. A downpour descended silently. Qin Guofeng hurriedly stopped the cart and glanced back. The outer portraits were already completely soaked. His heart tightened. He swiftly rummaged through the cart and pulled out a rain tarp. All along the journey, to allow his fallen comrades to see the scenery of the dragon country, Qin Guofeng had kept the portraits outside the cart. But now, some had been drenched by the downpour. Qin Guofeng moved swiftly. Within mere seconds, he had placed all 12 portraits inside the box. He carefully dried the rain-soaked portraits with a towel before placing them back inside. He handled them as if they were precious treasures. These were all comrades in arms who had fought alongside him through life and death. After wiping away the rainwater, Qin Guofeng carefully covered the box with a waterproof tarp. Zhao Wei, watching from behind, noticed the elderly man seemed to be struggling a bit with the tarp. He quickly shoved his phone into his brother's hands. I'll go help. You hold onto the phone, bro. Without another word, he dashed into the downpour without a second thought. Old man, let me help you. Seeing the kind soul offering help, Qin Guofeng's hands moved faster. Young man, thank you. The two worked together seamlessly, and soon the rain tarp was securely fastened over the cart. Only after ensuring every seam was sealed tight no rain could seep through did Qin Guofeng finally breathe a sigh of relief. But now he himself was soaked through and through. Yet he stood tall and straight, not a hair out of place. Qin Guofeng looked at Zhao Wei gratefully. Young man, thank you so much. Get back in the car quickly. You're a good kid. Seeing the rain intensify, Zhao Wei quickly offered, Sir, you're soaked through. Why don't you come take shelter in our car? It doesn't look like it'll let up anytime soon. But Qin Guofeng waved him off and deftly pulled on the raincoat he'd brought. No need. I've got my raincoat. I can keep walking. A little rain is nothing. I'm in a hurry to get on my way. Good lad, you should head back quickly and avoid getting soaked. Compared to the hail of bullets he'd weathered before, this downpour felt like nothing more than a tickle to Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng was completely unfazed by the downpour. He continued pedaling his cart along the county road, raincoat and all. His pace was faster than most young people. Zhao Wei watched in astonishment from behind. Was this really a centenarian? His body seemed more agile than his own. Watching Qin Guofeng disappear into the distance, Zhao Wei had no choice but to climb back into his car. Even the livestream chat was flooded with comments, all marveling at Qin Guofeng's strength and perseverance. Those who live to be 100 truly possess stamina beyond ordinary humans. Zhao Wei murmured his own admiration while instructing his brother to follow Qin Guofeng in the car, eager to see how things would unfold. Up ahead, Qin Guofeng pressed on through the downpour. The downpour came swiftly and departed just as quickly, soon giving way to clear skies. Even the sun peeked through the post-rain sky. The main road was washed clean after the rain, and the air carried the scent of fresh grass. At that moment, Zhao Wei noticed Qin Guofeng had finally stopped. Looking closely, they were now at the entrance to the county town. Zhao Wei stared at Qin Guofeng, puzzled by his sudden halt and unsure why they'd stopped here. They were already at the county entrance. With just that short distance left, shouldn't they push through and ride right in? But seeing Qin Guofeng stop, he said nothing more, merely watching silently from behind. Meanwhile, Qin Guofeng had retrieved an old-style olive-drab backpack from the cart. The backpack was clearly military issue, though its design was very outdated, resembling a style from long ago. Though the backpack's design was outdated, it was spotless, without a speck of dirt. It had even been washed until it appeared slightly faded, as if bearing witness to the passage of time. Qin Guofeng carefully placed each portrait into the military backpack, until the very last portrait remained. The portrait showed a young man under 30, with a kind and honest expression. Qin Guofeng's eyes reddened as he gazed upon the youthful face in the portrait. Baoguo, I'm bringing you home. Jiang Province lies just ahead. After all these years, I'm finally escorting you back myself. Lù Baoguo, that was the name of this comrade in arms. Chapter 8, White Flower Everyone Can Afford. Jiang Province was Lù Baoguo's hometown. After riding for so long, Qin Guofeng had finally reached his first destination. Holding his comrade's portrait, he pointed around him. Look at this now, this is Jiang Province today, our homeland today. It's the very homeland we fought and died to protect back then. It's completely different from before. Your sacrifice was worth it. As Qin Guofeng stepped into the county town clutching Lù Baoguo's portrait, he was overcome with emotion. So many years had passed. The motherland was no longer the shattered nation of the past. It had flourished beyond recognition, and no one could bully the people of Dragon Nation anymore. As Qin Guofeng walked through the county town clutching Lù Baoguo's portrait, his thoughts suddenly drifted back decades. Back then, Qin Guofeng had excelled in the military and risen to squad leader, commanding several comrades. Lù Baoguo was one of them. He remembered Lù Baoguo was quite young when he was first assigned to his unit. He was just a teenager, with a solid and honest appearance. The first time he fired a gun, he screamed in fright. It was only natural for a teenager to be frightened by his first shot. But over time, Lù Baoguo matured and became the most skilled marksman in his unit. In that war-torn era, Lù Baoguo's sniper rifle took down countless enemies. Even in the final battle where Lù Baoguo made the ultimate sacrifice, he bravely took down over a dozen enemy combatants. Qin Guofeng's memories grew clearer and clearer. It was he who led the team to surround a group of enemies. Unfortunately, they fell into an ambush, and he and several comrades found themselves trapped in a mountain ravine. They were trapped for over 10 days without food or water. Lù Baoguo, wounded, compounded by the lack of food and medicine, he ultimately perished during that operation. How tragic it was. Lù Baoguo was barely 30 years old when he died right before his eyes. Qin Guofeng's heart began to ache with spasms whenever he recalled those scenes. The further he walked, the clearer the memories became. Even in his dying moments, Lù Baoguo kept reassuring Qin Guofeng, squad leader, I'm fine. I just killed over a dozen enemy tribesmen. I've earned my keep. But my wounds hurt so badly. Those barbarians are so despicable. Do you think we can drive them out? Seeing Lù Baoguo's agonized expression, Qin Guofeng's eyes filled with tears. He wished he could take his pain upon himself. Beep. The honking of cars on the road abruptly snapped Qin Guofeng from his harrowing memories. He looked around at the bustling traffic and crowds. Only then did he clasp the portrait tightly. Baoguo, look. We've driven the invaders out. Qin Guofeng fought to suppress his sorrow. Now that our motherland is so powerful, those days are gone forever. Those who had sacrificed their lives could not be brought back, but they could see the mighty nation they had left behind. I'm getting more useless with age. Qin Guofeng chuckled through reddened eyes, almost shed a tear. What a weakling. Baoguo, the squad leader will take you to eat white flour noodles. Didn't you used to love those the most? He spoke while striding forward with vigorous steps. There wasn't a trace of a centenarian in his demeanor. Zhao Wei followed behind, his phone camera trained on Qin Guofeng. It wasn't for the sake of popularity. But the old man's spirit was truly moving. When Qin Guofeng stopped at a stall selling white flour, Zhao Wei hurried over. Sir, you must be hungry. Let me treat you to a meal. You deserve a proper meal. You must be exhausted from your journey. I know a decent restaurant nearby. Earlier on the road, Zhao Wei had noticed cooking pots and bowls among the odds and ends on Qin Guofeng's cart. It didn't take much to imagine how arduous the old man's life must have been on the road. He must have been cooking his own meals on the road the entire time. Hadn't the old man mentioned earlier that he only brought 8,000 yuan? He probably just cooked simple meals to get by along the way. Now that they'd met, it was only right to treat the old man to a proper meal. Qin Guofeng waved his hand, flashing a kind smile. Thank you, young man. You're a good kid. But this white flour is what my comrade wanted to eat. It was his one wish, but sadly, he never got to fulfill it before he passed. As he spoke, the image of Lù Baoguo's honest, earnest face flashed through Qin Guofeng's mind once more. I remember when Lù Baoguo first joined our squad, he mentioned it. His family worked as tenant farmers for a landlord, laboring from dawn till dusk every day. They toiled like oxen, only to end up eating coarse bran. Meanwhile, the landlord's family feasted on fine white flour. The aroma of that white flour could be smelled from a distance. But every time, he could only watch longingly from beside the landlord. Even as he lay dying, Lù Baoguo recalled the hardships of his childhood as a tenant farmer. And that fragrant white flour. Team leader, you wouldn't believe how stingy that landlord family was. They always ate the white flour themselves, while us hired hands could only eat coarse bran. That white flour smelled so good. At the mention of white flour, a trace of nostalgia flickered in the dying Lù Baoguo's eyes. I only got to eat that white flour once during the new year. It was so delicious. It was 1,000 times better than coarse grains. That taste. Lù Baoguo would likely never forget it for the rest of his life. Even in his final moments, he still craved that taste. Thinking of this, Qin Guofeng felt a pang of sorrow. Back then, they'd been trapped in that mountain ravine. They had stripped every tree bark and root bare, leaving nothing edible. Seeing Lù Baoguo barely clinging to life, he had comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, we'll definitely drive those barbarians out. Once we drive them all out, we'll have white flour to eat every single day. Just hang on a little longer. Help will arrive soon." The scene replayed before Qin Guofeng's eyes like a movie. At the very end of his life, Lù Baoguo suddenly perked up like a child. "Squad leader, look at me. I'm all better now. I'm bursting with energy. If those invaders dare show up now, I'll knock one of them out with a single punch. Once we've driven out all the invaders, we'll go eat the white flour noodles made by the old cook from the mess hall." Lù Baoguo's eyes sparkled as he looked at Qin Guofeng. The white noodles made by the old squad leader must be delicious. But not long after uttering these words, Lù Baoguo closed his eyes forever. They never opened again. His life had frozen forever at that moment. After recounting this, Qin Guofeng's eyes reddened, though no tears fell this time. Zhao Wei beside him, however, fell silent, utterly at a loss for words. He had known since childhood that the pioneers of that era had endured brutal struggles. Yet now, he was actually hearing this brutal past recounted firsthand by a survivor. This left Zhao Wei enveloped in a profoundly heavy sorrow. Chapter 9, Wind and snow have weighed upon me for 2 or 3 years, yet I laugh at the light breeze and snow as soft as cotton. Even the viewers in the livestream were deeply moved beyond words. Goodness gracious, white flour was the finest food of that era? What kind of life did our forebears endure? Mom, I'll never be picky about food again. White flour was a precious commodity back then, not something ordinary people could afford. Let us never forget our ancestors. I can't hold it in, everyone. My eyes are flooding and I can't stop. Someone save me. We will never forget the sacrifices of our predecessors. The good life we enjoy today is built on their sacrifices. All we can do is remember that history. An endless sorrow now filled the livestream. Everyone was deeply moved by that tragic past. We all knew how brutal the war had been. But hearing Qin Guofeng describe it firsthand now, it moved countless viewers to tears. More and more people poured into the livestream. The comments were practically spilling off the screen. Meanwhile, Qin Guofeng noticed many people coming to buy white flour at the flour stall. This sight brought a look of relief to his face, and he instinctively held the portrait in his arms tighter. Baoguo, even though you never got to taste white flour back then. But look at the times we live in now. It's not just landlords who can eat white flour, everyone can afford it. You must be happy seeing this. Zhao Wei, his eyes brimming with emotion, stepped forward. That's right, Grandpa. The sacrifices of your comrades were worth it. Not only can we afford white flour now, but we can even eat meat. All of this is thanks to the sacrifices of our forebears back then. In truth, white flour has become a food many young people today look down upon. But back then, it was a luxury. Zhao Wei grew increasingly passionate as he spoke, his patriotic spirit fully ignited. He gestured toward the surrounding opulent buildings. Grandpa, look around you. Our lives are so prosperous today because of the sacrifices and hard work of our forebears. Rest assured, history will remember you, and we young people will remember you too. Every Chinese person has a patriotic side, and now Zhao Wei and the viewers in the livestream were fully awakened. That history must not be forgotten, it should be etched deeply into our collective memory. Only by remembering national humiliation can we forge a brighter future. Zhao Wei's impassioned speech ignited the chat with fervor. A wave of patriotic comments flooded the screen. At that moment, the patriotic spirit within every viewer was fully ignited. Seeing the chat filled with patriotic messages, even Tingquan, who usually loved to stir things up, fell silent. As the number of viewers in the livestream continued to surge and the heat remained high. In the past, Tingquan would have been overjoyed. But now, his eyes were red, still immersed in Qin Guofeng's words. It took him a long while to regain his composure. Everyone in the chat, did you see that? That's what real positivity looks like. 2 or 3 years of wind and snow weigh upon me, yet I laugh at the light breeze and snow like cotton. In my heart, the ambition of a wild goose remains. One day, I shall stand atop the summit and laugh at the heavens. The fierce storms of the past were weathered by our forebears. The prosperity and stability we enjoy today exist because of them. Tinquan grew impassioned. Some history must never be forgotten. Some sacrifices must be remembered. The old man is a model for us all. Brothers, we absolutely cannot forget the sacrifices of our predecessors just because we live in peace now. Burn this into your bones: how many forebears sacrificed themselves for today's prosperity? It had been ages since he felt such fervor. Tinquan was now filled with boundless emotion. He had started as just a small-time streamer, then suddenly skyrocketed to fame. It made him forget who he truly was. Guys, I believe everything we do should have meaning. Tinquan looked serious. Look at how positive that old man is. He's nearly 100 years old, yet he still pedaled his cart all the way from southwest China to Jiang Province, a whole month's journey. If netizens hadn't spotted him today, who would have known about this incredible feat? So wake up, everyone. Stop wasting your time. Go do what you believe is most meaningful. Work hard to build our motherland and make it more prosperous and thriving. This impassioned speech brought the livestream's atmosphere to a fever pitch. A wave of enlightenment swept through the audience, with some viewers seemingly finding their life's purpose. Thank you, Brother Quan. Thank you, Centenarian grandfather. Brother Quan is absolutely right. Everyone has their own purpose in this world. After today's livestream, I think I should go find my own reason for being. If even a centenarian can have dreams, we should strive even harder for our own lives. I'll drink to this motivational speech first. Honestly, I can't even compare to the centenarian grandpa. He fulfilled his comrades' final wishes by riding a handcart. Compared to him, I'm just trash. This is it. I feel compelled to do something for my country. Exactly. Seeing the sacrifices of our predecessors, we can't just enjoy life. Let's donate to our country, at least that feels meaningful. Many are already preparing to fight anew for themselves and for their country. This livestream was truly meaningful. Tinquan looked deeply moved. Guys, I've done so many livestreams, but today's comments really feel full of positive energy. If my stream can help you find meaning in life, even if it's just doing small things within your power for our country, then right now, if centenarians can fulfill their dreams, so can you. In an instant, everyone's patriotic fervor reached its peak. This left Tinquan deeply gratified. More positive live streams like this were needed. Qin Guofeng had no idea his actions had energized viewers so profoundly. All he wanted now was to fulfill his comrade's wish. After purchasing the flour, he continued pedaling his cart forward. He was heading to the village where his comrade in arms lived. But after all these years, he didn't know if his comrade's village still existed. Zhao Wei slowly pulled himself out of the solemn mood he'd been in. He followed along, feeling that Qin Guofeng's meaningful actions deserved to be seen. It should bring positive energy to more people. But Qin Guofeng, walking ahead, soon lost his way. Lù Baoguo had enlisted in the army when he was just a teenager. Qin Guofeng vaguely recalled Lù Baoguo mentioning he was from Lù Village. But after searching for a long time, Qin Guofeng still couldn't find where this Lùjiā was located. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Zhao Wei asked numerous passers-by. After searching on his phone, they finally located Lùjiā. This place doesn't seem to match what Baoguo described. Qin Guofeng gazed at the rows of neatly arranged Western-style houses before him. The houses were simply stunning, their every detail speaking to the prosperity of this era. Chapter 10: Returning to one's hometown unrecognized. It bore no resemblance to the impoverished, dilapidated village Lù Baoguo had described in his memories. But upon reflection, Qin Guofeng understood. So many years had passed, and the nation had developed so rapidly. Lù Village was no longer the impoverished hamlet of the past. Qin Guofeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly embraced the portrait, pointing to the row of beautiful Western-style houses. Baoguo, look at this. This is Lùjiā Village. I told you, your sacrifice was worth it. Now the village is so beautifully developed, and the people are living well. You can rest assured. As Qin Guofeng spoke, he also asked around the village if anyone knew Lù Baoguo. But after asking around, no one knew the name Lù Baoguo. Qin Guofeng couldn't help but sigh. Baoguo joined the army when he was just a teenager. I never imagined that when I returned, all that remained was his portrait. No one recognized him, and we don't know if we can even find his relatives. Countless lives were lost in those years. Many were left to rest in foreign lands for life. They were gradually forgotten by people, and the younger generation had no idea such a person ever existed. Now Qin Guofeng had returned with his comrades, but those who knew him were likely all gone. This weighs heavily on Qin Guofeng's heart. If only he had come back sooner, perhaps someone might still recognize Baoguo. Zhao Wei, standing behind him, kept a close watch on Qin Guofeng's condition. Even the viewers in the livestream were paying close attention. Upon noticing Qin Guofeng's predicament, Zhao Wei approached him before anyone could speak up. Grandpa, the few you tried earlier were still too young. Zhao Wei scanned the surroundings. Don't lose heart. Let's go into the village and ask some of the older folks. Your comrade's surname was Lù, right? This is Lù Village. Lù is a major surname here, so surely someone will recognize him. Zhao Wei led Qin Guofeng deeper into the village. He even specifically sought out the village elders. But after asking several in succession, the results were all the same. It must have been decades ago. He was only a teenager when he left. Old man, I'm truly sorry, but I really don't know anything about him. An elderly man in his 50s or 60s apologized with a touch of emotion. Everyone in this village is a Lù. I've never heard of a Lù Baoguo before. Old man, I think we should try asking elsewhere. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Guofeng's eyes at the suggestion. Was he really going to return empty-handed? But here he was, standing at the very doorstep of his comrade's home, yet still unaware of its exact location. This left Qin Guofeng feeling profoundly helpless. Suddenly, the image of Baoguo dying in his arms years ago flashed through his mind. His heart clenched as if something had seized it, the pain so intense it took his breath away. He had done everything he could, yet he still couldn't find his comrade's family. In fact, no one even knew the name Lù Baoguo. Now, all he could do was clasp his fallen comrade's portrait tightly, desperately masking the despair in his eyes. Zhao Wei witnessed this scene. A wave of sadness washed over him. This was a hero returning home to his roots. Yet in his hometown, no one remembered this hero. What profound sadness. Grandpa, don't worry. I'll definitely find this hero's family for you. Seeing Qin Guofeng's look of disappointment, Zhao Wei hurriedly offered comfort. We're practically at his doorstep now. Surely we can find his home. But Qin Guofeng only gave a bitter smile. Young man, I know you've done your best. So many years have passed, it's only natural that no one recognizes Baoguo anymore. Don't trouble yourself anymore. Seeing how prosperous Lùjiā Village is now, my comrade can surely rest in peace. Some things simply cannot be forced. This might be the best outcome after all. Zhao Wei's lips trembled slightly at these words, but he finally closed his mouth. He dared not make any more promises, for he couldn't be certain anyone still knew the hero in this portrait. He didn't want to cause this centenarian any more pain. If it couldn't be done, it was better not to make promises lightly. After searching for so long, perhaps no one truly recognized this hero. Or perhaps all his relatives had perished long ago in that war-torn era. At this thought, Zhao Wei felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Even the livestream was enveloped in this sorrowful atmosphere. This is such a shame. We were practically at the doorstep, yet we couldn't even find where the door was. I can't hold back my tears anymore. Why did it have to end like this? Folks, isn't there any way we can help this centenarian? He pedaled a rickshaw for a month just to get here, only to find he couldn't even locate his comrade's family. It's heartbreaking. He returned home as a hero, yet no one recognized him. Viewers in the livestream knew that so many years had passed. He left as a teenager in his teens. Decades later, he returned only as a cold portrait. He doesn't even know where his own family is. This must be the most helpless thing in the world. A crowd of netizens sighed endlessly. Heroes shouldn't be treated this way. Just as the mood grew somber, a gray-haired old man approached. Qin Guofeng remained immersed in grief, clutching the portrait tightly, unwilling to let go. But Zhao Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. Old man, do you know the person in this portrait? The old man's gaze was fixed firmly on Qin Guofeng. This might be a genuine connection. Hope ignited among the viewers in the livestream. Even Qin Guofeng grew excited, thinking the visitor might recognize Baoguo. Young man, do you know my comrade in arms? Are you Colonel Qin Guofeng? The old man across from him completely ignored everyone else, rushing excitedly toward Qin Guofeng. He stared intently at Qin Guofeng for a long moment, as if confirming something. Then he suddenly slapped his thigh and declared with unwavering certainty, Colonel Qin, it really is you. You look so spry, you must be close to 100 years old now. As the old man finished speaking, the livestream fell instantly silent. A crowd of netizens forgot to even send comments. Even Zhao Wei beside him stared wide-eyed. He was now fixated on Qin Guofeng, determined not to miss a single detail. Is this centenarian the battalion commander? Family? What did I just hear? Battalion commander? The same rank I'm thinking of? It must be him. That old man who just arrived clearly has a military background. But how did a centenarian rise to the rank of regiment commander back then? Holy cow, so the centenarian is that big a deal? Hold your horses, let's get the facts straight first. What are the odds of this? A colonel just showing up out of nowhere? Do you think colonels are as common as ordinary soldiers? Chapter 11, Reunion of Comrades. While the live stream audience remained stunned and confused, Qin Guofeng had already recognized the elderly man before him. He stepped forward urgently. Your Wei Dahai? Too much time had passed. Qin Guofeng vaguely remembered the name Wei Dahai. He had been a company commander under the regiment back then. The young man of yesteryear now had hair streaked with gray and a face etched with wrinkles. This filled Qin Guofeng with deep emotion. Wei Dahai's eyes brimmed with excitement. Commander Qin, it's me. How many years has it been since we last met? He even gave a shaky military salute before Qin Guofeng. He never imagined he'd see his old battalion commander again after all these years. After all this time, Qin Guofeng still looked so vigorous. Wei Dahai sighed with emotion. Back then, Commander Qin was truly formidable. It's a shame we lost touch after he retired. He never imagined they'd meet again here today. Back in the army, Qin Guofeng had always been a model figure. He was someone many looked up to. Wei Dahai was no exception, always holding Qin Guofeng up as his own role model. Now, seeing Qin Guofeng in his twilight years, Wei Dahai was so overcome with emotion he couldn't find words to express it. Meanwhile, Zhao Wei beside him saw the live stream comments filled with disbelief. He shared the same doubts as the viewers. If the Centenarian were truly the commander, he should be living in luxury now. Why would he choose to live in seclusion in a remote mountain village, traveling across the country on a bicycle? Seeing Wei Dahai's agitated state before him, he finally couldn't hold back any longer. Grandpa Wei, are you sure you haven't mistaken him? Is the Centenarian really your battalion commander? Hearing the doubt in the voice, Wei Dahai's eyebrows shot up. Youngster, what do you mean by that? You think this old man is lying? I served in the military for half my life. I never tell lies. You youngsters just don't get it. Do you have any idea how formidable our army was back in our day? Even a random company commander back then could be a town mayor today. Someone of Colonel Qin's caliber would be underestimated as a county magistrate. Back in the day, under Qin Guofeng's command, their regiment won countless battles. They routed the enemy tribes time and again, earning countless military honors. And Qin Guofeng's presence on the battlefield was truly unmatched. Wei Dahai's mind was now filled with vivid images of Qin Guofeng's heroic presence on the battlefield back then. That sight was truly awe-inspiring. At that time, Wei Dahai was just a private, but he gradually rose to become a squadron leader. All because he wanted to follow in Qin Guofeng's footsteps. Qin Guofeng was his greatest idol. Wei Dahai was lost in his memories. You have no idea how formidable Colonel Qin was. He must have a whole box of military medals. They're the pride of his life. As Wei Dahai recounted Qin Guofeng's legendary exploits, viewers in the livestream chat found it hard to believe. No way. I'd believe a Centenarian grandpa was an anti-alien veteran, but a regiment commander? That's a stretch. Exactly. If he really made it to regimental commander back then, how could he be living in a small place like Qingshan Village? An anti-alien veteran wouldn't be treated like this. Even bragging shouldn't go this far. Did the old man have too much to drink? Watch your words, folks. Don't slander veterans. I bet the old man just mistook someone. Exactly. Look at his white hair after all these years. Mistaken identity is understandable. This Centenarian was likely just an ordinary veteran, not a regiment commander. Netizens unanimously dismissed the claim, convinced Wei Dahai had mistaken his identity. After all, his age is a factor, and they haven't seen each other in so many years. Mistaking someone was perfectly understandable. Zhao Wei glanced at the comments and also found it unlikely. If this truly was the regiment commander's Centenarian grandfather, how could he be treated this way? But seeing the reunion between the two elderly men across from him, he held back from saying anything more to dampen the mood. He addressed the viewers in the livestream chat. Look at these two elderly gentlemen. After all these years, they've been reunited. Whether the Centenarian is the squad leader or not doesn't matter. To see your comrades again at this age is a truly fortunate thing. This moment filled the livestream with emotion. Because there might not be another chance to meet. So the viewers in the livestream didn't disturb the two as they caught up. Qin Guofeng looked at Wei Dahai with eyes full of laughter. Who would have thought I'd run into you here, kid? But I remember you're from the north. How did you end up in Jiang Province? Back when Wei Dahai first joined the army, he spoke with a thick northern accent. His temper was like a firecracker ready to ignite at the slightest spark. That burly northern man had now become an elderly man. Wei Dahai still boomed in his loud voice. When I got discharged, the higher-ups were supposed to arrange for me to return to my hometown for civilian work. But my wife isn't from Jiang Province, and I don't have much family back home anyway. A hint of sadness flickered in Wei Dahai's eyes as he spoke. His hometown lay in the north, a region that had suffered heavy casualties during the alien invasions. Later, almost everyone in his family was lost. He simply couldn't bear to return to that place of sorrow. Instead, he settled in his comrade-in-arms hometown. Wei Dahai snapped back to the present. Eventually, I transferred my career to Jiang Province. Blink of an eye, and so many years have passed. I never imagined I'd see you again today. My luck really is something else. Seeing the aged Wei Dahai before him, Qin Guofeng suddenly recalled the burly man who had just enlisted back then. He had a stubborn streak like a bull, refusing to follow orders when he first joined the unit. It wasn't until he followed me into battle a few times and witnessed the bloody sacrifices of his comrades that he finally settled down. He vaguely recalled. Back on the battlefield, Wei Dahai was always the first to charge forward. He was absolutely fearless. It was no small feat that he survived to be discharged. Looks like you're doing well in Jiang Province. Qin Guofeng's eyes sparkled with amusement. This village looks quite prosperous. So, has your grandson started college yet? Not just that we've even got a little brat now. Wei Dahai laughed with a mix of affection and exasperation. I married young back then. My great-grandchildren are old enough to run errands now. They're always running around the house like crazy, practically tearing the place apart. They're such little pests. It's only because I've mellowed with age. If I were younger, I'd have skinned that little brat alive. At this, a hint of sadness flickered in Wei Dahai's eyes. Thank goodness my old lady passed away 2 years ago. At least she didn't have to endure that little brat's torment. Seeing Wei Dahai's sorrowful expression, Qin Guofeng quickly changed the subject, holding up Lù Baoguo's portrait. You've been in the village this long, you must know Baoguo is from here too. Does he have any family left? I want to bring Baoguo home for a visit. Hearing this, Wei Dahai's expression grew even more sorrowful. He pressed his lips together, unable to speak for a long while. Chapter 12, Entrusting the Orphan. Seeing Wei Dahai's expression, Qin Guofeng understood immediately. Sure enough, he had no relatives left. Not a single one? Lù Village is so large, surely some relatives must still be alive? Zhao Wei refused to believe it. Not a single one. Back then, the entire Lù Baoguo family was wiped out. Wei Dahai waved his hand dismissively. It's all because of those damned foreign invaders. Those bastards, who knows how many families lost their last descendants. As he spoke, Wei Dahai glanced at Qin Guofeng. When I was discharged from the military years ago, I even asked the elders back then about Lù Baoguo. I never knew until I asked. Turns out his entire family perished on the battlefield fighting the invaders. His gaze fell upon Lù Baoguo's portrait, and tears finally streamed down his face. But he still muttered curses under his breath. Damn it all, how could this guy leave so young? I always wondered why I never saw him after the founding of the nation. Turns out he just abandoned me. Communication was difficult in those days, because casualties were so high. Often, after a single battle, a company would be left with only 1 or 2 survivors. Sometimes not a single soldier survived. So companies were constantly merging. Even after the victory against the aliens, entire companies were disbanded. Many comrades in arms were thus lost to history. In those days, if you missed each other, it truly meant never seeing each other again for the rest of your life. You might not even know whether they were alive or dead. Wei Dahai had exchanged a few words with Lù Baoguo when he first enlisted. Little did he know that their next encounter would be before a cold portrait. A heavy atmosphere of grief hung over the entire scene. Qin Guofeng remained relatively composed. He had long been accustomed to life and death. Are Baoguo's family also fighters against the anomalies? How come I never heard the kid mention it? Wei Dahai wiped away tears as he recalled carefully. I heard it from the elders in the village back then. Lù Baoguo originally had 3 older brothers, but he was raised by the villagers. It turned out the entire Lù family were loyal martyrs, and Lù Baoguo was the youngest. Those were truly brutal times. They watched helplessly as the Dragon Nation's lands were invaded by foreign tribes, and countless common folk were slaughtered. The Lù family had once been a prominent clan, but several branches of relatives were brutally slaughtered by the invaders. In the end, only Lù Baoguo's branch remained. Lù Baoguo's father witnessed the occupation of Dragon Nation's lands. Countless compatriots were being slaughtered daily. As a Dragon Nation citizen, Lù Baoguo's father felt compelled to take action. Moreover, his household had 4 sons. After consulting with his family, Lù Baoguo's father entrusted the then 9-year-old Lù Baoguo to the care of the village. Fellow villagers, Lù Baoguo's father was barely in his early 30s, yet his face was already etched with sorrow. He had witnessed too many families torn apart. Our Lù family consists of 6 members. The 3 eldest sons have grown up, and it's time for them to drive out those foreign tribes. From now on, Baoguo is in your care. Remember, do not let him go to war. He must carry on the Lù family line. After making arrangements for Baoguo, both Lù's father and mother took their 3 sons to the battlefield. As they departed, Lù's mother comforted him. Little Baoguo will be back soon. Be a good boy and stay in the village. His 3 older brothers chimed in to cheer him up. Baoguo, you love big trucks, right? When 3rd brother comes back driving the army truck, I'll take you for a spin around our Lù village. And me, I know you crave candied hawthorn. When we return, 2nd brother will definitely bring you a whole string. 4th son, mark my words, you must never enlist in the army. Only the eldest brother said sternly. Stay put in the village, grow up, marry a wife, and have children. 9-year-old Lù Baoguo's eyes sparkled with excitement, unaware of what this meant. Mom, Dad, brothers, I'll wait for you to come back. Don't worry, I'll be good. Don't forget my candied hawthorn, I'll be waiting. Back then, he had no idea about the cruelty of war. He only heard villagers say that fighting the invaders was the most honorable thing. He believed his parents would return victorious soon. So the young Lù Baoguo waited in the village. By day he worked on the landlord's farm, and by night he counted the hours, waiting for his family to return. But day after day passed. There was still no word from his parents or brothers. At first, Lù Baoguo was too young, and the village elders would placate him, saying they'd be back before long. The innocent Lù Baoguo believed them. When the new year approached, he would eagerly wait at the village entrance. hoping one day he'd see his third brother driving a big truck through the village entrance. Along with his second brother holding candied hawthorn on a stick, his stern eldest brother, and his kind-hearted parents. Year after year. Time passed like this, and the young Lù Baoguo never saw his family again. Lù Baoguo gradually became quiet and withdrawn, saying not a word all day except when working at the landlord's house. The villagers, seeing his plight, would invite him to share a meal during festivals. But what the villagers didn't know was that whenever he saw other families gathered together, the young Lù Baoguo's heart ached like it was being cut by a knife. Knowing that 12-year-old Lù Baoguo could wait no longer, he stormed straight into the village chief's house. "Village chief, haven't my parents and brothers written back yet? Why can Erden from the next village get letters from his brother, but mine get lost along the way?" Earlier, he had seen Erden bragging in the village as he read aloud the letter his brother had sent. This left Lù Baoguo feeling bitterly resentful. Today, he had to get to the bottom of it. The village chief's face was filled with sorrow. He had already received word that all 5 members of the Lù family had perished. The entire village knew Lù Baoguo was the sole survivor of the Lù family. But how could he bear to tell Lù Baoguo the truth? So he resorted to making things up. There were letters delivered. "I saw them myself when I was in town earlier. But look at all that snow outside. The messenger accidentally dropped a few letters into an ice hole. Baoguo, just wait a little longer. Next time, I'll make sure the messenger is more careful." Such excuses might work once or twice, but over time, Lù Baoguo understood what they meant. As Lù Baoguo grew older, he came to understand his family would never return. He stopped asking questions, obediently working for the landlord's family, drifting through his harsh life in numb resignation. Wei Dahai sighed. Truthfully, Lù Baoguo's family perished the second year they were on the battlefield. A single shell struck, killing all 5 of them together. Chapter 13, A Loyal and Martyr-Filled Family. After learning the news, the village chief never dared tell Lù Baoguo. Wei Dahai's eyes were filled with helplessness. He could only deceive Lù Baoguo, telling him he was the sole survivor of the Lù family and must carry on the family line, urging him to live well in the village. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng's eyes filled with sorrow. So the boy still didn't listen to his older brother and enlisted anyway. Who would have thought that the honest, straightforward kid in the army could do something so disobedient? Why couldn't he just be obedient and stay home? Wei Dahai's lips curved into a faint, resigned smile as he continued recounting Lù Baoguo's story from back then. As Lù Baoguo grew older, he never once mentioned his parents. The villagers assumed he had forgotten, and as time passed, the subject was never brought up again. After all, so many had sacrificed their lives in those years. Who knew how many even more tragic events had occurred? Seeing Lù Baoguo grow into a 16-year-old young man, the village chief and villagers began arranging his marriage. "Baoguo, you're all grown up now. Is there a girl you like?" The village auntie beamed with warmth. "If you do, I'll help arrange the match. As for the dowry, don't worry, the whole village will support you." Other villagers chimed in agreement. The Lù family had only this one heir left. The family line must be carried on. But Lù Baoguo remained silent. No matter how others tried to introduce potential matches, he wouldn't utter a word. Time passed. Even the village's most skilled matchmaker couldn't sway him. Finally, the village chief couldn't stand it anymore and paid him a personal visit. "Baoguo, is there someone you like? Back then, your parents specifically asked us to find you a wife. Who have you set your sights on?" Hearing this, a flicker of emotion finally stirred in Lù Baoguo's eyes. He glanced toward a certain direction in the village, but ultimately said nothing. Seeing Lù Baoguo's stubborn resistance, the village chief finally asserted his authority. "Don't think you can get away with staying silent, young man. I promised your parents you must marry. We can't let the Lù family line die out, can we? Tomorrow I'll have the girl come over. You two will meet. She's interested in you. If you like her, I'll arrange the marriage on the spot. Either way, you must be married before the end of the year. That's final." The entire village began bustling with preparations. They were just waiting for Lù Baoguo's approval to set the wedding date in a few days. Knowing Lù Baoguo's family was away, several aunts from the village stepped in to help with the arrangements. But unexpectedly, on the day the bride-to-be came for the formal meeting, Lù Baoguo was nowhere to be found. They searched the entire village but found no trace of him. This left the village chief frantic, a sense of foreboding already settling in his heart. "Quick! Block the road out of town for me." The village chief hurriedly ordered the villagers. "That kid must have gone to enlist. We have to stop him. He can't be allowed to go." News of Lù Baoguo enlisting sent shockwaves through the entire village. Nearly every villager mobilized in an effort to stop Lù Baoguo. Several young men from the village drove ox carts at breakneck speed toward the town. Everyone in the village knew that both Lù Baoguo's parents and his 3 children had gone off to fight the alien invasion. With no word for all these years, they were surely gone. Now only their last remaining son was left. Under no circumstances could they let Lù Baoguo enlist. But after working tirelessly until sunset, the young men returned, their ox carts driven back in utter defeat. "Village chief, we couldn't stop him. The ferryman said that kid Lù Baoguo was waiting at the crossing before dawn. He boarded the anti-alien army's ship in the end. That entire boat was for frontline recruitment. They've probably already left Jiang Province by now. That kid really is. Hearing this, the village chief nearly stumbled, cursing under his breath, that little bastard, he really wants to turn the world upside down. I never imagined all these years he'd been harboring this desire to enlist. Good heavens! How am I supposed to explain this to the Lù couple when I go down to the underworld? With their entire family enlisted, what will become of the Lù family line? That night, the entire village was steeped in sorrow. The entire village buzzed with talk of Lù Baoguo joining the army. His parents and brothers had all fallen on the battlefield, leaving him as the sole surviving heir. If anything happened to him on the battlefield, the Lù family line would be severed forever. At first, the village elders held out hope for letters from Lù Baoguo. But then, for a long time, there was no word. Everyone began to suspect he had met the same fate as his parents, perished completely. Wei Dahai sighed deeply, so many died in those days. Many never even had bodies recovered, just symbolic graves. His gaze fell upon the portrait of Lù Baoguo held in Qin Guofeng's arms. Truthfully, Wei Dahai wasn't very familiar with that face. They'd only exchanged a few words back in the army, and he'd remembered the name. Later, they each headed off to different battlefields. Over the years, he had long forgotten what Lù Baoguo looked like. But now, seeing Lù Baoguo's portrait again, he recalled their meeting years ago, vaguely remembering Lù Baoguo's honest, straightforward demeanor. I never imagined he could do something so treacherous. After a long silence, Wei Dahai spoke with a touch of sadness. Regimental Commander Qin, you came all this way just to see him off, didn't you? Qin Guofeng took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay composed. Yes, I came all the way from the southwest. Today, I came specifically to bring this kid back. If only he'd stayed put in the village back then, he might still be alive today. Qin Guofeng truly couldn't fathom that such a quiet fellow as Lù Baoguo could do something like this. Let's go, Commander Qin. I'll take you to see the symbolic graves of Lù Baoguo's family. When news of the Lù family's 5 members dying in battle reached the village chief had the villagers build symbolic graves for them. Wei Dahai led Qin Guofeng with practiced ease toward the hills behind the village. After passing through dense fields of crops, 5 sturdy mounds stood neatly before Qin Guofeng. Though many years had passed, not a single weed grew before any of the mounds. It was clear someone tended to them regularly. Yet the tombstones, uniformly inscribed with the Lù family name, pierced Qin Guofeng's eyes with a deep ache. Even Zhao Wei felt a profound sadness. 5 lives, not a single one had survived. They had all perished together. Even the viewers in the livestream felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. It seemed as though the sorrow was about to spill right through the screen. Wei Dahai took a deep breath. All these years, the graves of the fallen heroes have been tended by dedicated caretakers. Every year, villagers come to pay their respects. See? They haven't been forgotten. Their descendants still remember them. Chapter 14, Forget About Me. Qin Guofeng clutched the portrait tightly. Baoguo, look, your parents and brothers are all here. I've finally brought you back. You're all together at last. Back in the army, Lù Baoguo rarely spoke of his parents. Even then, he already knew his parents and brothers had all made the ultimate sacrifice. Qin Guofeng only learned about his status as the child of fallen heroes now. Perhaps he didn't want to bring up the tragic sacrifices his parents had made. But Lù Baoguo kept recounting memories of Lù Village. He recounted every detail, no matter how small, to Qin Guofeng. After all these years, he had finally brought Lù Baoguo back. Qin Guofeng stood beside him, eyes reddened, silent for a long while. Zhao Wei, who had been holding his phone to livestream the scene, now had tears welling up in his own eyes. Even the viewers in the livestream chat were moved. But soon, a question arose in his mind. Zhao Wei looked at the 5 graves and couldn't help but ask, why are there only 5? Where is Grandpa Lu's grave? Shouldn't a family be buried together? Qin Guofeng glanced at Wei Dahai, who immediately stepped forward. Back then, the village was isolated. Although there was no news about Lù Baoguo, the villagers believed that no news was the best news. They refused to believe that the missing Lù Baoguo had died. So when the graves for the 5 members of the Lù family were built back then, Lù Baoguo wasn't included. Everyone clung to hope. What if Lù Baoguo returned one day? But even after the founding of the People's Republic, there was still no word from Lù Baoguo. The village chief grew increasingly elderly, having waited alongside the villagers for Lù Baoguo's eventual return. After all, many veterans who had fought against the Japanese had returned to their hometowns after the founding of the nation. Yet even years after the founding of the nation, there was still no word of Lù Baoguo. The village chief finally gave up hope. Though advanced in years, he never forgot Lù Baoguo's story. My fellow villagers, it's been so many years now. That boy Baoguo might have. His voice caught in his throat. That little rascal. How am I supposed to face his parents? My reputation is ruined. I clearly promised Lu's parents I wouldn't let that boy enlist, but now. The villagers were overcome with sorrow. The entire Lù family's 6 souls, not a single one returned. The invaders had been driven out, but how many families lay shattered? How many years of healing would it take to recover from this? Enough. Prepare to build a symbolic grave for Baoguo, just like his parents. The village chief began directing his men to get to work. They couldn't let this hero who fought against the invaders depart so quietly. Hearing this, Zhao Wei could no longer contain himself. He scanned the surroundings carefully for a long time. He confirmed there was no grave for Lù Baoguo. His face filled with confusion. Grandpa Wei, you mean the village chief built a symbolic grave for Grandpa Lù back when the nation was founded? But then why isn't there a grave for Grandpa Lù here? At first, he thought he might have missed it. But after scrutinizing the graves for a long time, Zhao Wei confirmed there was no resting place for Lù Baoguo among them. Wei Dahai's thoughts drifted back to the past. I only heard about it later. The village chief at the time had indeed planned to erect a symbolic grave for Lù Baoguo. I heard they even picked out the spot right beside his parents and brothers. If they couldn't be together in life, at least they could be together in death. The grave pit was even dug, but someone strongly opposed it, so the symbolic grave was never erected. The moment these words were spoken, the live stream exploded with reactions. Someone stopped it? Seriously? Who could be so cruel as to prevent a family from being reunited? Exactly. If we can't be together in life, does that mean we can't even be together in death? Who was in charge back then? How could they stop this? Is this really how they treat soldiers who fought against the anomaly? I can't take it anymore. Even through the screen, I'm furious. Who on earth blocked the erection of the symbolic grave? Calm down, everyone. Maybe someone still believes Grandpa Lù was alive. Don't get so worked up. The comments were getting out of hand, filled with nothing but fury. They were just one step away from reuniting as a family, yet someone deliberately obstructed them. Qin Guofeng knew this couldn't be that simple. He glanced at Wei Dahai. So who exactly blocked it back then? Wei Dahai continued, rumor has it, it was Lù Baoguo's childhood sweetheart. It was this childhood friend who stopped Lù Baoguo from building the symbolic grave back then. Lù Baoguo had grown up eating meals provided by the villagers. Though life was hard back then, Lù Baoguo had a girl he loved. The one he nearly became engaged to. Her name was Li Huifan, and she was the same age as Lù Baoguo. They grew up together, inseparable as children and the best of playmates. As they grew older, a quiet affection blossomed between them, and they both developed feelings for each other. At that time, Lù Baoguo had no parents and lived a cold, lonely life. But by Li Huifan's side, he finally felt warmth again. Originally, Lù Baoguo had planned to wait until his parents and brothers returned before marrying Li Huifan. But the news of their deaths had been withheld from him by the village chief and villagers. Though no one explicitly told Lù Baoguo, he was no longer the easily fooled child he once was. As he grew older, he finally realized that with no word from his parents for so long, they must have perished. At 16, Lù Baoguo thought of how his parents must have left. He remembered his brothers promising to bring back treasures for him, yet none of them ever returned. Lù Baoguo finally made up his mind, he too would enlist in the army. Wei Dahai glanced at the 5 graves beside him and sighed heavily. The people in this village are truly peculiar. They kept the news of Lù Baoguo's family's deaths hidden from him. Lù Baoguo clearly knew everything, yet he pretended to be unaware. Later, he insisted on joining the army. He must have wanted revenge. People back then were so simple-hearted, each assuming the other remained unaware. They even scrambled to arrange a marriage for Lù Baoguo. But no one knew about Lù Baoguo's resolve to enlist. He actually ran away before the betrothal was finalized. They heard Lù Baoguo had a girl he liked, yet he ultimately abandoned the engagement. Zhao Wei's eyes filled with complexity. So Grandpa Lù just broke up with the girl he loved? Isn't that such a pity? Then why did that girl stop him from building a symbolic grave? Wei Dahai waved his hand dismissively and continued his recollection. It turned out that the night before Lù Baoguo left, he had personally sought out Li Huifan. Lù Baoguo couldn't even look Li Huifan in the face, just hanging his head low. Huifan, find a good family to marry into. Forget about me. Chapter 15, Love Buried by War. Moonlight spilled across Li Huifan's face, her pale features revealing no emotion. She only stared deeply at Lù Baoguo, saying nothing. Lù Baoguo felt uneasy under her gaze. There are plenty of good men in this world. Why hang yourself on this one tree? Forget about me. Find a good man to marry someday. By the end, Lù Baoguo's voice grew fainter and fainter, not daring to lift his gaze toward Li Huifan. He feared he might break down in tears. He was enlisting in the army, and there was a strong possibility he would never return, just like his parents and brothers before him. Though he cared deeply for Li Huifan, he couldn't hold her back. Better to just let it go. Seeing that Li Huifan hadn't said a word, Lù Baoguo thrust the bundle in his hands directly into her arms. It's just the money I saved up. I had a pair of silver earrings made for you. The young Lù Baoguo fought back tears as he placed the earrings into Li Huifan's hands. Under the moonlight, the silver earrings glistened, as if silently speaking. But Li Huifan's dark eyes remained fixed on Lù Baoguo, stubbornly refusing to utter a single word. Only a few stubborn tears escaped the corners of her eyes. Seeing Li Huifan like this, Lù Baoguo felt a pain so deep it took his breath away. He knew there could be no future for them. He couldn't let Li Huifan wait for him forever. So Lù Baoguo forced a smile. Truthfully, I've always thought of you as my little sister. I have no family. From now on, you're my own sister. Look at this silver earring pendant, it's the dowry I specially prepared for you. Your parents have trouble getting around, so you probably haven't been able to prepare any dowry yourself. But you have me as your brother. As your brother, I'll make sure your dowry is taken care of. Take it now. I'm enlisting tomorrow, and who knows when we'll meet again. But no matter how much Lù Baoguo chattered on, Li Huifeng stubbornly pressed her lips together, refusing to speak. Her eyes fixed intently on Lù Baoguo. This finally broke Lù Baoguo's resolve. He turned his head away, ready to walk off. Wait. Li Huifeng finally spoke, holding up the earrings in the moonlight. Since you gave them to me, then you should put them on for me. Her voice floated lightly into Lù Baoguo's ears, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. He finally halted his steps and looked closely at Li Huifeng. He reached out and personally fastened the silver earrings onto the earlobes of the girl he cherished. The earrings dangled gracefully, one on each ear. Lù Baoguo found himself unable to look away. He let himself gaze a little longer. After all, he might never see them again. For a moment, their eyes met. The two young people stood silently gazing at each other under the moonlight. Lù Baoguo deeply felt Li Huifeng's affection for him. He steeled himself and quickly looked away. Gritting his teeth, he forced a smile. Sis, I'm not well off. All I have is enough for this pair of earrings. I hope you find a good family. As the words left his lips, Lù Baoguo felt his heart tear apart. Li Huifeng gently stroked the earrings on her ears. Still unwilling to accept it, she spoke up. Are you really going to enlist? Can't you stay for me? They were practically engaged already. Yet he had to leave at this very moment. Everyone knew the realities of the battlefield. This journey might mean never returning. Lù Baoguo forced himself to remain calm. I have to go. My parents and brothers were all killed by the enemy. I must go and avenge them. Huifeng, from now on I'll be like your own brother. Find a good family to marry into. All right. Li Huifeng suddenly agreed readily, smiling at Lù Baoguo. Do whatever you must. From now on, you're my real brother. You don't need to worry about me. After you leave, I'll definitely find a good family to marry into. You don't know, but the Lù family in West Village has been wanting to arrange a marriage with me for a long time. As she spoke, tears welled up in Li Huifeng's eyes. Yet she forced a smile as she looked at Lù Baoguo. Baoguo, go join the army. I support you. Once I'm married, I'll write to tell you. This earring of yours is beautiful, I love it. Don't let anything distract you on the battlefield. Drive those foreign invaders out. I'll find a good man to marry. By the end, Li Huifeng's voice was choked with emotion. Tears fell silently down her cheeks. Lù Baoguo couldn't bring himself to look at Li Huifeng anymore. Before the tears could fall, he strode swiftly away into the moonlight. By the time Wei Dahai reached this point in his story, he felt weighed down by its gravity. In those days, having a crush was the most taboo thing of all. Even if you did, you couldn't make any promises to the other person. So it was better to be clear, to avoid wasting the girl's time. Hearing this heartbreaking story, the viewers in the livestream chat were all deeply moved. That era claimed not only lives, but also buried countless loves beneath the flames of war. Qin Guofeng's eyes grew deep and distant upon hearing this. Suddenly, he was lost in endless memories. He remembered Lù Baoguo always carrying a silver bracelet in his pocket. It was made from the money he had saved over several years of military service. At the time, Qin Guofeng didn't know about Lù Baoguo's childhood sweetheart. Every time he saw the bracelet, he'd tease him. Baoguo, which girl has caught your eye? Tell me, squad leader, I'll go propose for you. Lù Baoguo would just laugh it off casually. It was only then that he confided in Qin Guofeng about the girl he had kept buried deep in his heart. I remember that was the first time Lù Baoguo ever mentioned his childhood sweetheart in front of me. Whenever he spoke of Li Huifeng, Lù Baoguo's eyes would light up. That night she left remained vividly etched in his memory. Squad leader, do you think I was too selfish? Didn't you see the look in Huifeng's eyes back then? Lù Baoguo's eyes reddened, tears streaming down his face. When enemy bullets had struck him before, not a single tear had fallen. Yet now, in front of Qin Guofeng, he wept like a child. I want to be with Huifeng too, but I just can't. Lù Baoguo's eyes brimmed with sorrow. With the nation itself on the brink of collapse, I simply can't afford to dwell on personal affairs. I must drive those foreign invaders out. Yet the memory of that final night before parting haunted him. Li Huifeng's defiant gaze under the moonlight. Lù Baoguo's heart ached so deeply he could barely breathe. Qin Guofeng tried to console him. Country comes before family. You're doing the right thing. Since you can't make a promise, it's better to cut ties cleanly so you don't waste that girl's time. Whenever Lù Baoguo couldn't bear it anymore back then, he would think of Li Huifeng. He imagined that by now, Li Huifeng must have married and started a family, living a happy and fulfilling life. Every time this thought crossed his mind, Lù Baoguo felt a surge of joy. He imagined how many children Li Huifeng and her husband might have, and whether they were mischievous little rascals. Chapter 16, The One Who Never Returns. Back then, Lù Baoguo's heart was filled only with thoughts of his childhood sweetheart. When Qin Guofeng learned of this, he didn't know how to console him. They were people with no future, destined to die on the battlefield at any moment. Love was something best buried deep. Qin Guofeng vaguely recalled how Lù Baoguo had described Li Huifan to him back then. In his early 20s, he'd been as excited as a child. Squad leader, I saved up a dowry for Huifan. It's not much, but she'll definitely find a good family. It's been years now. How many children do you think Huifan has by now? When speaking of the girl hidden deep in his heart, the weariness finally faded from Lù Baoguo's face. But then he thought of that night of parting. The moonlight illuminating Li Huifan's face remained etched in his memory. Ha, what a loser I am. Lù Baoguo scoffed. Squad leader, shouldn't I be overjoyed that Huifan got married? Why does it hurt so much now? Pushing the one you love most into someone else's arms, nothing could be more heartbreaking. Qin Guofeng sighed. Isn't the struggle we endure precisely so those we care about can live better lives? He understood exactly how Lù Baoguo felt. He desperately wanted to wish happiness upon the girl in his heart, yet now he felt only endless sorrow. Lù Baoguo felt a pain in his heart so intense he couldn't speak. Tears fell unbidden. Yeah, this is the best outcome. She's set for the rest of her life. Squad leader, will definitely drive those barbarians out. The mere mention of the invaders filled Lù Baoguo with seething hatred. His own family had died resisting the invaders. He couldn't even see the girl he loved most. He could only watch helplessly as she married another. The thought of it filled Lù Baoguo with seething rage. On the battlefield, he fought with even greater ferocity, claiming the lives of countless enemies with his spear. That bracelet remained close to Lù Baoguo's heart at all times. Qin Guofeng had seen it several times and knew it was meant for the woman Lù Baoguo cherished. But after so much time had passed, Lù Baoguo finally wrote a letter home. The reply he received confirmed his worst fears. The girl he loved had married. She even had a child. The bracelet was never given away. Qin Guofeng's eyes stung with tears as he suddenly recalled that final, tragic battle. Lù Baoguo died from his injuries, but he clutched that silver bracelet tightly in his hand until the very end. Squad leader, I probably won't need this bracelet anymore. Lù Baoguo spoke with a hint of regret. I always wanted to get Huifan a silver bracelet back then, but at that time. Thinking of the person in his heart, Lù Baoguo felt a pang of sadness. He looked down again at the bullet hole in his body, blood seeping steadily from the wound. He smiled faintly, almost with relief. Thank goodness I broke things off with Huifan back then. I really can't go on. Without medicine, Lù Baoguo soon couldn't hold on. His face turned deathly pale from blood loss. Yet he clutched the silver bracelet tightly to his chest. Yet in the final moments before his life slipped away, he finally slipped it off and thrust it forcefully toward Qin Guofeng. Lù Baoguo smiled with a simple, honest expression. I won't need it anymore, squad leader. It's yours. You should find a wife and live a good life. This bracelet is my gift to you. The scene before him slowly came into focus. Now calm, Qin Guofeng carefully unwrapped the bracelet Lù Baoguo had given him years ago from a cloth bundle. The bracelet was clearly well preserved, its intricate carvings visible to the naked eye. Though many years had passed, it still glowed with a silvery sheen under the sunlight. He had spent the first half of his life fighting for his country. As he grew older and the nation gradually stabilized, many urged him to find a woman and settle down. But Qin Guofeng's heart remained with his comrades in arms. How could he possibly think of starting a family? And so, that silver bracelet from years past remained perfectly preserved by Qin Guofeng. Now, as it appeared before everyone, it seemed to whisper the sorrowful tale of days gone by. Grandpa Qin, you've kept this bracelet all these years. How could you? Zhao Wei gazed at the silver bracelet, preserved for half a century. For some reason, a wave of heartache suddenly washed over him. That pair of lovers from back then had been torn apart so cruelly. Qin Guofeng gazed at the silver bracelet. The image of Lù Baoguo's honest, straightforward face flashed through his mind. He sighed deeply. Old Wei, is Li Huifan still alive? If she is, this bracelet should be returned to her. This bracelet was meant for Li Huifan all along. It had taken so many years to bring it back. This made Qin Guofeng feel a bit emotional. He should have brought his comrades back to their hometown sooner. Qin Guofeng had already wrapped the bracelet in cloth once more, preparing to give it to Li Huifan. So many years had passed. Even if Li Huifan was no longer with us, her descendants should still be around, since they had all married others back then. The descendants might very well be living in the village right now. At this thought, Qin Guofeng grew impatient, his eyes darting urgently toward Wei Dahai. Wei Dahai had just been immersed in sorrow. Age had made him increasingly sentimental, and it took him a while to compose himself. He looked at the others and sighed deeply. They're still alive, and in fairly good health. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng's heart finally settled. As long as she was alive, personally handing the bracelet to Li Huifan would fulfill Baoguo's wish. But the next moment, Wei Dahai spoke with profound sadness. Not only is she alive, but she waited for Lù Baoguo her entire life. She never married at all. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng froze in place. His expression grew incredibly complex. After a long moment, he turned to Wei Dahai. You said Li Huifeng never married? And waited for Baoguo her entire life? How could that be possible? The news was so shocking that Qin Guofeng couldn't process it for a moment. The viewers in the livestream chat were equally incredulous. Is this real? Didn't that grandmother get married? Grandpa Lu always thought she was married. Oh no, everyone, this is bound to be a heartbreaker. Love stories from that era almost always end in tragedy. Holy crap, Grandma Li must have lied to Grandpa Lu back then to let him enlist with peace of mind, then waited her whole life. Shut up, upstairs. I can't take this anymore. Goodness gracious, Grandma Li waited half her life for her beloved to return, only to find the village chief preparing a symbolic grave for him. No wonder she tried to stop it. The live stream viewers had already speculated on the subsequent events. Who would have thought the big knife was waiting here all along? Who would have thought someone could wait their entire life for a childhood sweetheart? Chapter 17, 80 Years of Waiting. Wei Dahai's eyes filled with sorrow as he sighed deeply. Ah. I don't know what to say. I suppose I should take you to see it. With that, he took Qin Guofeng's hand and led the way. Zhao Wei followed behind, holding his phone aloft. He could already foresee what kind of sorrowful story this would be. In the farthest corner of the village, a small Western-style house stood alone. Now, the entire village was filled with new rural courtyard homes built by the government. Li Huifeng had never married and was now getting on in years, but she remained in fairly good health, free from major ailments. The group arrived at Li Huifeng's small courtyard. The courtyard was kept neat and tidy, with many flowers and plants growing by the entrance. Beyond the entrance lay a large vegetable patch. At this time of year, the ripened melons and fruits were clearly visible. Sister Li, look who I brought with me. Wei Dahai appeared before Li Huifeng, bringing Qin Guofeng with him. Now in her 90s, Li Huifeng's graying hair was meticulously combed back. She wore no jewelry except for a pair of delicate silver earrings dangling from her earlobes. Yet these silver earrings were now covered in the mottled patina of time, seeming to wait for something, just like their owner. Li Huifeng sat in a recliner. Upon hearing the commotion, she lazily opened her eyes. Her eyes remained bright, though her face was now densely covered in wrinkles. She saw an unfamiliar elderly man standing in her courtyard. After carefully studying Qin Guofeng and confirming she didn't recognize him, she turned to Wei Dahai. Why did you bring someone I don't know here? But suddenly, the portrait caught her eye, and Li Huifeng instantly tensed up. She shot upright from the recliner, her eyes fixed intently on the youthful face in the portrait. In just a few seconds, she seemed to confirm something. Yet in that moment, she was so overcome with emotion she couldn't find the words. After more than 80 years apart, they met again. One remained as young as when he left. The other, however, was now completely gray-haired. The scene was profoundly poignant, causing viewers in the livestream chat to wail in anguish. Wei Dahai glanced at Qin Guofeng, momentarily unsure how to begin. This old man had waited his entire life. It was Qin Guofeng who stepped forward, his voice heavy with emotion. Sister, I was Baoguo's comrade in arms. I truly had no idea you waited for him your entire life. That boy believed until his dying breath that you had married someone else. That was an entire lifetime. She had spent her entire life waiting for one person. Yet in the end, all she was left with was a cold portrait. Qin Guofeng felt an overwhelming sense of grief, clutching the portrait tightly, utterly at a loss for words. He'd been a soldier his entire life. His greatest fear was facing the families of fallen comrades. Upon hearing Lù Baoguo's name, Li Huifeng finally snapped back to reality. She snatched the portrait from Qin Guofeng's hands and stared intently at the man in it for a long time. After a long while, a single tear fell onto the portrait. It landed precisely on Lù Baoguo's eye, making it look as though he were weeping. It really is Brother Baoguo. Tears fell silently down Li Huifeng's cheeks as she clutched the portrait tightly, refusing to let go. I've aged beyond recognition, yet you remain so young. All these years, I'd nearly forgotten what you look like. You've finally come back. I've waited for you my entire life. Thinking of all those years of waiting. And seeing that youthful face in the portrait, Li Huifeng was overcome with mixed emotions. Finally, she wiped away her tears and smiled aloud. It's good you're back. My lifetime of waiting was worth it. Seeing Li Huifeng's expression, Qin Guofeng felt a pang of sorrow. Baoguo was only in his 20s when he left. I had planned to bring him back after I retired, but it took all these years to finally return to Lùjiā Village. What Qin Guofeng hadn't expected was that even after all these years, someone had still been waiting for Lù Baoguo to come home. Li Huifeng held the portrait with a contented smile on her lips. He never came back all these years. I had long guessed. I just never imagined Brother Baoguo would leave us so young. Now I'm just an old woman. She clutched the portrait tightly, as if holding a precious treasure. Over the years, she had imagined countless scenarios of reuniting with Lù Baoguo. She'd imagined the moment his portrait would be returned home. But Li Huifeng had always imagined receiving a portrait of an aged man. Never did she imagine it would be such a youthful portrait. Holding the portrait, Li Huifeng's face softened with contentment. As long as he's back, Qin Guofeng watched this scene, his eyes already moist. He struggled to hold back the tears. He quickly pulled the well-preserved silver bracelet from his pocket and placed it before Lù Baoguo. Sister-in-law, the silver bracelet was made for you by Baoguo a few years after he enlisted. He thought you were married, so he entrusted it to me for safekeeping. Now it's time for it to return to its rightful owner. The exquisitely crafted silver bracelet was thus placed into Lù Baoguo's hands. Lù Baoguo took the bracelet and examined it carefully, as if admiring some precious treasure. Finally, she smiled as she slipped it onto her wrist, occasionally brushing the silver earrings dangling from her earlobes. Brother Baoguo really has an eye for things that matches my silver earrings perfectly. Lù Baoguo suddenly recalled that moonlit night long ago. Lù Baoguo had personally placed these silver earrings on her ears. Though so much time had passed, the scene of their parting remained vividly etched in her memory. Lù Baoguo's resolute figure walking away seemed to be right before her eyes. Lù Baoguo squinted her eyes as she sank into memory. The wind that night had been bitterly cold. When Lù Baoguo had asked her out in the middle of the night, Lù Baoguo had been filled with excitement. But when Lù Baoguo set off with only a simple pack, she knew what was coming. When Lù Baoguo decided to enlist, Lù Baoguo wholeheartedly supported him. In those days, the lands of Longguo were under foreign invasion. How many lives were lost? Bodies littered the land. Someone had to stand up. When Lù Baoguo placed that pair of silver earrings on her ears, Lù Baoguo desperately wanted to enlist alongside him. They could have gone to the front lines together to fight the invaders. But in the end, Lù Baoguo never voiced her desire to follow him. As the only child in her family, her parents had been crippled by the invaders. If she left with Lù Baoguo, what would become of them? After much deliberation, Lù Baoguo ultimately abandoned her plan to enlist. She chose to stay behind to care for her parents, ultimately watching helplessly as Lù Baoguo departed. Recalling that scene, it felt to Lù Baoguo as if it had happened yesterday. Lù Baoguo's departing figure remained etched in her mind all these years. Chapter 18, Baoguo, I've deceived you my whole life. Lù Baoguo slowly pulled herself out of the memory of their parting all those years ago. Clutching Lù Baoguo's portrait tightly, her eyes brimmed with contentment. After a long moment, she turned to Qin Guofeng and studied him carefully. Brother Baoguo mentioned in his letter that there was a formidable regiment commander in the unit. You must be that commander, Qin. Qin Guofeng nodded. That's correct. It's been so many years now. Back then, Baoguo was always talking about you in the army, but... Hearing Qin Guofeng's words, Lù Baoguo couldn't help but laugh aloud. Did Brother Baoguo tell you back then that I was already married and even had a child? Looks like you tricked him, huh? Qin Guofeng noticed a hint of smugness in Lù Baoguo's expression. She knew things couldn't be that simple. Holding the portrait, Lù Baoguo's lips curved into a smile. Brother Baoguo was such a sweetheart. I knew he was easy to fool. He believed everything I said. Look, all these years he never realized I was deceiving him. My heart is too small, it can only hold one person. How could I possibly marry someone else? Hearing this, Qin Guofeng was momentarily at a loss for words. He froze in place, overcome with a sense of sadness. It was Wei Dahai who sighed and stepped forward. Sister Li never married in her lifetime. She was always alone. He heard bits and pieces about what happened back then. After Lù Baoguo passed away, Lù Baoguo never remarried. For decades, she lived alone, waiting. After waiting all these years, she had finally waited for it. Never married in her entire life. Qin Guofeng sighed heavily upon hearing this, glancing at Lù Baoguo's portrait. You big fool, you're just asking to be stupid. They clearly loved each other, yet they let it slip away. He recalled Lù Baoguo mentioning more than once that his beloved was doing well. They'd even had 2 children, their future life must be carefree and worry-free. Lù Baoguo recalled with a smile, Brother Baoguo was so easy to fool. I knew he was going to enlist, and I knew he was afraid of holding me back, so he said he'd find a good family for me to marry into. That fool actually believed me. Later, when he wrote back, I simply told him I was already married and even had children. That way, he could fight without distraction on the battlefield. She thought back to that night they parted ways. Lù Baoguo could vividly recall Lù Baoguo's expression as he uttered those words against his true feelings. What dearest brother, what dearest sister? Since he insisted on playing this charade, what harm could it do to play alone? At least Lù Baoguo wouldn't enlist with regrets. Looking back now, it all seemed predestined. After Lù Baoguo left, Lù Baoguo stayed with her parents. Her parents were unable to care for themselves, and the burden of their daily lives fell entirely on her shoulders. Matchmakers from the village practically wore out the threshold of the Li household, and countless suitors from all around sought to marry Lù Baoguo. But Lù Baoguo had eyes only for Lù Baoguo. No matter how favorable the suitor's circumstances, she stubbornly refused to marry. At first, her parents were frantic with worry, desperately trying to persuade her. My dear Baoguo, you're already in your late 20s. If you don't marry soon, you'll become an old maid. I beg you, son. Your mother and I are getting old. Who will take care of you in the future? But no matter how her father pleaded, Lù Baoguo wouldn't budge. Even when the village chief came to plead with her, she remained unmoved. Her parents were utterly distraught. Everyone knew Li Huifen's heart belonged to Lù Baoguo. But after sending that one letter all those years ago, Lù Baoguo had never been heard from again. He was probably long gone. No one could persuade her. There was nothing to be done. Li Huifen remained alone. In those days, an unmarried woman faced endless disapproval. Fortunately, the villagers understood Li Huifen's feelings, and the village chief spoke up for her. So Li Huifen's life wasn't as difficult as it could have been. Later, her parents passed away one after another. Then came the founding of the new nation, and life finally improved. No one pressured Li Huifen to marry anymore. She worked hard to prove that women could hold up half the sky, supporting herself through her own labor. All the while, she waited for Lù Baoguo's return. But just a few years after the founding of the People's Republic, the village suddenly decided to erect a symbolic grave for Lù Baoguo. This sent Li Huifen into an immediate rage. She immediately stepped forward to block them. Who told you Baoguo is dead? You're not building a symbolic grave. What if Baoguo comes back? All of you, get out of my way. That day, the usually level-headed Li Huifen suddenly stood before the villagers preparing to dig the grave like a raging woman. She refused to allow them to erect the symbolic grave under any circumstances. With no other option, the village chief had to back down. Everyone in the village knew Li Huifen had been waiting for Lù Baoguo all along. And so she waited all these years. In her youth, Li Huifen threw herself into work to numb herself. She was the hardest worker at the town factory, but after retiring, she suddenly found herself with too much time on her hands. At retirement, Li Huifen was only in her 60s. Suddenly idle, with nothing to occupy her time, she could only desperately recall every little moment she'd shared with Lù Baoguo. But so many years had passed that Li Huifen suddenly realized she couldn't even remember the face of the man she loved. After retirement, Li Huifen counted down the days with her fingers. She hoped that news of Lù Baoguo would come before her last breath. Now she finally exhaled deeply, clutching the portrait in her arms. I waited for him my entire life, and now I've finally waited long enough. I have no other wish, only that after I die, we be buried together. If we couldn't share a bed in life, at least we could rest in the same coffin in death. Seeing Li Huifen's contented expression, Qin Guofeng felt a complex mix of emotions. Suddenly, he recalled Lù Baoguo's heart-wrenching expression whenever he reminisced about his beloved. He had assumed Lù Baoguo had married and started a family. But it turns out his beloved waited for him her entire life. Viewers in the livestream chat were now in tears. I can't take it. I knew there'd be a big reveal, but this is too much. Why? I feel so awful, everyone. Someone save me. I knew it would be sad, but I never imagined it would be this heartbreaking. This is killing me. After decades apart, they finally reunite, one still youthful, the other now gray-haired. I can't take it. At my age, I shouldn't watch scenes like this. My heart can't handle it. Phew, calm down. Look at it this way, these two lovers have finally found each other again. All those years grandma waited weren't wasted. We should be happy for them. Bullets flew like crazy as Ting Xuan's livestream hit peak popularity. Many viewers were tuning in to witness this meaningful livestream. Even Ting Xuan's eyes were red from crying on screen. Stop those random comments flying around. God knows I'm not crying, it's just sand in my eyes. Saying I shed tears? Don't I have any dignity? Chapter 19, Going to Meet Him. A sorrowful atmosphere had enveloped the livestream. Ting Xuan felt this couldn't go on any longer. Though the process was heartbreaking, the outcome was positive, wasn't it? So he quickly composed himself. Come on, guys, look this way. Don't all look so downcast, the old lady's waiting for us, isn't she? This is something to celebrate. We should thank the Centenarian. If he hadn't insisted on bringing his comrade home, we'd never have known someone had been quietly waiting all these years in Lùjiā Village. We should thank Xiao Wei here. If you hadn't connected us, we'd never have known the Centenarian did something so meaningful. Come on, today Brother Quan is feeling generous, I'll let you show your face on my livestream. At that moment, Xiao Wei was so overcome with emotion he couldn't find words. By the time his face appeared on the livestream, he was already crying his eyes out. Why? Sorry, Brother Quan. I don't know what's wrong with me, I just can't stop crying. It's truly heartbreaking waiting your entire life for just one person. Get that pathetic face out of here. Seeing Xiao Wei's sorrowful expression, Ting Xuan's mouth twitched. Guys, don't follow his example. We need to find our own takeaways from today's livestream. Even an elderly person can wait for their beloved for so many years. You should be braver too. If you have someone you like but haven't confessed, or goals you haven't pursued, get moving. A centenarian is fulfilling someone else's dying wish. You should all take action to stop wasting your days online. Under Ting Xuan's rallying cry, the live stream audience was fired up. Brother Quan rocks, but that centenarian rocks even harder. Just realized I still haven't passed my English level 2 exam, guess I need to buckle down. Tonight I'm confessing to my crush. Success or failure aside, I'm taking that first step. Honestly, if the grandmother and grandfather had been clear with each other back then, maybe it wouldn't have ended so sadly. This might be unsolvable. Both were thinking of each other, one worried about dying on the battlefield, the other worried about distracting their beloved from the front lines. This might have been the best outcome. Viewers in the livestream chat were buzzing with discussion, and the topic had reached peak popularity. It even topped the online trending charts. News of the Centenarian reappearing online after a month's absence spread rapidly. This prompted many netizens to revisit the video from a month ago where the Centenarian shared his wish. Listening to the spring's livestream saw a surge of viewers, keeping the buzz consistently high. The immense attention drew the attention of relevant authorities to the livestream content. A Centenarian veteran of the anti-Japanese war sends his comrades' portrait back to their hometown. This demands our full attention. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry to Lùjiā Village. In the county office of Wuzhong County, Jiang Province, County Magistrate Zhou Jianan received a call from higher-ups. Did you see the livestream online? It's happening in a village under your jurisdiction. Headquarters demands you personally escort the veteran back. County Chief Zhou nodded urgently. Yes, I saw the livestream too. Rest assured, sir, I'll go fetch the old man immediately. Who would have thought a livestream could catch the attention of higher-ups? And such a heartwarming gesture had occurred right within his own jurisdiction. Both in principle and in practice, the county magistrate should personally handle this matter. So Zhou Jianan immediately instructed his subordinates, this is no trivial matter. There are very few Centenarian veterans left now. Whether he was a regiment commander or not, we must bring him here. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianan himself was watching the livestream footage. The content was indeed quite poignant. While he knew that era had been brutal, he hadn't imagined it could be this heartbreaking. No wonder it had captured so much public attention. A Centenarian veteran undertaking such a meaningful endeavor deserved the utmost attention. But his subordinate couldn't help but speak up. County Chief, I think we should verify the facts first. Didn't you hear what the livestream said? They claimed that old man was a regiment commander. No commander would ever. I suspect it might just be scripted. It might not be scripted. Tinquan is a hugely popular streamer online, he wouldn't pull something like that. But whether this Centenarian really was a regiment commander is questionable. The livestream footage looked pretty authentic to me. It probably wasn't fake. Several staff members were already murmuring among themselves. A few young girls even had tears streaming down their faces. They'd all been moved by the scene in the livestream room. After waiting decades, they'd finally witnessed it. This wasn't something just anyone could pull off. Zhou Jianan had already shifted his gaze away from the live feed, taking a deep breath. Everyone, stop standing around here. This is definitely a veteran, no question about it. As for whether he's at the regiment commander level, we'll investigate that later. Such a positive gesture deserves my personal welcome. Whether he's a regiment commander or not doesn't matter. Get the car ready immediately. I'm heading to Lùjiā Village right now. At his words, his subordinates sprang into action. Whether he was a regiment commander or not truly didn't matter, a man like this certainly deserved a personal welcome from someone at the county magistrate level. Soon, Zhou Jianan was driving toward Lùjiā Village. The county seat was an hour's drive from Lùjiā Village. At that moment, Qin Guofeng's figure was still visible in the livestream from Tinquan. Having composed himself, he turned to Li Huifen, sister-in-law, don't be sad. Living well is what matters. He had intended to say something like live well to Li Huifen. But seeing her clutching the portrait tightly, unwilling to let go, Qin Guofeng suddenly felt that after living so long, the person he'd waited for all these years had finally arrived. He knew all too well the feeling of living so long. Right now, Li Huifen surely only wanted to be with Lù Baoguo. So he said no more, deciding it best not to disturb their reunion. Wei Dehai also stepped forward. Commander Qin, since Lù Baoguo's portrait has been returned, why don't you come to my place for a visit? We haven't seen each other in so many years. Qin Guofeng was the greatest idol of his life. To see him in his lifetime was the happiest day of his life. Qin Guofeng gazed deeply at Lù Baoguo's portrait. Baoguo, I've brought you back. Don't blame me for being late in returning you, making you wait so many years to meet your sister-in-law. Due to the angle, the solemn expression on Lù Baoguo's portrait suddenly seemed to soften into a faint smile. As if telling Qin Guofeng it was all right. With a smile in his eyes, Qin Guofeng finally delivered him home. All that effort peddling the cart for a month hadn't been in vain. Just then, the excited voice of the village chief of Lùjiā Village suddenly rang out from the doorway. Uncle Wei, the county magistrate has actually come to our Lùjiā Village. Chapter 20, the wedding delayed 80 years. Hearing that the county magistrate had actually come, the viewers in the livestream were stunned. They stared intently at the live feed, not wanting to miss a single detail. Greetings, veterans. I am Zhou Jianan, county magistrate of Wuzhong County. Zhou Jianan strode purposefully toward Qin Guofeng, a warm smile on his face. Hello, sir. Your heroic act is truly awe-inspiring. I've come personally to welcome you. As he spoke, he reached out and grasped Qin Guofeng's calloused hand. With that handshake, Zhou Jianan instantly grasped Qin Guofeng's background. The hands were covered in thick calluses. These were undoubtedly marks left by years of handling guns. Could he truly be a regiment commander? Without confirmation, he dared not make a fuss. Instead, he simply smiled broadly at Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng hadn't expected to stir up such a commotion, even involving the county magistrate. He smiled and took a step back. I was merely fulfilling a fallen comrade's final wish. There's no need for such a big fuss. The village chief beside him had already begun questioning Wei Dahai. Uncle Wei, is this old man really a regiment commander? The village chief seemed skeptical. Could it be you're getting old and mistaking someone? I'm sure it's. Shut your filthy mouth, you little bastard. Wei Dahai's temper flared, and he began cursing. How dare you question our Colonel Qin? The village chief, in his 40s or 50s, had never been cursed at like this before. Only Wei Dahai dared to point his finger and yell at him. Now he dared not even breathe loudly, standing obediently by the side. Lù Baoguo still clutched the portrait tightly when suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she sprang to her feet. Where is Colonel Qin? I have something I need your help with. Qin Guofeng immediately stepped forward upon hearing her. He looked at her nervously. Sister-in-law, what is it? How can I help? Lù Baoguo was getting on in years and moved with some difficulty. Holding the portrait, she pondered for a long moment. Let me think where I put it. Wait here, I'll go find it right now. She carefully placed the portrait on the table and began rummaging through a large wooden chest beside it, her movements trembling. She muttered to herself, strange. I distinctly remember putting it in this chest. Why can't I find it now? Qin Guofeng hurried after her, noticing that Lù Baoguo didn't seem to be in the best condition. He stood by, offering a steady hand to steady her, afraid she might stumble. I can't do it anymore. I'm getting old, my eyesight's failing, I can't see where it is. Hearing this, Jiao Wei hurried over. Grandma, just tell me what you're looking for, and I'll help you find it. Lù Baoguo thought for a moment before speaking. It's a vermilion box. I remember it was inside this chest. Child, hurry and find it for me. I have a very important use for it. Jiao Wei wasted no time, immediately rummaging through the large chest. It was an aged, handcrafted wooden chest, its hinges stiff and creaky. The contents inside were neatly arranged in album and various odds and ends. Finally, after lifting several neatly stacked pieces of fabric, Jiao Wei found the vermilion box Lù Baoguo had described. Grandma, is this it? Jiao Wei hurriedly handed it over. Lù Baoguo cradled the box as if it were a precious treasure. This is it. Lù Baoguo carried the box to the memorial portrait, a hint of relief on her face. After all these years, we've finally waited for this moment. Comrade Qin, you were the elder brother Baoguo respected most. I feel it must be you who witnesses this. As she spoke, she opened the box, revealing a faded red cloth inside. Jiao Wei aimed his phone at the box, puzzled. What is this? A piece of faded red cloth? It was clearly old, adorned with intricate embroidery, and Jiao Wei couldn't immediately identify it. But Qin Guofeng immediately recognized it, his voice trembling slightly. Sister-in-law, this is a red veil, isn't it? Are you planning to? Exactly. Qin Guofeng's keen eye instantly recognized the faded embroidery of a pair of mandarin ducks. The 4 characters Eternal Harmony were still faintly visible. The fabric itself wasn't of the finest quality, likely faded from years of storage. Yet the embroidered mandarin ducks clearly bore the mark of considerable care and devotion. Lù Baoguo stroked the faded red veil with a blissful expression. Since you're calling me sister-in-law, you should know that Baoguo and I haven't actually gotten married yet. This red veil was prepared by me all those years ago, waiting for brother Baoguo to return so we could marry. I never imagined I'd wait over 80 years. Now that Baoguo has finally returned, it's time for us to complete this wedding. At this thought, tears of joy welled up in Lù Baoguo's eyes. After waiting so long, Lù Baoguo felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. Why not seize this auspicious day to hold the wedding ceremony? Qin Guofeng felt a heavy weight in his heart, thinking of how Lù Baoguo had spent his final moments thinking only of his beloved. A pair of lovers had been separated for so many years. Alright, sister-in-law, I'll personally officiate your wedding today. Qin Guofeng glanced around. Quickly, tidy this place up. There are flowers by the door, pick some red ones. No sooner had he spoken than Wei Dahai dashed out first. His stride was remarkably agile. Rest assured, Commander. Mission accomplished. Hearing Qin Guofeng's command after so many years, Wei Dahai's long-dormant muscle memory was instantly reawakened. He bustled about busily, his energy level looking nothing like that of a 100-year-old man. The village chief stared in astonishment, never expecting Wei Dahai to be so agile. Amazed, he too began to bustle about. Zhou Jianan watched with deep emotion, quickly joining several subordinates to clean up the scene. One of the female cadres had already begun applying makeup to Lù Baoguo. The female cadre leafed through her small handbag with a touch of sadness. Tears welled up in her eyes. Grandma, I only brought lipstick. Let me apply it for you. I know a little about styling hair too. I see red flowers in the courtyard, I can pin some for you. Though simple, this was still the most important day in a woman's life. And it couldn't be taken lightly. Lù Baoguo felt a touch of coyness at this moment. I'm so old now, what's the point of putting on makeup? Though she said this, a hint of anticipation flickered in her eyes. No matter how old one is, standing before the one they love still brings a touch of shyness. She had waited over 80 years for this wedding. Viewers in the livestream chat were already teary-eyed at this scene. Sniff. A wedding that took over 80 years to arrive, yet they're separated by life and death. My heart aches. But they finally made it, didn't they? Sincere blessings to this couple. Why are you crying? This is such a joyous occasion, they're getting married. Everyone, flood the chat with flowers and blessings. May this couple, separated for over 80 years, finally unite in joy. Chapter 21, I'm Here to Marry You. This is truly the wedding of the century. The live stream audience kept growing, all here to witness this wedding. The venue was set up in just a few minutes. In the center of the main hall stood several bouquets of red flowers, complemented by a slightly faded red veil. Though the scene was somewhat simple, flowers and guests were present. At last, this wedding delayed for 80 years could take place. Lù Baoguo wore a small red flower pinned to her hair. Though her eyes were lined with wrinkles, she looked a bit nervous. She clutched the hand of the female cadre beside her tightly. Child, is my hair combed properly? Does it look messy? And are my earrings on right? She fiddled with her hair as she spoke. She carefully fastened the bracelet on her wrist, afraid of any slip-up. The wedding she had waited 80 years for had finally arrived. Though she had prepared for so long, seeing the white-edged red veil before her, Lù Baoguo's thoughts drifted back decades. It was shortly after Lù Baoguo had enlisted in the army, and there was a wedding in the village. She had seen the bride's red veil, vivid and beautiful in the sunlight. Lù Baoguo, barely a teenager, thought she should prepare her own red veil early, so that when Lù Baoguo returned, there would be no last-minute rush. So she began preparing the red veil behind her parents' backs. She remembered clearly that the money for the red fabric had been saved from digging medicinal herbs in the mountains. Being young and only a teenager, her embroidery skills were naturally not very good. Her first attempt at embroidering a pair of mandarin ducks bore no resemblance to the birds at all. Later, Lù Baoguo spent a long time learning from an auntie in the village before she finally managed to embroider a decent pair of mandarin ducks. But after all these years, the embroidery on the veil had started to fray in places. I spent several nights embroidering it back then. Lù Baoguo gently stroked the red veil. I was waiting for Brother Baoguo. Now he's finally back, and we can be together forever. Hearing this, the female cadre's eyes instantly reddened. She choked back tears for a long moment, unsure what to say. The atmosphere grew heavy. But Lù Baoguo, radiant with happiness like a young girl, continued to caress the red veil tenderly. She recalled how she used to count the days until Lù Baoguo's return while staring at the red veil every single day. Over time, Lù Baoguo never came back. At first, Lù Baoguo's eyes had been filled with hope, but gradually they had turned into a stagnant pool. Especially as she grew older, gazing at the wrinkled face staring back at her in the mirror, a sudden, inexplicable rage welled up inside her. She stared at the red veil for a long time before finally tossing it angrily into the farthest corner of the trunk. Lù Baoguo wouldn't be coming back. Had he married another woman? That was Lù Baoguo's thought at the time. Why else would there be no word from him for so long? It wasn't until after the founding of the People's Republic that life gradually stabilized. Villagers from nearby villages who had enlisted in the army began returning one after another. Some returned missing an arm, others missing a leg, and finally, some returned with only a portrait of the deceased. When Lù Baoguo saw the portrait delivered to that household, the family wept so hard they could barely breathe, and this sight filled her with a sense of dread. She hurried back to retrieve the red veil buried at the bottom of the trunk. She folded it carefully. Baoguo, I won't rush you anymore. You can come back later. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait for you. As long as you come back, no matter what you look like, I'll marry you right away. See, I've even prepared this red veil. At that moment, Lù Baoguo still refused to face the word death. As long as Lù Baoguo returned. But as the days passed, her hair gradually turned gray. Wrinkles multiplied across her face. Lù Baoguo finally grasped the truth. The man she once loved might no longer be among the living. But life must go on. She made a silent vow within herself. As long as Brother Baoguo didn't return, she wouldn't close her eyes for a single day. It was this very conviction that had sustained her until now. Lù Baoguo now wore a blissful smile on her face, with mottled silver earrings dangling from her ears. On her wrist was the silver bracelet Lù Baoguo had left behind. Gently cradling Lù Baoguo's portrait in her arms, she draped the red veil, arriving 80 years too late over it before stepping before Qin Guofeng. Her eyes sparkled with joy. Commander Qin, please officiate our wedding. Qin Guofeng felt as if a heavy stone pressed against his chest, making it hard to breathe. After a long moment, his eyes reddened as he spoke. The auspicious hour has arrived. The bride and groom shall now bow to heaven and earth. Lù Baoguo, clutching Lù Baoguo's portrait, bowed tremulously toward the entrance. A female cadre carefully supported her, fearing the elderly woman might stumble. Qin Guofeng, his heart heavy, continued, the bride and groom now bow to their parents. No one present but Qin Guofeng deserved this bow. So Lù Baoguo bowed directly to Qin Guofeng without hesitation. Only one final bow remained. Qin Guofeng's voice boomed, the newlyweds bow to each other. Hearing this, Lù Baoguo instantly tensed up, then turned Lù Baoguo's portrait toward herself with a hint of anticipation. Seeing the young Lù Baoguo transformed into a cold portrait, her heart filled with mixed emotions as she bowed before the portrait. Brother Baoguo, I've come to marry you. With that final bow, Lù Baoguo exhausted every ounce of strength she had left. She clung tightly to Lù Baoguo's portrait, her face radiant with happiness. She wouldn't let go. Never again would she let go. Qin Guofeng, witnessing this scene, could no longer hold back his tears. Seconds later, he announced before the assembled guests, two families unite in marriage, bound by this solemn covenant. May this blessed union endure forever, a perfect match in every way. Today, Lù Baoguo marries Lù Baoguo as his wife. From this day forward, they shall cherish each other, never to part. The ceremony is complete. Those few words seemed to drain every ounce of strength from Qin Guofeng. This wedding was a full 80 years overdue. Had it not been for the invasion by foreign tribes, these two might never have met such an end. For how many lovers had been torn apart by the wars of that era? Every soul present felt profound sorrow. Though it was a wedding, an endless sorrow hung heavy in the air. Everyone was immersed in a sea of sorrow. In the livestream chat, though few comments appeared, the number of viewers watching this historic wedding had already surpassed 8 million online. Its popularity had completely surged to the top of the entire internet. Tinquan wept like a child, removing his glasses to frantically wipe away tears. The chat stream was filled with heartfelt messages. This wedding was 80 years overdue. Why did it have to be so hard? It's supposed to be a joyous occasion, yet I can't stop crying. Exactly. Shouldn't we be happy? I just can't hold it together. I can't take it anymore, everyone. Do you know why this wedding was delayed 80 years? It's all because of those foreign tribes. Damn those invaders. How many couples were torn apart by war back then? How many families were separated forever, never to see each other again? Chapter 22, The Dragon General Who Guards the Nation. Seeing the white-haired old man clutching the portrait so tightly, his face radiant with happiness, countless viewers across live streams felt a pain so deep it took their breath away. The entire internet was submerged in this sorrowful mood, unable to shake it off for a long time. The viewership in Tinquan Jianbao's livestream had surged to a staggering 8 million. This drew attention to the livestream from all corners of the nation. Beijing. Inside an imposing office, a man in his 70s stared intently at the live stream. This man is Duan Jinxing, a high-ranking official of the Dragon Nation. The footage currently displayed was a segment from Lù Baoguo's wedding ceremony. He had witnessed the ceremony himself, truly moving, yet profoundly sorrowful. Originally, he had only been paying attention to this wedding, delayed for 80 years. But now, Duan Jinxing couldn't care less about anything else. His gaze was fixed firmly on Qin Guofeng behind the scenes. Strange, why does this old man look so familiar? Duan Jinxing's eagle eyes fixed intently on Qin Guofeng, as if confirming something. He too had risen from the ranks, climbing step by step to his current position. After so many years in the military, he had honed his eyes into a pair of piercing, discerning ones. He could recognize almost anyone he'd ever seen. Yet the officiant in the live feed before him, Duan Jinxing, felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. He rapidly scanned through every person he had ever known in his life. Years of military training had honed Duan Jinxing's mind into a supercomputer. A photographic memory was his specialty. Yet after several minutes, even his eagle eyes were clouded with confusion. He couldn't place it. He sorted through every memory in his mind connected to that face. Yet there was no memory of this old man. Yet the old man felt strangely familiar. He bore an uncanny resemblance to one of the dragon generals of the Dragon Nation. Currently, the Dragon Nation had 11 dragon generals. Only one had announced his intention to return home to be with his comrades after achieving great success. Then he thought of his own hometown. He left the military then, and there had been no word from him for all these years. Duan Jinxing felt that Qin Guofeng in the livestream looked familiar. He bore a striking resemblance to the dragon general who had departed all those years ago. The thought struck Duan Jinxing as utterly unbelievable, and he slammed his fist hard on the table. Impossible. If this old man is the dragon general who left back then wouldn't that mean? Back then, when the Dragon Nation faced invasion by foreign tribes, countless ancestors threw themselves into the war. Their sole purpose was to drive the invaders from Dragon Nation's soil. After years of struggle, they finally succeeded. The invaders were driven out. The Dragon Nation was thus established. All 10+ dragon generals who had protected the nation back then had since passed away. If the elderly man in the livestream is indeed the one who left back then, wouldn't that make him the sole surviving dragon general of the nation today? At this thought, Duan Jinxing's expression turned utterly shocked. At his age, little could unsettle him. He had weathered every storm life could throw at him. But a figure of this stature was no laughing matter. So many had sacrificed their lives back then. How many had perished in that era of relentless warfare? How many had stepped forward in this very war? It took so many brutal battles to establish the Dragon Nation. How much suffering must have been endured. Back then, the dragon nation lay scarred and broken. It was these dragon generals who stepped forward. They led the dragon nation's forces to drive out the foreign tribes. If the person in the livestream is truly the one who left all those years ago, that would make him the only surviving dragon marshal of the nation. Duan Jinxing was lost in recollection. He had heard of this dragon general's prowess long ago. Back in the military, he was revered as a god of war. He served as the supreme commander in multiple crucial battles during the liberation of Dragon Nation. He once set the highest record for eliminating enemy casualties in a single battle during the anti-alien war. To become such a prominent figure, his military achievements were truly countless. Yet now, with the passage of time, all the dragon generals had passed away. Yet now, there might actually be one still alive in this world. This was the supreme commander of all Dragon Nation forces, a figure before whom even I would not dare sit. But could this truly be possible? The heroes of yesteryear have all passed away with the passage of time. Now, a veteran of the anti-anomaly war suddenly appears in the livestream. He bears such a striking resemblance to the dragon protector who departed after the nation's stabilization. At this thought, Duan Jinxing's expression turned grave. He stared intently at the livestream feed once more, his gaze fixed firmly on Qin Guofeng. Yet no matter how hard he tried to confirm it, he couldn't recall the appearance of that dragon general of the past. He only felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with Qin Guofeng, yet the memory remained stubbornly elusive. Duan Jinxing abruptly rose from his seat. Impossible. I must have seen this old gentleman before. He raced through his memories. He pushed his thoughts further and further back until he seemed to reach his childhood. A familiar face appeared before Duan Jinxing. Little Jinxing, when you grow up, why not join the army and serve our country? Duan Jinxing was pulled into the man's embrace. He tried to get a better look, but suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Knock knock. This abruptly snapped Duan Jinxing out of his memories. That familiar face vanished before his eyes in an instant. Duan Jinxing glanced at the livestream with a hint of frustration, then overlaid it with the image of that youthful face in his mind. Something just didn't quite add up. The elderly gentleman in this livestream seemed a bit too young. Duan Jinxing fell silent for a few seconds before regaining his composure. He called toward the doorway, "Come in." The secretary outside the door entered with solemn seriousness. "I've confirmed that this livestream isn't a publicity stunt. It truly is a veteran bringing his comrades back to their hometown. However, regarding the 11th Dragon General of the nation you asked me to investigate, I've combed through every archive, yet there's no record whatsoever. It seems the 11th Dragon General of the nation never existed." This conclusion came after combing through numerous archives. The most classified archives of the Dragon Nation contained no information whatsoever about the 11th Dragon Marshal. If he truly existed, it would certainly be documented. Such a significant figure couldn't have vanished without a trace. Duan Jinxing shook his head immediately upon hearing this. "That's impossible. He must have existed. I remember him holding me. My father was one of the veterans back then. Though much time has passed, I remember clearly there were definitely 11 of them. I couldn't possibly be mistaken. How could that be? There were definitely 11. Duan Jinxing grew up in a military family. Even as a child, he could still picture scenes of his father drinking and chatting with a group of people at home. He remembered it clearly. There were 11. But why was there absolutely no record of the 11th Dragon Marshal of the nation in the archives? Duan Jinxing was utterly perplexed. My memory can't be wrong. Could someone have deliberately concealed the existence of this dragon general? Chapter 23, Revival Depends on You. This thought startled Duan Jinxing. It seemed impossible. This was a dragon general of the nation. How could anyone erase such an honorable existence? He took a deep breath and stared at the live feed for a long time. Finally, his gaze settled on Wei Dahai in the frame. He recalled how Wei Dahai had addressed Qin Guofeng as commander from the very start. Duan Jinxing slammed his fist on the table. Investigate this Wei Dahai. Find out which unit he served in during his military service and exactly who his battalion commander was. This should be traceable. He refused to believe the 11th Dragon General didn't exist. The secretary immediately began the investigation, while Duan Jinxing stared at Qin Guofeng on the live feed. He strained to recall something. It was the day, as a child, he came home from school and saw his father standing in their large courtyard, speaking sadly to someone his own age. "Are you really leaving? The country is finally at peace. It's time to enjoy a life of leisure." Duan's father gazed at the man before him with regret, his eyes brimming with endless sorrow. The man across from him also wore a sorrowful expression. "With the country at peace, it's time for me to retire after fulfilling my duty. Old Duan, I want to take these fallen brothers back to see their homeland one last time. Please don't try to keep me here." Young Duan Jinxing craned his neck to look at the man sitting across from his father. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make out the man's face. He only sensed a dazzling radiance emanating from the man's entire being. "Very well. After so many years of brutal war, it's time to send them home." At the end of their conversation, Father Duan gave the other man a firm pat on the shoulder. Old friend, who knows when we'll meet again after this parting. Take care of yourself. Duan Jinxing couldn't recall what the two men chattered about afterward. He only remembered being held in the arms of that tall man afterward. Xiao Jinxing. Your father named you this, waiting for your generation to revive the Dragon Nation. Rest assured, under your leadership, the Dragon Nation will surely rise again to stand at the pinnacle of the world. He vaguely remembered the glare being so intense he couldn't make out the Dragon General's face. He only remembered the man's arms were incredibly strong, carrying him around the courtyard for hours. He finally departed as the sun began to set. Duan Xingjian remembered it clearly, the Dragon General had departed, his footsteps echoing in the fading light of the setting sun. His silhouette stood exceptionally tall against the sunset. It signaled the end of an era, just as the Dragon General had foretold. The future of the Dragon Nation would require the revitalization of its younger generation. Duan Jinxing remained lost in his memories for a long time. Thinking of the words spoken by that Dragon General back then, his eyes began to redden. How many years had passed since then? All the Dragon Generals who once protected the nation were now gone. If only that departed Dragon General were truly still alive. Duan Jinxing's eyes brimmed with emotion. As the son of a soldier, he had been taught from childhood to shed blood but never tears. Yet now, recalling that once sturdy figure, he could not hold back the tears of sorrow. His gaze locked onto Qin Guofeng's figure on the live broadcast screen. If it truly is you, why haven't you returned to visit all these years? Due to his father's position, he had met many of the 10 Dragon Generals who had once protected the nation. Yet of all of them, he could only recall a vague silhouette of the one who had departed. The secretary beside him found it astonishing to see Duan Jinxing's reddened eyes. This was the most iron-willed soldier in the Dragon Nation. A man who shed blood but never tears, and now this. Stunned, the secretary hurriedly offered comfort. Old Duan, I think there must be some mistake. Think about it, that was a founding Dragon General. Such an illustrious figure would surely have photographs left behind, or at the very least, others would know of him. But the 11th one you mentioned has absolutely no records. It's as if this person never existed at all. Could it be that you misremembered? He truly couldn't believe that someone as formidable as the Dragon Marshal of the Republic would leave no trace whatsoever. The only explanation is that Duan Jinxing must have misremembered. But seeing Duan Jinxing so visibly upset, the secretary dared not say another word. By now, Duan Jinxing had gradually calmed himself. Upon hearing the secretary's words, fragments of memories suddenly surfaced in his mind. His father had said to this tall, upright soldier, "You stubborn blockhead, why won't you participate? This is recognition for all your years of hard work. Your deeds will be known to all the people of our Dragon Nation. I know you prefer to stay low-key, but this is an opportunity to bring honor to our family. You simply must go." The man across from him smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "My achievements are enough for me to know about. There's no need for such fanfare. Old Duan, you know me. Don't invite me to these public events. I'd feel uncomfortable if I went. It's enough for me that my comrades here remember me." The young Duan Jinxing could see the regret on his father's face at that moment. What was said afterward, he truly couldn't recall. So this 11th Dragon Marshal of the nation was a remarkably low-key man. Few knew of him, and with so many years having passed, there probably aren't many left who remember this Dragon General. At this thought, Duan Jinxing's heart of steel suddenly tightened. He sighed heavily. Just because no one knows about him doesn't mean he doesn't exist. Perhaps the Dragon General rarely appeared in public. But we must not forget this Dragon General. My memory cannot be wrong, he definitely existed. Yet who could have erased his very being? After all these years, it was as if the Dragon General had never existed at all. This is unfair. Regardless of the reason, such a forebear must be firmly remembered by all. Now Duan Jinxing's stubbornness flared up again. He must uncover the truth. Why was the Dragon General's existence erased? Meanwhile, the livestream's viewership had completely exploded. The entire internet was moved by this wedding of the century. At the ceremony, upon hearing the words, "The ceremony is complete," Lù Baoguo seemed to lose all her strength. Now she could only cling tightly to Lù Baoguo's portrait, her face radiant with happiness. "Baoguo, did you hear that? We're finally married." Lù Baoguo's eyes sparkled with joy as she finally turned to Qin Guofeng beside her. "Commander Qin, I must thank you. If you hadn't returned Baoguo's portrait, I might never have waited this long." With age, Lù Baoguo could clearly feel her body was not what it used to be. Especially in recent years, she felt as if she might close her eyes at any moment and never open them again. It was only the belief that Lù Baoguo would return that kept her going. That was what had sustained her all this time. Now that her wish had finally been fulfilled, Lù Baoguo felt a great weight lifted from her shoulders. Chapter 24, The Non-Existent Hero. Qin Guofeng, however, felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I brought Baoguo back too late. I had planned to take them back to my hometown after my discharge, but I..." At this thought, Qin Guofeng's eyes filled with self-reproach. After his discharge years ago, he had adopted a granddaughter. Though the foreign tribes had been driven out, the Dragon Nation was in shambles. He had resolved to rebuild his hometown first. He'd return to send his comrades back when he had time. But year after year passed, and the task seemed endless. Time slipped away bit by bit, and he too became an elderly man. Finally, after all these years, he remembered the wishes of his comrades from back then. Yet to have kept a pair of lovers apart for so long. Qin Guofeng suddenly thought of the portraits of his remaining comrades. How many of their families were silently waiting? It was his fault. I'm sorry to them. Colonel Qin, you mustn't blame yourself. If not for you, I would never have seen Brother Baoguo again in this lifetime. Lù Baoguo looked radiant, her spirit and vitality much improved from before. Her eyes now sparkled with life. I also want to thank you for officiating our wedding. Look how happy Baoguo looks. As she spoke, she gently traced the contours of Lù Baoguo's face on the portrait. Her movements were so careful, as if she feared damaging it. Watching this scene, Zhou Jianen's eyes welled up with tears. A bitter taste filled his heart, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Village chief, the old man doesn't seem to be in good shape. Zhou Jianen whispered to the village chief it'd be best to get someone to check on him. The village chief, already moved to tears, was now frantically wiping away his own. He was utterly speechless at that moment. It was Qin Guofeng who stepped forward, carefully observing Lù Baoguo's expression. Finally, he sighed and waved his hand. No need to call anyone. It's only a matter of days now. Dahai, have everyone prepare for the funeral in the coming days. Having seen countless patients, he understood Lù Baoguo's condition. Though she appeared alert and her complexion seemed healthy. But she was getting on in years, and all these years she'd been holding on by sheer willpower. Now that her purpose had returned, it was likely. Wei Dahai sighed heavily. Yes, Commander, rest assured. I'll have everyone in the village prepare in advance. It was supposed to be a wedding, yet the air was thick with endless sorrow. It was truly unbearable. It had left the viewers in the livestream room gasping for breath. Everyone knew this should be a joyous occasion. But after learning about this love spanning 80 years, no one could feel joy. From waiting as youths, to waiting through young adulthood. Then into middle age, until finally their hair turned white over 80 long years. What immense faith must one possess to endure such a long wait? The sorrow felt at this moment defies description. A group of people could only watch the livestream in silence, overcome with grief. Meanwhile, Duan Jinxing had been closely following the livestream content, simultaneously awaiting the investigation results. Soon, his secretary brought the retrieved information. Wei Dahai, currently 86 years old, was awarded multiple first-class merits during his military service. He served in the Tiger Regiment. The commander of this Tiger Regiment earned countless special-grade meritorious service awards during his military career. The most renowned was during a war against an alien race, where he wiped out an entire enemy company with just one platoon of men, despite being completely out of ammunition. The enemy suffered total casualties, while our entire platoon emerged unscathed. The list of military achievements attributed to this regiment commander was truly staggering. The secretary's eyes widened in astonishment. In another external campaign, this commander infiltrated enemy lines alone and astonishingly. He single-handedly decapitated 2 enemy platoons, all of whom were fully armed, and ultimately captured the enemy commander alive. He then executed him before our troops, greatly boosting our morale. By this point, the secretary's voice was trembling. Is this even human? A single man managed to escape unscathed from 2 platoons of enemy forces. And even captured the enemy commander alive. If not for the official seal on the document, he'd have suspected it was forged. Reading the records about this regiment commander, he seemed like a true soldier's soldier. Just hearing about this regiment commander had Duan Jinxing buzzing with excitement. What a formidable Tiger Regiment commander. Truly, heroes emerge in times of chaos. Duan Jinxing felt his blood begin to surge with excitement. Could this elderly gentleman in the livestream be the very commander of the fierce Tiger Regiment? A figure like this, I ought to pay him a personal visit. He was born after the founding of the nation, with no opportunity to fight against foreign invaders. Yet growing up in a military family, Duan Jinxing had heard countless tales of heroic soldiers. Yet he had never heard of anyone as formidable as this. This was a hero who had truly existed. He couldn't wait to seek out Qin Guofeng. But the secretary spoke awkwardly. Mr. Duan, the commander of the Tiger Brigade has no recorded name. Even the files only list him as commander of the Tiger Brigade. This name. No name was recorded. This was truly unheard of. Even the secretary could sense something was off. How could such a formidable figure not have left behind a name? Upon hearing this, Duan Jinxing's expression turned peculiar. He snatched the file and began flipping through it himself. No name recorded? How is that possible? Someone with such an illustrious combat record should be archived properly. Why is he listed only as the Tiger Battalion commander? What exactly are the archive staff doing? Hearing that the commander of the fierce Tiger Regiment wasn't even recorded by name, Duan Jinxing was furious at first, but he quickly regained his composure. Now seated in his chair, he stared at the documents for a long time. This doesn't add up. Even the most negligent archivist wouldn't make such a grave error. The secretary sensed trouble brewing and quickly interjected, I agree something's off. How could anyone dare neglect their duties in such a critical place as the archives? Mr. Duan, it's clear someone deliberately omitted the Tiger Regiment commander's name. But who could be so audacious as to erase the name of a meritorious officer? Just pondering it made beads of sweat form on the secretary's forehead. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't fathom what had happened. Surely no one would be that audacious. Duan Jinxing's eyes grew grave as he carefully pieced together all the events. First, there was the dragon general of the nation who had departed in his youth. His name had also been omitted from the records. But it was certain that this person had definitely existed. For some unknown reason, it seemed as though his existence had been deliberately erased. Then there was the commander of the fierce Tiger Regiment. According to the records, this commander was a true soldier's soldier. Yet despite his formidable prowess, not even his name had been preserved. Chapter 25, The Heartless Influencer Boss. This is highly suspicious. Why would two such pivotal figures conveniently vanish without a trace? It seemed as though someone had deliberately erased all traces of their existence. Duan Jinxing pressed his lips together, silent for a long while. At least the commander of the Tiger Brigade had his glorious achievements recorded. Only his name was missing. But the 11th Dragon Marshal who truly existed? Not a single trace remains. It was as if this person had never existed at all. This left Duan Jinxing feeling a pang of sorrow, and he sighed heavily. He cast a helpless glance at Qin Guofeng's figure in the livestream. Somehow, that tall, upright figure seemed to overlap with the memory of someone standing against the setting sun. Could it be that these two were one and the same? But Qin Guofeng looked far too young, almost his own age. If that dragon general of the nation truly still lived, he should be around 100 years old by now. He shouldn't be this young. Investigate. I don't care what it takes, we must uncover the truth. Duan Jinxing rubbed his temples wearily. These are all meritorious figures of our dragon nation. They cannot be left without even their names recorded. How can future generations honor them otherwise? Their achievements deserve to be remembered forever. The secretary nodded urgently. Yes, Sir Duan, rest assured. I'll look into it immediately. The live-streamed wedding of the century had already exploded online. It had amassed a staggering 8 million views. It captured the attention of nearly the entire nation. In an instant, the topic of anti-alien resistance surged back to the top of online trending searches. Searches for terms related to centenarians have reached hundreds of millions. Such immense attention has drawn countless viewers to Ting Xuan's livestream. The number of those moved continues to grow. Yet where there are moved souls, there are also those with ulterior motives. This world still harbors wolves in sheep's clothing. In the busiest office tower in downtown Shan City, numerous influencer packaging companies operate within its walls. Among them are legitimate ones, but there are also unscrupulous ones. In this digital age, some unscrupulous bosses package influencers. They sign traps-laden contracts with influencers, treating them as mere tools for profit. All to reap exorbitant profits. Lu Qinghao is one such unscrupulous operator. In his early 30s, he capitalized on the internet boom of this era. His company was among the first to cultivate internet celebrities. His team cultivated numerous internet celebrities under his management. To make these influencers go viral online, he resorted to numerous unscrupulous tactics. Staged photoshoots and scripted dramas were routine. Nothing was off limits if it generated buzz. After all, buzz meant continued profits. Lu Qinghao was currently watching Tinquan Jianbao's livestream. Seeing the astonishing viewership of 8 million viewers, he stared at the screen, practically drooling. This Tinquan is something else. He actually pulled off such a great script. Look at all these little cuties online. They're all completely moved to tears. Just how much money will this one livestream rake in? He quickly ran the numbers in his head, his eyes growing even greedier. Boss, this is definitely just hype. His subordinate, visibly envious, chimed in, I had people look into it. No records of this old man exist. Don't bother with that anti-alien veteran nonsense, it's all fabricated. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. Who would have thought a story about a centenarian touring the country with his comrades in arms would go viral? Do young people these days really fall for such sentimental stuff? The subordinate pondered further, boss, maybe we should have our people go the sentimental route too. Find a few fake anti-alien veterans to pretend in our livestreams, traffic will pour in. That's what their company does best. Leverage the hottest trends online, then pair them with their own influencers. Then they could replicate massive traffic. That's how Lu Qinghao's influencer agency built its empire. These years, money flowed like water, no brainpower required. In the internet age, people's eyes are easily deceived by visuals. This is the perfect example. But this time, Lu Qinghao waved his hand dismissively. This centenarian story is too hard to replicate, it's already gone viral. It's a case of first impressions. Netizens are already moved by the centenarian story. If we copy it now, they'll see right through it. Today's netizens are like Sherlock Holmes, they're not so easily fooled. He built his empire entirely through the internet. Back when live streaming first took off, a single broadcast could easily earn what an average person made in a year. But things are different now. Times have evolved, and netizens aren't little darlings anymore. Nowadays, frame-by-frame analysis is all the rage. The slightest acting flaw gets picked apart by netizens with eagle eyes. This is why so many celebrities crash and burn after appearing on reality shows. Their masks get ruthlessly torn apart by netizens. Live streaming is even worse, no editing possible, only magnifying every single detail. Lu Qinghao is a sharp individual who understands that centenarians are currently the focus of everyone's attention. Trying to replicate that now would be a thankless task. Some of his subordinates were puzzled. Boss, are we just going to let all that traffic go to waste? It seems like such a shame. If we replicate the hype, we could definitely make a killing. That's why you only make small money. Lu Qinghao snorted coldly. Would I pass up such a juicy opportunity? Get the legal department to draft the contract immediately. I'm signing this centenarian to our company. Why bother copying? Just bring the person under our name directly. What a blockhead. Why bother replicating when you could just bring the actual centenarian over to your company? His subordinates, cowed by the rebuke, dared not utter a word. They could only cautiously inquire, how many contracts should we prepare? He seems like just an elderly gentleman. Not too many. 1 million or so should cover it. Country folk are easily satisfied, so he wanted to brush them off casually. But unexpectedly, Lu Qinghao held up a single finger. What do you mean 1 million? With such hot material, do you think other companies will let it slip away? We have to outbid the competition. Prepare a 10 million yuan contract. I refuse to believe I can't seal the deal with this centenarian. Hearing the figure of 10 million, his subordinates were stunned. They all wondered if they'd misheard. Their penny-pinching boss was suddenly offering such a high price. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Had the boss suddenly changed his ways? But when the legal department delivered the contract, the expressions on their faces became even more priceless. Chapter 26, The $1 million contract has a catch. Upon reading the contract clauses, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Boss, you're amazing. Truly the founder of our MCN. They'd wondered why the boss was being so generous. He was actually offering 10 million to sign a centenarian. Turns out the contract was riddled with traps. And these traps were sophisticated, most people wouldn't even notice them. Lu Qinghao sneered, this is just some packaged old man. What anti-aging veteran? Does he even look like a centenarian to you? He looks 50 or 60 at most. How can netizens be so easily fooled these days? Everyone's a Sherlock Holmes, yet they all lose their wits when it comes to this old man. He certainly didn't buy this 100-year-old being some anti-alien veteran. He was definitely a carefully crafted persona. But you have to admit, the old man's acting was pretty convincing. If he could sign this old man to his MCN company, he'd make a killing. With that thought, Lu Qinghao sprang into action. The car? All set? Wuzhong County is less than 100 kilometers away. I'm going to sign this centenarian myself. And the mastermind behind him, it's been ages since I've seen such a tearjerker script. This time, I'm taking them all down. His subordinate glanced at the contract. It had to be said, people who made it to the top were truly formidable. At first glance, the contract seemed flawless. But it was riddled with traps. 10 million? That was just window dressing. Signing this contract would likely mean not even seeing a shadow of that 10 million. Boss, you really are something else. One staff member began buttering him up. That old man probably hasn't seen that much money in his entire life. He'll be completely dazzled by it all. That's why they call him the boss. 10 million right off the bat for an ordinary villager. How could he have ever seen that much money? He must have signed with great reluctance. A hint of mockery flickered in Lu Qinghao's eyes. This is called shaking the mountain to scare the tiger. I don't believe anyone wouldn't be dazzled by such a sum. All of you take note. Why can he write such emotionally charged scripts? Don't I have plenty of talented writers under me? Have them all study this. I want our MCN company to produce the next viral livestream sensation. With that, he personally grabbed the contract and rushed off to Wuzhong County. The centenarian was now an internet sensation. Who knows how many envious eyes are on them? If someone else snatches them up first, that would be disastrous. The thought spurred Lu Qinghao to pick up the pace. Such a juicy opportunity couldn't be squandered under any circumstances. In less than an hour, Lu Qinghao had arrived in Wuzhong County. The highway had been smooth sailing all the way, but this county town was neither large nor small. Finding a centenarian wasn't going to be easy. Lu Qinghao stopped several passers-by to ask for directions. After listening, they pointed down the wide avenue. It's right ahead, our county's largest hotel, the one that hosts important figures. That's not a place just anyone can enter. Who knew Wuzhong had such important figures? The centenarian's fame had spread so far and wide that everyone in the county knew about him. So Lu Qinghao found the hotel without much trouble. But when he reached the entrance, he stood there dumbfounded for a long moment. That old man is staying here? Lu Qinghao found it hard to believe. He scrutinized the entrance for a long while, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. He hesitated for a long time before finally stepping inside. After all, the kind of people who could afford to stay at this hotel weren't ordinary folks. Could the veteran from that family really be that formidable? This deception was too sophisticated. Now he felt he should be more careful. The other party might not be so easily fooled. Meanwhile, Qin Guofeng had settled into the hotel. After leaving Lùjiā Village, he'd originally planned to find any spot to crash on his cart for the night. He was used to roughing it on the road. But Zhou Jianin's enthusiasm proved irresistible. Zhou personally escorted Qin Guofeng to this hotel, which specialized in hosting VIPs. Only individuals of significant status could stay at this establishment. So now, Lu Qinghao stood at the entrance for ages, hesitating to step inside. He felt he'd been tricked. Could an elderly man who'd gone viral through sensationalism really receive such treatment? After pondering for a while, Lu Qinghao decided it was best to clarify things. Finally, he approached the front desk for detailed inquiries. The receptionist beamed with a warm smile. "You mean the Centenarian, right?" "That's correct, he's staying at our hotel. He's a veteran of the anti-anomaly war, and our county magistrate personally escorted him here." Hearing that the county magistrate had personally brought him here, Lu Qinghao's expression turned somewhat shocked. This can't be real. Aren't all those online live streams scripted? How could this possibly be real? But even the county magistrate got involved? Could it be that the script was so realistic it created this effect? Lu Qinghao glanced around. The security here was significantly tighter than at a regular hotel. Could it be that he'd misjudged the situation? He held the contract and pondered it for a long time. He reasoned that even if the Centenarian was indeed an anti-anomaly veteran, there was no regulation prohibiting veterans from live streaming. With that thought, Lu Qinghao finally regained his composure. After all, there was nothing wrong with his contract itself. It had been drafted by the most skilled lawyer. Fulfilling the contract's terms to secure 10 million yuan was an impossible task. Lu Qinghao had planned this from the very beginning. Once the Centenarian's fame faded and he could no longer generate profits, he'd simply kick him to the curb. Having come all this way, he certainly wasn't leaving empty-handed. So he immediately turned to the front desk with a beaming smile. "You see, I watched the livestream and was truly moved by how remarkable the Centenarian is. That's why I drove all the way here several hours out of my way." He spoke with an air of reverence. The hotel's security was so tight that getting inside to find someone on his own was nearly impossible. To his surprise, the front desk was surprisingly accommodating. "Please wait a moment, I'll speak with the elderly gentleman." Lu Qinghao waited calmly. Soon, a staff member in a suit came down. Spotting Lu Qinghao, he led him to the elevator. "You're here because you've heard about him too, right? The Centenarian is upstairs. I'm responsible for his care. Please follow me." When staff saw Lu Qinghao, they initially thought he was a fan of the Centenarian. Earlier on the way here, numerous fans had already sought photos with the Centenarian. If not for the county magistrate's staff protecting him, he'd likely still be surrounded by people taking pictures outside. Upon reaching the entrance, the staff member quietly advised Lu Qinghao, "Sir, the gentleman is quite advanced in years. Please don't stay inside too long. He's already exhausted after pulling the cart all day." Chapter 27, Eyes Like Torches. Lu Qinghao immediately smiled shrewdly. "Yes, I'm a fan of the Centenarian. Rest assured, I won't disturb the old man. I'll be out soon." He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Then there was no need for further concern. The staff member cautiously opened the door to the Centenarian's room. "Grandpa Qin, someone's here to see you." The room was spacious, opening first into a large living area. But the moment Lu Qinghao stepped inside, he was stunned by the scene before him. On the large table in the living room sat a neatly arranged stack of memorial portraits. Counting carefully, there were 11 portraits in total. Each portrait was a vibrant black and white photograph. For some reason, Lu Qinghao felt that after he entered, all the eyes in the portraits seemed to be staring at him in unison. Suddenly, being stared at by so many eyes from the portraits felt like being put on trial. Lu Qinghao felt a chill run down his spine and cautiously took a few steps forward. Beside the portraits, a tall figure stood meticulously wiping down the photos. Though the portrait showed no dust whatsoever, the figure showed no sign of stopping. "Grandpa Qin, this gentleman is a fan who came specifically to see you." The staff member smiled. "I hear he drove for quite a while to get here. Would you like to meet him?" Hearing this, Qin Guofeng, who had been wiping the portrait, slowly turned his head. His gaze swept over Lu Qinghao, a hint of unreadable emotion flickering in his eyes. Well, sir, my name is Lu Qinghao. I came specifically to see you." For some reason, Lu Qinghao suddenly felt uneasy under Qin Guofeng's piercing gaze. And the portraits around him seemed like living eyes staring right at him. Damn it, they're all dead, aren't they? Just a few cold photographs, what's there to be afraid of? With that thought, Lu Qinghao finally straightened his back and met Qin Guofeng's gaze head-on. But Qin Guofeng merely glanced at him before withdrawing his gaze. For some reason, Lu Qinghao couldn't shake the feeling that he'd glimpsed a hint of mockery in the old man's eyes. "Young man, thank you. You've worked hard. There's no need to look after me." Qin Guofeng smiled kindly at the staff. "Since someone came specifically to see me, I should certainly meet them." Upon hearing this, the staff member immediately withdrew respectfully. "Then, Grandpa Qin, if you need anything, just call me. I'll be right outside." With that, he withdrew. The room was left with only Qin Guofeng and Lu Qinghao, along with 11 portraits of the deceased. This suddenly made Lu Qinghao feel a sense of oppression. Seeing Qin Guofeng still wiping the portraits, he could only speak first. "Old man, I actually came today to..." "Just wait a moment, will you?" Qin Guofeng didn't even turn his head, continuing to meticulously wipe the portrait on the table. "I still need to clean the portraits of my comrades. Just a few minutes." Though his voice betrayed no emotion, Lu Qinghao sensed a palpable weight in the air. Facing the dozen or so cold portraits, he swallowed hard and took a step back. "Yes, sir. Take your time. I'm not in a hurry." He fell silent, leaving the living room atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Qin Guofeng continued wiping the portraits without a word. Each portrait was carefully wiped several times. As he wiped, he muttered, "I'm truly sorry, old comrades. I'm afraid you've been caught in the rain today. But did you see? That kid Baoguo got married." As Qin Guofeng spoke these words, tears slipped uncontrollably down his cheeks. "I never imagined someone would wait for him their entire life. It's my fault. I brought him back too late." The thought that Lù Baoguo's beloved had waited for him for 80 whole years. Qin Guofeng felt a pain so sharp it took his breath away. He carefully wiped the portrait for a long time before finally regaining his composure. When he turned back, his face bore little emotion. His gaze toward Lu Guoqing was now utterly unreadable, yet it seemed capable of piercing straight through the soul. Lu Guoqing now stood several meters away from the portrait. After all, there were so many portraits he'd been quite startled upon entering. He had already surreptitiously surveyed the entire room. There seemed to be no one else around. He had expected to see a team of centenarians upon entering. But now there was only one person? Not even his children were present. That's perfect. Just an elderly man he'd be easy to manipulate. At this thought, excitement spread across Lu Guoqing's face. This deal was as good as done. He couldn't believe he couldn't handle an old geezer. "Sir, have you finished cleaning?" "Oh my, I can tell you truly cherish your comrades." Lu Guoqing put on a respectful expression. "Let me help you. Your journey here must have been incredibly difficult." His expression seemed sincere, without a single flaw. Most people would have been fooled by such a false display. But Qin Guofeng? He'd seen it all in his lifetime. From their first encounter, he'd seen right through Lu Guoqing. He was nothing but a profit-driven businessman. The most shameless kind, the sort who'd do anything for profit. Yet he still put on this overly respectful act, which Qin Guofeng found utterly repulsive. Now, the greed in Lu Qinghao's eyes was practically overflowing. Qin Guofeng sneered inwardly, suddenly recalling events from decades ago. During the most difficult days of the anti-anomaly war, their squad's position had been repeatedly exposed to the enemy. They lost many comrades. Later, Qin Guofeng concluded someone must have betrayed their location. They finally traced it to a village down the mountain. Qin Guofeng summoned all the villagers out in the dead of night. Dozens of villagers stood in the bitter winter night. His teammates insisted these were simple villagers, impossible to be spies. Yet Qin Guofeng instantly identified the foreign infiltrator among the villagers. After dealing with the infiltrator hiding among the villagers, their team's location was never compromised again. Later, Qin Guofeng honed his ability to see through people's hearts. Even walking down the street, he could single out any passerby harboring ill intentions toward the troops. The skill of identifying those with ulterior motives within a crowd was one Qin Guofeng had honed decades ago. Now he was nothing but a wet behind the ears kid. In Qin Guofeng's eyes, Lu Qinghao was as transparent as glass, his true nature laid bare. This was a scheming scoundrel. Qin Guofeng pressed his lips together for a long moment without speaking, making Lu Qinghao grow impatient. Why was he taking so long to respond? Lu Qinghao wasted no time, pulling out the contract in his hand. "You clearly aren't just anyone, sir. I'm actually here specifically to help you." On the contract, the zeros following the 10 million stood out starkly. Chapter 28, seeing through him at a glance. Such a large sum of money would tempt anyone. Lu Guohao understood human nature well. That's why he immediately laid out his advantages before Qin Guofeng. Most people would at least ask a question upon seeing a contract with so many zeros. But to his surprise, Qin Guofeng didn't even glance at it. His expression was as calm as could be. This made Lu Guohao realize he'd met his match, prompting him to swiftly shift tactics. "Honestly, sir, my grandfather was also a veteran of the anti-anomaly war." Lu Qinghao immediately adopted a sorrowful expression, "But my grandfather passed away too soon." When I was little, I often heard him talk about the comradeship he shared in the army. It was truly moving. I once planned to enlist myself, but my father's poor health forced me to abandon that dream. Seeing your live stream now, I truly want to help you. Qin Guofeng's face remained utterly unmoved. This was clearly nonsense meant to fool a 3-year-old. How could he possibly believe it? And this kid's acting was truly amateurish. But Lu Qinghao kept going. I come from a military family too. I know how important patriotism is. That's why I came looking for you today to offer my support. With the other party speaking so earnestly, Qin Guofeng felt he couldn't remain silent any longer. Finally, he spoke in a flat tone. What do you want? Though devoid of emotion, his response filled Lu Qinghao with unexpected delight. Getting him to speak meant there was hope. He promptly pulled out the contract. It's like this, sir. I want to help you. I'm a patriot. Your heroic deeds deserve to be known by more people. If you sign with me, I guarantee more people will see your live streams. Everyone will witness your heroic deeds. There are very few veterans of the anti-alien war left now. A figure like you should be known worldwide. Just sign with me, and look, all this money is yours. Of course, I know someone like you isn't streaming for the money. With that, Lu Qinghao handed Qin Guofeng the contracted document riddled with traps. Qin Guofeng's gaze burned like fire. After scanning a few lines, he spotted the problem. Having served in the military for so many years, he'd commanded countless men. Military strategy had been ingrained in him since childhood. He spotted the contractual traps at a glance. One could only say the drafter of this contract was quite skilled. The contract itself was technically sound, but it was riddled with loopholes. If he actually signed it, not only would he get not a single penny. Once he became useless, he'd be kicked to the curb. This filled Qin Guofeng's eyes with scorn. Staring at the contract, he suddenly recalled the early days of the newly established Dragon Nation. Back then, the nation was rebuilding from the ground up, with every industry needing to start anew. Although foreign tribes had been expelled, the entire nation lay in ruins. The people's livelihoods must be restored. The foremost task was to establish Dragon Nation's own legal system. A nation without sound laws would inevitably breed villains. Laws exist to punish the wicked and deter crime. For months on end, Qin Guofeng worked with relevant officials to draft the nation's legal code. It could be said that he participated in creating the nation's first generation of laws. Though decades have passed and legal statutes have been continuously refined, the laws Qin Guofeng drafted back then are still in use today. Back then, the Dragon Nation's economy was in shambles, and people's living standards were extremely low. The nation urgently required substantial foreign investment, attracting numerous overseas investors. Among them were the foreign tribes that all citizens despised. But the war had ended many years prior, and it would have been foolish to reject such readily available investment. To revive the Dragon Nation's economy, accepting the foreign tribes' investment became the only option. Qin Guofeng had already identified issues with the foreign investment contracts, which involved astronomical sums of money. The slightest misstep could lead to massive financial losses. Yet in the end, it was the foreign faction that suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of Qin Guofeng's contract. The events of that time slowly came back to him. Commander Qin, you're quite the genius. All that foreign investment money ended up in our national treasury, and it's no small sum. Someone stood before Qin Guofeng, eyes gleaming with excitement. Those foreigners actually tried to swindle us out of our money? How laughable. When we drove them off the Dragon Nation's soil, they fled in utter panic. I was so furious just now, I could have beaten those foreign villains to death. Qin Guofeng remained calm. We live in an era of peace. We must deal with these foreigners through peaceful means. More fighting and killing is inappropriate. That's precisely why modern society has laws. I refuse to believe the Dragon Nation's laws can't punish these foreigners on our own soil. Qin Guofeng used the law to make those who defrauded people in the Dragon Kingdom pay a heavy price. The national treasury even saw a significant boost during those 2 years. Yet now someone dared to flaunt a contract riddled with major traps right before him. Get lost. Qin Guofeng couldn't be bothered to respond. Lu Qinghao thought he must have misheard. After carefully confirming it over and over, he finally realized he hadn't misheard. He abruptly stood up. Shaking with rage, he shouted, "You country bumpkin! What did you just say? You dare tell me to get lost? Do you even know who I am? I really am." Lu Qinghao never imagined such a thing could happen. Could he have misread the situation? How else could someone be so brazen in his presence? He held a certain status in the influencer world. Countless people were eager to curry favor with him, yet just now, an elderly man had dared to look down on him. He'd even uttered the word roll. In his 30s, Lu Qinghao had never encountered such treatment before. His eyes flashed with menace as he glared at Qin Guofeng, even rolling up his sleeves. "Old man, if you know what's good for you, sign right now. Otherwise, I'll make sure you lose everything. Do you know who I am? I could ruin you with a flick of my finger. And you dare tell me to get lost? Come on, today I'll show you what." Before he could finish, he met Qin Guofeng's gaze, eyes filled with pure, unadulterated murder. What kind of eyes were those? Merely locking gazes with him sent a chill down Lù Qinghao's spine. A chill shot up from his feet to his skull. The sensation was utterly terrifying. His lips turned pale as he froze in place, unable to speak for a long moment. Qin Guofeng remained seated on the sofa. Though he said nothing, a palpable aura of lethal intent radiated from every inch of his being. Chapter 29, definitely a publicity stunt. Add to that the 11 portraits of the deceased beside him. This caused Lù Qinghao's expression to change abruptly. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, threatening words simply wouldn't come out. The atmosphere seemed to freeze solid. Finally, Lù Qinghao couldn't bear the pressure any longer. Shivering, he glanced at Qin Guofeng. You just wait. I won't let you off the hook. After spitting out this threat, he scrambled out of the room, practically crawling away. He genuinely feared that if he lingered a moment longer, this centenarian might kill him. Only after exiting the hotel did Lù Qinghao feel as if he had truly come back to life. He pointed at the hotel, his face twisted with displeasure. 10 million isn't enough? This is way too extravagant. Just you wait. I'll dig up every last detail about you. With that, he raced back to Shin City overnight and convened an emergency meeting at his company. What are you all staring at? It's been all night. What the hell have you been doing? Did you find that team of centenarians? How dare they intimidate me? I even put up 10 million, and he didn't even glance at it. Thinking about how he'd been scared off in such a humiliating way, Lù Qinghao felt utterly embarrassed. Luckily, no one around had seen it, otherwise, he would have lost all face. His subordinates were taken aback by the scene. They'd already prepared to bring the centenarian to the company for a live stream. They'd even bought marketing accounts. And now the deal fell through? Boss, you got rejected by the centenarian? No way, this is a 10 million yuan contract. Did he spot the trap in the contract? That's impossible. Expecting a centenarian to spot contract traps? That's ridiculous. Several staff members murmured among themselves. Who would have thought the signing would fail? All that preparation beforehand was for nothing? Lù Qinghao's face turned pale with anger. Forget it. 10 million won't satisfy him. There is definitely a big team behind this. Get your people moving. If this is a publicity stunt, they'll be terrified of being exposed. I refuse to believe his team can remain invisible. Earlier, there had been doubts, but Qin Guofeng actually turned down such generous terms. It was a done deal, this had to be a publicity stunt. Who would have thought? A staged livestream actually generated this much buzz online. If they actually revealed the team behind it, wouldn't that draw a massive wave of traffic? At this thought, Lù Qinghao's eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction. Just wait and see. I refuse to believe we can't uncover his team. This sudden surge in popularity is just a matter of perfect timing. When the day comes for him to crash and burn, everyone will see who the real king is. But one of his subordinates cautiously interjected, that old man seems surprisingly spry. What if he really is an anti-alien veteran? Going up against an anti-alien veteran like this, isn't that a bit? His subordinates still harbored some patriotic sentiment. But Lù Qinghao was a thoroughly unscrupulous boss. Hearing this, he burst out laughing. Ha! So what if he is? If he's capable of orchestrating a publicity stunt, he's dishonoring the uniform he wears. I refuse to believe it. As long as I can find proof of his hype, I'll bury him online. This is the internet age with proof, there's no fear of not being exposed. Lù Qinghao realized he'd actually been intimidated by an old man just now. This was utterly humiliating. He had to get revenge no matter what, he wouldn't let this guy off the hook. Hearing their boss speak up, the staff sprang into action. The entire office building stayed lit up all night as everyone focused intently on tracking down Qin Guofeng's team. Meanwhile, Lù Qinghao had already begun preparations for the next phase. And you lot, don't just stand around. I originally planned to sign that centenarian directly to our company. But I never expected this old man to be so difficult to deal with. Go find me an actor with a similar appearance and demeanor. He had already begun preparations to create a veteran who could resist the anomaly, resembling the centenarian, when the time was right. This, however, would require extensive training. Because once launched, with the precedent set by the centenarian, everyone would scrutinize the newcomer with critical eyes. If exposed as a fake, it would spark massive online backlash. After all, this new figure would be stepping into the centenarian's footsteps to appear before the public. If successful, though the traffic might not reach the peak of the previous one, it would still be enough to rake in a fortune. Several staff members immediately began sucking up, our boss is truly brilliant. We'll wait until this centenarian steps down before introducing the new one. That'll be a seamless transition, we'll all rake in the cash. This windfall of wealth had finally come their way. Thinking of the profits the centenarian storyline could generate, everyone in the office grew excited. But no matter how hard they investigated, they couldn't find any information on Qin Guofeng. This piqued Lù Qinghao's interest. Nothing? This centenarian is hiding pretty deep. I refuse to believe it. A script this obvious must have some flaw. Lu Qinghao scanned the room. Everyone, stay sharp. We absolutely must uncover the team behind him. A livestream this explosive couldn't possibly be unscripted. Get the trolls and those exposing the Centenarians script ready. Once we find the evidence, it'll be my time for revenge. Lu Qinghao's expression turned savage. He refused to believe he couldn't even outsmart an elderly person. In Wuzhong County, Qin Guofeng had already begun packing his belongings after kicking Lu Qinghao out of the hotel. A faint smile lingered on his face as he gazed at the 11 portraits. Old comrades, did you see that? Some punt tried to pull a fast one on me just now. He has no idea how formidable I used to be. Back in the day, when I ran into scum like that, I just give him a good beating. Qin Guofeng sighed wistfully, but I'm getting old now. Can't be bothered to pick fights with greenhorns anymore. He continued packing his belongings as he spoke. Baoguo has already been sent back. Next, I should see all of you home. No need to rush. One by one, I'll make sure you all get back safely. Qin Guofeng chattered on, packing his things while talking to his comrades. It was as if he could hear them, though in truth, his voice echoed alone in the room. The scene was somewhat melancholy. Upon hearing from his subordinates that Qin Guofeng intended to leave Wuzhong, he immediately sought out Qin Guofeng, only to find that Qin had already packed his belongings. Chapter 30, No Wasting Resources. Sir, won't you stay a couple more days? Zhou Jianan hurried forward. A veteran of the anti-anomaly war like you, covered in glory, appearing in our Wuzhong County, it's a blessing for our county town. Why not stay just a couple more days? In this day and age, veteran anti-alien fighters were becoming increasingly rare. He never imagined he'd have the honor of meeting one today. Zhou Jianan was genuinely delighted. But Qin Guofeng kindly waved his hand. I'm the one who's troubled you. This was entirely my own business. I never imagined it would involve County Magistrate Zhou. Qin Guofeng had only intended to quietly escort his comrades back on his own. But it had ended up causing such a commotion. He felt terribly guilty and thought he shouldn't trouble others any further. Baoguo has already been returned. You saw someone in Lùjiā Village who waited for him her entire life. This thought made Qin Guofeng feel a pang of sadness, so I can't delay any longer. I'll set off tomorrow. My comrades can't contain their eagerness to return home. Hearing this, Zhou Jianan made no further attempts to dissuade him. He understood how desperately the veterans longed to return to their hometowns. So Zhou Jianan didn't insist further. Old man, I think this is best. Since you're eager to send your comrades back, I'll arrange a special vehicle to take you to your next destination. Upon arrival at your next destination, the county magistrate there will meet you. This will save you a lot of time. All this was done out of kindness, for Qin Guofeng was still riding a handcart at his advanced age. It was truly heartbreaking. It wasn't the treatment an anti-alien veteran deserved. Qin Guofeng smiled and declined. Really, it's not necessary. This old man is still in good shape. You really shouldn't waste your time on me. Go about your business. Since I've come out, I should see it through and get my comrades back on my own. The promise made back then must be fulfilled by his own hands. Zhou Jianan knew that no matter what he said next, it would be useless. So he didn't press the matter further. The thought of an elderly person traveling such a long distance was inherently unsafe. If he had any financial means, he wouldn't have chosen such a grueling method. Zhou Jianan expressed a hint of admiration. In that case, since we understand you wish to personally escort your comrades home, our county has allocated 100,000 yuan as funding for your expenses. You absolutely cannot refuse this. Without the sacrifices of veterans like you back then, we wouldn't have the peaceful life we enjoy today. So please, old friend, accept this. It's what the nation and its people owe you. Recalling the hardships of that era, Zhou Jianan felt a pang of sorrow. Qin Guofeng, however, firmly refused. County Magistrate Zhou, this is not right. What I've done is purely my own private matter. How could I possibly let the state pay for it? I have my own money. Thank you for your kindness, but I truly don't need it. That's not how it works. What happened back then is long past. Seeing the world flourish like this brought Qin Guofeng immense satisfaction. Therefore, he firmly refused the state's money. With no other option, Zhou Jianan could only depart regretfully. After leaving Qin Guofeng's room, he immediately summoned his subordinates. Have someone stand by nearby, ready to respond at a moment's notice. This is a veteran of the anti-anomaly war. Absolutely no mistakes can be made. Whatever the veteran needs, you must provide. He's getting on in years. Stay alert tonight. His men promptly took up positions in the room next to Qin Guofeng's, keeping a close watch. Everyone knew how the Centenarian had gone viral across the internet. This couldn't be taken lightly. But early the next morning, the guards discovered Qin Guofeng had vanished without a trace. The guard next door hadn't noticed a thing. County Chief, we reviewed the surveillance footage. The old man left before dawn, without alerting a single soul. Should we follow him? Who would have thought a Centenarian could be so spry? He managed to slip away so silently, even with bodyguards watching over him. The two bodyguards hadn't heard a single sound from the next room. One couldn't help but admire Qin Guofeng. How on earth did he manage to slip away without a single sound? Zhou Jianan felt a pang of disappointment. He hadn't expected Qin Guofeng to just walk away like that. He considered sending someone to retrieve him, or at least have someone follow behind. After all, it was truly exhausting for an elderly man to ride a rickshaw like that. But soon, the room attendant discovered a letter in Qin Guofeng's room. It bore the inscription, "To County Magistrate Zhou, personally." Zhou Jianan hastily opened it, revealing the vigorous handwriting within. "Thank you, County Magistrate Zhou, for your generous assistance. It has greatly reduced the obstacles I faced while escorting my comrades back to their hometowns in Wuzhong County. However, sending comrades home is my personal wish. It should not involve any public resources, and certainly not the misuse of state funds. The current flourishing development of Longguo was hard-won. We should cherish every penny. Your resources and energy should be directed toward those who truly need them. Therefore, County Magistrate Zhou, please use your own personal resources to assist the people within your means. May our motherland prosper evermore. Sincerely, Qin Guofeng." These few words spoke volumes of patriotic sentiment. Though simple in form, they brought tears to Zhou Jianan's eyes. Compared to this elderly gentleman, he felt utterly inadequate. He stared at the thank you letter for a long time, speechless, his heart heavy with emotion. His subordinates were equally moved. "County Chief, I think we should go find the old gentleman. If necessary, we could drive behind him. With all the attention he's getting now, I worry about crazy fans. What if something happens?" Zhou Jianan had shared this concern. But now, seeing Qin Guofeng's letter of gratitude, he knew the old man would never want state resources deployed for his sake. He dismissed the idea. "The old man is extraordinary. He rode all the way here from the southwest. He's clearly no ordinary man. I trust he can handle any difficulties that come his way with ease. At his age, if even the foreign tribes of his time couldn't harm him, then certainly no other person or circumstance could shake his resolve." Zhou Jianan carefully tucked away the letter of gratitude. The old man is absolutely right. In this position, I should focus on my duties and do something meaningful for our people. After a moment of reflection, Zhou Jianan gave instructions to his subordinates. "Lù Village is well developed now, but since I'm here, I can't just stand by and do nothing. This is what we'll do. I'll personally donate 100,000 yuan to Lùjiā Village, and return the additional 100,000 yuan allocated from above." Zhou Jianan was now brimming with energy, convinced that in his position, he must do something for the people. Chapter 31, The Scholar Who Passed Away. Within Qin Province, Qin Guofeng pedaled his cart at a steady pace. It had been a week since leaving Wuzhong County. Qin Guofeng gazed at the flat road ahead, where Hezhou's territory lay. Glancing back at the cart laden with portraits of his fallen comrades, Qin Guofeng wiped the fine sweat from his brow. With a touch of emotion, he chuckled, "My old comrades, I've made you laugh at me. It took me a whole week to cover this short distance. I guess I'm getting old and past my prime." Qin Guofeng gazed at the smooth road ahead. Memories suddenly pulled him back decades. Back then, he was just a rookie soldier fresh into the army. Due to severe shortages of supplies at the front lines and insufficient manpower within the unit. "Shao Qin, this shipment is critical." His platoon sergeant looked stern. "Our comrades on the front lines desperately need this shipment. You must deliver it within 3 days. Can you do it?" Qin Guofeng was barely a teenager then, full of youthful vigor. He was brimming with boundless energy. Understanding the importance of the supplies, he immediately set off alone that night, pulling a cart toward the front lines. He remembered the roads back then were rugged and treacherous. For an average person walking that distance, it would take at least 4 or 5 days. Yet the young Qin Guofeng pulled a cart loaded to the brim with supplies and arrived at the destination on time within 3 days. Thinking of this, Qin Guofeng patted the cart. "I can't do that anymore. Back then, the cart was loaded with supplies. Now it's practically empty, and it still took me 3 whole days." Refusing to admit age was truly futile. Though he'd been traveling for a full week, not a trace of fatigue showed on Qin Guofeng's face. His eyes remained clear and bright, as if they could see straight through people's hearts. His gaze fell upon the portrait at the front of the cart. It was still a young face, radiating an intense scholarly aura, clearly that of an educated man. This was Chen Dongliang, the second comrade Qin Guofeng was returning home on this journey. Chen Dongliang was a true talent, a genuine intellectual. In those days, educated people were scarce indeed. Simply having enough to eat was a blessing. To recognize a few characters and not be illiterate was considered a great blessing, as if one's ancestors had accumulated immense merit. Amidst the chaos of war, countless families struggled to put food on the table. How could they possibly learn to read? I vaguely recall many comrades in the army were illiterate roughnecks. But Chen Dongliang was different. Not only had he attended school, but he had also studied abroad during that era. When he first joined the army, Chen Dongliang stood out like a sore thumb among the rough-and-tumble soldiers. Qin Guofeng stared at the refined portrait before him, his eyes stinging. His thoughts drifted back to that afternoon when he first met Chen Dongliang. It was the squad leader who brought Chen Dongliang, dressed in an impeccable suit, before Qin Guofeng. Back then, Chen Dongliang had delicate skin and a refined appearance, unlike the rough and tumble soldiers around him. Sergeant Qin, this is Chen Dongliang. He's our newest recruit and will be joining your squad. The young Qin Guofeng smiled warmly. Comrade Jiang, hello. Welcome to our unit. But Chen Dongliang frowned, his expression complex as he looked around. The living conditions were dilapidated. In the dead of winter, everyone had only a thin quilt. Though Chen Dongliang didn't utter a word, his frown and piercing gaze alone radiated an air of arrogance. Perhaps because he was an educated man, well-read and worldly, his manner of speaking stood out starkly from the others. When he first joined the unit, Chen Dongliang struggled to get along with his comrades. His comrades in arms assumed he simply couldn't adjust to the harsh conditions. But Qin Guofeng knew better. If he couldn't handle the harsh conditions, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. And although Chen Dongliang appeared aloof, Qin Guofeng had witnessed him helping illiterate comrades learn to read more than once. Many comrades couldn't even write their own names, requiring everything to be taught from scratch. Back then, everyone was too busy fighting the aliens to find time for learning. But whenever Chen Dongliang had a moment, he would help illiterate comrades learn to read and write. Qin Guofeng remembered clearly that within just 3 months of Chen Dongliang joining his unit, everyone in the platoon could write their own names and even recognize long strings of characters. Squad leader, look, I can write my name now. A comrade rushed to Qin Guofeng like an excited child, holding up his written name. His eyes brimmed with hope. Sergeant, you wouldn't believe it, back in my village, forget about literacy, we couldn't even get enough to eat. Only the village scholar knew how to read and write. But look at me now, I can write my own name. Ha ha ha. Once I learn more characters, I'm going to write a letter home to my mother. Learning to write was an incredibly rare luxury in those days. Soon, more and more comrades gathered around Qin Guofeng, sharing their joy at learning to write. Some even held books in their hands and began reading. This moved Qin Guofeng. He glanced at Chen Dongliang, who was reading in the corner. You should all thank Dongliang. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't even know how to write your own names now. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately thanked Dongliang. But Chen Dongliang snorted coldly. So what if you can write your own names? What's there to be so happy about? If any of you could recognize every single character in this book, that would be impressive. With that, he turned his back, clearly unwilling to engage with the others any further. Back when Chen Dongliang first joined the military, everyone would have thought this kid was looking down on them. Even his words were harsh. But now everyone knew his temper. Someone dared to jump onto his bed and start roughhousing. Dongliang, what book are you reading? What's written here is The Art of War for Rookies. Put. Chen Dongliang rolled his eyes, pointing at the title in his hand. Look closely. This is The Art of War by Sun Tzu. I'm putting it out there, whoever can read every single character in this book first gets it from me. Back then, ordinary people couldn't even dream of seeing books. Only Chen Dongliang had brought a whole box of books when he joined the army. Now it had become the most precious possession for all of them. A group gathered around Chen Dongliang to learn how to write. Chen Dongliang patiently repeated the lessons over and over, hoping to teach everyone to read. Qin Guofeng slowly pulled his thoughts back, glancing at Chen Dongliang's portrait with a smile. Dongliang, Hajou is just ahead. I'll be able to take you back soon. As mealtime approached, Qin Guofeng pulled the cart to the roadside and gathered firewood to prepare dinner. This had been his routine throughout the journey. While Qin Guofeng gathered firewood, a young man in a windbreaker with dark skin stood nearby, holding his phone to livestream. Hello, friends. I'm Su Yun. Today is December 11th. I'm currently hiking across the country and am now in the Hajou section of Anhui Province. Chapter 32, Su Yun, the Outdoor Legend. This was none other than Su Yun, the internet's most popular outdoor legend. With unwavering determination, Su Yun was traversing the entire country on foot. He could be called the top outdoor streamer. He's currently describing the surrounding scenery to his live stream viewers. Su Yun grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites. Ontario's terrain actually varies greatly between north and south. You've probably noticed that along the way. Ontario's terrain slopes from higher elevations in the southwest to lower ones in the northeast. We just came from the north, where it's mostly flat plains, but over the past few days, the surrounding mountains have gradually become more prominent. As Su Yun spoke, viewers flooded the chat with comments. Brother Sturgeon, man of few words but big deeds. He's a real badass, actually traversed the entire province. That's sheer determination. How else do you think our Sturgeon got famous? It's all thanks to his unyielding spirit and willingness to endure hardship. So grateful to Sturgeon. Following you lets us see our nation's magnificent landscapes while I'm stuck glued to my computer as a corporate drone. Sturgeon is my spiritual sustenance. How would I survive without you? Most of Su Yun's followers are office workers stuck in their cubicles. They mostly envy Su Yun's carefree lifestyle. Su Yun, his face tanned and weathered, smiled. Thanks for your support, friends. I'll keep doing my best. It's almost dinner time to cook. Today, it'll be a simple stir-fry of green peppers and pork. Su Yun's rise to become the top outdoor streamer wasn't just about his resilience. His culinary skills were paramount even though he often ate meals outdoors. Sleeping under bridges or in unfinished buildings became routine. Finding even a single tile to shelter him from the wind was considered good fortune. Most importantly, no matter how tough things got, Su Yun always managed to whip up a delicious meal when it was time to eat. Stir-fried green peppers with pork and various other stir-fries were his go-to dishes. This might be why Su Yun gained so many fans. Whenever people watched Su Yun livestream cooking, they'd marvel at her culinary skills. I'm so happy again, everyone. Getting to see Su Yun's daily essential show. I'm truly in awe even outdoors, his meals are more refined than ours. Sun Yun is my spiritual sustenance. Just look at Sun's masterful knife skills, no wonder he's so popular. Su Yun, tonight we want to see you make garlic chive scrambled eggs. You can make that, right? It's only noon, and people are already thinking about dinner. Because Su Yun excels at turning simple ingredients into a feast. Even a casual meal has countless netizens drooling with envy. Before Su Yun even put the ingredients in the pan, viewers were already drooling over their screens. Alright, friends, my ingredients are all prepped. Time to light the stove and heat the oil. Oh no! My lighter's gone missing. Just as Su Yun was about to light the stove, he realized the most crucial item was missing. He was an outdoor hiker and often accidentally dropped things. But this time, he'd lost something crucial. Su Yun flashed an awkward smile at the livestream audience. It must have fallen out on the road earlier. This is bad, friends. I might not be able to cook now. I'll have to see if there's a store or something along the way to buy another one. Just as he was packing up to save the ingredients for dinner, he spotted Qin Guofeng not far ahead, tending to a roaring campfire. The setup clearly indicated he was preparing to cook. Su Yun's eyes lit up instantly. Friends, I see someone up ahead. Hold on while I grab my sausages and borrow some fire. With that, he got up and headed toward Qin Guofeng. When he reached a spot not too far from Qin Guofeng, he scratched his head awkwardly. After a few seconds of hesitation, he finally spoke up. Hello, sir. You're hiking at your age? That takes some real determination. Hiking can be pretty monotonous, you know. As he drew closer, he realized Qin Guofeng was actually a man in his 50s or 60s. Though advanced in years, his eyes were sharp and alert. His energy and vitality defied his years, leaving Su Yun somewhat astonished. Seeing this, Su Yun couldn't help but share it with the viewers in his livestream. Guys, I just spotted an elderly gentleman hiking too and he's pulling a cart. This is incredible. He looks to be in his 50s or 60s. My goodness, are seniors this amazing nowadays? Su Yun had been hiking for so long, he'd seen all kinds of people. In his quest to traverse the Dragon Kingdom, he'd encountered all sorts of people, but never before had he seen someone of this age hiking solo. His perseverance was simply incredible. Su Yun's usually composed face was now etched with shock. After the initial shock, Su Yun finally spoke up. Old man, here's the thing I need to cook too. Could I borrow your fire? Qin Guofeng's eyes sparkled with amusement. Go ahead and use it. I've already got the fire going, so you won't need to start your own. Plus, I've gathered plenty of firewood, more than I'll ever need. Take some over and use it. Qin Guofeng looked at the young man before him. His face was deeply tanned, clearly from frequent exposure to the sun. Having seen countless people, Qin Guofeng instantly recognized this youth as someone who could endure hardship. After successfully borrowing the fire, Su Yun began cooking in front of Qin Guofeng. Meanwhile, the live stream chat exploded with excitement. You actually ran into someone like this? Hey, hurry up and chat with him. I feel like I've seen this old guy somewhere before. Hey, now that you mention it, I feel like I've seen him somewhere too. Where could it be? That old man looks so full of vitality and spirit. I'm truly in awe. He can go hiking and traveling, while I'm stuck working like a horse. Hold up, quiet everyone. I'm sure I've seen this old man somewhere before. Let me think. The live stream was flooded with comments. Su Yun remained oblivious, focused on cooking. Having lived alone for so long, this sudden closeness with others made him feel a bit uneasy, so he didn't even bother to read the comments carefully. After pondering for a moment, he finally struck up a conversation with Qin Guofeng. Old man, where are you headed? Why are you still pulling that cart? That must be exhausting. Those who set out on foot usually pack light. This saves a lot of energy on the journey. But this old man was pulling such a large cart, wasn't that draining his strength? Qin Guofeng's face remained warmly smiling as he pointed to the cart beside him. I'm taking my comrades home. This cart is for them. Chapter 33, Not So Simple. Hearing these shocking words, Su Yun hurriedly examined it closely. He discovered that the cart was indeed neatly arranged with rows upon rows of memorial portraits. Earlier, the cart had been facing away from the roadside, so Su Yun hadn't seen what was on it. Now, seeing so many portraits all at once, he was momentarily speechless. For the portraits all wore military uniforms. Clearly, these were the pioneers who had fought against the anomalies in the past. Still reeling from the shock, Su Yun's camera had already focused on the cart. The portraits were instantly exposed to his live stream audience. A group of netizens who witnessed this scene were all stunned into speechlessness. After a long pause, someone finally voiced their confusion. Wait, is this old man a fraud? Everyone, take a closer look at the portraits. These should be veteran anti-alien fighters, but this old man looks like he's only in his 50s or 60s at most. Exactly. There's a generation gap here. How could they possibly be comrades in arms? I think it's fake. There's no way it's real. No. Haven't you all forgotten that 100-year-old man who went viral online? This is him right here. That livestream of the 80-year delayed wedding had me crying my eyes out. After someone pointed it out, netizens collectively recalled the centenarian who had previously taken the internet by storm. The livestream instantly buzzed with excitement. Who would have thought we'd actually encounter the centenarian here? He's the one everyone's been searching for online. Suyun scanned the comments carefully, then her gaze settled on Qin Guofeng. Only now did she finally realize. The elderly gentleman before her was none other than the centenarian who had gone viral online. He had followed the story back then. After all, the tale of a centenarian escorting his comrade home was truly moving. But why did the centenarian online look so young? He didn't look a day over 90. As Suyun continued to scrutinize the centenarian, he didn't notice that his livestream had already flooded with viewers. It turned out that after the centenarian disappeared from Tingxuan's livestream, many people had been searching for the centenarian's whereabouts. But there had been no leads whatsoever. Millions had witnessed that historic wedding ceremony. Qin Guofeng, who had become an internet sensation, suddenly appeared in Suyun's livestream. This caused the number of viewers in Suyun's livestream to skyrocket to an unimaginable level. Even Suyun was stunned. Never before had so many people watched her stream. Holy sturgeon, you're about to go viral. Hurry up and get ready to level up. This is the centenarian who went viral in Tingxuan's livestream before. Sturgeon, you better follow him. I waited a whole week just for the centenarian to reappear. Brother Suyun, I'm begging you, please stream alongside the old man. I'm seriously pleading with you. Mr. Sturgeon, right? I'm sending you a big tip, please, just follow the old man's livestream. At first, the livestream was filled with Suyun's fans. But the centenarian's presence was simply too overwhelming. Many who were tracking Qin Guofeng's movements flooded in. They demanded Suyun follow Qin Guofeng, eager to uncover the story behind that portrait. Everyone knew how brutal that era had been, and the viewers braced themselves for the emotional impact. Suyun was now filled with a wave of positive energy. You're right, friends. I believe the meaningful work this elderly gentleman is doing deserves to be shared. I'll do my best to meet everyone's expectations. Old man, can I follow you in livestream? Rest assured, I won't disturb you at all. Suyun looked at Qin Guofeng with admiration. If you like it, just follow along. No need to worry about disturbing me. Qin Guofeng ate his steamed bun casually. The plain white steamed buns were ready to eat after a quick reheat over boiling water. Paired with a bit of pickled vegetables, Qin Guofeng ate with relish, as if savoring some exquisite delicacy. Watching this scene tugged at Suyun's heartstrings. She hurriedly finished stir-frying her green peppers and pork as quickly as possible. Old man, I have some hot food here. Try some. Have you been eating such simple fare the whole way? This steamed bun must have been sitting out for ages. Try a bite of my hot dish. I think even when roughing it outdoors, you deserve something better. He had been hiking for so long, always insisting on cooking his own meals. Though preparing a meal was troublesome, it brought him great satisfaction. Now seeing Qin Guofeng eating just a few dry steamed buns, Suyun felt a pang of sadness and shared his freshly stir-fried hot dish with Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng smiled. This isn't bad at all. These are white flour steamed buns. You wouldn't understand. Back when we were fighting, we could only eat tree bark and roots. White flour steamed buns like these were something only the landlords could afford. A flicker of sadness crossed Qin Guofeng's face as he recalled those days. It had been so bitterly hard. Back then, when he led his men in skirmishes against the enemy, they had no grain left at all. They survived on grass roots and tree bark. Back then, so many people survived by eating grass roots and tree bark. These modern times are so much better. Everyone can afford white flour steamed buns now. Those hard times are finally behind us. Qin Guofeng happily ate his steamed bun, his heart filled with profound emotion. He felt fortunate to have lived to see this day, and to be able to show his comrades the magnificent landscapes of the Dragon Nation. Suyun listened to Qin Guofeng's words, remaining silent for a long while. His gaze fell on Qin Guofeng's white flour steamed bun. Truthfully, many young people today couldn't stomach such plain white steamed buns. Little did they know that just decades ago, these white steamed buns were considered a luxury. Even viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but sigh. This centenarian still packs an emotional punch. I knew seeing this would make my eyes well up. I can't hold it together anymore. Folks, keep a close eye on yourselves from now on. If anyone dares to waste food again, I'll call them out. Remembering hardship and appreciating the good times is essential. We should all remember how tough life was back then. We are truly grateful to the centenarian. Without him, we would never have known how difficult life was back then. Viewers in the livestream were all expressing their admiration. Those present felt the emotional impact of the Centenarian's presence up close. For a moment, many viewers were swept back into the sorrow of that earlier livestream. Even Su-yun took a while to compose herself. After finishing her meal, she followed the Centenarian to the next village. Walking behind Qin Guofeng, she observed his remarkably agile figure. Su-yun couldn't help but marvel, this old man has incredible vitality. His legs are so nimble, if I didn't have good stamina myself, I wouldn't be able to keep up. Chapter 34, Get the hell out of here. Hearing Qin Guofeng's voice ahead as he strode swiftly, Su-yun hurried to keep pace. It had been ages since she'd met an elderly person with such vitality. No need to guess, he's definitely a veteran of the Anomaly War. Viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but flood the screen with comments. Bro, you wouldn't believe it, this old man rode all the way from the southwest. It took him a whole month to reach Jiang Province. This is exactly why I love Centenarians, their drive is incredible. Some netizens claimed this was just publicity stunt. Look at him now talk about eating their words. Sturgeon, hurry up and follow him. I bet his next destination hides a big knife. After the epic wedding, all netizens eagerly anticipated this new journey. Su-yun also worked hard to keep up behind Qin Guofeng. After several hours, they finally arrived at a small village. Unlike the modern Western-style villas in Lùjiā Village. Instead, it was filled with rustic courtyards, clearly preserved relics. Despite enduring the ravages of war in that era, these relics remained remarkably well preserved. Seeing the old buildings before him, Qin Guofeng felt as if he had traveled back decades. His face now wore a look of deep emotion as he glanced at Chen Dongliang's portrait. Dongliang, this place probably hasn't changed much since you left, has it? I see these old buildings everywhere, I wonder if your family home is still among them. He wondered what the scene had been like when Chen Dongliang left. Returning to this village now must stir up endless emotions. Su-yun followed behind, carefully observing the surroundings. Grandpa Qin, it seems like this place has been turned into a tourist attraction. Hold on, I'll look it up online. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through it carefully. Sure enough, this place called Lùjiā Village was filled with ancient buildings, well preserved. It had been designated as a tourist attraction. Few people still lived in Lùjiā Village, most had moved to the city. Only a few elderly folks remained behind. Due to population loss, Lùjiā Village hadn't built new rural housing like Lùjiā Village. Instead, they chose to preserve these ancient structures. Young man, help me find someone who knows Chen Dongliang. Qin Guofeng asked. Su-yun immediately agreed. Taking the initiative to ask for directions up front, he soon discovered that almost all the residents left in the village were elderly. The area had been developed into a tourist attraction, and the wealthy residents had all moved away. Only a few elderly people, unwilling to leave, still lived in the village. To preserve these ancient structures, the government spends substantial sums annually on their maintenance. All for the sake of preserving these houses. These rustic structures attract numerous tourists each year who come to visit and take photos. Where there are people, there's business. The vendors outside Lùjiā Village are all outsiders who've come to trade. So when they hear the name Chen Dongliang, they all shake their heads. We've only moved here to do business in the last couple of years. We really don't know the person you're talking about. Why not ask inside the village? A few elderly folks still live there and refuse to leave. They might recognize him. As soon as they recognized Qin Guofeng as a veteran of the anti-anomaly war, kind souls began directing him toward the village. Soon they reached the relatively bustling part of the village. This was where the people of Lùjiā Village gathered. Some locals shook their heads upon hearing the name Chen Dongliang. All claimed they'd never heard the name. You're looking for an anti-alien veteran, aren't you? After carefully studying Qin Guofeng, someone cautiously spoke up. You must be here specifically to bring him back. Don't worry, old man. We have an elderly gentleman in Lùjiā Village. He's the oldest man in our village. If this veteran of the anti-anomaly war is truly from Lùjiā Village, he'll definitely recognize him. With that, he led Qin Guofeng toward a courtyard deep within the ancient village. At the entrance, Qin Guofeng immediately noticed the intricate carvings. 2 stone lions stood guard on either side of the gate. Even the threshold featured 3 steps. No need to look, this must have been a wealthy household in the past. This house used to be even more exquisite than it is now. It's just fallen into disrepair over the years. Someone nearby explained, it's been restored by people sent from the authorities. An elderly man lives inside now, they say he spent his entire life in this house. The authorities offered him a new house and wanted him to move out, but he refused. He insists on staying here. There was nothing they could do, so they let him stay in the old house. Upon entering, they discovered the house was surprisingly spacious, with even more exquisite carvings adorning the interior. It was clearly the residence of a former scholarly family. Old man Chen, come out quickly. See if you recognize this veteran of the anti-anomaly war. Someone called out from inside the house. They brought back the portrait of the veteran who fought against the alien invasion, but no one in the village recognizes him. Please come take a closer look. Amidst the calls, a frail, white-haired old man emerged, walking with a trembling gait. His clothes were immaculately neat, and even his hair was meticulously combed. Is that so? Bring it over for me to see. What's his name? Grandpa Chen's gaze swept around the area, his eyes sharp and alert, showing no sign of fatigue. Seeing this, Qin Guofeng stepped forward immediately. Hello, his name is Chen Dongliang. He was my comrade in arms. Could you help me find out if he has any family left? I'm here specifically to bring him back. Get out. Upon hearing the name Chen Dongliang, the old man's expression changed abruptly. He violently slammed the teacup on his coffee table to the floor. The cup shattered into pieces. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. No one had expected old man Chen to fly into such a rage. The entire group was startled, utterly unsure how to react. Only Qin Guofeng remained relatively composed, frowning as he looked at the furious old Chen. What do you mean by that? Who do you want to get out, Dongliang or me? Old man Chen's eyes bulged with rage as he pointed at Qin Guofeng and bellowed, You and that bastard's portrait, get the hell out of here. Get out now. Don't let me see you two again, or else I'll. Grandpa Chen was clearly beyond furious. His face was flushed crimson, and he couldn't even finish a sentence. The fellow villagers beside him hadn't expected this outcome. They hurriedly stepped forward to steady the furious old Chen. They asked in confusion, Uncle Chen, isn't Chen Dongliang an anti-anomaly veteran? Shouldn't he be the pride of our Lùjiā Village? Chapter 35, The Wreck. At that moment, old man Chen was still coughing violently from his rage. Even his eyes had turned bloodshot from rage. He was clearly furious beyond measure. Villagers nearby gently patted him while pressing for answers. This was supposed to be a glorious moment for the family. How could old man Chen have told him to get out? Even the live streamers hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Holy crap, has this old man lost his mind? How dare he disrespect a veteran like that? That's way too much. Could he be losing his mind? How dare he be so arrogant to our Centenarian grandpa? Only because he's old, otherwise I'd have called him out live today and torn him apart. Sturgeon, you better ask what's going on. Why is this old man reacting so strongly? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? All the netizens were expecting to witness some tear-jerking scene. But unexpectedly, it started off so intense. This left everyone speechless. Su Yun was also getting angry. Even with her best temper, she couldn't hold back anymore. She stepped directly in front of Qin Guofeng and demanded an explanation. Sir, please explain yourself. Grandpa Qin was kindly escorting his comrade back to his hometown. If you don't welcome him, that's one thing, but why resort to such harsh words? Su Yun had rarely encountered anything that angered him so much during his long treks outside. His dark face was now flushed with fury. But old Chen across from him was even more furious. Pointing at Qin Guofeng, he yelled, Chen Dongliang is a traitor to the dragon. Then this guy must be a traitor too. Get out of here immediately. You traitors to the dragon are not allowed to set foot in Lùjiā Village. What are you all standing around for? Get these two traitors out of here now. Old man Chen's voice was practically a growl. He was now completely hysterical, but his advanced age left him too weak to struggle. He had no strength left to struggle, only sitting painfully in his chair, screaming. Looking every bit the madman. A few villagers nearby cautiously tried to comfort him. Meanwhile, the live stream exploded with this news. Who could have imagined that the Centenarian they had always respected was actually a dragon traitor? This carries severe consequences. Amidst the shock, someone finally started firing off comments. Help! Can someone tell me if this is real? How could a Centenarian be a dragon traitor? Is this a mistake? Didn't you see how the old man reacted when he heard Chen Dongliang's name? It can't be true, right? Did we support the wrong person? No way. We waited a whole week for the Centenarian to reappear online, and this is what we get. I refuse to believe it. This has to be fake. Maybe the old man just mistook someone else. Let's wait and see. We need to get to the bottom of this. We can't wrongly accuse an anti-alien veteran, nor can we let any dragon traitor slip through. The livestream chat exploded with all manner of reactions. This news was truly shocking. The level of attention the Centenarian garnered this time was matched only by the waves it stirred. Everyone was discussing it. Meanwhile, inside the MCN office building in Qin City, Lu Qinghao was watching the livestream with his team. In fact, the moment Qin Guofeng reappeared online, he had immediately tuned into the livestream. He couldn't help but recall how he'd once fled in panic at a mere glance from Qin Guofeng. And having Qin Guofeng reject a 10 million yuan contract, he had been seething with anger ever since. For the past week, he'd been scheming ways to smear Qin Guofeng. Little did he expect the perfect material to surface so quickly. Seated in the conference room's chair of authority, he laughed with eyes brimming with arrogance. See that? That's someone who can't withstand the test of fire. I was just fretting over how to deal with this Qin Guofeng, and now someone spilled the beans. And right in front of all these people. Did anyone screen record the live stream just now? No need for me to give orders, you all know what to do, right? This is so satisfying. He never imagined Qin Guofeng's dirt would surface so quickly. He could already picture the fate awaiting Qin Guofeng. He was so arrogant, looking down on even 10 million yuan. Now let's see how he crashes and burns. His team sprang into action immediately. They were pros at crafting smear campaigns. Now it felt like second nature. One group handled drafting the smear pieces, while influential social media personalities with massive followings took charge of amplifying them. With professional troll armies thrown into the mix, it took only minutes. News that Qin Guofeng was a traitor to the dragon, and that his comrades were traitors too, spread like wildfire across the internet. The discussion volume on this topic hit unprecedented heights. The company's operatives were grinning from ear to ear. Ah, boss, you're the real deal. Even though we haven't found the team behind the Centenarian for so long, who'd have thought we'd get such a payoff? I've already edited and uploaded that clip of the old man berating Qin Guofeng as a traitor. It's only been a few minutes, and there are already hundreds of comments. This wave of attention is all ours now. He got what he deserved. He had the nerve to flaunt his treasonous ways so openly. Now he's crashed and burned. Let's see how arrogant he can be after this. The office buzzed with smug satisfaction. As an influencer agency, they'd previously watched helplessly as Qin Guofeng exploded online. Now, finally, they had the chance to witness Qin Guofeng's downfall. Lu Qinghao watched the data with satisfaction, his face twisted in a mocking grin. Our paid commenters are proving quite useful. This buzz has already pushed him to the top spot across the entire internet. Ha ha ha, what a veteran of the anti-anomaly movement. Last time he dared to be so arrogant in front of me. I'll see how he keeps up that attitude now. Lu Qinghao felt utterly content. It had been ages since he'd felt this happy. Based on his years of experience, the Centenarian was bound to crash and burn. And he'd be crushed under the wheels, unable to get back up. Netizens these days are terrifying. Once they realize they've been deceived, they won't let Qin Guofeng off the hook. By then, they won't even need to lift a finger. The Centenarian's life will be miserable. Enough. The Centenarian is definitely done for. No need to keep watching him. Lu Qinghao spoke lazily. How's the high-quality fake Centenarian we trained earlier? Time to roll them out. Remember, not a single flaw. His subordinate flattered him with a fawning expression. Rest assured, boss. I've hired professional actors. There won't be any issues. The script is complete, and the entire team is prepared to perfection. We're just waiting for the broadcast to begin. They'd spent ages preparing to take over the Centenarian's traffic. Now that Qin Guofeng had crashed and burned, they couldn't contain their excitement any longer. This fortune from heaven had finally fallen into their MCN company's lap. Chapter 36, The Village's Hope. Seeing the elderly man's intense excitement, Qin Guofeng immediately understood. Back then, Chen Dongliang, with his overseas education and the appearance of a humble gentleman, made him stand out like a sore thumb within the group. After careful consideration, Qin Guofeng had ultimately decided to send Chen Dongliang to infiltrate the rival faction as a spy. He still remembered the moment he approached Chen Dongliang to explain the mission. Chen Dongliang had agreed without hesitation, completely unprepared for what lay ahead. I unconditionally obey the leadership's arrangements. Please rest assured, Commander Qin. I guarantee I will complete the mission excellently. Chen Dongliang was no longer the frail figure he had been when he first joined the army. Forged through several battles, his posture had grown strong and upright. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Qin Guofeng, as his direct superior, still explained the hardships involved. Dongliang, have you thought this through? If you truly become a spy, you'll bear the scorn and misunderstanding of your compatriots for a very long time. This mission must remain confidential. You cannot reveal your identity to anyone except me. Not even your wife and children. In truth, the greatest test for a spy lies in the human heart. This world was already scarred by foreign invaders. Everyone harbors a deep-seated hatred for the alien race. Yet a spy's identity must remain hidden. Bearing the misunderstanding of their own people, they must cautiously coexist with the enemy day and night. The slightest misstep could spell utter ruin. Qin Guofeng deliberated at length before selecting Chen Dongliang for this arduous mission. Chen Dongliang's face had been completely expressionless. But upon hearing the words wife and child, a flicker of emotion flickered in his eyes. He lowered his gaze, concealing the sorrow in his eyes. Someone has to do this, doesn't it? No one is more suited for this task than me. As he spoke, the resolve in Chen Dongliang's eyes grew increasingly evident. Finally, he looked at Qin Guofeng with unwavering resolve. Captain, Chen Dongliang accepts this mission. Please give me your orders. I know this mission is best suited for me. Rest assured, I will complete it. I'll see to it that every foreign race is driven from the land of our dragon nation. The image of Chen Dongliang facing death with unwavering resolve still seemed to linger before Qin Guofeng's eyes. Later, Chen Dongliang proved to be an exceptionally capable spy. In those trying times, he relayed countless vital intelligence reports to Qin Guofeng. The dragon nation's current glory is inseparable from their arduous efforts. Many more underground operatives like him existed. They infiltrated enemy territories and obtained crucial intelligence. Yet many were misunderstood by others, even bearing lifelong infamy. Even after all these years, some still harbor resentment toward Qin Dongliang. Old Chen, however, let out a cold laugh. Well done, Qin Dongliang. Truly a waste that the clan chief bestowed upon him such an ambitious name. Do you know how rare it was to produce a college graduate back then? Qin Dongliang even went abroad for further studies. But how did he repay his country? How did he treat our Chen village? Resentment seeped from every word the old man spoke. His eyes had long since turned bloodshot. His aged face contorted with fury. Everyone present could feel the intensity of his rage. The village chief glanced at the portrait in Qin Guofeng's arms, then looked back at old man Chen. Finally unable to hold back, he spoke up, "Uncle Chen, what exactly is going on here? Is this Qin Dongliang truly a traitor to the dragon?" They had hoped Lùjiā Village might produce a remarkable figure capable of resisting the alien forces. He had seen that viral livestream with 8 million views earlier. He felt someone like Qin Guofeng shouldn't have brought a dragon traitor back. But seeing old man Chen's grief-stricken and furious expression, the village chief couldn't help but feel confused about the situation. Old Chen's eyes were bloodshot with rage now, his gaze fixed on everyone present. His gaze fell upon the delicate face nestled in Qin Guofeng's arms. Gritting his teeth, he spat out. "How could I mistake Qin Dongliang's face? I'd never mistake it in my entire life, this traitor who collaborated with the enemy and sold out his country." His rage was so intense that the veins on his neck bulged. He began recounting the story of Qin Dongliang to the crowd. It turned out that Qin Dongliang had been able to attend university and even study abroad, becoming one of the few educated intellectuals in those turbulent times. All of this was achieved through the collective efforts of every single person in Lùjiā Village. In those days, in this remote little place, where were the wealthy to be found? Though Lùjiā Village had once been prosperous, with houses adorned with intricately carved wooden sculptures, and each household had exquisite stone lions guarding their doorways. But these were all houses left behind by their ancestors. During those war-torn years, the villagers of Lùjiā Village couldn't even get enough to eat. Though they went hungry, the village elders, respected for their virtue and wisdom, understood clearly that education was the only way out. A nation that loses its culture truly faces a generational rupture. In those days, every child in Lùjiā Village learned to read and write. They were all personally taught by the village's former scholars. At that time, nearly everyone in the village shared the same lineage. The village chief required that all children be allowed to attend the village private school for free to learn to read and write. This was done to identify the most promising student. Then the entire village would pool its resources to send that child to study elsewhere. Clearly, Qin Dongliang was the one chosen for his brilliance. Qin Dongliang's ancestors had been a wealthy family, and their ancestral home in the village was the most spacious and brightly lit. His parents and grandparents were all educated people. Naturally, Qin Dongliang received ample education. Yet war and turmoil could bring even the wealthiest families to ruin. Fortunately, Qin Dongliang's sharp mind allowed him to stand out among the village children. The entire village pooled their resources to send him to study in the big city. Later, he was sent abroad for further studies. At that time, everyone in Lùjiā Village took pride in Qin Dongliang. They believed he would become the hope of the entire village. They even bragged about him in the neighboring villages. "You know Dongliang from our village, right? He's studying abroad now. He's the one who'll lead Lùjiā Village to prosperity someday. Once Dongliang returns, Lùjiā Village will never have to endure hardship again." A group of villagers spoke with hopeful anticipation. "If that Dongliang kid could bring glory to our country, that would be even better. I believe in him. That boy was smart from a young age. He's bound to make something of himself." Qin Dongliang went abroad for his studies and remained out of touch for several years. It wasn't until much later that news finally reached Lùjiā Village. "Fellow villagers, Dongliang has written. The boy has truly made something of himself. He's actually enlisted to fight the foreign tribes." One villager exclaimed excitedly. "I always knew our Lùjiā Village would produce a golden child. This truly brings honor to our family name." At that moment, everyone was immersed in the joy of Qin Dongliang enlisting to fight the foreign tribes. But the good times didn't last long. Some troubling news soon reached the village. Chapter 37, I have no such disgraceful father. At this point, old Chen's cloudy eyes blazed with fury. Seated in his chair, he slammed his fist hard on the table. Qin Dongliang actually became a traitor to the dragon. How could he do this to our Qin village? What a bastard! When he uttered the name Qin Dongliang, the old man clenched his jaw so hard he nearly ground his molars to dust. Rage surged to his forehead, and fury seemed poised to burst from his eyes. When the news first reached Lùjiā Village, some villagers refused to believe it. It can't be true. There must be some mistake. The old scholar who had taught Qin Dongliang to read since childhood slammed his cane hard on the ground. "I taught that boy Dongliang myself. I drilled every word of the 4 books and 5 classics into him. I know him better than anyone. You must be mistaken." You cannot slander a student I taught with such dedication. The old scholar's hair had turned completely white, and Chen Dongliang was his most prized pupil. Hearing that his student had become a traitor to the dragon, he refused to believe it. Some villagers who had watched Chen Dongliang grow up also refused to believe it. Yet the village chief at the time wore an expression of profound anguish. It's true. I have connections in the big city. They told me Chen Dongliang was hanging out with foreigners all the time, and even. The pain was too much, he couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. Facing the village's anxious gazes, he could only continue speaking through his anguish. Some say Dongliang joined the army to help the enemy steal military secrets. Many soldiers defending our homeland have already sacrificed their lives because of Chen Dongliang. It felt like a bolt of lightning striking the hearts of the entire village. No one could bring themselves to believe Chen Dongliang had become a traitor. Especially in this era of relentless warfare. Countless families had been torn apart by the invaders, and the entire land of Longguo ran red with blood. The common folk despised traitors with a passion, yet here was Chen Dongliang, the very man they held in highest esteem, betraying the dragon nation. Many villagers still refused to believe it at the time. They dismissed it as mere rumor. At worst, they thought it was just someone who looked like Chen Dongliang. Until one day, Chen Dongliang appeared in Lùjiā Village with a group of foreigners. They began plundering all manner of valuables throughout the village. Since Chen Dongliang knew the village well, he knew exactly which households were the wealthiest. In the end, most of the village was plundered clean. Finally, a villager couldn't hold back any longer and rushed out. Chen Dongliang, how could you become a traitor to the dragon clan? Bringing outsiders to plunder our village, have you no humanity left? The villager's eyes blazed with fury, and he even lunged forward. But the next second, he was kicked hard and sent flying several meters away. The one who kicked him was none other than Chen Dongliang. His face remained cold as he looked down at the villager lying on the ground, ribs broken from the impact. Uncle San, at your age, how can you still be so naive? I am now a foreigner. As for Chen Dongliang, that name I've long forgotten. You should be happy to offer your grain to our alien friends. After speaking, he stepped in front of several outsiders who were about to draw their guns. A respectful smile graced his face. Chief, they're just a few villagers. No need to waste bullets on them. Our ammunition should be saved for those despicable Dragon Nation troops. That Qin Guofeng fellow is our true enemy. At these words, the foreign leader finally waved his hand in satisfaction. The group of foreigners behind him finally lowered their guns. They immediately began ransacking the village, looting everything of value. After plundering, they even set fire to the village. The entire village witnessed this spectacle. They watched Chen Dongliang groveling before the foreign leader. Every single one felt they had misjudged the man. Anger spread through the entire village. Yet no one dared step forward, forced to watch helplessly as the invaders plundered. Among the crowd stood a child not yet 10 years old, staring fixedly at Chen Dongliang, whose face was twisted into a smile before the foreign tribe. His eyes burned with overwhelming fury. He stubbornly pressed his lips together, unable to speak for a long while. His gaze remained fixed on Chen Dongliang. Witnessing the invaders' atrocities, the child confronted Chen Dongliang with a voice both childish and filled with resentment. Why did you become a dragon traitor? Didn't you say you'd be a good person? You lied to me. Hearing the childish voice behind him, Chen Dongliang stiffened. No one saw his expression, he had kept his back turned to all the villagers. The child, not yet 10 years old, seemed to speak for the entire village. The questioning voice rang out at Chen Dongliang. Chen Dongliang didn't turn around, merely responding indifferently. What kind of good person in this world can truly serve the nation? Shen Jingming, don't be so naive. I'm a bad man. There are good people like the kind you describe in this world, but unfortunately, I'm not one of them. If you've got what it takes, become the kind of good person I'm talking about. Hearing this, Chen Jingming seemed to have some belief collapse within him. He froze in place, speechless for a long moment. Chen Dongliang, however, kept his back turned to the child. Finally, he lifted his foot, preparing to follow the steps of the foreign tribe's leader. At that moment, the young Chen Jingming suddenly spoke up. Chen Dongliang, if you leave, don't ever come back. I'll hate you for the rest of my life. The brief statement drew the attention of every villager. The villagers' gazes fixed intently on Chen Dongliang. But Chen Dongliang merely paused for a few seconds, still facing away from the young Chen Jingming as he stood with the villagers. No one could discern the expression on his face. Finally, without looking back, he joined the ranks of the outsiders. That day, besides a villager getting kicked by Chen Dongliang and breaking a rib, and a large amount of money was stolen by the outsiders, there were no other casualties in the village. Yet the seeds of hatred had already taken root in Chen Jingming's heart. He never forgot the scene. How Chen Dongliang shattered the image he had held of him. That hatred had lingered until now. The Chen Jingming of those days was none other than Old Man Chen, the very one recounting the events to everyone. Though aged beyond recognition, Chen Jingming still harbored boundless hatred. Chen Dongliang was a fraud. He told me to become a good man who protects our country and defends our homes. He told me to become a man of integrity who stands tall and upright. He deceived me. I have no such disgraceful father. I am not his son. Chen Jingming was Chen Dongliang's son. Recalling the day Chen Dongliang led the foreign tribe to plunder the village's possessions, his entire being became agitated, his face etched with painful memories. On one side, Chen Dongliang held his young self, promising to become a good man. A good man who would drive all foreigners out of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet in the blink of an eye, the father he most admired had become a traitor despised by all. Chen Jingming trembled with fury. Liar. A big, fat liar. Seeing Chen Jingming so agitated, the village chief hurriedly tried to calm him. Uncle Chen, please calm down. Don't get so worked up. You're getting older, you. Hearing the news, everyone present felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. Now they finally understood why Chen Jingming had reacted so violently upon seeing Chen Dongliang's portrait. Chapter 38, My pen cannot save the nation. The village chief comforted him from the side. Those things are in the past. Don't dwell on them. If you dislike seeing this man's portrait, I'll have them removed immediately. He made to dismiss them. But Chen Jingming suddenly stood up. His eyes fixed intently on the portrait Qin Guofeng held in his arms. Suddenly, he burst into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. See that? That dragon traitor is dead. And he died so young. I told you, evil deeds will be punished by heaven. Chen Dongliang, you truly deserve it. Ha ha ha. The elderly Chen Jingming seemed to have gone mad. His laughter rang out, shrill and piercing. Yet beneath that laughter lay an endless sorrow. As Chen Jingming's maniacal laughter echoed, crystal-clear tears rolled down his cheeks. He stared at Chen Dongliang's portrait, his face twisted with both rage and sorrow. Witnessing this heartbreaking scene, Su Yun was at a loss for words. She could only stand frozen in place, holding her phone. Meanwhile, his livestream was filled with stunned silence. They had expected to witness something even more heartbreaking than the wedding of the century. But no one could have imagined that the man in this portrait was actually a traitor. This can't be true. How could old man Qin's comrade in arms be a traitor? It's probably true. Didn't you see how even his own son despised this traitor? Seeing this old man, he's both furious and heartbroken. It's truly pitiful. Sigh, if my father were a traitor, I'd hate him to death. But no matter how much you hate him, he's still your own flesh and blood. For a moment, viewers in the livestream chat were stunned. Who could have imagined that the internet-famous Centenarian's comrade in arms was a traitor to the dragon? Everyone despised traitors intensely. Seeing Chen Jingming's aged, resentful expression, the viewers were filled with endless emotion. Even this generation harbors such deep hatred for traitors. It's easy to imagine what fate awaited the family of a traitor to the dragon in those days. In an instant, all eyes in Su Yun's livestream turned to Chen Jingming. At that moment, Chen Jingming was staring intently at the portrait of Chen Dongliang. His eyes were filled with resentment and rage. Seeing that young, familiar face, it was identical to the face etched in his memory. Chen Jingming stared at that familiar face. Suddenly, he recalled the night before Chen Dongliang had sent him and his mother back to Lùjiā Village. Back then, Chen Dongliang had looked every bit the scholarly gentleman. Jingming, you'll be 10 soon. Tomorrow, you'll go back to Lùjiā Village with your mother. A flicker of reluctance passed through Chen Dongliang's eyes as he held his son. He was enlisting in the army, unsure if he would ever return alive. Country comes before family. In the prime of his life, it was time for Chen Dongliang to serve his nation. Chen Jingming's wife wept silently upon hearing the decision. She understood what enlisting at this time truly meant. Yet she could not stop him, only weep sorrowfully. Young Chen Jingming, however, beamed with excitement. Daddy, are you going to fight the enemies like the generals in the books? Dad, you're so amazing. You're going to drive out all those despicable foreign tribes. Chen Dongliang had read many books. Even before turning 10, Chen Jingming could recite countless historical battles from memory. Every time he heard his father recount tales of heroes, his blood would boil with excitement. Upon hearing that Chen Dongliang was joining the army, his small eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet amidst his excitement, Chen Jingming couldn't help but speak up. But Dad, didn't you say that fighting on the battlefield is what generals with swords and spears do? You're a scholar wielding a pen. Why should scholars go to war? Chen Dongliang had said more than once that military officers had their own duties to fulfill. And scholars have their own purpose. He had also cautioned Chen Jingming that whether he became a military commander or a scholar in the future, the prerequisite was to be a good person who served the nation well. This time, Chen Dongliang sighed deeply. Contemplating the nation's current predicament, his eyes filled with sorrow. I used to draw a sharp distinction between military commanders and scholars. I believed that fighting on the battlefield was the duty of military commanders alone, that scholars like me lack the capability to serve on the front lines. But son, look at the world now. Our compatriots are being slaughtered by foreign invaders. So many warriors have already sacrificed their lives, and our nation has few warriors left to give up their lives. Chen Dongliang recalled returning home to witness foreign invaders indiscriminately massacring his people. The nation was on the brink of collapse. There was no need to draw such clear distinctions between warriors and scholars anymore. He drew a deep breath and clasped Chen Jingming tightly. My pen can no longer save my country. That is why I choose to abandon literature for martial arts. No matter who they are, anyone who can defend our homeland is a good person. Son, no matter what, you must always be a good person. Young Qin Jingming's eyes flashed with resolve. Dad, rest assured. When I grow up, I will definitely be a good person. You're a good person, so your son will definitely be a good person too. That night, father and son spoke at length. Young Qin Jingming looked up to his father with deep admiration. Deep within his heart, he had already vowed to himself that when he grew up, he would become a good person. A good person who could defend the nation. But later, he witnessed the father he so deeply admired siding with foreigners. And even led them to plunder the village's possessions. The shock of this scene was overwhelming for Qin Jingming. Even now, recalling it filled his eyes with anguish, clouded by tears. Pointing at Chen Dongliang's portrait, he erupted in fury. You traitor! Why did you deceive me? You swore to become a good man, yet look at what you've done. I hate you, Chen Dongliang. You're nothing but a complete bastard. By now, Qin Jingming's face was streaked with tears. The image of Chen Dongliang teaching him to be a good person clashed with the memory of Chen Dongliang leading foreign tribes to plunder their village. These two images seemed etched deep into his mind. Though years had passed, he could still recall every detail of what happened back then. These two memories had lingered in Qin Jingming's mind for all these years. Not a single day had he forgotten them. At this moment, Qin Jingming's face contorted in agony. He struggled to look at the portrait of Chen Dongliang. His eyes brimmed with sorrow and accusation. Chen Dongliang, you must give me an explanation. Why did you betray our motherland? The father he had most revered had become a traitor. He had even betrayed the trust of the entire village. Every time Qin Jingming recalled this memory, he was overcome with unbearable anguish. Seeing his state, the village chief hurriedly helped him sit down on a chair. Uncle Chen, please stop dwelling on it. It's all in the past, it's all over now. It's not over. Qin Jingming grew even more agitated, his eyes fixed on the portrait of Chen Dongliang. His eyes burned with boundless fury. Chapter 39, The Name of Fear. He let out a furious growl at the portrait. How he sided with the enemy to commit atrocities back then, I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. He was a traitor to our Chen village. Those present witnessed Qin Jingming's furious and heartbroken state. They didn't know how to comfort him. Watching helplessly as the father he most admired became the dragon traitor despised by all. One could only imagine the depth of Qin Jingming's anguish. Though so many years had passed, seeing his father's portrait again still triggered such a strong reaction. In an instant, the number of viewers in Suyun's livestream hit an all-time high. Watching the flood of comments in the chat, Suyun's eyes filled with complex emotions. He had only intended to share this noble act of sending his comrade back to his hometown. He never imagined it would end like this. Within minutes, the topic "Is the Centenarian comrade a traitor?" surged to the top of the internet's trending searches. Behind the scenes, the MCN company was undoubtedly fueling the fire. Lu Qinghao watched the rapidly climbing trending topic from his office. The smug look on his face was impossible to miss. Ha, see? Fake is fake. We didn't even need our troll army, these netizens alone can destroy this centenarian's reputation. Netizens these days are like firecrackers, one spark sets them off. Keep it up. Only when this centenarian's reputation is completely ruined can we launch our high-quality imitation version. He hadn't expected the buzz to pick up so quickly. Combined with Lu Qinghao's coordinated press releases, everyone now believed the centenarian was a fraud. Even though so many years have passed. Today's youth are fiercely patriotic. At the mere mention of Dragon Trader, they'd practically crawl through the internet cables to get to him. The entire MCN company was buzzing with excitement. Lu Qinghao watched the online abuse. Suddenly, he recalled the day Qin Guofeng had intimidated him with a single glance. A surge of anger welled up inside him. He sneered coldly, "Keep issuing those blacklist notices. Say that last wedding of the century was also orchestrated by the team behind the Centenarian. I refuse to believe a fraudster dares to lord it over me. What anti-alien veterans? These guys are way too into their roles. Online, I'm a god. Today, I've settled both old and new scores." First, he pushed the Centenarian aside, then brought out his own high-quality imitation anti-alien veteran. This way, he could perfectly capitalize on the buzz. After all, Lu Qinghao is the original internet celebrity, he's got that kind of skill. His henchmen monitored the online buzz. "Boss, search volumes for Centenarian and Dragon Trader have hit tens of millions. Who knew our paid commenters would be this effective? Can't blame us for that. Even the best scripts get exposed eventually. But something feels off. If it really was scripted, why would they bring out the live-streamed old man to expose the dragon rapist? That's practically throwing dirt on themselves." Qin Jingming's words were too explosive. A scripted scenario wouldn't be designed this way. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been given an opening to exploit. Yet the livestream footage appeared before everyone's eyes, crystal clear. There wasn't even a chance to refute it. Lu Qinghao, however, couldn't care less about anything else. He watched the trending topics online with a cold smile. What's wrong? I refuse to believe it. If even his comrades are traitors, how could this centenarian possibly be cleared? Hearing this, his subordinates worked even harder to have the paid commenters flood the night with negative posts. Searching for Qin Guofeng's name now yielded nothing but smear campaigns. The frenzy was so intense it captured the attention of nearly every citizen in the Dragon Nation. At the largest international student campus in Longguo, a young male student scrolled through trending topics on his phone. He noticed a trending topic related to ethnic minorities had surged to the top of the charts. He immediately tapped to view it. This young man was an ethnic minority, merely studying abroad in Dragon Country. Ah, dragon rapist? Seriously? They're even live streaming it. Kobayashi Shoichi couldn't stop laughing when he saw the term dragon traitor. But remembering he was a foreign student in Dragon Country, he quickly reined in his grin, though his heart brimmed with endless scorn. The events of the past had become history. Yet a randomly cast veteran of the anti-anomaly war could still generate such high popularity. Kobayashi clicked through several related entries, only to find them all bashing Qin Guofeng. The Dragon Nation people are truly amusing. They actually fell for an old man's tricks. He doesn't look like a centenarian at all. You've clearly never seen a real centenarian. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes, for his great-grandfather had been one of those foreign soldiers who fought in the Dragon Nation back then. He had returned to his homeland after the defeat. Kobayashi Masakazu was the name he specifically adopted from the Dragon Kingdom. Since childhood, he'd heard his great-grandfather speak of a vast dragon country in the distant east. That land was many times larger than their own country. Both its culture and natural resources were far more abundant than his own country's. This planted the dream of studying abroad in the Dragon Kingdom in Kobayashi Shoichi's heart from childhood. Later, he finally set foot in this vast and resource-rich nation. Yet the prosperity he witnessed here seemed different from what his grandfather had described. How could this nation have progressed so rapidly, merely decades after the war? Koichi Kobayashi recalled the day he first set foot on Dragon Country's soil. He was stunned by the modernity of its cities. Now, seeing the trending topic about the dragon alien scandal on the hot search list, he found it amusing, scrolling through his phone for a long time. Reading the online curses directed at the dragon rapists, Kobayashi Shoichi couldn't resist sharing the trending topic with his great-grandfather back home. His great-grandfather had spent a long time in Dragon Country back in the day. He could read the Dragon Nation's script. Great-grandpa, look at this trending topic, it's already exploded in Dragon Country. Kobayashi Shoichi chuckled triumphantly. How ridiculous. Didn't these very people choose to become traitors to their homeland back then? After all these years, they're still being dragged out for online exposure. I almost feel sorry for Qin Guofeng. The bond between grandfather and grandson was strong. Whenever Kobayashi Shoichi encountered anything novel in Dragon Country, he would share it with his great-grandfather. His great-grandfather was a very composed man. Even upon hearing the words traitor to the Dragon Nation, his expression remained largely unchanged. But when Kobayashi Shoichi mentioned Qin Guofeng's name, the once unflappable elder suddenly turned pale. His body trembled violently, and he remained speechless for a long while. He was clearly shaken to the core. Noticing his great-grandfather's unusual state, Kobayashi Shoichi grew tense. Great-grandfather, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I'll call the doctor immediately. No, Shoichi, what did you just say? How do you know Qin Guofeng's name? The old man's eyes were filled with anxiety, as if his heart might leap out of his chest. For the name Qin Guofeng had dragged him back into the abyss of terror buried deep within his memories. Chapter 40, The Nightmare of the Foreign Tribe. Shaolin Jingyi looked at his great-grandfather's tense, terrified expression with some confusion. Great-grandfather, are you all right? This Qin Guofeng seems to be a veteran who fought in the war back then. They dug him up for publicity. Only then did Kobayashi Motoyama snap out of his daze, staring intently at the news article his great-grandson had sent. Sure enough, a familiar face appeared in the news photo. Kobayashi Motoyama was utterly shocked, his lips trembling uncontrollably. It really is him. How could he still be alive? So many years have passed. The moment he saw Qin Guofeng, Kobayashi Motoyama was struck by his deepest, darkest fear. Back when they, as foreigners, fought on the lands of the Dragon Nation. As a foreigner, he too had journeyed far from his homeland to join the fight in the Dragon Kingdom. Back then, he was merely a lowly soldier. Yet the name Qin Guofeng had haunted Kobayashi Motoyama his entire life. All these years later, Qin Guofeng remained like a specter. He often appeared in his nightmares. Shaolin Benshan slowly sank into distant memories. Back then, they, the foreign tribes, were virtually unstoppable in their campaigns against the Dragon Nation. They had seized control of most of the Dragon Nation's territory. At just a teenager, Kobayashi Motoyama witnessed the brutality of war. Later, he gradually grew accustomed to it, continuing to fight alongside the main forces across the Dragon Kingdom's lands. Everything proceeded smoothly. Until they encountered Qin Guofeng. This man was like a demon. That guy was truly terrifying. Kobayashi Motoyama seemed lost in a horrified memory. I heard the 2 platoons ahead of us were wiped out by him. Our orders were to kill Qin Guofeng. But later, we didn't even know where he was. He was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Kobayashi Motoyama recalled his first confrontation with Qin Guofeng. Their leader had already devised a plan to ambush and eliminate Qin Guofeng. Everything was prepared, yet Qin Guofeng infiltrated their unit alone. He wielded his twin pistols with supernatural skill, taking down numerous enemy soldiers. By the time the enemy realized what had happened, Qin Guofeng had vanished without a trace. The leader of the foreign tribe saw his men all dead. He erupted in furious curses. Useless. All of you are useless. What the hell are you even doing? So many of you, and you couldn't even capture one dragon nation brat. His men trembled in fear at Qin Guofeng's ghostly figure. Chief, that thing wasn't even human? Its speed was too fast. In this desolate wilderness, could there really be ghosts and monsters? Panic spread through the foreign squad. Even the young Lin Ben-shan, barely a teenager, was deeply shaken. He had clearly seen Qin Guofeng's figure moments before, yet had no idea how he vanished. Finally, the leader formulated a new plan. They must complete the mission and kill Qin Guofeng. Yet before the mission began, Qin Guofeng silently materialized before them once more. This time, the enemy forces couldn't even discern how Qin Guofeng had attacked. A group of comrades fell to Qin Guofeng, leaving only a few survivors. All that remained was a sea of crimson. Only then did Kobayashi Motoyama clearly see Qin Guofeng's face, standing in the pool of blood like a demon in the dark night. Don't kill me, spare my life. Overwhelmed by a desperate urge to survive, Kobayashi Motoyama collapsed onto the ground. The corpses of his fellow tribesmen lay scattered around him. He had just witnessed with his own eyes how Qin Guofeng had carried out the slaughter. Terror had robbed Kobayashi Motoyama of all rational thought, leaving him unable even to steady the gun in his hands. He could only stare in terror as Qin Guofeng closed in step by step. Even after all these years, recalling that scene still felt like a nightmare to Kobayashi Motoyama. Upon hearing this, Kobayashi Shoichi frowned. Grandfather, is that Qin Guofeng really that formidable? Then how did you survive? Why didn't he kill you back then? Kobayashi Motoyama took a deep breath, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes. His thoughts drifted back to that terrifying night. Qin Guofeng stood before Kobayashi Motoyama like a demon. Kobayashi Motoyama remembered clearly, he was alive because Qin Guofeng had run out of bullets. He'd emptied both guns. Countless soldiers had fallen. After firing his last round, Qin Guofeng drew a dagger, intending to kill Kobayashi Motoyama. But the sounds of the leaders approached from behind. Alone, Qin Guofeng had no choice but to abandon his attempt to kill the lowly soldier, Kobayashi Motoyama. His figure flickered violently, vanishing once more into the dense forest. The arriving leader and several team members saw the blood-soaked ground. They all stomped their feet in fury. He killed so many of us. Ah! Qin Guofeng, you just wait, I'll kill you. As the leader raged, someone began questioning the surviving Kobayashi Motoyama. But at that moment, Shaolin Benshan was utterly terrified. His eyes were filled with terror. He's a demon, chief. He really is a demon. It was terrifying. It wasn't just Kobayashi Motoyama. Several other surviving foreign soldiers were also utterly terrified. The mere mention of Qin Guofeng's name felt like a nightmare to them. The chieftain flew into a rage, vowing to capture Qin Guofeng alive. Yet in subsequent encounters, they still failed to catch even a glimpse of Qin Guofeng. Each time, Qin Guofeng slaughtered countless of their own men. By the time they reacted and went to fight him, Qin Guofeng vanished as if he had never been there at all. Recalling those scenes, Kobayashi Motoyama still felt a chill run down his spine. Qin Guofeng's name had become the most terrifying presence within their ranks. Every teammate dreaded the day Qin Guofeng would eliminate them. Great-grandfather, we had the numbers and superior weapons. How could we fail to take down even one man? Kobayashi Shoichi voiced his dissatisfaction, refusing to believe Qin Guofeng could be that formidable. But Kobayashi Motoyama shook his head. Qin Guofeng isn't just anyone. Every time he attacks us, we lose a lot of men. By the time the leaders react and go looking for him, there's no trace of Qin Guofeng left. They keep ambushing our forces with guerrilla tactics like this, whittling our numbers down. Our ranks were gripped by fear, everyone dreading when Qin Guofeng would silently wipe us out. Qin Guofeng isn't human, he's a demon. All these years later, Kobayashi Motoyama believed Qin Guofeng must surely be dead. There was no way he could still be alive. When they retreated from Longguo and returned to their homeland, Kobayashi Motoyama suffered nightmares for years because of the name Qin Guofeng. Even now, he would still wake up in a cold sweat from those nightmares. Yet who could have imagined that this demon haunting his mind would resurface after all these years? Kobayashi Motoyama took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Seiichi, book me a flight to Ryu Kingdom. Chapter 41, I'm here to bring honor to my family. Upon hearing this, Kobayashi Seishi frowned and glanced at the news stories still circulating online. Great-grandfather, you must have mistaken someone else. It could just be someone with the same name. Look closely. This Qin Guofeng is barely over 60. How could I won't mistake him. Even now. Seeing Qin Guofeng's photo again sent a chill down his spine. All these years later, all of Shaolin Benchen's comrades from back then had died. Only he remained. Suddenly, he heard the name of that legendary warrior from the past. Shaolin Benchen felt compelled to meet this legendary warrior of the past in person. He stared intently at the online photo, his gaze fixed on Qin Guofeng without wavering. He is Qin Guofeng, the very Qin Guofeng who struck terror into our foreign legions back then. I must see him before I die. At that moment in Lùjiā Village, the crowd fell silent upon seeing Qin Jingming's agitated state. Only Qin Guofeng wore a solemn expression. He still clutched the portrait of Chen Dongliang tightly. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within him. Who would have thought that this old man before them was actually Chen Dongliang's son? Chen Dongliang actually had a son still alive in this world. Hearing him call Chen Dongliang a traitor to the dragon. This news pierced Qin Guofeng's heart with a wave of sorrow. The very thing they had feared most had come to pass. A flicker of sorrow passed through Qin Guofeng's eyes as he recalled the night they had sent Chen Dongliang off to become a spy. They had talked at length that night. When Chen Dongliang decided to become a spy, Qin Guofeng had warned him of all the possible consequences. He warned him about the misunderstanding from family and comrades. But even Qin Guofeng himself hadn't anticipated that this misunderstanding would persist for decades. Captain, I don't know when we'll meet again after this departure. On the night of his departure, Chen Dongliang's eyes brimmed with uncontrollable sorrow. He looked back at the troops behind him, among whom were comrades in arms he had shared every moment with. The thought that when they met again, they would have to be enemies on the surface. Chen Dongliang suddenly felt a sharp pang of pain in his heart, unable to recover for a long while. Only after gathering his composure did he turn his earnest gaze toward Qin Guofeng. Boss, you and your comrades must all stay alive. You must live to see the day we defeat the alien threat. Then, Chen Dongliang couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. Tears were already welling up in his eyes. He knew how much resentment he would face from his fellow countrymen for being a spy in this era of alien invasion. But there was no other way. This work had to be done by someone. Qin Guofeng understood that spying might be even more perilous than the frontline work they did. If they died, they might be honored as heroes. But those underground operatives might bear the stigma of being traitors to the dragon forever. As long as the resistance against the alien threat persisted, these spies would never see the light of day. Qin Guofeng felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. Dongliang, you must be more cautious than us. You absolutely cannot throw your life away carelessly. But Chen Dongliang only gave a self-deprecating chuckle. I actually hope to die on a mission. To die that way would be better than being branded a traitor by my own people. I cannot bear to face such a fate. Chen Dongliang suddenly thought of his family. And the villagers of Lùjiā Village who had sent him abroad to study. If they found out he'd become a traitor to the dragon, they would surely be deeply disappointed. This was the very scenario Chen Dongliang dreaded most. He was genuinely worried about what would happen if he encountered villagers from Lùjiā Village while working as a spy. He'd rather die on the mission. You can't die. Qin Guofeng seemed to read Chen Dongliang's thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he said, if you die on a mission, your identity as a traitor will never be redeemed in this lifetime. So Dongliang, you must survive. Didn't you say you're the pride of Lùjiā Village? The villagers of Lùjiā Village pooled their entire resources to send you abroad for studies precisely because they want to see you serve your country. You must live to see the day we triumph over the alien threat and return to Lùjiā Village in triumph. Qin Guofeng already knew the full story of Chen Dongliang's background. When he first joined the army, Chen Dongliang always carried himself with an air of arrogance. With his delicate, fair skin, he seemed completely out of place among the rough and tumble soldiers. Since few in the unit had studied abroad, no one dared approach him at first. It wasn't until later, after they had weathered several battles together. That was when friendships began to form. Chen Dongliang gradually shed his arrogance, bonding with his comrades like family. He even shared his background with them. I vaguely recall the newly enlisted Chen Dongliang, his face radiating righteous fervor. I joined the army to bring honor to our Qin village. I may not be the most outstanding soldier, but I will definitely be the first to charge forward and slay the enemy. One day, I'll return to Lùjiā Village in glory, adorned with a stack of medals. Back then, Chen Dongliang's eyes shone with hope. He knew what the villagers longed to see most was him bringing honor to their clan. After the victory against the invaders, what greater honor could there be for Lùjiā Village than to have produced a hero of the resistance? But Chen Dongliang's eyes gradually dimmed. Captain, I truly don't want to disappoint the villagers. What if I, bearing the identity of a dragon traitor, encounter someone from Lùjiā Village? This was Chen Dongliang's greatest fear. He wouldn't even blink at the sight of an alien bullet. But he dreaded encountering those very villagers who placed such high hopes in him. Qin Guofeng understood the hardships of being a spy. He took a deep breath and looked at Chen Dongliang. If you ever face such a situation, remember this: never let your emotions expose your true identity. You must learn to play the part, Dongliang. You're the most educated among us, that's why I chose you for this mission. The other comrades are all rough and tumble types. They jump at the chance to kill any outsiders they see. You're different. I believe you can conceal your identity flawlessly. Once the resistance against the invaders ends, you'll return to Lùjiā Village in triumph, bringing glory to the entire village. Qin Guofeng knew assigning Chen Dongliang as a spy might hurt many people's feelings. But there was no other choice. He couldn't find anyone more suitable than Chen Dongliang for the role. No matter what happens, you must survive. Only by staying alive can you become the pride of Lùjiā Village. Chen Dongliang's eyes gradually reddened. Deep down, he knew no one was better suited for this mission than himself. It took him a long while to steady his emotions before he spoke with a bitter smile. If that day ever comes, I imagine the villagers will be terribly disappointed in me. Not just the villagers who had pinned their hopes on him, but also his son, who took pride in him. Chen Dongliang couldn't bear to imagine what that day might bring. Chapter 42, Disappointing Them. A cultured man who had studied abroad had become the dragon trader despised by all his compatriots. The thought of such a scene made Chen Dongliang's heart ache so intensely he could barely breathe. Qin Guofeng looked at him with unwavering resolve as he offered comfort. You're the true hero, hidden in the shadows, relaying intelligence for us. Once everyone learns the truth, they'll understand the hardships. Countless underground operatives relayed intelligence in the shadows. Without their efforts, the path to victory against the alien threat would be an arduous one. The perils of espionage were ever present, one misstep could expose their cover. Fearing brutal murder at the hands of the invaders, Qin Guofeng could only caution Chen Dongliang with utmost care. No matter what happens, you must survive until the end of the resistance. Chen Dongliang, this is my order as your superior. Then you can return to Lùjiā Village in triumph. The villagers of Lùjiā Village would surely understand if they knew you were a spy. But Chen Dongliang shook his head. A resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. They must never learn my true identity. I don't want their understanding. If they discover I'm a spy, it means my mission has failed. Chen Dongliang dared not imagine the consequences if the mission failed. Because if his identity were exposed, it would inevitably lead to the sacrifice of more comrades on the front lines. No. Chen Dongliang grasped the gravity of the situation, his eyes hardening with resolve. Captain, rest assured. Until the mission is complete, I will never reveal my identity. Even if the entire village misunderstands me, I promise to conceal myself. Whether in numbers or weaponry. They were vastly outmatched by the alien race. The loss of so many comrades left them seeing no hope. Their greatest chance of victory lay with the underground operatives. If they could infiltrate the alien race and gather intelligence, victory in the resistance would be one step closer. With this realization, Chen Dongliang finally made up his mind. Captain, I'm ready. Even if the world doesn't understand me, I will complete this mission and drive the alien race off our dragon nation's soil. Seeing Chen Dongliang's unwavering resolve, Qin Guofeng, his superior, felt a sudden pang of sorrow. Here was a patriotic, overseas-educated intellectual. Yet he must disguise himself as a despised traitor to the dragon nation. How much bitterness must he endure? How many cold stares must he endure? It was an immense test of both mind and body for a spy. This was precisely why Qin Guofeng had chosen Chen Dongliang. Seeing the resolute expression on Chen Dongliang's face before him, Qin Guofeng felt as though his heart had been clenched in a tight grip. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Even if no one else understands you, your son will always get it. Chen Dongliang often mentioned his son. So Qin Guofeng was quite familiar with the boy. He knew the boy was the softest spot in Chen Dongliang's heart. He didn't know when the war against the alien invaders would end. Qin Guofeng could only bring up Chen Dongliang's son to comfort this comrade in arms who was about to bear the shameful label of a traitor. At the mention of his son, a hint of tenderness finally flickered in Chen Dongliang's eyes. Thinking of his son's clever and adorable face, his grieving heart seemed to find a little solace. But soon, his face returned to its sorrowful expression. A faint sneer touched his lips. When I left, my son wasn't even 10 years old. From childhood, I told him all sorts of patriotic stories. If he knew his father had become a despised traitor. By the end of his words, Chen Dongliang could no longer hold back. A single tear slipped uncontrollably from the corner of his eye. He truly dreaded the thought of his son's disappointment. Suddenly, he recalled the night he left his wife and child to enlist. He had solemnly told his son that the pens of intellectuals could no longer save the nation. As a member of the Dragon Nation, he must take up arms on the battlefield to slay the foreign tribes. Drive all invaders from the Dragon Nation's soil. His son's excited expression back then remained etched in Chen Dongliang's mind. Whenever he recalled his son's hopeful eyes, Chen Dongliang felt as though he might collapse once more. The father he most admired had become a traitor to the Dragon Nation. Chen Dongliang couldn't even imagine what his son would become. Seeing Chen Dongliang's grief, Qin Guofeng immediately spoke up. You raised your son from infancy. He will believe you. He's your son. He trusts you completely. He won't necessarily hate you. Seeing Chen Dongliang's demeanor, Qin Guofeng could easily imagine what kind of person his son would be. He was undoubtedly a bright child, well read in poetry and literature from a young age. Only by thinking of Chen Dongliang's son could he comfort his grieving heart. Chen Dongliang thought of how he had raised his son to be upright and incorruptible. He waved his hands urgently. No, he must hate me. I'm a traitor now. If he doesn't hate me, then he's not patriotic enough. He himself could never openly express his patriotism. Therefore, he could only entrust his son to love this motherland on his behalf. Chen Dongliang placed all his hopes in his son. If that day ever came, his son would surely stand against him. The outcome unfolded exactly as Chen Dongliang had imagined. He truly had raised a good son. Back then, when Chen Jingming heard his father had become a traitor, he refused to believe it. Not until the day his most revered father led foreign invaders to plunder the village. The entire village witnessed how Chen Dongliang aligned himself with the dragon traitor. The young Chen Jingming witnessed the entire scene, and his admiration for his father turned to hatred. Bearing this hatred for his father, Chen Jingming lived on until now. Now, tears streaming down his face, he sat slumped in a chair, gazing despondently at Chen Dongliang's portrait. He uttered heart-wrenching accusations through his sobs. Why did you deceive me when you couldn't do it yourself? You claimed you were joining the military, yet you ended up as a high-ranking official among the foreign tribe. How many of our own did you kill back then? Yet facing these relentless accusations, Chen Dongliang, now a cold portrait, could not speak in reply. The portrait of Chen Dongliang could only gaze faintly at his now gray-haired son. His eyes seemed to hold endless sorrow. Qin Guofeng recalled all this, his heart sinking with profound sorrow. He clutched Chen Dongliang's portrait tightly, unwilling to let go. He was completely lost in distant memories, unable to pull himself out. But viewers watching the live stream through Su Yun's channel were filled with confusion. They erupted into heated discussions within the live stream. Seriously, what the hell is going on here? Old man Qin is actually holding the portrait of that traitor and looking so heartbroken. Yeah, and here I thought he was some important figure. Turns out his comrade in arms was Long Jian. Haven't you seen the online expose? They say Qin Guofeng isn't some veteran of the anti-anomaly war at all, it's all scripted. I don't buy it's scripted. Who would write a plot where your comrade in arms is a traitor? Makes zero sense. I agree with the previous comment. Look how heartbroken old man Qin looks, maybe there's a twist coming. Chapter 43, No Right to Marry. The live stream erupted once more with a flurry of excited comments. No one could understand why Qin Guofeng held such high regard for a traitorous comrade in arms. Yet they refused to believe this was all just a publicity stunt. Su Yun watched the chat stream with a headache. She shifted her dark eyes and finally spoke up. Friends, please calm down. This Grandpa Qin doesn't seem like a bad guy to me. Let's all wait patiently, maybe it's just a misunderstanding. He was an outdoor enthusiast himself and knew how much perseverance this journey demanded. This entire journey. He had seen clearly how Qin Guofeng had made it this far. He found it hard to believe this was scripted. But ever since arriving at Chen village, old man Chen had been beside himself with excitement. He kept cursing his own biological father non-stop. His fury seemed ready to spill out of the livestream. Su Yun, who was naturally eloquent, could only watch silently from the sidelines. He'd already made up his mind, if anyone here got too worked up and tried to get physical, he would immediately take Qin Guofeng and leave this place. The situation unfolded much as he'd anticipated. Chen Jingming's face had turned pale with rage. With the soothing words of those nearby, his mood improved slightly. Yet rage still consumed his face. Staring at the portrait in Qin Guofeng's arms, he launched into another tirade. See this? After all these years, this traitorous dragon has dared to return. How utterly ridiculous. If he craved glory so much, he should have stayed on foreign soil for the rest of his life. Why come back as a traitor to slaughter his own people? Ha ha ha, Chen Dongliang, you disgraceful fool. Then don't even think about coming back. The entire Lùjiā village will never forgive you. The elders said it back then, all the money spent raising you went to the dogs. Lùjiā village has no place for a disgraceful person like you. Chen Jingming grew angrier with every word, his face contorting with rage. He recalled that day long ago when Chen Dongliang had led outsiders into the village to plunder its wealth. And the sight of Chen Dongliang's silent, departing figure. And the lessons Chen Dongliang had drilled into him as a child to become someone who serves the nation. All of it felt utterly contradictory. He had once been such a patriotic man, relentlessly teaching him to cherish his country. Never betray the motherland. Yet later, he turned around and became a traitor. This caused immense trauma to the young Chen Jingming at the time. Originally, in Lùjiā village, he was the hope of the entire village because his father, Chen Dongliang, was a resistance fighter. Therefore, he was the focus of attention in the village, and the elders spared no effort in nurturing Chen Jingming. Everyone believed that one day, Chen Jingming would surely follow in his father's footsteps and become someone who would bring honor to the family. But in the end, Chen Dongliang shattered all of that with his own hands. News of Chen Dongliang becoming a traitor to the dragon reached the village. Chen Jingming became the object of everyone's contempt in the village. Though outwardly, there was no overt discrimination. The young Chen Jingming could keenly sense the villagers whispering behind his back. What a disgrace! Who'd have thought that bastard Chen Dongliang would become a dragon trader? Do you think his son might? No way. Jingming's a good kid. Look how smart he is, he'll never become a dragon trader. Who knows? Chen Dongliang was smart as a child too, but look at him now. I won't become a dragon trader. I'm not like Chen Dongliang. Young Chen Jingming finally couldn't hold back any longer and rushed toward the villagers who were gossiping. His eyes burned with endless fury, as if consumed by raging flames. Chen Dongliang is Chen Dongliang, and I am me. I will never be a traitor to the dragon in this lifetime. I don't have that kind of traitorous father. Chen Jingming practically screamed these words. He even became hysterical in front of the villagers. His eyes burned with hatred for Chen Dongliang. The man he once admired most had become a despised traitor. How could he not hate him? Even as he grew older, his resentment toward Chen Dongliang never diminished. By then, all foreign tribes had been expelled, the nation was established, and the people finally lived in peace. Yet the entire dragon nation bore the scars of immense trauma, with every industry in dire need of rebuilding. Everything had to start anew. Chen Jingming had been taught to read and write by Chen Dongliang from childhood. In the war-torn dragon kingdom of that era, few could read or write. The nation needed to rebuild from the ground up, yet educated individuals were scarce. So when Chen Jingming grew up, he became a teacher. He never forgot the image of his father as a traitor to the dragon nation. Chen Jingming vowed silently to himself that he would become someone who served his country. He would never allow the disgrace of Chen Dongliang to be passed down to him. Thus, for decades, he devoted himself to teaching and nurturing students, instilling in everyone the imperative to serve the nation. The young Chen Jingming devoted himself wholeheartedly to education. Back then, Chen Jingming was not only a man of learning but also exceptionally handsome and tall. Numerous matchmakers came to propose marriages, and it was said that the threshold of the Chen family's door was nearly worn away from their constant visits. But Chen Jingming rejected them all without hesitation. He had absolutely no intention of marrying. Regardless of the suitor's background or appearance, Chen Jingming wouldn't even glance at them. The incident even alarmed the clan chief. He personally visited to question Chen Jingming. Jingming, what's gotten into you? You're no longer young. It's time to settle down. Haven't you found any of the matchmaker's suggestions suitable? You're an educated man. Think of how many fine students our Qin village has produced because of your teaching. Your mother died tragically back then, and your father was no saint either. But so many years have passed, it's time to let go. The clan chief spoke with gentle persuasion. Chen Jingming was a prominent figure in Lùjiā Village. He had taught many high achievers, cultivating numerous talents for the future development of the dragon nation. That's why Chen Jingming held such prestige in the village. Seeing that he was already well into his 30s without even a girlfriend, the clan chief felt compelled to personally visit him. The young Chen Jingming's eyes remained as calm as ever, though beneath that calmness lay a trace of resentment and anger. Chief, he said, you told the matchmakers not to come looking for me. I will never marry in this lifetime. Chen Jingming's calmness carried a hint of madness as he spoke softly. I must cultivate more pillars of society to serve our nation. Marriage is impossible for me in this lifetime. With that, he fell silent. This left the clan chief utterly distraught. Such a promising young man, how could he not marry? The clan chief spoke until his throat was parched, even enlisting relatives to join the persuasion. At the time, the entire Chen family village was connected by kinship. They had assumed that because Chen Jingming was well educated, he had high standards, which was why he remained unmarried at such an advanced age. But upon hearing that Chen Jingming intended to remain unmarried forever, everyone was thrown into a panic. The village elders all rushed over to plead with him. Finally, Chen Jingming couldn't contain his emotions. My father was a traitor to the dragon. I carry the blood of a traitor in my veins. What right do I have to marry? Chapter 44, Did you do it? His outburst silenced the villagers. Their gazes toward Chen Jingming grew complex. These elders had witnessed firsthand how Chen Dongliang had left with the foreign tribe all those years ago. Seeing Chen Jingming like this, no one dared speak again. Only Chen Jingming's eyes held scorn. Chen Dongliang was a traitor to the dragon. How many of our own did he kill? How could I possibly marry? I will never allow the blood of a traitor to continue. Therefore, I, Chen Jingming, swear I will never marry in this lifetime. The evil deeds Chen Dongliang committed must be atoned for by someone. Chen Jingming's face was twisted with rage, yet tears of sorrow streamed down his cheeks. Though the invaders had been driven out, and the nation had stabilized, the thought that his father was a despicable traitor to the dragon. Chen Jingming could not sleep. His refusal to marry stemmed from his determination to prevent the bloodline of a dragon traitor from continuing. How many lives had Chen Dongliang taken as a dragon traitor back then? He felt he could never find peace in this lifetime. Recalling his father's earnest teachings from childhood filled Chen Jingming with unbearable anguish. That was why he dedicated himself to education when the Dragon Nation was rebuilding from ruins. He poured all his time into it, hoping to nurture more talented individuals who could serve their country. Could this perhaps lessen Chen Dongliang's sins? Chen Jingming looked at the clan elders with tears streaming down his face. Clan chief, please don't push me. I will not allow Chen Dongliang's bloodline to continue. He is a traitor to our Dragon Nation. As his son, I deserve to live my life unmarried, childless, and die alone. Who made me Chen Dongliang's son? Each word was spoken through tears, his heart already torn to shreds. He only wished to spend his remaining days atoning for his father's sins. The clan chief and the gathered crowd were overcome with sorrow upon hearing these words. They had all witnessed how Chen Dongliang had led foreign tribes to plunder the village's wealth. Though Chen Jingming was Chen Dongliang's son, he hadn't inherited his father's nature. His years of dedication to Lùjiā Village were evident to all. After listening, the clan chief sighed deeply. The father commits the sin, the son pays the price. Jingming, since you refuse to marry, we won't force you. But you will be alone from now on. Punishing himself by banishing himself for life, this was truly letting go. From that day forward, the villagers never again mentioned marriage to Chen Jingming. He lived his entire life alone, spending all these years by himself. Unburdened by family ties, he devoted himself entirely to education, teaching and nurturing students day in and day out for all these years. All for the hope of lessening his father's sins. Chen Jingming slowly pulled his thoughts back, his eyes filled with endless sorrow. The earlier hysteria had vanished, replaced only by quiet sorrow. Yet his aged face was etched with sorrow, his eyes fixed intently on the portrait of Chen Dongliang held by Qin Guofeng. Seeing that youthful face, Chen Jingming recalled the night Chen Dongliang had left. Chen Dongliang's words still rang clearly in his ears. My pen can no longer save my country. I must dedicate myself to the revolutionary cause to rescue our motherland. Jingming, remember this, you must become a good person who serves our nation. Chen Jingming, I can't be the kind of good person you talk about. If you're capable, go be that kind of good person yourself. These fractured images kept surfacing in the aged Chen Jingming's mind. He gradually calmed down, frowning as he looked at Chen Dongliang's portrait. How could you be so hypocritical? You told me you wanted to be a good person who serves the country. Yet the moment you turned your back, you became a traitor who harmed your own people. Chen Dongliang, I despise you. By the time he uttered these words, the earlier agitation had vanished from Chen Jingming's face. Only endless indifference remained, as if he were discussing something utterly mundane. Viewers in the livestream chat couldn't hold back any longer and flooded the screen with comments. The sins of the father, paid for by the son. My goodness, this old gentleman never married his entire life because of this. It's truly heartbreaking. What does the son have to do with his father being a traitor? This old gentleman spent his entire life teaching and educating others, all to atone for his father's betrayal. Despite having such a father, he still contributed so much talent to the nation. Truly moving. Sigh, if I had a father like that, who knows if I'd end up going mad? The old man has done remarkably well. Suyin felt a heavy weight in his heart reading the live chat comments. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After a long pause, he turned to the elderly Chen Jingming and spoke comfortingly. Grandpa Chen, it's been so long now. You've done your best. You dedicated your entire life to teaching and nurturing students for our country. What happened to your father doesn't mean it was your fault. Hearing these words of comfort, Chen Jingming's face remained utterly unruffled. His mind was filled only with memories of Chen Dongliang urging him to study. As a child, Chen Jingming refused to study because he preferred playing. Chen Dongliang punished him by making him stand in the corner. Chen Jingming, why can't you recite the book I told you to memorize? What's wrong with you? The usual gentleness vanished from Chen Dongliang's face. Instead, his face was filled with anger. If you can't recite this lesson today, you won't be eating dinner. Chen Jingming looked utterly wronged. But why don't the other kids have to memorize their lessons? They get to play outside, but I can't? Dad, I don't want to memorize this anymore. I want to go out and play with them. Chen Jingming had always been a diligent student. He could recite any book his father asked him to memorize perfectly. He never disobeyed his father. But this time, seeing the neighbor's children playing outside, this made the young Chen Jingming suddenly tire of studying. This marked his first act of defiance against his father. Upon hearing this, Chen Dongliang said nothing more, merely pulling out a stack of newspapers. The headline screamed horrifying news: another foreign tribe had invaded yet another city in the Dragon Nation. How many more innocent lives had been brutally slaughtered by the invaders? In Chen Jingming's eyes, those black and white pages seemed to turn crimson. Chen Jingming stared blankly, unable to react for a long while. Chen Dongliang wore an expression of profound sorrow. Look for yourself how many of our compatriots have sacrificed their lives. Our homeland has been occupied by the invaders. If you don't strive hard, then our Dragon Nation will have no hope. Others play because they lack opportunities to study. You are different. You are my son, Chen Dongliang. You are destined to serve our nation and become a man who contributes to our homeland. If you fail to do so, I will disown you as my son. Chen Jingming's cloudy eyes snapped open, snapping him out of distant memories. Gazing at the portrait, he smiled bitterly. Chen Dongliang, I have become a good person who contributes to our motherland. But what about you? Chapter 45, You are his pride. Of course, Chen Dongliang's portrait could say nothing in response. But Chen Jingming's eyes were already calmly filled with tears. His eyes were filled with sorrow. It was you who told me to become a good person who contributes to our motherland. Back then, you held up the newspaper and told us our nation was being devoured by foreign invaders. We had to save the country, we had to be educated. I did everything you asked. I taught for my entire life. I devoted every moment to the nation. I have no regrets toward my country. The only stain is that I have a traitorous father, Chen Dongliang. Tell me why this is so. What on earth made him betray the very country he claimed to love? His patriotic ideology had been instilled in him bit by Chen Dongliang during his childhood. Yet this man, so deeply patriotic, ended up betraying his country. Chen Jingming spent his entire life pondering why. Could a person truly be so vain? What about all that education he received as a child? Hearing these heart-wrenching words, Qin Guofeng recalled the look on Chen Dongliang's face when he left. After Chen Dongliang left, his greatest fear was that his son would be disappointed in him. He also feared his son might lose all hope in him or go astray. But now it seemed Chen Dongliang's fears of collapse had not materialized. Qin Guofeng looked at the portrait in his arms, his eyes reddened. Dongliang, you see, your son is a good man. He has finally become the kind of person you always talked about. Chen Dongliang in the portrait remained silent. His eyes seemed filled with endless sorrow. Qin Guofeng composed himself and turned to Chen Jingming. You've done well. Your father would be proud of you. The entire dragon nation would be proud of you. Your contributions have all been worthwhile. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Yun saw the live chat filled with mockery. After all, the internet was rife with negative rumors about Qin Guofeng. A group of netizens believed the Centenarian was scripted. They began flooding the chat with scathing comments. What does this even mean? A traitor to the dragon nation feeling proud that his son contributed to the country? Did they mess up the script? Hey, Centenarian grandpa, you better double check your lines, you're messing up your dialogue. Finally crashed and burned, huh? Everyone warned him not to be so arrogant. Now the internet's buzzing about Qin Guofeng having a team behind him. Looks like it's true. He messed up his lines. Bad review. Grandpa Qin, here's another chance, say it again. Seeing the flood of scathing mockery in the comments, Su Yun didn't dare tell Qin Guofeng. She could only whisper to the netizens, calm down, everyone. I don't think it's that simple. I've been with Grandpa Qin for so long I can guarantee there's no team behind him. But the netizens weren't buying it. They continued to condemn the Centenarian for exploiting the situation for publicity. The livestream chat was quickly flooded with comments. Chen Jingming had gradually regained his composure and glanced at Qin Guofeng. Seeing him still clutching Chen Dongliang's portrait tightly, a flicker of contempt crossed his eyes. I've already said he was a traitor to the nation. Why are you still clutching him like that? Such a man deserves to face judgment from all our people. He was the traitor I hated most in my entire life. Enough, Chen Jingming. Let your resentment toward your father end here. Qin Guofeng cut him off sharply. You didn't know before, so your hatred for your father was understandable. But now I'm telling you clearly, your father was a great hero. He fulfilled his promise to you. You dedicated your entire life to teaching and nurturing the next generation for the Dragon Nation. He too became a hero who served the Dragon Nation. All these years, Qin Guofeng never imagined Chen Dongliang's son harbored such profound misunderstandings about his father. Shouldn't this misunderstanding have been cleared up when the Dragon Nation was founded? Yet here we are, waiting all these years. Across from him, Chen Jingming heard Qin Guofeng's words, a flicker of scorn passing through his eyes. Ha ha ha, you call him a hero who contributed to the Dragon Kingdom? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Why don't you listen to what you're saying? As he laughed, tears welled up in Chen Jingming's eyes, unable to hold back. A bead of tears the size of a soybean rolled down his cheek. His face was etched with hatred for Chen Dongliang and a complex mix of emotions. Qin Guofeng witnessed this scene and sighed deeply, clutching Chen Dongliang's portrait tightly. Your father was sent on a spy mission to the enemy territory. I personally assigned him as an agent. He was never a traitor to the Dragon Nation. He took a step forward, his expression solemn as he looked at Chen Jingming. Chen Dongliang was an undercover operative assigned to the 36th Division headquarters of the Dragon Nation. At the time, I was the division commander. Your father was an undercover operative I personally selected. He posed as a dragon traitor to gather intelligence for us. Clatter! The room fell instantly silent. The entire internet fell silent. The crowd of onlookers waiting for a spectacle forgot to fire off their comments. They were all stunned into silence, unable to utter a word for a long while. After a long pause, someone finally typed a few words slowly in the chat stream. Did I get this wrong? Was the late Mr. Chen Dongliang really not a traitor? But an underground operative? A spy? I heard it too. Qin Guofeng said he used to be a division commander. Is that the same division commander I'm thinking of? This is too much to process. I can't wrap my head around it. Even his own son misunderstood him his entire life. This is just too. Originally, all netizens believed he was exposed as a traitor by his own son. That must be a done deal. Who could have imagined Qin Guofeng would reveal such earth-shattering information? This caused quite a stir in the livestream chat, with everyone buzzing about it. Hey, don't just stand there. Hurry up and ask the Centenarian grandpa what's really going on. Someone looked anxiously at Su Yun, desperate for answers. See that? Even I'm so shocked I can't speak. Calm down, Sturgeon. This is nothing. What storms haven't you weathered? Only then did Su Yun slowly regain his composure. His gaze settled on Qin Guofeng. Guys, did you hear that? Did the Centenarian just say he was the commander of the 36th Division? The sheer magnitude of this revelation was almost too much to process. Su Yun was still processing it. He wasn't the only one processing this revelation. Far away in the capital, Duan Jinxing was doing the same. He was glued to the live stream screen. Ever since failing to uncover the identity of the Dragon Marshal of the Protectorate last time, he had been monitoring the live stream's developments. He hoped to catch another glimpse of Qin Guofeng. The moment Qin Guofeng appeared in the livestream, he immediately logged on. At his age, still surfing the web, that was something Duan Jinxing hadn't anticipated. Duan Jinxing stared at Qin Guofeng on the screen, recalling his earlier words. His heart leapt to his throat. Quick! Go investigate immediately. What exactly is going on with this 36th Division? Chapter 46, You've been duped. Hearing Qin Guofeng's words, a hint of helplessness flashed in Chen Jingming's eyes. Ha! Who'd have thought there'd be another little cutie like me? Actually believing Chen Dongliang isn't a traitor. You've been deceived. Chen Dongliang is a complete and utter fraud. He betrayed you. He defected long ago. I saw it with my own eyes how he looted the village and injured my great-uncle. Recalling the scene of Chen Dongliang leading foreign invaders into the village back then, it felt like a nightmare to Chen Jingming. Ever since childhood, Chen Dongliang had taught him to serve the motherland faithfully. Yet in the end, it was Chen Dongliang himself who betrayed them. Even as a child, Chen Jingming refused to believe it. The truth unfolded before his eyes. His eyes burned with resentment. Do you know how badly my great-uncle was injured back then? Several ribs were broken in the fall. There was no way to get him to a hospital back then. He had to endure the pain at home. Later, whenever it rained, the broken bones would start aching again. He suffered that pain his entire life. As he spoke, Chen Jingming suddenly recalled his great-uncle's pitiful state back then. It was after Chen Jingming had led the outsiders to plunder every last possession from the village. The entire village was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair. No one could bring themselves to believe Chen Dongliang had become a traitor. Yet it happened right before everyone's eyes. They had no choice but to accept it. Chen Jingming remembered it all clearly. Without access to a hospital, they had to rely on the village elders to examine his great-uncle's wounds. This great-uncle was the most respected elder in Chen village. Now he could only lie in bed, moaning in pain. His house was completely surrounded by villagers. Everyone was worried about his condition. It doesn't look good. Third uncle's injuries are too severe. The mountain roads are too rough, and besides, we simply don't have the money to take him to the doctor. Someone in the village spoke sadly. What a tragedy. How could Dongliang really? Before today's events, few in the village believed Chen Dongliang was a dragon rapist. But now, disbelief was impossible. Every villager had witnessed firsthand how this man, upon whom so many hopes had been pinned, had led the foreign tribe to plunder their village. Their illusions shattered in that instant. There was no resentment, only endless sorrow. Third uncle lay sweating profusely on his bed, writhing in agony from his broken ribs. Bring me the family genealogy. Third uncle spoke calmly yet bitterly. From now on, Chen Dongliang is no longer one of us in Lùjiā Village. Strike his name from the genealogy. Our Chen village has no place for such a traitor. Everyone had witnessed Chen Dongliang's crimes. Every villager seemed drained of all strength. As the nation was being devoured by foreign invaders, the talent we had painstakingly cultivated believed he could serve his country. Talents destined to bring glory to Lùjiā Village. Yet who could have imagined it all shattering like this? The villagers felt only pain and sorrow. They harbored resentment toward Chen Dongliang. Yet they could not even utter words of resentment. Great uncle. Amid the sudden silence, the young Chen Jingming knelt before everyone. A resolute gleam flashed in Chen Jingming's eyes. Uncles and elders, the sins Chen Dongliang committed, I, his son, will repay them. I swear I will become someone who serves our nation well. I do not presume to wash away the crimes Chen Dongliang committed, but I only hope to make our dragon nation stronger. When I grow up, I will enlist in the army. For every compatriot Chen Dongliang harmed, I will slay an equal number of foreign enemies in vengeance. He was just a small child. Yet his words rang with a solemn, heartrending earnestness. As if boundless strength erupted from that diminutive frame. The villagers were all immersed in grief at that moment. No one took Qin Jingming's words to heart. All were preoccupied with how to survive in this era of war and turmoil. Qin Jingming truly intended to enlist in the army. But before he could come of age, the invaders were driven out. This world no longer needed war. Qin Jingming never forgot his aspiration to become someone who could serve his country. In an era when intellectuals were scarce, he spent his entire life teaching. But back then, when Chen Dongliang led foreign tribes to plunder the village's wealth, his respectful demeanor before the foreign leader, and the resolute figure that finally left Lùjiā Village, these images never ceased to haunt his mind. Suddenly hearing Qin Guofeng claim Chen Dongliang was innocent, Qin Jingming's face twisted into nothing but scorn. He laughed until tears streamed down his face. I've hated that traitor all my life. I saw with my own eyes how he treated the people of Lùjiā Village. And you dare call him a hero? How utterly ridiculous. He abruptly rose from his chair. Step by step, he advanced toward Qin Guofeng. Do you know how he kicked my great-uncle flying back then? Did you see the smug look on his face when he left with all the loot he'd plundered from the village? I saw it all with my own eyes. I didn't want to believe it, but the truth was right before me. The man who once vowed to serve his country had become a traitor. After that day, the entire village was utterly disillusioned. They gave up on Chen Dongliang entirely, even expunging his name from the family registry. Qin Jingming recalled what Chen Dongliang had told him as a child. I'm laying down my pen to save the nation. Son, you too must become a man who contributes to our nation. Recalling these scenes, Qin Jingming's face twisted with scorn. Chen Dongliang was a master of deception. That's how he fooled me back then. His words sounded so noble, laying down the pen to save the nation. But what happened in the end? Ha ha ha. He ended up betraying the dragon nation as a traitor. How utterly ridiculous. Why on earth are you still helping this fraud? Wake up. You've clearly been deceived by him. A bitter smile spread across Qin Jingming's face. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. His gaze toward Qin Guofeng was like looking at a little darling. Qin Jingming didn't believe a single word he said. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the livestream chat grew anxious. Wait, what the hell is going on? Qin Guofeng is actually defending that dragon bastard? I knew there'd be a twist with the Centenarian grandpa. But with Long Jian's son so confident, can it really turn around? We should still trust Grandpa Qin. I told you no one would write a script like this. Could it be that Qin Dongliang really was a spy back then? But look how agitated old Qin is. Hey, you guys, hurry up and ask what's going on. A crowd of netizens couldn't contain themselves, bombarding the chat with questions. No one could have imagined Qin Dongliang's identity was actually that of a spy. Chapter 47, Qin Dongliang betrayed me. Suyan still held his phone aloft, stunned by the sheer number of plot twists unfolding before him. He couldn't help but step up to Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, I believe you. There must be some hidden circumstances at play here. For some reason, he felt Qin Guofeng's words carried immense weight. Qin Guofeng glanced at Qin Jingming's expression, a mix of scorn and anguish. A deep sense of guilt welled up within him. He never imagined that Chen Dongliang's son harbored such profound misunderstandings toward his own father. Why had he come so late? He stood before Qin Jingming, holding Chen Dongliang's portrait. He spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Your father never lied to you. He became the kind of good man he said he would be. He was a hero you can be proud of. Sometimes what you see isn't the truth. Back then, your father had studied abroad and didn't fit in with the soldiers in the army. That's why I chose him. For a spy to excel in their mission, the foremost requirement is masterful acting skills. Chen Dongliang was the perfect choice at the time. His appearance was more convincing to those of different ethnicities. As it turned out, Qin Guofeng's choice at the time was the most appropriate. Chen Dongliang concealed his identity so well that no one ever suspected he was a spy. Qin Jingming, your father was an exceptional spy. He played the role of a traitor to the Dragon Kingdom flawlessly. Back then, our success in driving the foreign tribes out of the Dragon Kingdom and the kingdom's subsequent prosperity were all thanks to the tireless efforts of those spies. Yet their sacrifices could never be acknowledged in the open. Upon hearing that Qin Dongliang had once led the foreign tribe back to Qin Village to plunder its wealth, Qin Guofeng knew it must have been a performance staged by Qin Dongliang. A performance staged before all the villagers. The performance was flawless, yet it left an indelible scar on the young Qin Jingming. His father's image crumbled completely within his heart. He even punished himself by remaining unmarried for life, seeking atonement for his father's sins. Later, he dedicated himself to education in the hope of lessening Qin Dongliang's guilt. He sought to prove to the entire Lùjiā village that though he was the son of a traitor, he too could become a person of value to the nation. Qin Guofeng looked at Qin Jingming with a stern expression. Back then, your father's striking appearance and overseas education made him the most suitable candidate for espionage in our ranks. He was the spy I personally delivered to the enemy. Qin Dongliang was one of many anti-alien resistance fighters. Back then, our success in driving the alien race out all owed much to the sacrifices of those heroes operating in the shadows. Though we lost many heroes on the front lines, they died with honor and will be praised by future generations. But those shadowy spies must bear the stigma of infamy for life. Your father might have been one of them. At this point, Qin Guofeng felt a pang of heartache. When the new Dragon Nation was founded, countless fallen heroes were honored with grand homecomings. They received the adoration of all. Yet how many others, like Chen Dongliang, carried the shameful label of traitor to the Dragon Kingdom until their dying breath? Why had it taken him so long to bring his comrade home? After the founding of the Dragon Nation, although Chen Dongliang had passed away, he was awarded a Medal of Honor and regarded as a hero by all. Yet why must he endure a lifetime of shame before his own son? How could he not have brought his comrade back sooner? He was a hero beloved by all, yet he was despised by his own son for his entire life. Qin Guofeng felt profoundly guilty toward Chen Dongliang. His face bore the weight of profound self-reproach. Qin Guofeng, who had always stood tall and proud before Chen Jingming. Now, he felt as though he couldn't even stand up straight. Chen Dongliang loved his son so deeply. Compared to being a national hero in the eyes of the people, he surely wanted even more to be the greatest hero in his son's heart. Yet it took all these years for Chen Jingming to learn his father's true identity as a spy. A profound sense of guilt left Qin Guofeng with a tangled mix of emotions. The live stream fell silent. Everyone waited in quiet anticipation, wondering how this would unfold. Everyone was stunned by Qin Guofeng's revelation. Everyone knew how difficult a spy's life was. If it were true, then hadn't Chen Jingming spent his entire life hating the wrong person? Yet Chen Jingming's eyes betrayed utter disbelief. I know many spies secretly aided our army back then. And I know our nation's founding wouldn't have been possible without their hard work. Chen Dongliang might indeed have been sent by you, but do you know what? He rose to a high position among the enemy tribe. I saw it with my own eyes. He murdered and betrayed his own comrades to climb to the top of the enemy's ranks. You've been deceived by him. By the end of his speech, Chen Jingming's face twisted in rage. His entire face was consumed by rage. If it weren't for selling out his own comrades, how could he have climbed to such a high position among the alien race? Stop being naive. I heard it with my own ears back then. Chen Jingming grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. His eyes burned with endless fury as his thoughts suddenly drifted back decades. Back then, Chen Dongliang had led the foreign tribe to plunder every last possession from Lùjiā Village. The villagers couldn't survive, so some left the village to seek livelihoods elsewhere. Young Chen Jingming secretly followed the villagers out to find work, hiding his actions from the clan chief. But in the end, he was caught and brought back by the clan chief. Before his capture, he had witnessed Chen Dongliang drinking and conversing with the foreign tribe. Chen Jingming heard the foreign leader's praise for Chen Dongliang with his own ears. Well done, Chen Dongliang. I truly did not misjudge you. My position as second in command will be yours. You are our tribe's finest ally. Qin Guofeng has remained silent for so long, perhaps you truly shot him dead. From now on, Chen Dongliang is our brother. We should all follow his example. Ha ha ha. Chen Dongliang, his eyes brimming with respectful warmth, toasted every foreigner at the banquet. He even spoke in the foreign language that Chen Jingming couldn't understand, blending in seamlessly with the others. Chen Dongliang betrayed his comrades. The young Chen Jingming, hiding in the shadows, heard every word clearly. It was at that very moment that his hatred for Chen Dongliang reached its peak. He swore he would never forgive him. To this day, Chen Jingming still remembered Chen Dongliang's treacherous, serpentine expression. Gritting his teeth in hatred, he thought, he rose to high rank among the enemy by betraying his own people. How ironic. You should have seen him then dressed in their clothes, speaking their language. He was so deferential in front of those foreigners, he might as well have been one of them. It's precisely because he betrayed his comrades that he thrives among the enemy. Ha ha ha. And you dare speak for him? Chen Jingming's gaze fell on Qin Guofeng, his eyes brimming with scorn. Qin Guofeng nodded. You're right. The comrade Chen Dongliang betrayed back then was me. Chapter 48, Truly Deceived for a Lifetime. At those words, Chen Jingming froze. The smile froze on his lips as he stared at Qin Guofeng, speechless for a long moment. He thought he must have misheard. After a long pause, he suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. You're killing me. Are you out of your mind? Chen Dongliang sold you out, and you're still defending him? All these years later, you even sent back his memorial portrait. Are you blinded by some so-called comradeship? It was truly laughable. Chen Jingming never imagined anyone could be more obsessed than himself. But as he laughed, tears began to fall uncontrollably. The realization that he wasn't the only one deceived by Chen Dongliang. A sudden wave of heartache washed over him. His face was a mix of laughter and tears, and it took him a long time to stop. Yet his lips kept murmuring, it's no big deal that you were deceived by Chen Dongliang. Because Chen Dongliang is a master of deception. Back then, he spoke so passionately before me about his grand ambitions to save the nation. But then he turned around and became a traitor, even betraying his own comrades. A man like that deserved to die young. Wake up! You've been deceived, yet you're sending him back? Isn't that ridiculous? The living room echoed with Chen Jingming's laughter. Yet that laughter seemed to carry an endless sorrow. Meanwhile, the live stream viewers erupted in chaos. Everyone began discussing it. No one had expected Qin Guofeng to have been deceived. Holy crap, so in the end, our Qin Guofeng was deceived by that dragon traitor. After being deceived for so many years, he still had to return that traitor's portrait. Poor old grandpa. But after being betrayed, why would he return the portrait? That traitor's acting was just too convincing. He even deceived his own son. Traitors like that back then weren't human at all. Grandpa Qin, you should throw away the traitor's portrait immediately. Why stand by him after being betrayed? A group of netizens were deeply moved. They all felt Qin Guofeng was the victim. No matter how you look at it, this shouldn't have happened. Because the livestream content felt too real, few online believed the trending rumors about the Centenarian scripted story. Netizens voiced all kinds of opinions. Some unconditionally believed Qin Guofeng. Of course, many were paid trolls from MCN companies frantically spreading smears overnight. But none of this dampened the livestream's momentum. Suyun watched as the number of viewers in the livestream kept growing. Her face showed little joy, instead casting a sorrowful glance at Qin Guofeng. He felt Qin Guofeng was a pitiable man deceived by the dragon's treachery. All these years later, he still trusted Chen Dongliang without hesitation. What immense faith that must require. Meanwhile, Qin Guofeng looked at Chen Jingming with a hint of sadness. Seeing Chen Jingming's attitude toward his father, he realized just how deeply convincing Chen Dongliang's performance had been back then. It also confirmed that choosing Chen Dongliang had been the most appropriate decision. Chen Jingming, all these years, you've believed Chen Dongliang deceived you. You're right, he was indeed a fraud, and he did deceive you for your entire life. Qin Guofeng walked step by step toward Chen Jingming. His voice was solemn and earnest. The most crucial skill for a spy is acting ability. If your acting skills weren't exceptional, I wouldn't have chosen your father for the mission. Seeing Qin Guofeng's stern expression, Chen Jingming's heart suddenly clenched. Tears still clinging to his cheeks, he stared blankly at Qin Guofeng, unable to speak for a long moment. Qin Guofeng continued, but masterful acting alone isn't enough. To gain the trust of the foreign tribe, you must give them something in return. Your father betrayed me to become a high-ranking leader among the enemy. It was actually a plan we devised together. Qin Guofeng's face remained stern as he recalled the difficult circumstances back then. When the decision was made to send Chen Dongliang to the foreign tribe as a spy, he had already planned everything. Captain, are you saying I should injure you? After learning of Qin Guofeng's plan, Chen Dongliang's expression turned hesitant. He stared intently at Qin Guofeng for a long moment. While this would earn the trust of the foreign tribe's leader. But what if I miss? Your life matters more than mine, you can't. Chen Dongliang's emotions were complex. He feared Qin Guofeng might die by his own hand. He knew all too well just how formidable Qin Guofeng was. Under Qin Guofeng's command, their 36th Division had become a force that struck terror into the hearts of the enemy. Marching ants. Though minuscule, almost negligible in size. Yet united, they could slay foes hundreds of times their size. Compounded by the fact that, due to the resistance against the invaders, the numbers of all major forces were plummeting. The 36th Division, however, waged guerrilla warfare against the alien races under Qin Guofeng's command. Despite scarce ammunition and supplies, they managed to wipe out several alien detachments. All because Qin Guofeng commanded his troops with divine skill, knowing that a head-on confrontation would never be their match. He always led his men in sudden, fierce attacks against the alien forces. Then vanished at lightning speed, never engaging the invaders head-on. Thus, under Qin Guofeng's command, the marching ants would strike the enemy right under their noses. They fragmented into smaller units and vanished into the vast mountain wilderness. Qin Guofeng's name became the most dreaded existence among the tribes. He haunted the nightmares of countless foreign tribesmen. Upon hearing Qin Guofeng was about to risk his life, Chen Dongliang immediately grew tense. Let's change the plan. What if I end up killing you? What would happen to all these brothers then? Chen Dongliang knew all too well how crucial Qin Guofeng was. At a time when all Dragon Nation forces were suffering defeat after defeat at the hands of the alien race, having a commander like Qin Guofeng, who wielded troops like a god, was invaluable. Qin Guofeng looked serious. I trust your marksmanship. You and Baoguo are the sharpshooters of our unit. Our advantage against the enemy on the battlefield isn't great. Do you know how advanced their weapons are? Relying solely on brute force will only cost us more comrades. If we send spies to steal enemy intelligence, we can significantly reduce casualties. Chen Dongliang, no one but you can accomplish this. I will meticulously plan every detail. As long as you follow my deployment, you will undoubtedly gain the trust of the foreign tribes. The Dragon Nation was on the brink of being overrun by the invaders. Why have we been driven back in retreat after retreat? It's because our weapons and equipment can't keep up. Even if Qin Guofeng were a military genius, he still cannot prevail against the well-armed barbarians. In desperation, he turned to espionage. He devised a flawless plan, but it required someone to be injured. Qin Guofeng not only had to be shot, but the bullet had to be fired by Qin Dongliang himself, in full view of all the foreign tribesmen. Chapter 49, The Most Suitable Candidate. After hearing all of Qin Guofeng's plans, he had gradually calmed down. After careful consideration, he spoke with a bitter smile. "You're right. If I want to defect, I must present a token of my loyalty. It seems the shot must be fired by me." Having spent so long in the military, Qin Dongliang stood out from the other soldiers. His delicate, fair complexion hardly suggested someone built for combat. The moment Qin Dongliang joined the unit, Qin Guofeng assigned him to work alongside Lù Baoguo. At that time, Lù Baoguo was already renowned as the squad's sharpshooter. Qin Dongliang's build was perfect for a sniper rifle. Thus, the two worked in tandem, one as the sniper, the other as the spotter. They could switch roles freely as needed. Back then, a sniper rifle was extremely hard to come by. Qin Guofeng's unit possessed only one high-precision sniper rifle. It was with this very rifle that Lù Baoguo and Qin Dongliang worked together seamlessly. They eliminated numerous enemy combatants. Qin Guofeng had planned everything. "Tomorrow I'll arrange an ambush on the enemy. When the time comes, you'll feign capture. The enemy won't kill you, but they'll certainly torture you mercilessly." At this point, Qin Guofeng felt a pang of guilt. He bowed his head before Qin Dongliang. "You must proceed step by step, pleading for mercy just before reaching your breaking point. This would undoubtedly involve enduring various tortures." This was a tactic the enemy frequently employed. Many comrades had already endured inhuman torment after being captured. Yet those barbarians deliberately discarded the corpses in Qin Guofeng's sector. They deliberately made sure Qin Guofeng would discover the corpses, tortured beyond recognition. Those comrades chose death over submission to the enemy. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. "Dongliang, you have a natural advantage. Your delicate, fair skin makes you appear unable to endure the invaders' torture. Your defection would be far more convincing." The thought of the deliberately discarded corpses of his comrades, covered in wounds. Qin Guofeng felt a pain so intense it seemed to choke the breath from him. He knew what awaited Qin Dongliang. But Qin Dongliang wore an expression of utter indifference. "Don't worry, Captain. I know what needs to be done. The current situation is unfavorable for us. We can only obtain intelligence through espionage. Your life is on the line with the enemy. They've put a bounty on your head. Whoever kills you gets a hefty reward. They'll definitely be interested in your whereabouts if I leak them. You won't die, but you'll suffer." As he spoke, Qin Dongliang's face remained utterly expressionless, as if he were discussing the most mundane of matters. Later, they proceeded step by step according to their plan. Qin Dongliang feigned to slip up, allowing himself to be captured and taken away by the enemy. At that moment, a wave of sorrow swept through Qin Guofeng's men. Everyone knew what being captured by the enemy meant. Lù Baoguo, who had known Qin Dongliang the longest, was so distraught he wept. "Squad leader, think of a way. Dongliang's been taken by them. With his delicate build, how could he endure their torture? It'd be better if I just shot him clean out of mercy." Qin Guofeng had long since outgrown the rank of squad leader. But Lù Baoguo still instinctively called him squad leader. He was no longer the tearful young recruit who had just joined the army. Tears welled up in his eyes once more, consumed by worry for Qin Dongliang. The same concern gripped his other comrades in arms who had shared life and death experiences with him. Worry etched itself on every face, yet none could do anything. Qin Guofeng's expression was equally grave as he proceeded with the next operation according to plan. The outcome matched his expectations. Qin Dongliang had indeed ambushed them with the foreign tribe along their inevitable route. Seeing their former comrade appear alongside the alien forces. Except for Qin Guofeng, everyone else was shot. They had failed in that battle. Several of his men had been wounded, and Qin Guofeng himself had been shot in front of everyone. Everyone witnessed it clearly. That bullet struck Qin Guofeng squarely in the chest. Lù Baoguo was the first to react. "Quickly get the squad leader out of here. Retreat immediately, we've been ambushed." The group fled in panic, Qin Guofeng's blood staining the ground crimson. This was the most disastrous confrontation Qin Guofeng had faced since taking command, barely escaping the clutches of the foreign tribe. The enemy's morale soared. "Ha ha ha ha. Excellent. Did you all see that? Qin Guofeng, who slaughtered so many of our soldiers, has been struck down by our hero." The foreign leader witnessed Qin Guofeng being shot. His face beamed with approval for Qin Dongliang. "Did you all see that clearly? From now on, Qin Dongliang is our brother. He killed that demon Qin Guofeng. With all that blood spilled, I refuse to believe he could still be alive." Qin Dongliang's face still bore the scars of his torture. The hand holding the pistol trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't concern for Qin Guofeng, he had complete confidence in his marksmanship. That shot definitely hadn't hit Qin Guofeng's vital organs. But that single shot had irrevocably launched his career as a spy. From now on, he would be a traitor despised by all. Qin Guofeng slowly pulled his thoughts back. He clutched the portrait of Qin Dongliang in his arms tightly. It felt as though that shot had been fired only yesterday. It was that single shot that earned Dongliang the complete trust of the foreign tribe, elevating him to their high command. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. The higher Dongliang's position, the more intelligence he could gather, the more lives he could save. As Qin Guofeng recounted the details of their plan from years ago, the livestream fell completely silent. Who would have thought such hidden truths existed? For a moment, even the chat stream froze. Chen Jingming stood frozen in place, lost in thought. Qin Guofeng couldn't hold back any longer. He placed the portrait aside and immediately stripped off his shirt. It was a body covered in scars. Everywhere were all kinds of startling scars. As if recounting the hardships endured in the fight against the alien threat. Numerous dense scars covered Qin Guofeng's body. The most conspicuous was the bullet hole mere centimeters from his heart. Everyone stared in disbelief. Had that bullet strayed just a fraction, Qin Guofeng wouldn't be here today. Qin Guofeng pointed to the bullet hole near his heart and smiled. This scar here, it was Dongliang who put it there. It was this very bullet hole that earned him the trust of the foreign tribe. He's a sharpshooter, it wasn't difficult for him. That shot back then had nearly struck Qin Guofeng's heart. It missed by the narrowest of margins. Fortunately, Qin Guofeng had arranged for doctors to be on standby. After he was shot, he was immediately rushed to a makeshift operating room for surgery. Qin Guofeng only suffered heavy blood loss and a gruesome wound. This incident also cemented Chen Dongliang's position within the alien faction, elevating him to one of their high-ranking members. Viewers in the livestream chat were stunned. Upon seeing the gruesome, densely clustered scars covering Qin Guofeng's body, they were all so stunned they couldn't find words to express their complex emotions. Chapter 50. Was Qin Guofeng a general back then? Holy crap, Sturgeon, zoom in a bit. Let me get a closer look. These wounds are all from years of battle. My fault, I deserve to die. I shouldn't have called that old man Chen Dongliang a traitor. I repent. So back then, Grandpa Chen Dongliang was on a spy mission, which is why. This is mind-blowing. See those scars on Grandpa Qin? They're his medals of honor. I dare anyone to call our Centenarian Grandpa scripted now. Everyone, open your eyes wide and see clearly. The livestream audience saw the shocking scars on Qin Guofeng's body. They all felt like complete jerks. How could they have doubted that a Centenarian was scripted? Who would inflict so many wounds on themselves for a script? Some even frantically apologized to Chen Dongliang. It seemed Chen Dongliang had truly borne years of unjust criticism. While the crowd was still in shock, Qin Guofeng had already dressed himself. For all these years, almost no one had ever seen the scars on his body. Had it not been to reveal the bullet wounds Chen Dongliang had inflicted on him all those years ago, he would never have exposed these wounds. Qin Guofeng glanced at Chen Jingming, who stood frozen in shock nearby. He carefully pulled a bullet from his pocket. Your father was an excellent marksman. This bullet is the one that struck me back then. It only caused superficial damage to my flesh, yet it forced your father to retreat into the shadows forever. But Chen Jingming waved his hand dismissively. He even took several steps back, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible. You must be talking nonsense. Maybe he intended to kill you back then, but luck was on your side, he just missed. The man he had hated his entire life. Now suddenly he was being told that man was a hero. What then of all those years of hatred? It all became a joke. Chen Jingming desperately recalled Chen Dongliang's arrogant posturing before the foreigners back then. And the scenes of him plundering the village's wealth. He wouldn't forgive him. Absolutely not. After a long pause, Chen Jingming finally spoke, his face dark and grim. You have no idea how Chen Dongliang led those outsiders into our village to plunder our belongings. Our village was so hidden without a guide, the outsiders would never have found us. Chen Dongliang is a heartless scoundrel. He's already risen to high ranks among the outsiders. Why would he insist on leading them to plunder his own village? I refuse to believe the outsiders were truly that desperate for wealth. This was what Chen Dongliang found most unforgivable. Even a traitor wouldn't stoop to such a thing. After all, Lùjiā Village had sent Chen Dongliang abroad for his education. Even if he didn't repay the village, he shouldn't have led the outsiders to harm its people. All these years had passed. Chen Jingming still trembled with rage whenever he recalled how Chen Dongliang had once strut in with the outsiders. After all this time, suddenly someone claims he wasn't a traitor. A great hero? Chen Jingming refused to believe it. That was the man he had hated his entire life. He had witnessed every evil deed Chen Dongliang had committed back then. Chen Jingming forced himself to remain calm, glancing at Qin Guofeng. The fury in his eyes had vanished. His voice trembled slightly. You've been deceived by Chen Dongliang. That bullet didn't take your life back then, not because Chen Dongliang showed mercy, but purely because of your luck. That man was a deceiver who didn't even care about the lives of an entire village. All Chen Jingming could do was refuse to forgive. Even after all these years, the mere mention of Chen Dongliang still made him grind his teeth in hatred. Qin Guofeng saw the resolute look on Chen Jingming's face. Couldn't help but clasp Chen Dongliang's portrait tightly to his chest once more. He sighed heavily. Back then, there were reasons why he brought those outsiders to plunder our village. Duan Jinxing, who had been monitoring the live stream updates, stared intently at the broadcast. Seeing the scars covering Qin Guofeng's body, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil. The Qin Guofeng before him was undoubtedly a major figure. But whether he was the 11th Dragon General who had departed all those years ago remained unknown. After all this time, it seemed as though this Dragon General's existence had been deliberately erased. Upon hearing Qin Guofeng mention the 36th Division earlier, he had already dispatched his men to investigate. Surely this time, they'd uncover some clues. Soon, the secretary finally brought news. Old Master Duan, we have a lead. I checked, the 36th Division truly existed. Those marching ants were formidable indeed, suffering the fewest casualties among all units during the anti-alien campaign back then. In such harsh combat conditions, without sufficient ammunition, they still managed to inflict heavy losses on the alien forces. The secretary spoke with palpable excitement. They truly existed. The existence of such a unit was truly inspiring. Duan Jinxing's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. What other details are there? Such an exceptional combat unit must have detailed records. The secretary produced the files which documented the 36th Division's outstanding performance during the alien resistance period. It was nothing short of flawless. Given the limited combat conditions at the time, achieving several flawless campaigns against well-equipped alien forces was truly remarkable. Old Duan, there are even photographs from that time. This one here must be Qin Guofeng, right? The secretary handed over a yellowed photograph with some excitement. Despite its age, the black and white photograph was still in relatively good condition. In the photograph, a middle-aged man wearing military uniform was none other than Qin Guofeng. His sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes framed a tall, upright figure, though his gaze held a palpable intensity. Duan Jinxing rose to his feet, overcome with emotion upon seeing the photograph. He carefully recalled the 11th Dragon General of the nation who had departed all those years ago. He strained to piece the two faces together. But he failed. Over the years, he had long forgotten what the Dragon General looked like back then. A flicker of disappointment crossed Duan Jinxing's face, but it quickly gave way to renewed excitement. His gaze fell upon the military uniform Qin Guofeng wore, the attire of a division commander. Duan Jinxing carefully considered the implications. If he held such a high position even before the founding of the Dragon Nation, shouldn't his military rank be even higher now that the nation exists? After the founding of the Dragon Nation, all military personnel were rewarded according to their merits. A figure as outstanding as Qin Guofeng should have been promoted to at least the rank of general. At this thought, Duan Jinxing's eyes brimmed with uncontrollable excitement. His thoughts drifted back to the Dragon General who had departed when he was still a child. He stared intently at the photograph of Qin Guofeng, still a division commander. Is it really you? But why was no record left behind? Why is that? Duan Jinxing couldn't fathom the reason. After a long moment, he turned to the secretary beside him. What about the subsequent records? After the founding of Longguo, what rank did this Qin division commander hold? Surely it must have been at least general or higher. Chapter 51, Qin Guofeng should be awarded the title of guerrilla general. The secretary's face darkened upon hearing this. We could only find this much information on Qin Guofeng. Nothing else came up. As for his military rank, there are no records in the archives. Such a distinguished war hero with remarkable achievements, yet no further information could be found. The secretary found it utterly baffling. He could only hang his head before Duan Jinxing. Duan Jinxing raised an eyebrow, his gaze returning to the old photograph. Simultaneously, the image of the 11th Dragon General who had departed all those years ago surfaced in his mind. Gather everyone here immediately. Regardless of whether he is the Dragon General who protected the nation back then, a Centenarian veteran like him deserves a higher military rank. The horrifying scars on Qin Guofeng's body, still vividly etched in Duan Jinxing's mind. This was a veteran of the anti-anomaly war. What exactly happened back then? How could such a man have so few records? Having witnessed this today, it was imperative that such veterans receive the honor and respect they deserved. Soon, the spacious conference room was filled to capacity. Every person present was a high-ranking official of the Dragon Nation. Duan Jinxing remained seated at the head of the table. Without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. You've all seen the viral livestream of the Centenarian veteran escorting his comrade home, right? It's outrageous that such a man has no military rank after the founding of our nation. Duan Jinxing looked around with a stern expression. This is unfair. His voice wasn't particularly loud. Yet it carried an air of authority in the spacious conference room. A heated discussion erupted among the group. I believe he should be given the title of guerrilla general. I saw the scars on that old man's body. It's truly horrifying. Without the sacrifices of our forebears, our Dragon Nation wouldn't enjoy this prosperity today. Those around him nodded in agreement. Such a figure truly deserved the title of guerrilla general. Veterans of the anti-anomaly war are rare indeed, especially centenarians who've earned such distinguished military honors. The title of guerrilla general is indeed well deserved. Where there are those in agreement, there are also those in opposition. I don't think it's quite appropriate. Someone fixed a piercing gaze upon Duanjinxing. Old Duan, after our nation was founded, only 200 men were ever granted the title of guerrilla general. If this centenarian veteran in the livestream truly possesses such distinguished military achievements, he certainly wouldn't have been overlooked back then. The man glanced around cautiously before continuing. The title of guerrilla general is reserved solely for soldiers who have earned it through countless military achievements. The old man's claims in the livestream lack any evidence. His scars merely prove he's been wounded, but no one has ever seen how he got them. The crowd fell silent upon hearing this. Because up until now, everything had been Qin Guofeng's own account. So many years had passed. Those who knew the truth back then had long since turned to ashes. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Seeing the silence, Duanjinxing, seated at the head of the table, finally spoke again. Does anyone else have any objections? The attendees exchanged glances for a long moment before someone spoke up. I also find the centenarian's account somewhat implausible. Our archives would never fail to record such a distinguished military hero with such monumental achievements. Unless someone deliberately erased this hero's deeds, and the rank of guerrilla general is indeed far too high. A flicker of sorrow crossed Duanjinxing's face upon hearing this. Suddenly, he thought of the 11th Dragon Marshal. His existence had been erased as well. Could this be mere coincidence? As this thought crossed his mind, Duanjinxing's gaze drifted to the black and white photograph. The young Qin Guofeng possessed sharp, sword-like eyebrows and piercing eyes, radiating an intense aura of lethality. Duanjinxing tried to merge Qin Guofeng's face with the blurred visage from his memory. Just as he was about to discern something, the sound of others arguing suddenly reached his ears. I think the title of guerrilla general should go to this elderly gentleman. Someone voiced a dissenting opinion. Everyone saw it, this veteran of the anti-anomaly war trek thousands of miles to escort his comrade back to his hometown. After all these years, shouldn't he be enjoying his golden years with his family? Yet here he is, braving the elements to personally escort his comrades back. The speaker's voice grew increasingly sorrowful. His eyes even began to redden. Does such a noble deed not deserve the rank of guerrilla general? Old Duan, a soldier's lifetime achievement, is embodied in his rank. This elderly gentleman is so advanced in years, I believe the title of guerrilla general suits him perfectly. The words rang out with conviction. Every person present heard it loud and clear. Some were moved, yet others remained steadfast in their original stance. They believed Qin Guofeng was unworthy of the title of guerrilla general. The conference room soon filled with the clamor of opposing voices. After all, not just anyone could become a guerrilla general. Only those with distinguished military achievements deserved such a position. If a centenarian were granted this military rank based on sentiment, it would surely spark discontent among the ranks. Bang! Duanjinxing slammed his palm hard onto the table. The heated debate in the conference room abruptly fell silent. All eyes turned to Duanjinxing in unison. Duanjinxing's face betrayed no emotion. His gaze simply returned to the live feed. Since you all have differing opinions, let's observe a little longer. Back in Lùjiā Village, Chen Jingming still looked utterly disbelieving. Everything Qin Guofeng had just said was utterly preposterous. He simply couldn't fathom that the man he'd hated his entire life wasn't the dragon trader. This is absolutely impossible. I have no idea how Chen Dongliang managed to deceive you. Chen Jingming shot Qin Guofeng a cold, mocking glance. But he's nothing but a fraud who excels at putting on a show. Because of him, our Qin village lost so much grain and wealth back then. So many people nearly starved to death in the village. You're a pitiable man too, having been deceived by Chen Dongliang your entire life. He even laughed aloud as he spoke. His eyes held nothing but endless sorrow and rage. Qin Guofeng, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but clasp Chen Dongliang's portrait tightly. He sighed heavily. Did those foreign tribes back then only take your grain and possessions? What else? Chen Jingming's gaze locked onto Qin Guofeng. Gritting his teeth, he spoke, you know that in those days, without grain, people couldn't survive. Chen Dongliang led the invaders to seize the entire village's grain rations. How many villagers went hungry afterward? Isn't that enough? After the grain was seized from the village back then, Lùjiā Village plunged into famine. Countless people went hungry, forcing them to seek livelihoods in the dangerous city. Whenever Chen Jingming recalled Chen Dongliang's groveling before those foreigners back then, Chen Jingming gritted his teeth in fury. Chapter 52, The Non-Existent Sin. It wasn't just Chen Jingming, the entire livestream audience felt the same. Originally, they were all still fixated on the extensive injuries covering Qin Guofeng's body. But upon hearing Qin Guofeng casually remark that it was merely a loss of property, some viewers couldn't help but rapidly type comments in the chat stream. Why did Grandpa Qin use the word only? In those days, without food, you couldn't survive. So why did Qin Dongliang lead foreign forces to loot Lùjiā Village's grain? Isn't he a spy? Shouldn't he protect people's lives and property? Why did he lead the looting? Shoo, quiet. Haven't you ever wondered why, when the invaders came to Lùjiā Village, they only took grain and valuables without harming any villagers? The moment this comment appeared, the entire livestream fell silent. Millions of viewers forgot to send comments. All eyes turned to the portrait clutched in Qin Guofeng's arms. In that instant, everything seemed crystal clear. Life is far more precious than grain. Even Suyun finally grasped what was happening. She held her phone, staring intently at Qin Guofeng. Hearing the truth of those years was even more tragic than imagined. A flicker of sorrow flickered in Qin Guofeng's eyes. His gaze fell upon Chen Jingming. This is precisely why I sent Qin Dongliang to infiltrate the foreign tribe. Do you know how inhumane the foreign tribes were back then? Plundering wealth was merely their appetizer. What was even more inhumane was that whenever these barbarians reached a village, after looting everything, they would proceed to massacre the entire settlement. His thoughts seemed to drift back to that blood-soaked era. He vaguely recalled the first time Qin Guofeng witnessed a village littered with corpses. It was after the barbarians had plundered the village. Qin Guofeng and his men arrived a step too late. What a scene it was! The entire village was shrouded in a thick haze of blood. The world seemed to have turned entirely red. For the first time, Qin Guofeng witnessed so many innocent lives lost before his eyes. His eyes reddened as he fought to maintain his composure. Go check if there are any survivors left in the village. Hurry and save them. But this was a village ravaged by foreign invaders. The entire village had been wiped out by the invaders. Even the livestock had been slaughtered. Captain, not a single soul survived. They're all dead, those bastards. Qin Dongliang saw so many innocent villagers dead before his eyes for the first time. He stood behind Qin Guofeng for a long while, unable to speak. The group stared helplessly at the corpses strewn across the ground, witnessing these lives slip away before their eyes. Captain, can't we do something? Qin Dongliang was usually a composed man, but even he felt his eyes sting at the sight of such devastation. He knelt on the ground, overcome with grief at the sight of the corpses, allowing the villagers' blood to stain his uniform crimson. Aren't we supposed to protect our homeland? Qin Dongliang shed helpless tears, but now we can't even protect our own people. What kind of soldier am I? It was utterly helpless. He had clearly abandoned his scholarly pursuits for the military. His goal was to save the nation and its people. Yet he could only watch helplessly as so many innocent villagers died before his eyes. Qin Guofeng stared at the villagers' corpses with bloodshot eyes. His heart ached so deeply it felt like he couldn't breathe. So many defenseless civilians slaughtered by foreign invaders. It took him a long while to finally calm his grief. Bury the villagers. Qin Dongliang, we couldn't protect these villagers who have already passed away. We can only protect those who survived. Dwelling on this sorrow is useless. Qin Guofeng seemed to have made up his mind. He looked intently at Qin Dongliang. Perhaps you can prevent such tragedies from happening. You could save more villagers. Qin Dongliang's eyes lit up instantly at these words. Captain, you have a solution, don't you? At that moment, Qin Dongliang had no idea what he would face in the future. His eyes still brimmed with excitement as he looked at Qin Guofeng. Whatever your plan is, I'm willing to cooperate and follow your orders. Later, Qin Dongliang truly lived up to his word, becoming an outstanding spy. Qin Guofeng slowly pulled his thoughts back, clutching Qin Dongliang's portrait tightly. His eyes filled with sorrow as he looked around. Back then, the invaders took pleasure in slaughtering villagers. These defenseless people had no chance to fight back. Wherever they went, entire villages were slaughtered. They even used the villagers as live targets to practice their marksmanship. Recalling the horrors of that time, a faint glint of murderous intent flickered in Qin Guofeng's eyes. It took him a long while to calm down. His gaze settled on Chen Jingming. He spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Your father was a spy I sent in. Whenever the invaders entered a village, as long as he was there to negotiate, many villagers could survive. Lùjiā Village back then was the best example. You only lost your possessions, but many villagers perished at the hands of the invaders. As Qin Guofeng's words fell, the room fell silent. Qin Dongliang's eyes widened as he struggled to process what Qin Guofeng had just revealed. Had he truly hated the wrong person all these years? Suyun's eyes reddened as she held up her phone and addressed the viewers in the livestream. Everyone, did you hear that? Qin Dongliang really is a spy. He may have saved more than just Lùjiā Village back then. How many more lives did Qin Dongliang save? I knew this had to be a heartbreaking story. That spy back then, bearing the shame of being labeled a traitor to the dragon, truly had it rough. See what I mean? There really is a big knife waiting for us. I can't take it. Just hearing Grandpa Qin recount this past makes my heart ache so much I can barely breathe. Qin Dongliang was a true hero. So the person Chen Jingming spent his whole life hating was actually the wrong one? The viewers in the livestream gradually fell silent. Everyone was immersed in that tragic and sorrowful history from years past. Who would have thought a son would spend his entire life hating his father? Decades later, he discovered his hatred had been misplaced. For a moment, none of the viewers knew how to comfort Chen Jingming. He had done nothing wrong. Yet he had believed his father had committed a grave sin, becoming the universally despised traitor. Thus, he spent his entire life atoning for sins that never even existed. After realizing this, Chen Jingming froze in place. His mouth gaped wide as he stared at Qin Guofeng, his lips trembling for a long moment as if to ask a question. But not a single word came out. Finally, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He couldn't tell if they were tears of joy or sorrow. What had his entire life truly been? Qin Guofeng pulled himself out of that painful memory from years ago. He looked earnestly at Chen Jingming. Your father lived a life without shame before heaven or earth. But he knew he had failed his wife and child, forcing you and your mother to bear the shame of slander. Chapter 53, I'm sorry to the villagers of Lùjiā Village. Qin Guofeng recalled the night he had met with Chen Dongliang. To avoid suspicion, they chose a tavern as the meeting place. At the time, Qin Guofeng was recuperating in secret due to his gunshot wound. He also maintained close contact with Chen Dongliang. When he saw Chen Dongliang again, Qin Guofeng was stunned by his appearance. He stared at him for a long while before finally finding his voice. The Chen Dongliang who had entered the military brimming with pride was gone. Now, from head to toe, he resembled a foreigner. He appeared lowly, cautious, and even slightly haggard. Every inch of him screamed traitor to the dragon. The two sat facing each other in silence for a long while before Qin Guofeng spoke first. Would you like some wine? The hardest part of being a spy is the psychological pressure. If Chen Dongliang couldn't handle it, serious problems would arise later. Chen Dongliang didn't respond. He simply picked up the bottle and began chugging. Only then did Qin Guofeng realize that the Chen Dongliang who had joined the military years ago, who never touched a drop of alcohol, now possessed an unexpectedly high tolerance for it. Only after half a bottle had gone down did tears begin to fall from Chen Dongliang's eyes. He said nothing, just silently wept. A strapping young man over 6 feet tall now resembled a helpless child. Tears fell sorrowfully, pouring out the emotions bottled up inside. Qin Guofeng never imagined that after just a few short months apart, Chen Dongliang had been tormented into this state. He finally couldn't bear it any longer and spoke up. Dongliang, why don't we just call it quits? If the pressure is too much, come back. I'll clear your name. Being a spy wasn't something just anyone could handle. Chen Dongliang's condition was already deteriorating. Continuing would be a tremendous ordeal for both his body and mind. No. I can't quit. Chen Dongliang looked at Qin Guofeng through tears, speaking each word deliberately. My wife is dead. Killed by the enemy. I can't just let it go. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng abruptly stood up. What did you say? You? What the hell is going on? What happened these past few months? He never imagined such a drastic turn of events. Qin Guofeng felt as though his heart had been wrenched from his chest. Chen Dongliang grew increasingly agitated, suddenly slapping himself hard across the face twice. I'm not human. I'm a complete bastard. It was me who led the invaders into Lùjiā Village and personally looted all the grain and valuables from the village. I betrayed the villagers of Lùjiā Village. Seeing Chen Dongliang's broken state, Qin Guofeng could only offer comfort. But didn't you save their lives? One day, they'll understand you. But what about your wife? The foreigners were plundering the villagers' wealth and Chen Dongliang was present. There wouldn't have been any casualties. He had already prevented several massacres in other villages before. But why, of all people, did it have to be Chen Dongliang's wife? Chen Dongliang covered his face, tears streaming through his fingers. I came back to Lùjiā Village intending to take my wife and child with me, but I never imagined my wife would. A choked sob escaped Chen Dongliang's throat. As a collaborator, he knew exactly what his wife and son faced back in Lùjiā Village. The wife and son of a traitor, how could the villagers possibly spare them? Chen Dongliang had planned it all from the start. First, take his wife and child away and send them to a safe place. His wife, Zhou Lan, had originally agreed. But just before they were to leave, their son, Chen Jingming, vanished. Chen Dongliang feared something had happened to his son. Today, he had caused such a commotion in Lùjiā Village. If his son fell into the villagers' hands, who knew what might happen? He dared not think further, ordering several foreign soldiers to search the village thoroughly. It was at this moment that the unexpected occurred. Chen Dongliang was still diligently searching for his son. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out, followed by the villagers' startled cries. Immediately after came the agonized screams and howls of a group of villagers. Chen Dongliang's expression darkened instantly, fearing the villagers had been shot dead by the foreign soldiers. But when he rushed over, he saw the bodies of several foreign soldiers. Zhou Lan lay in a pool of blood, the flow unchecked. A blood-soaked dagger lay beside her. You damned foreigners! I'll kill you all! Zhou Lan couldn't even stand up, yet she stubbornly raised the dagger. The foreign leader delivered another shot to her abdomen. In that moment, Chen Dongliang felt as if his heart were being torn apart. As he lunged forward, the foreign leader sneered coldly in his ear. Chen Dongliang, you're our best ally among the outsiders. Yet your wife dared to kill my soldier. I'm taking her life now. No objections, I trust? It turned out that earlier, Zhou Lan had taken advantage of the barbarian's inattention to draw the dagger hidden on her person. She stabbed several of them directly, killing the closest ones with a single blow. Now she lay in a pool of blood, seemingly on the verge of death. Yet her eyes remained fixed on Chen Dongliang. What eyes those were! Fury and resentment intertwined within them, as if they were about to devour Chen Dongliang whole. Chen Dongliang felt as if his heart were being torn apart, yet he couldn't let it show on his face. He forced himself to suppress his sorrow. He even managed to force a respectful smile before the leader. Just a woman. She's dead, so she's dead. She dared to kill our brother, she deserved it. The villagers around him were stunned into silence. They never imagined Chen Dongliang could be so ruthless. Were it not for the presence of the foreign tribesmen, they would have torn Chen Dongliang limb from limb. Zhou Lan lay in a pool of blood, staring at Chen Dongliang as she suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, Chen Dongliang, I must have been blind as a bat to marry a dragon rapist like you. My life has been upright and honorable. I've never done anything wrong, and I have no blemishes on my record. But you, Chen Dongliang, have become my greatest stain. My deepest regret is not killing you, you bastard, before you became a traitor to the dragon. Her voice grew shrill and piercing. She seemed to have emerged from hell itself. Her eyes burned with hatred for Chen Dongliang. Zhou Lan never imagined the man she loved so deeply would become a dragon traitor. Chen Dongliang stood rigidly before the alien leader, seemingly oblivious to Zhou Lan's words. He even chatted and laughed with the chieftain, a sight that filled every villager with righteous indignation. Yet no one knew that Chen Dongliang's heart was bleeding. The woman he loved most had died before his eyes, yet he was forbidden even to grieve. As a dragon traitor, he was forbidden to feel sorrow. The slightest slip could alert the foreign chieftain. The entire village had witnessed Zhou Lan's death in a pool of blood. They also saw how Chen Dongliang groveled before the foreign tribe leader. Not only the villagers, but also Chen Jingming, who was only 10 years old at the time, had witnessed everything from the haystack nearby. Chapter 54, Father. It's my fault. Upon learning that Chen Dongliang intended to take his son away with him, Zhou Lan immediately had the villagers hide Chen Jingming. She couldn't bear the thought of her son spending his days mingling with that dragon traitor. Hiding in the haystack, Chen Jingming witnessed his mother's brutal death with his own eyes. And Chen Dongliang's cheerful, laughing demeanor. Had the villagers not held him down with all their strength, he would have charged out long ago. Jingming, listen to me. Stay here. Your mother is dead. The villager clamped his hand over Chen Jingming's mouth. If you go out now, you'll only be taken away by that dragon traitor father of yours. You'll become a dragon traitor yourself. Your mother said she couldn't let you become a dragon traitor. You, don't look. Witnessing his own mother's brutal death before his eyes. The villager couldn't bear it either, perhaps only managing to clamp his hand tightly over Chen Jingming's mouth. The young Chen Jingming struggled in agony, unable to utter a sound. His gaze fell upon Chen Dongliang. Yet, he saw a smile on his face. He looked like a heartless traitor. Later, Chen Dongliang followed the foreigners away, his face still beaming with a smile. He didn't even spare a glance at his wife lying in a pool of blood. Only after the foreigners had departed did the villagers dare approach to collect Zhou Lan's body. Chen Jingming had long since broken down into uncontrollable sobs. His pitiful state moved the villagers deeply. It was the village chief who announced publicly, Jingming may remain in Lùjiā Village. His father was no man, but his mother was a hero who slew several foreigners. Place Zhou Lan's memorial tablet in our Qin family ancestral hall, where she shall receive the incense offerings of our descendants. And so Chen Jingming remained in the village. He was even allowed to continue his studies. The entire village knew his mother was an extraordinary woman. Yet whenever Chen Dongliang's name was mentioned, every villager clenched their teeth in fury. The seeds of hatred were sown in that very moment. Having witnessed his mother's brutal death, Chen Jingming's hatred for his father had simmered for all these years. Woo woo! All these years, the man I've hated my entire life, he wasn't the dragon traitor? The aged Chen Jingming suddenly wept like a child. Tears streamed down his wrinkled face, impossible to stem. He recalled his father back then, laughing and joking as if he couldn't care less about his mother's life or death. Now he realized his father's heart must have been bleeding back then. Yet he had to put on a facade of indifference. Chen Jingming sobbed, I've suffered my whole life, but my father, his pain was no less than mine. All his life, Chen Jingming had spent voicing his resentment toward his father. And he spent his entire life atoning for his father's sins. Yet in the end, those sins never even existed. My mother died right before my father's eyes, yet he wasn't even allowed to grieve. Recalling the horrific scene, Chen Jingming felt his heart ache intensely. He covered his face in anguish, letting out a wail of sobs. Viewers in the livestream chat were overcome with grief. The person you love most dies before your eyes, yet you're forbidden to grieve. Oh my god, being a spy must be unbearably hard. I finally understand the agony those spies endured back then. This is pure mental torture. So everyone, remember this history. See how outrageous those foreign powers were. Without the sacrifices of spies like Qin Guofeng, more lives would have been lost back then, and we wouldn't be able to meet online decades later. So whose sins is Qin Jingming atoning for with his entire life? The livestream was filled with wails of despair. No one was at fault, yet Qin Jingming bore the weight of guilt for his entire life. We all know the pressures spies face, but today was the first time I truly confronted their helplessness and despair. Watching the person you love most die before your eyes, yet unable to show even a shred of grief. This was a severe test of one's mental fortitude. Su Yun's eyes were red from crying. He was always a deeply sensitive person. After hearing the story of what happened back then, he was completely consumed by it. Friends, I feel incredibly fortunate to have encountered Grandpa Qin on my journey. Su Yun spoke with emotion to his livestream audience. Without the Centenarian's account, we'd never have known how brutal the war back then truly was. This righteous hero, Chen Dongliang, is just one among countless others. Without them, our nation of Longguo would never have been established. His impassioned speech stirred everyone in the livestream. Simultaneously, the livestream's viewership surged to unprecedented heights. Nearly the entire nation of Longguo was watching. Qin Jingming was still sobbing, tears streaming down his face. Realizing that all his resentment toward his father over the years had been misplaced. He had punished himself for a lifetime, leaving no bloodline behind. He believed the bloodline of a traitor to the dragon nation must not be passed on. Yet hearing Qin Guofeng's account, he felt like a laughingstock. The scene of Chen Dongliang teaching him to recite texts flashed through his mind once more. Daddy, why do I have to memorize these texts? I don't want to anymore. It's so tiring. Young Qin Jingming threw another tantrum, overwhelmed by the tedium of studying. The result, of course, was that Chen Dongliang gave him a thorough beating. His body was covered in bloody welts from the whip. While beating him, he lectured, "If you refuse to study just because you're tired, then you don't deserve to be my son, Chen Dongliang's son. At this critical moment when the nation's survival hangs in the balance, each of us must fulfill our duty. At your age, you can't fight on the battlefield against foreign tribes. Nor can you work to earn money. What you can do is study diligently and become a pillar of our dragon nation in the future. Now get back to your memorization." Reflecting on his father's teachings, every word brimmed with patriotic fervor. How could such a man become the despised traitor everyone reviled? Chen Jingming pictured his father's face, and tears fell silently down his cheeks. I should have realized this long ago. My father was so patriotic he could never have betrayed our homeland. But back then, how could I have hated him my entire life? Reflecting on his entire life, Chen Jingming found it all utterly ridiculous. He gazed at the portrait in Qin Guofeng's arms, still bearing the youthful features etched in his memory. Guilt and anguish surged within him. Finally, he knelt heavily before the portrait, his grief erupting in a wail. Dad! It's your son who's been unfilial. I wronged you. After uttering that long-suppressed word Dad, Chen Jingming lay prostrate at Qin Guofeng's feet in anguish. He began to sob uncontrollably. The weight of this lifetime and the guilt that had followed him throughout his life finally dissipated. The only thing left was his remorse toward his father. Seeing Qin Jingming's remorseful expression, he was moved, quickly helping him to his feet with a sigh. It's not your fault. I came too late. I too was deceived by your father my entire life. Chapter 55, Half Truth, Half Lie. Only after all these years had passed, Qin Guofeng finally realized he too had been deceived by that young rascal, Chen Dongliang. He glanced at the grieving Chen Jingming. Then he glared fiercely at the young Chen Dongliang in the portrait. You little bastard, deceiving me all these years. I'll settle the score with you when I get down there. Chen Jingming finally stopped crying upon hearing this and looked at Qin Guofeng. Even Su Yun turned her camera toward Qin Guofeng. There must be something else they didn't know. After all these years, it was time for the truth to come out. Qin Guofeng glanced at Chen Dongliang's portrait. A bitter smile touched his lips. That kid lied to me, saying his wife and son were dead. I was naive to actually believe those half-truths. Back when the two of them met at the tavern, Chen Dongliang, wearing a cunning expression, drank heavily. Only in front of Qin Guofeng could he vent his sorrow. In front of those foreigners, Chen Dongliang had to put on a heartless facade, making everyone believe he cared nothing for his wife's death. But with Qin Guofeng, Chen Dongliang wept like a child. Qin Guofeng immediately sensed that Chen Dongliang was in a fragile state. If he continued with the mission, he might risk exposing his own identity. After a long hesitation, Qin Guofeng finally spoke up. Dongliang, I think you should withdraw from the mission. You have a son. I'll make sure you're well taken care of and reunited with him. After such a tremendous upheaval, Qin Guofeng's worst fears had come true. Chen Dongliang's current state made him unfit for further missions. Continuing would only be torture for him. But Chen Dongliang refused to step down. I disagree. Captain, I've already gained their trust. Rest assured, I'll manage my emotions. Chen Dongliang desperately masked the grief within his heart. My wife is dead. Even before she died, she believed I was a traitor to the dragon. It's already happened. The label of traitor is stuck to me. To give up now would mean all our previous efforts were wasted. He refused to abandon the mission halfway. He also knew that no one else in the military was better suited for this mission than him. Thus, he clashed with Qin Guofeng. Think of your son. Qin Guofeng sighed. He must be heartbroken over you. Withdraw from the mission and explain everything to him. Chen Dongliang, this is my order to you. I am ordering you to withdraw from the mission and take care of your son. Chen Dongliang heard these words and momentarily didn't know how to respond. A soldier's instinct was to obey his superior's orders. He understood Qin Guofeng was concerned for his well-being. After a few seconds of hesitation, he finally spoke with a bitter smile. Captain, I may not be able to carry out this order. He paused before continuing, because my son died alongside my wife. As he spoke these words, tears streamed uncontrollably down Chen Dongliang's face. Knowing Qin Guofeng wasn't easily fooled, Chen Dongliang turned his back. My son is gone. How can I possibly take care of him now? He was beaten to death by the barbarians right before my eyes, along with my wife. Chen Dongliang suddenly became agitated. The image of his wife lying in a pool of blood flashed through his mind. He sprang to his feet, glaring at Qin Guofeng with a mix of rage and grief. They both died right before my eyes, yet I still had to bow and smile respectfully before those barbarians. How could I possibly withdraw from this mission? There was no way. He knew Qin Guofeng was a man of his word. If his son were still alive, Qin Guofeng would have certainly made him withdraw from the mission. But how could Chen Dongliang have backed out back then? He had no choice but to fabricate the story that his son had died alongside his wife. Upon hearing this, Qin Guofeng's expression mirrored exactly what Chen Dongliang had anticipated. The two stood in an awkward standoff, neither speaking first. After a long silence, Qin Guofeng finally lowered his head and slowly uttered a few words. I'm sorry. At that moment, Qin Guofeng took full responsibility for everything. He believed Chen Dongliang's current predicament was his doing. If only his plan had been more meticulous. Perhaps Chen Dongliang's wife and child wouldn't have died. Chen Dongliang wept as he thought of his son. He knew his son was still alive, and the villagers of Lùjiā Village would surely treat him well. But he could not let his wife's murder go unavenged. It took Chen Dongliang a long while to stop crying. Captain, can I continue with the mission? I will forever remember my wife covered in blood. She was the true hero. We must drive these despicable foreign invaders off the land of the Dragon Kingdom. The sorrow was real. The tears were real. But what he said was only half true. Qin Guofeng genuinely believed Chen Dongliang's son was dead. At the time, he could only agree to continue carrying out the mission for Chen Dongliang. The two began plotting further schemes. Qin Guofeng believed Chen Dongliang's wife and child were dead. Chen Dongliang could carry out the mission without any reservations. He had seen too many soldiers who had lost their families, whose sole reason for living was revenge. Chen Dongliang had become one of them. Only after finalizing every detail did Chen Dongliang breathe a sigh of relief. Leaning back wearily in his chair, he said, Captain, I've done so many terrible things for the enemy. I doubt I can ever wash away that stain. So you needn't waste your efforts. Speaking with solemn earnestness, Chen Dongliang fixed his gaze on Qin Guofeng. You must promise me you'll never reveal my identity as a spy. Since I chose this path, I'll never regret it. I must avenge my wife. Once labeled a traitor, it becomes a lifelong burden. Trying to shake it off later would be incredibly difficult. But Chen Dongliang knew that the more he acted like a traitor to the dragon, the more intelligence he could gather from the enemy camp. Only then could he drive the invaders completely off Longguo's soil. The two had just hatched numerous schemes. Any one of them, if exposed, would make every dragon nation compatriot despise Chen Dongliang to the utmost. Chen Dongliang realized redemption was now impossible. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath, his brow furrowed as he remained silent for a long while. This agony cut deeper than any wound on the front lines. A patriotic hero forever branded a traitor to the nation. And now he faced the incomprehension of his entire nation. Qin Guofeng slowly pulled his thoughts back, looking at Chen Jingming before him. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. So it was only your mother who died back then. That kid Chen Dongliang is half-truths, half-lies actually fooled me too. He truly is an educated man. No wonder he carried out his spy mission so flawlessly. Truly, no one in this world could deceive Qin Guofeng. Chen Dongliang was one exception. He truly was different from those rough-and-tumble soldiers in the unit. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath and looked at Chen Jingming before him. It was all because I believed your father's lies, thinking you were truly dead. That's why I came so late. Chapter 56, Belated Glory. Had he known Chen Dongliang's son was still alive, Qin Guofeng would have returned Chen Dongliang's portrait long ago. The thought filled Qin Guofeng with guilt. He hated himself for returning the portrait so late. For letting Chen Jingming harbor resentment toward his father for a lifetime. After hearing his father's struggles firsthand, had long since broken down into uncontrollable sobs. Clutching Chen Dongliang's portrait, he wept like a child. Dad, I wronged you. You, don't blame me. The man he had hated his entire life turned out to be a great spy. Suddenly, he recalled how calm Chen Dongliang had been when facing his mother's corpse. He could even remain utterly composed in front of foreigners, as if nothing had ever happened. Now he realized his father must have been the one suffering the most pain back then. Qin Guofeng looked at the sobbing Chen Jingming and patted his shoulder. It's all in the past now. Haven't you become the kind of person your father most wanted you to be? Dongliang saw it all. He would be proud of you. As he spoke, Qin Guofeng cast a slightly guilty glance at Chen Dongliang's portrait. I'm also at fault for coming so late. They had promised each other that after retirement, they would take their comrades back to their hometowns to visit. But after Qin Guofeng retired, he threw himself into the development of his hometown. Back then, Longguo needed development and progress everywhere. He had thought that in just a few years, his hometown would flourish. Little did he know that wait would stretch on for so many years. Qin Guofeng gazed at the portraits of his fallen comrades, recalling his own moments of urgency. He even considered returning his comrades' portraits to their families before resuming his hometown's development. But transportation in those days was extremely underdeveloped. A single trip took an immense amount of time. As the leading figure in his hometown's development, Qin Guofeng couldn't afford to be absent for long. At that time, the Dragon Nation was in shambles. Though the invaders had been driven out, the wounds they left behind would take a long time to heal. Qin Guofeng's hometown was a remote village. Access was only possible via muddy mountain paths. In the newly established Dragon Nation, the people struggled even to meet their basic needs for food and warmth. Later, Qin Guofeng stepped forward, leading his fellow villagers in search of a way out. Gradually, the villagers' lives began to improve. The mountain paths leading to and from the village were paved with concrete. Within a few years, Qin Guofeng had enabled his fellow villagers to live a good life. He should have stopped there. But neighboring towns also sought out Qin Guofeng. They hoped he would help develop their towns as well. And so, for all these years, Qin Guofeng has been spinning like a top. He had no time for himself, pouring all his energy into building his hometown. After waiting all these years, Qin Guofeng finally had time to bring his comrades home. But upon his return, he discovered that Chen Dongliang had deceived him all those years ago. His son was still alive. At this thought, Qin Guofeng couldn't help but gaze sadly at Chen Dongliang's portrait. You little bastard, was it really that hard to just tell me the truth? Everyone present was deeply moved. A secret Chen Dongliang had concealed for so many years was finally unveiled. Viewers in the livestream chat felt a mix of emotions. This was truly heartbreaking. Chen Jingming finally gathered his composure. He embraced Chen Dongliang's portrait once more. Back then, the clan chief expelled my father from the Chen family registry. The whole village believed he was a traitor to the dragon. It's time to clear his name. The village chief beside him hurriedly stepped forward. That's right. Quickly, notify everyone in the village. Open the ancestral hall to welcome our hero who fought against the alien forces home. Soon, the entire village sprang into action. This was an immense honor indeed. A crowd accompanied Chen Dongliang's portrait to the Chen family ancestral hall with gongs and drums. The village chief solemnly declared, everyone, this man, Chen Dongliang, is a hero who fought against the alien threat. To drive the alien race out of our Dragon Nation, he became a spy, a traitor to the Dragon Nation, despised by all at that time. Therefore, he was expunged from the family registry by the clan chieftain of that era. Today, we restore his true identity. He was an anti-alien spy. Now, we welcome our spy hero home. Suddenly, the air was filled with the clamor of gongs and drums. All the villagers were moved to tears. Who would have thought our Lùjiā village could produce such a hero? I think my grandfather mentioned this Chen Dongliang. He hated him to the bitter end, saying Lùjiā produced a traitor, so he was a spy after all. Good heavens! All these years of misunderstanding, today he's finally been vindicated. A group of villagers began offering incense and paying respects at the ancestral hall. Lùjiā village hadn't seen such bustling activity in a very long time. Everyone knew that years ago, Lùjiā village had produced a formidable figure who resisted the invaders. After decades, Chen Dongliang had finally become a prominent figure who could bring honor to Lùjiā village. Viewers in the livestream chat were filled with emotion. This honor had been delayed for decades. It's just a pity that few of the villagers from back then are still alive. They would surely be overjoyed to see today's scene. This must be the meaning behind the Centenarian sending his comrade home. If not for the Centenarian, who would have known about such tragic events from back then? Once again, thank you, Elder. You've reignited my patriotic spirit. The wish held by the villagers of Lùjiā village all those years ago has finally come to pass decades later. Chen Jingming gazed at his father's portrait, kneeling in the ancestral hall for a long time without rising. His mind was filled with the image of his father bowing respectfully before the enemy. How deeply wounded his father must have been back then. Yet I spent my entire life resenting him. Thankfully, that hatred hadn't been carried into the coffin. His father remained the man he had always been most proud of. Qin Guofeng witnessed the entire scene. Chen Dongliang had finally become the hero everyone spoke of. He felt deeply moved. It seemed he needed to speed up the process of returning the other comrades. He didn't know if other comrades' families were waiting for them to return. Seeing the bustling scene inside the ancestral hall, where the villagers of Lùjiā Village were paying their respects to Chen Dongliang, Qin Guofeng felt it was time to depart. His mission was complete, and he should head to his next destination. Taking advantage of the crowd, he didn't plan to say goodbye to Qin Jingming. He prepared to slip away quietly on his own. But as soon as Qin Guofeng reached the doorway, he encountered a group of people. With his keen eyesight, Qin Guofeng instantly recognized these were no ordinary people. At their head stood Duan Jinxing. He spotted Qin Guofeng immediately, his gaze locking onto him. He scrutinized him for a long time. He sought to confirm whether the man before him was indeed the 11th Dragon General who had departed years ago. Unfortunately, he still couldn't recall any memories of that Dragon General. After a long while, Duan Jinxing finally approached Qin Guofeng with a smile. "Hello, old friend. I was the one who personally awarded you your medal." Chapter 57, finally bringing honor to the family. Su Yun's camera remained fixed on Qin Guofeng. When the live stream viewers heard that a centenarian was to be decorated, they were all stunned. Wait, is that Mr. Duan they're awarding? Am I seeing things? Or am I hallucinating? How could someone like Mr. Duan actually appear here in person? You're not seeing things. I saw it too. The person in the livestream is definitely the Duan Lao from the capital. Holy crap, did you see that? I'll be damned if anyone still dares claim the Centenarian is scripted or a publicity stunt. Even old Master Duan has been stirred into action. All those online accounts slandering Grandpa Qin should delete their defamatory posts immediately. Otherwise, when old Master Duan gets angry, it'll be the day you die. Even old Master Duan has been stirred into action, and they're conferring a military rank? That Centenarian's rank must be pretty high. The entire livestream went wild. Who would have thought? Everyone knew Centenarians were remarkable. But who could have imagined he'd actually catch the attention of a heavyweight like old Master Duan? Qin Guofeng glanced at Duan Lao without a flicker of emotion, remaining silent. Old Master Duan, however, looked at him with utmost respect. "Old Master, you're a veteran of the anti-anomaly war. Our records show you held the rank of division commander before the founding of the Dragon Nation, yet all subsequent records have vanished. That is why I have come today specifically to award you a medal. I wonder what military rank would be appropriate for you." As old Master Duan finished speaking, everyone present froze in stunned silence. The livestream audience was utterly speechless. Even Elder Duan showed such deference before Qin Guofeng. He even sought Qin Guofeng's own opinion. This wasn't a privilege granted to just anyone. A new wave of online turmoil erupted in an instant. Seeing this, those marketing accounts quickly deleted all the articles and videos slandering the Centenarian online. With even Duan Lao from the capital making an appearance, if he got serious, they'd all be finished. Meanwhile, tension gripped the MCN's office building. Everyone was scrambling in a panic. Lu Qinghao frantically deleted all the negative comments about the Centenarian from his computer. What the hell is going on? Everyone, hurry up. If the higher-ups investigate, we're all finished. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. They had dismissed the Centenarians as scripted publicity stunts. But unexpectedly, even the venerable Master Duan in the capital had been alarmed. This is a death sentence. His men looked equally panicked. "Boss, there's too much. We can't delete it all in time. We spent hundreds of thousands smearing the Centenarian before it's impossible to wipe everything clean overnight. Plus, the flights you wanted are sold out. The earliest available is tomorrow. Useless." Lu Qinghao was so furious he slammed the documents in front of him right onto his subordinate's head. He continued cursing under his breath, "Get me any flight out of this country. Even old Duan has gotten involved. They'll track it back to me sooner or later. Damn it all to hell, why did old Duan have to personally award the Qin Guofeng a medal? If he didn't get out of there soon, he might really get caught up in this mess." He'd clearly gotten ahead of himself. One glance confirmed it, this Centenarian was someone he couldn't afford to offend. If you can't take him on, just get out of here. If he really pursued this, I'd be in for a world of trouble. Insulting a veteran of the anti-anomaly war, that's a serious charge. And with the Centenarian being such a hot topic, if they traced it back to him, those netizens could tear him apart. The smartest move is to get out of here immediately. And he still didn't know the Centenarian's military rank. Office staff frantically ordered marketing accounts to delete posts, while simultaneously scrutinizing the livestream content. They were all curious to know what military rank Qin Guofeng would hold. One of his subordinates cautiously spoke up in front of Lu Qinghao. "Boss, if they really come after us, what are we supposed to do? You can't just walk away alone. We're all in this together. There was no reason to leave them here to die." Lu Qinghao snorted coldly. "I'm the boss. If anyone's going to take the fall, it'll be me first. What's the rush? At the same time, his gaze fell upon old Master Duan in the livestream room. This was truly unbelievable. How could someone of Duan Lao's stature have personally come here? Yet at that very moment, Qin Guofeng refused the medal offered by old Master Duan in front of all the viewers in the livestream. I don't need any medals. Qin Guofeng smiled at Duan Lao. I'm just an ordinary old soldier. Half my body is already in the ground. Your medal should go to Chen Dongliang. His gaze fell upon Chen Dongliang's portrait. With a hint of self-reproach, he added, to drive out the invaders, he endured far more than anyone could imagine as a spy operating in the shadows. Without extraordinary mental fortitude, he likely couldn't have completed this mission. Awarding the medal to Chen Dongliang, that would be what Chen Dongliang himself would have wanted most. His greatest wish back then was to bring glory to Lùjiā Village. To let everyone know that Lùjiā Village had produced a great man. This honor had finally arrived. Though it had been delayed for so many years, it would allow Lùjiā Village to be known to the world. It could be considered the fulfillment of Chen Dongliang's wish. Old Duan was visibly moved. He gazed at Chen Dongliang's portrait for a long while without speaking. Qin Guofeng sighed deeply. Dongliang sacrificed himself for the nation back then. He bore the stigma of betrayal his entire life. After all these years, I wish to publicly clear his name. Let all the people of Longguo know, Chen Dongliang was not a traitor. He was a hero of our nation. Without his intelligence, the invaders would never have been driven out so swiftly. Chen Dongliang was just one among countless spies. Everyone must know that their sacrifices are remembered. They were not traitors to the Dragon Nation. Old Duan gazed at Chen Dongliang's portrait with deep emotion. He then respectfully lit a stick of incense. The old gentleman is right. Chen Dongliang is our hero. We must award him a medal. He then looked around at the gathered villagers of Lùjiā Village. We are deeply grateful to your ancestors for nurturing such a remarkable talent as Chen Dongliang. I now confer upon Chen Dongliang the military rank of Guerrilla General of the Dragon Nation. He then produced the insignia for the rank of Guerrilla General. His gaze swept the room before finally settling on Chen Jingming. His voice grew solemn. A son takes pride in his father. Since Chen Dongliang has passed away, his son shall receive the insignia. Chen Jingming's eyes lit up instantly. He glanced at Chen Dongliang's portrait, then immediately rose to receive the insignia with both hands. Tears glistened in his eyes. Father, this honor belongs to you. You have finally become someone who can serve our country. The entire Lùjiā Village takes pride in you. No one will ever mistake you for a traitor again. After waiting all these years, this day had finally arrived. Chen Jingming's eyes filled with tears that were no longer tears of sorrow. This insignia proved that all his past sacrifices had been worthwhile. Chapter 58. The medal belongs to Chen Dongliang. The entire Lùjiā Village was swept up in excitement. Even the village chief was overcome with emotion. This was an immense honor. Our Lùjiā Village has finally produced a great figure. Young people, all of you, take a look. The village looked around at the young people with excitement. This great-grandfather Chen Dongliang is a role model for all of you. In an instant, the entire village of Lùjiā was swept up in excitement. The entire village gathered to celebrate this momentous occasion. Amidst the collective excitement, Qin Guofeng gazed at the excited crowd with a smile in his eyes. This was precisely the outcome his comrades in arms had hoped to see. People could live in peace and prosperity, enjoying a happy life in the Dragon Nation. Surveying the thriving scene before him, he felt a surge of emotion. Old comrades, see this? Your sacrifices were worth it. Now, everyone in Longguo has enough to eat, and the ravages of war are a thing of the past. This is the fruit of our forebears' labor. Only they could not witness it themselves. Qin Guofeng's eyes welled up with tears. This scene finally allowed him to witness it on behalf of his comrades. Old Duan beside him studied Qin Guofeng intently. For a moment, his eyes brimmed with emotion. Sir, are you absolutely certain you don't need my medal? You're clearly a distinguished figure who deserves such an honor. Qin Guofeng composed himself and turned to look at old Master Duan. His eyes sparkled with amusement. At my age, what merits could I possibly have? Those were matters of long ago. There's no need to waste that insignia on me. His greatest wish was to send all his comrades back to their hometowns. After these two incidents, Qin Guofeng felt he could afford no further delay. He must return all his comrades as swiftly as possible. Viewers in the livestream were stunned to hear the Centenarian so resolutely refuse the medal. The comments stream filled with admiration. Turns out I was thinking too small. Who'd have thought Grandpa Qin would just like that refuse old Master Duan's medal? That's old Master Duan we're talking about. Few people ever get to receive a medal from him personally. He's lived this long for a reason. It's all about character. This is the bond between comrades in arms. In this peaceful era, we rarely get to witness such loyalty. After all these years, a centenarian still remembers his comrades' wish. Truly remarkable. Witnessing Qin Guofeng personally decline the honor, especially when it was to be bestowed by a figure like old Duan himself. Viewers in the livestream were deeply moved. Even the chat comments grew remarkably harmonious. while the audience was immersed in their reflections. Lu Qinghao couldn't help but laugh out loud at the live stream footage. Ha, they're all a bit off their rocker, refusing an honor from old Master Duan like that. Seriously, what's the point of this act? What could a centenarian possibly be after? He was already preparing to make a run for it. But who could have imagined Qin Guofeng would actually refuse the medal in front of so many viewers in the livestream? He was laughing so hard he could barely catch his breath. His henchman finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without the medal, Qin Guofeng was just an ordinary veteran of the anti-alien war. No one would likely pursue their actions anymore. Boss, should we keep the flight booked? I've already reserved the midnight flight. Someone cautiously spoke up before Lu Qinghao. I don't think we'll need it anymore. What on earth is that centenarian thinking? How could he possibly turn down such a great honor? Such magnanimity and grace were beyond their comprehension. So the office echoed with mocking laughter. Lu Qinghao let out a long sigh of relief. Why bother chasing after him? This centenarian might genuinely be too frail now. To turn down such a great honor, maybe all that shrewdness was just an act. He suddenly recalled how Qin Guofeng's gaze had once frightened him into fleeing in panic back in Wuzhong County. Thinking about it now, he really was crazy. He's just an old veteran, after all. What's there to be afraid of? I figured it out, this guy must be feeling guilty and doesn't dare accept the medal. Lu Qinghao looked around smugly. No need to run anymore. He's just an ordinary veteran. Everyone stay put. I guarantee nothing will happen to you. All the earlier tension vanished. Anyone too scared to accept a medal must be up to no good. All the employees breathed a sigh of relief. When they saw old Duan appear in the livestream earlier, they'd all thought they were doomed. The alarm was finally lifted. After catching their breath, his subordinates finally spoke up. Boss, what should we do with that high-quality fake centenarian? The actor even memorized the lines, just waiting for the livestream. Everything was already prepared. All set to step on the centenarian to climb the ladder. But then Lao Duan appeared in the livestream. It made the employees a bit nervous. If they accidentally offended someone from the capital, the entire company would be finished. Seeing Lu Qinghao remain silent, an employee hesitantly suggested, maybe I should just fire the guy? Are you out of your mind? Lu Qinghao snorted coldly. I've already spent the money and written the script. You want me to just drop it now? I'll slap you silly. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't say something like that. To pass up this golden opportunity would be sheer madness. Lu Qinghao paused for a few seconds before speaking with a cold laugh. The centenarian's in the spotlight right now. Let's wait a few more days. Once the higher-ups stop paying attention to this centenarian, then we'll make our move. He was a smart man who knew better than to confront them head-on. Even old Duan had stepped in proof of how seriously the higher-ups took this matter. But even the most vigilant grow lax at times. Lu Qinghao was waiting for that very day. He looked around the office with smug satisfaction. But have all the scripts and actors ready for me. Stand by for my direction at any moment. Once the higher-ups stop focusing on the centenarian, we'll seize the chance to launch our high-quality replica version. Then we'll ride Qin Guofeng's coattails to the top. I refuse to believe I can't capitalize on this wave of traffic. After all, this was the company that pioneered the rise of internet celebrities. Replicating Qin Guofeng's script was child's play for him. His staff began making urgent plans. All waiting for Qin Guofeng's popularity to fade. Then they'd step right over the centenarian to seize power. Memories on the internet don't last long. It wouldn't take long before the young generation's attention shifted elsewhere. As Lu Qinghao pondered how to seamlessly step over Qin Guofeng to seize power, a group of uniformed constables suddenly burst into the office. They immediately pinned Lu Qinghao to the floor. The lead officer carefully verified Lu Qinghao's identity. Then he sneered coldly, Lu Qinghao, right? You're suspected of insulting veterans who fought against the anomaly. Come with us. Chapter 59, The Third Portrait. Lu Qinghao trembled violently at the sight. No, this must be a misunderstanding. I didn't. Hadn't Qin Guofeng refused the medal? Why were these constables here anyway? The entire office was caught off guard. Before Lu Qinghao could offer another excuse, a group of constables seized him without hesitation. MCN Company was also subject to a rigorous investigation. Meanwhile, in Qin Village, the Qin family ancestral hall was filled with people kneeling to pay their respects. Chen Jingming finally straightened his back. He carefully placed the military insignia before the portrait of Chen Dongliang. Father, this is your Medal of Honor. I was never the son of a traitor. Chen Jingming's gaze toward his father's portrait brimmed with profound respect. After all these years, the misunderstanding of the past had finally been cleared. Now, all he wanted was to stay by his father's side. Only after completing the medal presentation did Duan Jinxing turn his thoughts to Qin Guofeng. He had many questions that needed answers. Was this Qin Guofeng the same dragon general who had left all those years ago? Scanning the surroundings, he saw no sign of Qin Guofeng. Old Master Duan, it seems that Old Master Qin left right after the commendation ceremony concluded. The secretary beside him expressed regret. Some matters should be discussed directly with Qin Guofeng. Might yield answers. He cautiously studied Old Master Duan's expression. Shall I check where he went immediately? He knew Duan Jinxing had traveled all the way from the capital specifically because of Qin Guofeng. Duan Jinxing recalled Qin Guofeng's gentle and benevolent demeanor from earlier. It seemed to carry a faint echo of that dragon general from years past. He couldn't rest easy until he got to the bottom of this matter. Just as he was thinking of following to see where Qin Guofeng was headed, someone held up a phone and spoke to Duan Jinxing. Old Master Duan, Old Master Qin is still in the livestream. It looks like that young man followed him. Within Su Yun's livestream, Qin Guofeng's figure remained visible. It turned out Su Yun's gaze had been fixed on Qin Guofeng the entire time. After witnessing Qin Guofeng receive his commendation, he had followed him all along. Now the two were chatting as they hurried along together. Duan Jinxing stared intently at Qin Guofeng's figure on the screen. Never mind. That old gentleman seems reluctant to be disturbed. I'll just keep watching the livestream. If Qin Guofeng refused to acknowledge that he was the dragon general who had departed all those years ago, then there was little point in pursuing him further. On a county road leaving in province, Su Yun stayed by Qin Guofeng's side the entire time. At this moment, he felt profound admiration for Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, I'm also an outdoor enthusiast. Where's your next destination? May I continue streaming with you? This noble act of escorting a comrade back to his hometown deserved wider recognition. Su Yun had already decided to stay by Qin Guofeng's side and continue streaming. He wanted all viewers watching the livestream to understand the sacrifices made by the heroes who fought against the anomaly back then. A benevolent smile graced Qin Guofeng's lips. My next stop is Sichuan Province. Young man, I need to pick up the pace. It's taken me so long to bring my comrades home, I'm already years too late. If you don't mind the trouble, come along with this old man. With that, he pedaled his cart toward the next destination. Seeing this, Su Yun quickly hopped on his bicycle and followed. He considered himself the undisputed king of outdoor cycling. He'd spent years cycling outdoors before. His dedication and endurance had earned him a large following. He had long since mastered the techniques of cycling. Yet he never imagined he'd be left so far behind by Qin Guofeng. Now, all Su Yun could see through his lens was Qin Guofeng's retreating figure. That silhouette was growing ever more distant. Viewers in the livestream chat were stunned by the scene. Holy crap, that old man Qin is fast. Su Yun, are you even trying? Can't even keep up with a centenarian? Sturgeon, I think I can hear you panting. I can vouch for it, Grandpa Qin's just too fast. It's definitely not our Sturgeon lacking stamina. Bro, if you can't keep up, it'll be embarrassing. You're supposed to be an outdoor legend. Seeing the comments in the livestream, Su Yun knew he had to pick up the pace. He pedaled his bicycle a few meters behind Qin Guofeng. He barely managed to keep pace with Qin Guofeng. After cycling for nearly an entire day, the two finally left the province of Ontario. Su Yun was panting heavily, gasping for breath. Qin Guofeng seemed wound up like a clockwork toy, showing none of the frailty one would expect from a centenarian. Only when he noticed Su Yun struggling did he finally stop. He grinned and said, "Young man, you're impressive. You actually kept up with my pace." Truthfully, few could keep pace with him. Back in his youth in the military, Qin Guofeng had been famously known as a speed demon. But age had caught up with him now. His speed was nowhere near what it had been in his youth. It took Su Yun a long while to catch his breath before staring at Qin Guofeng in disbelief. Grandpa Qin, aren't you tired? You didn't even break a sweat. She was thoroughly impressed. She was utterly impressed. From now on, Su Yun wouldn't dare call himself an outdoor expert anymore. Compared to Qin Guofeng, she felt utterly inadequate. Qin Guofeng pursed his lips. It's not too bad here since there's no slope. Let's rest a bit, then we'll keep going. The only thing that made Qin Guofeng gasp for breath was the steep uphill climb. The rest of the terrain posed no challenge for him. This left Su Yun deeply impressed. He diligently followed Qin Guofeng's pace throughout the livestream. Viewers in the livestream chat were stunned to see even outdoor expert Su Yunshan struggling to keep pace with Qin Guofeng. We're all marveling at Qin Guofeng's stamina. How could someone nearly 100 years old still be so energetic? After a brief rest, Qin Guofeng pressed onward. With the heartbreaking events that had unfolded in his comrades' hometowns, he dared not delay for even a moment. His sole hope was to reach his comrade's hometown as swiftly as possible. With Qin Guofeng pushing forward relentlessly, he and Su Yun finally reached the borders of Sichuan Province. Qin Guofeng gazed upon Sichuan's endless mountain ranges, with mist still drifting gracefully along the mountain slopes. He couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. This is Sichuan Province. How many years has it been since I last visited? His last visit to Sichuan had been to fight against foreign tribes. Back then, the entire dragon nation was engulfed in war. Sichuan was no exception, scarred and ravaged everywhere. Now, so many years later, Sichuan bore no trace of its former wartime devastation. It was a land of outstanding people and splendid scenery, where even the air itself seemed sweet. Qin Guofeng gazed around with eyes full of emotion. Comrades, look at the magnificent mountains and rivers of our dragon nation. It is because of your sacrifices that we enjoy peace and prosperity today. Dozens of portraits lay quietly in the back of the cart, as if they truly were admiring the magnificent beauty of the land. Qin Guofeng wasn't idle either. He took one portrait from the stack and placed it at the front. The portrait clearly showed the face of a dark-skinned, thin woman with short hair. Chapter 60, Tan Transportation. Qin Guofeng stared at the woman in the portrait. Suddenly, his nose stung with emotion. Xiaochun, I'll take you home soon. This is Sichuan Province. Take a good look, see how prosperous the hometown you fought so hard to protect has become. The woman in the portrait appeared to be only in her 20s or 30s. She had a neat, short haircut. Her features weren't exceptionally beautiful, even a bit coarse. She clearly bore the image of a rural woman. Yet her bright eyes seemed to speak to Qin Guofeng through the photograph. Su Yun was startled upon seeing the woman's portrait. Seeing Qin Guofeng's sorrowful expression, he ultimately held his tongue. Instead, he silently aimed the camera at the portrait. The live stream viewers had already erupted in chaos. Don't tell me this lady also fought in the war against the aliens? Goodness gracious, look at how weathered this woman is. Her eyes seem so sorrowful. There must be a huge story behind this. A woman becoming an anti-alien hero? This alone proves how utterly ruthless the alien race was back then. Everyone knows how tough those times were. But who'd have thought even a woman could slay the invaders? To be considered a comrade in arms by Qin Guofeng, she must have performed extraordinary feats. With their prior experience, all netizens knew another great challenge awaited them next. After Qin Guofeng had properly placed the portrait, he composed his sorrowful expression and pressed onward. Ma Xiaochun's hometown lay just ahead. This time, he was determined to personally escort Ma Xiaochun back. Su Yun followed silently behind. Perhaps because they saw the sorrowful gaze in Ma Xiaochun's portrait, even the livestream fell silent. On the highway not far ahead, a young man in police uniform patiently lectured an elderly man driving a three-wheeled motorcycle. Sir, how many times this month? I've told you tricycles aren't allowed on the highway. Why won't you listen? The officer speaking was Officer Tan from Sichuan's Tan Traffic. He used live streaming to explain traffic rules to a wide audience of netizens. His humorous yet thorough explanations have earned him a large following. He's become a viral sensation online, boasting millions of followers. Of course, many female fans are drawn to his good looks. At this moment, Officer Tan wore an expression of helplessness, facing the elderly man driving his three-wheeled motorcycle on the highway for the third time this month. This is extremely dangerous. Vehicles travel at high speeds on the highway. What if someone hits you? Get off immediately, take your ticket, and if you come back up again, I won't be so lenient. The old man looked embarrassed. I thought the highway would be faster. Officer Tan, I promise this won't happen again. The old man was issued a ticket and left the highway, looking rather dejected. Tan Traffic's livestream was already cracking up. Officer Tan, this old guy must be loaded $200 per ticket, and this is his third one this month. Probably trying to cut corners but keeps running into Officer Tan. Talk about bad luck. Old man still got it, daring to take a three-wheeler on the highway. He's definitely got the spirit. Netizens were laughing their heads off. Watching the livestream made traffic rules crystal clear. This is precisely why Tan Traffic was established. Officer Tan looked at the live chat comments and spoke with a serious expression. Everyone, pay attention. Don't try to copy what the old man did. There are countless roads, but safety comes first. If you don't want to be the one eating at home, follow the traffic rules. Officer Tan continued spreading traffic safety knowledge in the livestream. This is his daily duty, to make everyone prioritize traffic safety and reduce accidents. Just as Officer Tan was educating viewers in the livestream, the camera suddenly panned to a distant shot of Qin Guofeng riding his handcart. This instantly excited a group of viewers. Officer Tan, we've got another one. This old guy's even more impressive, did you see? He's riding a flatbed cart. Holy crap, are seniors this competitive nowadays? Tricycles aren't enough for them anymore, now they're even riding handcarts on the highway. Impressive. This old man's got such great energy. Look at him riding that handcart without breaking a sweat. Wait, something's off. Why is there a memorial photo on the front of his cart? This guy looks kind of familiar. While netizens were still buzzing with discussion, Officer Tan also noticed the portrait in front of Qin Guofeng. It was indeed a child's portrait, and he felt a pang of emotion. He hurried forward to stop Qin Guofeng's cart. Sir, this is a highway. What you're doing is very dangerous. Officer Tan addressed Qin Guofeng with a gentle expression. Though riding a handcart, the old man remained remarkably spry. There was not a trace of weariness from his journey. But why was he carrying a portrait of the deceased while riding his cart? Qin Guofeng quickly responded, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I'll get off the highway right away." He turned his vehicle around as he spoke. He'd been so focused on getting his comrade home that he'd gotten a bit impatient. Qin Guofeng looked apologetic. "My deepest apologies for causing you trouble." Officer Tan glanced at the woman's portrait. Then he looked at Qin Guofeng and suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. They could have been grandmother and granddaughter. To endure the agony of burying one's own child at such an advanced age. A flicker of sadness crossed Officer Tan's face. "It's okay, old man. I'll take you off the highway right now. The exit is just up ahead. You've been through a lot. This must be your granddaughter. Where are you headed? I could actually give you a ride part of the way." Qin Guofeng heard the word granddaughter. He quickly explained with a smile, "Officer, please don't misunderstand. She's not my granddaughter. She's my comrade in arms. I'm taking my comrade home." This was a huge misunderstanding. Ma Xiaochun had been only in her 20s when she died in the line of duty. Qin Guofeng, in the prime of his life at the time, couldn't possibly be her grandfather. Upon hearing the word comrade, was taken aback. He thought he must have misheard. He studied the portrait of the woman in the memorial photo. After confirming it, he couldn't help but scrutinize Qin Guofeng. The elderly man before him radiated integrity. Though his face bore the weathered marks of time, his gaze was unwavering, clearly that of a man who'd lived through much. "Sir, you're a veteran, aren't you?" Officer Tan quickly realized this and looked at Qin Guofeng with admiration. A veteran's spirit is truly different. And your comrade in arms was actually a woman. His gaze fell upon the portrait of the woman. His expression grew complex. What a heartbreaking story this must be. In those days, even women took up arms to fight foreign invaders. While Officer Tan was still lost in his sorrow, viewers in his livestream had already recognized Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng, the centenarian who recently went viral across the internet. A flurry of comments flooded the live stream. "Officer Tan, remember that centenarian Qin Guofeng who went viral? That's him right there. Chapter 61, let's just get the baby born safely first. He's sending his comrade back to his hometown." I watched 2 of his live streams and nearly cried my eyes out. I watched the live stream too. I never imagined Grandpa Qin would come to Sichuan province. Looks like this is his next comrade's hometown. Flash. I came over from Suyun's livestream and we've been following Grandpa Qin all along. "Officer Tan, please don't give the centenarian a ticket, he's just rushing to send his comrade home." I can vouch for this, it's true. Grandpa Qin was moving so fast along the way, even our sturgeon nearly couldn't keep up. Looks like Grandpa Qin's comrade is definitely from Sichuan. "Officer Tan, you'd better livestream the whole thing." Seeing the netizens' comments, Officer Tan realized the elderly man before him had performed such a noble act. He couldn't help but feel profound respect. "Grandpa Qin, I never imagined you'd come to Sichuan. Your comrade in arms is from Sichuan, right?" The anti-alien hero returns to his hometown. This should draw more attention. Yet Qin Guofeng's expression held a hint of sadness. His eyes reddened as he glanced at Ma Xiaochun's portrait. A bitter smile touched his lips. "My comrade in arms endured the most hardships. Even though she was a woman. But she took down quite a few of the enemy. My greatest wish now is to send her back to her homeland." Officer Tan didn't beat around the bush. He looked at Qin Guofeng with solemn respect. "Mr. Qin, wherever you need to go, I must see you there." Officer Tan's eyes welled up. No questions were needed, this must involve a sorrowful past. As a police officer serving the people, he understood the brutal reality behind the anti-alien conflict of years past. Qin Guofeng wasn't familiar with the area, and having someone guide him would likely speed things up. He wasted no time, giving Officer Tan the approximate location. So many years had passed, who knew if the village even still existed? When he first encountered Ma Xiaochun, he knew the entire village had been wiped out. Ma Xiaochun's relatives were certainly gone. Now, what he could do for Ma Xiaochun was to fulfill his wish of being buried alongside his family. Upon hearing the destination's name, Officer Tan immediately spoke up. "It's not far from here. I know where Guta village is, old man Qin. I'll take you there right now." Everyone understood Qin Guofeng's urgent desire to return his comrade to his final resting place. No one spoke along the way. They simply watched Qin Guofeng's upright figure in silence. Suyun had been quietly following Qin Guofeng all along. Not one for words, he could only accompany Qin Guofeng. This way, the journey home for his comrade wouldn't be too lonely. His livestream began simultaneously with Officer Tan's. Both had large followings. Combined with the topic of the Centenarian, a flood of viewers instantly poured into the livestream. The entire internet was focused on Qin Guofeng and the brave female comrade who sacrificed her life. With the assistance of Officer Tan, a local resident, it didn't take long to locate the village where Ma Xiaochun was from. "Old Master Qin, it's just ahead." Officer Tan pointed toward the thriving village of Gutu ahead. I've heard from the older generation that this village seemed to vanish entirely during the resistance against the invaders back then. At this point, Officer Tan's voice grew slightly melancholy. Most of the people living here moved in later. The village was large, dotted with elegant Western-style houses. A group of villagers played mahjong under the sun. Occasional bursts of laughter and cheerful chatter drifted through the air. Every face radiated happiness. There was no trace left of the war-torn scenes of years past. Qin Guofeng, witnessing this scene, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Holding Ma Xiaochun's portrait, he felt a lump in his throat. Xiaochun, can you see this? This is what your hometown looks like now. Everyone is living well. Soon I'll take you to find your family. He watched a group of children, all around 10 years old, playing and laughing under the sun. The image of Ma Xiaochun grew clearer and clearer in Qin Guofeng's mind. The scene of how they first met Ma Xiaochun was vividly etched in his mind. It felt like it had happened just yesterday. Watching the carefree children playing around him, a bitter smile touched the corners of Qin Guofeng's lips. If Sister Xiaochun's child had been born safely, she would surely be as adorable as these children. It's all those despicable foreigners who robbed Sister Xiaochun of her right to give birth. At these words, Su Yun and Officer Tan froze instantly. Even the viewers in the livestream chat were stunned. What did I just hear? This sister was pregnant when she sacrificed herself? No way. How could the invaders be so heartless? They even target pregnant women? How could the words coming from the mouth of the Centenarian grandfather be false? I can't take it. It's so heartbreaking that this woman died while pregnant. What a tragedy. Do these damned invaders even have a shred of humanity left? The livestream chat erupted with curses. Everyone was utterly shocked. Su Yun was at a loss for words to express his feelings. Officer Tan couldn't hold back any longer. Mr. Qin, you're saying this comrade was pregnant when she made the ultimate sacrifice? The revelation was utterly shocking. Even Officer Tan found it hard to believe. Qin Guofeng gave a bitter smile. That's right. Sister Xiaochun was already 5 months pregnant at the time. As he spoke, sorrow filled Qin Guofeng's eyes. Slowly, he recalled the circumstances of meeting Ma Xiaochun all those years ago. Back then, Qin Guofeng was traveling through Sichuan province with his men. On the road, they happened upon Ma Xiaochun, visibly pregnant. That scene was forever etched in Qin Guofeng's memory. Ma Xiaochun lay dying by the roadside. Had it not been for Qin Guofeng and his men, she might not have survived. Qin Guofeng immediately had someone give Ma Xiaochun some water. Ma Xiaochun gradually regained consciousness. But the moment he regained consciousness, he burst into loud sobs. Why did you save me? Just let me die. What's the point of living anymore? Why? My husband and family were all killed by the barbarians. I'm the only one left. Why didn't you take me with you? Ma Xiaochun wept bitterly. The crowd didn't know how to comfort her. Another pitiful soul who'd lost her family to the invaders. Qin Guofeng sighed. Sister, you still have your child. No matter what, you should think of your child. Perhaps Qin Guofeng's words had an effect. Ma Xiaochun finally stopped crying. Her gaze turned resolute as she looked at Qin Guofeng and the others. I heard women can join the dragon army too. Is that true? If it is, I want to join too. I'll kill every single one of those foreign tribesmen and avenge my man. As she spoke, hatred burned in Ma Xiaochun's eyes. She longed to wipe out every last one of them. Qin Guofeng glanced at Ma Xiaochun's belly. He sighed. What is your name? Do you have any family left? Qin Guofeng frowned. The dragon army does indeed recruit female soldiers. But right now. Let's wait until the baby is born safely before deciding. Chapter 62, Naming the Child. If you still have family, we can send you to them. Hearing this, tears welled up in Ma Xiaochun's eyes. Finally, tears spilled uncontrollably from her eyes. My name is Ma Xiaochun. I'm from Lùjiā Village. I have no family left. Everyone in the village is dead. My husband hid me in a water jar, which is how I survived. Those barbarians aren't human. I'll kill them all to avenge my fellow villagers. As Ma Xiaochun spoke these words, her eyes burned with murderous intent. Her eyes burned with overwhelming hatred. She had witnessed her husband and the entire village's brutal deaths with her own eyes. Now, vengeance was all she could think of. Ma Xiaochun fixed her unwavering gaze on Qin Guofeng. Commander, she said, after I give birth, may I also enlist? I'll learn whatever task you assign me in the army. As long as I can kill the enemy. War had taken every loved one from this woman. Joining the army to seek vengeance might be her only remaining purpose. Qin Guofeng felt a pang of sorrow and sighed deeply. Young lady, I understand your burning desire for vengeance. But your top priority now is to deliver this child safely. I'll take you to a nearby village. Settle there and raise your child well. If you still wish to enlist, I'll come back for you. We'll talk about revenge later. Ordinary people find it hard to survive in times of chaos. Especially for a pregnant woman who had lost her family. Ma Xiaochun pressed her lips together and said nothing. She simply stroked her belly. The deep sorrow gradually faded, replaced by a resolute gaze. Commander, you're right. I should give birth to this child first. Once the baby is born, I'll enlist in the army. Her eyes brimmed with hope as she looked at Qin Guofeng. My child must become a soldier someday. He will avenge the entire village. You must come to pick me up then. Qin Guofeng nodded. Of course I will. I'll take you to the nearest village first. The villagers there will take good care of you. And so, Ma Xiaochun followed Qin Guofeng's unit to the nearest village. For several days on the journey, Ma Xiaochun helped all the soldiers mend their clothes. The soldiers' uniforms were already in tatters. How could a bunch of grown men know how to sew? It was Ma Xiaochun who mended everyone's clothes. The group of soldiers, none older than 20, had already come to regard Ma Xiaochun as their own older sister. Sometimes, Ma Xiaochun would gaze at them with deep emotion. Commander Qin, I'm uneducated, I can't even write. We should be arriving at our destination soon, right? Could you help me name my child? The child might be her only hope left. Once the child was born, she might not be able to raise it herself. All she could do was cherish the time the child spent inside her. Qin Guofeng immediately grew serious and thought carefully. Seeing the sorrow on the woman's face, he took a deep breath and said, Let's name her Laishi, little Laishi. May this child bring you joy. Upon hearing the name, Ma Xiaochun's eyes welled up with tears. Little Laishi, what a lovely name. It's beautiful whether it's a boy or a girl. Commander Qin, thank you. The child had a name. The entire unit was filled with excitement. I bet Sister Xiaochun is carrying a big, healthy boy. How great it'll be to have him fighting alongside us against the barbarians. What are you talking about? Girls are better. They're so gentle and lovely. Whether Xiao Laishi is a boy or a girl, they'll join the army someday. They're our little nephew. Anticipation for Xiao Laishi's arrival. The soldiers' fatigue from the long march vanished completely. In just a few short days, all the soldiers had developed deep affection for Ma Xiaochun. When they reached the nearby village, Ma Xiaochun still wore a look of concern. You must all be careful. Killing the enemy is important. But your lives matter even more. I don't want to lose sight of you when you enlist next year. He then looked earnestly at Qin Guofeng. Commander Qin, keep your word. Once I give birth, you must come to enlist me. She feared Qin Guofeng might go back on his word. Her eyes remained fixed on Qin Guofeng, unwilling to look away. Qin Guofeng patted his chest. I promise. As long as you give birth to Xiao Laishi safely, I'll come to enlist you. Only after hearing this promise did Ma Xiaochun finally relax. She glanced at the soldiers surrounding them. Her eyes filled with emotion as she spoke. Once the invaders are driven out, everyone will come with me to see my hometown. My hometown is absolutely beautiful, with mountains everywhere that look like fairyland. Qin Guofeng and the group of soldiers agreed without hesitation. They had agreed that once the resistance succeeded, they would visit Ma Xiaochun's hometown. But Qin Guofeng abruptly snapped back to reality. Gazing at the portrait of Ma Xiaochun before him, he suddenly felt as if a heavy stone had been placed upon his chest. So heavy it took his breath away. It took him a long while to recover, his gaze drifting to the surrounding mountains that resembled a fairyland. Xiaochun, I've seen your hometown now, and those mountains you spoke of. They're truly beautiful, just as you described. But the portrait of Ma Xiaochun couldn't answer. Only a pair of eyes stared intently at a certain spot, as if surveying the surroundings. A group of netizens listened to Qin Guofeng's words. Everyone was overcome with sorrow. Some had already begun breaking down in the chat stream. Oh my god, so Sister Ma's child didn't make it in the end? This is just too heartbreaking. If it weren't for Grandpa Qin, I'd never have known such a heartbreaking story existed. The enemy tribe is truly inhumane, they didn't even spare a pregnant woman. I don't want to hear how Sister Ma died, she must have suffered terribly. Now I finally understand why Grandpa Qin was rushing so desperately, he was constantly thinking about his comrades. Look at this peaceful world we have now, it's all thanks to the sacrifices of those veterans who fought against the invaders. Everyone knew Ma Xiaochun's sacrifice would be a heartbreaking memory. A crowd bombarded the livestream with comments. As if doing so could lessen the sorrow. Officer Tan's eyes were already reddened. He solemnly addressed the viewers in the livestream. We must remember history. Without their sacrifices, we wouldn't be here today. The viewers in the livestream were swept up in a wave of patriotic fervor. The chat was flooded with patriotic comments. Only then did Officer Tan turn to Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng had regained his composure. Let's go find Xiaochun's family graves. Being with her family had been Ma Xiaochun's greatest wish back then. Officer Tan and Su Yun wasted no more time. They headed into the village to begin inquiries. Upon hearing their purpose, some villagers looked at Qin Guofeng with solemn respect. Old master, you know about the massacre by the foreign tribes back then? A middle-aged man stared intently at Qin Guofeng for a long moment. Upon seeing Ma Xiaochun's portrait, his eyes welled up with tears. Chapter 63, Hope in Another Village. He spoke with some surprise. This comrade is also a veteran of the resistance against the invaders? Truly. He sighed heavily. I know where the old villagers are buried. With that, he led Qin Guofeng and the others toward the back of the village. Qin Guofeng clutched Ma Xiaoqun's portrait as he followed closely behind. After passing through an alley, a vast expanse of graves suddenly came into view. This sight froze everyone present in their tracks. Even the viewers in the livestream were completely stunned. They stared in disbelief at the scene before them, even forgetting to type comments. Before them lay a dense, tangled mass. Countless mounds stretched as far as the eye could see. This shocking sight left everyone speechless. The middle-aged man sighed heavily. When my great-grandfather moved into Lùjiā Village back then, there was no one left alive inside. When he brought his family here, all he saw were countless skeletal remains. Every single person in the village had been slaughtered by the invaders. Not a single soul survived. A young man had brought his parents to Lùjiā Village to escape the war. Spotting the intact houses from afar, the young man's eyes lit up with excitement. Father, mother, we have a place to stay. We won't have to sleep rough outdoors anymore. The family of 3 had endured the ravages of war and barely survived. Seeing so many intact houses before them, they felt their wandering days were finally over. The trio entered the village joyfully, only to burst into horrified screams the very next moment. Father, what is this? Why are there so many skeletal remains? In an open field within the village, bones lay densely packed together. Bones piled up everywhere, resembling a hell on earth. Some were still clinging tightly together, clearly members of the same family. Others had been dragged several meters away, their bones twisted and contorted. It was clear they had endured immense suffering before dying. Some were missing limbs, their arms and legs severed and scattered. Others were headless, leaving only bare torsos behind. The scene was utterly shocking. The family of 3 was so horrified by the sight that they couldn't speak. Finally, the young man's father broke down in tears. It was the foreign tribes who slaughtered the village. These are all our villagers. Damn those foreign tribes, they're all bastards. Realizing the remains of the entire village lay before them, the young man's nose stung with tears, his earlier fear completely vanishing. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He knelt before the mountain of bones. My fellow villagers, I know your deaths were unjust. Our family of 3 is powerless. Today, we will lay you all to rest. The middle-aged man's eyes reddened as he recounted the great-grandfather's story. Looking at the dense rows of grave mounds before him, he choked out. My great-grandfather and his family buried the remains of the entire village. Ever since I was a child, my great-grandfather told me how it took the 3 of them many days to bury the remains of the entire village. But since they didn't know these villagers, they certainly didn't know their names. That's why there are no names on these gravestones. The gravestones before him were all blank. Not a single word was inscribed. Qin Guofeng, seeing this scene, couldn't help but clasp Ma Xiaoqun's portrait tightly. He pressed his lips together, unable to speak for a long while. Officer Tan and Su Yun also froze in place. Faced with this scene, they had no idea how to express their profound shock. The viewers in the livestream chat couldn't sit still any longer. Angry comments began flooding the chat. Did you see that? Did you all see that? This is irrefutable proof of the crimes these foreigners committed on our Dragon Nation's soil. Those foreigners think all these years later, they can pretend what happened back then never occurred? They're dreaming. Exactly. We, the younger generation, will never forget the atrocities they committed back then. These foreigners are truly scum. Killing so many people, don't they have nightmares at night? Countless netizens were stunned by the sea of nameless tombstones. So many lives lost. Yet we don't even know their names. This is too tragic. A group of villagers had gathered around. Their faces all bore expressions of deep regret. Living in this village, they all knew about the previous massacre of villagers. Yet they could do nothing. All they could do was visit the unmarked graves each year. Qin Guofeng's heart felt incredibly heavy. Seeing the dense rows of graves before him, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt. It was his failure to protect these villagers back then. That's why they were brutally slaughtered by the enemy. As a soldier, he had failed to protect them. This left Qin Guofeng with a profound sense of guilt. He knelt before the graves, clutching the portrait. Tears of anguish streamed down his face. I failed you all. I couldn't protect you properly and ensure your survival. This village was merely a microcosm. How many others had been slaughtered by foreign tribes back then? Seeing this, Su Yun's eyes reddened as she hurried to comfort him. Grandpa Qin, you did your best. Without the sacrifices of veterans like you who fought against the invaders, we wouldn't have the prosperous life we enjoy today. He knelt before the graves alongside Qin Guofeng. His heart was filled with profound sorrow. Seeing Qin Guofeng so consumed by guilt and sorrow, all the netizens couldn't hold back either. Grandpa, don't cry. This isn't your fault. The fault lies with those inhumane foreign tribes. They even brutally slaughtered defenseless villagers. They're not human. Sigh, talking about humanity with those barbarians, do they even possess such a thing? Grandpa Qin, please get up. Su Yun is absolutely right. Without your generation, we wouldn't have the peaceful lives we enjoy today. Leave the future development of Dragon Nation to us. One day, we'll make those despicable foreign tribes kneel and confess their crimes. A group of netizens were heartbroken. The deaths of so many villagers are not the fault of the veterans who fought against the barbarians. Without their sacrifices, there would be no Dragon Nation today. It took Qin Guofeng a long time to finally calm his emotions. His eyes were already brimming with tears. After struggling to wipe away his tears, he embraced Ma Xiaochun's portrait and approached the densely packed graves. Xiaochun, your husband and family are buried here. Unfortunately, I don't know which one is yours. Qin Guofeng's eyes were slightly reddened. I'll leave your portrait here. It's like reuniting you with your husband and the whole village. Officer Tan and Su Yun had already cried until their eyes were red. A crowd of villagers gathered around, overcome with sorrow at the sight of Ma Xiaochun's cold portrait. She was actually a woman? The villagers couldn't help but weep when they saw Ma Xiaochun's weathered face. I heard everyone in this village died back then. Shouldn't this survivor, who escaped and encountered the dragon army, have become the hope of the entire village? But why did she have to die so young? Chapter 64, Luring the Enemy Away. A group of villagers couldn't help but sob. Every villager in the entire village had perished. The one who managed to escape hadn't survived either. People only wanted to survive. Why would the foreign tribes deny them even that path? Qin Guofeng had composed himself. He buried Ma Xiaochun's portrait alongside all the villagers. Only then did he rise, his steps heavy, and look around at the villagers now standing before him. Though Sister Xiaochun left us too soon, she sacrificed her life to bring salvation to another village. Back then, pregnant Sister Xiaochun sacrificed herself and the child within her womb to save the entire village. Officer Tan felt a weight settle in his chest upon hearing these words. Finally, he couldn't help but ask. Old Master Qin, how did the heroine sacrifice herself? What do you mean by bringing hope or survival to another village? Everyone present fixed their gaze intently on Qin Guofeng's face. Upon hearing that Ma Xiaochun was pregnant, the sorrow etched on their faces deepened. Some had already been weeping uncontrollably nearby. Even the viewers in the live stream held their breath. They were all curious, how exactly did a pregnant woman die at the hands of the enemy? And how she had saved the entire village. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath, his eyes reddening as he gazed at Ma Xiaochun's portrait. Then he looked around at the picturesque mountain peaks. He was lost in deep recollection. Back in the military, Ma Xiaochun had always spoken of the beauty of her hometown. Even as death approached, she still longed to return home. Ma Xiaochun had been waiting for the day she gave birth to their child. When Qin Guofeng would come to take him to enlist, Qin Guofeng choked out. Back then, I thought that village was hidden away and would surely be safe. So I had no qualms about settling Sister Xiaochun there. But I never imagined that not long after we left, the enemy would find that village. As he spoke, Qin Guofeng's eyes burned with fury. It felt as though the scene had unfolded just yesterday. He recounted the brutality of the invaders to everyone in the livestream. Shortly after Qin Guofeng and his men departed, the invading soldiers marched in force toward the village. Chaos erupted throughout the entire village. Everyone scrambled to hide in panic. Only Ma Xiaochun stood firm, his gaze unwavering. She stood at the village entrance, negotiating with the invaders. He blocked the invaders preparing to enter the village. And she's pregnant? Where the hell is everyone in this village? Where did they all hide? Seeing that Ma Xiaochun was pregnant, the outsiders paid her no mind whatsoever. They even began asking where the villagers had gone. Ma Xiaochun struggled to conceal the anger in her eyes. She put on a frightened expression. I know where they are. Please don't kill me. I'll tell you where the villagers are hiding. I heard bad people were coming, so they hid in the mountains early this morning. Those villagers saw I was pregnant and abandoned me to run away. Upon hearing that Ma Xiaochun had been abandoned by the villagers in the village, and even wanted to lead them to find the villagers, the foreign tribesman's mouth couldn't close. Ha! Excellent. Those villagers abandoned you, they truly deserve to die. If you lead us to the villagers, you'll live. Hearing this, Ma Xiaochun agreed without hesitation. He led the foreigners toward the direction Qin Guofeng had departed. Qin Guofeng hadn't gone far. If they could catch up, these foreigners were as good as dead. If he could lure them all over there, he could protect all the villagers. A resolute gleam flashed in Ma Xiaochun's eyes at this thought. Without looking back, he headed in the opposite direction from the village. Qin Guofeng was lost in painful memories. Xiaochun disguised herself as someone abandoned by the villagers. She brought the outsiders to find me. She knew I could annihilate all outsiders. Qin Guofeng thought of Ma Xiaochun's resolute figure. A bitter smile escaped his lips. Why was she so stubborn? She was clearly the weakest one. Yet she insisted on luring the outsiders away, even with her swollen belly. Hearing Qin Guofeng's account, we're all deeply heartbroken. She was a pregnant woman carrying a child. What kind of era was this, where even a pregnant woman was driven to wish for the complete annihilation of the enemy? She clearly had the chance to give birth to her child, yet she sacrificed that opportunity to save the entire village. Later, the enemy must have discovered clues after being lured away, so they. It's truly heartbreaking. Don't ever let me see another foreigner again, or I fear I won't be able to control myself and end up killing them. Even a vulnerable pregnant woman could be so brave as to lead outsiders into a trap. Not just anyone could do that. In those days, who didn't tremble at the mere mention of the alien race? She was a hero to everyone. Ma Xiaochun's deeds, recounted by Qin Guofeng, sparked widespread discussion online. Meanwhile, in Lùjiā Village, dozens of kilometers away from Lùjiā Village, someone else was watching Qin Guofeng's livestream. As Li Long listened to Qin Guofeng's account, the story suddenly felt familiar. A pregnant woman lured away the alien race and saved the entire village? Why does this feel so familiar? Li Long stared intently at Qin Guofeng recounting the old story in the livestream. After pondering for a while, he finally turned his gaze toward the elderly grandmother sunbathing in the courtyard. Her silver-streaked hair was neatly tucked behind her ears. Her face bore the marks of time. Grandma, listen to this story. Does it match what you told me? Li Long held his phone close to the old woman's face. His eyes brimmed with anticipation as he spoke. You once said our Lùjiā village was nearly wiped out by the foreign tribes. A heavily pregnant woman lured the invaders away, is that what you meant? Memories slowly began to surface. Li Long recalled the story his grandmother had told him since childhood. It matched exactly what Qin Guofeng had just said. At this realization, Li Long felt a surge of emotion. This Qin Guofeng is the veteran who's been fighting against the aliens and has recently gone viral online. He brought his comrade's portrait back to his hometown. Now he's in our Sichuan province, over in Lùjiā Village. Zhou Zuihua heard her grandson's words. She glanced back at the live stream, her aging eyes struggling to make out the details. Yet she strained to make out the details. That's right. Back then, the entire village of Lùjiā survived only because of a pregnant woman. All these years later, I still remember that pregnant woman, her face etched with sorrow. My dear grandson, how does this person in your phone know about this too? At that moment in the livestream, Qin Guofeng was recounting the events of that year, his words dripping with blood. His eyes were moist. Xiaochun knew that once the invaders entered the village, no one would be spared. So she lured them away before the invaders could reach the village. She was heavily pregnant at the time, and the invaders had no reason to be wary of her. She simply led the invaders straight into the trap. Hearing Qin Guofeng's words, Zhou Zuihua jolted upright from her recliner. Her eyes widened as she spoke. That's right, that's exactly how it happened. Chapter 65, The Hero in My Memory. I remember it clearly. Back then, when all the villagers were fleeing, that woman walked alone in the opposite direction from the villagers. All these years later, Zhou Zuihua still hadn't forgotten that scene. Now, suddenly hearing someone speak of those events, her long-buried memories slowly began to stir. Her jaw trembled slightly with emotion. Zhou Zuihua's mind drifted back decades. Word spread that the dragon army had arrived in the village. Everyone in the village rushed out to see the commotion. Being timid, she dared not get too close, content to watch from afar. And that's when she caught sight of Ma Xiaochun among the dragon army. Back then, Ma Xiaochun had dark skin and a rough appearance. His short hair made him look like a tomboy. Frowning before Long Jun, she spoke up. Division Commander Qin, we made a deal. Once I give birth to this child, you must let me enlist. You men keep your word. I'll be waiting right here for you. The tall, uniformed Long Jun replied with a smile. Since I promised you, I'll definitely make it happen. You need to focus on giving birth to Xiao Laishi. I'll come get you when the time comes. Then Long Jun led his troops out of the village in a grand procession. The village chief led Ma Xiaochun to Xiao Zuihua. Before Xiao Zuihua could greet Ma Xiaochun, the entire village suddenly erupted into chaos. All the villagers frantically rushed toward their own courtyards. The village chief instantly grew tense, directing everyone to hide. Quick, the outsiders are here. Everyone hide. The outsiders are here. The young Zuihua trembled violently at the mere mention of the word outsiders. She had heard countless tales of their terror from the adults. She stood frozen, unsure how to react. The moment Ma Xiaochun heard the word outsiders, a fiery rage ignited in his eyes. He scooped up little Zuihua and sprinted toward the village. Child, hurry back and find the village chief. Hide immediately. I'll distract those despicable outsiders. After setting down the still shaken little Zuihua, Ma Xiaochun strode toward the village exit without looking back. Xiao Zuihua stood frozen in shock. Auntie, what are you doing? Come back. My mother said the outsiders drink human blood. You. Whenever she wouldn't go to sleep as a child, her parents would scare her with tales of the foreign tribes. In Xiao Zuihua's eyes, the foreign tribes were the most terrifying beings imaginable. But Ma Xiaochun's expression was unwavering. Just a few barbarians, what's there to fear? Once they meet Commander Qin, none of them will survive. With that, Ma Xiaochun, her belly protruding, vanished into the crowd. Xiao Zuihua stood frozen in place, staring at his retreating figure with terror etched across her face. Her fear of the foreign tribes ran deep in her bones. Even now, the elderly Zhou Zuihua still felt a twinge of anxiety at the mere mention of those two words. "Grandma, did that pregnant Ma Xiaoqun just run off like that?" Li Long listened as his grandmother recounted this old story. He felt a pang of sadness. How much hatred must she have harbored for the foreign tribe? To turn her back and confront the enemy without hesitation. Zhou Zuihua's eyes were already moist. The resolute look on Ma Xiaoqun's face back then had lingered in her mind all these years. I never knew that woman's name? So her name was Ma Xiaoqun. Zhou Zuihua's face twisted with anguish. She protected our entire village. Recalling the events of that year, Zhou Zuihua's eyes brimmed with gratitude. If it weren't for Ma Xiaoqun, our entire village would have perished that day. Memories once again returned to that day when the foreign tribes surrounded the village. News of neighboring villages being slaughtered one after another had long spread throughout their village of Weixi. Villagers cowered in fear within their homes. Little Zuihua appeared at the village chief's house, weeping. She began to speak through her sobs. "Village chief, that woman said she'd go distract the invaders. The barbarians are so terrifying, isn't she afraid?" Hearing Xiao Zuihua's words, the villagers were stunned. They frantically searched for Ma Xiaoqun's whereabouts. "Isn't this girl just being reckless? We promised the dragon army we'd take good care of her. Village chief, what are we to do? That woman's even heavily pregnant." The villagers were frantic with worry. Even the village chief paced frantically. "I heard the pregnant woman's husband and family were killed by the barbarians. She's out for revenge. But now the barbarians are already approaching. Going out now would be suicide." The villagers could only hide and watch the situation unfold in the shadows. Sure enough, they saw Ma Xiaoqun captured by the barbarians. The distance was too great, they couldn't make out what was being said. But soon, the invaders followed Ma Xiaoqun away, laughing loudly. The villagers could only watch helplessly from their hiding places. "Village chief, what's going on? Where is that pregnant woman taking these foreigners?" The village chief quickly grasped the situation. "She's luring the outsiders away. Who would have thought a pregnant woman would sacrifice her own life for the entire village of Weixi? If the outsiders truly invaded, the entire village would be doomed." The villagers watched as Ma Xiaoqun led the foreign tribe away. That's the direction the dragon army left. That pregnant woman is leading the outsiders to the dragon army's territory. My goodness. Without her, our entire village would have perished here today. For a moment, the entire village was filled with wails of grief. Ma Xiaoqun was now leading the alien race away. The lives of the entire village were saved. The village chief, eyes reddened, gazed at Ma Xiaoqun's retreating figure. "Comrade, on behalf of the entire village, I thank you. I will remember your great kindness for the rest of my life." Without Ma Xiaoqun, the entire village would likely have been wiped out today. Ma Xiaoqun's frail figure grew increasingly distant. Yet to all the villagers, she seemed to grow taller and more imposing. Even little Zuihua knew deep down that Ma Xiaoqun would never return. Even after all these years had passed, Zhou Zuihua still felt as though it had happened just yesterday. Now, her eyes reddened by age, she stared intently at the livestream. In the livestream, Qin Guofeng recounted the events of that year. His eyes brimmed with sorrow. He spoke with a bitter smile. "I wonder where a woman found the courage to remain unflinching in the face of a foreign tribe." The thought pierced Qin Guofeng's heart like needles. Officer Tan's eyes were already red from crying. "Mr. Qin, why don't you take a break? You. After all, you're getting on in years. Having to recount such profound joy and sorrow." They truly feared he might not be able to bear it. But Qin Guofeng waved him off. His eyes gleamed with resolve as he surveyed the room. "I must speak out. Everyone must know the atrocities committed by the invaders on our soil back then." Qin Guofeng stood tall before the rows of graves. His voice was solemn and earnest as he spoke. "I had only just departed with my troops. Xiaoqun tricked those invaders into chasing after me, claiming the villagers were hiding in the direction I had departed." Chapter 66, The Gruesome Wound. Ma Xiaoqun was clever. She feigned terror before the group of foreigners. The villagers are hiding in the mountain ravine. Not far ahead. Only by luring the outsiders away could the villagers survive. Having witnessed the massacre of the village that raised him with his own eyes, this time, he would not let another innocent village fall to the invaders. Several alien soldiers heard Ma Xiaoqun's words. Their faces creased with laughter. "Once we find the villagers, you'll receive a generous reward." The invaders looked at Ma Xiaoqun as if he were mentally challenged. Just a woman, and pregnant at that. She posed no threat whatsoever to them. They were already plotting in their minds how to kill Ma Xiaoqun later. The fear on Ma Xiaoqun's face was all feigned. But deep inside, a raging inferno burned. At this point, Qin Guofeng felt as though a gaping hole had been torn in his chest. Cold wind whistled through the gaping void. The entire live stream audience was gripped by the tension. What kind of deep-seated hatred could drive someone to act so recklessly? Oh my god, did this big sister already decide to sacrifice herself at this moment? Later, the big sister must have been killed by the enemy tribe. It's just a pity that even the child inside her. If it weren't for Grandpa Qin sharing this story, we'd never have known about such deeds. Sigh, let's all cherish our peaceful times now. They're only possible because of those who sacrificed. Netizens were overcome with sorrow. Knowing it was a dead end, yet that pregnant woman pressed forward without hesitation. What immense resolve that must have taken. Even Officer Tan and Su Yun had tears welling in their eyes. Gazing at Ma Xiaoqun's portrait, the gloom in their hearts lingered long after. Qin Guofeng's eyes were filled with sorrow as his gaze fell upon the woman in the portrait, her face etched with grief. Xiaoqun dreamed of killing the enemy tribe to avenge us. In the end, she achieved it. Many of the enemy perished because of her. At the time, Ma Xiaoqun had led the enemy forces in pursuit of Qin Guofeng's group. They knew how formidable Qin Guofeng was. She knew that if they clashed, so many of them would surely fall by his hand. Ma Xiaoqun led the way at the front. He even hummed mountain folk songs as he went. The group of foreigners behind him continued to mock him. What kind of song is that? It's not very pleasant. Change it quickly. A fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of cruelty flashed in Ma Xiaoqun's eyes. This is the only one I know. We're almost there. The group of foreigners behind him laughed until they were doubled over. Completely unaware they were marching toward the abyss of death. Up ahead, Ma Xiaoqun continued singing his folk song. Ignoring the mockery of the foreigners behind him. Not a single one of them would survive tonight. For this was a song that summoned death. The melodious voice drifted through the valley. Carried by the mountain breeze, it traveled far and wide. Reaching the ears of Qin Guofeng. He snapped to attention instantly. Silence, everyone. His men froze in place, standing perfectly still. Listening intently to the song echoing through the valley. Finally, a trembling voice spoke up. Captain, that sounds like Sister Xiaoqun's voice. She's singing our secret signal. Has she been captured by the enemy? Ma Xiaoqun's time in the unit had been brief. She had formed deep bonds with all the soldiers. During her few days in the unit, Qin Guofeng had taught Ma Xiaoqun the simplest code words. Now, the song drifting through the valley clearly revealed the enemy's numbers and weapons. Ma Xiaoqun was using his life to lure the enemy here. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Go check what's happening. Where are the invaders? Several men immediately turned back to investigate. In the narrow valley, a frail figure led the way. Behind him followed a vast, surging horde of the enemy. This sight made the eyes of several dragon army soldiers redden. It really is Sister Xiaoqun. She actually managed to lure the outsiders here. Hearing Ma Xiaoqun sing a beautiful folk song, all the dragon army soldiers' eyes turned red. They hurriedly reported Ma Xiaoqun's situation to Qin Guofeng. Captain, the enemy is positioned at the pass, less than a kilometer from us. Xiaoqun is in there too. We must find a way to rescue her. And Xiao Laishi must be born safely. With so many barbarians, Ma Xiaoqun could be in danger at any moment. Though he had suspected Ma Xiaoqun might be inside. He felt his heart clench violently upon hearing it confirmed. Ma Xiaoqun was still pregnant. He immediately devised a detailed plan. Prepare for battle. The enemy numbers are great. Set traps to ensure they come but never return. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Killing so many of the enemy would at least honor the villagers who had perished at their hands. But Ma Xiaoqun. The thought of that sorrow-filled woman made Qin Guofeng's chest ache as if it were being torn apart by a knife. No matter what it takes, she must be saved. And he must ensure the child growing inside her was born alive. Meanwhile, several of the outsiders were growing impatient. After trekking for hours along the rugged mountain path, their patience was wearing thin. Hey, how much longer? Finally, someone spoke up impatiently. His gaze fell upon Ma Xiaoqun's belly. If we don't find those villagers soon, I'll cut open your belly. Let you see whether it's a boy or a girl. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoqun instinctively placed her hand on her belly. Her heart filled with guilt. It took her a long while to regain her composure before she spoke slowly. It's not far now, just ahead. Look, there are footprints here too. Numerous footprints littered the mountain path. They were all left behind by Qin Guofeng's advancing troops. Ma Xiaoqun recognized them. These were all footprints left by the dragon army. Qin Guofeng was right ahead. Not a single one of these barbarians would survive today. At this thought, Ma Xiaoqun couldn't help but quicken his pace. The desire to avenge her husband and the entire village reached its peak at that moment. Several foreigners spotted the footprints and resumed their pursuit. But not long after setting off, a startled cry erupted from among the invaders. Something's wrong. These don't look like villagers' footprints. Villagers don't wear military boots. As the questioning voice rang out, a volley of gunfire erupted. The open valley instantly became deafening. The foreign leader turned pale with shock. An ambush. On the cliff. Their position was at the bottom of a gorge, flanked by sheer cliffs on both sides. A group of dragon soldiers now appeared on the cliff face. This instantly threw the entire alien force into chaos. They scrambled to mount a defense. Qin Guofeng and his men held the geographical advantage. After a few shots, half the alien soldiers fell. Witnessing this, Ma Xiaochun finally broke into a smile. Damn barbarians, go to hell. She reached for a nearby rock, intending to smash it into the head of a wounded foreigner beside her. Being a woman, she was easily kicked flying by the foreign leader's single blow. Ma Xiaochun instantly collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. A large pool of blood seeped out beneath her. She could feel the life inside her wound slowly slipping away. Chapter 67, My child never got the chance to grow up. The alien leader was furious at that moment. He led his men to hide behind the stone wall, but both the front and rear paths were blocked. They had no chance of escape. Dragon Nation woman. You deliberately led us into this ambush. Only now did the foreign tribe realize they'd fallen into a trap. They had been outmaneuvered by a pregnant woman. The thought turned the foreign leader's face green with rage. Watching his men fall one by one, the alien leader's face contorted with rage as he yanked Ma Xiaochun to his feet. You never intended to lead us to the villagers from the start. In just a few short minutes, the alien tribe had lost more than half their numbers. They were now completely surrounded by the dragon army, and their ammunition was rapidly running out. There was absolutely no chance of escape. The tribal chief vented his fury on Ma Xiaochun. Ma Xiaochun trembled in agony, unable to stand. Go still emitted a cold laugh. Ha ha ha, you won't survive this. The dragon army will hunt you down and wipe you out. This enraged the dragon army leader to the point of fury. He roared, slit her belly open. No sooner had the words left his mouth than sharp blades pierced Ma Xiaochun's body. Blood gushed from her body like a flowing river. Several foreign tribesmen moved to deliver finishing blows. But behind them, intense gunfire erupted. Within seconds, the entire group lay dead in pools of blood. When Qin Guofeng arrived with his men, Ma Xiaochun's face was deathly pale. A gaping wound tore through her body, blood gushing uncontrollably. Laishi. Commander Qin, please see if Laishi can still be saved. Ma Xiaochun's gaze was unfocused as she looked at Qin Guofeng. I'm the one who failed this child, unable to deliver him safely. Qin Guofeng and several comrades in arms saw the gaping wound in Ma Xiaochun's abdomen and their eyes turned red. A group of soldiers who feared no bloodshed. Now they wept convulsively. The wound was so large that his intestines were visible inside. Xiao Laishi would never make it. It's okay now. All the evil foreigners are dead. You did well. See? The ground is littered with their corpses. If it weren't for you, we couldn't have wiped out so many of them. Xiaochun, you'll be fine. And Laishi won't be in danger either. Qin Guofeng tried to press his trembling hands over the gaping wound on Ma Xiaochun's body. But the blood kept flowing relentlessly. This was yet another moment when Qin Guofeng felt utterly helpless. War had taken so many comrades. Now it wouldn't even spare a pregnant woman. There was still an innocent life growing inside her. Medicine. Bandages. Bring them here now. Qin Guofeng growled hoarsely, his voice strained. Where's the medic? Hurry up and save her. Can Xiao Laishi still be saved? You guys need to figure out a way to save her immediately. But when the medic arrived and glanced at Ma Xiaochun's wound, her eyes reddened and she suddenly burst into tears. Such a deep wound, there was no saving her. The baby had no chance of survival either. Even the medic, seeing such a gruesome wound, collapsed to the ground in anguish. A sorrowful atmosphere permeated the entire valley. A group of Dragon Nation soldiers watched helplessly as blood gushed from Ma Xiaochun's gruesome wound. Everyone knew Ma Xiaochun was beyond saving. The child growing inside her womb could never be born. How utterly innocent this child was. It hadn't even seen this world. Qin Guofeng watched helplessly as 2 lives slipped away in his hands. The emotions pent up inside him finally erupted. For the first time, he wept like a child before his soldiers. Xiaochun, hold on. I'll take you to the city to find a doctor. Ma Xiaochun's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The flow of blood from the gaping wound in her abdomen had slowed. Her pupils were unfocused. Yet she clung to life by a thread. No, no more, Commander Qin. After I die, could you take me back to my hometown? I want to be buried with my husband. This was Ma Xiaochun's greatest wish. Originally, she had wanted to enlist and seek revenge. But now it seemed impossible to enlist. Qin Guofeng choked back sobs, unable to speak, and could only nod frantically. Ma Xiaochun smiled weakly. It's such a pity my child won't get the chance to grow up. I can't go enlist with you either. This was her greatest regret. Joining the military had always been Ma Xiaochun's aspiration. But now she couldn't even protect her own child. Upon hearing this, Qin Guofeng wiped away his tears and spoke painfully. It's okay. You can join our 36th division right now. Ma Xiaochun, who had been on the verge of death, heard these words. His eyes lit up instantly. I can really join the army? Ma Xiaochun looked at Qin Guofeng with eyes full of hope. Qin Guofeng knew Ma Xiaochun's greatest wish was to become a soldier of the Dragon Nation. But now Ma Xiaochun was dying. Not even the child growing inside her could be saved. Qin Guofeng's eyes filled with tears of anguish. Today, he must fulfill Ma Xiaochun's wish to enlist. Ma Xiaochun, I hereby notify you in my capacity as commander of the 36th Division. From this moment on, you are a soldier under the command of the 36th Division headquarters. For the military merit you earned today, as our comrade in arms who faced death alongside us, I award you a first-class merit medal. Qin Guofeng trembled as he fumbled for his own first-class merit medal. The blood on his hands, Ma Xiaochun's blood stained the medal. Finally, he placed it steadily on Ma Xiaochun's chest. Ma Xiaochun glanced weakly at the medal. His face lit up with joy. After struggling for a moment, he managed to utter a faint voice. Thank you, Commander Qin. Both Xiao Laishi and I owe you our deepest gratitude. Look, it seems like my husband has come to pick me up. Ma Xiaochun gazed expectantly into the distance. Not far away, she thought she saw her husband. Finally, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. Until they slowly closed. Having spoken her final words, Ma Xiaochun drew her last breath without regret. She herself was pregnant. Yet she resolutely led the foreign tribe step by step into the trap. Only in the final moment of her life did she become a soldier of the Dragon Nation. The group of soldiers present had long since reddened their eyes. Grief permeated the air. The valley echoed with howling winds. As if weeping for Ma Xiaochun's sacrifice. Qin Guofeng, eyes filled with grief, pressed tightly against the gaping wound in Ma Xiaochun's abdomen. Captain, even Xiao Laishi didn't make it safely into this world. And Sister Xiaochun's wounds, how agonizing they must be. Are we just going to let this go? A soldier spoke before Qin Guofeng, eyes red with fury. They didn't even spare a pregnant woman. Do they have any humanity left? I'll go kill them, those despicable barbarians. Witnessing Ma Xiaochun's final breath. Even witnessing Xiao Laishi's right to exist in this world being stripped away. Rage seemed to have robbed the group of their reason. Chapter 68, Remember. Only Qin Guofeng clung to a sliver of sanity. He pressed down hard on the gaping wound in Ma Xiaochun's body. If you want revenge, then pull yourselves together. The foreigners will be driven out one day. Qin Guofeng watched as Ma Xiaochun's frail body slowly withered away before his eyes. His hatred for the invaders had reached its peak. He would slaughter every last one of them and make them pay. Grandpa Qin, are you alright? A shout snapped Qin Guofeng out of his painful, furious memories. Qin Guofeng snapped back to reality, surrounded by the bustling traffic. In the distance, towering peaks pierced the clouds. Even the air carried a sweet fragrance. The blood-soaked air and howling valley were merely fragments of his own past. Even now, recalling the gaping wound on Ma Xiaochun's body made Qin Guofeng's heart ache unbearably. Tears now streamed down his face uncontrollably. Su Yun quickly and thoughtfully handed him a tissue. Grandpa Qin, don't be sad. It's all in the past now. Their sacrifices back then were all worthwhile. Viewers in the livestream chat never imagined Ma Xiaochun had met such a tragic end. They'd been holding back for so long. My goodness, a woman about to become a mother, yet forced to witness her own child unable to be born. How unbearably painful must that have been? Just hearing old Master Qin recount this story makes my chest tighten so much I can barely breathe. Ma Xiaochun had her belly sliced open by the barbarians. Those despicable invaders wouldn't even spare a pregnant woman. Everyone gritted their teeth in fury. Hatred toward the invaders reached its peak. Officer Tan's eyes welled up with tears. Looking at the portrait of Ma Xiaochun, he spoke with deep sorrow. It's all in the past now. Look at our motherland's magnificent landscapes today. It's all thanks to your sacrifices. Every citizen of Dragon Nation will remember you. Qin Guofeng had already wiped away his tears. He took several deep breaths to steady his emotions. In that era of relentless warfare, he had seen many comrades fall before his eyes. But seeing Ma Xiaochun die right before his eyes, he nearly lost his mind. Even now, the memory still stings so deeply it takes his breath away. Why did it have to be Ma Xiaochun who died? Even Xiao Laishi never got to see this world with his own eyes. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath, his voice choked with emotion. I buried Ma Xiaochun in a nearby village back then. But I know she wanted to return to her hometown to be buried beside her husband. But at the time, I received orders to rush to the next location as quickly as possible to fight the foreign tribes. At this thought, Qin Guofeng felt a pang of sorrow. Ma Xiaochun's passing had plunged everyone into deep sorrow. He had intended to escort her back to her own village. But time wouldn't allow it. With the front lines under intense pressure, Qin Guofeng was ordered to eliminate the enemy forces. He could only bury Ma Xiaochun within the village. He and his soldiers departed with heavy hearts. It wasn't until many years later that he finally found the time to personally escort Ma Xiaochun back to her hometown. Xiaochun, I'm the one who failed you. Qin Guofeng gazed at Ma Xiaochun's portrait, tears welling in his eyes. I never imagined you'd have to wait this long. This time, I will definitely find your husband and reunite you both. Officer Tan's eyes were filled with mist. He fought back the tears, barely keeping them from falling. Mr. Qin, you're not a moment too late. He suppressed his grief and looked earnestly at Qin Guofeng. Look at how prosperous our dragon nation is now. It's all thanks to the sacrifices of veterans like you who fought against the alien threat. Upon hearing of Ma Xiaochun's sacrifice, couldn't help but burst into tears. This comrade is the hero of our Lùjiā village. Now the hero has returned home, finally reunited with her loved ones. Seeing the dense cluster of graves surrounding them, the villagers spontaneously organized themselves. They were determined to personally escort the anti-alien hero home. Everyone knew how much Ma Xiaochun longed to reunite with all the villagers. Back then, the alien race slaughtered the entire village. It was impossible for just one family to conceal Ma Xiaochun's whereabouts. It must have been the entire village that protected Ma Xiaochun. They smuggled Ma Xiaochun out of Lùjiā Village alive. Later, Ma Xiaochun did indeed leave alive, driven by a burning desire to avenge the entire village. Until he later protected the people of another village. Officer Tan's livestream camera swept over a row of unmarked gravestones. Every viewer in the livestream was so moved they wished they could leap through the screen. After all these years, Ma Xiaochun has finally returned to her loved ones, but which one is truly her husband? As long as she's back, this heroine would surely choose to rest with all the villagers. The saddest part is the child she carried, Xiao Laishi, never even got the chance to be born. Friends, remember this history. Remember the crimes committed by foreign invaders on our dragon nation's soil. The entire internet lamented the cruelty of that era. How could such heartless foreigners exist? They didn't even spare unarmed villagers and children. Meanwhile, in Lùjiā Village, the elderly Zhou Cuihua had been weeping uncontrollably since hearing Qin Guofeng's account. That's exactly right, Zhou Cuihua choked out, her voice thick with emotion. Her wrinkled face was etched with anguish. She would never forget the day Ma Xiaochun was brought back to the village. Young Cuihua, hiding among the crowd, saw Long Jun looking heartbroken. Then came the sight of Ma Xiaochun's body, covered in blood. All the villagers wept uncontrollably. Damned barbarians, they even attacked a pregnant woman. Comrade, thank you for saving Lùjiā Village. The village chief was the first to kneel on the ground, weeping bitterly. If it weren't for Ma Xiaochun today, Lùjiā Village would have become another slaughtered village, a hell on earth. Every villager would have been brutally slaughtered by the invaders. Zhou Cuihua, her eyes red, looked at her grandson Li Long. My dear grandson, if it weren't for Ma Xiaochun saving our entire Lùjiā Village back then, you wouldn't even be here today. Remember this, Ma Xiaochun is our village's greatest benefactor. Though many years have passed since those events. But now, when she thought back, it felt as though it had happened just yesterday. Hearing her grandmother recount so many details in person, Li Long's eyes were already red from crying. He had heard this story since childhood. Yet this was the first time he'd learned so many specific details. Without Ma Xiaochun, Lùjiā Village wouldn't be thriving today. He nodded firmly. I'll remember that, Grandma. This heroine is our village's hero. Li Long immediately typed this comment in Officer Tan's livestream chat. Folks, I'm from Lùjiā Village myself, and my grandmother knew all about Ma Xiaochun's deeds. Ever since I was a kid, my grandmother told me about Ma Xiaochun's heroic deeds exactly as the Centenarian grandfather described. If not for Ma Xiaochun, you wouldn't be seeing my comments today. Chapter 69, Bringing the Hero Home. Seeing descendants from the village Ma Xiaochun saved back then appear in the livestream. This sent a wave of excitement through the audience. See? Every sacrifice made by the anti-anomaly heroes was worth it. After all these years, having eyewitnesses to those events still among us is truly rare. This is the meaning behind their sacrifices. Family, we must never forget what the alien race did to our people. Just wait. We will remember the alien race's atrocities, and history will remember too. One day, they will pay the price. The entire internet was stirred to its core. So many lives were lost. The atrocities committed by the alien race on Dragon Nation soil must never be forgotten. One day, they will pay for their crimes. Li Long watched the flood of comments from netizens, his gaze fixed firmly on Zhou Cuihua. Grandma, rest assured. We young people remember the sins committed by the invaders back then. Ma Xiaochun's sacrifice was worthwhile. Please stop crying. Zhou Cuihua remained immersed in the sorrowful memories of that time. Hearing her grandson's words, she perked up and took a deep breath. Come on, I'll take you to see Ma Xiaochun's grave. It's been so many years now, it's time to send her home. With that, she led her grandson Li Long toward the graveyard on the back hill. Even before they drew near, they could see the most conspicuous grave in the cemetery from afar. It was the largest grave in the entire cemetery. It stood out like a beacon among the countless graves. Fruit, incense, and candles were offered before the tombstone, clearly tended to by frequent visitors. Grandma, so this is Ma Xiaochun's grave? Li Long's eyes welled up as he stared at the tomb before him. He had known about this grave since childhood. Every year, villagers returned to pay their respects. All these years, the tradition had never been broken. Li Long thought of Ma Xiaochun, who had sacrificed himself for Lùjiā Village all those years ago. A wave of sorrow washed over him, and he knelt reverently before the grave, intending to offer incense. But he discovered that Ma Xiaochun's grave was not sealed. This left Li Long somewhat stunned. He immediately turned to look at Zhou Zuihua. "Grandma, why isn't the grave sealed? And why is her grave larger than all the others?" A barrage of questions filled Li Long with confusion. Zhou Zuihua looked at Ma Xiaochun's grave. Her eyes brimming with tears, she began to speak. "Back then, Ma Xiaochun sacrificed herself for our Lùjiā Village. The entire village remembers her. After the invaders were driven out, the villagers' lives grew increasingly prosperous. Everyone pooled their resources to build Ma Xiaochun's grave, the finest of all. All these years, the memorial rituals have never ceased." Zhou Zuihua gazed at the unsealed grave inside. "After Ma Xiaochun sacrificed herself, we always knew her greatest wish was to reunite with her family. But no one knew which village she came from. That's why the grave remains unsealed all these years, waiting for someone to bring her back to her hometown. My dear grandson, go into the village and notify all the villagers." Zhou Zuihua spoke with resolve. "It's time we send Ma Xiaochun home. After Long Jun buried Ma Xiaochun all those years ago, the villagers had been searching everywhere for her hometown. But in those days, so many people died. It was impossible to find out. All these years had passed. The day finally arrived when Ma Xiaochun could be sent home. Word quickly spread among the villagers of Lùjiā Village. They all gathered in great numbers at Ma Xiaochun's grave. Some younger faces were also present, drawn by Qin Guofeng's livestream. Who would have thought that the comrade this centenarian grandfather is sending off this time actually has ties to our village? The group of young people couldn't help but express their deep emotion. Without Ma Xiaochun, they wouldn't even exist. A group of elderly villagers also hurried to the grave at top speed. These were elders roughly the same age as Zhou Zuihua. They had witnessed the cruelty of that era firsthand. When Ma Xiaochun was brought back, the gaping wound on his body was soaked in blood. And the child who never got the chance to be born. Some elders had already collapsed, kneeling before Ma Xiaochun. After all these years, we can finally bring this heroine back to her hometown. We must personally escort the heroine back to Lùjiā Village. Quick, everyone get ready. Several elderly villagers spontaneously began digging up Ma Xiaochun's coffin. Though they were all elderly, at this moment, they seemed to possess inexhaustible strength. Some younger villagers tried to join in. But the elders refused their assistance. "You youngsters, step aside. This must be done by us personally." One of the elders spoke with solemn sadness. "Ma Xiaochun was a great benefactor to all of us. No one else is more qualified than us." With the matter settled, the younger crowd relented. Some voluntarily went to prepare wreaths and other items. The village of Lùjiā lay dozens of kilometers away. The hearse was ready. By the time the elders dug up Ma Xiaochun's coffin, a crowd of villagers had already gathered around. Some villagers were already wailing in anguish. Their cries pierced everyone's hearts like sharp needles. A group of elders, their eyes already red, knelt before the coffin, weeping uncontrollably. Zhou Zuihua wept uncontrollably, her eyes filled with anguish. After a long moment, she wiped away her tears and spoke solemnly and reverently. "Prepare to lift the coffin. Let us all escort the heroine Ma back to her hometown." As her words fell, dozens of elders lifted the coffin together. Though all were well into their 60s, they now stood with remarkable vigor. The heavy coffin seemed weightless in their hands. The group of elders carried the coffin onto the hearse. Black mourning banners hung around the hearse, adorned with large white flowers. The atmosphere grew solemn and heavy. The entire village spontaneously donned mourning cloth. Every villager felt profound sorrow. Their eyes followed the hearse's every movement. A large crowd of young people, even children, followed behind the hearse. This was the entire population of Lùjiā Village. They had all gathered spontaneously to escort Ma Xiaochun back home. The entire village watched as the hearse moved slowly along. Silent tears streamed down their faces, unchecked. The hearse slowly made its way toward Lùjiā Village. All the villagers of Lùjiā Village followed closely behind the entire journey. It created a solemn and moving scene along the road. As they neared Lùjiā Village, an elder stepped forward. "Let the vehicle stop here," they declared. "We elders must personally carry the coffin of our hero who fought against the alien threat." This was their duty. After waiting all these years, this day had finally arrived. A group of elders lifted the coffin once more. These were all elderly people. They trudged along the road, struggling under the weight of the heavy coffin. Yet none of them gave up. Together, they moved slowly toward the graveyard at the head of the valley. Even the air seemed thick with sorrow. Chapter 70, Tenli of White Linen. Meanwhile, Qin Guofeng and his men remained unaware that Ma Xiaochun's coffin was about to be returned. Qin Guofeng surveyed the densely packed graves surrounding them. The grave belonging to Ma Xiaochun had already been dug. Villagers present wore expressions of profound sorrow. As everyone was immersed in their grief, unable to pull themselves out of it, a startled cry suddenly pierced the crowd. "Look! What's that? Why are so many people carrying a coffin over here? All eyes were drawn to the commotion. Even the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but look over. Not far away, a glossy black coffin was being carried slowly by a group of people. Behind it followed a large procession of people. Each person wore white mourning cloth. Qin Guofeng saw the scene and suddenly realized something. He stared straight at the pitch-black coffin. Suddenly, it felt as though his heart had been clenched in a tight grip. In a daze, Qin Guofeng thought he saw Ma Xiaoqun leading a bouncing little boy at the very front of the crowd. Qin Guofeng witnessed the scene. His nose stung, and tears began to fall uncontrollably once more. Commander Qin, Private Ma Xiaoqun requests to return to duty. I'm returning with Xiao Laishi. Qin Guofeng felt as though Ma Xiaoqun stood right before him. His hand still held that of a lively little boy. But he wasn't the Ma Xiaoqun from his memories. The sorrow had vanished from the face of the Ma Xiaoqun before him. His eyes and brows radiated ease and joy. Qin Guofeng couldn't help but tremble all over. Xiaoqun. Xiao Laishi. He choked on his words, unable to utter another syllable. His heart felt like a lump of lead, weighing heavily in his chest. As if it could fall out at any moment. Across from him, Ma Xiaoqun's eyes still sparkled with warmth. Commander Qin, you've done your best. I'm finally home to see my husband and fellow villagers. Both Laishi and I owe you our thanks. As a gust of wind swept by, the figures of Ma Xiaoqun and Xiao Laishi slowly faded from view. Only then did Qin Guofeng see clearly. There was no Ma Xiaoqun or Xiao Laishi before him. It was clearly a black coffin. Qin Guofeng choked back tears, unable to speak for a long while. The elderly men across from him gazed solemnly at Qin Guofeng. Mr. Qin, Ma Xiaoqun has been with us in Lùjiā Village for so many years. Today, our entire village has come to send her home. Behind them stood a dense crowd of villagers from Lùjiā Village and Lùjiā Village. They shared a single thought. To see Ma Xiaoqun return to Lùjiā Village with their own eyes. Zhou Zuihua, supported by her grandson, approached Qin Guofeng. She spoke solemnly and reverently. Everyone, bid farewell to this heroine, Ma Xiaoqun, and her child, Xiaolexi. No sooner had the words left her lips than the villagers of Lùjiā Village and Lùjiā Village, regardless of age or gender, knelt down in unison. The scene instantly became awe-inspiring. This funeral, held decades after her return to her hometown, was still so profoundly moving. First a wedding, now a funeral, my heart can't take it. This is too much. Wah, help me. Ma Xiaoqun and Xiaolexi are back in their hometown, shouldn't we be happy? But why won't these tears stop falling? It hurts so much. 10 miles of mourning robes, the entire village in black. This is the honor a hero deserves. Ma Xiaoqun's sacrifice was worth it. The entire internet was moved by the sea of white in the livestream. Everyone was watching this female hero's funeral. Online viewership hit a new record high. Qin Guofeng gazed at the coffin before him. Inside lay the remains of Ma Xiaoqun and Xiaolexi. The vivid image of the gaping wound on Ma Xiaoqun's body, bleeding profusely and impossible to stem, reappeared before his eyes. He recalled the tragic state of Ma Xiaoqun before her death. The regret of Xiao Laishi never being born. Qin Guofeng could only weep silently. A profound sorrow enveloped his entire being. That grief was beyond words, with no outlet for release. Qin Guofeng felt as though every bone in his body and every inch of his skin, as if being crushed by a massive stone. The agony nearly knocked him off his feet. The livestream was filled with wails of grief. The funeral had already left everyone heartbroken. It took Qin Guofeng a long while to compose himself. Gazing at Ma Xiaoqun's coffin before him, he spoke with solemn earnestness. It has to be today. We can't wait any longer. After gathering his composure, he stood at attention, his posture straight and military-like, and looked around. You all knew Ma Xiaoqun. Thank you for coming to see her off on her final journey. Prepare to lower the coffin. Let Xiaoqun and her child reunite with their loved ones and fellow villagers. As Qin Guofeng's command echoed out, a group of elderly villagers from Lùjiā Village, now brimming with renewed vigor, lowered Ma Xiaoqun's coffin into the pre-dug grave. Surrounding them lay all the villagers slaughtered by the foreign tribe. Resting here must have been Ma Xiaoqun's deepest wish. Qin Guofeng methodically presided over the funeral proceedings. At his command, Ma Xiaoqun's coffin was slowly covered by earth. The surrounding villagers all burst into tears. Their cries echoed through the dense cluster of graves. The atmosphere grew profoundly sorrowful. Qin Guofeng watched as the coffin was slowly buried. A pain like needles piercing his heart surged within him. Xiaoqun, my dear sister, I've finally brought you home. Ma Xiaoqun, in the portrait, seemed to hear these words. Her gaze seemed to soften. Gone was the overwhelming sorrow that had once enveloped her. Zhou Zuihua and the villagers of Lùjiā Village knelt before Ma Xiaoqun's grave for a long time. Everyone would remember this heroine and her unborn child. It was this mother and child who saved the entire village of Lùjiā. Officer Tan and Su Yun stood silently beside Qin Guofeng. Both men had long since cried until their eyes were red. The livestream was filled with sorrow. But Officer Tan looked toward the distance. A cluster of cars was parked in the distance. It turned out that many people had spontaneously rushed over after seeing the livestream. Officer Tan saw the livestream filled with heartbreaking scenes. Everyone felt deeply saddened. He quickly stepped forward and pointed his phone at a cluster of haphazardly parked cars nearby. See how these cars are parked? Whose are they? What if they get knocked over by the wind? Seeing Officer Tan step in to maintain traffic order even during such a somber moment, the viewers in the livestream finally felt a little less sad. The atmosphere gradually lightened up. You old fool, still thinking about your job at a time like this, you're one of a kind. But those cars are parked with real style. Just how many people showed up? Wow, Officer Tan, looks like you've got your hands full with this crowd. Thanks to Officer Tan's lively presence, the mood gradually improved. Everyone, see what I mean? Even if you're here to pay respects to the young hero, you can't park like this. Officer Tan began restoring order. It was his job. With so many vehicles heading toward Lùjiā Village, it was bound to cause a traffic jam. Chapter 71, What Rank to Give? Suyun remained by Qin Guofeng's side the entire time. After experiencing such profound sorrow and joy, he was genuinely concerned about Qin Guofeng's health. Viewers in the livestream witnessed the scene of mourning attire and wished they could fly over to attend Ma Xiaochun's funeral. Meanwhile, Old Master Duan had been watching the livestream the entire time. Seeing how tragically the pregnant woman had sacrificed herself all those years ago, even the iron-willed Old Master Duan couldn't help but tear up. His gaze fixed intently on Qin Guofeng's figure. Qin Guofeng is actually the commander of the 36th Division? Old Duan remained shaken for a long time. The more he looked, the more he felt this Qin Guofeng was the dragon general who had departed all those years ago. But back in Lùjiā Village, Qin Guofeng had never revealed his true identity. Even after his secretary meticulously researched the 36th Division, astonishment lingered in his eyes. Old Duan, it's true. During the anti-alien war, the 36th Division was the sharpest blade in our dragon nation's military. Countless alien forces failed to breach its defenses. The archives are filled with countless records of the commander's achievements. The secretary knew that a veteran of the alien resistance like Qin Guofeng must be formidable. But he never imagined the sheer volume of military achievements accumulated during the alien resistance period. He listed them one by one before Old Master Duan. The records state that this commander could always accurately predict the alien forces' plans. He achieved decisive victories in several major campaigns. Take the Battle of Mingyang Fortress, for instance. The alien forces had secretly planned to capture it. This was crucial strategic territory. Had it fallen to the enemy, our dragon nation would have suffered further territorial losses. The secretary reviewed the battle records in the file. He couldn't help but feel a surge of fervor. At that time, the main forces of the foreign tribes were concentrated in the southwest region, so our dragon army also focused its efforts there. But unexpectedly, the invaders employed a strategy of repairing the road openly while secretly crossing the river. They fought openly in the southwest while secretly dispatching 2 battalions to attack Mingyang Fortress. The records documented it clearly. Qin Guofeng was the first to detect the anomaly. He led 200 soldiers to confront the enemy's 2 battalions head-on. Old Duan listened with palpable excitement. I've heard of this battle too. Despite the overwhelming numerical disadvantage, the commander of the 36th Division annihilated both enemy battalions. The archives documented numerous successful campaigns led by this 36th Division commander. Little did anyone expect that Qin Guofeng was that very commander. Such a formidable figure, why did he depart after the founding of the Dragon Nation? Just like that dragon general who left back then. Old Duan suspected they were one and the same person. But during their last meeting, Qin Guofeng seemed reluctant to acknowledge it. The secretary was also filled with emotion. This old gentleman Qin Guofeng is truly remarkable. He was already a division commander before the founding of Longguo. After the founding of Longguo, he was at least a deputy commander-in-chief. Only the most exceptional few were granted the title of full commander-in-chief. Chen Dongliang has already been appointed as a full commander. Old Duan, I believe Qin Guofeng's military rank must surpass Chen Dongliang's. Such a man, even in his twilight years, still thinks about sending his comrades home. If not for the live broadcast, no one would have known about Qin Guofeng's deeds back then. Now the entire internet is watching. Old Duan's eyes brimmed with emotion. A soldier like Qin Guofeng, with such distinguished service, deserves a medal. Though it's unclear why records of him vanished after the founding of Longguo. But since I've encountered him today, I must confer the rank of general upon Qin Guofeng. It no longer mattered whether Qin Guofeng was the dragon general who had departed all those years ago. He must be decorated immediately. This was the honor befitting an anti-alien warrior. The secretary quickly interjected, I'll prepare the aircraft immediately. But before the secretary could finish making arrangements, news of Old Duan's intention to promote Qin Guofeng to general had already spread. A group of subordinates rushed into Old Master Duan's office. Old Master Duan, this seems inappropriate. Since the founding of our dragon nation, only about 100 individuals have ever been awarded the rank of general. And only those with distinguished military service have earned this honor. To casually bestow the rank of general upon this Qin Guofeng, now I find it inappropriate. Indeed, this Mr. Qin is truly patriotic, but isn't the rank of general too high? A chorus of dissent filled old Duan's office. This is a general, after all. Not just any ordinary military rank. Only military prodigies are awarded the rank of general. Their military achievements are undoubtedly countless. The office was now tightly surrounded. A group of people strongly opposed awarding Qin Guofeng the rank. This rank is simply too high. Seeing the chaotic scene in the office, he slammed the file in front of him down on the desk. Open your eyes wide and look clearly at this. These are all the military merits of the 36th Division commander. Old Duan's expression turned stern. We didn't know the commander of the 36th Division was still alive. Now that we know, we can't just let it go. Everyone take a good look at Qin Guofeng's military achievements and decide if they deserve this general's rank. The entire office fell silent. A group of people intently studied the files. Before long, everyone grew visibly excited. The Battle of Mingyang Fortress was also commanded by Qin Guofeng. And the Guanping campaign, good heavens, that battle captured hundreds of enemy soldiers alive. Not only that, the great victory at Wangchun Ridge was the first battle our dragon army fought against the barbarians without suffering any casualties. Who knew Qin Guofeng was this formidable? Why do I feel like the general has been underappreciated? A group of subordinates exchanged bewildered glances in Duan Lao's conference room. Who would have thought that Qin Guofeng, the figure in this livestream, had achieved so many military feats during the resistance against the invaders? After studying every campaign of the 36th Division, the group discovered with astonishment that during Qin Guofeng's tenure as division commander, there wasn't a single battle where he suffered a clear defeat. Whenever he faced the alien forces, Qin Guofeng almost always emerged victorious. Given the scarcity of ammunition and equipment at the time, Qin Guofeng even pioneered guerrilla tactics. Instead of engaging in direct combat upon encountering foreign tribes, instead, they would launch surprise attacks and then retreat at top speed. This approach minimized casualties while inflicting heavy losses on the enemy. This guerrilla warfare tactic later spread throughout the Dragon Army nationwide. Through guerrilla tactics, the Dragon Army successfully defended vast territories of the Dragon Nation. Now, as the group read the records concerning the 36th Division, the entire room fell deathly silent. The entire office fell deathly quiet. Only then did old Duan snort coldly. You've all seen it. He's a true warrior's warrior. All this is thanks to his efforts. Deep down, old Duan felt the rank of general was too low for him. After learning Qin Guofeng was the commander of the 30th Division, he grew increasingly convinced that Qin Guofeng was none other than the dragon general who had departed all those years ago. Chapter 72, Military Merit Beyond Measure. Upon careful reflection, it became clear. Qin Guofeng had achieved so many military merits back then. After the founding of the Dragon Nation, his appointment as Dragon Marshal to protect the nation was the most fitting honor imaginable. Yet for some reason, despite his numerous military achievements, there was no record of this Dragon Marshal. Old Duan recalled the figure of that Dragon Marshal from his memories. That figure gradually merged with Qin Guofeng's image. Though there was no evidence to prove Qin Guofeng was that Dragon General. Deep down, old Duan felt certain. Qin Guofeng was the Dragon General from his memories. This conjecture was truly too incredible. Old Duan knew that if he spoke of it, no one would believe him. He could only bury it deep within his heart. He hoped that one day he could finally figure out what was going on. He took a deep breath, his gaze settling on the live broadcast feed. See that? He's the division commander of the 36th Division. With all those military achievements, he's still just a division commander? Does that make any sense? The room fell completely silent. His military achievements were truly staggering. No words could seem to express the excitement surging within them. The crowd could only remain silent. Enough. I'm boarding a plane immediately to confer the medal upon Qin Guofeng. Old Duan's expression was solemn. This is the honor he deserves. The group exchanged glances. Finally, someone couldn't hold back. Old Master Duan, Mr. Qin Guofeng's military achievements are indeed remarkable. But if you go like this, you'll surely make another wasted trip. After all, there was a precedent. When Qin Guofeng had been explicitly refused during Chen Dongliang's previous commendation ceremony, this time would surely yield the same result. Upon hearing this, old Master Duan suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. A hint of resignation touched his lips. Yes, Mr. Qin has already turned me down once before. This time, his gaze shifted to the live broadcast feed. Qin Guofeng was still diligently putting the finishing touches on Ma Xiaochun's grave. This old man had only his comrades in his heart. Nothing else seemed to matter. The atmosphere in the office instantly grew heavy. After learning of all the military achievements Qin Guofeng had earned, No one dared to question whether Qin Guofeng deserved the rank of general. Well, say something. Old Duan frowned, scanning the room. How can we persuade this Mr. Qin to accept the commendation? But he is one of our nation's veterans who fought against the alien threat. Without him, where would our current prosperity be? Last time we came up empty-handed. This time, we absolutely cannot let it end like that. After exchanging glances, finally, someone spoke up. Old Duan, I think we can award her the medal alongside Ma Xiaochun. Though she never formally enlisted and was pregnant when she made the ultimate sacrifice. But back then, even as a pregnant woman, she managed to save so many villagers. I believe this heroine deserves her own commendation. As Ma Xiaochun's deeds spread through Qin Guofeng's words, the news had already begun to circulate that evening. Nearly everyone was discussing it. Though not officially soldiers, such individuals must be celebrated. Upon hearing this, Old Duan recalled the heroic sacrifice of Ma Xiaochun he had just witnessed. His eyes welled up with tears. True, Ma Xiaochun has military merits, but what rank should she be given? The group had originally been discussing what military rank to give Qin Guofeng. Now the topic suddenly shifted to Ma Xiaochun. Everyone began pondering what military rank this heroine deserved. The secretary searched through all available records of Ma Xiaochun's exploits at top speed. Unfortunately, too much time had passed. The original villagers of Lùjiā Village, where Ma Xiaochun was born, had long since passed away. The new residents knew nothing about her background either. Old Duan, I think she should be given the rank of Assistant Military Academy Instructor. Someone spoke after a moment of thought. Ma Xiaochun never formally enlisted back then, conferring military rank without service. This was unprecedented since the founding of the Dragon Nation. The group was satisfied with this military rank. But Old Master Duan narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a long while. This instantly made the office atmosphere tense. When Old Duan fell silent, it signaled something far more serious was about to unfold. After a long, quiet pause, Old Duan paused thoughtfully before speaking. I recall that one must earn 5 first-class meritorious service medals to qualify for the Army Command College. 2 special-class meritorious service awards are required for an assistant military academy position. But look around. Lùjiā Village has at least dozens of households, hundreds of people. Old Duan's gaze swept around the room. His eyes held an invisible sense of pressure. Those present held their tongues, afraid to provoke the old man. Go investigate how many villagers were in Lùjiā Village before the founding of Longguo. Upon hearing Old Master Duan's order, the secretary hurried off to investigate at top speed. The results came back swiftly. Old Master Duan, Lùjiā Village is in a remote area. There are no records of its population prior to the founding of Longguo. The closest available data is from a census conducted several years after the founding of the Dragon Nation. After carefully reviewing the data, the secretary was momentarily speechless. At that time, Lùjiā Village had a population of 315 people. This was the figure after population growth. After the founding of the Dragon Nation, everyone settled down. They lived peaceful lives. The population grew rapidly. Old Duan continued his inquiry, and now? How many people live in Lùjiā Village today? A profound silence fell over the group, broken only by the sound of breathing. The entire group remained silent, no one daring to speak again. In the vast office, only the secretary's clear voice broke the silence. According to the latest census, Lùjiā Village has a total of 2,390 registered residents. The moment that number was uttered, everyone in the room sucked in a sharp breath. Everyone understood what Old Duan meant. Over the years, Lùjiā Village had grown from just over 100 people to its current population of over 2,000. All because of Ma Xiaochun's sacrifice. Without him, Lùjiā Village would have ceased to exist long ago. How could it possibly have a population of over 2,000 today? These are all evidence of Ma Xiaochun's military achievements. The mere mention of this figure silenced the entire office. Suddenly, someone recalled Lùjiā Village, whose entire population had been slaughtered years ago. Had it not been for the savagery and inhumanity of the invaders back then, Lùjiā Village might be even more prosperous than it is today. Old Duan spoke slowly, enunciating each word. What rank of military merit do you think Ma Xiaochun's achievements should be classified as? First-class merit? Or special-class merit? Weren't you all discussing this so passionately just now? Why not continue? His voice was cold and accusatory, filling the room with shame. Such achievements weren't even worthy of a special merit. After a moment of silence, finally, someone spoke up, eyes reddened. Old Duan, I believe the General Military Academy is the perfect fit for Ma Xiaochun. She saved so many lives. This military rank is the one that truly deserves her. Exactly. Without her, the thousands of villagers in Lùjiā Village wouldn't be here today. This decision gained unanimous approval from everyone present. Chapter 73, Supreme Honor. Old Master Duan smiled with satisfaction. In that case, let it be settled. Prepare the aircraft immediately. I will personally confer the medal upon our Dragon Nation's female military academy graduate. At that moment, the cemetery in Lùjiā Village was surrounded by floral wreaths brought by the villagers. They had all come to bid Ma Xiaochun her final farewell. The crowd present had long since broken down into uncontrollable sobs. This solemn and sorrowful funeral was broadcast live across the entire internet. Everyone lamented Ma Xiaochun's sacrifice, while simultaneously condemning the inhumanity of the foreign invaders. Qin Guofeng gazed sorrowfully at Ma Xiaochun's grave. But he thought of her sacrifice all those years ago. And the unborn child, Xialexi. Qin Guofeng felt his heart wrenching like a knife twisting. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Seeing Qin Guofeng's heartbroken state, couldn't help but speak up to comfort him. Grandpa Qin, look at the villagers around us. Most of them are villagers from Lùjiā Village. Without Ma Xiaochun's sacrifice, they wouldn't even exist. Su Yun felt a weight in her heart. This proves that the heroes who sacrificed themselves back then were worth it. Without you, we wouldn't have the peaceful, stable life we enjoy today. We will all remember those fallen heroes. His words were delivered with passion and conviction. Viewers in the livestream were deeply moved. Qin Guofeng finally pulled himself out of his sorrowful state. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. You're right. It's all in the past now. We should look forward. Qin Guofeng silently resolved. He must get the remaining comrades back home. He couldn't delay any longer. They'd waited all these years. It was time to put an end to all this. After gathering his resolve, Qin Guofeng prepared to continue his journey. But before he could set off, commotion erupted at the village entrance. The village chief, leading the commotion, shouted excitedly. Old Master Duan has arrived. All villagers, please be quiet. Old Master Duan has personally come to our Lùjiā village. Old Master Duan appeared before the crowd, accompanied by a group of people. This sent a wave of excitement through the entire crowd. Some held their breath. Their eyes were fixed intently on Old Master Duan. This prominent figure was someone they usually only saw on television. Yet here he was, appearing in Lùjiā village, so far from the capital. As Old Master Duan strode directly toward Qin Guofeng, the livestream audience erupted with excitement. How is it that we're seeing Elder Duan again? We saw him in Lùjiā village before, and now we're meeting him again so soon. See that? Old Master Duan's purpose is clear, he's heading straight for the Centenarian. My wild guess is that Old Master Duan is here to award Grandpa Qin another medal. Again? But since it's Grandpa Qin, there's no suspense. I'm just curious what his military rank will be this time. Folks, last time Grandpa Chen Dongliang's rank was Commander-in-Chief. Since Grandpa Qin was Chen Dongliang's superior, his rank must be higher than that. The crowd was already buzzing with excitement. Who would have thought we'd witness such a high-ranking military decoration ceremony in our lifetime? Qin Guofeng spotted Old Master Duan from a distance. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh inside. He was too slow. How did he end up tangling with this kid? Judging by the situation, it seemed impossible to avoid. All he wanted was to quietly escort his comrades back. Why did it have to be so difficult? Mr. Qin, we meet again. Old Duan stood before Qin Guofeng, visibly agitated. His eyes fixed intently on Qin Guofeng. His gaze brimmed with respect. Though he couldn't quite reconcile this figure with the memory of the dragon general who had departed. Mr. Duan felt deep down that the Qin Guofeng before him was indeed the departed dragon general. He scrutinized Qin Guofeng carefully. Qin Guofeng wore a warm smile. I never expected you to follow me all the way here. Qin Guofeng looked at Old Duan with a kind smile on his lips. If you're here to award me a medal, I think we can skip that. At my age, military ranks hold little meaning for me. This statement completely shut down whatever Old Duan was about to say. He knew Qin Guofeng would refuse. But he hadn't expected such a decisive refusal. Old Duan gave a bitter smile. Mr. Qin's contributions are beyond comparison. I did indeed come today to confer an honor. Would Mr. Qin care to take a look first? He then looked toward Ma Xiaochun's grave. After personally offering a stick of incense, he then looked around at the others. Everyone, although Ma Xiaochun never formally enlisted in the army back then. But Major General Qin Guofeng had already taken him under his wing, making him a soldier of the 36th Division. Old Duan's voice boomed, ensuring every present ear heard him clearly. The military achievements Ma Xiaochun earned deserve recognition. Therefore, I have personally come today to confer upon Ma Xiaochun the rank of full military academy graduate. The moment these words were spoken, the entire village of Lùjiā was stunned. A full military academy. Who would have thought that decades later, Lùjiā village would produce a female full military academy graduate? Some villagers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A full colonel? Good heavens, our Lùjiā village has finally produced someone truly remarkable. I'm so proud. Did you all hear that? She's a cadet at the National Military Academy. The villagers were overcome with excitement. They began beating gongs and drums. They wanted to share this wonderful news with everyone. Even the viewers in the livestream were thrilled. The entire internet witnessed this glorious award ceremony. There aren't many women in our dragon nation who can hold the rank of full military academy graduate. We'll all have to change how we address her from now on. It's Military Academy Officer Ma. I can't hold back my tears. After all these years, this heroine has finally received the honor she deserves. This proves her sacrifice was meaningful. So much time has passed, yet so many still remember her contributions. Isn't this the very meaning of sacrifice? Family, let us never forget all the ancestors who gave their lives in the anti-anomaly war. A group of netizens marveled at Ma Xiaoqun's high military rank. This live broadcast has introduced Ma Xiaoqun to a wider audience. It also serves as a reminder to all of the unforgivable crimes committed by the alien race on Dragon Nation's soil. Duan Lao stood solemnly before Ma Xiaoqun's tombstone. He took out the rank insignia from the regular military academy. He spoke solemnly and earnestly, "Soldier Ma Xiaoqun, you protected the lives of over 100 villagers in Lùjiā Village back then. Today, Lùjiā Village has grown to over 2,000 villagers. This is all thanks to your sacrifice. I now confer upon you the rank of the Dragon Nation's regular military academy." With that, he took the insignia and solemnly placed it upon Ma Xiaoqun's tombstone. The face of Ma Xiaoqun on the tombstone seemed to grow clearer. His eyes were wide open, as if accepting the award. Qin Guofeng, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel his eyes well up once more. "Xiaoqun, this honor belongs to you. Your sacrifice is remembered, and it was worth it." Chapter 74, Joint Award Ceremony. Qin Guofeng's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. A soldier's greatest honor lies in their military achievements. Back then, Ma Xiaoqun never formally enlisted. She had once been utterly determined to join the Dragon Army. All these years, Qin Guofeng had always regarded her as his comrade in arms. After waiting all these years, Ma Xiaoqun had finally earned her own glory. Old Duan stood before Ma Xiaoqun's tombstone with a group of subordinates. They solemnly and respectfully rendered a military salute. "All personnel, observe 1 minute of silence for Cadet Ma Jingjun." As the words fell, everyone stood solemnly at attention facing Ma Xiaoqun's grave. In that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Only a faint breeze whispered silently, as if recounting Lai Shi's heroic deeds. Those present paid their respects to Ma Xiaoqun in solemn silence. This was their way of telling her that her sacrifice was not forgotten. That the descendants of the Dragon Nation would forever remember. A minute later, old Duan looked around with reddened eyes. "Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the Mahjong Military Academy has concluded." At these words, the crowd was overcome with emotion. Viewers in the livestream chat couldn't contain their excitement. "What a pity I wasn't there. This is such immense honor. See what I said? The Zhengjun Academy. This is what Ma Xiaoqun deserved. Looks like I'll have to pay my respects at his grave someday. Shouldn't Grandpa Qin also receive a medal? He was Ma Xiaoqun's superior, a division commander back in those days." Someone in the livestream mentioned Qin Guofeng. The villagers present also recalled the legendary 36th Division. Some gazes fell upon Qin Guofeng's figure before the tombstone. What rank do you think old Master Qin held? Someone as formidable as him should have had a higher rank, shouldn't he? Whispers began to stir among the crowd. At this moment, their curiosity about Qin Guofeng had reached its peak. Old Duan also looked at Qin Guofeng and spoke earnestly. "As you all know, old Master Qin was the commander of the 36th Division back in the day. He earned countless military honors, and I'm here today to personally award him a medal." With that, he began walking toward Qin Guofeng. All eyes were instantly drawn to him. Everyone wondered what military rank Qin Guofeng actually held. He had already been a division commander before the founding of the Dragon Nation. A division commander who had earned countless military honors. A figure of his stature certainly held no minor rank. As everyone watched in anticipation, old Duan produced the general's shoulder insignia. A gasp rippled through the crowd. "Good heavens, look who it is, a general." The villagers around them were all stunned, never expecting Qin Guofeng's military rank to be so high. Viewers in the livestream chat were equally stunned. "He really is a general. I heard that since the founding of Dragon Nation, only about 100 people have ever held the rank of general. And now Grandpa Qin actually holds the rank of general. Big deal. Last time Chen Dongliang was a full general, so Grandpa Qin being a general is perfectly normal. From now on, show Grandpa Qin some respect, he's General Qin now. We really need to be careful with our titles." "No way, I gotta tell my mom I just saw a real-life general." Netizens were buzzing with excitement. Who could have imagined that Qin Guofeng, the Centenarian who recently took the internet by storm, had been promoted to general right before their eyes? This honor was truly immense. It instantly sparked a wave of excitement across the internet. Qin Guofeng's name has been trending non-stop online. Everyone is trying to find out his background. Yet beyond his name, little else could be found. Qin Guofeng glanced at the general's insignia before him. His expression turned awkward. Should he accept or decline? Old Master Duan seemed to sense his hesitation. He quickly interjected, Mr. Qin, this is the honor you deserve. Lowering his voice further, he whispered to Qin Guofeng. With so many people watching, please accept the honor that rightfully belongs to you. I know the general has done you a disservice. Your military achievements deserve a higher rank. Perhaps in Qin Guofeng's eyes, he cared nothing for military rank. But this was honor. Today, this honor must be placed into Qin Guofeng's hands. All eyes in the room were fixed on Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng could not refuse. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Guofeng accepted the award. A faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. At his age, he had long since let go of concerns about military ranks. He had earned every rank he deserved. Only now, at this advanced age, did he realize it was all just fleeting. What mattered most now was sending his comrade home. Old Duan, however, was overcome with emotion, his hands trembling uncontrollably. After a long pause, he finally spoke with trembling voice. Qin Guofeng is the commander of the 36th Division. He truly deserves such a rank. His voice rang out with fervor. The entire internet was abuzz with discussion. Some even dug up the battle achievements of the 36th Division. This sent netizens nationwide into a frenzy. Discussions about the 36th Division grew increasingly heated. Meanwhile, at the airport in Sichuan Province, Kobayashi Shoichi and Kobayashi Motoyama had just landed. The grandfather and grandson were now waiting to go through customs. The moment they touched down, Kobayashi Shoichi opened his livestream. The stream was currently showing Old Man Duan recounting the military exploits and honors of the 36th Division commander. A look of disdain crossed Kobayashi Shoichi's face. What's there to brag about? It's been so long. Great-grandfather? What's wrong? Kobayashi Shoichi continued to criticize the livestream. When he turned his head, he saw Kobayashi Motoyama's face had turned deathly pale. Even his lips had lost all color. He was now gasping for breath. His gaze fixed on Qin Guofeng in the livestream room. His expression was as if he'd witnessed something horrifying. Great-grandfather? Kobayashi Shoichi hurriedly took out a pill and placed it in Kobayashi Motoyama's mouth. His face was filled with concern. What's wrong with you? Did the flight tire you out too much? He was already this agitated before even clearing customs. Kobayashi Motoyama looked visibly shaken, taking a long moment to compose himself. Masakazu, hurry. We must return immediately. I won't be seeking out Qin Guofeng. At these words, Shaolin Zhengyi looked utterly perplexed. They'd just landed and hadn't even exited the airport yet, why rush back? Kobayashi Motoyama, however, was trembling with fear. His entire body was now shaking uncontrollably. Terrifying memories flooded back, turning Kobayashi Motoyama's face pale. He began to mutter to himself, the commander of the 36th Division? How could I have forgotten that Qin Guofeng was the commander of the 36th Division? He's not just my lifelong nightmare, he's the nightmare of our entire alien race. As he spoke these words, Kobayashi Motoyama felt a wave of dread wash over him. It was as if he had plunged back into that abyss of endless terror. No, he had to return immediately. Not a single moment could be wasted. Chapter 75, The Nightmare of the Foreign Race. Kobayashi Motoyama heard the name of the 36th Division. Coupled with the presence of Qin Guofeng. His heart raced, terror etched across his face. It felt like he was back in that time when Qin Guofeng had crushed him. Jenny, what are you standing there for? We need to get back immediately. Shaolin Ben-shan fought desperately to maintain his composure. He fought desperately to suppress the fear welling up inside him. Qin Guofeng is still alive. That means our alien race is in grave danger. Seeing the look of terror on his great-grandfather's face, Kobayashi Shoichi looked utterly bewildered. He couldn't help but glance at Qin Guofeng in the livestream. He's just an old man, isn't he? Even with his current military rank of school minister? It shouldn't be this terrifying. Frowning, he looked at Kobayashi Ben-shan, who was already trembling all over. Great-grandfather, it can't be that bad. Even if everything you said is true, Qin Guofeng was formidable back then. But look at him now, so many years have passed and he's just an old man. Rest assured, our clan is perfectly safe now. Shut up. Kobayashi Motoyama was overcome with fear. His face contorted. He roared at Kobayashi Shoichi. What do you know? You know nothing at all. Back then, Qin Guofeng was unbeatable in battle, even though our forces were vastly outnumbered. But every time, he turned the tables and defeated us. He wasn't human, he was a devil. Now, just hearing the name 36th Division, Kobayashi Motoyama felt the blood drain from his body. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Before Kobayashi Shoichi, he struggled to recount the terror of Qin Guofeng back then. Back then, Kobayashi Motoyama had been just a lowly soldier in a foreign army. Even when he joined, he had heard of the formidable reputation of the commander of the 36th Division. Countless enemy soldiers had already fallen at Qin Guofeng's hands. Tales of Qin Guofeng's cruelty circulated throughout the ranks. Do you know? The previous leader had his head cut off by Qin Guofeng. A foreign soldier cautiously spoke up, "The new leader has issued an order. Whoever kills Qin Guofeng will be our tribe's greatest hero." Yet no one dared confront Qin Guofeng head-on. After several encounters on the battlefield, the tribal chieftains of that time were all scared half to death. They kept him under constant guard day and night, fearing they might meet their end at Qin Guofeng's hands. As Kobayashi Motoyama spoke these words, his teeth couldn't help but chatter. But within days, the new tribal chieftain met the same fate. His head was hung at the entrance of our camp. Jinny, do you have any idea how terrifying that sight was for me? The entire force numbered 3 full battalions. Yet no one knew how the new chief had died. And no one knew how Qin Guofeng had managed to kill their leader without a sound. 2 foreign leaders had fallen consecutively at Qin Guofeng's hands. This sent a chill through every foreign tribe. Even now, recalling it, Kobayashi Motoyama still seemed shrouded in dread. Shaolin Jingyi, however, wore a look of disdain. "Great-grandfather, what does that prove? It might not have been Qin Guofeng at all. Didn't you say no one saw him actually do it?" Without witnessing it firsthand, Kobayashi Shoichi dismissed it as mere storytelling. But Kobayashi Motoyama's eyes were still filled with terror. "You didn't see it yourself, but Qin Guofeng has a habit. After every ambush where he killed a leader, he'd leave the Dragon Nation's flag on the corpse. At the time, only Qin Guofeng had the skill to sneak into our camp without a sound. There couldn't be a second." Just the thought of it made Kobayashi Motoyama feel deeply insecure. And this was happening on Longguo's soil. Back then, as a soldier, he had killed many innocent people of the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, he wondered if the souls of those Dragon Nation people might not let him off the hook. At this thought, Kobayashi Motoyama instantly felt his limbs grow cold. As if covered in ice, the cold seeped into his bones. "Hurry back. I don't want to stay here. Qin Guofeng isn't dead. He poses a significant threat to our foreign tribes." Back then, Qin Guofeng had slain numerous leaders of the foreign tribes, shattering the morale of the entire alien army. Each time a leader died silently, still bearing the Dragon Nation's banner. It left indelible nightmares in the minds of countless foreign soldiers. Kobayashi Shoichi looked utterly perplexed. What's so special about Qin Guofeng? He's practically halfway into the grave already. What threat could such a man possibly pose? But seeing his great-grandfather so agitated, he could only start booking his return flight. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Great-grandfather, it's been so long since then. Even if Qin Guofeng is still alive, we're living in peaceful times now." This was the kind of thinking only someone who hadn't experienced the cruelty of war could have. Kobayashi Motoyama had lived his entire life in the shadow of the name Qin Guofeng. Back then, they had trembled in fear while dealing with the 36th Division's troops. Though their weapons weren't much better than ours. Nor were their numbers greater than those of the minority tribes. Yet for some inexplicable reason, whenever they clashed with Qin Guofeng, their tribes suffered heavy losses. Whether it was a sneak attack or an open assault, Qin Guofeng could predict their every move with precision. He always managed to turn the tables with unexpected victories. This left an indelible psychological scar on countless enemy soldiers. Even after their eventual defeat and withdrawal from the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Guofeng remained the focus of the enemy's attention, fearing this nightmare might inflict further harm upon their people. Later, when the 36th Division was reorganized, its commander vanished without a trace. Along with him vanished the name Qin Guofeng. Over the years, all the foreign tribes who had feared Qin Guofeng had assumed this demon must surely be dead. But Kobayashi Motoyama now realized, despite the passage of time, Qin Guofeng had never truly vanished. Decades later, he resurfaced on the internet, using live streams to tell everyone about the unforgivable crimes their people committed in the Dragon Nation back then. This filled Kobayashi Motoyama with endless dread. Seeing his great-grandfather in such a state, could say nothing more. After purchasing the tickets, they began queuing to return home. Kobayashi Motoyama still held his grandson's live streaming phone. At that moment, the live streaming phone's camera happened to pan across the densely packed, nameless graves. Seeing this, Kobayashi Motoyama suddenly felt as though countless malevolent spirits were about to burst through the screen to claim his life. Overwhelmed by terror, Kobayashi Motoyama could no longer hold on. He flung the phone away. Suddenly, he recalled how many defenseless villagers of the Dragon Clan had perished at his hands. After a wave of dizziness and vertigo, Kobayashi Motoyama finally collapsed onto the ground in utter despair. His lips kept murmuring, "It's not my fault. I didn't mean to. Don't come after me. I was just following orders. Please spare me." The commotion drew the attention of many, even the customs officials looked over. Chapter 76, The Traitorous Outsider. Kobayashi noticed the crowd gathering around him. His face had already turned pale. He hurriedly helped Kobayashi Motoyama to his feet. "Great-grandfather, please calm down. Don't get so worked up." Before he could fully assist Kobayashi Motoyama to his feet, customs officers stepped forward. Gentlemen, please present your identification. Drawing on years of experience, the officer found the two men highly suspicious. Kobayashi Shoichi's phone was still streaming the live broadcast about Qin Guofeng. Combined with Kobayashi Motoyama's terrified expression, this clearly shows guilt. Both the grandmother and grandson looked displeased. But since they were staff members, they had no choice but to hand over their documents. We are indeed foreigners, and we intend to return now. Kobayashi Shoichi spoke calmly. Someone in our family has had an accident. We must return immediately. To avoid arousing suspicion, Kobayashi Shoichi resorted to making up excuses. Kobayashi Motoyama, however, was trembling with fear. He dared not glance around, terrified that vengeful spirits might come seeking his life. The staff member instructed a colleague to verify the identities of these two individuals. Go check who this foreign elder is. He was watching Qin Guofeng's livestream just now. I suspect he's a foreigner who fought in the war back then. A foreigner who fought in the war, returning to Longguo at this age. And he's watching the livestream of a veteran who fought against the alien race back then. Something about this felt deeply unsettling. Watching his ID being taken, Kobayashi Shoichi finally grew tense. His face twisted with displeasure. What do you think you're doing? We're in a hurry to return home. You can't treat me like this. He had studied in the Dragon Nation for years. He knew what would happen if the Dragon Nation found out about his great-grandfather's identity. So he began desperately trying to negotiate. But the staff weren't buying it. Your flight departs in 2 hours. Please rest now. My colleague is verifying your identities. The staff member left Kobayashi, his eyes wide with terror. A chill lingered at the corner of his mouth. If there are no issues with your identity and that of this gentleman, we'll certainly let you leave immediately. With that, they escorted the group to the lounge. He didn't want to say another word. If there wasn't something fishy going on here, that would be a real miracle. His gut told him there was something off about this grandfather and grandson. The outcome matched the staff's suspicions. They quickly uncovered the truth about Kobayashi Motoyama's wartime service. This enraged the entire office staff. He actually dares to come to our Dragon Nation? Is this guy out of his mind? Someone angrily exclaimed, no wonder he looked so terrified during the live broadcast earlier. So he had something to hide all along. With all those unmarked graves, how dare this foreigner even set foot here? Serves him right. Didn't you see how terrified that foreign elder looked earlier? Several staff members finally understood why Kobayashi Motoyama had been so utterly terrified earlier. Guilty conscience makes the heart heavy. He's so old, why come to our dragon country? One staff member looked puzzled. He'd barely stepped off the plane and was already in such a hurry to return. Something doesn't feel right. Could this foreign elder be here for the Centenarian Qin Guofeng? Realizing this possibility, all the staff grew tense. Qin Guofeng's recent livestreams had already gone viral across the entire internet. They couldn't possibly be unaware. Just earlier, during lunch break, they'd been watching the livestream together. Now, an alien being was showing such intense interest in Qin Guofeng. This was highly suspicious. Someone immediately spoke up, this matter must be reported. Long ago, Old Duan had emphasized that everything related to Qin Guofeng were of utmost importance and could not be ignored. This foreigner might not be ordinary either. A group of staff members had already begun contacting their superiors. Meanwhile, in the break room, Shaolin Benshan was trembling uncontrollably. We're done for. Am I about to get caught by the dragon army? Jinny, let's get out of here. I don't want to stay. Fear had completely robbed Kobayashi of his ability to think. Qin Guofeng had become a demonic presence. The dense cluster of grave mounds in the livestream earlier had also terrified him. Now he could only cower behind Kobayashi, trembling uncontrollably. Kobayashi remained relatively composed. After waiting for a long time with no one approaching, finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. Hey, what's going on here? Have we broken any laws? Let us go back, or else our kind won't let you off the hook. Sir! The staff member's neck veins bulged at the words. He nearly lost his temper. But as staff, they had to maintain basic professionalism. He forced his anger down and turned a cold stare toward the grandfather and grandson. Sir, you must be mistaken. The elderly gentleman beside you is a veteran of the war against the alien race. And you have the audacity to claim you haven't broken any laws. Shall I list all the crimes your alien race committed in Dragon Nation? Near the airport, there's an anti-alien museum detailing how your kind slaughtered defenseless civilians. These words silenced Kobayashi Masakazu's arrogance. He desperately wanted to deny the events of that year. But seeing the furious expressions of the surrounding staff, he finally shut his mouth, his conscience gnawing at him. He slumped his shoulders and sat quietly in his chair. Kobayashi Motoyama felt guilty too. Please let me go. Back then, I was just following orders. I promise I'll never come back. But no one paid him any mind. He already despised the foreign race intensely. And now, after seeing Qin Guofeng's recent livestream, Everyone's patriotic fervor had been ignited. Seeing the foreign race that had fought alongside them years ago. Not taking action was already the height of their restraint. Meanwhile, old Duan remained at the site, paying respects to all the unmarked graves. These were all victims of the war back then. What had they done wrong? Why target innocent civilians? After finishing his prayers, old Master Duan's gaze fell once more upon Qin Guofeng. He desperately wanted to ask if Qin Guofeng was the dragon general who had left all those years ago. But after careful consideration, he ultimately decided against it. If he hadn't revealed himself publicly, it was likely because he didn't want to draw too much attention. Just then, his secretary spoke up in a low voice. Mr. Duan, customs officials at Sichuan Province Airport have detained a pair of foreign grandparents and grandchild. That old man was actually a foreigner who fought in the war back then. Upon hearing this, old Master Duan's expression abruptly darkened. His face was filled with endless killing intent. The secretary understood the gravity of the situation. He continued, the movements of this grandfather and grandson are highly suspicious. They barely set foot in Sichuan province and are already rushing back. Moreover, they've been watching Qin Guofeng's livestream the entire time. And that foreign elder who joined the fight seems to have been frightened by something. Chapter 77, a single glance deterred the foreigners. The mere fact that a foreigner had joined the battle had already darkened old Master Duan's expression. A hint of bloodlust flashed in his eyes. He then sneered coldly, any foreigner daring to fight on our dragon nation's soil. Keep a close watch on that foreigner. I will interrogate him personally. To see what else he has up his sleeve. All these years have passed. Could he possibly harbor any unwarranted thoughts? The world remains the same. But the dragon nation is no longer what it once was. The days of being oppressed by foreign tribes are long gone. As old Master Duan advanced, radiating murderous intent, Qin Guofeng stepped before him, his expression unreadable. I'll go take a look too. I'm curious to see what mindset those foreign tribes who fought against us back then have now that they've reappeared on our soil. Hearing this, both Duan Lao and his secretary were stunned. The two stood frozen, exchanging a glance. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Earlier, when the two had been speaking, Qin Guofeng had been standing over 10 meters away. How did he hear that? Qin Guofeng noticed their puzzled expressions. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he slowly began to explain. It's a skill I honed during my time in the military. I can hear even the slightest sound clearly. Mr. Duan, let's not waste time. Since you're watching my livestream, then I might just recognize him. Hearing this, old Master Duan didn't press further. He led the way ahead of Qin Guofeng. But the secretary's eyes were wide with astonishment. His gaze lingered on Qin Guofeng for a long time, unable to tear away. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, is this man truly a centenarian? His hearing is sharper than most young people's. After the moment of astonishment, he finally followed suit. The airport wasn't far away. In just over half an hour, the old man appeared alongside Qin Guofeng in the airport lounge. The moment the lounge doors opened, Kobayashi's primal instincts sensed something. A pair of eyes fixed intently on Qin Guofeng. Until he clearly saw Qin Guofeng's face appear before him. Shaolin Ben Shan's breathing quickened, his body trembling uncontrollably. Qin Guofeng also spotted Kobayashi Motoyama at a glance. An old man with a face full of wrinkles. Now trembling violently. Qin Guofeng studied him closely. He didn't recognize him. So many foreign tribes had fought in that war. It was only natural he didn't recognize him. But seeing the old man's fearful and guilty expression, Qin Guofeng suddenly thought of his comrades who had sacrificed themselves in the fight against the invaders. And the innocent villagers whose entire communities had been slaughtered. Though so much time had passed, Qin Guofeng felt as though it had happened just yesterday. Now, the gaze he directed at Kobayashi Motoyama was filled with murderous intent. Qin Guofeng fought to suppress the bloodlust surging within him. His voice was deep and grave as he demanded, "Who are you?" Even his words seemed to radiate a thick, heavy bloodlust. Everyone present sensed the unusual tension in the air. Kobayashi Motoyama was already feeling uneasy. Now, facing Qin Guofeng's gaze brimming with murderous intent, he finally couldn't hold it together and collapsed onto the ground. His mind flashed back to the first time he'd seen Qin Guofeng. Back then, Qin Guofeng had slaughtered countless of his comrades like a demon from hell. "Spare me! Don't kill!" The pleas for mercy echoed from his non-human comrades all around. But before their pleas could be fully voiced, Qin Guofeng ended them with a single shot. Qin Guofeng, covered in blood, stepped out of the carnage. Some still tried to resist. But each was met with a bullet to the head. Blood splattered onto Kobayashi Motoyama's body. He could clearly feel his comrade's blood was still warm. The surroundings were drenched in crimson. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood. There seemed to be a lingering gunpowder smell from the ammunition. Seeing the blood covering the ground, Kobayashi Motoyama was so terrified he didn't know how to react. He couldn't even utter a sound. His eyes could only stare fixedly at Qin Guofeng, covered in blood before him. Back then, when he was just a soldier, Kobayashi Motoyama nearly died at Qin Guofeng's hands. Later, he climbed the ranks step by step. He fared reasonably well among the foreign tribes. Then their tribe was defeated in battle and they returned to their homeland. Yet all these years, Qin Guofeng's demonic figure kept haunting his dreams. The scene of nearly being killed by Qin Guofeng back then remained indelibly etched in his mind. Countless times he had nightmares, dreaming he was nearly killed by Qin Guofeng. Now, finally, he saw Qin Guofeng standing before him in the flesh. Overwhelming terror left Kobayashi Motoyama speechless. He could only collapse helplessly onto the floor. The atmosphere in the lounge instantly turned gloomy. Even old Duan sensed the murderous intent radiating from Qin Guofeng. He remained silent, observing calmly from the sidelines. Kobayashi Shoichi never imagined his great-grandfather would be so utterly terrified. He hurriedly helped Kobayashi Motoyama to his feet. Frowning, he asked, "Great-grandfather? How are you?" There was no reply. Kobayashi Motoyama's eyes darted toward Qin Guofeng in terror. He didn't even dare to blink. Qin Guofeng narrowed his eyes. It was certain that this foreign tribe had committed numerous atrocities on the lands of the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so guilty. But why return to the very place where he committed those crimes in his twilight years? Qin Guofeng fought to suppress the murderous intent rising within him. Many years had passed. This was an era of peace. War should no longer exist. After several seconds of composure, Qin Guofeng turned his cold gaze toward Kobayashi Motoyama. "How dare you, a foreigner who fought in that war, set foot on the soil of our Dragon Nation? Do you not fear the innocent souls of the people who died unjustly on Dragon Nation soil coming to claim your life?" Hearing this, Kobayashi Motoyama grew even more terrified. He leaned against his grandson for a long while, unable to speak. Kobayashi Shoichi could no longer contain himself. He was about to confront Qin Guofeng. The next second, he met Qin Guofeng's icy stare. The words stuck in his throat. Suddenly, he felt that if he spoke up, he might truly meet his end right here. After hesitating for a long while, Kobayashi Shoichi finally shut his mouth. He stood meekly before his great-grandfather, not daring to breathe a word. A heavy silence fell over the scene. No one spoke, all eyes fixed on the scene before them. Several staff members nearby marveled at Qin Guofeng's piercing gaze. Truly befitting a Centenarian veteran, such presence was not something just anyone possessed. Viewers in the livestream chat were all stunned by Qin Guofeng's imposing presence. Seeing Shaolin Benshan's flustered state, someone finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Serves him right. One look from our grandpa Qin and he's scared out of his wits. Ever wonder how a centenarian earned his military honors? It's all about presence. That's what happens when you're both weak and reckless. Why did this old foreigner come looking for trouble? Only in these peaceful times would he get away with it. Otherwise, this battle-hardened foreigner wouldn't have left our Dragon Nation alive. Chapter 78, Overstepping His Boundaries. All netizens were glued to the livestream. Seeing the foreign veteran trembling in fear, everyone felt a wave of satisfaction wash over them. Even Officer Tan nodded in satisfaction. "Friends, you weren't there, so you probably can't sense old Master Qin's killing intent. My goodness, old Master Qin truly lives up to his reputation as a veteran who's fought against the alien race. Just one look from him was enough to silence that foreigner. What a thrill! It was truly satisfying. This livestream is truly commanding. The Dragon Nation of today is no longer the nation that was once trampled upon. This is the result of generations of hard work. That's why the Dragon Nation is now prosperous and thriving." Everyone in the livestream is flooding the chat with patriotic messages, all waiting to see what the foreigner's true intentions are. It took Kobayashi Motoyama a long while to compose himself before finally speaking again. He swallowed hard before cautiously saying, I came to see the person who terrified me all those years ago. Back then, you nearly killed me. Do you have any idea how I've lived all these years?" Kobayashi Motoyama looked utterly devastated. His gaze fell on Qin Guofeng with a hint of fear. "All these years, you've been my nightmare, an indelible nightmare." Hearing this, a trace of mockery flashed in Qin Guofeng's eyes. "If you came to see me, why are you leaving without even looking?" This clearly showed he had something to hide. Qin Guofeng's eyes, sharp as knives, fixed on Kobayashi Motoyama. Kobayashi Motoyama was terrified. He could only force himself to maintain a calm expression. He continued speaking before Qin Guofeng. "I know you're formidable. Back then, many of our kind died because of you. Your very existence is a nightmare for all of us outsiders." At this thought, Kobayashi Motoyama couldn't help but glance at Qin Guofeng. The Qin Guofeng before him looked even younger than himself. Yet when he first encountered Qin Guofeng all those years ago, this man had clearly been older than him. How could he now appear younger than himself? Kobayashi Motoyama felt a wave of dread wash over him. His voice trembled as he spoke. "After the founding of Longguo, I never heard from you again. I thought you were dead. I never imagined I'd see your livestream online. Qin Guofeng, do you realize how many of us outsiders you haunt in our nightmares? As long as you live, our people will never know peace. He dared not spell it out too clearly. After all, he was on enemy territory. Even now, seeing Qin Guofeng still sent shivers down his spine. His mind was filled with nothing but curiosity. Why, after all these years? Qin Guofeng's vitality and spirit were still better than his own. By the time Kobayashi Motoyama finished speaking, he was already panting heavily. Sitting in his chair, he dared not meet Qin Guofeng's gaze. Old Master Duan immediately understood what Xiaolin Ben Shan meant. He was hoping Qin Guofeng wouldn't survive. Well. Old Master Duan's face turned pale with rage. He glared at Kobayashi with a dark expression. On our Dragon Nation's territory, you still harbor such unrealistic notions? Let me tell you this, the Dragon Nation today is not the same nation that allowed itself to be bullied back then. With millions of our Dragon Nation's people standing against you, don't even think about it. How dare he defy heaven itself? Back when the Dragon Nation was weak, being bullied was one thing. But today, the Dragon Nation stands as one of the world's foremost superpowers. How dare this tiny foreign nation even think of such a thing? Old Master Duan's face had turned ashen. He looked as if he might explode at any moment. Qin Guofeng, however, remained utterly composed, a mocking smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. So then, do you have the guts to make a move? You were defeated by me back then. So many years have passed. You don't seriously think you can defeat me now, do you? Foreigner. Look at you, scared out of your wits. What right do you have to brag in front of me like this? Every word and phrase pierced deeply into Kobayashi Motoyama's heart. Yes. He dared not even meet Qin Guofeng's gaze. How could he possibly harbor any other thoughts? At this thought, the atmosphere had already grown heavy. Xiaolin Ben Shan hung his head, unable to utter another word. But the viewers in the livestream chat were furious. Did I hear that wrong? They actually have designs on Grandpa Qin? They truly harbor no end to their desire to destroy our Dragon Nation. How can these foreigners be so brazen with no one holding them accountable? Not only did they kill so many of our compatriots back then, now they won't even leave our veteran anti-alien fighters alone. Absolutely ridiculous. Are these foreigners trying to start Season 3? Go ahead and make your move. If you dare, I'll settle every old and new grudge at once. They've truly become lawless. The Dragon Nation of today is no longer the bullied nation of the past. How could the alien race possibly entertain such a delusional notion? Netizens everywhere are mocking them relentlessly. Kobayashi Shoichi watched as the livestream filled with bold comments. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. If they actually carried out what the comments suggested, the alien race would stand no chance against the Dragon Nation. He finally understood why his great-grandfather had been in such a hurry to return. When he looked up, he saw the mocking expressions on the faces of everyone present. This left Kobayashi Shoichi utterly humiliated. He hurriedly explained, "My great-grandfather is advanced in years. He only came to see the Qin Guofeng fellow who defeated us back then. He certainly had no ulterior motives." My great-grandfather didn't say a single word just now. Kobayashi Shoichi had spent a long time studying abroad in the Dragon Kingdom. He knew how deeply all Dragon Country people despised foreigners. If he didn't back down now, it might truly provoke some trouble. But no one paid any attention to what he said. Qin Guofeng looked at Kobayashi Motoyama with the air of a superior. "I'm right here. What exactly do you plan to do to me?" The oppressive pressure made Kobayashi Motoyama feel as if a mountain were crushing him. Terrified, he dared not utter a word. He could only shut his mouth and tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, news of Kobayashi Motoyama's detention reached the foreign territory. A group of high-ranking alien officials gathered in the conference room. All these high-ranking officials were now gray-haired. Many were contemporaries of Kobayashi Motoyama. The screen now displayed live footage from Qin Guofeng's broadcast. One spoke with a grim expression. "The resistance against the foreign race has already sparked a wave of fervor across Dragon Nation. All Dragon Country citizens are discussing the crimes we committed there back then. This can't go on. So many years have passed since those events. Shouldn't the people of Longguo have forgotten those events by now?" But the fervor keeps growing, and the Dragon Nation's hatred toward the alien race is intensifying. The group erupted into heated debate. In their eyes, Qin Guofeng had always been a threat. Even Kobayashi Motoyama had been detained in the Dragon Nation. Discontent was already evident on several faces. "Negotiate with Longguo immediately. Kobayashi Motoyama is one of us foreigners. Demand his release now." Chapter 79, The alien race's rebellious heart remains unbroken. It's precisely because we discovered he was an ethnic minority who fought in the war back then that things have become complicated. Someone spoke with a grave expression. "Foreign combatants, that status is highly sensitive in Longguo. See? It's even been broadcast live. This makes things quite difficult now." Qin Guofeng's livestream had already caused an uproar online. The patriotic fervor of all Dragon Nation citizens had been ignited. Now, another foreigner who had participated in the war appeared in the livestream. This development had already caused a major sensation in Dragon Nation. All netizens knew exactly what was going on. Demands to detain the traitor Kobayashi Motoyama grew louder. This left a group of high-ranking foreign officials feeling utterly humiliated. Someone slammed their fist on the table. How dare the Dragon Nation act so arrogantly? Back then, we nearly conquered the entire Dragon Nation. What the hell have you young people been doing? I won't stand for this. Kobayashi Motoyama must be released. We cannot afford to lose face like this. Several elderly high-ranking members of the alien race were veterans of the Dragon Nation campaigns. They had witnessed the Dragon Nation reduced to mere ants. A profound sense of superiority still lingered in their hearts. But the slightly younger leaders looked utterly helpless. They had never witnessed the Dragon Nation's humiliation. Now, in every respect, the alien race could no longer match the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, they were being crushed on every front. Why don't you all go see just how formidable the Dragon Nation has become? One of the younger men couldn't help but speak up. We no longer have the power to command the Dragon Kingdom to do anything. If we want Kobayashi Motoyama back, negotiation is our only option. Times have changed. The foreign tribes can no longer keep pace with the Dragon Nation. Yet a group of high-ranking foreign officials still refuse to face reality. Deep down, they still believe the Dragon Nation remains unchanged from years past. Enough. With all this commotion, Kobayashi Motoyama certainly won't be in mortal danger. Some saw the situation clearly. His return is merely a matter of time. The crucial figure here is Qin Guofeng. The gazes of several high-ranking foreign officials fell upon Qin Guofeng. They had all fought across the Dragon Nation in their time. Each had heard of Qin Guofeng's formidable reputation to some degree. Even now, the mere mention of his name sent shivers down some spines. Qin Guofeng, they say countless leaders fell by his hand. That bastard used to move freely in and out of our own ranks. How many of our leaders did he slaughter? At this point, several high-ranking foreign leaders turned pale. Back then, they were virtually unbeatable on the lands of the Dragon Nation. But after encountering Qin Guofeng, they gained nothing. Qin Guofeng had slain numerous foreign tribe leaders, causing their morale to plummet. Many lost their will to fight entirely. They all lived in constant fear, dreading the possibility of being killed by Qin Guofeng. Indeed, it was Qin Guofeng's very presence that lifted the Dragon Kingdom's morale back then. High-ranking officials glared at Qin Guofeng's figure with eyes full of resentment. Not long after the Dragon Nation was founded, he vanished without a trace. I thought he was dead, but it turns out he's still alive. Now he's using live streaming to put us foreigners on trial. Several high-ranking officials grew increasingly agitated as they spoke. This bastard can't be spared, he must be killed. Avenge our leader who died at his hands back then. After all these years, shouldn't this demon-like man be dead? Yet here he was, appearing before them once more. He'd even sparked a wave of anti-alien sentiment online. All these years, they've consistently denied the crimes committed on Dragon Nation soil. They believed time would erase all memory of it. Once all who lived through that era had passed away, the truth of their invasion of the Dragon Nation would be buried forever. Few would remember. But the moment Qin Guofeng stepped into the spotlight, he brought those events back into the public eye. It even became the most viewed content on Dragon Nation's websites. This made a group of high-ranking foreign officials feel a sense of crisis. Qin Guofeng must not be spared, he must die. Some insisted on eliminating Qin Guofeng, while others voiced opposing views. Gentlemen, do you truly believe this is possible? A high-ranking official frowned. Back then, Qin Guofeng was unbeatable. We were no match for him. And he still commands such high public attention. How could we possibly eliminate him without raising a whisper? Even if we succeed, once the Dragon Nation discovers we're behind it, it would ruin our relationship with the Dragon Kingdom. We simply cannot withstand the wrath of the Dragon Nation anymore. The world has changed long ago. The Dragon Nation is no longer the nation that once allowed foreign powers to bully it. If we proceed with this plan, it will inevitably trigger severe consequences. A group of high-ranking foreign officials engaged in heated debate in the office. Some believed the Dragon Nation wasn't that formidable. Killing Qin Guofeng, a Centenarian, posed no real difficulty. Others disagreed vehemently. Both sides argued vehemently, nearly tearing the conference room apart. Finally, a consensus was reached. Enough. This argument is getting us nowhere. Someone took a deep breath and looked at Qin Guofeng's photo. Resentment filled their eyes. Qin Guofeng was our greatest threat during the war back then. All these years later, he still is. This man cannot be spared. He must die. Everyone agreed. Finally, a consensus was reached. Qin Guofeng must die, but we cannot let the Long Kingdom suspect us. It would be detrimental if this matter were to strain relations between our two nations. Everyone agreed. Meanwhile, Old Duan had already discerned the foreign tribe's decision from Kobayashi Motoyama's stance. They would certainly not let Qin Guofeng off. The secretary's eyes were filled with gravity. Old Master Duan, surely these foreigners wouldn't dare go that far. Our dragon nation is no longer a target for them to bully at will. If they dared, wouldn't that be an open declaration of war against us? After all, so many years have passed since the war. The foreigners simply shouldn't be so reckless. Old Master Duan gave a cold laugh. All these years, the foreign tribes have been scheming to suppress us. They're terrified that the events of that era will be brought to light. Now Qin Guofeng's livestream has once again made all Dragon Nation citizens aware of the horrific nature of those events. Add to that how many foreigners Qin Guofeng slaughtered during the war. They must have sensed the crisis, which is why they've resorted to murder. No need to look, old Duan already knew what these foreigners were thinking. All these years later, they still harbor ambitions to invade Longguo. But the Dragon Nation of today is no longer one to be bullied. A cold gleam flashed in Old Master Duan's eyes. Issue the order, keep a close watch on all foreigners entering the country in the near future. Ensure the safety of Elder Qin at all costs. Chapter 80, Safeguarding Elder Qin. Times have changed. The people of Dragon Nation could no longer be bullied by foreign tribes. With a prosperous and thriving motherland standing strong, how could we fail to protect our own people? His subordinates immediately began making arrangements. At the same time, they anxiously urged Qin Guofeng. Old Master Qin, if Kobayashi Motoyama harbors such thoughts, it means the foreign tribes all want to kill you. Your prominence has grown too great. Countless people watch every livestream, and this has already caught the attention of the foreign tribes. This is what we'll do, I'll have people protect you. Rest assured, I know you're eager to return the veteran anti-alien fighters. My men will not delay your journey in any way. Getting Qin Guofeng to abandon his mission to return his comrades. That was practically impossible. The only option was to have him protected. Upon hearing this, Qin Guofeng smiled and waved his hand. No need. I'm getting on in years, it wouldn't be right to waste the nation's resources. They're just a few foreigners. They failed to kill me back then. Do they think they can kill me decades later? Ha ha ha. Impossible. You needn't worry about me. The foreigners were coming to kill him. This was the most laughable joke Qin Guofeng had ever heard. How the foreigners had been driven out back then. He remembered it vividly. They hadn't feared the barbarians back then, and they certainly wouldn't now. Qin Guofeng simply found it laughable. How could the foreigners still harbor such unrealistic notions? Upon hearing Qin Guofeng's words, old Duan looked as though he had anticipated this response all along. If Qin Guofeng agreed, that would be nothing short of a miracle. But he was old now, no longer the strong hero who fought the barbarians in his prime. Watching Qin Guofeng begin to tidy up his cart again. The cart appeared utterly ordinary. Who knew how Qin Guofeng had managed to make his way here? Since you don't want a bodyguard, I'll give you a ride in my cart. Old Duan sighed helplessly. It'll be much faster this way. Aren't you eager to send your comrades back, Mr. Qin? Your age is a factor here. You really should take care of yourself. But Qin Guofeng refused without hesitation. There's no need to be so wasteful. I've only spent a few hundred yuan on this entire journey. Concrete roads everywhere, it couldn't be easier to travel. This filled Qin Guofeng with deep emotion. The Dragon Nation was truly a paradise for people to live in. Riding a rickshaw allowed one to witness the magnificent landscapes of the Dragon Nation. This was the very scene all his comrades in arms had hoped to see. Qin Guofeng had already set out, and nothing else would interrupt him. Hearing this, old Duan felt a pang of sadness. He desperately wanted to help Qin Guofeng. But he didn't know how to do it. This centenarian seemed determined to send his comrade home in his own way. Shouldn't someone of his age be enjoying his golden years at home? Why put himself through such hardship? Qin Guofeng saw the heartache in old Duan's eyes. A smile touched his lips as he offered comfort. You've already done more than enough. Don't trouble yourself over this, old man. My journey hasn't been arduous at all, and I still have plenty of money left. Being able to witness the prosperity of Dragon Nation alongside my comrades truly brings me joy. You should focus your energy on building Longguo. Qin Guofeng suddenly felt a wave of emotion. His eyes brimmed with kindness as he looked at old Duan. Look how prosperous Longguo is now, it's all thanks to your hard work. While you still have the time, you should continue building the Dragon Kingdom. Don't waste any more of your energy on me. Hearing these familiar words, old Master Duan was instantly overcome with emotion. He stared straight at Qin Guofeng, seeking confirmation. But Qin Guofeng had already mounted his cart and sped away. Only a dashing silhouette remained. Old Master Duan didn't get the chance to voice his lingering questions. The words Qin Guofeng had just spoken were almost identical to those spoken by that dragon general when he departed all those years ago. It seemed to stir the deepest memories within him. Could this Qin Guofeng truly be that dragon general? Old Duan gazed at the departing figure. In the end, he did not follow. Even if it were true, the old man would surely never admit it. His eyes reddened as he pondered Qin Guofeng's earlier words. Yes, he should indeed devote much of his energy to building the Dragon Nation. He must make the Dragon Nation stronger to honor the sacrifices of his forebears. It took Old Master Duan a long time to calm his emotions. His secretary stood silently by his side. Old Master Duan, I suggest we arrange for someone to protect Old Master Qin discreetly. After all, he's advanced in years. Should he encounter hostile outsiders? The consequences would be truly unimaginable. The foreign factions' intent to erase their crimes committed in the Dragon Nation had never wavered. Even after all these years, they don't seek to apologize. Instead, they wait for time to gradually erase it. Until all the people of the Dragon Kingdom forget that painful history. But Qin Guofeng's emergence shattered this equilibrium. They certainly won't let this centenarian off the hook. Old Master Duan's eyes were still reddened. His gaze followed Qin Guofeng's retreating figure. Only when it vanished did he finally look away. Taking a deep breath, he sighed, enough. Let's not disturb Old Master Qin. He dedicated his entire life to serving the Dragon Nation. He would never want to take up any of its resources. But the foreign faction's intent to kill Qin Guofeng was now blatantly clear. By any means necessary, this must be prevented. As this thought crossed Old Master Duan's mind, the sorrow in his eyes vanished. Resuming his usual somber demeanor, he gave orders to his subordinates. The foreigners will surely make their move soon. Keep a close watch on them. If any of these foreigners approach the city where Old Master Qin resides, block them all. Our Dragon Nation is so powerful now there's no reason we can't protect even these veteran soldiers with such distinguished military service. If we cannot protect our own people on our own territory, what meaning would his existence hold? Old Master Duan had issued strict orders. This time, the barbarians must not succeed at any cost. He knew well that Qin Guofeng had once been a threat from the foreign tribes. All these years later, Qin Guofeng remains a thorn lodged in the throat of the foreign tribes. Now they wanted to pull out that thorn right under his nose. Impossible. The secretary immediately relayed the order. After carefully reviewing the files, he spoke cautiously. But Elder Duan, we can intercept the foreigners heading to the city where Elder Qin resides. What should we do about the foreigners who are already here? Many of them are students, and some work here. We can't just expel them all. That would cause unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing this, Old Master Duan narrowed his eyes to slits. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Then assign men to keep a close watch on every single one of them. I'll see who dares lay a finger on Qin Guofeng. On the soil of our Dragon Nation, should these foreign tribes dare to act with such arrogance again, I shall make them understand the law of the land. Chapter 81, Setting Out Once More. Qin Guofeng's livestream had already sparked intense online discussion. Old Master Duan knew Qin Guofeng was reluctant to use state resources. Yet he genuinely worried about Qin Guofeng's safety. After much deliberation, his gaze fell upon Officer Tan beside him. Officer Tan was still broadcasting. Viewers in the livestream chat were still expressing widespread distress. They lamented the contributions Qin Guofeng, a veteran of the anti-alien war, had made to the nation. Officer Tan, be careful. See? Old Master Duan is watching you. Old Master Duan is about to reprimand you for leaving your post without permission, right? You're done for, Officer Tan. Old Master Duan is walking straight toward you. Everyone in the livestream saw Old Master Duan approaching Officer Tan. They all sensed something was about to happen. Even Officer Tan grew tense. He had been streaming live on the highway. While we're at it, let's round up those who violate regulations and discipline. Later, following Old Master Qin to Lùjiā Village was one thing. But coming all the way to the airport? It does seem a bit far removed from his actual duties. But surely it doesn't warrant Old Master Duan personally coming to fetch me. Mr. Duan, I should really get back to work. Officer Tan smiled awkwardly. I promise I won't leave my post without permission again. Live streaming on the highway to educate netizens about various traffic violations. It was part of his job. But Old Duan waved him off, his gaze settling on Officer Tan. Young man, I have a very important task for you. Do exactly as I say immediately, this is critical. Half an hour later, Officer Tan caught up with Qin Guofeng. The two appeared together on the wide road. Qin Guofeng was still pedaling his cart with all his might. Spotting Officer Tan following from a distance, he quickly pulled over to the side and looked at Officer Tan with some confusion. Officer Tan, why are you still following me? Is there something else? Officer Tan's eyes flashed with excitement. Hearing the task Old Master Duan had just assigned him, he felt a surge of excitement. He flashed a broad grin at Qin Guofeng, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites. It's like this, Mr. Qin. Old Master Duan believes your actions hold great significance. You have no idea how many netizens have come to understand the tragic history of that era because of you. That's why I was specifically assigned to follow you in livestream. This kind of positive energy deserves to reach more people. This was the task Duan Lao had just assigned to Officer Tan. First, to livestream every detail of Qin Guofeng's situation. to let all of Longguo know the hardships endured during the anti-anomaly period. Thanks to Qin Guofeng's livestream, more and more people are remembering that painful history. Such noble deeds must be widely publicized. Second, to ensure Officer Tan provides full-time protection for Qin Guofeng. Although Qin Guofeng is a veteran with distinguished combat service, he is, after all, getting on in years. What worries old Duan most is that with Qin Guofeng now in the spotlight, if the enemy were to secretly sabotage him, it would be too late for regrets. Having someone like Officer Tan provide backup protection was the most appropriate arrangement. After hearing Officer Tan explain why he was accompanying him, a kind smile spread across his face. Who'd have thought an old man like me could still be of use? Alright then, you'll be coming along. But I'm in a hurry to get going, so you might have to endure some hardship along the way. Many years have passed since those events. Those who lived through that painful period have gradually passed away. Now, people's lives have steadily improved. The number of those who remember the pain is dwindling. If this livestream can help more people remember that history, it would be the best outcome. Qin Guofeng accepted without hesitation. After exchanging greetings with Officer Tan, he continued pedaling his cart forward. Officer Tan silently followed behind him. Through his livestream, more people witnessed Qin Guofeng's noble act. This made him feel deeply honored. More and more people joined the livestream. He grinned broadly and said, "My mission now is to follow Old Man Qin. Everyone, remember the history of those days." A flurry of comments flooded the screen. "So happy again, old Master Duan really thought of everything. With so many netizens watching, I'll be damned if those foreign tribes dare harbor any ill intentions. Grandpa Qin has millions of netizens from our dragon nation backing him. Let those foreign tribes dare to come try. Officer Tan, hurry up. Don't tell me you can't keep up with our Centenarian grandpa." The livestream atmosphere grew electric. Watching Qin Guofeng's upright figure, everyone cheered him on. Some couldn't help but ask, who exactly was Qin Guofeng escorting back? Where was the next stop? Everyone knew this must involve a painful past. So no one pressed him for answers, simply watching him in silence. Until Qin Guofeng rode his cart all the way out of Sichuan province. Upon reaching the coastal city, the group of netizens assumed he would stop there. But unexpectedly, Qin Guofeng drove onto the bridge leading to Hong Kong. Only then did the group realize that Qin Guofeng's comrade in arms might be from Hong Kong. Many netizens could no longer contain their excitement. Hong Kong? Who knew Hong Kong also had soldiers from our dragon nation? What's the big deal? Back then, many patriots from Hong Kong City joined the fight to save the nation. Their contributions shouldn't be forgotten. My great-grandfather told me about this. Hong Kong had many patriotic heroes back then. As the netizens chattered away in a flurry of discussion, Qin Guofeng halted at the midpoint of the Shenzhen-Hong Kong bridge. Gazing toward Hong Kong City not far ahead, a pang of sadness suddenly gripped his heart. He stood motionless for a long while. Officer Tan, noticing his state, hurried over. "Mr. Qin, are you tired? Why don't we take a break?" His mission was not only to livestream Qin Guofeng's noble act so the entire nation could witness it, but also to take good care of this veteran who had fought against the anomaly. After all, he wasn't young anymore. Yet throughout their journey, Officer Tan had been profoundly moved by Qin Guofeng's resilience. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. "I'm fine. I just remembered my comrades." He stopped the cart and lifted a portrait from the cargo bed. After carefully wiping it dry, Qin Guofeng's tears began to fall uncontrollably. They fell precisely onto the face of the young man in the portrait. After a long moment, Qin Guofeng spoke with a hint of guilt. "Changyong, can you see it? Up ahead is Gangcheng, your hometown." Sun Changyong, that was the name of the man in the portrait. In the portrait, Sun Changyong now seemed to gaze expectantly toward the city of Hong Kong in the distance. Some sharp-eyed observers noticed the suit Sun Changyong wore appeared to be quite expensive. Did I see that correctly? Isn't that suit on this ancestor a famous luxury brand from decades ago? I've seen the same style in old photos online before. A suit like that apparently cost $100 silver. Chapter 82, The Fourth Memorial Portrait. Upon seeing this comment, viewers in the livestream immediately did the math. The result shocked even more people. Hey, do you even know what you're saying? $100 silver back then is worth like 40,000 to 50,000 yuan today. Exactly. Who in their right mind would wear clothes worth 40,000 to 50,000 yuan back then? Not even Grandpa Chen Dongliang was that extravagant before. Poverty limits our imagination. Even during wartime, there were still plenty of wealthy people back then. Holy crap, it's true. That suit brand seems foreign. 40 to 50,000 really isn't that expensive. A crowd of netizens was stunned. Who knew such expensive clothes existed back then? Officer Tan couldn't help but glance at Qin Guofeng. "Mr. Qin, your comrade in arms must have been quite wealthy." You could tell without even looking. The portrait of Sun Changyong radiated affluence. His expensive, elegant suit was particularly eye-catching. Qin Guofeng glanced at Sun Changyong's portrait and let out a wry smile. Yes, his name was Sun Changyong. I heard his family was one of the prominent wealthy families in Hong Kong. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and became a successful businessman. It's a shame what happened later. The painful memory surfaced. It felt as though it had happened just yesterday. Officer Tan's eyes flickered with confusion at this remark. How did a businessman become your comrade in arms? Seeing Qin Guofeng's sorrowful expression, everyone knew that the story about Sun Changyong would surely be even more heartbreaking. For a moment, no one dared to speak out of turn. Even the live chat went silent. All eyes fell silently upon Qin Guofeng, waiting for him to recount that painful and tragic history. Qin Guofeng's eyes were already reddening. Gazing at the portrait of Sun Changyong, he slowly began to speak. Changyong and I met while studying abroad in a developed nation back then. Back then, the Dragon Nation was riddled with problems, invaded by various foreign powers. People then became acutely aware of the gap between their homeland and those foreign nations. Those overseas nations were highly developed, whether in weaponry. They could crush the backward Dragon Nation in every aspect. To bridge the gap with those developed nations, a large number of young people were sent abroad to study in various countries. They sought to learn the advanced knowledge of those nations, hoping that upon their return, they could help the Dragon Nation keep pace with the developed nations. But Qin Guofeng, having earned numerous military honors, and being the most hardworking and resilient in the military, he too became one of the many students sent abroad to study. Looking back now, it feels to Qin Guofeng as if it happened just yesterday. Qin Guofeng had been sent abroad on a government scholarship. Sun Changyong, however, was different. His family funded his education abroad. The moment he first laid eyes on Qin Guofeng, Sun Changyong was extremely warm and welcoming. Who would have thought I'd run into a fellow countryman in such a distant land? My name is Sun Changyong. I'm from Hong Kong. Brother, what are you studying, and where are you from? The young Sun Changyong, thrilled to see a fellow countryman, chattered nonstop in front of Qin Guofeng. Being close in age, they found plenty of common ground. My name is Qin Guofeng. I'm a soldier from the Dragon Nation. Qin Guofeng stood tall and straight as he engaged Sun Changyong in conversation. After getting acquainted, Qin Guofeng realized that Sun Changyong truly lived a life of extravagance. Every meal was consumed at the most upscale restaurants. He spent money like water, never seeming to feel the pinch. Why are you still munching on bread? That stuff is rock hard. What's so good about it? Sun Changyong frowned at the bread in Qin Guofeng's hand. This stuff isn't even as good as our steamed buns back home. Come on, eat with me. I'm really bored all alone. Qin Guofeng had entered the military camp when he was just a teenager. He'd been involved in countless battles ever since. All he ever saw was poverty and bloodshed. Countless people fought bloody battles just to get a bite of steamed bun. But when he arrived in Western countries, he saw nothing but prosperity. There was no war. Every face glowed with health, showing no signs of hunger. Sun Changyong introduced Qin Guofeng to a world of opulence and excess. He saw the laughter and joy around him. Qin Guofeng couldn't bring himself to feel happy. He stood alone in a corner. Contemplating the stark contrast between his homeland and this place, he felt a complex mix of emotions. A sea breeze carrying a faint briny scent swept in. It abruptly snapped Qin Guofeng out of his reverie. Surveying the towering skyscrapers around him, he spoke with a touch of melancholy. Back then, Western countries were incredibly advanced. Seeing those well-fed foreigners, all I could think about back then was our own people, living amidst war and turmoil, unable to even fill their bellies. It was then that Qin Guofeng felt a profound sense of helplessness. Officer Tan's eyes welled up upon hearing these words. The online audience watching the livestream was equally moved. Back then, we certainly lagged behind those developed countries overseas, but look at us now. We've caught up with them. Look closely, Grandpa. See how fertile our land is now, how happy our people are. It's all thanks to your sacrifices. You drove out the invaders and brought us peace and stability. Exactly. We've long surpassed those overseas nations. They're just stuck in the past. Absolutely, Grandpa Qin. If you visited those countries you once knew, they'd remain unchanged while our Dragon Nation has risen to become a global powerhouse. A group of netizens were deeply moved. The Dragon Nation of today is no longer the nation that once allowed itself to be bullied by others. No one could ever bully the people of Dragon Nation again. Even Officer Tan's eyes brimmed with pride. Grandpa Qin, those days are long gone. Back then, our Dragon Nation couldn't even catch a ride on the back of a truck. But now we're among the world's foremost powers. Look at those foreign tribes. Do they dare bully us anymore? We'd be lucky if we didn't beat them to a pulp. Our current prosperity is built on the sacrifices of our forebears. The livestream audience erupted with excitement, flooding the chat with patriotic comments. But Officer Tan deeply understood the profound sense of inadequacy Qin Guofeng must have felt upon seeing the world's prosperity after leaving China. That sense of disillusionment deep within. Qin Guofeng smiled faintly. That's right. It's all in the past now. Those countries were indeed advanced back then, but now we're not far behind. It's their turn to follow in our footsteps now. This brought him a sense of satisfaction. All those sacrifices made back then, they were worth it. Qin Guofeng embraced Sun Changyong's portrait with a touch of emotion. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Changyong, see this? This is the Dragon Nation today. Doesn't it match the future we once envisioned? Your sacrifice was worth it. Without your help back then, we wouldn't have succeeded so quickly. History will remember you. Chapter 83, The Patriotic Merchant. Officer Tan heard these words and felt a surge of curiosity. He couldn't help but take another look at the portrait of Sun Changyong. This man wore a designer suit and had the means to study abroad at his own expense back then. He was also a businessman. So why would he become a soldier in the Dragon Nation? After voicing his question, a flicker of guilt crossed Qin Guofeng's eyes. This is all my fault. He could have been an outstanding businessman. With his family's protection in that war-torn era, he could have lived a good life, but then. At this thought, Qin Guofeng felt as though his heart had been wrenched violently. The pain nearly took his breath away. Back then, he and Sun Changyong were close in age. They shared many similar views. So the two quickly became good friends. They often exchanged ideas and debated topics together at school. Back then, Qin Guofeng was filled with patriotic fervor and often spoke to Sun Changyong about love for the country. Changyong, do you know how many lives have been lost to war in our homeland's interior? And how many starve to death from hunger? Some even freeze to death in the bitter cold, yet I can't save them. Qin Guofeng is now studying abroad on a government scholarship. He could enjoy the stable and affluent life he had now. But whenever he thought of how many people back home were still dying from war and famine, he simply couldn't feel happy. His heart was heavy every day as he absorbed all the knowledge the developed world had to offer. All for the day when he could return to serve his homeland. Gradually, Sun Changyong was also influenced. A young master who had never done a day's work in his life heard Qin Guofeng describe that war-torn world. He couldn't help but feel moved. Is the situation in the inland regions really that dire? I know foreign tribes have been waging war on our soil, but surely the common folk aren't starving? The situation in his port city wasn't that dire. People could still manage the bare necessities. Thus, Sun Changyong had never witnessed the horrors brought by the invaders. Only through Qin Guofeng's accounts did he gain a glimpse of it. Qin Guofeng thought of the countless atrocities committed by the invaders and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. You have no idea how despicable the invaders are. Back then, newspapers could still expose their crimes. But later, they slaughtered everyone at the newspapers too. All to silence the voices and blind the eyes of our Dragon Nation people. This way, they could slaughter our people with impunity. Unless we drive them out, our Dragon Nation will never know peace in this lifetime. Qin Guofeng's hatred for the invaders ran deep in his bones. He had witnessed the horrors of war. He knew how utterly inhuman these invaders were. His sole purpose was to drive every last one of them out. Sun Changyong, untouched by war, listened to Qin Guofeng's words until his own eyes grew red. Guofeng, count me in for the fight against the barbarians. His eyes burned with resolve as he looked at Qin Guofeng. Though I cannot fight alongside you on the battlefield. But the Sun family may lack many things, but money is not one of them. From now on, I'll supply the Dragon Army with funds and weapons. Those barbarians will be driven out for sure. The Dragon Army's biggest problem was poverty. Even their weapons couldn't match those of the barbarians. That's why they kept retreating. Qin Guofeng recognized this weakness, which is why he was sent abroad to study. The hope was that they could forge their own weapons. Upon hearing that Sun Changyong wished to join him, Qin Guofeng was initially thrilled. Finally, reinforcements. But his eyes quickly dimmed. But Changyong, the foreign tribes have explicitly banned wealthy individuals from aiding our Dragon Army. You still have the Sun family backing you. If they find out. Sun Changyong was not alone. Behind him stood many members of the Sun clan. If the foreign tribes targeted them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sun Changyong's eyes darkened with gravity. You're right. I will help you. But the foreigners must never find out. I can't endanger my family. So Guofeng, my identity must never be exposed. Otherwise, it would bring great misfortune upon my family. The two young men devised numerous detailed plans together. Sun Changyong also began business ventures using the Sun family's capital. On the surface, he was a merchant, but in reality, he was Longjuan's strongest pillar of support. He funneled all profits from his ventures into Longjuan's operations. It was also thanks to Sun Changyong's involvement that Longjuan's weapons and equipment grew increasingly sophisticated. Hearing this, the live stream audience erupted in excitement. So he's a patriotic businessman. My goodness, this Grandpa Sun is truly admirable. His contributions are immense. Without his support, the Dragon Army might have faced far greater hardships back then. Who knew the Centenarian's comrade in arms was also a patriotic businessman? What immense courage Grandpa Sun must have possessed to sustain such unwavering support for the Dragon Army all those years. The mention of a patriotic businessman sent waves of excitement through the online audience. Even Officer Tan felt a surge of emotion. A wealthy young master abandoning his privileged life. Secretly aiding Long Jun if discovered by the enemy. The consequences could have been truly. He glanced at the portrait of Sun Changyong dressed in designer clothes. He saluted solemnly. Grandfather Sun, look at our lives today. The prosperity we enjoy now is all thanks to your sacrifices. History will never forget you, and we, the younger generation, will never forget you either. Officer Tan's expression was solemn. Seeing how young Sun Changyong appeared in the portrait, it was clear that the passing of this patriotic businessman must have been a deeply painful chapter. He couldn't help but ask Qin Guofeng. Mr. Qin, how was Grandpa's son discovered back then? This was also the question on the minds of countless netizens. A wealthy businessman could have lived quite comfortably in that era. Yet he passed away so young. Everyone present felt compelled to remember how this patriotic businessman had sacrificed his life. Qin Guofeng's eyes darkened slightly at the inquiry. His gaze drifted toward the port city in the distance, his lips curling downward. It was my fault that he ended up like this. If only I hadn't started talking to him about patriotism. He wouldn't have enlisted, and he wouldn't have died so tragically. Qin Guofeng felt his thoughts spinning. Memories flooded his mind. The first time he saw Sun Changyong. And the image of Sun Changyong clinging to life. He felt as though his heart were being roasted over an open flame. Guilt enveloped Qin Guofeng's heart. They were almost at the port city, yet he lacked the courage to take another step forward. What could he possibly say upon meeting Sun Changyong's family? The thought made him clasp Sun Changyong's portrait tightly. A haze clouded Qin Guofeng's vision. When he looked up again, it seemed as though Sun Changyong was standing before him, smiling faintly. Guofeng, my home is just ahead. Hurry along. Chapter 84, Is it you who's returned? Qin Guofeng's memories were pulled back to many years ago. At that time, Qin Guofeng's days as an overseas student had come to an end. He too was returning to his homeland to continue facing that bloody battlefield. To save the lives of the people of Longguo. Before parting, Sun Changyong spoke with solemn earnestness. This parting, who knows when we'll meet again. Rest assured, once I've settled matters at home, I'll support you from the shadows. You know how skilled I am in business. Making money is nothing more than a matter of using my brain. That much was true. Sun Changyong had no other talents. He possessed a natural talent for making money. He basically funded his entire overseas education with his own earnings. Now he'd expanded his business operations back home. He planned to quietly support the dragon army behind the scenes. Qin Guofeng sounded melancholy. You must be extremely careful. Don't let the foreigners know you're with the dragon army. Otherwise, they won't let you off the hook. This was Qin Guofeng's greatest fear. If the ruthless foreigners were to find out, who knows what the consequences would be. We must all survive. Sun Changyong's expression was equally grave. Once we drive those barbarians out. When you come to our port city, I'll make sure to treat you well. Sun Changyong's words from back then still rang clearly in his ears. But now, Sun Changyong had become nothing more than a cold portrait. Qin Guofeng suddenly felt as though a knife had plunged deep into his heart. The pain was unbearable. He clutched the portrait and slowly sank to his knees, unable to rise for a long while, overcome by anguish. Officer Tan stood by, offering patient comfort. Viewers in the livestream chat also offered words of encouragement. They hoped to ease the pain Qin Guofeng had carried for so many years. Grandpa, you don't need to grieve. It's all over now. We'll remember everything you sacrificed. That's right. We're strong now. No one can defeat us. We will forever remember this patriotic businessman. But doesn't it strike you as odd that Hong Kong's wealthiest man also bears the surname Sun? I was just about to mention it. The name of Hong Kong's wealthiest man seems to be Sun Changsheng. Holy crap, Changyong and Changsheng, could they be brothers? Does anyone remember when Tycoon Sun Changsheng offered a huge reward years ago to find his older brother? Netizens were buzzing with excitement. Who knew patriotic businessmen included members of the Sun family? None of them had heard of this before. They only knew Sun Changsheng had an older brother, but no one knew his name. Now the internet is buzzing with discussions about patriotic businessmen from the Sun family. Everyone was discussing the matter. Meanwhile, in the largest villa in Hongchang, a man in a suit rushed in frantically. Holding up his phone, he exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, isn't this your uncle? Look closely, he's identical to the photo you gave me earlier." The phone displayed Qin Guofeng's livestream. The portrait Qin Guofeng held in his arms grew increasingly clear. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s also studied the portrait closely. He was Hong Kong's wealthiest man, Sun Lianshan, whose family owned half the city's industries. Could it really be my uncle? Sun Lianshan was visibly shaken. All these years, not a single word from my uncle. So he'd been dead all along? Though he had long suspected it. But the moment he saw the portrait with his own eyes, tears streamed down Sun Lianshan's face uncontrollably. "Sir, your uncle was a patriotic businessman," his subordinate said respectfully. This elderly gentleman, Qin Guofeng, is the veteran who recently gained fame online for his resistance against the alien threat. He's riding a handcart to return his comrade's portrait home, and it's already drawn significant attention. Who would have thought the Sun family also had a patriotic businessman? The subordinate grew increasingly excited as he spoke. This was a tremendous honor. Yet Sun Lianshan sighed deeply. So that's why our Sun family escaped unscathed back then. It was all because of my eldest uncle. After the foreign tribes were driven out of the Dragon Kingdom, a sweeping purge swept across the entire land of Longguo. All traitors were exposed. Many merchants who had profited by aiding the invaders during the resistance were also held accountable. At that time, many wealthy individuals in Hong Kong City were arrested by the authorities. Yet the Sun family remained untouched. Recalling those days, Sun Lianshan felt a pang of melancholy. My father always said the higher-ups were very favorable toward our Sun family. This gave us many opportunities to make money. Any project involving cooperation with the higher-ups was essentially handed over to our Sun family. Otherwise, the Sun family wouldn't have become the wealthiest in Hongcheng. So it was all because of my eldest uncle. Now everything was clear. There's a trail leading to all of this. Sun Lianshan never imagined his long-lost eldest uncle was actually a patriotic businessman, and that he had passed away so long ago. He stared intently at the portrait of Sun Changyong for a long time. He murmured to himself, "My uncle vanished after the founding of the Dragon Nation. My father spent his entire life searching for him, trying every possible means, yet never found a single trace. After all these years, how am I supposed to tell my father?" Gazing at the youthful face in the portrait, Sun Lianshan didn't even know where to find his father. His men stood around him, eyes brimming with emotion. "Boss, according to this Mr. Qin, after leaving the country, old Master Sun joined the Dragon Army. And all the money he made afterward was handed over to the Dragon Army as funding. Now he's a veteran of the anti-alien war. Having such a veteran among us should be a source of pride. The world only knows the Sun family as the renowned wealthiest clan. But no one ever knew the Sun family also had patriotic businessmen. If not for today's livestream, few would have known this story at all." Sun Lianshan sighed with emotion. "Back then, my father spent his entire life searching for my eldest uncle. He devoted half his life to this quest. Now," he gazed at Sun Changyong's portrait, overcome with emotion. With that thought, Sun Lianshan pulled out an old black and white photograph. It was a portrait of brothers Sun Changyong and Sun Changxing together. In the photo, Sun Changyong looked just as young as he did in the portrait. Seeing him so young, Sun Lianshan felt a pang of sorrow and wasted no time. He immediately hurried toward the old house nearby. His father, Sun Changxing, was already over 90 years old. After a lifetime of toil and hardship, Sun Changxing had developed numerous chronic ailments. He could only carefully tend to his health. Yet he refused to leave the old house. Instead, he had the family doctor treat him at home. Sun Changxing clung to life, hoping to hear news of his eldest brother. So Sun Lianshan rushed to the old house as quickly as possible. Yet he hesitated at the door of the old house's room, unsure whether to enter. "Brother, is that you? You're back." Sun Changxing lay in bed, tubes everywhere. Yet his eyes were bright and alert as they fixed on Sun Lianshan, as if confirming something. After a long moment, he spoke with some emotion. "It really is you, big brother. You've finally come back." Chapter 85, Being Kicked Out. Sun Lianshan bore a resemblance to Sun Changyong. Ever since Sun Changxing fell ill, he often mistook Sun Lianshan for Sun Changyong. This left Sun Lianshan feeling deeply troubled. He hurried forward. "Dad, it's Lianshan." Hearing this, the light in Sun Changxing's eyes gradually dimmed. He gradually regained his composure. Not even a ripple stirred in his eyes. "It's you. Have you found your eldest uncle? I'm not going to make it much longer. Are you going to make me leave with regrets?" All these years, finding his eldest brother, Sun Changyong, had been his greatest wish. Sun Lianshan hesitated. He wasn't sure whether to bring out the portrait. Would it upset his father? After a few seconds of hesitation, he finally pulled out his phone. Pointing to the portrait Qin Guofeng was holding in the live stream. "Dad, this is my eldest uncle. He was actually a patriotic businessman. Now his old comrades in arms are bringing him home." Sun Changxing's previously dull eyes suddenly lit up. He even abruptly sat up in bed and snatched the phone with a swift motion. His eyes fixed intently on the portrait of Sun Changyong. After a long moment, tears of anguish welled up in his eyes. His jaw began to tremble. "Is this really my older brother? But how could he be so young? How could he have died so young?" After waiting all these years, he had finally found his older brother. Yet he never imagined he'd be gone so young. This left Sun Changxing overcome with emotion. "You big liar. You promised you'd come back to see me. Why? But why did you have to leave so young? My dearest elder brother." The room was instantly filled with Sun Changxing's heart-wrenching sobs. All these years without finding his older brother. Sun Changxing had long suspected his brother might be gone. But he never imagined Sun Changyong would die so young. seeing his father weeping like this, and momentarily didn't know how to comfort him. This was the man his father had waited for most of his life. After a long pause, he finally whispered, "Dad, please don't grieve so deeply. It turns out our Sun family was spared during the purge back then because of my eldest uncle. He was also part of the Dragon Army, a patriotic businessman. During the anti-foreign resistance, he supplied the Dragon Army with vast quantities of supplies. This was surely the Sun family's greatest honor." Sun Lianshan's eyes brimmed with pride as he spoke these words. Sun Changsheng gradually regained his composure. He stared intently at the portrait of Sun Chanyong in the video. His lips pressed together, his eyes filled with confusion. My eldest brother was a patriotic businessman? How come I've never heard about this before? Suddenly hearing this news, Sun Changsheng was momentarily stunned. But then he recalled the years of favor shown to the Sun family by those in power. And during the settlement years, though the Sun family hadn't aided foreign factions, the circumstances back then meant that all merchants underwent rigorous scrutiny. The Sun family, however, faced minimal scrutiny. Even after the founding of the Dragon Nation, the state entrusted numerous resources to the Sun family. It can be said that the Sun family's current position as Hong Kong's wealthiest family is inseparable from the support from above. Now, with Sun Changsheng nearing the end of his life, he finally heard this news. The mystery that had puzzled him for so many years was finally solved. He looked at his eldest brother with a bitter smile. "No wonder you were so secretive back then. It was all to protect me." Sun Lianshan, hearing this, grew curious. "Protecting what, Dad? Could there be more to it?" Sun Lianshan's eyes were filled with confusion. A trace of melancholy flitted across Sun Changsheng's face. He began to reminisce. "Back then, my eldest brother was studying abroad. But after he returned, he urged Mom and Dad to transfer the Sun family's assets overseas. The Sun family was a prominent clan in Hong Kong at the time. It was nearly impossible to transfer all their holdings so easily. It was only after Sun Changyong returned that the process began. Only a small portion of the family's foundation remained in Hong Kong City. He stayed behind to manage the business. He sent both his parents and Sun Changyong abroad. Sun Changsheng was nearly 10 years younger than Sun Changyong at the time. The family business was managed by the eldest brother. Back then, our parents felt the situation in the mainland was too chaotic, so they let our eldest brother take us abroad. Sun Changsheng shook his head with a bitter smile. It turns out he had everything planned for us from the very beginning. Sun Chanyong decided to help Long Jun. If discovered by the enemy, his family would be doomed. Therefore, he had already made arrangements before the plan began. He would send his parents and younger brother abroad. He would manage the domestic business himself. Sun Changsheng recalled the words he had spoken to himself before leaving all those years ago. Even now, recalling the words he had spoken to himself back then brought tears to his eyes. "Changsheng, you've grown up. From now on, you are the pillar of this family. The weight of the Sun family rests on your shoulders. Take good care of our parents." At just over 10 years old, Sun Changsheng was an even more pampered young master than Sun Chanyong. Even a simple meal required 4 or 5 servants to attend to him. Because of his young age, the entire family doted on him. Hearing Sun Chanyong's words, the young Sun Changsheng wore a look of indifference. "I'm not the pillar of this family, that's you, big brother. Mom and Dad said all the family businesses will be handed over to you to manage. I'll just be the spoiled young master. You little brat." For the first time, Sun Changyong spoke sternly to Sun Changsheng. The usual kindness vanished from his face. "What playboy? The Sun family doesn't keep idlers around. Do you have any idea how many people out there can't even afford a meal? Sun Changsheng, if you can't even manage the business I've left you, don't call yourself my brother." The young Sun Changsheng didn't grasp the meaning at the time. What did the business I left behind mean? It wasn't until many years later, after returning to his homeland, that he truly understood. "Big brother, don't be angry. I'll learn how to run the business." Seeing his elder brother's anger, Sun Changsheng finally offered soothing words. "Rest assured, I'll take good care of Mom and Dad. You just focus on the business back home." Sun Changyang's expression softened. He continued reluctantly. "One more crucial thing: no matter how big your overseas ventures grow, you must never partner with foreigners. It's an ironclad rule for our Sun family: we never partner with foreigners." Sun Changsheng didn't understand what he meant. But he nodded firmly nonetheless. "I'll remember that, big brother." That day, the brothers spoke at length. All these years later, Sun Changsheng could no longer recall the details clearly. Yet 2 points remained etched clearly in his mind. "Changsheng, remember this: no matter what business you pursue, you must always be a citizen of the Dragon Nation. You must never renounce your nationality. And you must not return until the foreign tribes have been driven out. Only after the foreign tribes are driven out may you bring our parents back to rebuild our Dragon Nation." Sun Changsheng looked puzzled. "Brother, how do you know the foreign tribes will be driven out? Father told me the invaders have already occupied much of our Dragon Nation's land. Can we really drive them out?" Sun Changyong's eyes flashed with even greater resolve. "Yes, we will. The invaders will definitely be driven out. Chapter 86, I'll wait for your return. Seeing his eldest brother so earnest and resolute, Sun Changqing couldn't help but speak up again. Brother, I believe in you. I'll wait here for our family reunion someday. When that day comes, you must wait here for me. This was Sun Changqing's wish. Sun Changyang's expression was complex as he looked into his younger brother's eyes, filled with hope. He dared not speak of what he was about to do, for his life could be taken at any moment. Staying alive might be a luxury. But seeing his brother's bright, shining eyes fixed on him, he ultimately couldn't bear to disappoint him. Gritting his teeth, he nodded. All right. I'll wait for you back home. The day the invaders are driven out will be the day our family reunites. I'll be here in this villa in Hong Kong City to welcome you back. Sun Changyang never imagined that this single comforting phrase of his would make his younger brother wait his entire life. Young Sun Changsheng had left with their parents. He believed this parting from his elder brother would be brief. It wouldn't be long before the brothers were reunited. Little did he know it would take half his life to search for his brother. Sun Changsheng gradually grew up and the Sun family's overseas business gradually improved. He managed everything single-handedly. Sun Changsheng kept a close watch for news of his elder brother. After just a few years abroad, he lost contact with his brother. He had wanted to return home several times, but his parents had stopped him due to the war. Only after the invaders were driven out did Sun Changsheng rush back to his homeland. He knew his brother would surely keep his promise and wait for him in Hong Kong. But upon returning to Harbor City, he found only an empty villa. Not a soul was inside. Even now, recalling that day he returned to Hong Kong City. Even at his advanced age, Sun Changsheng couldn't help but shed tears. That big liar. He promised he'd be waiting for me at home. But I waited all these years and never saw him. Why? So you were already dead. You lied to me. Sun Changsheng gazed at his brother's portrait, looking so young. His tears flowed uncontrollably. Sun Lianshan felt a pang of sorrow witnessing this scene. Dad, please stop crying. Uncle did this to protect you. It turned out that from the very beginning, Sun Changyong had already planned an escape route for his family. But he hadn't left himself a way out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sacrificed himself all those years ago. It took Sun Changsheng a long while to finally stop his tears. It wasn't until I returned to China that I discovered my brother had left behind so many businesses. At the time, the country was settling accounts with collaborators. Though our Sun family hadn't participated, we hadn't helped either. I assumed all my brother's assets would be confiscated by the authorities. But unexpectedly, after a routine investigation, they let me off. Sun Changsheng gave a bitter laugh. I thought I'd just gotten lucky. So my brother was actually a patriotic businessman. All these years, the authorities have consistently looked out for the Sun family. Sun Changsheng had assumed it was because the authorities valued his family as investors. Now it seemed he'd been overthinking it. The higher-ups had only looked after the Sun family out of respect for his brother. After returning to China, Sun Changsheng inherited his brother's business. Simultaneously, he began searching for his eldest brother. He offered a hefty reward and launched a nationwide search. He even published daily missing person notices in newspapers. Back then, most newspapers across the country had published his work. Yet Sun Changyong vanished without a trace, leaving no word behind. Later, the Sun family's business flourished, gradually making them the wealthiest family in Hongcheng. Sun Changshan, now in his late 30s, remained unmarried. Following his brother's advice, he expanded the Sun family's enterprise while contributing to the development of Longguo. He accomplished many good deeds. He helped build Longguo and fostered development across various industries. At the same time, he never gave up searching for his older brother, Sun Changyong. When television and other media began to flourish, he frequently aired appeals on TV to locate his missing brother. The news of the city's wealthiest man searching for his family caused quite a stir at the time. Numerous imposters attempted to take advantage of the situation. Yet Sun Changsheng seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace whatsoever. Even his parents began urging him to give up. Changsheng, just give it up. Settle down and start a family. You're the last one left in the Sun family. Your brother might have. Sun's mother's eyes were already red from crying. After searching for so many years with no news, she had long since given up hope. But Sun Changsheng remained stubborn. I can't give up. My brother promised me he'd come back to reunite with our family. I'm certain I can find him. He refused to believe Sun Changyong was dead. In his heart, Sun Changyong was like a god. How could someone so extraordinary possibly be dead? Until finally, he erupted into a fierce argument with Sun's father. What are you searching for? If he were alive, how could he not have come back? Sun's father's face turned pale with anger. We're preparing a symbolic grave for your brother now. Otherwise, he'll never be able to return. After searching for so many years, Sun Changsheng had transformed from a teenager into a man in his 30s. The Sun family had long since given up hope. The foreign tribes had been driven away, and life gradually returned to peace. Sun Qianyong's failure to return could only mean he had died long ago. The Sun family wished to erect a symbolic grave for Sun Qianyong, but Sun Qiansheng stopped them. My brother isn't dead. He's still alive. He might be injured or have lost his memory. That's why he hasn't returned. None of you are to erect a tombstone for him. The father-son argument ended with Sun Qianyong's insistence prevailing. Sun's father was furious. Sun Qiansheng eventually agreed to marry and have children. This finally eased the tension between father and son. All these years later, Sun Qiansheng still refused to erect a tombstone for Sun Qianyong. Not until his son grew up, and even his grandson gradually grew older. His hair had turned completely white. The aged man no longer had the strength to fly across the country searching for his brother. Sun Qiansheng finally gave up. Every day, he waited inside the old villa. He would mutter to himself inside. Big brother, why haven't you come back yet? I'm getting old now. If you don't come back soon, I fear I won't live to see you again. He feared he might pass away first. So after falling ill, he cooperated fully with treatment. He waited for the day his older brother would return. Now Sun Qiansheng lay in bed, his hand still tightly clutching a black and white photo of himself with Sun Qianyong. A bitter expression flickered in his eyes. See? My eldest brother has finally come back. All these years of waiting weren't in vain. As he spoke, tears began to fall once more. Yet he forced a smile as he looked at the portrait in Qin Guofeng's arms during the live broadcast. Even though you're terribly late this time, I forgive you. Next time you try to trick me, I'll make your life miserable. Hearing this, Sun Lianshan's eyes filled with sorrow. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Ever since the Sun family's businesses were entrusted to him to manage, Sun Qiansheng had been living in this old villa. He refused to leave even when he fell ill. After all these years of waiting, the outcome had finally arrived. Chapter 87, 10 Million in Gratitude. Sun Qiansheng saw the portrait in Qin Guofeng's arms. His face was already streaked with tears. It took him a long while to finally stop crying. Lianshan, hurry. I must personally go and bring my brother back. Go now. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. After waiting all these years, finally, news of his eldest brother had arrived. Sun Qiansheng was itching to rush straight to his elder brother's side. Sun Lianshan, however, felt a bit conflicted. Father, your health isn't good. You should wait here. I'll personally welcome my eldest uncle back, along with this veteran who brought him home. Rest assured, I'll definitely bring them both over. After a lifetime of toil, had left him with a host of chronic ailments. If not for the sheer willpower to bring his eldest brother back, he might have collapsed long ago. Yet now, Sun Qiansheng was full of energy. He yanked the tubes out of his body. Cut the nonsense. I must go myself. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up. His energetic demeanor bore no resemblance to someone who had been gravely ill for so long. He even changed into a smart suit. His thinning, graying hair was combed immaculately. A large group of people set off in a grand procession toward the Shenzhen-Hong Kong bridge. At that moment, the livestream had already attracted a large number of viewers. The news that the Hong Kong-based Sun family were patriotic businessmen had also exploded online. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Finally, he pulled himself out of those painful memories. Looking at Sun Qianyong's portrait, he spoke with a hint of guilt. Let's go. We're already at your doorstep. You'll be home soon. It had taken so many years to finally bring Sun Qianyong home. Qin Guofeng felt his steps grow heavy. Officer Tan watched the live stream's comments. The Sun family of Hong Kong, he had seen them in the news. He never imagined the Sun family would produce a patriotic businessman. He turned to Qin Guofeng and spoke cautiously. Mr. Qin, did this elder Sun Qianyong have any younger brothers? Netizens say there's a prominent family in Hong Kong called the Sun Qiansheng clan. Could it just be a coincidence? Upon hearing this, Qin Guofeng carefully recalled. I seem to recall Qiangyong mentioning he had a younger brother. But I don't know his name. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several luxury cars pulled up on the Shenzhen-Hong Kong bridge. This scene sent the live stream viewers into a frenzy. Here they come. See that? It's really the wealthiest family in Hong Kong City. The spectacle of the wealthy is truly grand. Poverty really does limit my imagination. Seeing such an impressive fleet of luxury cars, a crowd of netizens couldn't help but marvel. Qin Guofeng, however, took a few steps back. Nervously clutching the portrait, he didn't know how to react. Even now, what he feared most was facing his comrades' families. Sun Qiansheng, dressed in a suit, fixed his gaze on Sun Qianyong's portrait the moment he stepped out of the car. Tears once again streamed down his face uncontrollably. With Sun Lianshan's support, he managed to step forward toward Qin Guofeng. Before Qin Guofeng could speak, Sun Qiansheng knelt before the portrait, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother, you're finally home, woo-woo. I waited for you my whole life, always waiting for you to come home. Why did you wait so long to come back, my brother? The choked-up words emerged from Sun Qiansheng's throat. At that moment, nothing else mattered to him. He simply took the portrait from Qin Guofeng's hands. He clutched it tightly, unwilling to let go. Seeing this, Qin Guofeng's eyes welled up with tears once more. Guilt-ridden, he opened his lips. Yet he didn't know how to offer comfort. The room fell silent, broken only by Sun Changsheng's muffled sobs. He buried his face against the portrait. Just like how he used to cling tightly to his older brother as a child. "You're nothing but a liar. You promised we'd reunite at the old villa after driving out the outsiders. Why did you lie to me?" Sun Changsheng wept his heart out. Though he was already over 90 years old. Yet at this moment, he sobbed like a child. Viewers in the livestream witnessed this long-awaited reunion. Were already deeply moved. Who would have thought the renowned Sun Changsheng of Hong Kong City had this side to him? Back then, he frequently released news updates on TV in search of his brother. After all these years, he's finally found him. "I can't hold back my tears. It's because of his older brother's identity as a patriotic businessman that the Sun family has prospered today." The crowd buzzed with discussion. Seeing the elderly Sun Changsheng choking back sobs, they felt a pang of sorrow, unsure how to offer comfort. Even Qin Guofeng felt as though a heavy stone pressed down on his chest. He looked at Sun Changsheng, who clutched the portrait tightly. He spoke, filled with guilt, "I'm sorry I came too late. If it weren't for me back then, your brother wouldn't have died." Sun Changyong had become a patriotic businessman under his influence. His eventual demise was also deeply connected to him. Sun Changyong had been destined for a life of promise. Yet in the end, he bore too much. Sun Changsheng clutched the portrait, struggling to hold back his tears. He looked earnestly at Qin Guofeng. "No, I should thank you. You brought my brother back." Sun Changsheng gazed at his eldest brother's portrait. His voice trembled slightly. "I should have realized it back then. He moved our entire family abroad. But he insisted on staying behind. He even said he'd wait for me to come back. That was nothing but a lie to deceive me. The signs had been there all along. He was just too young back then. Little did I know that parting would be forever." The atmosphere at the scene was overwhelmingly sorrowful. Sun Lianshan immediately stepped forward. His eyes brimmed with admiration as he looked at Qin Guofeng. "Old Master Qin, I heard you rode a handcart here with only a few thousand yuan to send all your comrades home. You're truly remarkable." Before arriving, he had already thoroughly researched all of Qin Guofeng's previous livestreams. This old man was no ordinary person. Especially his vitality and spirit. He didn't look like a centenarian at all. Sun Changsheng beside him slowly emerged from his grief. Hearing about Qin Guofeng's remarkable perseverance. Who knew how much hardship lay ahead on this journey? His gaze fell upon the cart behind Qin Guofeng. He sighed, "Old man, you must have endured a lot of hardship along the way. All to bring my elder brother back. Shouldn't someone of your age be enjoying a life of leisure at home?" Yet here he was, toiling for others. Sun Changsheng felt a flood of emotions wash over him. After wiping away his tears, he continued. "This is what we'll do. The Sun family will contribute 10 million yuan to support your noble cause. It's also our way of thanking you for bringing my eldest brother back." The moment the figure of 10 million was mentioned, the live stream exploded with reactions. What? Is this the power of the richest man? How can 10 million sound so insignificant coming from him? Of course. He is the richest man in the country. This amount might genuinely mean nothing to him. Only a centenarian grandfather could possibly justify such a sum. Chapter 88, No Healing Potions. All the netizens marveled at the Sun family's extravagance. They all agreed that besides Qin Guofeng, no one else could possibly be worthy of it. Qin Guofeng wore a kind smile on his face. "I've got one foot in the grave already. Instead of giving this money to me, it would be better spent building our motherland." His gaze fell upon Sun Changsheng's face. For a moment, his heart was filled with emotion. He stared at his face for a long moment. Then he spoke with a touch of sadness. "You two brothers really do look alike. You bear a striking resemblance to your elder brother." Chang Yang was an outstanding warrior. Qin Guofeng seemed to recall some painful memory. No, to be precise, he wasn't a warrior, he was a businessman. Thinking of Sun Changyong, Qin Guofeng's thoughts slowly drifted back to decades ago. Back then, after returning from overseas studies, he threw himself wholeheartedly into the battlefield. He distinguished himself in the battles against the alien forces. Because the battlefield was constantly shifting, and communication was difficult in that era. Qin Guofeng lost contact with Sun Changyong not long after returning home. The plan Sun Changyong had proposed to assist the Dragon Army remained unfulfilled. Qin Guofeng charged relentlessly through the bloody battlefields. But the supply lines couldn't keep up. Even with countless men, such relentless strain proved unbearable. Countless Longjun soldiers suffered casualties at the time. Qin Guofeng could only watch as wounded comrades lost their lives for lack of medicine. The agonized cries of his wounded comrades from that year still seemed to echo before his eyes. "Captain, it hurts so much. My wound hurts so badly, just kill me already." A severely wounded comrade lay in agony within the crude tent. Without medicine, the wound had become infected and festering. To treat the wound, they had no choice but to use a sharp knife to painfully scrape away the infected flesh. With no anesthetics available, the soldiers endured the agony without relief. Qin Guofeng recounted the horrors of those days, tears of sorrow welling up in his eyes. It was excruciatingly painful. We were all young men in our teens and 20s. Without medicine, the wounds couldn't heal. We just had to endure the pain. Later, some who couldn't bear it anymore ended their own lives when no one was around. Back then, the wounded were too numerous. Many soldiers knew they might not survive. They quietly slit their own throats with knives when no one was around. The first time Qin Guofeng witnessed a comrade succumbing to unbearable agony and choosing to end his own life, he was filled with grief and anger, clutching the soldier's neck wound tightly. "What are you doing? Quick, someone help stop the bleeding. The battle isn't over yet. You can't just die like this." But the soldier only managed a bitter smile. He dangled his lone remaining leg. "Captain, in this state, I can't kill the alien race anymore. Staying alive is just wasting healing supplies. Leave them for others." The warrior's face was deathly pale, pus oozing from his severed right leg. Qin Guofeng embraced the soldier tightly. Yet he didn't know how to comfort him. Only the warrior kept murmuring weakly, "In 15 years, I'll be a man again. Captain, by then, the barbarians should be driven out." His eyes brimmed with hope as he spoke. His dark eyes, in the final moments of life, shone brightly. He gazed at Qin Guofeng with hope. "Will our dragon nation also become a blessed land of paradise?" Qin Guofeng choked up, unsure what to say. Seeing the warrior's life slipping away, he finally spoke with unwavering resolve. "Yes, the foreign tribes will certainly be driven out. Our dragon nation will become the most powerful nation in the world." Hearing these words, the warrior finally smiled with satisfaction. He drew his last breath with a smile. Qin Guofeng slowly pulled his thoughts back. He looked around at the towering skyscrapers. With a tinge of sadness, he murmured, "The dragon nation has indeed become a paradise on earth. Yet I am the only one who has witnessed it. How wonderful it would be if all these comrades were still alive." The viewers in the livestream chat were already so heartbroken they could barely breathe. They only knew of the brutality of the alien race. They never imagined the dragon army suffered such severe shortages back then. Good heavens, wounds that couldn't even heal. Just how severe were those injuries? Back then, anyone wounded on the battlefield was essentially a dead man. Sigh, the dragon army was so short on supplies back then, they probably didn't even have basic medical supplies. Everyone, let's be grateful for the peaceful, stable lives we have now. Every netizen listening to Qin Guofeng's account through the screen felt the pain. Officer Tan's eyes were filled with sorrow. For a moment, no one knew how to comfort Qin Guofeng. Sun Qiangsheng and his son were also filled with emotion. "Back then, I was always abroad, and I was so young." Sun Qiangsheng sighed, "I truly had no idea how difficult Long Jun's situation was back then. Looking back now, I'm truly grateful for the sacrifices so many people made. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the peaceful life we enjoy today." Later on, how did my uncle support the dragon army? Sun Lianshan couldn't help but press further. He desperately wanted to know how his uncle had sacrificed himself. The light in Qin Guofeng's eyes gradually faded. He spoke with self-reproach. "It was when I went to Hong Kong that I encountered him again. At the time, Qin Guofeng had been fighting on the front lines. But he watched helplessly as wave after wave of soldiers lost their lives due to a lack of medical supplies. His superior found Qin Guofeng. "Guofeng, this situation is unsustainable." The commander looked at Qin Guofeng with a grave expression. "Our casualties are truly devastating. Without medical supplies, our soldiers won't survive. I just received word that the enemy destroyed a hospital that regularly supplied us with medicine. Every doctor and nurse inside was killed." At this, the leader gritted his teeth in fury. His eyes were bloodshot. "The enemy is making an example of us. This is a warning to everyone who supplies us with medicine. This is what happens when you cooperate with the dragon army. It's like completely cutting off the dragon army's supply lines. So many wounded soldiers lost their lives because there were no medicines to treat their injuries. It's utterly unforgivable." Qin Guofeng's eyes burned with fury. "Sir, what can we do? I will certainly follow your lead. If the medicine shortage isn't resolved, who knows how many more soldiers will be sacrificed." In the end, the leader ordered Qin Guofeng to personally travel to Hong Kong to procure penicillin. With so many wounded soldiers, penicillin proved to be the most effective treatment. "Guofeng, you must be extremely careful." The leader's face was grave as he issued the warning. "The enemy faction has made it clear they'll stop at nothing to eliminate you. The situation in Hong Kong isn't as dire as here, but you mustn't reveal your identity either." No one was more suited for the task than Qin Guofeng. That's why the leader entrusted the mission to Qin Guofeng with confidence. It was in Hong Kong that Qin Guofeng encountered Sun Xiangyong once more. Chapter 89, Qin Guofeng's escape from Eagle Town. After secretly arriving in Hong Kong City, He began searching everywhere for medicine. The quantity he needed was substantial, yet he couldn't arouse suspicion from the enemy. He could only operate in the shadows. But the massacre at the hospital that had aided the dragon army had already been reported in the newspapers. No one dared to assist Qin Guofeng. "Oh, sir, please spare me." A medicine shop owner bowed low before Qin Guofeng, begging for mercy. "Just leave quickly. I'll pretend I never saw you today. Rest assured, I keep my word. I've elderly parents and young children to support. I can't get involved in anything that might cost me my head." The owner instantly recognized Qin Guofeng was no ordinary man. And upon hearing the sheer volume of drugs Qin Guofeng required, even if he were a fool, he'd know exactly who this man was. Now he could only beg and plead for Qin Guofeng to leave immediately. The very survival of Dragon Nation hangs in the balance. Every citizen should do their part. Qin Guofeng visited numerous pharmacies, but none were willing to help. The nation was on the brink of collapse, yet some still couldn't see the gravity of the situation. The shopkeeper felt a pang of guilt, tears falling steadily down his face. "I'm just a nobody. I can't save the country. I only want to protect my family. Sir, please leave quickly. I can't die. What would become of my family if I did? I too wish to save the nation, but my heart is willing while my strength is lacking." Such is the tragedy of the common man. All one can do is survive in these chaotic times. Upon hearing this, Qin Guofeng said no more. He could only leave in defeat. After taking a few steps, the shopkeeper seemed to make up his mind. Finally, before closing the door, he cautiously spoke up. "Sir, I know there's a merchant hoarding large quantities of penicillin in a special district of Hong Kong City. I've heard he's looking to donate it to the Dragon Army. But there's no way to get in. Maybe you should try your luck. Just be sure to watch out for traps. This merchant often deals with outsiders." Only after giving Qin Guofeng the address did the shopkeeper swiftly shut the door. That was all he could do. Qin Guofeng stared at the pharmacy door, speechless for a long time. After deep contemplation, he finally set off toward the special district of Harbor City. This should be the safest place in Harbor City. Only the wealthy and foreigners resided here. Only after entering did he realize how different this place was from the poverty outside. Inside, it was a world of extravagant luxury. Qin Guofeng had heard that merchant also did business with foreign tribes. He felt uneasy. How could such a person give medicine to the Dragon Army? Disguised as a waiter, he slipped inside, where the laughter of foreigners echoed everywhere. The rooms reeked of decadence, filled with people living extravagant lives. Several merchants from the Dragon Kingdom were even present as companions. They conversed with the foreigners in great merriment. "Akita-kun, I need a large batch of penicillin. Do you have any connections? Penicillin commands a high price abroad right now. I plan to sell it." Hearing this voice, Qin Guofeng froze. He immediately turned to look at the speaker. Sure enough, he saw Sun Changyong, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Sun Changyong also felt Qin Guofeng's gaze. Their eyes met, only to avert in an instant. Sun Changyong acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to fawn over the foreigner. "Of course there's no problem, Mr. Sunday. You're a master businessman. To think of exporting penicillin overseas, I have a pharmaceutical processing plant under my management. Whatever quantity you need, I can supply. Let's make money together." Then came a burst of cheerful laughter between the two. Though Sun Changyong wore a broad smile, Qin Guofeng, lurking in the shadows, clearly saw the barely perceptible disgust in his eyes. Qin Guofeng waited until late into the night. The two met in a quiet spot. "Guofeng, it really is you?" Sun Changyong's eyes brimmed with excitement upon seeing Qin Guofeng. "How long has it been since we last met? You brat, why couldn't I get through to you when I called earlier?" Though they hadn't seen each other in ages, they were still very familiar with each other. Qin Guofeng's eyes brimmed with emotion. "I'd been running around non-stop. No fixed place. Never imagined we'd run into each other here." Sun Changyong noticed the grim aura surrounding Qin Guofeng. Couldn't help but ask, "You've been fighting in the war, haven't you?" Suddenly hearing Sun Changyong's question, Qin Guofeng instinctively denied it. No. No matter who he faced, he must never reveal any military secrets. This was a lesson Qin Guofeng had learned on his very first day in the barracks. Hearing Qin Guofeng's denial, Sun Changyong's lips curved into a smile. "Give me a break. A talent like you couldn't possibly not have fought in the war. Judging by your appearance, you must hold a fairly high rank. Back when you were abroad, those fair-haired foreigners were desperate to keep you. If not for my help, you might have been stuck there for good." At this, the two shared a knowing smile. It turned out that after completing his studies, Qin Guofeng was eager to return home. But those foreigners were unwilling to let him go. They even offered extremely generous terms. During his time at the university, Qin Guofeng had enrolled in 3 or 4 majors simultaneously. He graduated with straight A's, a true prodigy. He developed numerous innovations in the university's research labs. These inventions could propel the entire nation forward by decades. Thus, the foreigners were determined to retain Qin Guofeng at all costs. Initially, they approached him with pleasantries, but eventually resorted to outright detention. Qin Guofeng spoke with a look of helplessness on his face. Those foreigners are really out of their minds. I'm a government-sponsored student. I've already paid my tuition fees to them. After completing my studies, I was definitely going to return to my country. Yet they have the audacity to detain me. They won't even let me leave the country. Hearing this, the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but start expressing their admiration. To be forcibly retained by a foreign university, just how exceptional must the Centenarian grandfather have been back then? My knowledge is limited. The fact that the Centenarian graduated with straight A's speaks volumes about his abilities. I knew it. Grandpa Qin must have been a prominent figure back in the day. Netizens couldn't help but marvel. Who knew Qin Guofeng had such an illustrious past? Had he stayed abroad back then, who knows what legendary life he might have forged? Officer Tan's eyes brimmed with emotion. Old Master Qin insisted on returning. He must have been determined to save the nation. Back then, the Dragon Nation was in shambles. Without the sacrifices of veterans like him, how could we possibly enjoy the prosperity we have today? At this point, Officer Tan's eyes welled up with tears. All these years later, Qin Guofeng continues to dedicate himself to this land. Truly magnificent. Admiration filled Sun Chongqing's eyes. He knew his older brother's friends weren't ordinary people. He embraced his elder brother's portrait and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Qin, how did you manage to escape from there back then? With an exit ban in place, it must have been incredibly difficult to return. Chapter 90, Escaping the Eagle's Claws. Foreigners actually wanted to keep a talent like Qin Guofeng. They would certainly keep a close watch on him. Everyone present was curious how Qin Guofeng had managed to escape back to his homeland under such tight surveillance. Qin Guofeng gave a bitter smile. His gaze fell upon Sun Changyong's memorial portrait. With boundless emotion, he murmured, "It was Changyong who saved me." At the time, Qin Guofeng had been detained. He was under strict surveillance every day. Even his identification documents had been destroyed. Customs had issued a strict order prohibiting Qin Guofeng from leaving the country. But this did not deter Qin Guofeng. He had already prepared to escape and then sneak back into the country. Before he could make his escape, Sun Changyong tracked him down. The Sun family was a wealthy clan with investments in the school. The guards dared not offend Sun Changyong and had no choice but to let him in. Well, Guofeng. Who'd have thought you'd be so sought after? I hear the higher-ups specifically ordered that you must be kept here. Sun Changyong was still clad in his designer coat. An expensive top hat perched on his head. Every inch of him screamed, "I'm loaded." Now he looked at Qin Guofeng with a smile. Why not just stay? Isn't this better than back home? With your skills, you'd definitely thrive here. The remark was half joking. Having known Qin Guofeng for so long, Sun Changyong knew exactly what kind of person he was. Right now, Qin Guofeng was clearly anxious to return home. Cut the sarcasm. Qin Guofeng was growing impatient. I plan to escape tonight. With customs like this, there's no way I can get out. Changyong, if you're still my brother, help me sneak back into the country. I don't want to stay here another day. He still had to save his country. The entire people of Longguo were suffering under the ravages of war. Having come abroad to study with money from Dragon Nation taxpayers, he must do something for the people. Sun Changyong sat on the sofa, legs crossed. His eyes sparkled with amusement. I'm here to help you, aren't I? Why go through the trouble of sneaking in? Aren't you leaving? Hurry up and change your clothes. Put on my clothes, grab my ID, and get moving. I've already bought your plane ticket. Qin Guofeng quickly snapped to attention. Take your ID? There were many people guarding outside. But the two of them were almost identical in build. Plus, with the hat, they might actually slip out easily. Qin Guofeng finally relaxed. I knew you wouldn't come to help. Thanks. After changing clothes, Sun Changyong reminded Qin Guofeng. We'll meet again after we return to the country, Qin Guofeng. You'd better stay alive. Qin Guofeng strode out of the detention facility wearing Sun Changyong's clothes. Not a single soul raised an eyebrow. Later, boarding the plane with Sun Changyong's ID went surprisingly smoothly. In those days, procedures weren't nearly as stringent. Qin Guofeng thus returned safely to the Dragon Kingdom. As for Sun Changyong, his family was wealthy and influential. Those foreigners dared not cause trouble for him and had no choice but to release him. Guofeng, I've been searching for you since I got back, but I couldn't find you anywhere. Sun Changyong reeked of alcohol, yet his eyes were clear and focused. When you insisted on leaving back then, I knew you'd come back to save the country. But the situation back home isn't looking good now. As he spoke, sorrow clouded Sun Changyong's eyes. It wasn't until he returned home that he witnessed the brutality of war up close. Countless lives had been lost to the turmoil. Yet the foreign invaders roamed freely across the land of their Dragon Nation. Qin Guofeng sat silently the entire time, not uttering a word. War was indeed brutal. The once spirited young master had now transformed into a smooth-talking businessman. The sight of Sun Changyong fraternizing with the foreigners earlier was truly unbearable. I heard you asking the foreigners for penicillin earlier. Qin Guofeng finally got to the point. What do you need so much penicillin for? And I hear you're looking for reliable dragon army troops. Changyong, what exactly are you up to? It was a question he knew the answer to. Qin Guofeng knew Sun Changyong's intentions all too well. Yet he couldn't resist asking. Sun Changyong's expression was unwavering. I've been searching for you ever since I returned to the country. Seeing how bleak things looked back home, I wanted to enlist with you. But then I reconsidered becoming a businessman is far more advantageous than enlisting. Over the years, I've accumulated considerable wealth, which I can donate entirely to the Dragon Army. But as a businessman, I can't openly associate with the Dragon Army. Sun Changyong's heart had been deeply moved by Qin Guofeng. Even while abroad, he'd constantly pondered how to save the nation. How he could assist the Dragon Army. Unfortunately, many merchants in Hong Kong at the time were collaborating with foreign powers. Even if Hong Kong merchants wanted to help, the Dragon Army might not necessarily trust them. Sun Changyong stopped right there. He continued to conduct insincere business with the foreigners. He amassed considerable wealth. Upon hearing this, Qin Guofeng remained silent, his brow furrowing even deeper. Sun Changyong thought Qin Guofeng didn't believe him. He raised his hand in oath. I truly intend to help you. Didn't we agree back when we were abroad? We'd repay our country someday. I can supply the Dragon Army with resources. Qin Guofeng, you don't doubt me, do you? I've been searching for you these past years. He desperately wanted to help, but the Dragon Army was difficult to approach. The slightest misstep could lead to betrayal by Long Jun. All these years, Sun Changyong had lived in constant fear. Walking on eggshells before the foreigners. Are you absolutely sure about this? What about your family? This was Qin Guofeng's greatest concern. It wasn't that he didn't trust Sun Changyong, but the Sun family was a prominent clan. Once you set foot on this path, if the truth ever came out, the entire Sun family would suffer. Foreign powers wouldn't show any mercy. No member of the Sun family would survive. At the mention of his family, Sun Changyong's eyes instantly dimmed. Bitterness curled his lips. Of course, I've made all the necessary arrangements. The moment I returned to the country, I sent my parents and younger brother abroad. Rest assured, the outsiders can't touch them. Now I can finally go all out. From the very beginning, he had already planned everything. He had prepared escape routes for everyone. Except he hadn't left one for himself. Sun Changyong looked at Qin Guofeng with unwavering resolve. Now I want to help. I have a lot of medicine all stockpiled over the years. Whatever you need, I have it. Qin Guofeng, do you dare to take it? Besides Qin Guofeng, he trusted no one else. This was the only way he, as a businessman, could offer assistance. Qin Guofeng hadn't expected him to have even secured a backup plan for his family. He could see Sun Changyong's resolve. Accepting Sun Changyong's shipment of medicine. You have no idea how many lives that shipment saved. Qin Guofeng snapped out of his recollection. His eyes stung as he spoke. That batch saved many comrades. But they became Sun Changyong's death sentence. Chapter 91, Arranging an escape route for everyone except himself. Recalling the past, Qin Guofeng couldn't hold back the tears streaming down his face. In the end, it was my fault he died. He had planned an escape route for everyone else. Yet he left himself no escape at all. A wave of sorrow washed over those around him. Sun Chansheng clutched his brother's portrait and finally broke down in tears. The moment he returned to the country, he sent me and our parents abroad. But he himself. Sun Chansheng sobbed uncontrollably. His voice echoed with profound sorrow across the Shenzhen-Hong Kong bridge. Viewers in the livestream were all deeply moved. This grandpa Sun gave our soldiers hope to survive, yet he himself. It's truly heartbreaking. Back then, no one dared to help the soldiers, yet Grandpa Sun acted without hesitation. Their sacrifice was worth it. We will all remember them. So how did Grandpa Sun sacrifice himself? A viewer posed the most crucial question. For a moment, everyone's hearts clenched. Everyone was curious how this patriotic businessman had been discovered by the enemy. All eyes turned back to Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng's eyes were filled with sorrow. At the time, our casualties were heavy, and medical supplies were extremely scarce. It was Sun Changyong who promptly delivered a large shipment of medicine. Those medicines effectively reduced our casualties. Back then, Qin Guofeng chose to trust Sun Changyong, who brought back a considerable amount of medical supplies for the Dragon Army. There were even many advanced medical devices. All of these were procured by Sun Changsheng during his dealings with foreign tribes. With such an abundance of equipment and medicine, the number of wounded in the Dragon Army gradually decreased. After speaking with Qin Guofeng over the phone, the leadership was filled with delight. Guofeng, you've done an excellent job. The situation with the wounded is now under control. Thank your merchant friend. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you may return to your unit. Qin Guofeng's primary mission in Port City was to secure medical supplies. His mission had been flawlessly accomplished. Sun Changyong, upon learning the news, was also filled with joy. Just as the two were about to part ways, suddenly news arrived that the dragon army had come under attack from the enemy forces. Numerous soldiers had been killed or wounded. The previously easing situation grew dire once more. The dragon army urgently needed large quantities of medical supplies. Sun Changyong and Qin Guofeng began aggressively purchasing penicillin. This was the simplest and most effective medicine. It was also the soldiers' hope for survival. While the two men secretly procured the medicine, in the special enclave of Port City, the alien races celebrated wildly. They recounted how this battle had crushed the dragon army. Sun Changyong was among them, a merchant collaborating with the alien races. He could only put on a cheerful facade. Congratulations, Lord Akita. With this great victory for the alien tribes, I believe the dragon nation will soon fall under their rule. Lord Akita was already drunk as a skunk. Hearing this, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Ha ha ha. Are you being sincere? You're a dragon nation man too. Could you really wish for us foreigners to win? Sun Changyong had long since honed his ability to bluff without batting an eye in the business world. He continued spouting nonsense. I'm just a businessman. Who rules the dragon kingdom doesn't matter. What matters is that I can make money. This made Akita laugh even more wildly. Excellent. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Merchants of your dragon nation truly are driven solely by profit. I hear you've been buying up penicillin everywhere lately. What on earth do you need so much of it for? At these words, Qin Guofeng, hiding in the shadows, instantly tensed up. He had already made his plans. If this Akita really had discovered something, then just kill him outright and take Sun Changyong with us when we leave. But Sun Changyong remained utterly calm. Lord Akita, you are unaware. I'm helping the foreign tribes. Many dragon army soldiers are wounded on the front lines. With the foreign tribes' medical supplies cut off again, some dragon army soldiers will surely be secretly buying up penicillin. I'm merely getting there first to buy up all the penicillin. Without medicine, the dragon army won't last long. I can even sell the supplies overseas. It must be said, Sun Changyong truly portrayed the image of a merchant to perfection on the surface. Even Qin Guofeng couldn't help but gaze at him with admiration. He really was quite the operator. That Akita was charmed into a beaming smile with just a few words. At the prospect of profit, he even sold all the penicillin in his possession to Sun Changyong. Excellent. Sell all this medicine overseas for me. Akita grinned, his face creased with folds of flesh. Without healing medicine, I'll see how long those dragon army soldiers can hold out. And just like that, Sun Changyong quietly secured another large batch of penicillin. Qin Guofeng couldn't help but admire him. You're quite the businessman, making Akita believe you're exporting all the medicine overseas. Businessmen really know how to use their heads. Now we just need to get the medicine to the front lines. Sun Changyong stockpiled large quantities of medicine at an even faster pace. The two worked together seamlessly. Sun Changyong handled the procurement of penicillin, while Qin Guofeng managed the transportation of the drugs. Not a single hitch occurred. Until Qin Guofeng delivered the latest batch of drugs. After I delivered the penicillin Changyong had procured, my superiors ordered me to prepare for my return. Qin Guofeng's eyes welled up with tears. There was still one final batch of penicillin left, and I couldn't personally transport it. It all went wrong with that final shipment. At this thought, Qin Guofeng's expression darkened. It felt as though something had clenched his heart tightly. Officer Tan hurriedly supported him. Mr. Qin, don't grieve. It's all in the past now. You did an excellent job. Without you, where would our prosperity be today? Sun Lianshan beside him was also overcome with emotion. Sun Changxing couldn't hold back the tears streaming down his face. Knowing exactly how his brother had died. Then what happened? How did my brother die? Sun Changxing forced himself to stay calm. I must know. The entire network waited in silence for Qin Guofeng's account. They all wanted to know how this patriotic businessman had been discovered by the enemy. And how he had departed from this world. Qin Guofeng trembled with anguish. Slowly, he recounted the hardships of those years to everyone. At the time, the front lines were under intense pressure and our losses were devastating. Qin Guofeng covered his cheeks, tears slipping uncontrollably through his fingers. I didn't have time to send off the last batch of penicillin before rushing back to the front lines. All responsibility for transporting the medicine fell on Changyong. The painful memories surged like a tidal wave. Qin Guofeng was consumed by self-reproach. It was that final shipment that exposed Changyong's identity. He was taken away by the enemy for interrogation, and in the end. At this point, Qin Guofeng's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Was tortured to death by the barbarians? Chapter 92, The Foreigners Have Discovered. Every time he recalled this painful memory, Qin Guofeng felt as though a knife were scraping against the tip of his heart. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy. No one dared speak, their very breaths growing heavy. Qin Guofeng slowly opened the corridor of his memories. After leaving Hong Kong City, He had been fighting on the front lines, yet the final batch of medicine they had agreed upon never arrived. Though their medical supplies remained ample, Qin Guofeng couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Until his men reported that they hadn't received the penicillin from Sun Chanyong at the designated location. This news instantly put Qin Guofeng on high alert. Investigate immediately. Was it intercepted en route? He began contacting Sun Chanyong using a method only the two of them knew. Yet there was not a single clue. Sun Changsheng seemed to have vanished into thin air. Qin Guofeng was thrown into a panic. Something must have happened. This won't do. I have to go to Hong Kong City myself. Captain, what about us if you leave? His men looked anxious. We still need to prepare for the operation. These words hit Qin Guofeng like a bucket of cold water. His heart sank to the bottom. He was a soldier. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Qin Guofeng couldn't just abandon the battlefield. With no other choice, he had to send someone to Hong Kong to gather intelligence. At the time, he was engaged in combat far inland, away from coastal cities. It took his men over half a month to reach Hong Kong City and return. But when they returned, their expressions were grave, and they carried only a single newspaper. Captain, maybe you shouldn't look at this. His men looked grave. Mr. Sun is dead. At these words, Qin Guofeng's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He forced himself to remain composed. Give me the paper. But the subordinate looked troubled. Captain, please don't be too upset. Qin Guofeng heard nothing. Opening the paper, he saw the shocking photograph. Sun Changyong, covered in wounds, was hung at the city gate of Gangcheng. The image was blurry, yet the blood-soaked wounds were starkly clear. They stabbed painfully into Qin Guofeng's eyes. One could even clearly see that all 10 of Sun Changyong's fingers had been brutally broken off. The man in the photo was already a corpse. The caption beside it read, Hongcheng merchant privately supplied drugs to the Dragon Army, a heinous crime. The traitor has been thoroughly executed by the foreign tribe. Not even a name was given, just the phrase Hong Kong businessman. When Qin Guofeng saw the newspaper, he suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Traitor? To call us, the people of Long Nation, traitors on our own soil. How utterly ridiculous. Qin Guofeng was overcome with anguish. Tears and laughter flowed uncontrollably down his face. His subordinates could only whisper quietly. It said that Mr. Sun was discovered while transporting the final batch of penicillin. He was taken to the interrogation room of the foreign tribe and tortured for days. The rest of the story, his subordinates couldn't bring themselves to say. Just seeing these horrifying photographs was enough to send a chill down everyone's spine. It turned out Sun Chanyong had been discovered by the alien race while leaving Hongcheng to deliver medicine. Because Sun Chanyong held considerable status in Port City, ordinary alien soldiers dared not lay a finger on him. They could only summon Akita. When Akita saw Sun Chanyong appear in the interrogation room, he was stunned for a long moment. Mr. Sun? How is this possible? Weren't you supposed to be exporting your penicillin overseas? Where the hell were you planning to deliver all this medicine in the middle of the night? Akita was utterly shocked by the scene before him. In his eyes, Sun Chanyong was nothing more than a profit-driven businessman. How could someone like this be connected to the Dragon Army? But faced with this overwhelming evidence, Akita had no choice but to believe it. His subordinates began their report. Chief Akita, our investigation reveals that only a small portion of Sun Chanyong's drugs were exported overseas. The quantities purchased from you and those acquired on the open market differ significantly. He was secretly colluding with the Dragon Army, supplying them with drugs. If he hadn't caught him red-handed this time, Akita wouldn't have believed it. Furious, he burst out laughing. Are you lying to me again? How exactly did you collude with the Dragon Army? But no matter how he pressed, Sun Chanyong remained utterly silent. Not even a flicker of panic crossed his face. He had long suspected this day would come. Akita's patience was completely exhausted. Sun Chanyong, I'm giving you one last chance. Just tell me how you're in contact with Longjun and I'll let you go. You merchants only care about profit, right? I can give you huge profits. Put. Sun Chanyong spat viciously in Akita's face without hesitation. Foreigners. You dare commit evil deeds on the soil of our dragon nation. One day you'll face retribution. I despise you heartless foreigners. Each word rang out harshly in the interrogation room. A cold gleam flashed in Akita's eyes. Finally, he narrowed his eyes and laughed aloud. Very well. I'll see just how resilient the people of the Dragon Kingdom truly are. Take him to the torture chamber. If he doesn't talk, torture him mercilessly. Until he's nothing but a corpse. And so it was done. Sun Chanyong was sent to the torture chamber for foreigners. No one knew what tortures he endured. Only later did his corpse appear, hung in a conspicuous place as a warning to others. As Qin Guofeng finished speaking, he curled up on the ground in agony. His heart felt like it couldn't bear the pain. It was my fault. Even after enduring unimaginable torture, Chanyong never revealed anything about me. He was tortured to death by those barbarians. It was too painful. Sun Shangyong could have had such a good life. Yet in the end, he lost his life in such a way. Upon hearing that Sun Shangyong had been tortured to death by foreigners, we're all enraged to the extreme. My God, do these foreigners even have a shred of humanity? Why are they so brazen on Dragon Nation's soil? Why? Grandpa's son must have suffered so much when he died. Those damned foreigners. Damned foreigners, just you wait. We'll repay this blood debt someday. I can't take it anymore. Don't ever let me see another foreigner again, or I'll kill them. Countless netizens were enraged. A patriotic businessman brutally murdered by foreigners. The rage seemed ready to spill right through the screens. Everyone knew the invaders were inhumane. But no one imagined they could be this utterly depraved. Officer Tan gritted his teeth in fury. Never forget the humiliation that is the very reason for our existence. As long as we, the people of the Dragon Nation, remember the crimes committed by the alien race back then they shall remain the greatest criminals in the eyes of our people. With so many painful memories, I'll be damned if anyone in this livestream dares to forget. Chapter 93, There are matters more important than the Sun family awaiting me. News of Sun Shangyong's brutal death sent shockwaves of fury across the entire internet. Who would have thought the foreign race could be so brazen? If anyone tries to whitewash the alien race's crimes against our Dragon Nation again, I'll tear them apart. Grandpa's son was truly a loss. How could such a good man die like this? Netizens were filled with righteous indignation. All were enraged to the extreme. Qin Guofeng was also lost in sorrowful memories. It's all my fault. If not for that, he wouldn't have died like this. This was Qin Guofeng's most painful memory. Perhaps if they had met abroad back then. Sun Shangyong's fate had already been sealed. Decades had passed. Qin Guofeng still couldn't forget the image of Sun Shangyong covered in wounds that he saw in the newspaper back then. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Yet when he died, he was emaciated. His name wasn't even printed in the paper. He looked at Sun Shangsheng beside him, his eyes filled with guilt. It's all my fault. I'm the one who caused Changyong to die so miserably. Guilt was something Qin Guofeng would never escape in this lifetime. He felt he owed every fallen comrade. Sun Shangsheng, however, remained surprisingly composed. Even upon hearing of his brother's brutal death, he showed neither great sorrow nor joy. Only a crystal-clear tear slipped from the corner of his eye, glancing at the portrait in his arms. In this way, my brother died with purpose. He did what he loved most, leaving no regrets. Sun Shangsheng drew a deep breath. The image of his brother's dashing figure flashed through his mind. A smile of relief finally spread across his face. He protected the Dragon Nation. I am proud to have had such a brother. Sun Shangsheng recalled Sun Shangyong's repeated admonitions before sending them abroad. Brother, you said never to do business with foreigners. I kept that promise. You said I must never change my nationality. I've kept that promise too. You're my dearest brother. I've waited all these years for you, and now you're finally back. You will always be the pride of our Sun family. Hearing of his brother's tragic death, he felt no sorrow. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. Because his brother had done what he truly wanted to do. Back then, he saved so many lives. That blessing had now extended to the descendants of the Sun family. Sun Shangsheng suddenly felt as though the gloom that had shrouded his vision for so many years had finally dissipated. Now, his face was filled with genuine joy. Viewers in the livestream witnessed Sun Shangsheng's remarkable transformation. Couldn't help but express their admiration. I thought the old man would be even more heartbroken after hearing about his eldest son's tragic death. Who knew he'd be so open-minded? I'd be proud too to have a family member who contributed so much to the Dragon Army. Remember this, without Grandpa's son, the Dragon Army's casualties would have been far worse. So it's only right they receive special consideration from higher-ups. They've earned it. Netizens were deeply moved. The group gradually swept away the sorrow before them. Sun Shangsheng looked at Qin Guofeng with eyes full of gratitude. Old master, I thank you on behalf of my brother. This sudden expression of gratitude left Qin Guofeng feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He hastily took a step back, waving his hands. You shouldn't thank me. I'm the one who caused your brother's death. If I hadn't taken him to supply the Dragon Army, he wouldn't have. Every time this thought surfaced, Qin Guofeng felt his heart twist in agony. If only he hadn't met Sun Shangyong during his studies abroad. Perhaps he could have lived out his life in peace and prosperity. He wouldn't have suffered and died at the hands of foreigners. But Sun Shangsheng held a different perspective. Supported by his son, he approached Qin Guofeng. My brother's greatest wish was to serve his homeland. Crawling before foreigners to save his own skin, expanding his business empire. All to supply the Dragon Army. If not for you, how could he have achieved this dream so effortlessly? Therefore, Mr. Qin, I should thank you. He stood before Qin Guofeng with a solemn expression. The gloom and anguish had vanished from his face. Because he knew his brother had died with purpose. Before passing, he had fulfilled his heart's desire. This was not a sorrowful memory. Rather, it was cause for joy. Qin Guofeng heard these words and was overcome with emotion. His gaze fell upon Sun Changyong's portrait. Is it true? Did you really? Qin Guofeng's eyes welled up with tears. Choked with emotion, he found himself at a loss for words. Sun Changsheng, however, had regained his composure. Glancing around, he spoke slowly. Actually, I heard about it after I returned to the country back then. Every businessman in Hong Kong City was investigated. Only our Sun family has consistently been singled out for special attention. Over the years, rumors circulated that my brother had ties to the Dragon Army. But there were no concrete sources, so I assumed it was just ordinary dealings. I never imagined my brother's ties to the Dragon Army were so deep back then. Everything finally makes sense. The Sun family's current standing is all thanks to my brother. The merits Sun Changyong accumulated have borne fruit in the descendants of the Sun family. All these years, the Sun family's prosperity all stemmed from the strong backing from above. Sun Changsheng's eyes brimmed with emotion. Truthfully, my brother was exceptionally intelligent. I knew from childhood how capable he was. Our parents had always intended to hand over all the businesses to him. I was just supposed to be a rich kid, living off others until I died. Before Sun Changyong sent him abroad. Sun Changsheng, still in his teens, had been a complete slacker. He squandered the family fortune relentlessly. He was the very picture of a spoiled rich kid. Looking back now, Sun Changsheng still feels a bit ashamed. It was only after my brother returned from abroad that he suddenly made me stop being so idle and uneducated. He spent a long time teaching me. He taught me how to manage the family business. Sun Changsheng suddenly recalled those days after his brother returned. Every morning, his brother would drag him out of bed. Sun Changsheng, what time is it? Get up. Go learn how to run the business. Sun Changyong held a stack of finance books. He intended to teach Sun Changsheng everything he had learned abroad. Mark my words, the future of the Sun family rests on your shoulders. How do you expect to uphold the family name looking like this? Snap out of it. The thin rattan cane lashed hard against Sun Changsheng's delicate skin. At that moment, Sun Changsheng looked utterly bewildered. Brother, have you lost your mind? Doesn't the Sun family have you? We agreed you'd earn money to support the family, and I'd be the idle heir. The entire Sun family fortune will be yours someday. Sun Changsheng, spoiled and pampered, couldn't endure Sun Changyong's brutal training. Yet he dared not voice his anger. He could only diligently master everything Sun Changyong taught him. Now that I've learned to manage the household and run the business, does that mean you won't do anything anymore? Sun Changsheng's face twisted with displeasure. This isn't fair. Sun Changyong's expression was complex. Changsheng, I have more important matters to attend to. The Sun family will be under your stewardship from now on. You must obey. Chapter 94, Tong Feng turns pale. At this, relief washed over Sun Changsheng's eyes. So that's why Big Brother said saving lives and helping the Dragon Army was important back then. Now he finally understood why his elder brother had taught him the business. When he decided to help Long Jun, he had already prepared for everything. He was even prepared to sacrifice his own life at any moment. The sorrow finally faded from Sun Changsheng's eyes. He gazed at the portrait and said calmly, "Brother, your sacrifice back then was worth it. Look at how prosperous and thriving our Dragon Nation is now. This is also thanks to you. I am truly honored to have a brother like you." The atmosphere around them grew intensely charged. Even the viewers in the livestream chat were stirred. See? This young master of the Sun family had such immense courage back then, sacrificing a lifetime of wealth and privilege. Back then, very few merchants dared to supply medicine to the Dragon Army. Grandpa Sun was truly a remarkable man. Exactly. Without him, the casualties in the Dragon Army would have been unimaginably severe. Countless netizens were deeply moved. The story of the Sun family's revolutionary merchants had already gone viral online. Through this livestream, everyone now knows there exists a group of merchants willing to make such sacrifices. Without the support of these merchants, the Dragon Army's situation back then would have been even more dire. Qin Guofeng's eyes brimmed with emotion. Changyong is remarkably astute. He's got a knack for business. Every industry he touches turns a profit. If not for my influence, he wouldn't have. Recalling how Sun Changyong had ultimately been tortured to death by the barbarians, Qin Guofeng's eyes filled with guilt. Even after all these years had passed, he still felt he had failed his friend. Sun Changsheng, standing beside him, sensed Qin Guofeng's sadness. He continued reminiscing, after my eldest brother relocated our entire family overseas back then, he single-handedly supported the entire Sun family. Later, when he sacrificed himself for the Dragon Army, he had long anticipated it. Mr. Qin, it was you who gave him the chance to die with purpose. Serving the Dragon Nation was likely his deepest wish. Learning that his brother had saved so many Dragon Army soldiers, Sun Changsheng had long since found peace. To die with honor, that must have been what my elder brother desired most. Qin Guofeng gradually dispelled the gloom before his eyes. He nodded in recollection. That's right. After we met in Hong Kong City back then, We never saw each other again. That was the first time we met after returning to the country. And the last time we would ever meet. At this thought, Qin Guofeng suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Sun Changyong's face flashed through his mind. Back then, Qin Guofeng was a thorn in the side of the local ethnic group. After collecting the medicine in Hong Kong City and sending it back, the higher-ups immediately ordered Qin Guofeng to return promptly. Guofeng, I've received intelligence that the enemy plans to publish your photo in the newspaper. They demand your elimination at any cost. The leader's stern voice came through the phone. I order you to leave immediately. The front lines still need your assistance. This time, the enemy used sophisticated weapons to bomb our soldiers. I'll send someone to escort you. Return to the front lines immediately to command operations. Because of this alien bombardment, the Dragon Army suffered significant losses, compounded by the fact that the enemy has always feared Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng had previously slain numerous enemy chieftains. The barbarians now tremble at the mere mention of his name. They had resolved to eliminate Qin Guofeng at any cost. Returning Qin Guofeng to the front lines now was the safest course. Qin Guofeng nodded. Yes, I will rejoin the unit shortly. Sun Changyong will continue to assist us with medical supplies. He is now one of us in the Dragon Army. After hanging up, Qin Guofeng prepared to begin his withdrawal. The latest batch of penicillin obtained by Sun Changyong was also dispatched by Qin Guofeng. The front lines were growing desperate, and he couldn't afford to linger in Gangcheng any longer. Upon learning of Qin Guofeng's departure, after dealing with the foreign forces, finally appeared before Qin Guofeng. In such a hurry to leave? Sun Changyong's expression was complex. The Akita factory will produce a batch of penicillin in a few days. Looks like you won't be able to take these drugs with you. I'll deliver them personally later. For a moment, the two men looked at each other in silence. The atmosphere grew somber. This was their first meeting since returning from studying abroad. Little did they expect to part ways so soon. After a long silence, Qin Guofeng finally spoke. I'll be leaving on the late-night ferry. There are still a few hours left. This parting meant they didn't know when they'd meet again. War is merciless. Who could say if they'd live to see tomorrow? Sun Changyong was the one who broke the silence with a smile. We still have a few hours left. Come on, it's been ages since we last had a drink. Let's have a drink. Who knows when we'll get another chance to drink together. With that, he grabbed Qin Guofeng's arm and hurried toward his villa. After instructing the servants to prepare drinks and food, Sun Changyong personally opened a bottle of imported liquor. I brought this back from abroad during my study abroad days. Let's catch up properly today. Seeing the imported liquor, Qin Guofeng felt as though he had returned to his days as a student abroad. He thought of the prosperity and stability abroad. Qin Guofeng sighed with emotion. When do you think our dragon nation will ever be like those foreign countries? A world without war or death, filled only with prosperity and peace. He thought of the prosperous lives of people abroad. Then he looked at his war-torn homeland. Everywhere was filled with war and death. The slightest misstep could cost one their life. How many people couldn't even get enough to eat? Sun Changyong drained the wine in his cup in one gulp. He let out a bitter laugh. People yearn for a peaceful life. The first thing we must do is drive out these foreign tribes. As long as they remain here, our dragon nation will never know peace. When he spoke of the barbarians, Sun Changyong's eyes burned with hatred. How could there still be such inhumane tribes in this world? After returning home, he witnessed countless scenes of bloodshed. How many lives were treated as mere straw by these foreigners, who burned, killed, and plundered with utter disregard? Today, Akita actually dared to play a live fire shooting game on the streets. Just uttering that name made Sun Changyong tremble with rage. Gritting his teeth, he cursed. He treats the people of our dragon nation as living targets, competing in shooting contests with foreigners. A crowd of common folk running for their lives on the streets. But in the end, his voice choked up at this point. He thought of the horrors he had witnessed today. Yet he could do nothing but watch helplessly as innocent civilians were used as living targets, becoming a plaything for outsiders. It was truly agonizing. Sun Changyong downed another mouthful of liquor. The burning pain in his mouth finally brought him back to his senses. Qin Guofeng's eyes burned with fury. Using civilians as human targets. That's what the barbarians always do. They're a bunch of inhumane bastards. Chapter 95. No one can bully us. The thought of commoners being slaughtered without mercy. Qin Guofeng and Hua Changyong both wore grim expressions. Do you know how badly I wanted to save those civilians used as human targets today? Hua Changyong looked utterly miserable. But not only could I not. Akita even invited me to join their hunting game. Recalling the day's horrors, Hua Changyong felt as though countless flames of rage burned within him, with nowhere to vent. It turned out that today, for some reason, that Akita foreigner. He insisted on challenging people to shooting contests right on the street. Their targets were random civilians walking down the street. Ha ha ha, Mr. Hua, using living targets is far more entertaining. Akita grinned savagely, showing no regard for the dragon country people as human beings. He even extended an invitation to Huo Chanyong. What do you say, Mr. Hua? Care to have a little contest? Huo Chanyong clenched his fists in rage. Yet his face wore the flattery of a businessman. Mr. Akita may not be aware, but I'm actually not very skilled with firearms. It's truly a shame I can't join you in shooting. Huo Chanyong wanted to tear the man before him to shreds. But now was not the time. He still needed to supply more medicine to the dragon army. He couldn't afford to burn bridges with the foreign tribes. Akita finally let Huo Chanyong off the hook and joined a group of foreigners in a shooting game. The long streets served as their competition arena. The common folk on the streets became their targets. Whoever killed the most people would be the winner. The foreigners reveled in this game. With the crack of a gunshot, the common folk on the long street began to flee in panic. Amidst the terrified cries, villagers fell one by one into pools of blood. At the end of the street, foreign soldiers stood guard. Anyone daring to flee the street was pierced through with the long blades held by the foreign soldiers. For a moment, the entire street resembled a living hell. The air was thick with the agonized wails of the common folk. Yet these cries seemed only to fuel the invaders' frenzy. They brandished their spears, chasing innocent civilians down the avenue. One after another, the common folk fell into pools of blood. Yet the foreign invaders showed no sign of halting their slaughter. Huo Chanyong could no longer bear to watch the scene unfold. He could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly as his fellow countrymen were so casually slaughtered by the invaders. In that moment, rage nearly consumed his reason. Surveying the hellish street stretching before him, the stone pavements were stained with crimson blood. The air thick with the stench of blood. Suddenly, a heavy rain began to fall from the sky, slowly washing away the bloodstains on the pavement. Even the heavens seemed unable to bear witness to the atrocities committed by the foreign tribes. Only then did the group of foreigners halt their slaughter. Huo Chanyong seized the moment and stepped forward. Akita-kun, I've opened 2 new factories. Next month's dividends will be significantly higher than last month's. Why don't you come take a look at my new factories? Huo Chanyong glanced around. This downpour makes it impossible to keep playing. We should probably head out. And so, Akita finally stopped his game. They had the bodies of these common folk dug up and buried in makeshift graves. Human lives seemed as insignificant to them as ants. He followed Huo Chanyong to tour the factory. Qin Guofeng slowly pulled his thoughts back. Surveying the towering skyscrapers around him, helplessness filled his eyes. The invaders used common folk as living targets for their hunting games. This isn't the first time. They take pleasure in harming the people of the Dragon Nation. It's truly. Recalling the horrors of that year, Qin Guofeng's face turned pale with rage. He froze in place, struggling to suppress the murderous intent radiating from his body. The viewers in the livestream chat were already seething. Damn it! How dare these barbarians use living people as targets? Have they lost their minds? They're not mad, they're inhuman. I saw related reports in old newspapers. I saw 2 foreign officers used civilians as targets to compete over who could kill more. They're all a bunch of. I should just bomb that foreign island tonight and be done with it. Hey upstairs, I'm with you. If you actually pull it off, they'll have to add a whole new page to the family tree. Hearing that common folk were used as live targets for foreign military competitions back then, countless netizens were enraged. Online forums erupted with condemnation of the invaders. All Dragon Nation citizens' hatred toward the foreign tribe intensified once more. The patriotic fervor of the masses was reignited. This was precisely the effect Old Man Duan sought and the very purpose of Qin Guofeng's livestream. As a police officer, Officer Tan, hearing this bloody history, had long since boiled over with rage. He addressed the viewers in the livestream chat. See this? Do those foreign invaders still dare to bully us Dragon Nation people now? They dare not. They even try to erase the crimes they committed in our Dragon Nation back then. Don't even think about it. We will remember their crimes forever. One day, they will pay for the crimes they committed. These words stirred everyone to the core. A group of netizens felt like bursting through their screens to shout patriotic slogans. Qin Guofeng also sensed the patriotic fervor among the crowd. A hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. His gaze fell upon the portrait of Huo Chanyong. See? The Dragon Nation today is exactly as we envisioned it back then. We Longguo people will finally never be bullied by anyone again. Huo Chanyong in the portrait seemed to return a look of satisfaction. Qin Guofeng's thoughts drifted back to the night they parted ways all those years ago. At that moment, Huo Chanyong was still blaming himself. He downed one glass of strong liquor after another. Didn't you see how many foreigners died on the main street today? They're human beings, yet under the foreigners' spears, they run for their lives like beasts. Guofeng, when will we Longguo people finally stop being bullied by others? This is happening right here on our own soil. Such humiliation had never been seen across the entire Dragon Nation in thousands of years. A tiny, insignificant nation dares to act as overlord on Dragon Nation soil. It was utterly laughable. Qin Guofeng downed another cup of wine. He understood Hua Changyang's helplessness all too well. He offered reassurance, "Rest assured, this is our dragon nation's territory. The day will come when we drive those barbarians out. I'm heading to the front lines when I return. Once I lay eyes on those foreigners, I won't spare a single one." As he spoke, a faint glint of murderous intent flickered across Qin Guofeng's face. Only by exterminating the invaders can the common folk of the Dragon Kingdom suffer less. Seeing the murderous intent in Qin Guofeng's eyes, a hint of envy flickered in Hua Changyang's eyes. "Sometimes I truly envy you that you can personally go to the front lines and slay the foreign tribes." As he spoke these words, self-mockery filled Hua Changyang's eyes. "But I can only grovel like an ant before those barbarians. And I even have to call them brothers. I wish I could be like you and slay the barbarians." Chapter 96, The Meaning of Generational Legacy. As he spoke, a flicker of resignation passed through Hua Changyang's eyes. He was a businessman. To conduct business safely in these turbulent times, one must cultivate good relations with the foreign tribes. That foreigner, Akita, was precisely whom he had deliberately sought to befriend. The reason his business in Harbor City had grown so expansive was due to Akita's assistance. Of course, Hua Changyang had also provided Akita with considerable benefits. But seeing Akita brutally murder civilians in broad daylight today, he was so enraged he nearly ground his molars to dust. "I truly want to kill that foreigner, Akita. But I can't. Not only can I not, but I have to fawn over him." With that, Hua Changyang slammed his fist hard onto the table in frustration. Qin Guofeng understood the bitterness in Hua Changyang's heart. He poured him a cup of wine. He said solemnly, "You've done your best. If it weren't for you, the wounded soldiers on the front lines might not have survived. Though you cannot join me in slaying the enemy. Countless soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom live on because of you. Your contribution is no less than mine. With the medicinal ointment, those soldiers gained a chance at survival. This is no small feat. In this age where everyone lives in fear, with the threat of foreign tribes looming, many merchants dared not cooperate with the dragon army. Hua Changyang, however, possessed that courage. Qin Guofeng admired him from the bottom of his heart. "It's the only thing I can do." A smile finally spread across Hua Changyang's face. "Precisely because I know I can save many dragon army lives. That's why I'm willing to negotiate with the foreigners. You know what? That guy Akita already approved the raw materials for penicillin for me today. And I have factories under my command. With the raw materials secured, the remaining batch of penicillin can be produced in less than a week." This was likely the only source of comfort for Hua Changyang. Ever since sending his family abroad, he had thrown himself into his work. Knowing the front lines were desperately short of penicillin, he'd managed to wheedle a significant amount out of Akita's men. Now, it was all settled. After Akita saw Hua Changyang's factory today, he handed over the raw material supply he controlled. This effectively resolved Hua Changyang's biggest challenge. From now on, there's no need to risk procuring drugs on the market. He could now produce them entirely on his own. Recalling Akita's excited demeanor today, Hua Changyang's eyes brimmed with scorn. "This foreigner actually thinks I'll profit off the supplies he provided. Nice try. I'll send every last gram of penicillin straight to the dragon army." Akita had always been a greedy merchant. Leveraging his status as a foreign officer, he amassed wealth in Port City. Hua Changyang had befriended him was only because he had previously granted him considerable favors. So today, upon seeing Hua Changyang's factory, he spoke without hesitation. "Ah, Mr. Hua, I can supply you with raw materials from now on. These are all imported raw materials from our ethnic group. You can produce more goods, and we can make money together." Ever since Hua Changyang partnered with Akita, Akita had made a fortune. And he didn't even have to lift a finger himself. Having such a formidable money-making expert by his side, Akita certainly wouldn't give up. Hua Changyang, too, displayed the shrewdness of a businessman. "Rest assured, Akita-kun. I already have channels to sell these medicines overseas. I guarantee they won't circulate in the dragon country market. Selling these drugs overseas will double their price." Akita couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha, excellent. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. As long as you can make me money, I'll give you access to all my resources." Money talks. Akita was thoroughly satisfied with this money-making prospect. But a chill ran down Hua Changyang's spine. Only he knew how badly he wanted to kill this foreigner. At this point, Hua Changyang downed the wine before him in one gulp. His eyes burned with hatred. "If it weren't for getting more medicine, why would I ever collaborate with this bastard? I truly want to kill this madman of a foreigner." He thought of how many common folk had been shot dead by Akita today. A wave of sorrow washed over him. Having to put on a humble facade before the person he despised most. Decades later, Qin Guofeng's few words conveyed Hua Changyang's helplessness and sorrow. If it weren't for Akita providing Changyang with more pharmaceutical raw materials, Chen Yong, a wealthy young master, would never stoop to currying favor with such people. Qin Guofeng recalled Huo Changyong's submissive demeanor before the foreigners. A pang of bitterness welled up in his heart. He's only humbling himself like this to drive those foreigners out. At these words, Huo Changqing's eyes welled up with tears. In those days, to do business, one had to curry favor with the foreigners. Yet his brother was such a proud man. Yet before the foreigners, he seemed to lose all backbone. It's all in the past. Huo Changqing clutched his eldest brother's portrait. His voice thick with sorrow. The foreigners have all been driven out. You'll never have to grovel before them again. He knew his brother's temperament all too well. Losing one's dignity before the foreigners. That must have been excruciating. A group of netizens also felt deeply pained. He's the eldest son of the Huo family, yet he has to be so humble before foreigners. It's truly. But it's all to drive the outsiders out. If only grandfather Hua hadn't fawned over the foreigners back then. Who knows how many dragon army soldiers would have been sacrificed. This is why Grandpa Qin's livestream matters. We must remember this patriarch of the Huo family. His name is Huo Changyong. Netizens couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Yet to drive out the foreign invaders, he learned to flatter and grovel. And he did it right in front of the very people he despised most. How utterly tragic. In those days, a young master with money could have lived quite comfortably. Yet he ultimately sacrificed himself heroically. Netizens, recalling Huo Changyong's fate later on, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Officer Tan was filled with grief and indignation. Friends, remember the sacrifices made by grandfather Huo back then. Never forget the national humiliation that is the very reason for our existence. The foreign invaders may try to erase their crimes, but it's impossible. As long as we, the people of the Dragon Nation, remain, we will remember their crimes for all eternity. Though he had known since childhood of the foreign invaders' brutal atrocities. Hearing Qin Guofeng recount the horrors of that era with his own voice, netizens could still feel the pain. This is the meaning behind their generation's long legacy. Netizens were filled with endless emotion. Sadly, Grandpa Huo was eventually discovered by the invaders. Not only discovered, but tortured to death by the invaders. Such a brilliant young master of the Huo family, yet he couldn't escape death in the end. I can't hold back my tears anymore. Chapter 97, From Admiration to Contempt. The thought of Huo Changyong's heroic sacrifice in the end. The livestream was already filled with wails of grief. Qin Guofeng recalled that night before their parting. His face was filled with sorrow. I knew the day would come when his help supplying us with medicine would be exposed. But I never imagined that day would come so soon. He hadn't even known. After leaving Hong Kong, the next news about Huo Changyong was that he had been killed in action. That night, Qin Guofeng had already feared that Huo Changyong would be exposed one day. He had cautiously warned Huo Changyong in front of him. You're obtaining drugs from outsiders, but you're stockpiling far too much. If Akita discovers your drugs haven't been sold, then you'll be in serious trouble. Qin Guofeng knew full well the cold-blooded nature of the foreigners. They would certainly not spare Huo Changyong. He had to secure a way out for Huo Changyong. Huo Changyong waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. Under the pretext of exporting medicines overseas, I've secured a substantial supply from Chiu. As long as I pay him on time, he won't suspect me. I can also help Long Jun secure more drugs. That was his purpose. As long as these drugs reached Long Jun's hands, then all his fawning and flattery before the alien race would be worth it. Not being able to personally take the field and slay the barbarians might be Huo Changyong's greatest regret. But knowing he could save countless soldiers of the Dragon Nation, everything he was doing now was worth it. Qin Guofeng frowned. In any case, you must be careful. I don't want this to be our last meeting. The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze solid. Qin Guofeng never imagined his words would prove prophetic. It truly became their final meeting. Shortly after this meeting, Huo Changyong was killed in action. Huo Changyong gave a bitter smile. I've already earned my keep by saving so many comrades. Even if the enemy discovers me later, I will die without regret. Guofeng, if I truly go before you, please don't grieve. Because you made my life more meaningful. From the day he sent his family abroad, Huo Changyong had prepared himself for sacrifice at any moment. A person's life in this world must have some meaning. Qin Guofeng sat before him, speechless for a long time. He didn't know what to say. Should he ask Huo Changyong to abandon his stockpile of medicine? What about the countless wounded soldiers on the front lines? Without medical supplies, they wouldn't survive. From the very beginning, the outcome had perhaps been predetermined. Qin Guofeng only hoped that before Huo Changyong was discovered, he could find a way to get him out. Regardless, I thank you on behalf of the soldiers at the front. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath and looked at Huo Changyong earnestly. In his mind, the images of soldiers who had died for lack of medicine suddenly flashed before him. A wave of sadness washed over him. Huo Changyong also set aside his sorrowful expression. He put on a calm and composed expression. Alright, stop acting like you're at a funeral. I'm not dead yet. I still need to get more medicine from the outsiders. Akita has already washed his hands of the matter. Whatever happens, I call the shots. This was the only thing Hua Changyong could do. He thought of the common folk shot dead in the streets. And Akita's arrogant, bloodthirsty demeanor. Hua Changyong's eyes burned with fury. Guofeng, if I die someday, you must kill that bastard Akita for me. What I couldn't accomplish, only you can finish for me. He dreamed of joining Qin Guofeng on the battlefield to slay the barbarians. But he couldn't. Instead, he had to collaborate with Akita. Such was the helplessness of a merchant. Qin Guofeng's heart grew heavy. You won't die, and neither will I. Once the resistance against the barbarians ends, we'll rebuild the Dragon Nation together. With your talents, you'll surely help Dragon Nation rebuild swiftly. Remember those skyscrapers we saw when we studied abroad? Qin Guofeng grew increasingly passionate as he spoke. Once we drive out the invaders, we'll transform Dragon Nation into a metropolis just as magnificent as theirs. These words filled Hua Changyong with excitement. No, even more prosperous than that place. They all look down on our Dragon Nation. Then we'll make the Dragon Kingdom the most dazzling presence in the entire world. This was why the two could become friends. That night, they dreamed together of a Dragon Nation free of foreign races. Every corner of the Dragon Kingdom would surpass all other nations in splendor. At this point, Qin Guofeng's eyes were already moist. He gazed at the countless vehicles on the bridge. And the entire Dragon Kingdom in its current state of prosperity. His eyes brimmed with emotion. Back then, we promised to build the Dragon Kingdom together. To make Longguo the most powerful nation in the world. To make those nations that look down on us look up to us. Now the Dragon Nation has achieved all that. But Changyong, where are you now? Did you see all this? Hearing Qin Guofeng's bold and ambitious words, countless netizens couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Who would have thought that even before the foreign tribes were driven out, Qin Guofeng was already planning for the future of the Dragon Nation. A crowd of netizens were thrilled. The Centenarian grandfather is truly remarkable. See? The Dragon Nation today is exactly as he envisioned it back then. Absolutely. Our Dragon Nation is no longer the bullied country of the past. The foreign invaders have been driven out. Today's Dragon Nation has become a nation other countries look up to. This is so inspiring. Without the sacrifices of our predecessors, we wouldn't have what we have today. The entire livestream audience was overcome with emotion. No one could have imagined that Qin Guofeng had envisioned the future of Dragon Nation decades ago. Admiration filled everyone's eyes as they looked at him. Officer Tan felt his blood boil. Mr. Qin, how did you and Mr. Hua back then come to believe the Dragon Nation could surpass all those other countries? After all, back then, Dragon Nation was in dire straits. It couldn't compare to the developed nations abroad. Decades ago, it was looked down upon by others. But look at it now. Who dares look down on the Dragon Nation now? Only those foreigners stuck in their own little world still think the Dragon Kingdom hasn't progressed. We'll never be their match. But today's Dragon Nation stands tall, looking down upon the very nations we once looked up to. Qin Guofeng narrowed his eyes. He recalled the opulent scenes he witnessed during his years abroad. Back then, I saw such extravagance abroad it could even be described as decadent. At first, the contrast was jarring, but over time, I came to see the true nature of those people. A faint smile touched Qin Guofeng's lips. He spoke slowly to the people present. Their success came from favorable timing, location, and connections. Such a life comes easily to them, so naturally they take it for granted. But we are different. The prosperity of our nation today was built on the blood and tears of countless people. We, the people of Dragon Nation, will never take it for granted. Chapter 98. Parting means farewell forever. Qin Guofeng reflected on the arduous sacrifices made by generations over the years. Finally, the Dragon Nation possessed the strength to look down upon others. His eyes brimmed with satisfaction. Comrades in arms, do you see this? Doesn't the Dragon Nation now resemble exactly what I described back then? Inside the truck bed lay several portraits of the deceased. And Hua Changyong's portrait seemed to sense something. It shone with an unusual radiance under the dazzling sunlight. The live stream audience erupted in excitement. Did you hear that? From looking up to looking down, it took us decades to get here. Generations of sacrifice for the prosperity of Dragon Nation today, utterly proud. I'm so grateful to have been born in Dragon Nation. I'll be proud to be a Dragon Nation citizen my whole life. Grandpa Qin is a true legend. Without their sacrifices, we wouldn't have what we have today. Remember how hard-won our current life is. May lightning strike anyone who takes it for granted. Netizens' patriotic fervor was ignited. Everyone agreed Qin Guofeng was absolutely right. Decades ago, China could only look up to those nations. Now, so many years have passed. There are few nations left for Longguo to look up to. It can only look down upon others. That's the power of strength. Qin Guofeng felt a surge of passion. He gazed at the portrait of Hua Changyong. A satisfied smile finally spread across his face. See? It's all thanks to your sacrifices. How many soldiers did you save? His thoughts drifted back to that night of drinking and revelry. Back then, Qin Guofeng and Hua Chuanyong had been dreaming together about what the future Dragon Kingdom would look like. By the end, both men were tipsy. Yet their thoughts remained crystal clear. Hua Chuanyong's face glowed with excitement. What if our dragon nation becomes the world's #1 someday? How many years will it take? I don't think it'll take long. Our dragon nation has thousands of years of history. Could we really be worse than those countries out there? After saying this, the two burst into laughter. Yet beneath the laughter lay a faint trace of sorrow. Qin Guofeng's laughter grew fainter and fainter. He didn't know if he would live to see the day the dragon nation was established. Hua Chuanyong, too, pondered when his life might be taken by the foreign invaders. But neither man showed it. They continued drinking as if nothing were amiss. This might be their final meeting. After pondering for a long while, Qin Guofeng finally spoke. Chuanyong, if I die, don't grieve for me. I won't go down alone. I'll make sure plenty of those foreign tribesmen join me in death. You must live on to aid the dragon army. The day will come when these barbarians are driven out. Qin Guofeng felt he was just an ordinary man. He might die at the hands of the barbarians at any moment. Moreover, the barbarians now despised Qin Guofeng with a deep-seated hatred. He truly had no idea how much longer he could survive. Hua Chuanyong's lips curved into a resigned smile. Fine. If I survive, I'll definitely keep helping the dragon army. But At this point, Hua Chuanyong couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. I have no idea when the alien race will discover me. My situation isn't as optimistic as yours. With that, the two shared a knowing smile. They continued drinking. Since we don't know how long we'll live, we might as well enjoy ourselves while we can. This might be the last time we see each other. With that, they drained every last drop of liquor on the table. It was well into the late hours of the night. The moment of parting finally arrived. Despite drinking heavily, neither felt particularly drunk. Hua Chuanyong smiled and said, "Come on, I'll walk you to the pier myself." With that, they set off toward the pier. Moonlight illuminated the path clearly. Neither spoke along the way. It wasn't until they reached the pier that Hua Chuanyong finally spoke. "Guofeng, if I should die, the Hua family hopes you'll help look after. Family is the greatest concern in life." He didn't want his family to suffer in the future. Qin Guofeng nodded. "Rest assured. If anything should happen to you, I'll make sure the Hua family is taken care of. If I die..." Hua Chuanyong immediately interjected, "I will continue to support the dragon army. You've got room in your heart only for the dragon nation, nothing else fits, huh?" The two men shared a knowing smile. They knew each other's ways inside out. And both knew this might be their final meeting. Surviving in this age of war might prove difficult. Yet they both fought for the Dragon Kingdom. No one gave up. Qin Guofeng finally boarded the ship leaving Harbor City. All these years later, he still remembered the silhouette of Hua Chuanyong standing beneath the pier lights. Bright moonlight and dim streetlights stretched his shadow long and thin. Not a single soul stood beside him. All these years later, Qin Guofeng still felt that silhouette was nothing but loneliness. And so we parted ways. I thought parting would at least give him a few more years. But I never imagined. Thinking of Hua Chuanyong's solitary figure. All these years, Qin Guofeng had felt guilty. Now his eyes were red and teary. A group of netizens had already been sobbing uncontrollably. Oh my god, so when they parted ways back then, they both knew they might not survive. Yet they still chose to confront the foreign tribes without hesitation. Grandpa Hua was so lonely, dealing with the invaders all by himself in Hong Kong. No, Grandpa Hua wasn't alone. Grandpa Qin was always by his side, right? Look how many years have passed, and the Centenarian Grandpa still thinks about bringing Grandpa Hua back. The bond between them has remained unchanged through all these years. They understand each other like they're reading each other's minds. What incredible rapport that requires. As countless netizens were moved to tears, Qin Guofeng gazed at Hua Chuanyong's portrait, his heart filled with mixed emotions. I never imagined that just 1 week after we parted ways, you'd be discovered by the enemy. He recalled seeing the news of Hua Chuanyong's murder in the paper. And that photo of his body covered in wounds, published in the paper. He was a national hero. Without him, how many Dragon Clan soldiers would have perished back then? Yet he died without even a name. Qin Guofeng suddenly felt a pain so sharp it took his breath away. It felt as though a cold wind had blown straight into his chest. Hua Chuanyong clutched the portrait of Hua Chuanyong tightly. "Mr. Qin, you needn't grieve. My elder brother died for the dragon army. I believe he never regretted it, even in death. He knew his brother all too well. Ever since joining the dragon army, he must have been preparing for this day." The thought brought a pang of sorrow to Hua Chuanyong's heart. Only I, his little darling, was deceived by him my entire life. His promise back then that we'd reunite in our homeland was nothing but words to comfort me. Yet the young me, so naive, held on to that belief my entire life. Chapter 99, 10 million in gratitude fees. By the time Sun Changxing finished speaking, tears streamed down his face. Yet the sorrow in his eyes had faded somewhat. At least he knew his elder brother had died with dignity. He looked solemnly at Qin Guofeng once more. Mr. Qin, thank you for bringing my brother back. And thank you for fulfilling my brother's dream of aiding the dragon army all those years ago. Sun Chongqing's expression was solemn and earnest. After embracing the portrait and expressing his gratitude repeatedly, he finally prepared to take his elder brother home. So many years had passed. It was time for his elder brother to return home. Thus, the Sun family brought Sun Changyong back to their home in a grand procession. Qin Guofeng stood silently beside the portrait of Sun Changyong until the car slowly disappeared from sight. He seemed to see the spirited Sun Changyong sitting in the car, waving at him through the window. Guofeng, go back now. Thank you for bringing me home. You should be taking the other comrades home now. The voice seemed to drift in from afar. Finally, it vanished into the wind, as if it had never been there at all. Qin Guofeng's eyes were red, but he said nothing. He only stared at the direction where the Sun family's convoy had vanished. Suddenly, he recalled the night they parted ways all those years ago. Sun Changyong's tall, solitary figure under the streetlight. But this time, Sun Changyong was no longer alone. He was accompanied by his family. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. It's time to leave. Changyong has returned home. We should head to our next destination. Su Yun and Officer Tan had been live streaming the entire time. Netizens watched as the Sun family's convoy drove away from Qin Guofeng. Suddenly, one viewer couldn't hold back. This is too much. Why does this scene feel so heartbreaking? Wasn't it just like this the night Grandpa Qin and Grandpa Sun left Hong Kong City all those years ago? This parting might truly be for a lifetime. Now I finally understand why the Centenarian grandfather was so eager to send his comrade home. Perhaps every comrade in arms carries a sorrowful story behind them. Netizens were overcome with emotion. Qin Guofeng, however, had already shaken off his gloom. He hurried toward his next destination. His cart sped away like the wind, leaving Su Yun and Officer Tan far behind. Su Yun looked utterly embarrassed. Grandpa Qin, wait for me. She hopped on her cart and hurried after him. His appearance was somewhat disheveled. Officer Tan couldn't help but chuckle behind him. After securing his phone, he slowly drove his car to follow behind. Viewers in the livestream couldn't help but speak up. Officer Tan, pick up the pace. You've got 4 wheels, you should definitely outrun Su Yun. Exactly. Pass him. I get it now. Grandpa Qin is so eager to send his comrade home, he's driving so fast even an outdoor expert like Su Yun can barely keep up. It's not that Su Yun can't keep up, Grandpa Qin is just going too fast. Wow, this doesn't look like a Centenarian at all. The live streamers bantered and joked, the atmosphere warm and friendly. Officer Tan followed slowly behind. You guys don't understand. It wouldn't be right for me to overtake him. My role now is logistics, ensuring Grandpa Qin's safety and comfort. Spotting vehicles violating traffic rules along the way. He had no time to issue tickets. He could only point his camera forward. Everyone, take a look. This is illegal driving. Don't you dare copy this, I just don't have the time, otherwise I'd definitely catch them. In the livestream, a crowd of netizens were being educated by Officer Tan on various traffic rules. Meanwhile, Su Yun's livestream was heating up. Viewers were already bombarding his stream with comments. Sturgeon, ask the Centenarian grandpa why he accepted the 10 million from the Sun family just now. Exactly. Even when old Duan and so many others offered to sponsor him, he turned them all down. I bet Xian won't get an answer. Look at his thin-skinned expression, don't push him. I'll bet 10 steamed buns he's too embarrassed to ask. Everyone was egging him on. Because just now, Qin Guofeng publicly accepted Sun Chongqing's 10 million. This left the online crowd utterly baffled. After all, Qin Guofeng had always refused to accept money from others before. Su Yun stayed close by Qin Guofeng's side, while swiftly glancing at the live comments. Seeing the questions from netizens, he was finally guessed correctly. Such a question was indeed difficult to ask. Su Yun wasn't particularly eloquent to begin with, and this was such a pointed question. Made it even harder for him to ask. All he could do now was pedal hard to keep pace with Qin Guofeng. After spending so much time by Qin Guofeng's side, he'd come to realize that Qin Guofeng's stamina was truly beyond what ordinary people could match. After all, he was a seasoned outdoor cycling enthusiast himself. Yet he couldn't even keep up with the pace of an old man like Qin Guofeng. This was truly an eye-opening experience. Young man, you have something to ask me, don't you? Qin Guofeng merely gave Su Yun a fleeting glance. His keen perception had already detected Su Yun's unusual state. This was a skill honed years ago. Back then, it was used solely against enemies. Now, he smiled kindly at Su Yun and spoke. Ask whatever you wish. Su Yun flushed upon hearing this, even more at a loss for words. The crowd in the livestream chat began to cheer. Our century-old grandpa truly has unmatched insight. Impressive, my god, Sturgeon, what are you waiting for? Ask him already. I don't think Grandpa Qin is the type to covet wealth. Exactly. What's there to be shy about? Maybe Grandpa Qin has other reasons. After repeated inquiries from the viewers, Suyun finally spoke up shyly. Grandpa Qin, it's like this: the netizens are all curious why you took over the Sun family sponsorship this time? Qin Guofeng pedaled his rickshaw, as if he'd anticipated this moment all along. He glanced toward the direction of Dangcheng, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Because the Sun family is wealthy. Ordinary people might not earn this much money in their entire lifetime. But to the wealthy, it's probably just a drop in the bucket. As he spoke, a thought suddenly occurred to Qin Guofeng. The smile on his lips deepened. Back when I was studying abroad, I didn't hesitate to take advantage of Sun Changyong for money. The guy spends money like water, with absolutely no sense of its value. Anyway, this kind of money is nothing to him. Hearing this, the viewers in the livestream chat were left both amused and exasperated. Who would have thought the usually kind-hearted Qin Guofeng had this side to him? It was clear that Qin Guofeng and Sun Changyong had been genuinely close back in the day. Before the viewers could finish their reflections, a sudden comment popped up in the chat. Holy crap, check the online donation updates, it's a full 10 million. Could this be old man Qin's donation? Chapter 100, Helping Those in Need. Suyun immediately turned to look at Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, did you really make the donation? When did you donate? How come I didn't know about it? This is way too fast. Didn't the Sun family's funding just come through? Did they give it all away so quickly? Qin Guofeng smiled broadly. I donated it as soon as I received the transfer. You know, the internet sure is handy these days. Just tap your phone to donate, so much easier than before. Since the Sun family offered, he didn't refuse, he was just waiting for the donation to go through. It was only right. The wealthy are willing, the needy require it. Isn't this just a matter of meeting needs? The viewers in the livestream couldn't hold back their reactions. Your grandfather is truly your grandfather, that's a level of generosity no one else has. But the Sun family really is quite wealthy. I suddenly feel a bit sorry for Grandpa Sunday, looks like he got ripped off a lot during his time studying abroad. Huh, maybe she's into it. That's what they call rich people being spoiled, huh? A bunch of netizens never expected Qin Guofeng had done something like this. Now, the Centenarian grandfather is a kind-hearted old man. They simply couldn't fathom how Qin Guofeng could have pulled off such scams back then. Under the relentless questioning of the netizens, Qin Guofeng finally opened up. He cheerfully began recounting amusing anecdotes from his time with Sun Changyong. Back then, I was studying abroad on a government scholarship, so I never went hungry. But funds weren't exactly abundant either. Changyong, however, was a different story. Recalling Sun Changyong's extravagant lifestyle abroad, Qin Guofeng's eyes filled with emotion. He dined at high-end restaurants every single meal. A single meal cost what an average person in China earned in a year. It was truly extravagant. At first, I didn't know Changyong well, so I was pretty harsh with him. Later I realized this guy is actually a good person. He'd simply never experienced hunger or cold. Qin Guofeng had lived comfortably abroad at the time. But his comrades back home were struggling with material shortages. With no other options, Qin Guofeng set his sights on Sun Changyong. Using various methods, he managed to extract a considerable sum of money from him. Gradually, Sun Changyong began to sense something was amiss. Seeing Qin Guofeng once again munching on plain bread in the dormitory, he finally couldn't hold back any longer. Qin Guofeng, didn't you swindle a lot of money from me before? Why are you still eating this stuff? Where did you spend all that money? Qin Guofeng remained completely unfazed. After swallowing a piece of bread, he spoke slowly and deliberately. Nothing much. Just sent it back home. My family's large and things aren't looking good over there. They might not even have enough to eat. In truth, Qin Guofeng had sent it to the military base. Though the resources were scarce, it was better than nothing. Seeing Sun Changyong's complex expression as he looked at him, Qin Guofeng continued nonchalantly. I'm fine. You don't need to help me anymore. You've already done so much for me. I still have 1,000 silver dollars left, which I brought from home. It's a hassle to exchange currency here. Have someone take it back. And so, Sun Changyong kept giving him money, time and again. It wasn't until later that something seemed off. How many members did Qin Guofeng's family have? How could thousands upon thousands of silver dollars never be enough? An ordinary family could have lived comfortably for years with that much money. But Sun Changyong never asked. Because he trusted Qin Guofeng's character. He willingly let Qin Guofeng take his money. It wasn't until much later that Sun Changyong learned the truth. Had all been spent on Longguo. No wonder it was never enough. After Qin Guofeng finished speaking, the viewers in the livestream were deeply moved. Only the closest of friends would trust each other so unconditionally. It's a case of one willing to strike and the other willing to endure. They must have been very close friends back then. After all these years, the Sun family can now do so much more good, all thanks to Grandpa Sun's sacrifice back then. Qin Guofeng's lips curved into a smile. This amount of money might mean nothing to the wealthy. but it can make a real difference to those who are truly struggling. Our dragon nation is vast, and making money isn't easy everywhere. Where there are the wealthy, there will be the poor. Offering a little help is only right. Donating 10 million yuan on a whim. Not everyone can do that. While netizens were moved, Sun Changsheng kept watching the livestream. Hearing those words, he couldn't help but glance at his late brother's portrait. A hint of relief touched his lips. Lianshan, look at where Mr. Qin made his donation. Our Sun family is donating 10 billion. 10 billion. A sum ordinary people could only dream of in a lifetime. Yet it slipped effortlessly from Sun Changsheng's lips. Sun Lianshan nodded eagerly, then felt a pang of emotion after looking into it. The place where Mr. Qin made his donation is a poverty-stricken mountainous area. Due to poor transportation, the people there still live in very primitive conditions. There are roads there, but due to the terrain, landslides frequently bury the mountain paths. That is the root of their poverty. To get rich, build roads first. With limited access, villagers have no choice but to stay put. Their lives grow poorer by the day. Sun Changsheng sighed deeply, then we must find a way to resolve the landslides first. If we can get Mr. Qin to donate, it must be worth it. Remember, the donation should be made in the names of my elder brother and this Mr. Qin. With that, he returned his attention to the live stream. The atmosphere in the live stream room was excellent at that moment. Soon, news of donations from Qin Guofeng and Sun Changyong spread online. Upon seeing the donation amount, all the netizens were stunned. Guys, am I seeing this wrong? How many zeros are there? I can't even count them all. Are you kidding? Read it in words 10 billion. Yep, that's exactly 10 billion. Ha, no need to look. It's definitely the Sun family's doing. Poverty really limits my imagination. 10 billion? I couldn't earn that in 10 lifetimes. The world of the wealthy is beyond our comprehension. Netizens were filled with awe. 10 billion yuan, after all. The Sun family donated without hesitation. It was the perfect definition of not batting an eyelid. Qin Guofeng, however, remained completely unfazed. To the wealthiest man in Hong Kong City, this sum might truly amount to nothing. He was in a hurry to continue his journey and paid no further attention to these developments. Detective Tan followed silently behind him. Providing security was part of his mission upon leaving Sichuan province. They drove all the way to the border of Guai province. Qin Guofeng finally retrieved a portrait from the truck bed. It was a youthful, innocent face. He didn't appear to be very old, yet his eyes radiated unwavering resolve. The livestream fell silent at the sight of the portrait. Even Su Yun didn't know how to broach the subject of the portrait's subject. Chapter 101, The Village That Refused to Relocate. Another youthful face. Everyone knew this must be a painful memory. Having learned from previous experience, the entire livestream audience fell silent. Only Qin Guofeng carefully wiped the young soldier's portrait clean. He spoke to himself, "Little Seven, your hometown is just ahead. I'm truly sorry it took so long. I'll take you back right away." Xiaoqi's eyes in the portrait seemed to come alive. They seemed to gaze brightly around the surroundings. The scene looked exactly like a grandfather and grandson. Yet everyone knew the portrait held the image of Qin Guofeng's comrade in arms. This sight broke the hearts of countless netizens. Oh my god, this is so heartbreaking. His comrade looks just as young as he did decades ago, but the 100-year-old grandfather. He's shouldering so much alone. I suddenly feel so sorry for Grandpa Qin. They're the same age, yet now they look like they belong to two different generations. The wrinkles on Qin Guofeng's face stood in stark contrast to the youthful face in the portrait. Qin Guofeng embraced the portrait and sighed deeply. Let's go. I need to take Xiaoqi home right away. Su Yun and Officer Tan said nothing. Any words at this moment would only reopen Qin Guofeng's wounds. Though they both knew these wounds would inevitably be reopened someday. Both hoped that moment would come later. They set off together toward your province. Shortly after entering Guai province, Qin Guofeng pulled over at the foot of a mountain. Gazing ahead, he spoke with heavy heart, "It's just up ahead. That's Zhao Village up ahead, the place where Zhao Xiaoqi was born." Zhao Xiaoqi. That was the name of this comrade in arms. Qin Guofeng still remembered Zhao Xiaoqi's youthful appearance when he first entered the barracks. His face was full of innocence. He'd shyly lower his head when meeting others. Yet later, he became an iron-blooded warrior who struck terror into the hearts of enemy tribes. Qin Guofeng sighed deeply as he thought of Zhao Xiaoqi. Back when Xiaoqi first entered the barracks, he said Zhao Village was a good place. A land of outstanding people and natural beauty. After all these years, I've finally made it to Zhao Village. With that, Qin Guofeng pulled the cart to a stop beside the mountain path. He carried Zhao Xiaoqi's portrait and began climbing the steep mountain path. Though the path was steep, Qin Guofeng strode up with remarkable speed. He soon left Su Yun and Officer Tan far behind. This prompted viewers in the livestream chat to tease him. "Officer Tan, you and Su Yun are no good. How can you not even keep up with a Centenarian? Did you see that? Old man Qin just breezed up like it was flat ground." Is that the stamina of a centenarian? Who knew there were still such remote mountain villages in our country? The roads are barely passable. So there's only one narrow path up? Not even vehicles can make it. Weird, why would anyone still live in a place like this? Shouldn't they have relocated by now? After all, people's living standards have improved. Many villagers from impoverished mountain areas have relocated. Many mountain villages are left with only empty houses. Places like this should have been completely vacated long ago. It must be said that netizens possess immense power. There truly seems to be nothing this generation of netizens can't accomplish. It didn't take long for someone to uncover the truth. I know that Lùjiā Village was slated for relocation over a decade ago during the new rural construction initiative. The mountain roads here are steep and rugged, cars can't even drive in. There's only one steep mountain path for villagers to come and go. But strangely, almost no one in the entire village relocated. I think I've heard about it too. It's in the southwest part of your province, right? The people in that village are quite peculiar. They were offered new homes built at the foot of the mountain, but not a single villager agreed to move. Understanding the full situation, the live stream chat was flooded with questions. No one expected villagers to refuse leaving a place of poverty. Countless people deep in the mountains dream of escaping. Some spent their entire lives striving to shed the identity of being a mountain child. They don't want their children to be children of the mountains. Only those who've lived it truly understand the pain. Though the mountains nurtured them, they also imprisoned them. Some spend their entire lives confined to the boundless mountains, growing old there. They yearn for the outside world, yet due to poor transportation, they can only spend their entire lives in this place. Officer Tan frowned. I'm from the mountains too. Our elders always told us to leave the mountains, that leaving would bring us lifelong prosperity. So why is there an entire village that refuses to leave? It's one thing for the elderly in the mountains to be reluctant to leave. But shouldn't the young people be envious of life outside? There's no reason to stay in the village. Yet netizens keep discussing Lùjiā Village. I think I saw that Lùjiā Village does have young people. Every household has someone living there. That's strange. What on earth could be keeping them from moving away? I heard the village chief of Lùjiā Village issued an order: every household must have someone present. But no one knows why. That's why Lùjiā Village is the most populated village in the area. Netizens were all puzzled. No one understood why people still stayed in this impoverished place. They could only follow Qin Guofeng's lead as they hurried toward Lùjiā Village. After Qin Guofeng climbed over the steep mountain path, a small village came into view. Perhaps due to poor transportation, the village still consisted of old wooden houses. Though clearly aged, they were remarkably well preserved. Only after Qin Guofeng entered did he notice that every household had hung white mourning cloth. The entire village was shrouded in mourning, as if preparing for some funeral rites. This made Qin Guofeng's heart sink. Have we come at the wrong time? Even the viewers in the livestream chat were unsettled. Looks like they're holding a funeral, but why is the entire village in mourning? No need to guess, this must be the honor reserved for the village's most respected elder. The entire village in mourning. At that moment, Suyun approached the village entrance. A spirit tablet stood at the entrance. As she drew closer, Suyun nearly dropped her phone. He quickly pointed his phone at the tablet and asked, his voice trembling. Guys, I'm nearsighted, can you check if it says Tomb of Zhao Xiaoqi here? Sure enough, those very words were emblazoned on the tablet. The live stream exploded with reactions. Zhao Xiaoqi? Isn't that the name of the soldier Grandpa Qin was holding earlier? Could it be the same person? What a coincidence! It must just be a coincidence of the same name. Chapter 102, the seventh son of the Zhao family. Seeing Zhao Xiaoqi's name at the village entrance, even Qin Guofeng looked puzzled. Could it really be a coincidence? Just then, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly filled the village. Then villagers poured out from all directions. Some became excited upon seeing Qin Guofeng. Hey, it's true! That centenarian from the internet has really come to our village. Thank goodness we prepared in advance. Look at this now, it's finally put to good use. Mr. Qin, you finally arrived. Villagers immediately surrounded Qin Guofeng upon seeing him. When they saw the portrait in his arms, they instantly knelt down and began kowtowing. Before Qin Guofeng could stop them. Already, villagers were sobbing uncontrollably as they cried out. Our hero Zhao Xiaoqi has returned to Lùjiā Village. All the villagers of Lùjiā Village, come out to welcome our hero. At this cry, dozens of villagers knelt down in unison. Some had already begun sobbing uncontrollably. The wails echoed through the empty valley, sounding almost tragic. Echoes reverberated through the air. It seemed as though the entire valley wept for Zhao Xiaoqi. The scene was truly overwhelming, leaving even Qin Guofeng momentarily speechless. Holding the portrait, he looked around at the villagers, at a loss for words. He felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. Suyun watched the scene unfold before her, her lips trembling slightly. In the end, she closed her mouth. All that seemed to fill the air was the sound of the villagers weeping. Viewers in the livestream were deeply moved. Anyone watching could tell the villagers were waiting for Zhao Xiaoqi. Holy crap, the entire village came out to mourn this soldier. What the hell? What happened to this village? All these years later, have they been waiting for Zhao Xiaoqi to return? I can't take it. It hasn't even started yet, and my heart aches so much I can barely breathe. If I keep watching this, I'll be cut down by a broadsword. No one could have imagined the entire village would be wearing mourning clothes for Zhao Xiaoqi. It was truly beyond anyone's expectations. Qin Guofeng's eyes were already red with tears. He looked around. Are you all waiting for Xiaoqi to come back? Does he have any family left? I came specifically to bring him back. The villagers sobbed, none able to speak. Finally, a man in his 40s or 50s stepped forward, wiped his tears, and spoke. Mr. Qin, our entire village has been watching your livestream. When we heard you were bringing Zhao Xiaoqi home, the whole village prepared for this. Zhao Xiaoqi is a hero of our Zhao village. Today we've come to welcome him home. As he spoke, the village chief's eyes gradually dimmed. His gaze fell upon Zhao Xiaoqi's portrait. He sighed deeply. This hero has no family left. But our entire village is his family. Hearing these words, Qin Guofeng felt a heavy weight in his heart. Though he knew Zhao Xiaoqi likely had no family left, he hadn't imagined the entire village was waiting for his return. He took a deep breath, clutching Zhao Xiaoqi's portrait. Xiaoqi, there are still people waiting for you back in your hometown. The entire village is in mourning for you. You've finally come home. Several elderly villagers were already weeping uncontrollably. Through tear-filled eyes, they gazed at Zhao Xiaoqi's portrait. Brother Xiaoqi, why so young? You look just like when you left all those years ago. Damn those foreign invaders. They were roughly the same age as Zhao Xiaoqi. Back then, they had watched him march off to enlist. Little did they know that so many years would pass. To see Zhao Xiaoqi again, looking exactly the same as when he left all those years ago. At this thought, the old men wept even more bitterly. It was the village chief who stepped forward, sighing deeply. Our Zhao village has upheld a family tradition passed down from my grandfather's generation. The entire village must wait for grandfather Xiaoqi to return. That's why Zhao village never relocated. The story of the Zhao family back then. The entire village knew the story inside out. The younger generation is no exception. Everyone remembers the sacrifices the Zhao family made for the entire village back then. The Zhao family was quite renowned in the village. For the Zhao family had 7 sons in total. An elder gazed at Zhao Xiaoqi's portrait and sighed deeply. Though I was young back then, I know all about the Zhao family's 7 sons. I remember them clearly. 7 sons, not a single one survived. At this point, the old man's tears began to flow uncontrollably. They all died at the hands of those foreign tribesmen. Those inhumane foreigners, you have no idea how despicable they are. At the mention of the barbarians, the old man gritted his teeth in fury. His eyes turned bloodshot. Before the gathered crowd, he began recounting the tale of the Zhao family's 7 sons. The 3 eldest sons of the Zhao family joined the army together after coming of age to fight and slay the barbarians. Yet for years on end, there was no word from them. Later, the remaining 3 grew up slowly, with only Zhao Xiaoqi being the youngest. He was only 12 at the time. With no word from the 3 eldest brothers for years, Zhao's parents knew they were likely dead. Yet they did not grieve. They raised the remaining 4 sons to adulthood. Though Lu village was remote, its existence had become known to outsiders. You have no idea how perilous it was back then. Our entire village nearly faced annihilation. As the old man spoke, his eyes filled with sorrow and anger. Memories slowly pulled him back to that time. The invaders were gathering at the foot of the mountain, preparing to slaughter the village. The entire village was on high alert. What are we to do? The invaders will surely climb up soon. Are we doomed? I heard all the villages down below were wiped out. Wah, I don't want to die. Village chief, think of a way to save us. The village chief looked utterly helpless. What could he possibly do? Below were the invaders, and they were just ordinary villagers. There was nothing he could do. Just as the entire village was giving up hope, the Zhao brothers stepped forward. At that time, the 3 eldest Zhao brothers had already enlisted, leaving only the 3 younger ones behind. They were all 17 or 18 years old. Only the youngest, Xiaoqi, was 12 years old. As disaster loomed over the village, the 3 Zhao brothers stepped forward. Rather than waiting here to die, we might as well fight these foreign invaders to the death. The speaker was the 4th Zhao brother. Though thin, his body was solid muscle, honed by years of hunting in the mountains. His eyes gleamed as he scanned the surroundings. Village chief, our village holds a strategic advantage. If we can hurl rocks down from above, those outsiders won't be able to climb up anytime soon. This plan gained the approval of most people. Yet some voiced dissent. Those barbarians are so powerful. They'll eventually find a way to storm the hill. Then we'll still die anyway. Chapter 103, Sending them all to the battlefield. The Zhao brothers had devised a plan. Our entire village will engage the invaders while my 2 younger brothers seek out the dragon army. Isn't the dragon army stationed in the neighboring county? But the roads down the mountain are blocked. My two brothers can cross over the mountains. Crossing the mountains to find the dragon army. It sounded simple enough, but the reality was grueling. The old man's eyes reddened. I was right there in the crowd, watching the Zhao brothers make their arrangements. Taking the road down the mountain would have taken only half a day to reach Longguo. But if we took the mountain path, the round trip would take a full day and night. The fifth and sixth sons of the Zhao family trekked through the mountains in the dark like that. The fourth son led us to block the foreign tribesmen. At this thought, the old man seemed to sink into endless recollection. At the time, dozens of households from the entire village pitched in. Women formed a line to carry small stones from the mountain to the village entrance. At the mountain path near the village entrance, Zhao's fourth son led a group of young men to toss stones down. Amazingly, this actually stopped the invaders from climbing up. As the old man recounted the entire village's united resistance against the invaders back then, the entire livestream audience erupted in excitement. Who knew? Back then, ordinary villagers needed tremendous courage to resist the invaders. I think this was the wise choice. Facing certain death anyway, they might as well fight back. Looks like the Zhao family truly saved the entire village. The dragon army must have been summoned afterward. All the netizens were thrilled. We'd only ever heard tales of how the invaders slaughtered villagers. Who would have thought we'd hear a story of resistance? If not for the Zhao family leading the charge, the entire village might have perished. No wonder the entire Zhao village had been waiting for Zhao Xiaoqi's return all these years. Qin Guofeng's eyes brimmed with emotion. I only heard that Xiaoqi's older brothers all enlisted back then. I never imagined there was more to it than that. It seems the Zhao family's contributions were truly immense. The other villagers were also deeply moved. Ever since I was a child, I've heard tales of how our village was besieged by foreign tribes from the mountains below. It was the Zhao brothers who led the entire village to hold back the invaders. And thanks to the village's unique geography, we finally managed to hold out until the Zhao brothers brought the dragon army. When recounting this tale, the entire village seemed to relive the events as if witnessing them firsthand. They all knew how difficult those days had been. Had the dragon army not arrived in time, everyone in the village would have perished. And none of them would be alive today. The elders in the village had tears welling up in their eyes. Back then, the entire village was united by the Zhao family. They fought against the foreign tribes together. Though they had no weapons, they relied on the geographical advantage. We actually managed to hold out until the dragon army arrived. That battle was truly satisfying. The old man's face lit up with excitement at the memory. At the time, the fifth and sixth sons of the Zhao family were in a sorry state. The mountain paths were treacherous, and the brothers were rushing to make their way. They endured countless hardships along the way. Several times they nearly tumbled off the cliff. The fourth son of the Zhao family bravely led the villagers in resisting the foreign invaders. Even the youngest son, who was still a child at the time, pitched in to help. Thus, the village was saved, and the invaders were routed by the dragon army. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng's eyes filled with emotion. The Zhao family truly produced heroes, but alas. It was obvious without saying that not a single member of the Zhao family had survived. The old man sighed heavily. After those foreign invaders were killed by the dragon army back then, the Zhao parents sent their remaining 3 sons to the battlefield. At that time, defending the homeland was every young man's dream. When the 3 Zhao brothers set off with the dragon army, the entire village came out to see them off, hoping they would one day return victorious. Sadly, not long after, news arrived that all 3 brothers had fallen in battle. Like their 3 older brothers, not even their bodies were recovered. The entire village was overcome with grief. I never imagined fate could be so unfair. All 6 sons of the Zhao family perished on the battlefield. As the old man spoke these words, tears as big as beans streamed down his face. I thought it would end there, that the Zhao couple would at least leave behind an heir for themselves. But years later, they actually sent their eldest son, Zhao Xiaoqi, off to war too. As soon as he said this, the live stream audience erupted in shock. Good heavens, sending him to the battlefield too? This Zhao couple. Back then, mere survival was a luxury. Joining the army to fight foreign tribes was all people could do. Sadly, all 7 Zhao children perished on the battlefield later. The Yang family could still send 7 sons to war and have 1 return, but the Zhao family. Netizens wailed in the livestream chat. What a devastatingly tragic past. It left everyone feeling utterly heartbroken. The Zhao family's 7 sons were merely a microcosm of that era. Who knows how many lives were claimed by the wars of that time? How many families were shattered by the war? Hearing the old man's account, even the livestream fell silent. Qin Guofeng's eyes also reddened, back when I led my troops to the front lines. Indeed, many parents insisted on sending their children into battle. Many of them were just teenagers. At this point, Qin Guofeng let out a heavy sigh. Many had lost loved ones to the war. Many children came to enlist, but due to their young age, enlisting was unlikely, so they could only wait. They'd come back to enlist them once they reached adulthood. But many children never live to see adulthood. Qin Guofeng suddenly choked up. He had encountered such situations countless times. He had made promises to so many of them. He'd promised to come back the following year and take them to enlist. By then, they would have reached adulthood. But when Qin Guofeng returned to that village, the village lay in ruins, not a living soul in sight. Whenever he witnessed such scenes, Qin Guofeng's rage would reach its peak. By comparison, dying on the battlefield seemed almost a noble end. The elderly villagers continued recounting the story of the Zhao couple from years past. Despite the villagers' pleas, the Zhao couple insisted on sending their newly minted adult son, Zhao Xiaoqi, to the battlefield. Our Xiaoqi always wanted to enlist like his older brothers. Zhao's mother beamed. If only we weren't so old. Old Zhao and I would have enlisted ourselves. Don't worry, neighbors. As men, shouldn't we defend our homeland? These words left every villager deeply moved. Some eyes turned to Zhao Xiaoqi. They wanted to persuade him. Xiaoqi, if you don't want to go, you don't have to. Can't you just live a good life? You're the only one left in your family. Unable to sway the Zhao couple, they could only try persuading Zhao Xiaoqi himself. But Zhao Xiaoqi's expression was unwavering. We Zhao men aren't cowards who hide our heads like turtles. I'm going to enlist and fight the barbarians. Chapter 104, All Tombs of the Well-Dressed. Seeing Zhao Xiaoqi's resolute stance, all the villagers knew further words were futile. They could only watch helplessly as Zhao Xiaoqi enlisted. By this point, the old man was already weeping. We all knew Zhao Xiaoqi might not return, just like his brothers before him. But we couldn't dissuade him. Zhao's parents and Zhao Xiaoqi had already made up their minds. They knew it was a dead end. Yet they marched forward without hesitation. The entire village remembered the Zhao family's kindness. Had it not been for the Zhao brothers' composure in confronting the foreign tribes, and the dragon army hadn't arrived, the entire Zhao village would surely have ceased to exist. That's why the entire village came to bid farewell to Zhao Xiaoqi. Though hope was faint, they all yearned for the moment Zhao Xiaoqi would return alive. Sadly, they waited until the Zhao couple was laid to rest, yet Zhao Xiaoqi never returned. The village elders spoke with deep emotion. The last remnant of the Zhao family's lineage was extinguished. Upon hearing that all 7 sons of the Zhao family had perished on the battlefield, Su Yun's eyes had already filled with tears. She sighed deeply. Friends, did you see that? Truthfully, many others sacrificed themselves in the same way back then. The Zhao family's 7 sons were merely one example among many. Countless others perished on the battlefield. We're alive today because of the sacrifices made by our forebears. 7 sons from one family all perished on the battlefield. This pain is truly unbearable. Su Yun couldn't stop the tears from streaming down her face. Viewers in the livestream were filled with profound emotion. Not a single one of the 7 sons remained. What must the Zhao couple have felt sending their sons off to war all those years ago? A chorus of wails filled the chat. They frantically flooded the chat with messages expressing their sorrow. Qin Guofeng looked around, clutching the portrait even tighter. Little 7th, see? The entire Zhao village remembers you. And your 6 older brothers, your sacrifices were all worthwhile. People won't forget now, and they certainly won't forget in the future. This is the meaning of sacrifice. Even in such a remote place, wherever there are people, there will be memory. They remember everything that happened back then. Zhao Xiaoqi's portrait seemed to understand. Its clear eyes blinked as it scanned the surroundings. Qin Guofeng finally let out a sigh of relief. He turned to the village chief. Xiaoqi has returned. We should hurry and prepare a burial site for him. He's been away for so long. He must have been desperate to come back. But the village chief waved his hand. There's no need for burial. Grandpa Xiaoqi's grave has already been prepared long ago. Mr. Qin, I'll take you to see it right now. Upon hearing that Zhao Xiaoqi's burial plot had already been prepared, not only Qin Guofeng was stunned. Even the viewers in the livestream were caught off guard. Following Officer Tan and Su Yun's camera behind the village chief, sure enough, they saw several heart-wrenching tombstones neatly arranged in a row. They belonged to the 9 members of the Zhao family. This left all the viewers utterly stunned. The entire family. My goodness, look at their ages. The Zhao children all passed away in their early 20s. Goodness gracious, it makes sense that the other 6 children have gravestones, but why does Zhao Xiaoqi have one too? Zhao Xiaoqi was only brought back today. How did the villagers know? The dates on these tombstones seem to be quite old. Qin Guofeng spotted it immediately, his gaze settling on Zhao Xiaoqi's tombstone. The date engraved clearly predated Zhao Xiaoqi's enlistment. This left him utterly perplexed as he turned to the village chief. Could the date be wrong? The village chief waved his hand dismissively. No mistake. This was erected by my grandfather's generation. He sighed heavily as he spoke. Back then, the Zhao couple insisted on sending Grandpa Xiaoqi off to join the army. So before Grandpa Xiaoqi left the village, they had already erected the tombstone. The moment he said this, the entire room fell silent. Not even a single comment appeared in the live stream chat. No one had imagined that Zhao Xiaoqi already had a tombstone before he even left for battle. Oh my god. That means he knew he wouldn't be coming back alive. Netizens were overcome with emotion. What was the point? Knowing full well he wouldn't survive, yet he still went out to fight. Perhaps it was for the life we have now. Without their sacrifice, where would our peaceful lives be without them? I just never imagined they'd even have headstones ready. Good heavens, brothers, how could you ever forget? Look at this painful past. They erected their own tombstones before even setting out. Back then, Zhao Xiaoqi was standing right beside them when the tombstones were erected. What kind of feeling is that? To witness your own tombstone. The village elders wept. It was exactly like that when Brother Xiaoqi's tombstone was erected. He was standing right there watching. He even chose the design himself. The elders feared Brother Xiaoqi might lose his way back someday. As the old man spoke, the scene from that day when the tombstone was erected seemed to reappear before everyone's eyes. Zhao Xiaoqi, who had just come of age, showed no trace of sorrow on his face. Instead, he stood before the tombstone for a long time, examining it carefully. His parents stood nearby, their eyes filled with heartache. But what could they do? Someone had to take on the task of slaying the alien tribes. Otherwise, people would never have a peaceful life. Xiaoqi, we've erected this tombstone for you. The village chief spoke with deep solemnity. But you must come back alive. The entire village is waiting for you. You brothers are the benefactors of our Zhao village. If it weren't for your brothers back then, our entire village might have been slaughtered. So you absolutely must come back alive. Zhao Xiaoqi, his face still full of innocence, had yet to witness the cruelty of war. He answered with a smile still in his eyes. Village chief, rest assured I won't die. I still need to drive out the invaders and return to find my parents. Zhao's parents stood silently beside him, tears streaming down their faces. They both knew their son might never return. Had he not been too young, he might have enlisted alongside them long ago. And so Zhao Xiaoqi left Zhao village. The entire village waited for Zhao Xiaoqi's return. But anyone with eyes could see that day might never come. The tombstone erected in advance would now serve its purpose. The village chief's eyes were reddened. Truthfully, all 7 sons of the Zhao family are mere tombs for the living. Not a single body was ever found. But an order was passed down from my grandfather's generation. The people of Zhao village must wait for grandfather's 7th to return. One day, grandpa's 7th son will be brought back. We don't want to be the only ones left in the village when the hero finally returns. That is why the people of Zhao village refuse to relocate. Though generations have passed, they still remember clearly that it was the Zhao family who summoned the dragon army and protected the entire village. Chapter 105, the entire village waits together. Officer Tan's eyes brimmed with emotion. So you refuse to relocate because you're waiting for Zhao Xiaoqi? This wait spanned generations. All these years, they finally waited it out. Both he and Su Yun couldn't help but tear up. Viewers in the livestream couldn't hold back either. It turns out this was a mutual journey. The Zhao brothers protected the villagers. The villagers never forgot their kindness and waited all these years for this soldier, Zhao Xiaoqi. This is truly incredible. What immense perseverance it must have taken. To wait all these years? I can't hold it in anymore, this is truly moving. A wave of heartfelt reactions flooded the comments. So many people waiting for the hero to come home. Finally, the wait is over. Qin Guofeng gazed at Zhao Xiaoqi's tombstone. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. No wonder. So this kid was prepared to die from the very beginning. He suddenly thought of Zhao Xiaoqi. That young, inexperienced comrade in arms. When he first joined the unit, he was always quiet and reserved. He rarely spoke, only constantly asking Qin Guofeng, when exactly would he get to fight on the battlefield and kill the enemy tribes? Many who enlisted had family members killed by the enemy. Or witnessed the brutality of the enemy. Going to war meant risking their lives, all for the chance to kill the enemy. As the squad leader at the time, Qin Guofeng needed to keep his men's spirits up. That's why he kept a close eye on Zhao Xiaoqi's condition. You haven't mastered firearms or basic hand-to-hand combat yet. Do you plan to throw yourself into battle like that? Qin Guofeng looked at Zhao Xiaoqi with solemn concern. Killing the enemy is important, but throwing your life away is disgraceful. It only emboldens the enemy. After some persuasion, Zhao Xiaoqi finally calmed down. He began training under Qin Guofeng to master various skills. Eventually, he became an outstanding soldier. His greatest strength lay in long-range raids. At this point, Qin Guofeng could no longer hold back his tears. A flash of guilt crossed his eyes. It was my fault. I was the one who discovered this talent in him. I never imagined it would ultimately become the reason for his sacrifice. By now, Qin Guofeng was weeping openly. The memory of Zhao Xiaoqi's tragic death haunted him. He felt as though his heart ached so deeply he could barely breathe. Seeing this, Su Yun hurriedly comforted him. Grandpa Qin, please don't be so sad. No matter how this soldier died, he would never have blamed you in the end. Every soldier's sacrifice is worthwhile, and we will never forget them. Without needing to ask, Su Yun knew this soldier must have met a tragic end. He couldn't bear to ask any more questions. Officer Tan also spoke up to console him. Mr. Qin, it's all in the past now. Please don't grieve. If it's too painful, you don't have to talk about it. No, I must speak. Qin Guofeng composed his sorrowful expression. He looked around. I must expose every atrocity committed by those foreign tribes back then. I'm old now. I won't live much longer. There are few veterans left who personally witnessed the atrocities committed by the invaders back then. Therefore, it is imperative that you remember just how utterly depraved those foreigners truly were. Seeing Qin Guofeng's solemn expression, the entire network grew solemn. Qin Guofeng was absolutely right. Few who lived through that war remained. The invaders could erase their crimes at any moment. The best solution was for everyone to remember. Because of Qin Guofeng's words, tens of millions of netizens stood ready. Su Yun and Officer Tan also aimed their phones at Qin Guofeng. All were waiting for Qin Guofeng to recount the tragic past. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath, his eyes filled with painful memories. At the time, we were fighting in the northwest region. We were short on manpower. I led only a small squad deep into the snowfields to ambush an enemy force carrying crucial intelligence. That intelligence held the lives of many brothers on the front lines in the balance. Qin Guofeng's orders were clear: he must obtain the enemy intelligence at all costs. Despite the overwhelming numerical disadvantage. Through Qin Guofeng's strategic planning, they finally secured the intelligence. They had intended to transmit it via radio. But the cunning enemy had severed all signals in that region at that very moment. Even with the intelligence in hand, they had no way to send it out. Captain, what do we do? We can't transmit the intel. A soldier voiced his frustration. We clearly have the intel now. This could cost many brothers their lives. Having the intel but being unable to send it out was the most helpless feeling. The enemy had even blocked the only way out. Their sole purpose was to prevent the intelligence from being delivered. Qin Guofeng paused before speaking. It's impossible not to get it out. Give me the map. After carefully studying the map, Qin Guofeng decided to traverse through a snow-covered forest in the rear. The snow here was waist-deep. Combined with the bitterly low temperatures, crossing it would be extremely difficult. After discussion, Qin Guofeng assigned Zhao Xiaoqi to deliver the intelligence. Xiaoqi, you have the best endurance among us. If you can deliver it, that would be best. This route is a bit longer, but it avoids enemy blockades. Qin Guofeng had already made all the necessary arrangements. I'll lead the others to confront the barbarians head-on. We'll see if we can break through their lines. At that moment, the enemy numbered over 100. Qin Guofeng and his men numbered only 9 in total. Breaking through to deliver intelligence required time. But precious time was precisely what they lacked most at that moment. So he devised a two-pronged plan. He sent Zhao Xiaoqi alone to cross the snowy plains from the rear to deliver the intelligence. Simultaneously, he led his men in a frontal breakout. They would escape using guerrilla tactics and deliver the intelligence to the main force. Zhao Xiaoqi spoke without hesitation. Captain, rest assured. My endurance is the strongest. It's just a snowfield. Back home, I used to trek through snow-covered forests all the time. He finished with a clear smile directed at Qin Guofeng. Captain, we'll rendezvous with the main force tomorrow at noon. With that, he slipped away alone from the rear. Time was tight, and Qin Guofeng wasted none. He opened fire on the alien forces to cover Zhao Xiaoqi's entry into the snowy plains. If they moved fast, they could meet up with the main force by tomorrow morning. At this thought, Qin Guofeng felt as though his heart was no longer his own. The pain was so intense it felt numb. His eyes were filled with sorrow, but I never imagined that when I saw Xiaoqi again. He lay on the hospital bed, barely clinging to life. The doctor said he wouldn't make it. He was waiting to see me one last time. Qin Guofeng suddenly recalled the scene of seeing Zhao Xiaoqi again. The makeshift medical room reeked of disinfectant. Zhao Xiaoqi's face was wrapped in bandages, only one eye visible. The gauze on his abdomen seemed stained red with blood. Qin Guofeng's eyes instantly reddened. What's going on? There shouldn't be any outsiders in the snowfields. Because he was certain there couldn't be any outsiders on the snowy plains. That's why Qin Guofeng had dared to send Zhao Xiaoqi alone. His speed and endurance were the best in the unit. Having others along would only slow him down. Zhao Xiaoqi gave a weak smile. Captain. I delivered the intel. Early this morning. Zhao Xiaoqi has returned safely to the team. Chapter 106, The Wound That Won't Heal. Even now, recalling that scene, Qin Guofeng still feels his heart wrenching like a knife twisting. His face contorted with anguish. Su Yun tried to intervene, but Officer Tan stopped him. Don't disturb the old man. Officer Tan sighed. He just wants everyone to know the crimes of the outsiders. That's why he keeps reopening those painful memories in the livestream. There's nothing we can do except help spread the word about the alien race's crimes. Hearing this, Su Yun's eyes filled with sorrow. Comforting words remained stuck in her throat. She simply stood silently beside Qin Guofeng. It took Qin Guofeng a long while to compose himself, his eyes staring blankly into the distance. His eyes were filled with sorrow. It was my mistake. I assumed there wouldn't be any ambushes by the foreign tribes further into the snowfields. But I never imagined they'd planted landmines on the snowfields. Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi was injured by a landmine. His voice cracked as he spoke these words. He dragged his wounded body across the snowfields just to deliver the intelligence. Whenever he thought of this, Qin Guofeng felt profound guilt. Xiaoqi successfully delivered the message. But his wounds could not be healed. Hearing Qin Guofeng's words, everyone present wept uncontrollably. Several elderly individuals wept so hard they could barely catch their breath. What a tragedy! Who would have thought Brother Xiaoqi would die like this? Those damned barbarians. We'll never forgive them. The entire Zhao village wept in anguish. A wave of profound sorrow engulfed the entire village. Everyone knew war was brutal, but none had imagined it could be this agonizing. Even the viewers in the livestream couldn't hold back. This Grandpa Xiaoqi is a true hero. He truly deserves the village's years of waiting. In freezing cold weather, wounded and all my goodness, how did this soldier endure? Under such harsh conditions, managing to send out the message was incredibly difficult. I can't hold back my tears. It's too heartbreaking. To think that a vibrant life was lost like that back then. Yet this is but one example. How many others made the ultimate sacrifice in that war-torn era? If not for Qin Guofeng's account today, people would likely remain unaware of so much painful history. At the time, Qin Guofeng was so overcome with grief he nearly lost his mind. In the makeshift hospital room, he desperately pleaded with the doctor. Doctor, there must be another way. Xiaoqi is still alive, isn't he? You must be able to save him. I beg you. Though the doctor had seen countless births and deaths, his eyes still stun with unshed tears. It's hopeless. Shrapnel from the landmine has embedded itself in his liver. The liver damage is too severe. I can't perform this surgery. After his long escape, his hands and feet are already frostbitten. I truly can't save him. The doctor's eyes brimmed with guilt. He's hanging on by a thread. He's been waiting for you. Having said this, the doctor turned and walked away, overcome with guilt. Watching the patient die before his very eyes. This was the greatest torment for a healer. The doctor couldn't bear to watch any longer. Qin Guofeng stood before Zhao Xiaoqi's hospital bed, his eyes filled with utter despair. He could do nothing but watch helplessly. Captain, don't be sad. I'm not in any pain at all. Zhao Xiaoqi's face was lit up with a childish smile. I lost feeling ages ago. It was my fault for not watching where I was stepping. I actually stepped on a landmine. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoqi reacted quickly. He leapt into the snow beside him, minimizing the fatal injury. The bitter cold quickly froze the wound shut. At first, Zhao Xiaoqi could still feel the pain radiating from the wound. But soon, he felt nothing at all, not even sensation in his feet. He raced onward without daring to rest, delivering the message to the main force. His mission accomplished, Zhao Xiaoqi clung to his last breath, waiting for Qin Guofeng. At this point, no amount of grief would help Qin Guofeng. He took a deep breath. You did well. Without your intelligence, we would have lost many comrades. Xiaoqi, you did the right thing. As he spoke these words, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Qin Guofeng felt as though his heart had been torn to shreds. Zhao Xiaoqi's condition slowly began to deteriorate. But he kept babbling on and on about something. Unwilling to stop. I actually had 6 older brothers. They all died on the battlefield. Now I'm going to die too. I wonder if they'll come to take me. Zhao Xiaoqi gazed toward the doorway with a hint of hope in his eyes. When my eldest, second, and third brothers left, I was still young. I feel like I can't even remember what they looked like anymore. Captain, what if I can't recognize them? Zhao Xiaoqi's voice trembled with fear. You don't know how hard my second brother hits. Qin Guofeng couldn't hold back his tears any longer upon hearing this. He didn't know how to comfort Zhao Xiaoqi. He could only stand by, consumed by self-blame. No, you're a hero now. Your brothers would be proud of you. Qin Guofeng's eyes were red. Xiaoqi, you're an outstanding soldier under my command. You're my pride. You completed this mission exceptionally well. These words seemed to give Zhao Xiaoqi courage. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. I really want to go home. It's been so long since I've been back. I wonder how my parents and the villagers are doing. This is the northwest, so far from home. What if I can't find my way back? Zhao Xiaoqi was usually a quiet person. But today, he was unusually talkative. He chattered on and on. Thankfully, this place is so far from home. Maybe my hometown hasn't been touched by war. A hint of relief tinged Zhao Xiaoqi's voice. The farther war stays from my home, the better. That way, Zhao Village can enjoy greater peace. He hoped that one day his hometown would be free from war. As he spoke, Zhao Xiaoqi's tears flowed uncontrollably. Captain, do you think such a day will ever come for our dragon nation? A day when there's no more war and everyone has enough to eat. Why is it so difficult to drive out the foreign tribes? This is clearly our land. Yet we let the invaders bully us. Zhao Xiaoqi felt helpless too. All 6 of his brothers had been sacrificed. Now even he was about to be sacrificed. Yet the invaders still ran rampant across their homeland. This was utterly powerless. Qin Guofeng wiped away his tears and looked earnestly at Zhao Xiaoqi. Rest assured, the invaders will be driven out. If our generation can't drive them out, then our children and grandchildren will. One day, war will vanish from our land. These words finally lit a spark in Zhao Xiaoqi's eyes. Though his pupils began to dilate, there remained a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Qin Guofeng personally saw off this hero. Chapter 107, Planting Some Fruit. The biting cold wind in that hospital room back then. Even after all these years had passed, Qin Guofeng could still recall it vividly. It was so cold. The bone-chilling cold in that hospital room remains etched in his memory. Xiaoqi, look at the Dragon Nation now. Qin Guofeng looked around tearfully. There's no war in Dragon Nation now. We've achieved it. The foreign tribes have been driven out, and our Dragon Nation stands as the mightiest force. No one dares to bully us anymore. This era of peace and prosperity was built through the efforts of generations. As if hearing these words, the portrait of Zhao Xiaoqi on the memorial altar. His eyes gradually grew brighter. Wails of grief filled the air. The entire village wept for Zhao Xiaoqi. Su Yun and Officer Tan both had tears in their eyes. Standing nearby, he was filled with emotion. Grandpa Qin was right. Our present life is the result of generations of hard work. Su Yun held back her tears. We didn't live through that era, so we don't know the cruelty of war. But after hearing Grandpa Qin's account today, we should all remember it. Friends, we must remain vigilant in times of peace. Prepare for danger in times of peace. This is the awareness the younger generation should possess. Only by firmly remembering how brutal the war was back then. How many of our forebears sacrificed their lives to secure the peaceful days we enjoy today? Su Yun's words ignited a frenzy among all netizens. Comments flooded the screen in rapid succession. We will remember. All of us will remember. This is the very reason we exist. Grief is but fleeting as long as the people of our Dragon Nation endure. The atrocities of those foreign invaders will never be forgotten. Wah! But I feel like Grandpa Xiaoqi died too tragically. How did he manage to cross the snowfields and deliver the intelligence in time, even while wounded? A group of netizens were heartbroken. Their gazes toward Qin Guofeng grew sorrowful. Just hearing the account had already made him feel unbearably distressed. Yet all these painful memories were experiences Qin Guofeng had endured himself. Now he had to recount them in brutal detail. In that instant, every netizen felt Qin Guofeng's figure grow taller and more upright. Qin Guofeng's expression gradually softened. His tears gradually dried. He gazed at Zhao Xiaoqi's portrait and the village shrouded in mourning. Xiaoqi, the villagers of Lùjiā Village knew you would return. That's why someone has been waiting for you all these years. Though so much time has passed, they've never forgotten you. This must be the most comforting kind of life. That someone remembers their sacrifice. Silence fell over the crowd as all the villagers wept silently. The hero has returned. But this hero's life had forever been frozen in youth. For a moment, the atmosphere grew heavy. Qin Guofeng, however, had already begun to compose himself. He had endured too many heartbreaking events in his life. Had he not learned to cope, his heart would have been shattered long ago. All right, Xiaoqi, I've finally brought you back. Qin Guofeng bowed his head, a hint of guilt in his eyes. I promised back then that I'd bring you all back as soon as I got discharged. But I never imagined it would take so many years. This was Qin Guofeng's deepest regret. Because of him, these comrades had returned so late. Fortunately, someone had been waiting all along. Hearing Qin Guofeng's words, netizens grew curious. Grandpa Qin must have retired from the military years ago. But why are his comrades only being brought back now? How many years have passed? Something must have delayed him. Transportation back then wasn't nearly as convenient. Now that you mention it, I'm curious what Grandpa Qin did after his discharge. Hey, what are you waiting for? Go ask him. A wave of curiosity swept through the group of netizens. They already knew most of the Centenarian's early life. He was a great general who fought on the battlefield. His achievements were beyond measure. But what about his later years? Such an extraordinary figure must have led an equally remarkable life afterward. Officer Tan voiced the question on everyone's mind first. Mr. Qin, netizens are curious why you're only now sending your comrades home. What exactly did you do after you retired from the military all those years ago? Hearing the inquiry, Qin Guofeng narrowed his eyes, as if recalling something. Finally, he gave a bitter smile. Back then, I planned to send my comrades home immediately after discharge. But life was still very difficult for the people of Longguo back then. In the city where I was stationed, some people couldn't even get enough to eat. After leaving the military back then, I didn't do much, just grew some fruit. That casual mention of growing fruit piqued the curiosity of all the netizens. What kind of fruit could be cultivated for so many years? Seeing the questioning looks on everyone's faces, Qin Guofeng could only continue. It was just to help the people get by, earn a living. The land where I lived was unique, yielding very low crop yields. Even though we've established a nation, many people still don't have enough to eat. At this point, Qin Guofeng fell into deep recollection. After leaving the capital years ago, he had returned to his hometown. It had been many years since his last visit. Due to the war, Qin Guofeng recognized only a handful of people. The old family home had fallen into disrepair and become a dilapidated structure. After repairing the house, he prepared to set out, determined to walk if necessary to escort his comrades back. But while repairing the house, he discovered a problem within the village. Nearly all the villagers were going hungry. It was harvest season, yet the fields yielded little. Yields were far lower than elsewhere. Forget selling anything, it was hard enough for families to feed themselves. Villagers harvested the meager crops from the fields with tears in their eyes. Why won't heaven give us a chance to survive? I hear other places had bountiful harvests, why only us? A group of villagers wept bitterly in the fields. We finally drove out the invaders. We can't let ourselves starve to death again. How come life is still so hard even after driving out the invaders? After a year of toil, they still couldn't fill their bellies. All the villagers were utterly disheartened. Qin Guofeng watched silently from the sidelines. After careful consideration, he finally approached the village chief. Village chief, I'll be blunt, the soil here simply isn't suited for growing grain. Different soil yields different crops. If you'll take my advice, don't have everyone plant grain next year. The village chief knew Qin Guofeng was a veteran. He was also one of the few in the village who had known Qin Guofeng since childhood. Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up instantly. Guofeng, are you serious? Do you really have a solution? The village chief's eyes brimmed with hope. He felt the village might be saved. Qin Guofeng was like a savior sent from heaven. The village chief clung to him like a lifeline. I heard you even studied abroad. You must have a solution, you young man. Chapter 108, Becoming a Melon Farmer. When Qin Guofeng hit the nail on the head, the village chief pinned all his hopes on Qin Guofeng. I don't know much about soil types or anything like that. I just want everyone in the village to have enough to eat. We finally drove out the invaders, we can't starve to death here. He then told Qin Guofeng about the increasingly poor harvests lately. People were barely getting enough to eat. Because they couldn't get enough to eat, many people left the village. The population dwindled steadily. Even the entire town was losing its population. As village chief, he could only watch helplessly, utterly powerless to intervene. Now Qin Guofeng claimed to have a way to lead the villagers to prosperity. The village chief hesitated not a moment. He now awaits this high-achieving graduate to transform people's lives. After careful consideration, Qin Guofeng presented his plan to the village chief. The entire village would plant fruit trees together next year. This unique soil is best suited for growing annual fruit crops. He even improved the fruit seeds, which increased the fruit yield. In the first year, only Qin Guofeng's village planted fruit. Some people came to persuade them otherwise. Has your village lost its mind? Abandoning grain cultivation altogether? Aren't you risking the lives of the entire village? Grain yields are low, but at least we can feed ourselves, right? Farmers stopped growing grain. Because Qin Guofeng had convinced everyone to abandon grain cultivation. Word spread quickly. People from surrounding towns scoffed at the idea. No one believed Qin Guofeng could lead the villagers to prosperity. But the following year, the fields bore abundant fruit. Every household in the village profited handsomely. Many villagers were moved to tears. Mr. Qin, you're truly our village's benefactor. Look at all this money. Who would have thought growing melons and fruits could bring such wealth? This is wonderful. We'll never go hungry again, and we won't have to leave our hometown just to make ends meet. That year brought a bountiful fruit harvest. Lùjiā Village became the wealthiest in the entire township. Soon, new houses began to appear. Word spread about how a top student from Lùjiā Village led the villagers in growing melons and fruits. First came the neighboring village. Then the neighboring towns. Finally, the entire city began following Qin Guofeng's lead in fruit cultivation. Qin Guofeng was swamped with work back then, spending every day teaching villagers how to grow fruit. Soil preparation, fertilization, watering, everything had to be taught from scratch. He simply had no time to take his comrade back. Compounded by poor transportation, a single long journey consumed an enormous amount of time. The task of escorting his comrades home was thus put on hold. It wasn't until Qin Guofeng reached his 100th year that he finally found the time. His face was deeply lined with wrinkles, yet he remained as spirited as ever. Look, isn't this a good era? My actions can be seen by so many people now. It lets the young generation understand the hardships and sacrifices we endured fighting the invaders back then. Isn't that wonderful? Though I do feel a bit guilty toward our fallen comrades. His gaze drifted toward Shaoqi's portrait. If it weren't for helping the people prosper, He wouldn't have delayed for so long. Su Yun and Officer Tan were also filled with emotion. Time is the most fragile thing of all. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. Viewers in the livestream chat were already putting their Sherlock Holmes skills to work. Growing fruit can indeed be profitable. Take our area, for instance, we specialize in cultivating papaya vines. Grandpa Qin stayed behind to help the villagers prosper. Though it took many years, he ultimately brought prosperity to the people of his town. A group of netizens were already excited. They all demanded Qin Guofeng share the details. How did a retired soldier lead an entire town to prosperity through fruit cultivation? What stories lay behind it all? Why else would it have taken so long? Qin Guofeng merely smiled, saying nothing more. But his thoughts drifted back to many years ago. Back then, the entire city had begun cultivating fruit. Qin Guofeng soon identified the problem. Rarity makes things valuable. If something becomes too abundant, it loses its value. The same applied to fruit. If everyone cultivated the same variety, prices plummeted, and in the end, only the fruit farmers suffered. Seeing everyone rushing to plant the same variety, Qin Guofeng quickly explained the consequences. The thing is, we can't have the entire city planting just one variety. That way, no one will make any money. He began working through the night to improve the fruit seeds. He allocated different varieties based on local soil conditions. Even the governor took notice. The governor was astonished to discover that the living standards of the entire province's people were steadily improving. He discovered Qin Guofeng. After consulting with Qin Guofeng, he formulated a plan. As I said, each city should cultivate different varieties. That way, everyone can profit together. The governor's eyes sparkled with delight. Mr. Qin's improved seeds will surely be successful. Rest assured, I'll make sure my people follow through. There was no other way. The people were simply too impoverished. Without Qin Guofeng, who knows what would become of them? And so it was. Baoguo transformed into a major fruit-producing region, with melons and fruits now cultivated throughout the entire province. The seeds for these melons and fruits had all been improved by Qin Guofeng. They blended perfectly with the local soil. The once impoverished Jade Pearl province became thoroughly prosperous. This was because Qin Guofeng primarily focused on developing watermelon seeds. Later, to ensure watermelons could be cultivated throughout the entire province, he developed numerous varieties. Each city now cultivates a distinct watermelon variety. This prevented any single variety from becoming overly abundant, which would have driven down prices. Originally, Baoguo's watermelons were only sold nationwide. Later, the entire province began cultivating watermelons. With such massive quantities, Qin Guofeng finally conceived the idea of expanding his business overseas. Dragon Country boasts vast lands and abundant resources. Watermelons are just common fruits there. However, smaller nations lack such abundant fruit supplies. Their land could only support essential crops. This sparked another business opportunity for Qin Guofeng. He directly exported watermelons from Baoguo to foreign markets. Unexpectedly, they became wildly popular in these land-scarce foreign markets. Eventually, it even became a global supplier of melons and fruits. Baoguo thus prospered. Today, there are no poor people left in all of Baoguo. Thinking of this, Qin Guofeng's eyes filled with emotion. All these years haven't been wasted. After all, I've helped people grow quite a lot of watermelons. The moment these words left his mouth, the viewers in the livestream chat erupted with excitement. So Grandpa Qin spent his later years growing watermelons? Seems like a bit of a waste of talent to me. Isn't it a waste for someone like him to just grow watermelons? Grandpa Qin, after slaying so many foreign tribesmen in your lifetime, how could you settle for being a melon farmer? Mind your own business. Grandpa Qin spent his life on the battlefield. Can't he just enjoy this life now? Chapter 109, Leading Bu State Out of Poverty. Upon hearing that Qin Guofeng was growing watermelons, netizens couldn't help but marvel at how he'd hidden his greatness in plain sight. After all, nowadays people can easily get watermelons anytime. Even in the dead of winter. Watermelon had become the most common fruit. Some viewers in the livestream grew up in villages. They recall childhood scenes where surplus field watermelons were fed to pigs. Such cheap watermelons made them wonder how anyone could possibly make money from them. Su Yun suddenly recalled something. Back in my grandfather's generation, there weren't many varieties of watermelon when they were kids. It seems like it wasn't until my father's generation that all kinds of watermelons started appearing. And the prices kept getting cheaper. Hearing Su Yun's words, thousands of netizens began to ponder seriously. Yeah, that makes sense. I studied abroad once. You wouldn't believe how ridiculously expensive watermelons are over there. Totally. Those foreigners even eat the rind. Talk about broadening my horizons. Hold up, isn't Grandpa Qin talking about Bu State? It's the only place in the country that grows watermelons. Jade State's watermelons became globally popular fruits years ago. If that's the case, then the Centenarian must have made the entire province wealthy. The moment this comment appeared, everyone was electrified. To the average person, Watermelon is the most common thing imaginable. Nothing particularly remarkable. This is all because Jade State boasts an overwhelming variety of watermelons that people can hardly keep track of them all. The watermelon yield in Bu State is exceptionally high, which keeps domestic prices low. Anyone can afford them. But abroad, it's a different story. In some countries, people even eat the rind. When the live stream mentioned Bu State, immediately, someone stepped forward to share their experience. I'm from Baiyuzu. My family has been growing watermelons since my grandfather's generation. My grandfather used to say that Baiyuzu was once so poor that many people starved to death during the founding of the nation. Later, a highly educated returnee from abroad taught the entire province how to grow watermelons. And me, I'm from Bu Prefecture too. I've heard the same stories as the person above. We never knew who that scholar was. Holy cow, could it really be the 100-year-old grandpa? A group of netizens were all flustered. They assumed Qin Guofeng was referring to leading villagers to prosperity through fruit cultivation. He was just leading the villagers. At most, the entire town, but they never imagined it would be the whole prefecture. Someone was already trying to confirm it. Even Officer Tan and Su Yun couldn't resist. Mr. Qin, are you talking about Baiyuzu? Did you lead the entire province to prosperity? Officer Tan stared in utter disbelief. Who would have thought Qin Guofeng was this formidable? Wasn't he just a military commander? How could he have lifted an entire province out of poverty? Qin Guofeng didn't answer directly, just chuckled. I just helped the villagers plant some fruit trees. I couldn't possibly have such remarkable abilities. There must be some mistake that wasn't me. Admitting it was out of the question. Qin Guofeng had lived a low-key life his entire existence, nearly joining his fallen comrades. It was best not to stir up too much trouble. But a group of netizens refused to give up. People from Baiyuzu were still flooding the livestream with comments. All-knowing netizens, please help us find out who that overseas student really was. My grandfather told me that gifted student developed over a dozen improved watermelon varieties. That's right, the watermelons you commonly eat today were all developed by this genius. We Bu County folks are deeply grateful to this top student, but the man himself is just too low-key. Hardly anyone in Jade State knows his name. It's up to you netizens now. All the netizens were stirred to excitement. It's only thanks to this genius's hard work that we can enjoy such watermelons today. So everyone is digging into the details. Each one turned into Sherlock Holmes. Everyone was determined to uncover the truth. Even trending topics related to this have erupted online. The search for the benefactor of Baiyuzu has captured widespread attention. Even old Master Duan, who had been watching the livestream all along, found it intriguing. He'd been following Qin Guofeng's livestreams these past days. Seeing the enthusiastic response from netizens, he gave instructions to his subordinates. Investigate whether there is someone in Baiyuzu as low-key as Mr. Qin. I know Baiyuzu was famous for its watermelons, but I'm curious to see who this top student really is. The secretary wasted no time. He immediately began the investigation. When he finally returned with the information, his expression turned awkward. Mr. Duan, the person who helped improve Baiyuzu's watermelons. It turns out to be Mr. Qin himself. He is that top scholar. Mr. Duan had been calm until that moment. Upon hearing this, he sprang to his feet. His eyes widened as he scrutinized the documents. He confirmed it was undoubtedly Qin Guofeng. It turned out that after Qin Guofeng had improved the watermelon seeds, he had returned to Qin Village. He didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. He only appeared when watermelon farmers faced problems they couldn't solve. Few knew his name. The secretary's research yielded extensive information. My jaw nearly dropped in shock. Mr. Duan, you wouldn't believe it, old Master Qin began researching and improving watermelon seeds right after the founding of the nation. He's developed dozens of improved watermelon varieties. And each one has a distinct flavor profile. By this point, the secretary's expression had grown visibly excited. Decades ago, when our nation wasn't yet prosperous, Bu Province became one of the wealthiest provinces in the nation by exporting watermelons. He couldn't help but admire Qin Guofeng. Who would have thought he could come up with a way to sell watermelons overseas? This perfectly boosted the entire Dragon Nation's economy. Old Duan listened with growing excitement. Indeed, our neighboring countries have limited land area. They're almost forced to buy grain from us. Watermelons would be even easier to export. Who would have thought that after retiring from the military, Mr. Qin was secretly advancing the Dragon Nation's economy? Those were truly difficult times back then. The Dragon Nation was in shambles, with every industry needing to start from scratch. We thought the Dragon General who left would vanish forever. Little did I know he was quietly rebuilding the nation's economy in his own way. At this thought, old Duan's eyes welled up with tears. The secretary continued his passionate report on Qin Guofeng's accomplishments over the years. Old Duan, actually, Bu Prefecture wasn't always called that. Decades ago, old Master Qin developed a new variety of watermelon and named it Jade. This jade watermelon became popular nationwide and even worldwide. From that point on, the prefecture was renamed Jade Prefecture. To this day, the volume of watermelons shipped globally from Bu Prefecture remains staggering. The secretary spoke with palpable excitement. He truly admired Qin Guofeng to the utmost. Fortunately, Longguo had such talent. It turned out he had been quietly contributing to the nation's development all along. Chapter 110, Driving the National Economy. Yet few knew of his selfless dedication over the years. Old Duan looked at the figure in the livestream. He became even more certain that this was the dragon general who had departed years ago. Though he had departed, he had continued to aid in the construction of the dragon nation. Export trade alone had saved the national economy. Old Duan wanted to know the exact figures. So what was the total export value for the entire Bu province back then? The secretary swiftly flipped through the documents. Finally, he announced a staggering figure. This figure ranked among the highest at the time. It significantly elevated the nation's economic level. Mr. Duan, this Mr. Qin is truly a remarkable man. The secretary felt his voice tremble. Who would have thought he's both a scholar and a warrior, even skilled in seed improvement? It was his export trade back then that brought more foreign investment to our dragon nation. The watermelon juice unique to Bu province was funded by foreign investment back then. Because some countries were too far away, and the freezing technology back then wasn't advanced enough. So watermelons couldn't be shipped to distant countries. It was Qin Guofeng who brought in foreign investment from abroad to build the watermelon juice factory. Unexpectedly, it became popular among foreigners. Foreign investment in Bu Prefecture increased significantly. This created numerous employment opportunities in Bu Prefecture. Young people there no longer need to seek work far from home. Watermelon juice exports alone generated substantial revenue for the entire Bu Prefecture. The secretary's eyes sparkled with delight. In his youth, this Mr. Qin fought fiercely against foreign tribes. Even after retirement, they can still drive the domestic economy. Mr. Duan, I believe people like him deserve greater recognition. He spent the first half of his life fighting enemies, and the second half tirelessly serving the nation. It's just that not many people know about this. Had it not been for today's casual chat in the livestream, even old Duan wouldn't have known that the dragon general who left back then had accomplished such a feat. His eyes brimmed with admiration. He truly is a meritorious hero. Without old Master Qin, Longguo's economic development wouldn't have progressed so rapidly. Old Duan felt a pang of shame. Back when that dragon general departed, he said the revival of Dragon Nation would depend on their generation. But now, upon reflection, it seemed the greatest contribution still came from the previous generation. Qin Guofeng was the prime example. He single-handedly drove the economic development of an entire province. His influence even extended nationwide. Even old Duan was at a loss for words to express his admiration. He could only gaze at the figure in the livestream with boundless admiration. The secretary spoke with some excitement. Mr. Duan, the fruit and vegetable production industry in Bu province stabilized within the first 30 years after the founding of the nation. Mr. Qin must have pursued other endeavors afterward. I believe such individuals deserve widespread recognition. Let all the people of Longguo see it. Who says age prevents contribution? Old Master Qin is the perfect example. The secretary felt nothing but fervor coursing through his veins. It was truly inspiring. Old Duan looked at Qin Guofeng on the livestream, his eyes filled with respect. You're absolutely right. I'm just curious why Mr. Qin took up farming. What exactly did he study during his years abroad? How did a man who spent half his life at war learn to grow fruit? And how did he manage to develop so many varieties? Transparency is good, but netizens today are far too critical. Without evidence, they won't be easily convinced. The secretary quickly retrieved the records. Back then, Mr. Qin studied agricultural cultivation abroad. And he graduated with top honors in every subject. Good heavens! Mr. Duan, that was just one of the fields Mr. Qin studied. He certainly didn't waste a single moment of his time studying abroad. Could it be that even Mr. Duan was moved by Qin Guofeng's overseas academic background? Qin Guofeng graduated with honors back then. And he pursued several fields of studies simultaneously. One of them was agricultural research. Such talent is truly rare. No wonder foreigners insisted on keeping him. Release old Qin's overseas study records, along with his contributions to Bu province. Such monumental achievements deserve to be remembered by all. Qin Guofeng could no longer remain in the shadows. Only now did Elder Duan realize just how formidable Qin Guofeng truly was. There were many veterans who could fight on the battlefield against foreign tribes. But those who could simultaneously drive the entire dragon nation's economy? There were very few indeed. Such a man must be seen by all. Soon, the entire internet was abuzz with speculation. Was Qin Guofeng the mastermind behind Bu province's prosperity? Online sources began circulating details about Qin Guofeng's overseas studies years prior. His major was agriculture, and he graduated with honors. This revelation sent shockwaves across the entire internet. See what I told you? Who was doubting it just now? Come forward now. Ha ha ha, see? The Centenarian grandpa is the genius who saved Baoguo. Folks, I just looked it up. Back in the last century, Bu Prefecture's fruit exports were already astronomical. Holy crap! Is Grandpa Qin even human? He can fight off foreign tribes with martial arts and boost prosperity with his intellect. We're so lucky to have such a legend in our dragon nation. Qin Guofeng's study abroad records are going viral online. It was even released by an official account. Some netizens even dug up decades-old photos. They showed Qin Guofeng teaching melon farming techniques to local farmers in the fields. Seeing this, the entire internet erupted once more. Su Yun stared at the frantically scrolling comments, his eyes wide with astonishment. Grandpa Qin, so you really were the one who led Baoguo to prosperity back then? How did you manage that? Weren't you a military commander? This completely overturned Su Yun's understanding. He had always believed someone like Qin Guofeng should be fighting foreign tribes. Yet here he was, improving seeds. Shock was the only word that came to mind at that moment. Everyone else present turned their gaze toward Qin Guofeng in unison. Officer Tan remained composed. The live stream, however, had completely erupted. Everyone had become Qin Guofeng's devoted fans. Who could have imagined that a retired veteran could not only enrich an entire province, and even get the fruits and vegetables of the entire Bu state sold worldwide? Qin Guofeng hadn't expected his background to be exposed so quickly. This shouldn't have happened. Those records were from so many years ago. How could they be dug up and posted online? But upon reflection, it made sense. It must have been released by Old Master Duan. Besides Old Duan, who was far away in the capital, no one else could have found those old files. He saw the questioning and puzzled looks all around him. He knew he couldn't hide it anymore. He could only smile and reply, "It was indeed me. I found the soil in Bu Prefecture to be exceptionally unique. Growing grain there would yield almost nothing. So I led the villagers to grow melons and fruits instead, to improve their standard of living." Chapter 111, Accidentally Becoming Number 1. Qin Guofeng felt a pang of emotion. Eventually, we saw some results, and people's lives improved. No longer going hungry. This brought Qin Guofeng some peace of mind. The non-native tribes couldn't be driven away. The common folk were still going hungry. Living standards absolutely had to improve. At the time, that land was most suitable for growing melons and fruits. Even Qin Guofeng hadn't anticipated it eventually becoming a globally significant fruit production base. The entire prefecture would cultivate melons and fruits. He had no choice but to expand his business and export melons and fruits overseas. Unexpectedly, this serendipitous foreign currency earnings completely revitalized the Dragon Nation's economy. It was a fortunate turn of events. Seeing Qin Guofeng speak of it so casually and nonchalantly, a bunch of netizens were all flustered. Grandpa Qin, that's an entire province. Back when the nation was founded, this province even had to be subsidized by others because its land yielded too little crops. And now, under the guidance of the Centenarian, its economy has been revitalized. What an extraordinary individual. Wow, that's what a master looks like. They shine wherever they go. Folks, it's like Grandpa Qin single-handedly boosted the entire province's development. I thought the Centenarian grandpa was only good at war, but turns out he's a true master. Netizens everywhere were struck dumb with astonishment. The Centenarian's dual talents in both arts and martial arts shot to the top of the trending charts. Qin Guofeng's name was once again on everyone's lips. If I'd only studied agriculture back then, I wouldn't have fled back. Qin Guofeng's thoughts drifted back to his days as an overseas student. Due to his unique background, foreign universities wouldn't allow him to pursue any military-related majors. Left with no choice, Qin Guofeng enrolled in agriculture. On the surface, he researched agriculture, tinkering with various seeds daily. He sought ways to improve and optimize them. But behind closed doors, Qin Guofeng was secretly researching various military equipment. He sought ways to create the most lethal weapons using the simplest materials. To avoid suspicion, Qin Guofeng excelled in agriculture at the time. In his first year of enrollment, he assisted the professor in improving a local crop variety. The professor was skeptical at first. But when the crop successfully grew, the yield far exceeded that of other students' crops, and disease incidence was remarkably low. This finally made the entire university take Qin Guofeng seriously again. You have no idea how much they look down on us. Qin Guofeng recalled the constant condescension he endured in the lab. He was always forced to wait until others finished their experiments before he could begin his own. This infuriated him. Everyone claimed Longguo people were incompetent. But he was determined to prove to everyone that the people of Longguo were the most capable. During his time at university, Qin Guofeng went on to develop and improve several varieties of crop seeds. At this point, a hint of awkwardness flashed across Qin Guofeng's face. My original intention was simply to prove that we Chinese are also intelligent. We can be number one in any field. I just didn't expect to go overboard. I developed too many seeds, and the people over there took notice. They insisted on keeping me. Every time he thought about it, Qin Guofeng felt utterly speechless. He had worked tirelessly to help foreigners improve their seeds, hoping to prove that the people of Dragon Nation could also take the top spot. Little did he know that one accidentally developed seed turned out to be exceptionally superior. Its yield was astonishingly high, making it irresistible to the foreigners. They'd essentially detained him. Qin Guofeng still found the whole situation amusing when he recalled it. If I'd known those foreigners would seize it, I definitely wouldn't have made such a splash. I just wanted to focus on studying military-related subjects in peace. Seeing Qin Guofeng casually recount his past detention by foreigners, a group of netizens were already stirred up. The comments started rolling in. I think the Centenarian grandpa is just showing off, but I have no proof. Haha, he's got the credentials to brag he just dabbled in agriculture and helped foreigners optimize seeds. If I were a foreigner, I'd keep him around too. Hold up, you guys seem to be missing the point. Grandpa Qin said studying agriculture was just to cover his real focus was military science. If his casual farming knowledge could make an entire province prosperous, imagine his military expertise. The moment this comment appeared, everyone fell silent. The looks they gave Qin Guofeng turned terrifying. So just imagine how formidable the true expertise this old man mastered must be. And how many people could he benefit? They dared not imagine it would surely be even more astonishing. Qin Guofeng seemed to read their thoughts. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Back in the day, we students from the Dragon Nation who studied abroad on government scholarships were actually kept under strict surveillance and had no access whatsoever to military-related matters. I studied in secret. My achievements in agriculture were merely a way to vent my frustration. Who could have guessed they'd be caught over there? Fortunately, Sun Changyong came to his aid. Otherwise, he'd have been preparing to sneak back into the country. The host country merely regarded it as losing an agricultural talent. They didn't pursue the matter further, since he was already gone. An agricultural student couldn't exactly make waves. This was one reason Sun Changyong could walk away unscathed after lending a hand. Qin Guofeng reflected on his years studying abroad. You have no idea how difficult it was for a Dragon Country person to study military-related knowledge over there. I had to sneak glances whenever no one was looking. Back in Longguo, I never did anything under the table like that. Back then abroad, I'd sneak into military students' dorms to peek at their notes. It really was kind of funny. Those days were truly tough. During the day, I studied agricultural knowledge. When others weren't looking, he studied military skills. Military development abroad was significantly more advanced than in China at the time. So Qin Guofeng could only learn by observing others. This deeply moved all netizens. The era of learning from others is over. Now, others need to learn from us. Exactly. Did you catch the recent airshow? All those drones and aircraft were straight out of science fiction. Folks, I hear foreign countries are now working through the night to copy our homework. This is progress. Our Dragon Nation has developed its own military technology, now others are begging us to teach them. In just a few short decades, the world has changed. China is no longer the nation trailing behind others, begging to learn military skills. Now it's other nations begging to follow in our footsteps. But our Dragon Nation won't be stingy, we'll generously share what we can teach. What we cannot share, we will clearly state core secrets must never be revealed. Qin Guofeng's eyes sparkled with amusement. Indeed, the world has changed. Our Dragon Nation no longer needs to bow to others. This is the meaning behind the sacrifices of my comrades in arms. At this point, Qin Guofeng's eyes began to redden. He spoke with a touch of sadness. If only my old comrades could have lived to see this day. We could have witnessed our nation's prosperity together. Chapter 112 confirmed it's him. Qin Guofeng reflected on his life. Of all the comrades who once fought shoulder to shoulder, he was the only one left. He had witnessed his homeland's journey from being bullied to its present prosperity. The immense toil and hardship invested along the way were truly beyond measure. Officer Tan rushed over to comfort him. Mr. Qin, you've done exceptionally well. You're truly our hero. All of us in Longguo will remember you. I will certainly help bring your comrades back home. He knew this was Qin Guofeng's final obsession. A man who could drive the entire province's economy, even influencing export trade back then. Officer Tan could find no words to express his shock. But the viewers in the live stream couldn't hold back. Century-old grandpa, just tell us what field you secretly studied abroad. Such an extraordinary figure, even his casual study of agricultural cultivation could boost the entire state's economy. Imagine what he could achieve if he'd secretly studied something else. I have a hunch old Master Qin must have made significant contributions in military weaponry and equipment. A crowd of netizens were curious about what exactly Qin Guofeng had secretly learned abroad. Qin Guofeng slowly pulled his thoughts back. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. It's been so many years, why bring this up now? Aren't our nation's weapons formidable now? I just picked up a few things back then. He didn't mention his own military achievements. But the viewers in the livestream were already itching to know. Even Duan Lao, who had been watching the stream all along, was curious. Did you find out what military specialty Qin Guofeng studied abroad back then? Someone like that must be even more formidable. He merely dabbled in agricultural technology. He managed to improve dozens of high-quality melons and fruits. He even turned Dragon Nation into a major exporter of melons and fruits. Then consider his military achievements. Old Duan no longer dared to contemplate. His eyes were fixed intently on Qin Guofeng in the livestream. Only now did he finally confirm that this Qin Guofeng was indeed the dragon general who had departed all those years ago. There was no mistake. When that dragon general departed years ago, he vowed to dedicate himself to building the motherland. He had accomplished it all. At this thought, Duan Jinqing's eyes welled up with tears. It really is you. I should have realized it long ago. Someone who achieved so much during the anti-anomaly war would surely be a major figure after the nation's founding. Yet you refuse to seek the limelight. That's why so few in the entire Dragon Nation remember you today. Duan Jinqing abruptly stood up, muttering to himself with some agitation. This isn't fair. You're a great hero. You devoted your entire life to the motherland. He even attained the rank of Dragon Marshal. Yet no one across the nation knew of Qin Guofeng's contributions. This was utterly unacceptable. The secretary was a bit confused. Seeing old Duan so agitated, he cautiously spoke up. Old Master Duan, are you all right? Who are you referring to? He knew old Master Duan never showed his emotions openly. He had never lost his composure like this before. Mr. Duan forced himself to stay calm and waved his hand. I'm fine. Have you found what I asked you to look into? The secretary looked troubled. I was just about to tell you there are no other records of Qin Guofeng's overseas studies from back then. All records indicate he majored in agricultural cultivation. Come to think of it, that makes sense. Old Master Qin secretly studied military science. We certainly couldn't have any records of that. Only now did I truly grasp the hardships Qin Guofeng had endured. He couldn't study openly while with the Eagle clan. After returning, he couldn't openly discuss it either. Yet he still achieved greatness. Old Master Duan remained silent upon hearing this, deep in thought. The secretary then delivered another piece of news. Several high-ranking officials are watching the live broadcast. I just overheard them discussing promoting old Master Qin's military rank. Mr. Duan, perhaps we should also go over. This time, his subordinates had learned their lesson. They had all watched the broadcast. They knew how Qin Guofeng had single-handedly revitalized the entire province's economy. He had eradicated poverty in Bu province. So without old Master Duan needing to instruct them, this group had already begun discussing promoting Qin Guofeng's military rank. You all saw today's livestream, right? That old Master Qin is truly extraordinary. We can't wait for old Master Duan to instruct us. Even the rank we gave him before feels too low now. Exactly. A man of both literary and martial prowess deserves a higher rank. So what rank should we give him this time? The group began discussing, all agreeing that Qin Guo's military rank should be elevated further. This proposal gained unanimous approval. They all agreed Qin Guofeng deserved it. This veteran of the anti-alien wars had devoted his entire life to serving the Dragon Nation. Such an exceptional figure deserved a promotion in rank. Just as they were preparing to report this to Elder Duan, old Master Duan appeared before them, his expression grave. Before he could speak, one of his subordinates couldn't wait any longer. Old Master Duan, we've all discussed it this time, you needn't concern yourself. Qin Guofeng's military rank must be elevated. We were short-sighted before and truly did wrong by old Master Qin. Exactly. A talent like his deserves higher rank and benefits. I've already agreed. We've even prepared the aircraft. We can go see old Master Qin anytime. As subordinates, we should at least possess this level of discernment. Everyone present agreed that reaching this early consensus on promoting Qin Guo was the wisest choice. This way, old Master Duan should have no cause for dissatisfaction. Yet as soon as old Master Duan entered the conference room and took his seat, he remained silent. His brows furrowed deeply. This instantly transformed the previously relaxed atmosphere into one of tension. Seeing the solemn expression on old Master Duan's face, none of his subordinates dared to speak again. Could it still be because his military rank was too low? As old Duan remained silent for an extended period, the air in the conference room grew thick with tension. After a long silence, someone tentatively spoke up. Old Master Duan, if you feel the military rank we've discussed is too low, perhaps you could make the final decision yourself? That's right, old Master Qin spent the first half of his life slaying foreign tribes. In his later years, he dedicated himself to building our Dragon Nation. Such a man deserves for us to reconsider his military rank. Previously, we simply didn't understand Mr. Qin well enough. This time, we will certainly have no objections whatsoever. Having witnessed the brilliant and glorious life of Qin Guofeng, everyone felt deeply honored. Such a figure is not one to be discussed lightly. Yet old Duan remained silent. Not a single trace of emotion could be discerned on his face. Old Master Duan had confirmed Qin Guofeng was the dragon general. Yet he could not openly reveal Qin Guofeng's true identity to everyone. Thus, the current stalemate had been reached. Seeing the group preparing to promote Qin Guofeng, Old Master Duan finally spoke up. Hold on a moment. There's no need to discuss Qin Guofeng's rank. Chapter 113, Thorough Investigation of Merits. The moment these words were spoken, the conference room fell silent. All eyes turned to old Duan in unison. They assumed he felt the proposed rank was still too low. But unexpectedly, the discussion of military rank was indeed over. For a moment, no one present knew what to say. Old Duan reflected on how Qin Guofeng, the dragon marshal who had guarded the nation for so many years, had remained unknown. A lifetime spent in obscurity. It was truly unfair. Upon hearing the military rank discussed by his subordinates earlier, he had already awarded Qin Guofeng honors back in Lùjiā Village. He felt it was all a pitiful farce. Qin Guofeng was the dragon marshal of the state. These military ranks meant nothing to him. They were utterly unworthy of Qin Guo's lifelong devotion to the dragon nation. Old Duan, why is this happening? Finally, someone voiced the question on everyone's mind. Qin Guofeng's achievements are undeniable. The rank we discussed is already quite high. This is an extraordinary honor not granted to just anyone. The abrupt halt left everyone utterly bewildered. Could it be they still felt the rank was too low? Old Duan took a deep breath, ready to reveal Qin Guofeng's true identity to everyone. He was the dragon marshal, after all. But he had no proof whatsoever. The existence of the 11th dragon marshal had been concealed completely back then. If not for old Duan's childhood memories, he would never have known Qin Guofeng existed. Now, suddenly telling everyone that Qin Guofeng is the 11th dragon general of the dragon nation. No one would believe it if spoken aloud. This left old Master Duan with words stuck in his throat. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly turned awkward. No one could fathom what old Master Duan was thinking. After a long silence, old Master Duan finally spoke up. It's like this, he began. Qin Guofeng certainly has many other merits. This is likely just a fraction of his past achievements. Let's not rush the matter of his military rank. We'll address it once we've thoroughly investigated all of old Master Qin's contributions. This was the only option. The 11th dragon general couldn't have vanished without a trace. There must be some traceable clues to be found. Everyone present found this reasoning compelling. Indeed, after just a few live broadcasts, old Master Qin has already achieved so much. I've come to realize this gentleman is simply too modest. Mr. Duan makes a valid point. We must uncover every single one of this gentleman's accomplishments. Exactly. And we should make them public, so everyone knows his contributions. None of the meeting attendees knew what Mr. Duan was thinking. Old Master Duan had no intention whatsoever of awarding Qin Guofeng any further honors. This was the dragon marshal, after all. He felt utterly unworthy to confer such an honor. The only thing he could do was uncover clues proving Qin Guofeng was the 11th dragon general. To let the entire nation know of this great dragon general's sacrifices. Old Duan's gaze fell upon the live broadcast screen. He took a deep breath. From this moment onward, mobilize the entire nation's resources. Investigate every single achievement of veteran Qin Guofeng throughout his life. His contributions deserve to be known by more people. If this information were made public, Qin Guofeng would become the only living dragon general of the nation. His subordinates had already begun the investigation. They aimed to uncover every contribution Qin Guofeng had made to the dragon nation over the years. Old Duan, about that military rank matter. Someone couldn't help but speak up. Old Master Qin has a distinguished military record. He must have earned countless military merits back then. I believe it would be best to decide on the military rank sooner rather than later. What rank do you think we should give old Master Qin? Everyone assumed old Master Duan was dissatisfied with the rank given to Qin Guofeng. That's why the conferment had been put on hold. But once Qin Guofeng's combat record was verified, they still had to award him the rank. This time, they had no idea what military rank to give Qin Guofeng. The difficulty was quite high. All eyes turned to old Duan in unison. Old Duan pressed his lips together, nearly blurting out that Qin Guofeng was the 11th dragon general. But he couldn't. After a few seconds of hesitation, he finally spoke. You are all high-ranking officials of our dragon nation. You all know that our dragon nation has 10 dragon generals who protect the nation. But did you know that the dragon nation actually has 11 dragon generals? The revelation of an 11th dragon protector sent shockwaves through the room. The room fell silent with shock. Everyone knew the dragon nation had 10 dragon generals. But when did an 11th dragon protector emerge? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to respond. Weren't they discussing Qin Guofeng's merits? Why had the conversation veered toward the dragon generals? Seeing that no one had the slightest recollection, old Duan suddenly felt a pang of sadness. He too was a meritorious subject of the dragon nation, a dragon general. Why doesn't anyone remember Qin Guofeng? What on earth made him erase everything about himself back then? If something existed, it must have left traces. Old Duan had come to a realization: he had no right to award Qin Guofeng a medal. But it was imperative to restore Qin Guofeng's identity as dragon marshal. All citizens of the dragon nation must clearly remember this elder statesman's contributions. Alright, no need to stare at me like that. Go home and ask your elders. This 11th dragon marshal was far too modest. The younger generation certainly wouldn't know. Old Duan spoke solemnly, and the merits Qin Guofeng earned back in the day. This is precisely what you must uncover in your recent investigation. You must uncover the truth. The truth that Dragon Marshal Huogu is Qin Guofeng must be made known to all. Old Duan was essentially giving them a heads up. When Qin Guofeng's true identity is eventually exposed, it won't come as such a shock to everyone. Though none present understood what was unfolding. But seeing old Master Duan's earnest expression, they all began their investigations. Only old Master Duan gazed at Qin Guofeng's figure with a hint of agitation. If the truth were to be revealed one day, Qin Guofeng would be the only surviving dragon general in the dragon nation today. All his years of dedication would finally bear fruit. The dragon nation was now strong enough to repay this dragon general. Meanwhile, in the city where Qin Guofeng resides, others were also watching the live broadcast. They were several burly young men. Having just flown in from the foreign tribes, they were indeed outsiders. They were also assassins sent to kill Qin Guofeng. They tried their best to appear calm, blending in with ordinary citizens. This city was a tourist destination. They planned to disguise themselves as tourists to carry out the assassination. But unexpectedly, as soon as they stepped out of the airport, they were surrounded by several uniformed staff members. The officers were warm and welcoming. "You're here for tourism, right? How wonderful. Our dragon nation now offers special services for foreign visitors. As long as you're within our province, our constables will accompany and protect you throughout your stay. After all, safeguarding the personal safety of our foreign friends is our duty." This made the foreigners feel as if they were facing a major threat. They hadn't expected to be targeted the moment they stepped out. Chapter 114, Close Protection. This wasn't close protection at all, it was just an excuse to monitor them. The foreigners were caught completely off guard. They hadn't anticipated such stringent security measures from the dragon nation. True professionals, two of the foreigners, a fake couple, quickly regained their composure. Their faces still wore fake smiles. "No, thank you. We truly appreciate your kindness, dragon country people. We're just a family on vacation, wanting to enjoy the scenery here. Please don't follow us." They made to leave. Their objective was to assassinate Qin Guofeng. With so many dragon nation constables around, if they didn't shake them off, they'd never get a chance to act. But several constables spoke with insincere smiles. "Gentlemen, you may not know this, but you've surely heard of Qin Guofeng, who's been trending all over our dragon nation's internet lately. He's one of the few surviving veterans who fought against the alien invaders. Because he exposed the various crimes committed by the alien races in Dragon Nation back then. So the Dragon Nation's attitude toward the alien race isn't exactly friendly these days. You could easily find yourselves in danger here in the Dragon Kingdom." The constables sneered as they continued speaking. "And back then, your province was a key region invaded by the foreign tribes. We welcome you to tour our Dragon Nation, of course. It's just a pity your ancestors didn't earn you any merit. It would be a shame if that retribution fell upon you. A dagger to the heart." Those few casual remarks shattered the defenses of every foreign assassin present. The sins committed by their ancestors long ago. Now their young descendants must bear the consequences. Even all their kind bore the shame. Even the veterans of the Dragon Nation from that era needed them to carry out the killings. For a moment, the expressions of the foreign men darkened. They found no words to refute the accusations. They could only allow the constables to follow behind. This was an order from Elder Duan. Your province as a tourist city, barring foreigners from entry would be unreasonable. Therefore, numerous constables were stationed at the airport. Under the guise of protecting their safety, they were actually being monitored. Over the past few days, several groups of foreigners had already been protected this way. They've been warmly escorted by Dragon Nation citizens on complimentary tours of your province's various attractions. Special tour guides have even been assigned to them. Our foreign friends, what we are now viewing is a memorial hall dedicated to a massacre. Inside a memorial hall in your province, it meticulously documents the atrocities committed by the foreign race here. There are even bloody props on display. At first, the foreign visitors maintained composed expressions. After all, as killers, they possessed a certain level of psychological resilience. They could remain unflinching in the face of the sins committed by their ancestors. But soon, they couldn't hold it together. Friends, this is a cemetery. See over there on the left? Those are the ordinary civilians your ancestors slaughtered back then. On the right, the tombstones with red flags mark the soldiers of the Dragon Nation who fell in battle. As you can see, none of them bear names. The cemetery was densely packed with graves. Not a single name graced any of the headstones. Only the flags of the Dragon Nation remained. These were all warriors who had fallen on the battlefield. Because so many perished back then, their names were never recorded. So the national flag was imprinted upon them instead, symbolizing their honor. The guide continued his grim introduction to the foreign visitors. This is the irrefutable evidence of the crimes committed by your ancestors. It's impossible for so many people to have committed suicide on the same day. Even these foreign assassins, who had seen countless bloody scenes. But now, seeing all these graves, none of them knew what to say. Their moods grew complicated, and some even began to grumble. Why did you bring us here? We came for a vacation, not to look at burial mounds. We want to leave this place. This was a sign of unease. Faced with so many graves, the few foreigners had long since reached their limit. The tour guide scoffed. This place is free, and it's a unique feature of our province. If you don't like it, you can go back to the hotel and rest. But all other hotels are fully booked, only the one next to this cemetery still has rooms. Making foreigners stay next to a cemetery filled with the graves of common folk slaughtered by their ancestors. One could only say the person who came up with this plan was truly a genius. Several foreigners had already turned pale. Upon returning to the hotel and opening the window, they were met with a dense sea of tomb mounds. Their nerves finally snapped. Without even checking in, they fled the Dragon Kingdom at breakneck speed. The tour guide looked utterly unfazed. This group just doesn't have the mental fortitude. At least the last bunch stayed half a night. Send any more of these foreigners my way in the future. I guarantee they'll be dealt with properly. After completing his task, he continued his stakeout at the airport. Every foreigner entering your province will receive close protection. Their safety must be ensured at all costs. For a time, no foreigners dared set foot within your province's borders. Several assassins fled back to their homeland overnight. After receiving the report, the foreign faction's high command flew into a rage, smashing things in their office. Useless fools. What good are you? You couldn't even kill a Centenarian. He's just a veteran from the old wars, why couldn't you take him out? They had assumed Qin Guofeng would be disposed of smoothly. Now, the internet in Dragon Nation was flooded with curses against the alien race's past crimes. The situation is already grim. It's severely damaging the image of our people. His subordinate looked utterly helpless. Our people were placed under close protection by Dragon Nation constables the moment they entered the country, supposedly for their own safety. We couldn't even get close enough to see Qin Guofeng. We'll have to find another way to eliminate Qin Guofeng. Even the foreign nationals originally residing in your province are now under strict surveillance. There was absolutely no opportunity to make a move against Qin Guofeng. The foreign faction's high-ranking officials were so enraged their faces turned pale. Recalling the various battles Qin Guofeng had recounted during his live streams, his eyes lit up instantly. I've heard there was a fearsome killing god among our own people back in the day. He killed many of our leaders. Could this be the same Qin Guofeng? This sent alarm bells ringing in the alien leader's mind. Quickly, convene an emergency meeting with everyone. And find out exactly what's going on with this Qin Guofeng. I want every piece of information on this man. Back in the day, a legend circulated among the foreign tribes' forces about a Dragon Nation killing god. This god of death specialized in slaying foreign tribe leaders. Countless foreign leaders had fallen by his blade. This commander had only heard of him by reputation. Before he could face him personally, the war ended. He never imagined that decades later, he would actually encounter this legendary god of death. He wasn't entirely certain, though. His subordinates relayed Kobayashi Masakazu's earlier words. Mr. Matsuda, Kobayashi-kun has already confirmed it. This Qin Guofeng is the very same Qin Guofeng who killed many of our leaders during the war. Kobayashi-kun personally confirmed it. Chapter 115, Eternal Fear. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Matsuda's eyes instantly turned cold. He was already very old. Even half his body was paralyzed. He could only sit in a wheelchair. Matsuda's memory drifted back to many years ago. Back then, he was young, not yet 20. Yet through his family connections, he became the leader of the foreign tribes. He waged war across the lands of the Dragon Kingdom. Everything had been going smoothly. Yet Matsuda kept hearing reports of tribal chieftains being slain by the Dragon Kingdom's forces. The young man trembled with rage. Who is this formidable figure daring to slay our tribal chieftains? This won't do. I must confront this man myself. Ever since entering Dragon Nation's territory, Matsuda had witnessed firsthand how his tribe achieved victory. He believed the Dragon Kingdom's army was utterly. Yet now, there was actually a Dragon Nation soldier so brazen. Matsuda immediately led his men to confront them. But upon reaching their destination, they were met with a gruesome scene. Both he and the foreign soldiers behind him were stunned. Within the territory controlled by the foreign tribe leader, several human heads were neatly arranged. Each head wore the distinctive cap of a foreign chieftain. Clearly, they were all high-ranking leaders. Matsuda roared, "What the hell is going on? Are any leaders still alive? Come forward immediately and report the situation." The group of foreigners fell deathly silent, their faces frozen in terror. Their leaders were all dead. The remaining foot soldiers dared not harbor any further thoughts. Finally, under Akita's furious pressure, a soldier stepped forward to explain. It was the Dragon Nation. That man is formidable. He killed all our leaders. He's already the 5th leader to die this month. Behind the speaker, Shi Bing trembled uncontrollably. He was clearly terrified. In their eyes, that man was a god of death. He could kill a leader without anyone noticing. At this rate, who knew when they'd all be killed? Matsuda let out a cold laugh. He's just a dragon countryman. From this moment on, you are the leader of this squad. I'll see just how formidable this fellow is. Prepare the traps for me. If he dares to come tonight, I'll kill him for sure. The soldier who heard this was so terrified he fainted on the spot. Becoming the leader at this moment was like signing your own death warrant. But Matsuda was determined to capture this man alive. Lost in memory, Matsuda slowly raised his head. His hair had turned gray, yet recalling that scene still sent shivers down his spine. His subordinate couldn't help but speak up. "So, did you catch that formidable man from Rokkoku in the end?" Sitting in his wheelchair, Matsuda shook his head. The new leader died the very next day. No one ever figured out how the enemy got in, or how they vanished without a trace. All these years later, Matsuda still couldn't fathom how that man had managed to kill. To boost morale, he set up layer upon layer of traps. He shielded the new leader at the very heart of the operation. Yet by morning, the leader was dead. The others around him suffered not a single scratch. This was the first time Matsuda had faced the god of death at such close quarters. And it would be his last. For not long after, the foreign tribes declared their surrender. All the invading soldiers withdrew from the Dragon Kingdom. At this thought, Matsuda's eyes filled with regret. We were so close. Just one more step, and we could have conquered the vast Dragon Kingdom, where the land is fertile and resources are inexhaustible. Nothing like our own tiny homeland. He still lamented failing to conquer the Dragon Kingdom back then. Now Qin Guofeng had stirred up hatred against the foreign tribes online. Perhaps there would never be another chance. While Matsuda was still lamenting, his subordinates had already delivered all available intelligence on Qin Guofeng. "Mr. Matsuda, this Qin Guofeng is none other than the dragon general who once protected the Dragon Kingdom. Because during the war, Qin Guofeng posed too great a threat to us. So after the Dragon Nation was established, we've been closely monitoring his movements. This man had earned countless military honors on the battlefield, fearing he might pose a threat to other nations in the future. Thus, after Qin Guofeng was named Dragon General, foreign tribes kept a watchful eye on him. But then Qin Guofeng suddenly vanished. The foreign tribes lost all trace of him. Over the years, the foreign tribes assumed he had perished. After all, at his advanced age, death seemed a fitting end. Who would have thought this guy was still alive? Decades later, he even stirred up hatred against the foreign tribes online. That chapter of history had nearly faded from the memories of the Dragon Nation's people. Now it's all been dug up again. Matsuda narrowed his eyes as he studied Qin Guofeng's livestream materials. I'm just curious, isn't he the Dragon General of the Dragon Nation? Why does it seem like none of these Dragon Country people know about it? A Dragon General from Dragon Nation streaming online. It seemed utterly unbelievable. Hasn't the entire Dragon Nation noticed something amiss with Qin Guofeng's identity? The answer is yes. No one must know about General Qin Guofeng's true identity. We can't delay any longer. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Matsuda's eyes. He's a Dragon General of the Dragon Nation. Only 11 were appointed when the nation was founded. If anyone discovers Qin Guofeng's true identity, it would be impossible for us to eliminate him. Whether during the era of resisting the alien threat, or in this current era of peace and prosperity, Qin Guofeng remains the greatest nightmare for all foreign tribes. Qin Guofeng must be eliminated before his identity as the Dragon General is exposed. Over the years, the Dragon Nation's development has been truly rapid. They simply cannot keep up. It was time to finally eradicate this nightmare that had plagued the alien races for so many years. Once General Qin Guofeng's true identity is exposed, taking action would become even more difficult. Yet his subordinates looked troubled. But Matsuda-kun, our people have absolutely no way to contact Qin Guofeng in the Dragon Kingdom. As you can see, under the pretext of protection, Dragon Nation agents closely shadow every assassin arriving in your province. Killing Qin Guofeng is truly too difficult. Though Matsuda had never personally fought Qin Guofeng, he'd heard countless seniors describe this man as a god of slaughter. Countless foreign leaders had fallen by his blade. Even after the Dragon Nation's founding, when foreign tribes sought cooperation with them, they too had been ruthlessly betrayed by Qin Guofeng. Even now, Qin Guofeng remains the greatest threat to all foreign tribes. Yet despite being such a formidable threat, they cannot eliminate him. All they could do was stare blankly at Qin Guofeng's photograph. The other high-ranking officials in the office could no longer contain themselves. Akita-san, what should we do now? Qin Guofeng must die. Exactly. I won't rest easy as long as he's alive. Damn it, after all these years, how can Qin Guofeng still look so vibrant? I distinctly remember him being over 10 years older than Akita-kun, but looking at him now, he looks younger than Akita-kun. Chapter 116, A Divine General. Everyone was scheming to eliminate Qin Guofeng, but now they couldn't even get close to him. This was the most frustrating part. Sitting in his wheelchair, Matsuda watched Qin Guofeng's energetic demeanor. His rage flared uncontrollably. We can't just let this slide. We're both men with one foot in the grave. If we don't eliminate Qin Guofeng, he will become the greatest threat to our entire race. We all understand the logic. But there's no way to kill this man. These days, the foreigners have tried every trick in the book. Any foreign nation that dares to approach the Dragon Nation will be subjected to strict surveillance. They claim it's for their own safety. This leaves the foreigners with nowhere to vent their frustration. A group of high-ranking officials were seething with frustration. Yet they remain utterly powerless. Matsuda stared at Qin Guofeng's photo, utterly at a loss. They seem to have lost all strength and means. I recall the fierce battles against the Eagle clan back in the Dragon Nation. Matsuda leaned back in his wheelchair, looking utterly drained. Today had already drained him of too much energy. Age was catching up with him, and he was nearing his end. But Qin Guofeng remained an unfinished business. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. His thoughts drifted back to many years ago. A conflict erupted between the Dragon Nation and the Eagle clan. At that time, the Eagle clan was the most formidable force in the world. When such a mighty nation clashed with the seemingly weak Eagle clan, the entire world believed the Dragon Nation was doomed. Perhaps its downfall would come swiftly. Even foreign tribes were waiting for news of its downfall. Little did they know the Eagle clan possessed the world's most advanced weaponry. They could crush the Dragon Nation into the ground however they pleased. They wouldn't even stand a chance to fight back. The foreign tribes eagerly anticipated news of the Dragon Nation's defeat every day. Yet unexpectedly, the outcome was that the Dragon Nation and the Eagle tribe fought back and forth. They showed no signs of weakness whatsoever. This gave the foreign tribes a glimmer of hope. At that time, relations between the foreign tribes and the Eagle tribe were actually quite strained. Though their relations with the Dragon Kingdom weren't much better, at least a truce had been established. Matsuda believed either of these nations could be crushed. The Eagle clan was simply too powerful. Relations with the foreign tribes were strained at the time. So whenever news came that the Eagle tribe had been humiliated by the Dragon Kingdom, and they had no chance to retaliate, Matsuda felt pleased. But gradually, Matsuda could no longer feel joy. As a young man, he listened to the tales of war between the Dragon Kingdom and the Eagle tribe. Early yesterday morning, a Dragon Nation divine general launched a surprise attack on the Eagle tribe's camp. An Eagle tribe leader was slain. And the day before yesterday, this Dragon Nation divine general ambushed the Eagle tribe's operational territory. According to intelligence reports, the Dragon Kingdom forces appear to be employing guerrilla tactics. They inflicted heavy casualties on the Eagle tribe before retreating. The Eagle tribe didn't even see the Dragon Kingdom forces. Guerrilla warfare? Akita stared in utter disbelief. How could that be possible? Back in Dragon Nation, that god of death had employed guerrilla tactics. After the foreign tribe retreated in defeat, Matsuda collected every piece of information related to this god of slaughter, just in case they ever encountered him. Yet now they've actually encountered the Eagle tribe. And they were even employing the guerrilla tactics used by the enemy tribe back then. This familiar tactic brought a smile to Matsuda's eyes. Well, he asked. Didn't the Eagle tribe get thoroughly routed? His subordinates began their report. Indeed. The Eagle tribe kept getting ambushed, and their high-tech weapons were useless. It seems the Dragon Nation forces can't even locate them. Akita, you think this person might be Qin Guofeng? That's the very same god of death who slaughtered so many of our leaders back then. That name was a nightmare for many foreign tribes. Many had experienced Qin Guofeng's formidable prowess firsthand. Now that the Eagle clan has encountered him, they feel this war is unwinnable for them. Even if the Eagle clan possessed the world's most advanced weapons, it would still be impossible. Akita's lips curled in scorn. Qin Guofeng is the best. This man is formidable. The Eagle clan suffered a crushing defeat. Let Qin Guofeng teach these arrogant Eagle clan people a lesson. Their tribe had been on very bad terms with the Eagle clan at the time. Thus, the young Akita sided with Qin Guofeng. Whenever word spread that the divine general had once again ambushed the Eagle clan using guerrilla tactics, and then calmly executed the Eagle clan's leader. Despite possessing formidable weapons, yet they couldn't even locate the dragon army's position. Even the most advanced equipment was useless. Matsuda slowly pulled himself out of his recollections. Back then, the whole world thought the Dragon Nation was doomed in that war against the Eagle tribe. But unexpectedly, it ended in a stalemate. The Eagle tribe gained nothing from it. Young Matsuda was delighted when he heard the news. He believed someone had stepped in to give the Eagle tribe a sound thrashing. But as he grew older, his perspective shifted. Now, sitting in his wheelchair, his eyes held the weight of the world. We were wrong back then. The Dragon Nation was already capable of resisting the mighty Eagle clan at that time. Look at them now, they're even challenging the Eagle clan for supremacy. We should have found a way to annihilate the Dragon Nation back then. One misstep leads to eternal regret. When the Dragon Nation was first founded, the foreign tribes didn't give it a second thought. They even believed they could bully it at will. But now, after all these years, the foreign tribes dare not bully the Dragon Nation anymore. Instead, they now guard against the Dragon Kingdom's retaliation. Mr. Matsuda, what does this have to do with Qin Guofeng? Aren't we here to discuss how to eliminate him? Someone couldn't help but speak up. Qin Guofeng has gained significant notoriety across the Dragon Nation's networks. Yet we can't kill him. Exactly. Let's not bring up the past anymore. Wasn't the war between Dragon Nation and the Eagle clan long over? The group was unsure what Matsuda-kun meant by bringing it up now. Matsuda's gaze fixed on Qin Guofeng's photograph. Back then, some speculated that the guerrilla fighter against the Eagle tribe was Qin Guofeng. But there was no evidence. The only person in the entire Dragon Nation capable of waging guerrilla warfare with such precision. There's no one else but him. Qin Guofeng is a major problem. At this point, Matsuda sat in his wheelchair and looked around. The Eagle clan was utterly overwhelmed by that divine general at the time. They suffered heavy casualties too. But the worst part was the humiliation. The Eagle clan was so powerful back then, yet they were toyed with by that divine general. Akita's gaze grew increasingly dark. His eyes were filled with calculation. What do you think would happen if the Eagle clan discovered that divine general was actually Qin Guofeng? What would their reaction be? Opportunities are made, not found. Perhaps this time we can join forces with the Eagle clan to confront Qin Guofeng. There's no way around it. Dragon Nation's controls are too tight now. Foreigners like them have no chance to take action against Qin Guofeng. If they could prove Qin Guofeng was the divine general who fought the Eagle clan back then his life would be taken without the need for their intervention. Chapter 117, Agreement Reached. Upon hearing the proposal to ally with the Eagle clan, all perked up. Mr. Matsuda, this is the best possible outcome. The Dragon Nation is so powerful now, we're hardly a match for them. But the Eagle clan is different. Back then, the Eagle tribe wielded the world's most advanced and formidable weapons. Yet they still couldn't gain the upper hand against the Dragon Nation. If it were known that Qin Guofeng was the very divine general who humiliated the Eagle clan back then wouldn't that mean? Excitement spread across every face in the conference room. As the Dragon Nation grew increasingly powerful over the years, the foreign tribes had already allied with the Eagle clan. They were practically ready to call the Eagle clan their father. Matsuda immediately contacted the Eagle clan's high-ranking officials. A video call commenced between the two parties. The Eagle clan representative on the other end looked visibly impatient. Mr. Akita, shouldn't you be recuperating in the hospital? At your age, you shouldn't be working yourself to death. He made to hang up. The alien races are too weak now. The Eagle clan had long since lost interest. If it weren't for their somewhat useful geographical position, the Eagle clan would have abandoned them long ago. Mr. Nick, here's the situation. I've located the Dragon Nation man who fought guerrilla warfare against the Eagle tribe back then. Matsuda explained the situation as quickly as possible. This news caused Nick's expression to darken considerably. Though advanced in years, he remained sharp and alert. The scenes of battling the Dragon Nation were still vivid in his mind. Are you telling the truth? It shouldn't be possible. So many years have passed. Are any of the Dragon Nation's anti-Eagle fighters still alive? Nick felt furious whenever he recalled those events. He had assumed the war with the Dragon Nation would be over quickly. He'd even prepared to wrap up the war and return home for the holidays. But unexpectedly, it dragged on for an incredibly long time. The most advanced weapons in the Eagle tribe's arsenal proved utterly ineffective against the Dragon Nation's people. Nick's eyes reddened as he recalled the battle scenes from back then. Mr. Matsuda, where's the evidence? Matsuda immediately produced Qin Guofeng's dossier. It was this Qin Guofeng who fought against our clan during our campaigns in the Dragon Kingdom. He slaughtered countless warriors of our race. And now he dares to publicly insult our people online. Mr. Nick, take a closer look. Is it him? Nick remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the photograph on the screen. Memory suddenly flooded back to the battlefield against the Dragon Kingdom. Back then, Nick was full of vigor and ambition. He had been dispatched to fight against the Dragon Nation. He had always known Longguo was a backward nation. So throughout the journey, he wore a look of utter contempt. Ha ha ha, a tiny country nearly wiped out by foreign invaders. Do we really need this many men? Just watch, within a month, I'll have the Dragon Nation begging for mercy. There was no way around it. At that time, the Dragon Nation truly held no standing on the international stage. After enduring prolonged warfare, in Nick's eyes, Dragon Country was nothing but a backward, impoverished place. An army from such a place couldn't possibly be taken seriously. But reality soon proved him wrong. Nick had barely entered the combat zone with his state-of-the-art weapons and equipment, when unexpectedly, he found himself surrounded by the Dragon Nation's forces. Gunfire erupted from all directions. Neither he nor his men had time to react. Before they knew it, half their men were dead or wounded. By the time they tried to fight back, the enemy had vanished without a trace. This was the first time Nick had encountered such tactics. He and his men were completely caught off guard. What did it mean to strike and flee? It wasn't until later that Nick finally understood. This was the Dragon Nation's way of war. Launch a swift attack, then withdraw just as quickly. To Nick and his men, the Dragon Nation soldiers seemed like the wind. They couldn't catch them. Originally, Nick boasted that his forces could defeat the Dragon army within a month. He envisioned returning triumphant with his troops. But reality dealt him a harsh blow. The war with the Dragon Nation remained deadlocked. The nation couldn't afford the drain, and even the leadership began to harbor resentment toward him. Nick's past record had been nothing short of stellar. He was highly sought after among the Eagle clan. But this war cost him all his prestige. To the extent that Nick lived the rest of his life in disgrace. His thoughts slowly snapped back. His eyes fixed intently on Qin Guofeng's photograph. Yes, it's him. All these years later. He's aged too, but I recognized him instantly. He was the leader of the Long Nation back then. Simply because they lost that war against the Dragon Nation. Nick could never hold his head high again for the rest of his life. Now in his twilight years, Nick gnashed his teeth in hatred at the sight of Qin Guofeng's face. All of this was observed by Matsuda. He was right. Partnering with the Eagle clan was indeed the wisest choice. Look at the situation now. Someone was finally going to take Qin Guofeng's life. This nightmare that had plagued the foreign tribes for years was now vanishing. General Nick, Qin Guofeng is currently in the Dragon Kingdom. He slaughtered countless of our kind during the war with the Dragon Kingdom years ago. He's the reason you lost all face. Therefore, I wish to collaborate with you. Let us join forces to eliminate this god of slaughter. Killing intent flared in Nick's eyes at these words. He had assumed Qin Guofeng must have perished long ago. He never imagined he'd still be alive. And he was still so full of life. Meanwhile, he himself was gray-haired and gasping for breath after just a few steps. You're right. This man must die. Nick forced himself to stay calm. The Dragon Nation is already formidable now. If there are more people like Qin Guofeng, we'll never have a chance. Mr. Matsuda, I agree to join forces with you. Qin Guofeng must die. Nick's eyes burned with hatred, even after all these years. But how they were driven out by the Dragon Nation back then. How he lost that war, it all remains vividly etched in his memory. His entire lifetime of glory was lost in that war. It had left him unable to hold his head high ever since. The two sides immediately forged an alliance, preparing to assassinate Qin Guofeng together. He posed a significant threat to them. Matsuda's objective was achieved. His brows finally relaxed. Having the Eagle clan involved was the best possible outcome. This way, eliminating Qin Guofeng without anyone noticing would pose no problem. Matsuda shared all the intelligence he had gathered recently with the Eagle clan. That's all I have. Mr. Nick, we non-human tribes face severe restrictions. There's simply no way to get close to Qin Guofeng. This assassination mission must be entirely entrusted to you. This is for the best. If anything goes wrong and the Dragon Nation discovers it, the foreign tribes can wash their hands of it. Pretend nothing ever happened. Nick couldn't possibly fail to see through this scheme. He sneered coldly, that won't do. We're partners. Of course we must act together to eliminate Qin Guofeng. Mr. Matsuda, with your capabilities, you must have a way to get your people into the Dragon Kingdom undetected. Qin Guofeng is that formidable. Without your help, my men couldn't take him down. Chapter 118, that was his dream. Hearing this, Matsuda, seated in his wheelchair, chuckled awkwardly. He hadn't expected the other party to be so difficult to fool. Rest assured, Mr. Nick. Qin Guofeng must die. We of the other race will cooperate with you closely. Whatever plan you have, as long as you can eliminate Qin Guofeng. Hearing this, the Eagle clan representative finally relented. Both sides began discussing how to deal with Qin Guofeng. Now, any outsiders entering Qin Guofeng's territory would be under strict surveillance. Only the Eagle clan could make the move. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, Qin Guofeng had already buried Shaoqi alongside the villagers. Every household in the village wore mourning attire. The entire internet bore witness to this funeral once more. Officer Tan had originally intended to let Qin Guofeng take some time off. He had even arranged a place for him to stay. But Qin Guofeng waved him off. I can't rest. I've already been delayed this long. I can't afford any more delays. Let's get moving. It's still daylight, we can cover a lot of ground. Qin Guofeng had only one thought now. To get his comrade back home immediately. He sped off on his cart, leaving everyone behind. Seeing this, Su Yun hurriedly followed. Having spent years camping outdoors, this was second nature to Su Yun. Officer Tan's eyes brimmed with admiration. Old Master Qin is in remarkable health. I doubt I could keep up even on a bike. The live stream audience couldn't help but react. He's in a hurry, Grandpa Qin must be rushing to get his comrade back as fast as possible. I've seen it now, nothing can stop him. So where's the next stop? I think the folks there should get ready. Officer Tan, keep an eye on the route and report the Centenarian's progress at any time. Qin Guofeng's livestream had already sparked a massive wave of excitement across the entire internet. Every day, people specifically report on Qin Guofeng's journey. It didn't take long for people to guess where Qin Guofeng's next destination might be. Officer Tan monitored Qin Guofeng's route and updated viewers in the livestream chat. Grandpa Qin remains in good condition today. He's eaten quite a bit, and judging by the route, he seems to be heading toward Jiangcheng. Netizens in Jiangcheng are all prepared. If any of you have relatives who enlisted but never returned, this might be the time. With this news, preparations were already underway in Jiangcheng. When Qin Guofeng entered Jiangcheng, crowds of netizens had already gathered along both sides of the road. They had all come to see the Centenarian. Because someone had already given them a heads up. They were told not to disrupt Qin Guofeng's procession. So the crowd could only watch from a distance. Seeing Qin Guofeng's agile figure, some couldn't help but exclaim. Good heavens, did you see that? That's a centenarian right there. Just look at his condition. Exactly. That's not the kind of vitality you'd expect from someone his age. He spent his first half-life fighting enemies and his second half-life revitalizing the nation. Even action novels wouldn't dare write such a plot. Qin Guofeng had now become the most talked about figure online. Some people even wanted to approach him for a photo. But to avoid disrupting Qin Guofeng's progress, they refrained from disturbing him. It should be around here somewhere. Qin Guofeng found a spot in the city to park the flatbed truck. He pulled out a portrait from the cart's bed. The portrait still showed a young man. He had a refined appearance, even wearing glasses. He certainly didn't look like someone who could fight on the battlefield. Even Su Yun couldn't help but ask. Grandpa Qin, was this man also your comrade in arms? He looks so refined. Qin Guofeng heard this and gently wiped the portrait. He sighed deeply. He was indeed refined, but he possessed great courage. His name was Linen. You should all remember his name. As Qin Guofeng spoke his comrade's name in the livestream, the entire internet began searching for news about Linen. Meanwhile, Lin's family waited on the street. An elderly woman with silver hair, leaning on a cane, stood on the road. Upon hearing that name, she instantly broke down in tears. It really is my brother. Linen is my brother's name. He's actually come back. Why? This elderly woman was Lin An's sister. She had watched every recent livestream online where Qin Guofeng escorted his comrades home. She never imagined it would be her own brother this time. The elderly woman was so overcome with emotion she could barely speak. Several family members nearby patiently comforted her. Someone went to fetch Qin Guofeng. This time, Qin Guofeng found Lin An's relatives without much trouble. Seeing Lin An's sister weeping uncontrollably, Qin Guofeng's footsteps suddenly halted. He froze in place, lacking the courage to take another step forward. The moment he had dreaded had finally arrived. Qin Guofeng clutched the portrait tightly, his eyes welling up with tears. A heavy atmosphere of sorrow hung in the air. Lin An's sister had already cried until her eyes were red. Supported by several descendants, she slowly made her way toward Qin Guofeng. Seeing the portrait in Qin Guofeng's arms, her sobs grew even more heart-wrenching. It really is my brother. But why so young? I knew you might not come back, but why did you have to die so young? The elderly Lin Yan wept like a child at that moment. Had someone not been there to support her, she would have collapsed to the ground. The onlookers couldn't help but tear up. The atmosphere grew profoundly sorrowful. After gathering his composure, he finally gathered his courage and approached Lin Yan. You must be Lin An's sister. I'm truly sorry it took me so long to bring your brother back. I'm so sorry. Qin Guofeng held Lin An's portrait and bowed solemnly before Lin Yan. His heart was filled with guilt and helplessness. How many lives had war claimed? How many more were never able to return home for the rest of their lives? Lin Yan wept with reddened eyes for a long time. Only with her family's comfort did she gradually calm down. My brother was a doctor. Back then, he said he wanted to be a battlefield medic. It was his wish, so our parents let him go. But we never imagined he wouldn't come back at all. The moment they heard war doctor, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Good heavens, a battlefield doctor. Grandpa Lin was truly courageous. Anyone who dared to become a battlefield doctor back then was a true hero. Even the livestream audience couldn't help but flood the chat with comments. Did you hear that? Grandpa Qin's comrade in arms was this incredible. Back then, our dragon army suffered countless casualties, and even medicine was scarce. Doctors were even scarcer. Grandpa Lin is truly an inspiration. No one expected the person being brought back this time to be a battlefield doctor. The entire internet was filled with awe. The crowd on site was stunned. Lin Yan wiped away her tears, a hint of relief visible. Being a battlefield doctor was my brother's dream. Chapter 119, The Last Family Reunion Dinner. At first, my father wouldn't let him go to such a dangerous place. Lin Yan gazed at the portrait in Qin Guofeng's arms. She recounted the story of what had happened to her brother to those present. The Lin family was a lineage of medical professionals. Lin Yan had studied medicine since childhood. He even graduated from a renowned medical university in Jiangchang. The family had already secured a position for him. He was set to become a surgeon at Jiangcheng Hospital. Yet every day he witnessed injured civilians. These were innocent civilians brutally harmed by foreign invaders. Sometimes, severely injured people would die right before Lin Yan's eyes. This inflicted deep psychological trauma upon Lin Yan. Senior brother, is this all the work of the foreign tribes? Lin Yan gazed at the fatally wounded villager beside him. Their bodies riddled with fatal gunshot wounds. As an intellectual, he couldn't comprehend why they would attack unarmed civilians. Wasn't it a rule of war not to slaughter civilians? His senior brother wearily shed his blood-soaked surgical gown. His eyes were filled with exhaustion. Rules are made for civilized people. Do you think the barbarians possess such a thing as civilization? They take pleasure in slaughtering people on our land. Lin Yan, don't be so naive. The barbarians have no humanity left. Senior brother took a deep breath and pulled out the newspaper he'd hidden away. See for yourself. These are the atrocities committed by the barbarians. I'm leaving Jiangcheng. We may never see each other again. These words caught Lin Yan off guard. Senior brother, you're leaving? Where to? You just got promoted to lead surgeon. In this era, ordinary people might not even have enough to eat. These doctors enjoy a very good income. It's something many people can only envy. When Lin Yan heard his senior colleague was leaving, his eyes were filled with incomprehension. His senior colleague, however, spoke with unwavering certainty. I'm heading to the front lines to serve as a battlefield doctor. I've already made arrangements with the Dragon Army. Do you know how severe the casualties are in the Dragon Army at the front lines? This must remain secret. If the alien races find out, my family will be doomed. I'm doing this to save more lives. With that, he prepared to leave. As he was leaving, his senior brother cautiously warned him. Remember, tell no one. From that day on, Lin Yan never saw his senior brother again. It was also the first time he had encountered the term combat medic up close. Lin Yan slowly pulled her thoughts back and sighed heavily. Ah, it's all fate. My brother had intended to live a quiet life as an ordinary doctor. But he was influenced by that senior classmate. The rest needed no explanation. Viewers in the livestream chat knew exactly what would happen next. Some were already expressing regret. I see. So that's how Grandpa Lin was inspired to become a battlefield doctor. Truly remarkable. Our dragon army must have been desperately short of doctors back then. War takes so many lives, but battlefield medics are a beacon of light. One doctor can save countless lives. But a battlefield doctor can save countless lives. How many were wounded on the battlefields of that era? Without battlefield medics, who knows how many more would have perished? Qin Guofeng nodded. That's right. Field medics are truly respected. But back then, few had the courage to serve as battlefield medics on the front lines. Back then, the Dragon Army faced severe shortages of medical supplies. Some areas didn't even have doctors. After being wounded, soldiers could only wait to die. Lin Yan sighed, gazing at her brother's portrait. Actually, when father found out he was going to be a field medic, he opposed it. He even locked him in his room. This incident sparked a fierce argument between Lin Yan and his family. Her father pleaded earnestly, "What on earth are you doing this for? Being a battlefield doctor is dangerous. One wrong move and you could be killed by the enemy. Did you see the newspaper? To cut off the Dragon Army's medical supplies, the barbarians. They've even killed doctors outright. Those barbarians have no humanity." His eyes blazed with fury, tinged with resignation. Son, we're just ordinary people. Surviving in these chaotic times is already a blessing. I'm begging you, don't go out to die. Just live on. Now, Lin's father suddenly regretted letting his son study medicine. Why did he have to insist on becoming a battlefield doctor? One misstep could cost him his own life. But Lin Yan had already made up his mind. He knelt directly before his father. He even brought the newspaper left by his senior brother to his family. Dad, look at the atrocities these foreign invaders are committing on the front lines. How many Dragon Army soldiers have died? They don't even have doctors, they can only wait to die. These newspapers document the crimes of the enemy. As a doctor, I can't not go. Dad! I'm begging you, please let me go. The blood-soaked photos in the papers showed scenes of the invaders slaughtering the Dragon Army. These newspapers were circulated secretly. They dare not see the light of day. Otherwise, the entire newspaper would be shut down. Just seeing these bloody photos made Lin An's heart ache unbearably. As a doctor, he couldn't save these people. He was determined to become a battlefield doctor. Nothing could stop him. Father Lin stared at the blood-soaked photos for a long time without speaking. Father and son fell into a cold silence. Lin An was even confined to his room. After days of this stalemate, Father Lin finally chose to compromise. When Lin An saw his father again, he noticed strands of gray hair had begun to appear. Dad, your hair. In just a few short days, his father had aged so much. A wave of heartache suddenly washed over Lin An. On one side were the countless lives awaiting rescue. On the other, the family who had raised him. He was caught in a dilemma. But unexpectedly, his father had already packed his bags. And even a substantial sum of money. I've booked your ferry ticket for tonight. It goes straight to the front lines. You should arrive quickly. Father Lin hung his head low. Your mother is cooking dinner. Eat, then leave. The words drifted lightly from his father's lips. Yet Lin An felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. He collapsed to his knees with a thud. Father! It's my fault for being an unfilial son, what? The young man in his 20s began to sob uncontrollably. To become a battlefield doctor. He must abandon his family. The family shared their final reunion meal in this sorrowful atmosphere. They all knew Lin An might not return alive. Lin's mother silently served her son dish after dish. Take good care of yourself at the front lines. Don't worry about home, your sister is here. Go with peace of mind. Seeing tears welling up in his mother's eyes, Lin An felt a wave of guilt wash over him, and finally, he couldn't hold back the tears. Father, mother, it's your son who's been unfilial. Chapter 120, The Field Doctor. Going to the front lines as a battlefield doctor meant slim chances of returning alive. All these years of parental nurturing and kindness, he would never be able to repay it. Lin An finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Teenage Lin Yan's eyes also turned red. The family ate their final meal together in this somber atmosphere. Father Lin had regained his composure. Son, since you've made up your mind to go, then go. You're right. If all doctors were cowards, we'd be doomed. I shouldn't have stopped you before. From now on. At this point, Mr. Lin's voice trailed off. He knew his son might not return. As a father, he naturally didn't want him to go. But before being a father, he was a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Young people should serve their country. If I weren't so old, I might just go with you myself. Go now. The family bid farewell under these circumstances. They knew this might be their last meeting. No one could predict what would happen on the battlefield. Young Lin Yan watched her parents send her brother off. As he left, Lin An gently stroked her head. Yan, I might not come back. Don't look for me. Take good care of mom and dad from now on. In our next life, we'll be brother and sister again. Lin Yan had long been prepared for this by her parents. But tears still streamed down her face. I understand. Rest assured, go save the country. I'll take care of our parents. Ever since Lin An left to become a battlefield doctor, the Lin family had prepared themselves, knowing he might never return. In those days, parting often meant separation for life. Or separation by death. All these years, Lin Yan had taken care of her parents. After the invaders were driven out, her parents still held on to hope. Perhaps their son might return someday. But even years after the nation was founded, there was still no word. The elderly couple knew their son must be gone. Lin Yan sighed. I never thought I'd see my brother again in this lifetime. I never imagined he'd return after all these years. Mr. Qin, thank you so much for bringing my brother back. She started to bow before Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng acted swiftly to stop her. There's no need for that. I'm the one who should be thanking him. He then glanced at Lin An's portrait. Who would have thought that Lin An's journey to become a battlefield doctor held such a story? Everyone present had long since broken down into uncontrollable sobs. Good heavens, did you see that? The Lin parents are truly remarkably open-minded. Anyone else would have locked their son at home. They'd never let their son go off to die. The area was bustling with people. Hearing Lin Yan recount the events of the battle, everyone burst into tears. The air was thick with sorrowful sobs. Even the viewers in the livestream could feel the atmosphere. The Lin parents have done their utmost, but this separation will last a lifetime. They poured their hearts into raising a son to become a medical student, only for him to choose the path of a battlefield doctor. Parents like these are truly remarkable. No wonder they raised such an outstanding son. Goodness gracious, so how did Grandpa Lin pass away in the end? Grandpa Lin was still so young when he passed away. The term combat medic is trending online. Doctors are a profession worthy of respect. Especially frontline battlefield medics, these individuals confront the brutality of war head-on. They treat the wounded soldiers. How many soldiers did they give hope of survival? Qin Guofeng's eyes welled up as he thought of those battlefield medics. That's right, conditions back then were harsh. Even their own lives were constantly at risk. Yet many doctors still went to the front lines to help. Without their help, who knows how many more lives would have been lost? His gaze fell upon the portrait of Linen. A pang of sadness suddenly washed over him. Actually, the mortality rate for battlefield medics alone isn't that high. Doctors are the most deserving of protection, so they're strictly guarded within military units. And since they're in the rear during war, many battlefield medics return alive after the conflict ends. A single doctor can save countless soldiers. That's why field medics are the military's top priority for protection. Lin Yan couldn't help but speak up upon hearing this. Then how did my brother die? Mr. Qin, I don't mean to blame you. I'm just curious about how my brother died. After all these years, I'm already deeply grateful you brought him back. I never thought I'd see him again in this lifetime. I never imagined that as her life neared its end, she would see her brother again. Her brother, who became a battlefield doctor back then, had always been Ling Yan's role model. If it weren't for the need to care for their parents, she would have become a battlefield doctor without hesitation. Now, all he wanted to know was what his brother had done back then. Qin Guofeng sighed. His eyes filled with sorrow as he spoke. Linen sacrificed himself because he ultimately became a soldier. Not a battlefield doctor, but a warrior. These words filled Lin Yan's eyes with shock. She couldn't help but study her brother's portrait closely. She kept muttering under her breath, "So you're saying my brother enlisted? Doesn't that mean he'll be fighting on the battlefield?" Mr. Qin, you must be mistaken. Back then, my brother couldn't even bring himself to kill a chicken. The news was utterly shocking. Lin Yan's eyes were filled with disbelief. In her memory, her brother had always been quite refined. He even feared blood. It was only after father trained him that he overcame that fear. Yet this very same person had enlisted in the military. And now he was going to the battlefield to fight enemies. The room erupted in commotion, all eyes fixed on Qin Guofeng. The livestream chat was filled with curiosity. Officer Tan couldn't hold back any longer and began questioning. Is this for real? A battlefield doctor enlisting in the army? Mr. Qin, what exactly is going on here? What about the doctor we were promised? Yet in the end, he became a soldier. What on earth happened? Viewers in the livestream couldn't take it anymore. Who can explain how a doctor became a soldier? Especially someone who couldn't even bring himself to kill a chicken. I have a bad feeling about this. There must be some hidden story. Comrades, prepare your tissues, I fear you won't have enough to cry with. From doctor to soldier. That journey must have been incredibly arduous. How did a gentle doctor manage to? Lin Yan was still processing Qin Guofeng's words. In her memory, her brother was still a gentle soul who wouldn't even kill a chicken. How did he become a warrior? Mr. Qin, have you got the wrong person? Lin Yan looked at Qin Guofeng with utter bewilderment. Besides, being a battlefield doctor was his dream. How could he give that up? Could he possibly abandon the dream to become a warrior and kill enemies? Chapter 121, he became a soldier. Lin Yan looked utterly unconvinced. She remembered clearly when her brother first entered university. She was just a teenager. One day, a relative from the countryside brought over an old hen. Before leaving, Lin's mother instructed Linen. Linen, I'm going to work. You'll have to slaughter the chicken yourself at home. I'll cook it for you when I get back. With that, his mother left. Linen, a towering figure over 6 feet tall, stood staring blankly at the chicken. After hesitating for a long while, he finally called Lin Yan over. Yan, how do you kill this chicken? Isn't this too cruel? It's a living creature. As he spoke, Linen even considered setting the chicken free. Lin Yan stared at him, utterly speechless. Get out of the way. Supplies are scarce now, and our family hasn't had meat in ages. If you can't do it, I will. It's just killing a chicken. I've seen Dad do it, just slit its throat, right? Her wrist was poised to strike. Unlike her brother's refined manner, Lin Yan was a tough girl, showing no mercy whatsoever. With a swift stroke, the chicken's neck was severed. Linen screamed in fright. Lin Yan, have you lost your mind? That's a living creature, how could you? Tall and sturdy as he was, Linen turned pale with fright. He even scolded Lin Yan for taking a life. Later, Lin Yan would constantly tease Linen about this incident. Yet this very person, who couldn't even bring herself to kill a chicken, had become a warrior. To Lin Yan, this was utterly baffling. Now she stared at Qin Guofeng with utter disbelief. Mr. Qin, is this true? What on earth happened? My brother was such a gentle soul, how could he have become a soldier? No matter how hard she racked her brain, she couldn't fathom the reason. Besides, wasn't being a battlefield doctor his dream? Both our parents helped him fulfill that dream. So why did he give it up himself? Lin Yan suddenly felt a pang of pity for her brother. Gazing at Lin Yan's portrait, she couldn't help but start crying again. What exactly did you go through on the front lines back then? How else could he have abandoned his dreams? The room fell silent. Some had already guessed what might have happened. Su Yun couldn't help but speak up. Back then, the invaders were brutal and inhumane. Perhaps it was because he witnessed the cruelty of war. That's why Grandpa Lin chose to become a warrior who fought enemies. Otherwise, how could he have so easily abandoned his dreams? The live stream fell completely silent. What immense courage must it have taken to abandon his dreams? No one spoke. All eyes turned to Qin Guofeng. They all waited for him to recount what had happened back then. Qin Guofeng sighed. Back then, our unit was desperately short of medics. Linen arrived at our front lines with a group of medics. There were too many wounded. Having doctors meant more wounded soldiers had a chance to survive. It was the first time Linen had seen so many wounded up close. For the first time, he felt the mercilessness of war. Qin Guofeng was transporting his comrades to the field hospital at the time. It was there he met Linen. At that time, Linen had fair skin. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, clearly an intellectual. Yet this very person worked tirelessly for 3 days straight at the field hospital, treating the wounded. Qin Guofeng's eyes welled up as he spoke. There were simply too many wounded. Doctors were scarce, and many died before they could be treated. His voice choked up as he spoke. The horrors of that time seemed to be etched into his memory. Bodies lay everywhere, each soldier dying in agony. A handful of doctors couldn't possibly handle the demand. Qin Guofeng could do nothing. All he could do was send his fallen comrades' bodies to be buried. Just then, he suddenly heard someone's voice breaking. He's not dead yet. He can still be saved. Let me go. I can still save him. Qin Guofeng turned to see Linen, his eyes filled with despair. Beside him lay another corpse. The man had already breathed his last, but as a doctor, Linen refused to give up. He had endured too much these past few days. As a doctor, he couldn't save his own patient. Even having to watch patients die right before their eyes. Young Linen couldn't bear it. Both his body and mind were on the verge of collapse. Those around him didn't know how to console him. They had grown accustomed to the slaughter of the battlefield. But Linen was different. He stubbornly insisted on treating the dead. It was Qin Guofeng who stepped forward and pulled him up. Doctor, you've done your best, but he's already dead. Qin Guofeng offered consolation. You saved many lives. They will all be grateful to you. But there are still many wounded waiting for you. You can't waste time here. Under Qin Guofeng's reassurance, Linen finally regained his composure. He set off once more to rescue others. You're right. I should save more people. Bloodshot veins stood out in Lin An's eyes. There are still many patients waiting. I must go save them. With that, Lin An staggered into the operating room. He continued performing life-saving surgeries. This was Qin Guofeng's first encounter with Lin An. Neither knew the other's name at the time. But each left a profound impression on the other. Qin Guofeng recalled the scene of their first encounter. He continued to laugh and cry in front of everyone. Don't tell me you don't believe it. Even I can't believe it myself. A doctor who couldn't lift a finger to help anyone actually ended up becoming a warrior. Su Yun saw the look on Qin Guofeng's face. And his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Then what happened, Grandpa Qin? How did this Grandpa Lin become a warrior? There must be a very sad story behind it. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on Qin Guofeng. Only from this Centenarian could they learn what had transpired all those years ago. The entire network fixed its gaze on Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng's expression turned grim as he spoke. At the time, I was ordered to transport a group of wounded soldiers to a rear area hospital. This hospital was highly concealed, specifically for the recuperation of the wounded. A large contingent of battlefield medics were stationed there as well. It was one of the most crucial locations for our dragon army, but then, the rest of the words died on Qin Guofeng's lips. Recalling the horrors of that year, he clenched his jaw so hard his molars nearly shattered. The enemy knew how crucial this place was. Not only were there defenseless wounded soldiers, there were also many doctors. If they killed the doctors too, it would sever the lifeline of the dragon army. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Qin Guofeng's eyes. Back then, the foreign tribes went to great lengths to uncover the location of our rear hospitals. We maintained strict defenses. Yet it was still leaked, betrayed by a traitor within the dragon army. The enemy took advantage of our forces being tied up at the front lines to launch a surprise attack on the hospital. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present and the viewers in the livestream chat were all on edge. Some couldn't hold back their curses. Those traitorous dragons again. Can't we just wipe them out already? Chapter 122, The Sole Survivor. As citizens of Dragon Nation, they all despised this term. A crowd of netizens were overcome with emotion. They typed the angriest words they could think of on their screens. Excellent, another dragon traitor. Are these wretched creatures still around? From now on, if I see any crazy bastards online, I'll treat them like traitors. How despicable. These foreigners lack the guts to fight fairly, so they sneak attack vulnerable rear areas. There were wounded soldiers and medics inside. The invaders are truly. But the dragon traitors are the worst, these inhumane creatures. The internet was flooded with condemnation of the dragon traitors. Everyone was discussing the incident. Dragon traitors had become the target of condemnation for all Dragon Nation citizens. Whenever anyone spotted such individuals online, people would have loved to kill them through the internet. Even Officer Tan could imagine how devastating that war had been. A group of wounded soldiers and doctors who couldn't even lift a chicken. He couldn't help but speak up. Those despicable barbarians and those inhuman dragon collaborators. If I'd lived back then, I'd have killed them all. The invaders had displayed the most despicable aspects of their nature. Online hatred toward the invaders had reached its peak. Qin Guofeng was equally disgusted. At that time, all our attention was focused on the front lines. The invaders launched a fierce assault against us. Yet we never imagined these people would also sneak attack the rear hospitals. The rear hospitals were filled with wounded soldiers. They had no chance to fight back. Every single wounded person in that hospital was killed. Qin Guofeng recounted each word with deliberate clarity. Those wounded had a chance to survive. They were all pulled back from the brink of death by the doctors themselves. But in the end, he was already sobbing uncontrollably. Tears of sorrow streamed down his face. His thoughts drifted back decades. At that time, Qin Guofeng had just left the rear hospital. He encountered the enemy forces head-on at the front lines. Superiors reported the enemy was advancing fiercely with overwhelming numbers. But Qin Guofeng soon sensed something was amiss. This time, the enemy seemed to have come in small numbers. After the initial clash, they began retreating. It was somewhat reminiscent of guerrilla tactics. Don't pursue them, they'll all come. Qin Guofeng sensed something was amiss. This felt like a trap. His men were still eager to press their advantage. Captain, these barbarians can't hold a candle to us. We'll wipe them out in minutes. Exactly. We must exact revenge now and teach them what the law of the land means. He dares to act so brazenly on the soil of our dragon nation? Just wait until we take him down. Qin Guofeng's expression grew grave. He immediately sensed something was off. But after turning it over in his mind, he still couldn't fathom what the foreign tribe's purpose was. Stop the pursuit. Contact the troops in other areas. Check if they've suffered casualties. Watch out for ambushes. This was Qin Guofeng's greatest concern. It would be disastrous if other locations were ambushed. His subordinates began investigating. Captain, it doesn't seem like it. All other units are operating normally. I think we should press our advantage. After this battle, I still want to visit my comrades at the hospital. Hospital. At those two words, Qin Guofeng snapped to attention. His expression darkened. He roared, quickly, contact the rear area hospital. Warn them to watch for ambushes and notify the nearest troops to provide backup. Make it fast. The hospital was definitely about to be ambushed. At this thought, Qin Guofeng's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. Inside were unarmed soldiers and medics. If the enemy discovered their location, the consequences would be unimaginable. The others wasted no time, immediately spreading the news. Qin Guofeng raced toward the hospital at top speed. But it was too late. By the time Qin Guofeng arrived with his men after a night of relentless pursuit, the rear hospital had already become a bloody hellscape. Bodies littered the ground everywhere. Blood flowed across the ground like rivers. That shocking crimson scene haunted Qin Guofeng for years. The entire hospital was a sea of red back then. Tears streamed down Qin Guofeng's wrinkled face. His voice was filled with helplessness and resentment. So many soldiers, brutally slaughtered by those foreign invaders. I was just a step too late. The thought tore at Qin Guofeng's heart like a knife. He collapsed to the ground in anguish. Suyan rushed over upon seeing this. Grandpa Qin, this isn't your fault. You did everything you could. But Qin Guofeng's eyes were still filled with guilt. His eyes were filled with anguish. I arrived too late. They're all dead. They were all my comrades. Every time he thought of this, Qin Guofeng felt profound guilt. What kind of situation was this? Those comrades had barely escaped death on the battlefield. They were even saved by doctors. If they had just focused on recovering, they could have lived. Yet even that last shred of right was stripped away by foreigners. What gives them the right to do this? A group of netizens had long since erupted in anger. Grandpa Qin, don't be sad. Humans are different from those creatures. Those damned alien invaders, their descendants will pay the price for them. I understand the Centenarian grandfather. Clearly, those dragon army soldiers could have survived, but... So let no one forget the crimes committed by the alien race. We will remember forever. The entire livestream audience was infected. Everyone could imagine how brutal the scene had been back then. Those warriors were pulled back from the brink of death by doctors. Yet they were still slaughtered by the alien race. How unbearably bitter that must have been. Hearing this bloody recollection, her face contorted with anguish. Suddenly, she thought of her own brother. She turned to Qin Guofeng with urgent concern. Mr. Qin, what about my brother? Was he just killed by those foreigners? Then doesn't that mean? Wouldn't that be too painful? His dream of becoming a battlefield doctor had barely begun before it was snatched away. Lin Yan's eyes filled with anguish, and she could barely hold back her tears. Qin Guofeng hurriedly explained, your brother wasn't dead at the time. But he was living a life worse than death. Because he witnessed the atrocities committed by the invaders. He was the sole survivor of that massacre. Thinking of this, Qin Guofeng could feel the agony Lin must have endured. So many patients he had personally saved. Only to be brutally murdered one by the invaders. Everyone present fell silent upon hearing these words. Everyone waited for Qin Guofeng to continue. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. What happened back then must be remembered. He was old now. But the world kept turning. The crimes committed by the foreign tribes must not be forgotten with the passage of time. He carefully recalled the circumstances of that time. He continued to speak of the inhumanity of the outsiders before everyone. Lin was the sole survivor from the entire hospital. He witnessed firsthand how the invaders slaughtered all the wounded. It was precisely witnessing that entire inhumane massacre. He resolved to abandon medicine and join the military. Chapter 123. It was the patient who saved him. At that moment, Lin was still suturing the soldier's wounds. This was likely the most satisfying surgery he had performed to date. As he stitched the soldier's wound, he remarked with a smile, your injury is fully healed now. The stitches will come out soon, and you'll be back on your feet in no time. The soldier's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Doctor, I can't thank you enough. I should repay you properly. Once I'm healed, I'll return to the battlefield to slay the foreign tribes. Hope filled the warrior's eyes. He hoped one day to personally drive out all the invaders. Lin couldn't understand why he insisted on going to the battlefield. Don't you want to go home and reunite with your family? War only brings more suffering. If only there were no war in this world. He never quite understood why people had to fight and kill each other. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to live in peace? The soldier flashed a handsome smile. Just as he was about to explain, the sound of rapid gunfire suddenly filled the air. As a soldier, he knew exactly what this meant. Lin tried to rush outside. But the soldier yanked him back inside. He was shoved under the operating table. What are you doing? Let me go. What's happening outside? Lin tried to struggle, but the warrior pinned him down with all his might. His eyes turned bloodshot as he spoke. Doctor, if you want to live, keep your mouth shut. Those alien races have no humanity. Lin waved his hand. I'm a doctor. They shouldn't harm me. Besides, this is a hospital. They can't just. Before he could finish, gunfire erupted beside Lin. The soldier's chest was suddenly riddled with multiple holes. Blood spattered onto Lin's face. He couldn't believe how hot the blood felt. After all these years as a doctor. This was the first time he'd ever felt how scalding hot blood could be. Lin was still in a daze when the soldier pinned him directly beneath the bed. He even used his last ounce of strength to pull the bedsheet over himself, securing Lin firmly beneath it. Even in his final moments, the soldier used his last ounce of strength to shield Lin, signaling him to stay hidden beneath the bed. In that moment, Lin felt his blood freeze. He curled up stiffly beneath the bed, watching helplessly as the sheets turned crimson. The blood on it belonged to his patient. As the sheets grew redder and redder, he knew his patient wouldn't survive. But Lin could do nothing. He could only cower beneath the bed like a coward. As a doctor, he ended up being protected by his own patient. At that moment, Lin felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. The soldier pressed his hand tightly over Lin's mouth to stifle any sound. Through the sheets, he felt his patient's body temperature gradually grow colder. A life was slipping away before his eyes. Outside, a group of foreigners continued their search. Even the dragon trader stood nearby, carefully currying favor. Chieftain, all the dragon soldiers outside are dead. They didn't stand a chance. We took them out in minutes. You're truly formidable, chief. Look at our spoils today. The dragon trader's face was plastered with a fawning smile. He was practically groveling to the foreign leader. The alien leader sneered coldly, you know your place. You did well this time. Our tribe has a great reward for you, ha. He glanced around as he spoke. Search him thoroughly. I don't want any stragglers slipping through the cracks. The dragon army is all dead. What about the doctors? Kill every last one of them. Anyone daring to aid the dragon army must face the consequences. Lin, hiding beneath the bed, heard every word spoken outside. He clamped his hand tightly over his mouth. If he made even the slightest sound, tears of sorrow flowed helplessly from the corners of his eyes. The relentless crackle of gunfire echoed in his ears. He knew that the soldiers he had worked so hard to save had all been killed. Yet he could do nothing. He could only cower like a coward beneath the bed. In that moment, Linen felt as if his heart had been torn apart. Qin Guofeng spoke these words with tears streaming down his face. Linen is an outstanding doctor. He saved countless soldiers in this hospital. Yet at that moment, he had to watch helplessly as the very patients he saved were murdered. This is the heinous crime committed by the invaders. His words rang out, each syllable sharp and forceful. Everyone present heard them loud and clear. The crowd was already seething with rage, yet had no outlet for their fury. They could only vent their fury through curses. Damn those foreigners! How despicable! This is nothing short of murder. I wish I could go back to that era and wipe them out. Calm down. What we must do is remember history. The crowd cursed and raged. Some were even moved to tears by the anger. Linen had witnessed patients being slaughtered with his own eyes. As a doctor, he was powerless. He could only watch helplessly. Viewers in the livestream chat had already erupted. Don't stop me. Who has an alien nearby? This won't do. I must take revenge. I won't rest until I find an alien to beat up today. Calm down. This is a civilized society. There are civilized ways to seek revenge. I'm just waiting to see what retribution those foreigners get, bunch of bastards. Heaven won't let criminals off the hook. Foreigners will pay the price. A group of netizens shifted from agitation to calm. They all knew there was nothing they could do now. All they could do was remember the crimes the foreigners had committed back then. One day, reckoning would come. Lin Yan had long since broken down in tears. How much pain my brother must have endured back then. Why? As a doctor, he couldn't save his own patient. This is the greatest insult to a doctor. She could imagine how utterly hopeless her brother must have felt. How much agony had her brother endured? Su Yun's eyes were already red. What happened next? So this Grandpa Lin managed to survive? Shouldn't the invaders have conducted a thorough search back then? How brutal the foreigners were. He had already experienced it firsthand. Surviving this massacre was nothing short of a miracle. Qin Guofeng sighed as well. That soldier used his own body to pin down the bedsheet. Linen hid beneath it and narrowly escaped death. That was sheer luck. Linen had already steeled himself to fight the invaders to the death. Hearing the invaders searching under every bed outside, he was certain his life was over. But when the invaders reached the bed in front of him, they stopped. Damn it, even the corpses buried under the sheets. One of the invaders muttered in disgust. Forget it. There's definitely no one alive here. Linen had narrowly escaped death. The reason he escaped unscathed was because his patient, even as death approached, still wanted to protect him. Chapter 124, Can you teach me how to shoot? Lin An's hand gripping the scalpel was beyond his control. Something seemed to be awakening within his body. He had studied medicine for years to save lives. Yet now, human lives meant as little as grass before the alien race. What had all those years of study amounted to? Linen felt the corpse of his patient growing cold before his eyes. As a doctor, he could only watch helplessly as his patient died before his eyes. Lin An's mental state collapsed. He curled up stiffly beneath the bed. He had no idea how much time had passed when gunfire erupted outside once more. And a familiar voice. It was Qin Guofeng rushing over. The timing was perfect just as the outsiders were preparing to leave. Qin Guofeng caught them all in one fell swoop. But upon seeing the bloodshed inside the hospital, all the soldiers couldn't help but shed tears. Captain, our comrades are all dead. Not a single one survived. I'll slaughter these barbarians. They had clearly returned alive from the brink of death. Yet in the end, they still perished. All the warriors wept uncontrollably. Who could have imagined the barbarians would be so inhuman? Qin Guofeng's eyes filled with sorrow. Quickly tend to the fallen warriors' remains. Check if there are any survivors. We will settle this score someday. Words of rage. Qin Guofeng could no longer bring himself to speak. Seeing so many lives lost before his very eyes, he felt only a wave of helplessness. Why must such despicable alien races exist? They didn't even spare the wounded. So many medical personnel had perished. It was as if they had severed the most vital lifeline of the dragon army. Qin Guofeng's eyes filled with anguish as he gazed sorrowfully at the corpses surrounding him. The heavy atmosphere weighed on him so heavily he could barely breathe. While he was still grieving, his subordinates began reporting the casualties. The number of dead was terrifying. Not a single survivor. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath, about to speak. Suddenly, he sensed a faint breath emanating from within the corpses. Having fought countless battles over the years, he was intimately familiar with the aura of both the living and the dead. Following the faint breath in the air, he found Linen. Lin An's expression was blank and vacant. Like a soulless puppet. Qin Guofeng recognized Linen at a glance. Doctor, are you all right? Are you hurt? A hint of relief tinged his voice. I thought everyone in the hospital was dead. He never expected there to be survivors? But Qin Guofeng quickly sensed something was off. Lin An's expression remained calm. Not a single ripple crossed his face. He simply let others take him away for examination. Like a body without a soul. Captain, what's wrong with Dr. Lin? He doesn't seem well. Maybe he's scared. That's probably it. Dr. Lin is so refined he's never seen anything like this before. Someone immediately escorted Lin into a safe place. Some even tried to console him. But Lin remained silent, lips pressed together, lost in thought. Some said Dr. Lin had been scared into a daze. Witnessing such a bloody scene all at once. No one could bear it. Even Qin Guofeng felt this man might need a long time to recover. Preparations were already underway to send him back. He and his men cleaned up the hospital. How many bodies were there? All the wounded had perished at the hands of the foreign invaders. Qin Guofeng felt as though he couldn't breathe. He cursed himself over and over. Why couldn't he have arrived sooner? If only he had come earlier. Perhaps everyone in this hospital could have survived. All day long, he and his comrades worked tirelessly to bury every casualty. Though exhausted, Qin Guofeng couldn't sleep at all. One by one, vibrant lives had vanished before his eyes. Qin Guofeng finally couldn't bear the pressure anymore. Stepping into the courtyard, he looked up to see a sky filled with stars. Those stars seemed like the eyes of the fallen soldiers. Just as Qin Guofeng was about to sigh, he suddenly heard another sigh nearby. It was Lin. Lin looked up at the sky. With profound sorrow, he asked, Captain Qin, do you think people stop feeling pain once they're dead? Upon hearing Lin An's words, Qin Guofeng slowly stepped forward. He stared intently at him for several seconds. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. His condition seemed manageable. I'd feared he'd be completely broken. But he'd recovered so quickly. Qin Guofeng knew he was deeply hurt. For a moment, he couldn't think of any words to comfort him. All he could manage was a dry, Dr. Lin, you've done your best. At least you saved many lives before. Their deaths were caused by the invaders. If you can't handle the pressure, I can have someone take you back. Captain Qin, do you know how many dead bodies I saw today? Lin suddenly spoke in a quiet voice. I've never seen so many dead in my entire life. And my colleagues, they were killed too. What did they ever do to deserve this? Those patients, I stayed up nights to save them. Only to be shot dead by those outsiders in a single bullet. Ha ha ha. Lin suddenly burst out laughing. What gives them the right? What gives those foreigners the right to act so brazenly on our soil? Having grown up in privileged circumstances, Lin had never encountered such a situation before. He knew war was brutal. But he never imagined it could be this merciless. Qin Guofeng looked at the calm Lin. And momentarily didn't know how to console him. Having witnessed so many of his own patients die. Yet being utterly powerless to do anything. How agonizing that must be. The two men looked at each other in silence. After a long silence, Qin Guofeng finally spoke first. The outsiders have no humanity. They act solely on whim. Today's events are my fault. I failed to protect you, Dr. Lin. I apologize. Deep remorse weighed heavily on Qin Guofeng. He tried to bow before Lin. But Lin caught him. It's not your fault, it's mine. Lin's voice suddenly turned icy. A self-mocking smile played at the corners of his eyes. Captain Qin, do you know? When I studied medicine, it was to save more people. Later, in the hospital, I saw so many ordinary people dying because of war. Then my senior classmate decided to become a battlefield doctor. I was deeply moved. Only now did Lin grasp a truth. He pulled a delicate scalpel from his pocket. It was small. In Lin's hands, it looked incredibly refined. It seemed tailor-made for him. Qin Guofeng hadn't grasped his meaning yet. The next second, Lin tossed the scalpel directly into the sink beside him. This left Qin Guofeng speechless. Wasn't the scalpel supposed to be a doctor's most important tool? Just as a soldier's most important tool is his gun. Qin Guofeng silently watched Lin. Sure enough, the next moment, Lin's confident voice rang out. Captain Qin, could you teach me how to shoot? Chapter 125, Abandoning Medicine for Military Service. Qin Guofeng hadn't expected Lin to say such a thing. He glanced at the scalpel Lin had discarded. He asked in surprise. Why? Aren't you a doctor? Why did you throw away your scalpel? Do you know how many lives your scalpel could save? An outstanding doctor could be of tremendous use. Qin Guofeng couldn't understand Lin's actions. But Lin gave a bitter smile. Today, I hid under the bed, holding this very scalpel in my hand. Yet I couldn't save my patient. I could only watch helplessly as they were slaughtered by the invaders. If I'd had a pistol instead, could I have saved more people? In this era, my speed in saving lives can't keep up with the speed at which the invaders kill. Look around. The hospital lay silent in the night. It used to be so lively in here. The agonized moans of patients. And the joyful voices of those who recovered. But all those patients, they died within a single day. How much time had Lin spent treating these patients? In the end, he was shot dead. That's why Lin decided to give up medicine. He looked at Lin Chuan with utter seriousness. My scalpel can't stop war nor save more lives. That's why I've decided to give up medicine and join the army with you. All these years later, Qin Guofeng still remembered the words Lin had spoken back then. Lin said his scalpel couldn't stop war. It was true. People get injured because of war. Lin believed that studying medicine would allow him to save more lives. But reality dealt him a crushing blow. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath, his eyes brimming with tears. So he abandoned medicine and chose to become a warrior. The scene fell completely silent. The crowd, which had been filled with anger, had grown quiet without anyone noticing. Even the viewers in the livestream chat had forgotten to send messages. Everyone was thinking about how helpless Lin must have felt to abandon the medical studies he had pursued for so many years. So that's how my brother gave up medicine to become a soldier. Lin Yan's eyes were still brimming with tears. But her eyes no longer held much sorrow. Instead, they held a hint of relief. He's truly my brother. His decision was the right one. In those war-torn times, a scalpel truly couldn't save more lives. She understood her brother's choice completely. Because he had made the most correct choice. The crowd on site was already too stunned for words. A medical student had just abandoned the very field she had studied. What immense courage that must take. The live stream was erupting with reactions. This is the helplessness of our times. Back then, Grandpa Lin wanted to save more people. That called for a different approach. Leaving medicine for the military was the right choice. Grandpa Lin makes a compelling point. Witnessing patients he worked so hard to save pass away. That made him abandon his scalpel. My goodness, what immense courage that must have taken. Switching from one profession to another. It was almost like starting over from scratch. Everyone marveled at Lin An's resolve. Such a person deserves to be remembered by the world. Su Yun and Officer Tan were also filled with admiration. It was truly remarkable to possess such awareness back then. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. He composed himself. At the time, I thought it would be difficult for Dr. Lin, a doctor who couldn't lift a finger, to join the military. He was viewing the matter from a professional perspective. Upon hearing Lin An's words back then, he felt nothing but shock. That's why Qin Guofeng was still trying to dissuade Lin. Dr. Lin, I think you should really think this through. Joining the military is different from being a doctor. Your scalpel can save far more lives. Leave the task of slaying foreign tribes to us. A doctor is a rare asset. So many wounded need medical care. Qin Guofeng couldn't understand Lin An's decision. But Lin had made up his mind completely. His gaze fell upon the gun holstered at Qin Guofeng's waist. Captain Qin, do you know how helpless I feel today? If I knew how to shoot, I could have saved so many patients. But I don't. As long as there are foreigners here, there will be casualties. My scalpel can't save any more people. So it's better to go kill the outsiders. He looked at Lin Chuan with unwavering seriousness. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Doesn't slaying one foreigner mean fewer wounded? If we could drive the barbarians out entirely, wouldn't that mean no more war casualties? Lin had grasped the root of the problem. He had studied medicine since childhood to heal more people. He came to the front lines to serve as a battlefield doctor. He hoped this world would never see another casualty. But where there is war, there will be casualties. Lin looked around helplessly. Captain Qin, my medical skills can't save the people of Longguo. Let me go to the battlefield. I will drive out the foreign invaders. Only then can we completely prevent any more dragon country people from getting hurt. These words struck Qin Guofeng like a thunderclap. He never imagined a doctor like Lin could possess such resolve. He was absolutely right. As long as foreign tribes wage war on dragon nation soil, casualties were inevitable. No matter how skilled Lin An's medical abilities were, he couldn't save everyone. Thus, this doctor chose to lay down his scalpel. He took up arms to defend the motherland and drive out the invaders. Qin Guofeng was deeply moved. He finally agreed to let Lin join his unit. But his men were puzzled. Captain, Dr. Lin is so frail. Can he really fight the invaders? Exactly. Isn't he a doctor? Is this really suitable? I think we should send him back to the hospital. This isn't something a gentleman should be doing. Everyone present had been treated by Lin. Hearing this doctor suddenly declare he would abandon medicine for military service. Shock was all they felt. Qin Guofeng glanced at Lin, who was struggling. He waved his hand dismissively. None of you are to help him. Increase the intensity of his training. Helping him now would only be doing him a disservice. Do you think you'll be able to help him on the battlefield? At his words, all the soldiers ceased assisting Lin. Lin was a latecomer to the military, having never received any formal combat training. Everything had to start from scratch. Qin Guofeng showed no favoritism, subjecting him to rigorous training. Hearing Qin Guofeng's words, everyone present felt a pang of sorrow. Some couldn't hold back any longer. Good heavens, Grandpa Lin is as weak as a kitten. How on earth did he manage to endure all this? I'm already at my limit. A doctor giving up his career to enlist. How much effort must that have taken? So did Grandpa Lin die soon after on the battlefield? The crowd sighed in unison, each face etched with sorrow. He was a doctor. Yet he became a warrior to protect the people of Longguo. Chapter 126, Becoming a Sharpshooter. Su Yun couldn't help but speak up. How did Grandpa Lin ultimately pass away? His portrait looks so young. He was so young when he died. I wonder if he regretted giving up his scalpel, choosing instead to become a warrior. Before Qin Guofeng could speak, Detective Tan looked around with certainty. Regardless of how Grandpa Lin sacrificed himself, in the end, he surely never regretted choosing to become part of the Dragon Army. Think about it, how many Dragon Nation citizens can be saved by eliminating a single enemy? The math was crystal clear. Even Officer Tan could understand Lin Yan's state of mind at the time. Viewers in the livestream were filled with curiosity. Lin Yan also looked expectantly at Qin Guofeng. Mr. Qin, how was my brother doing in the military back then? He's never taken a life since childhood. How could he possibly kill the alien race after joining the Dragon Army? This was what intrigued Lin Yan the most. For a moment, all eyes turned to Qin Guofeng, a scholarly, frail doctor on the battlefield. Wouldn't he become a sitting duck? But Qin Guofeng merely smiled faintly. You underestimate Lin Yan too much. True, he is a doctor. It's unlikely he could become a master in such a short time. But later on, he slaughtered quite a few of the enemy. Because I trained him to be a sniper. This was Lin Yan's greatest advantage. Though he was a latecomer to the field, Qin Guofeng chose the most suitable method to train Lin Yan. When performing surgery, a doctor must hold the scalpel steady. The same principle applies to snipers. Making Lin Yan a sniper was the perfect fit. A group of netizens maliciously remarked that Lin Yan had actually become a sniper. They all became excited. I'm a medical student, your hands really do need to be steady during surgery. That's just like a sniper, so Grandpa Lin must be incredibly skilled. Century-old elders are truly remarkable, they even found a role perfect for Grandpa Lin. So Grandpa Lin became a sharpshooter? Holy cow, this has me pumped up. All the netizens were thrilled. I thought Grandpa Lin wouldn't achieve much after becoming a soldier. But in the end, he became a sharpshooter. A crowd of people now looked expectantly at Qin Guofeng, hoping he'd share more stories about Lin Yan. Qin Guofeng glanced around, his face adorned with a kind smile. Back then, what my unit lacked most were snipers. So I had Lin Yan fill the role. Never expected him to pick it up so quickly. The best part was not having to get up close to dead bodies. The inability to take a life was actually Lin Yan's biggest problem. Qin Guofeng had noticed it back then. During training, Lin Yan performed exceptionally well. But on the battlefield, he was supposed to snipe enemies from cover. Qin Guofeng waited for ages but never received his fire support. Dr. Lin, what are you doing? Fire now! Someone finally shouted. If you don't cover us, we're dead meat today. At that moment, Lin Yan was still trembling uncontrollably. His finger just wouldn't pull the trigger. Sweat was even beading on his forehead. Soon, his vision blurred. Lin Yan had never taken a life in his entire life. Now on the battlefield, he thought he could overcome it. But he never imagined. In the end, it was Qin Guofeng who turned the tide of that final battle, preventing further casualties. Lin Yan's first battle ended in failure. Captain. I truly didn't mean to. Guilt washed over Lin Yan's face. I meant to fire, but somehow. Qin Guofeng stared at Lin Yan with a stern expression. If you can't handle this, you should leave now. Dr. Lin, your aim is precise. But you're afraid to pull the trigger. That's your fatal flaw. If something like today happens again, you'll get us all killed. With that, Qin Guofeng turned and walked away. A warrior who dares not take a life, no matter how skilled with a gun. Cruel war offers no room for growth. As the squad leader, he couldn't gamble with his men's lives. Lin Yan was well aware of his own weakness. To become a qualified warrior, one must learn to take life. Later, Qin Guofeng took him into the woods to hunt birds. This experience finally transformed Lin Yan into the most formidable sniper. Qin Guofeng led his men to engage the enemy from the front. Lin Yan concealed himself in the shadows, drawing fire with his sniper rifle. Their coordination was seamless. They cut down quite a few of the alien invaders at the time. Hearing this, the group couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wonderful! I knew Grandpa Lin would overcome this challenge. What a sharpshooter! Truly something to be proud of. Grandpa Qin trained him well. Making a doctor into a sniper is truly remarkable. The somber mood at the scene finally began to lift. Even the live stream's atmosphere lightened up. Everyone was praising Qin Guofeng's planning. Even Su Yun and Officer Tan couldn't help but smile. But Lin Yan couldn't feel happy. She knew her brother had gone to the battlefield. And that meant death was never far away. While everyone else was filled with excitement, Lin Yan turned to Qin Guofeng. Mr. Qin, how did my brother die? As his sister, I have a right to know. Her words instantly shattered the relaxed atmosphere in the room. Everyone fell silent. All eyes turned to Qin Guofeng. The smile vanished from Qin Guofeng's face. Recalling the state Lin was in when he died, he suddenly felt as though his heart had been violently wrenched. The pain was so intense he could barely breathe. His eyes turned bloodshot. He seemed utterly lost in the memory, unable to pull himself free. Seeing this, Su Yun hurriedly supported him. Grandpa Qin, are you all right? Maybe we should take a break. Too many sorrowful memories. Each time, it tore open the painful memories anew. Su Yun felt a deep ache in her heart. Shouldn't an elderly man of his age be enjoying his twilight years? Yet, to ensure everyone remembers the atrocities committed by the invaders back then, tearing open those painful memories across the entire internet. It was truly agonizing. Viewers in the livestream chat also found it deeply distressing. Before anyone could call for a halt, Qin Guofeng had already adjusted his mindset. His eyes were brimming with tears. He forced himself to remain composed as he scanned the surroundings. I'm fine. Bringing Lin back was to make everyone remember what happened all those years ago. Lin was an exceptional marksman. Qin Guofeng recalled Lin's final moments, covered in blood. His heart ached so intensely it felt like he couldn't breathe. He steadied his emotions. He looked around and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Lin was surrounded and shot dead by the enemy. He was hit by over a dozen bullets. There was no way to save him. He died right before my eyes. The entire internet was stunned by Qin Guofeng's words. Even the live chat went silent. Those present were utterly stunned. So many bullets? My God. How excruciatingly painful that must have been. Chapter 127, The World of Expectations. As his younger sister, Lin Yan had long since broken down in tears. She clung tightly to her brother's portrait. Qin Guofeng had originally intended to stop speaking, but Lin Yan's face was stubborn. Mr. Qin, please continue. I must know. Seeing this, Qin Guofeng sighed. He could only continue recounting what happened after Lin joined the military. By then, Lin Yan's marksmanship had reached supernatural levels. I assigned him specifically to snipe enemy leaders. If an enemy leader was taken out during combat, it meant half the battle was already won. As it turned out, Lin performed exceptionally well. Each time, he would precisely pierce the head of an enemy leader. This greatly boosted the morale of the dragon army. But later, success brought trouble. The enemy began targeting Lin specifically. At the time, Qin Guofeng was surrounded and fighting at the front. To draw all the enemy fire toward himself. So he fired relentlessly. A sniper who fires too frequently risks exposing his position. That was precisely Lin's predicament. Seeing the number of attackers dwindling, Qin Guofeng inwardly sensed trouble. Quick, break through the encirclement. Something must have happened to Lin. Qin Guofeng's heart pounded wildly. He hoped he could still make it in time. He broke through the encirclement at top speed, but it was still too late. When he found Lin, he lay covered in blood, collapsed in a pool of it. Someone tried to bandage his wounds but didn't know where to begin. What exactly is injured here? How could there be so much blood? Captain, what should we do now? Should we rush him to the hospital immediately? Seeing this scene, the group of comrades in arms all cried until their eyes were red. Back when Lin was still a doctor, he had saved countless lives. Now they could only watch helplessly as Lin slowly slipped away. Qin Guofeng approached Lin with trembling hands. He desperately tried to cover the wounds on his body. But the blood flowed like a faucet, impossible to stem. Lin, you, wake up. I command you, you cannot die. Qin Guofeng had taken him in as a warrior to fight enemies. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine this would happen. Qin Guofeng desperately tried to save him. But seeing Lin covered in blood, he didn't know where to begin. Lin murmured weakly. No, don't trouble yourself. I'm a doctor. I know my condition. I won't make it. The light in his eyes slowly faded. Yet he stubbornly refused to close his eyes. He looked at Qin Guofeng with lingering reluctance. Captain, do you think the outsiders will be driven out? Ever since becoming a warrior, he had witnessed too many casualties. If the outsiders weren't driven out, the casualties would never cease. But now he was facing certain death. Yet the invaders still rampaged across the Dragon Nation's lands. Resentment burned in Lin's eyes. Qin Guofeng forced himself to remain calm. They can be driven out. With thousands of young men in our Dragon Nation, we cannot possibly fail to drive out a single foreign tribe. Lin, you mustn't sleep. You will recover. You're the sharpshooter I poured my heart into training. You can't die. He had witnessed too many casualties. Qin Guofeng's heart was already riddled with holes. He was teetering on the edge of collapse. Lin gazed at Qin Guofeng through a haze. A bitter smile touched his lips. I won't make it. Nor will I live to see the day when the foreign tribes are driven out. What a pity. He struggled to roll over. His gaze fell upon Qin Guofeng. His voice was barely a whisper. Captain, thank you for taking me in back then, for letting me fight on the battlefield. I killed many foreigners. Does that mean I saved many people of the Dragon Nation? As he spoke these words, his eyes brimmed with satisfaction. I've earned my keep. But I won't live to see the day they're driven out. The cries of weeping warriors filled the air. For Lin Yan's wounds were nearly dry of blood. He was nearing the end. Qin Guofeng held back his tears and spoke calmly. Rest assured, the invaders will be driven out soon. Then our Dragon Nation will never know war again. No one will die ever again. That day will surely come. Otherwise, how could we possibly honor the sacrifices of so many? Qin Guofeng silently vowed to witness that day with his own eyes. Lin Yan had gradually calmed down. His eyes brimmed with hope. Then perhaps doctors in Dragon Nation won't have to abandon their scalpels anymore. Will they have to wield slaughtering knives to protect their patients? These words felt like a sharp pinch to Qin Guofeng's heart. He remained silent for a long while. Lin Yan had abandoned his scalpel to protect his patients. This would be the greatest regret of his life. I will. Qin Guofeng suppressed the sorrow welling up inside him. In the future, no doctor in Longguo will ever abandon their beloved profession to protect their patients. People will live in peace and prosperity. Our Dragon Nation will become the happiest land on earth. He whispered these words of comfort to Lin Yan, allowing Lin Yan to hear the finest vision for Longguo in his final moments. Until she smiled as she drew her final breath. By this point, Qin Guofeng was already weeping uncontrollably. He looked around in a daze. Did you all see that? Doctors no longer need to abandon their scalpels. They can all pursue the careers they love most. Lin Yan, isn't this world exactly what you once hoped to see? Every word struck a deep chord in everyone present. Even the viewers in the livestream were stunned. A group of people had already begun wailing in anguish. My goodness, so Grandpa Lin never forgot he was a doctor. This was his most cherished calling, how could he ever forget? He would never have given up his scalpel unless it was to save more lives. But he still died in the end. Sniff. I can't stop crying. It's all because of the brutality of the alien race. All these sacrifices are entirely their fault. Netizens were already boiling with resentment. They seemed ready to burst through the screen. The crowd at the scene wailed in unison. How much pain Grandpa Lin must have endured, with so many bullets riddling his body. He saved countless patients during his medical career. Yet in the end, he couldn't save his own life. These words left everyone deeply saddened. The atmosphere grew heavy and somber. Officer Tan's eyes were already red. Comrades, remember how our predecessors like Grandpa Lin sacrificed themselves. And what they sacrificed their lives for. If not for saving the nation, why would a doctor abandon the career he loved? His powerful words struck a chord with everyone present. Netizens were already overcome with emotion. Patriotic comments flooded the live stream. Qin Guofeng, however, turned his gaze toward the aged Lin Yan. His eyes were filled with guilt. I'm truly sorry. I should have firmly stopped him from enlisting back then. Chapter 128, Turning Grief and Anger into Strength. Qin Guofeng's eyes brimmed with remorse. His eyes were red from crying before Lin Yan, and he kept apologizing desperately. He hoped it might ease the pain in his heart. It's not your fault. Mr. Qin, you mustn't blame yourself. Lin Yan clutched her brother's portrait and wept bitterly. You've done more than enough. You fulfilled my brother's dream. His wish was to save lives, whether through medicine or military service, both paths served that purpose. To die defending the people he cared about, I'm sure he'd be proud. Thank you for bringing my brother home. She had given up all hope. Yet at life's end, she unexpectedly witnessed her brother's return. Upon learning of her brother's heroic deed all those years ago, Lin Yan was so overcome with emotion she nearly knelt to the ground. But Qin Guofeng held her back firmly. You mustn't kneel before me, this is what I should have done. Qin Guofeng's eyes brimmed with tears. He fought desperately to keep the tears from falling. I came too late. A profound sadness filled the air. Those around him were already sobbing uncontrollably. Suyan's eyes were red from crying, and she couldn't help but speak up in the livestream. Everyone, the Dragon Nation today is just as Grandpa Lin hoped it would be back then. No doctor would abandon their scalpel. Nor will any doctor become a murderer to protect their patients. We, the people of Longguo, have finally stood tall. When someone chooses to become a doctor, it's undoubtedly to save lives and heal the wounded. Yet who could have imagined that this very doctor would end up as a murderer? How heartbreaking that must be. Not just Su Yun, but the entire internet was engulfed in anguish. Many doctors were watching this live stream. Now they couldn't help but flood the chat with comments. I can so deeply understand Grandpa Lin's anguish back then. To protect his own patients, he ended up becoming a cold-blooded executioner. My goodness, this is the last thing any doctor ever wants to witness. Thankfully, our Dragon Nation no longer faces war. Absolutely. This is all thanks to the sacrifices of countless Dr. Lins and soldiers. Friends, let us never forget the sacrifices of our predecessors. This is the most painful lesson of all. A group of medical students were already overcome with emotion. They were frantically flooding the live stream with comments. As if only this could truly ease their pain. A heavy sadness hung over everyone present. Before long, someone suddenly glanced around. Hey, where's the Centenarian? He's gone. The area was empty, no trace of the Centenarian remained. Only a dense crowd of onlookers remained. Not only Qin Guofeng, but even Su Yun and Officer Tan had vanished without a trace. Those present hurriedly pulled out their phones to check the livestream. Through the livestream, they realized Qin Guofeng had already left. Officer Tan was still speaking inside. Friends, Old Master Qin is in a hurry to continue his journey, so he won't be staying much longer. Please don't follow us, thank you for your kindness. But this is where it ends. If you follow any further, it will only disrupt his journey. You all know how anxious the old man was to get going. Earlier, Qin Guofeng slipped away alone while everyone was still grieving. Fortunately, Officer Tan reacted quickly and was the first to spot Qin Guofeng's retreating figure. That's how they managed to follow him. If he'd lost track of him, he might have gotten a scolding from the boss. Even Su Yun had followed, her eyes still red-rimmed. Seeing Qin Guofeng ahead, riding the handcart without uttering a word. Any words of comfort would be useless now. He could only follow silently behind. Viewers in the livestream watched Qin Guofeng's retreating figure. Some couldn't help but speak up. Why does Grandpa Qin seem so down? Look how fast he's pedaling that cart. Sigh, my heart aches for the Centenarian. How many times has the wound in his heart been torn open? Exactly. Every time he sends a comrade back, his wounds are torn open completely. His heart must be in pieces by now. Grandpa Qin truly transforms sorrow into strength. A group of netizens all understood how much pain Qin Guofeng was enduring right now. To endure having his wounds reopened so many times without breaking down. That kind of resilience isn't something just anyone possesses. Qin Guofeng pressed on in silence. Seeing so many comrades and family members who had been waiting all this time, he felt he couldn't delay any longer. He must return all his comrades home as swiftly as possible. Originally, Su Yun could still walk side by side with Qin Guofeng. But over the next few days, Qin Guofeng seemed to be on fire. No matter how hard he pedaled, he couldn't keep up. He could only hold on to Officer Tan's carriage from behind to gain momentum and keep up. Officer Tan, Grandpa Qin doesn't look too good. Su Yun clung to Officer Tan's vehicle, his gaze fixed on Qin Guofeng's retreating figure. It's been several days now, and Grandpa Qin hasn't had much rest at all. They had now completely left the hometown of their late comrade. Yet Qin Guofeng's pace never slowed except for eating and sleeping. His pace was so relentless that even Su Yun struggled to keep up. This state of affairs was a bit concerning. Officer Tan's gaze fell on Su Yun's hand clutching the side of his train compartment. He spoke with utmost seriousness. I don't know what's wrong with Old Master Qin, but you're in trouble. Who told you to grab onto my car? Don't you know that's dangerous? Here's your ticket. Keep it safe. Don't touch cars without permission in the future. It was a case of occupational habit kicking in. Officer Tan hadn't issued a ticket in ages. Now that he finally had the chance, there was no way he'd let Su Yun off the hook. When the ticket was handed to Su Yun's mouth twitched and he remained speechless for a long while. The live stream audience erupted in laughter. Only someone like him would remember to issue tickets at a time like this. Poor Su Yun. Officer Tan's just suffering from occupational disease. Ah, Officer Tan, you're truly something else. Hey, stop laughing. Grandpa Qin up front seems to have brought out his portrait already. Just as the livestream audience was buzzing with discussion, Qin Guofeng finally slowed down. He even pulled a portrait from the truck bed and cradled it in his arms. This clearly meant they were almost there. Su Yun rushed forward and aimed his phone at the portrait in Qin Guofeng's arms. It was still the face of a young man. The man's eyes were wide and piercing, as if surveying the surroundings. Grandpa Qin, this comrade of yours. Su Yun couldn't help but speak up. This comrade looks so spirited, full of life. Clearly an outstanding soldier. So many portraits had been sent back. But the man in this portrait looks the most like a soldier. That face clearly bore the marks of many trials. Qin Guofeng's face bore the marks of wind and frost, yet showed no trace of weariness. He gently stroked the portrait, finally letting a long-awaited smile grace his face. My comrade in arms was truly remarkable. Chapter 129, The Thoughtful Comrade. Qin Guofeng's gaze settled on the youthful face in the portrait. His name was Gao Erniu. He was one of the most formidable fighters under my command. Back in the army, he was tall and sturdy. But he was actually quite timid. I had to spend a long time teaching him how to fire a gun. As he spoke of Gao Erniu, Qin Guofeng's eyes sparkled with warmth. Suddenly, he recalled how many years ago, Gao Erniu had recklessly intercepted Long Jun's unit. At the time, Qin Guofeng was leading a unit to reinforce the front lines. Unexpectedly, they were blocked by a man nearly 2 meters tall. His men, suspecting an ambush, drew their guns and aimed them at Gao Erniu. No wonder the guy was huge and imposing. His face radiated pure menace. At first glance, he seemed ready to fight to the death. Fortunately, Qin Guofeng was quick-witted and recognized Gao Erniu as an ordinary man. He was a keen judge of character. This Gao Erniu before him just looked intimidating. There wasn't a shred of killing intent about him. Don't shoot! This must be a local villager. After halting his men, Qin Guofeng turned to Gao Erniu. Hey, fellow villager, you're from around here, right? What's going on? But no matter how long he asked, Gao Erniu remained silent. He just stared at Lin Chuan with wide, round eyes. His expression looked exactly like that of a sturdy ox. Captain, I can't help but feel this guy isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Finally, one of the men noticed something was off. He's big and burly, sure enough to intimidate people. But he didn't even try to dodge when he saw the gun pointed at him. The whole group could see that Gao Erniu was all size and no brains. He wasn't very bright, actually. After Qin Guofeng questioned him for a long while, Gao Erniu finally spoke up. I want to join the army. I know the dragon army is going to fight the barbarians. Sir, could you take me along? I want to go too. For a mountain of a man, his voice was surprisingly soft. Like a timid little wife. Qin Guofeng hadn't expected Gao Erniu to speak in such a soft, gentle voice. It didn't match his imposing appearance at all. But manpower was desperately short at the time. Gao Erniu was tall and sturdy, so he kept him on. This guy's got as much bullish energy as his name suggests. Qin Guofeng couldn't help but smile at the thought. You wouldn't believe how fearless Gao Erniu was on the battlefield back then. He'd carry ammunition at a brisk pace. I thought carrying ammo was the perfect job for him. But who knew it was such a waste of his talents? Assigning a big guy to carry ammunition. As a leader, Qin Guofeng believed this was the most suitable arrangement. It wasn't until much later that Qin Guofeng discovered Gao Erniu's other talent. Officer Tan perked up at this. What exactly is this Gao grandfather's special skill? If even you, old Master Qin, acknowledge it, it must be extraordinary. Just seeing Qin Guofeng's expression was enough to pique Officer Tan's curiosity. His gaze remained fixed on the portrait. Qin Guofeng's face was filled with smiles. Yet even amidst that apparent joy, his face seemed filled with sorrow. After staring at the portrait for a long while, he finally spoke. Erniu was big and burly, but he was also very thoughtful. Later, I arranged for him to learn how to lay landmines. At this point, Qin Guofeng's eyes began to redden. If only I hadn't sent him to learn how to lay landmines back then. All the memories flooded back in an instant. Qin Guofeng began recalling the events of that year. It was the second year after Niu joined the army in his sophomore year of high school. And he gradually discovered that this burly, bull-like giant was actually a very sensitive person. He constantly cared for his comrades. He'd help his comrades with anything, never complaining. Once, Qin Guofeng even discovered this guy could sew. In the army, everyone was a rough-and-tumble soldier who would know how to do that. But Gao Erniu could. He even mended all the torn clothes of his comrades. It shocked quite a few people at the time. Even Qin Guofeng was taken aback. Captain, look at this. Gao Erniu actually knows how to do this? Look at how he mends clothes better than my own mother's sewing. Good heavens. A crowd gathered around Gao Erniu, murmuring in amazement. Erniu, this sleeve has a hole. Can you patch it up for me? And this one I can't wear it anymore. Erniu, you've got to help me out. And just like that, Gao Erniu became a well-known figure in the team. Everyone knew there was a big guy with exceptional sewing skills. Qin Guofeng observed this, recalling Erniu's deeds in the military. He was indeed a meticulous and patient man. Such talent couldn't be wasted. That very night, he summoned Gao Erniu. Erniu, you've been in the army for nearly a year now. Want to learn something useful? Upon hearing this, Gao Erniu's eyes widened instantly. Learn something? What could I possibly learn, Captain? I only know a few characters. Qin Guofeng wasted no time. You're bold yet meticulous, perfect for learning to make landmines. This is a technical job that demands meticulous attention to detail. We're desperately short on landmine makers. Gao Erniu, are you willing to take it on? Gao Erniu's eyes were filled with anticipation. His eyes brimmed with hope for the future. Captain, do you think I'm up for it? Not just anyone can make these landmines. Though he spoke hesitantly, Gao Erniu later proved himself worthy of Qin Guofeng's trust. He became a master at laying mines. By the time Qin Guofeng reached this point in his story, his eyes were already moist. A hint of pain even flickered across his face. Why on earth did I let that kid learn how to lay mines? His tone was thick with regret and anguish. Viewers in the livestream couldn't help but feel their hearts wrench. Just reading this far, I can't hold back my tears anymore. I really can't take it. It's so painful. How did Grandpa Gao end up dying? Oh no, I think I already know. Otherwise, why would Grandpa Qin be so heartbroken? Shoo, quiet everyone. Let's watch Grandpa Qin continue with Comrade Song's story. The group of viewers fell into perfect harmony. No one pressed further, they all knew how painful this memory was. Even Su Yun refrained from prying. Lately, seeing Qin Guofeng repeatedly tear open his own wounds. It was truly agonizing. Grandpa Qin, the village you're looking for should be just up ahead. Officer Tan immediately stepped forward. That's Gao Village right ahead. Let's hurry inside. With that, he led the way ahead, guiding Qin Guofeng into the village. Many villagers were basking in the sun at the village entrance. But it seemed like most of the people in this village were elderly. Qin Guofeng searched around but couldn't find anyone who recognized Gao Erniu. It seemed likely he had no relatives left. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. Just then, an old man appeared before the crowd, leaning on his cane. Are you bringing Gao Erniu home? Let me see, is this Gao Erniu from Gao Village? I recall he joined the Dragon Army back then. Chapter 130, Brutal Acts. The old man's hair was now completely white, but upon hearing the name Gao Erniu, he instantly perked up. Qin Guofeng, seeing this, hurried forward. That's right, it's Gao Erniu. This is his portrait. Are you a relative of his? Qin Guofeng looked at the old man with hopeful eyes. He hoped the man was a living relative of Gao Erniu. The old man leaned closer to examine the portrait carefully. Then he smiled and said, that's right, this is brother Erniu. I remember it clearly, that's exactly how Erniu looked back then. The old man's face was filled with smiles. But soon, his smile turned sorrowful. Ah, how could brother Erniu have passed away so young? His eyes brimmed with unhidden sorrow. Qin Guofeng's face twisted with guilt upon hearing this. He pressed his lips together, silent for a long while. Officer Tan stepped forward. Old man, are you a relative of Grandpa Gao? We're here specifically to bring Grandpa Gao back. But the old man waved his hand dismissively. There are no relatives of Erniu left in Lùjiā Village. His relatives must have all passed away many years ago. Nowadays, hardly anyone in Lùjiā Village remembers Erniu brother anymore. The old man's eyes were filled with sorrow as he spoke. I never imagined that after all these years, he would still hear the name Gao Erniu. Qin Guofeng felt even more sorrowful upon hearing this. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with heartache. I really did come too late. Erniu's entire family is dead. I promised Erniu back then that I'd take him back to see his parents. At this thought, Qin Guofeng's face was etched with sorrow. After all these years, he feared many of his comrades' loved ones were no longer alive. Hearing Qin Guofeng's words of guilt, the old man immediately stepped forward. You can't blame yourself. It wasn't because you came back late. Not long after Erniu joined the army, our village was raided by outsiders. As he spoke, a flash of terror crossed the old man's eyes. Even after all these years, whenever he recalled the events of that time, his hands and feet still grew cold with fear. Nearly everyone in the village was slaughtered. All the adults were killed back then. The only ones who survived were us children who hid away. The old man's name was Gao Hai. Back then, he was just a child of a few years old. Too young to understand what had happened. He only remembered everything being drenched in blood, with scarcely a living soul left in the entire village. Recalling that horrific scene, Gao Hai clenched his teeth so hard his molars nearly shattered. Back then, my parents hid me in a secret place. My mother told me we were playing hide and seek and that I had to stay quiet. She said she'd come back for me soon. Ha! At this point, the old man's eyes welled up with cloudy tears. I waited for a very long time, but no one came for me. Finally, I was so hungry I had to come out looking for food. Recalling those events, pain filled Gao Hai's eyes. He was only a few years old when he left. The entire village was steeped in blood. Not a single living soul remained in the entire village. Even the poultry had been slaughtered. The village resembled a living hell. The young Gao Hai couldn't help but burst into tears at the sight. Father! Mother! Where are you? Come out quickly, I'm scared. Wah? But no one answered him. Only the echoes of emptiness. And finally, there were only the blood-soaked corpses. Only then did Gao Hai and a few slightly older children grasp what had happened. Only a group of young children, too young to understand, were still crying beside their parents' bodies. But their parents would never open their eyes again. Young Gao Hai witnessed the entire village transformed into a living hell. Even after all these years, Gao Hai still couldn't forget the horrors of that day. Now gray-haired, Gao Hai stomped his cane on the ground. Gritting his teeth in fury, he exclaimed, dozens of lives in the entire village. Every single one of them died, not a single survivor. My family was slaughtered by those foreign invaders. Why were they so utterly inhumane? Gao Hai trembled with rage, his eyes burning with overwhelming hatred. This happened right on our own land. How dare these foreigners act so brazenly, slaughtering so many defenseless villagers? They're not human at all. His face, etched with deep wrinkles, twisted with fury. All these years later, he still remembered the horrors of that day. He would never forget it for the rest of his life. This fury seemed to infect every viewer in the livestream chat. Some couldn't hold back and began cursing loudly. This is outrageous. Are any of you non-humans watching? This is the crime your ancestors committed back then. Don't think you can erase the sins of the past. Humanity is a good thing, but unfortunately, the other race doesn't have it. Don't let me see any of them again. Let's see who dares whitewash the crimes of those foreigners now. I can barely hold back my fists. The internet remembers, and so do we. This old man has remembered for so many years, now it's our turn to help him remember the crimes of those foreigners. All netizens were deeply moved. They were itching to storm the foreign tribes for revenge. Qin Guofeng remained silent throughout. This incident was merely a microcosm of what happened back then. Such atrocities were rampant across the entire dragon nation. Alas, back then they lacked the strength to resist. They could only watch helplessly as the foreign tribes ran rampant over the disciples of the dragon nation. Gao Hai remained visibly agitated. His face was flushed crimson. You didn't see how the foreigners committed their crimes. Entire villages wiped out. They didn't even spare our pregnant neighbor. They say she was about to give birth, yet they still brutally murdered her. They're a bunch of inhuman bastards. Gao Hai recounted the atrocities committed by the invaders back then, word by word. All these years later, he could still vividly recall the scene. The neighbor was a gentle woman. She often brought Gao Hai delicious treats. Gao Hai had always liked this auntie who had married into their village from another place. When she became pregnant, she shared her hopes and dreams with Gao Hai, her face full of anticipation. Little Hai, do you think this baby will be a boy or a girl? I think a boy would be better. But young Gao Hai shook his head. He gazed expectantly at his aunt's pregnant belly. Auntie, I think a girl would be better. I like girls. Because girls are so sweet-smelling. Auntie laughed out loud at his words. She reached out and tapped Gao Hai's head. Girls are nice too, but... She suddenly sighed deeply. Better not have girls. In this world, girls can't protect themselves. Boys can join the army and drive out those foreign tribes. That's why I hope it's a boy so he can serve the country someday. Chapter 131, She's pregnant. But so many years have passed since then. The little boy Hai from back then had become an elderly man. His face was now covered in wrinkles. Now she gazes into the distance with reddened eyes. Back then, Auntie was still pregnant when she was killed by those foreigners. Along with the entire village. To this day, I still don't know whether it was a boy or a girl. Such a pity. Gao Hai's earlier fury had gradually subsided. Only his eyes had grown hollow. Whenever he awoke from dreams at midnight, he would relive the horrific scenes of that year. The entire village had been slaughtered. It was a nightmare that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The aged Gao Hai heaved a heavy sigh and spoke with bitter sorrow. Why did those barbarians spare no one, not even pregnant women? Why haven't they faced retribution? Every word was an indictment of the horrors of that year. Gao Hai had harbored this hatred his entire life. Qin Guofeng hurried forward to comfort him. They will face retribution. They absolutely will. The crimes of the foreign invaders will one day come back to haunt them. Officer Tan and Su Yun had long since lost their composure. They knew full well the brutality of the foreign tribes. Yet hearing these words again still tore at their hearts. Even the livestream was filled with cries of anguish. Good heavens, how much pain must this old man be in? This must be a lifelong nightmare. Damn those invaders, they slaughtered the entire village. It's truly heartbreaking. This is just a snapshot of what happened back then. How many more villages were slaughtered by these invaders? Netizens were all on the verge of boiling over with rage. Fortunately, there were no outsiders nearby, otherwise, who knows what extreme actions might have been taken. Gao Hai had gradually calmed down. His eyes burned with hatred for the invaders. Back then, our entire village was slaughtered. Only through the aid of people from other villages did a few of us children survive. I was supposed to enlist in the army back then. But I was too young, so I thought I'd join when I grew up. As Gao Hai spoke these words, his eyes burned with fury toward the foreign tribe. All these years later, he still vividly remembered the horrors of that time. He sighed heavily before continuing. But I never imagined the invaders would be driven out so soon. I did enlist later, but I never got to fight the invaders. It's a real shame. If I ever get my hands on one of those outsiders, I'll kill them. The mere mention of the invaders made him grind his teeth in fury. As if he wanted to crush their bones and flesh. Everyone could feel his rage. Witnessing the slaughter of his entire village was something he would carry with him for the rest of his life. The atmosphere among netizens had already ignited. They were flooding the live stream with comments. Hoping this would make everyone remember the atrocities of the foreign tribe. Even an elderly man could remember it for so many years. How could the new generation possibly forget? Qin Guofeng felt a heavy weight on his chest, as if a stone were pressing down on his heart. His expression turned grave. Standing before Gao Hai, he spoke with guilt. It's all my fault. Back then, we failed to protect the villagers. If we had tried harder, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many casualties. The thought alone made Qin Guofeng's heart ache so deeply he could barely breathe. How many innocent lives had been lost back then? If only the dragon army had been stronger back then. So many innocent lives wouldn't have been lost. Every time he thought of so many common folk dying at the hands of foreign tribes, Qin Guofeng felt as though his heart had been crushed in someone's hands. Seeing Qin Guofeng's grief, other elders immediately stepped forward. They were survivors from that era, just like Gao Hai. Don't blame yourself. It's the foreigners who are too brutal. If it weren't for the dragon army driving the invaders out later, no matter how well we hid, it would have been futile. As long as the barbarians remained on our land, we could only live in constant fear. Everyone knew how brutal the invaders were. Massacres like this wouldn't be a one-time occurrence. Even if they managed to escape once, what about the next time? We should be grateful to the dragon army. Without the dragon army, we might have been slaughtered by the invaders long ago. The elders all looked deeply moved. Having lived through that era, they all knew how arduous those days had been. Even the viewers in the livestream were moved. Grandpa Qin, you shouldn't blame yourself. You should be proud you're a hero. Without the arduous sacrifices of the dragon army back then, how could we have the prosperity we enjoy today? It's all because of the dragon army that we should cherish what we have today. As always, we must remember history. The livestream was soon flooded with patriotic comments. Officer Tan's eyes brimmed with emotion. Absolutely, we must remember. Without the sacrifices of veterans like old Master Qin from the dragon army, where would our prosperity be today? Everyone in the livestream, let's all firmly remember the sacrifices made by every member of the dragon army. As Officer Tan's words fell silent, the atmosphere in the livestream reached a fever pitch. Through the livestream, everyone learned just how arduous the fight against the anomalies had been back then. This livestream once again topped the trending charts. Gao Hai's eyes were already reddened. Slowly returning from the painful memories of the past, his expression had grown serious. His gaze settled on Qin Guofeng. Everyone's right. Back then, the dragon army fought the alien races under incredibly harsh conditions. They didn't even have proper weapons. If not for the dragon army's perseverance, where would our current glory be? So remember, young men, just how tough things were back then. The viewers in the livestream fell silent upon hearing these words. Other elders began reminiscing about that arduous era. I saw the dragon army when I was a kid too. Those Longguo uncles really worked so hard back then. They wore thin clothes and shoes even in the dead of winter. Their weapons were homemade muskets. It was truly a difficult time. As he spoke, some of the elders began to shed tears. It was far worse than that. Sometimes the wounded soldiers didn't even have medicine back then. I remember it clearly. Wounded dragon army soldiers were recuperating in the village next to ours. Oh my, it was truly heartbreaking. Without medicine, some soldiers had no choice but to wait for death. As they spoke, the atmosphere grew somber. The elders present began recalling the hardships endured by the dragon army. It was truly unbearable. They were all young men, yet they died simply because they had no medicine for their wounds. One old man still remembered it all clearly. His eyes reddened as he spoke. Back then, the dragon army had no weapons, no medicine for the wounded, and no doctors. Anyone who got hurt was basically waiting to die. I saw so many uncles from the dragon army die from severe injuries because there was no medicine. It was truly agonizing. Even after all these years, the horrors of that time remain vividly etched in my memory. Chapter 132, Fear of Insufficient Firepower. For a moment, the elderly men were all lost in sorrowful memories. How many dragon army soldiers perished in that era? Gao Hai sighed heavily. Back then, the dragon army was severely under-equipped. When facing the foreign tribes, we had no choice but to fight head-on. But look, despite lacking weapons, didn't we drive those invaders out in the end? As he spoke these words, the pain finally faded from Gao Hai's face. Many soldiers also died back then because there were no medicines for their wounds. So, children, remember the sacrifices made by the dragon army. You are the hope of the next generation. The future of the dragon nation rests entirely on your shoulders. As Gao Hai's voice trailed off, the elders nodded in unison. Back then, the dragon army was severely wounded by the foreign tribes despite their lack of weapons. How many warriors perished? Our weapons are superb now, but never forget the hardships of the past. Back then, the dragon nation couldn't even be compared to the foreign tribes. Their weapons were all high-tech marvels. The dragon army could only fight back with homemade weapons. How many lives were lost in the process? How much blood was shed? Only through such sacrifice did prosperity emerge. Even netizens, upon hearing elders recount the hardships of that era, everyone couldn't help but feel deeply moved. No wonder the dragon nation is so dedicated to weapon research today. This is undoubtedly the lingering fear of firepower inferiority from back then. We cannot fall behind, for falling behind means getting beaten. Absolutely true. Look at Dragon Nation now. Weapons are emerging non-stop. No one can harm us, not even the alien races. Ha ha ha, remember that Kobayashi foreigner last time? He was scared out of his wits. We've grown strong now, but we must never forget the hardships of the past. Netizens flooded the live chat with excited comments. Everyone was venting their patriotic fervor. Qin Guofeng's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. The Dragon Nation truly no longer needs to endure the humiliation of inferior weaponry. We have our own weapons now, far superior to what we had back then. Back then, we couldn't defeat foreign tribes because of our weapons. That's why Qin Guofeng pioneered guerrilla warfare tactics. Only through this method could they gain an advantage against the foreign tribes. Seeing the prosperity of Dragon Nation today, Qin Guofeng couldn't help but glance at Gao Ernio's portrait. See, Ernio? How splendid the Dragon Nation is now. We'll never be bullied again. All the foreign tribes that oppressed Dragon Nation back then have been driven away. The portrait of Gao Ernio stared back with his bull-like eyes, as if he understood Qin Guofeng's words. Beside him, Gao Hai finally couldn't hold back any longer as he looked at Gao Ernio's portrait. So how did Brother Ernio die? What did he experience after joining the army? For you to personally bring him back, that means Brother Ernio was a hero. A faint smile touched Qin Guofeng's lips at these words. Recalling the merits Ernio had earned back then, his eyes filled with satisfaction. In his second year of service, I recognized Ernio's strengths, bold yet meticulous. Carrying ammunition on the battlefield felt like a waste of his talents, so I assigned him to the mine disposal unit. Though many years had passed, Qin Guofeng could still vividly recall the expression on Gao Ernio's face when he delivered the news. Gao Ernio stared with wide eyes. Captain, can I handle this? I've never touched a landmine before. Am I not cut out for this? Upon hearing Qin Guofeng assign him to the mine squad, Gao Ernio's tall frame instantly slumped. He looked utterly unwilling to go. But once he actually joined the mine squad, he proved surprisingly adept. Just as Qin Guofeng had anticipated, the guy adapted quickly. From knowing absolutely nothing about landmines, he eventually became the team leader of the landmine unit. Qin Guofeng smiled inwardly at the thought and continued speaking. You have no idea how exceptional this kid is. Back then, we made all the explosives ourselves. Ernio was incredible. The mines he buried left no trace on the surface. Once, a single blast took out over 100 enemy soldiers. Back when weapons were scarce, Gao Ernio, with his exceptional skill in laying landmines, killing numerous enemy soldiers and earning significant military merits, he became Qin Guofeng's most trusted subordinate. Hearing this, Gao Hani's eyes sparkled with uncontrollable amusement. Excellent. I knew Brother Ernio was the most formidable. I just never imagined his skills could be this exceptional. Just hearing that over 100 foreigners had perished in Gao Ernio's landmine traps had the elders buzzing with excitement. Even the live stream chat exploded with comments. This truly highlights Grandpa Bai's keen insight. Exactly. If Grandpa Qin hadn't recognized Grandpa Gao's talent, what a waste of such a gifted individual. How did such a formidable Grandpa Gao end up sacrificing himself back then? Holy crap, upstairs, who told you to ask that? Take it back. Don't ask random questions, my heart is already in 1,000 pieces. The mere mention of the word sacrifice. The atmosphere in the livestream instantly shifted. This must be another deeply painful memory. No one could bear to press Qin Guofeng further. This is just tearing open his wounds all over again. Su Yun and Officer Tan both instinctively fell silent. Neither of them wanted to probe into that painful past. It was Qin Guofeng who stepped forward himself. His face still bore that gentle smile. I'm fine. This is why I brought my comrade home. And the purpose of this live stream. You should know how Ernio made the ultimate sacrifice. To be remembered, that is the true meaning of sacrifice. Though Qin Guofeng felt immense pain, he had to ensure everyone knew the crimes committed by the foreign invaders back then. They committed unforgivable atrocities on the soil of the Dragon Nation. The crowd fell silent upon hearing Qin Guofeng's words. Even the live chat fell silent. All eyes were fixed intently on Qin Guofeng. All were waiting for him to recount the tragic events of the past. Only after composing himself did Qin Guofeng continue his solemn account. Back then, our battles against the foreign tribes were largely defensive. We were severely outmatched in weaponry. If we encountered them head-on, we'd almost always lose. His thoughts drifted back to decades ago. His subordinates continued their report. Captain, we lost over a dozen brothers this time. His subordinate's voice was already choked with emotion. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming. Our muskets were no match for them. The disparity in firepower led to heavy casualties. The Dragon army was now in crisis. Captain, I heard the foreigners' weapons are all imported from abroad. A single bullet can crush us. If this continues, we're just waiting to die. As he listened to his subordinate's report, Qin Guofeng's expression darkened. After a long pause, he growled, "Summon the demolition squad. See if they have any solutions." Chapter 133, The Mine-Laying Expert. The Dragon army faced dire straits at that moment. The alien race's weapons were several times more powerful than theirs. Confronting them head-on was utterly futile. The only hope lay with the mine team. Gao Ernio, once a shy giant, had become the leader of the landmine unit. His eyes lit up the moment he saw Qin Guofeng again. Captain, I truly have a way to deal with the invaders. I've tested it. Why don't you come see my experiment? Seeing that Gao Ernio had become the leader of the landmine team, Qin Guofeng was somewhat surprised and followed him to observe his experimental site. All he saw was an open field, nothing unusual visible from the surface. "Captain, this is my latest landmine design. It features an extendable fuse. Once the aliens enter my perimeter, I'm confident I can blow them all to smithereens." As Gao Ernio spoke, his eyes shone brightly. He even proceeded to demonstrate it right there in front of Qin Guofeng. The result left Qin Guofeng genuinely impressed. "Excellent, Ernio. You're in charge of laying the mines. Once I find out the route the foreigners must take, you'll lay the mines along the path." A smile finally graced Qin Guofeng's face. "This will reduce our casualties." To avoid direct combat with the barbarians, Qin Guofeng frequently employed landmines. This method proved simple and effective, especially with Gao Ernio's masterful mine-laying skills. The enemy soon scattered in all directions under the relentless assault. Many of them were killed. The dragon army's low morale instantly soared. Everyone was brimming with confidence. Morale soared to unprecedented heights. Even decades later, those who witnessed it would still be stirred to excitement. Cao Hai couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha, brother Ernio is truly amazing. I knew he was something special." The livestream chat couldn't contain itself. The screen was flooded with excited comments. "Holy crap. Finally some good news after all this time. Look at this now, that's the power of ingenuity. Ha! No matter how advanced the alien weapons are, they're no match for our master landmine expert. Grandpa Ernio is a legend, my personal hero. Countless enemies have fallen by his hand. Creating such perfect landmines in that era of scarce resources is truly incredible." All we'd heard before were tales of how the barbarians slaughtered villagers, and how the dragon army suffered setbacks. Finally, some uplifting news. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Su Yun's gloom vanished. Everyone has their own talents. Old man Ernio just found the work he excels at. As everyone basked in the excitement, only Qin Guofeng's eyes flickered with a trace of sadness. The pain of those days was known only to him. Thinking back now, it was truly agonizing. But he couldn't forget. He had to make sure everyone remembered. Seeing Qin Guofeng's expression darken with sorrow, everyone present turned their gaze toward him in unison. They all waited for him to recount the events that followed. Everyone wanted to know how Gao Ernio had died. Yet no one dared to ask. They could only watch Qin Guofeng in silence. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. The landmine tactics back then were indeed effective. Ernio's mines were highly sensitive. Once they locked onto an enemy, there was no escape. The enemy suffered heavy casualties. I thought this would force them to retreat. At this point, Qin Guofeng's expression darkened considerably. He was clearly furious. He took a deep breath, struggling to steady his emotions. He continued exposing the foreign tribes' crimes before everyone. But I never imagined they'd resort to such a heartless and ruthless method. They made the common folk walk ahead as scouts. So many innocent people were blown to pieces back then. At this point, Qin Guofeng's tears began to fall uncontrollably. Suddenly, the horrors of that year came flooding back. Qin Guofeng had believed the invaders must be at their wits' end. But soon, the terrible news arrived. "Captain, it's bad. The landmines we buried last night blew up civilians. Several innocent civilians were killed." The news struck like a bolt from the blue, slamming into Qin Guofeng's forehead. He hurriedly led his men to the scene. But all he could see were several bodies blown apart by the blast. The scene was a gruesome mess everywhere. The ground was soaked red with blood. The burly man, as tall as a second-year high school student, lay sprawled in the blood-soaked mud. His hands were still frantically digging through the earth, searching for something. He was searching for Zhao Liabaxing's shattered organs. Ernio stubbornly refused to shed tears, his eyes wide and bulging. He searched the blood-soaked earth with intense focus. "Captain, please talk some sense into Ernio. He's been digging here for 2 solid hours. He insists on finding every scrap of the villagers' flesh and blood." Qin Guofeng glanced at Gao Ernio. His towering frame was crawling on the ground, searching desperately. Beside him, a soldier couldn't hold back his tears. "Ernio, stop searching. They've been blown to pieces. You won't find them. Yes, this isn't your fault. It's not your responsibility." It turned out that Gao Ernio had learned his landmine had killed civilians. Since arriving, he'd been silent, relentlessly digging through the dirt. He was determined to recover every scrap of flesh from the victims. But the mines were incredibly powerful, many had been blown to smithereens. Mixed in with the dirt, how could he possibly find them? Qin Guofeng watched silently from the side, making no attempt to stop him. But Gao Ernio didn't stop. He dug through the blood-soaked earth for an entire day. He didn't take a single sip of water. His bull-like eyes seemed determined to tear the soil apart. Qin Guofeng could no longer bear to watch and stepped in front of him. "Stop searching. You won't find it. Go back." But Gao Ernio showed no reaction, continuing to dig through the mud. His face utterly expressionless, lips pressed tightly together. Qin Guofeng heaved a heavy sigh and yanked Gao Ernia to his feet. The towering figure, standing at 1.9 meters tall, was effortlessly lifted by Qin Guofeng. I said stop looking. Qin Guofeng said, enunciating each word clearly into his ear. Their deaths weren't your fault. They had nothing to do with you. No, it is my fault. Gao Ernia suddenly erupted, his eyes red as he roared. My landmine blew them all to pieces. I'm the one who killed them. This is all my fault. Captain, aren't we supposed to protect the people? But look at this, it's all the people's blood. I blew them all to pieces. What am I supposed to do? Gao Ernia suddenly burst into tears. A burly man wept like a child before Qin Guofeng, wailing with heart-wrenching cries. As if only this could ease the agony in his heart. Qin Guofeng cradled Gao Ernia's head against his chest. His eyes reddened as he choked out. Cry. This isn't your fault. It's the sins committed by the foreign tribes. Chapter 134, Human Bomb. Gao Ernia sobbed uncontrollably, as if venting the rage within his heart. He never imagined his landmines would kill innocent civilians. It took him a long while to calm down. Captain, what should I do now? These people died because of me. I'm a sinner. Shouldn't I go down to atone for my sins? Because the invaders forced the villagers to scout ahead. Many civilians were killed in the explosions. All these mines had been laid by Gao Ernia himself. Originally intended to kill the invaders, but unexpectedly. At this moment, his heart ached so deeply he could barely breathe. Qin Guofeng, his eyes reddened, offered comfort. Gao Ernia, if you wish to atone, kill a few more foreigners. They were the ones who placed the common folk in the most perilous positions. This has nothing to do with you, you can't keep blaming yourself. After speaking, he began collecting the bodies. They even compensated their families. Gao Ernia silently followed behind. The bodies were all blown to pieces beyond recognition. There was absolutely no way to piece them back together. It was the first time Qin Guofeng had seen ordinary people's bodies torn apart so completely. That scene remained etched in his memory even after all these years. Now he recounted it before the crowd. The enemy was terrified by our landmines. So the common folk shielded us from the front, and several of them died that time. Some couldn't even retrieve their bodies. This is the crime the invaders committed on our land. Every word rang clear to all present. Several elderly men's eyes burned red with hatred. Everyone knew the foreign invaders were brutal and inhumane. But none had imagined they could sink so low. Even the live stream had erupted in outrage. Good heavens, how many innocent people must have died back then? These foreigners are utterly. I can't take it. Only the invaders would think of such a method. Unable to defeat the dragon army, they use civilians as scouts. They're utterly. Only the Centenarian grandfather could reveal this, otherwise we'd never know how utterly depraved these foreigners are. Is there anything they won't do? They're a bunch of inhumane monsters. Netizens seethed with rage, grinding their molars to dust. Bullet comments rolled frantically across the live stream, as if venting every ounce of fury. Officer Tan's eyes were red with emotion. How guilty must Grandpa Gao feel? This clearly wasn't his fault. Yet he'd have to carry this shadow for a long time, unable to shake it off. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. The horrific scene from that day felt as though it had happened just yesterday. That's right. Ernia did feel guilty for a very long time afterward. And the enemy got a taste of their own medicine. They knew the dragon army would plant landmines at key road sections. After succeeding the first time, they actually captured more civilians to use as targets. At this point, anger flared in Qin Guofeng's eyes. Recalling the scene, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Because the first time, civilians had been used as test subjects. The invaders seized even more people to prepare for the next attempt. By the time Qin Guofeng received the news, the invaders had already begun rounding up people throughout the entire city. Captain, what are we going to do? So many people have already been arrested. This is utterly insane. Why must innocent civilians suffer all this? So many have already been taken. They couldn't enter the city openly and could only watch helplessly. For the first time, Qin Guofeng felt utterly powerless. Gao Ernia, however, charged forward like a mad bull. Captain, let me go. I'll kill those foreign invaders. I'll rescue every last one of those civilians. Even if it's just to atone for my sins? With that, he tried to charge out recklessly. It took several people to restrain him. Qin Guofeng sighed helplessly. Ernia, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Going now is no different from walking into certain death. Calm down. There was no stopping him once his stubborn streak kicked in. Captain, I beg you, let me go. Gao Ernia shouted, his eyes red. I was the one who suggested burying the landmines. I'm the one who killed those villagers. Now so many more have been captured, I can't just stand by. No matter what it takes, I'll rescue them. We're talking about dozens of lives. By this point, Gao Ernia had begun sobbing uncontrollably. He was still blaming himself for what had happened before. Every time he thought about it, his heart ached so much he could barely breathe. He joined the army to protect the people. But he never imagined that people would die on his landmines. This was a burden he might never be able to shake off. Qin Guofeng didn't know how to comfort him. He could only have someone hold him down. Gao Erniu, snap out of it. Acting like this is no different from walking into certain death. You didn't save anyone, and now you're about to lose yourself too. Don't die so pathetically. There must be a way. So many lives were at stake this time, they had to save them no matter what. Even if they didn't plant landmines, once these people lost their usefulness, they'd still be gunned down by the alien race. At this thought, Qin Guofeng's face darkened completely. Yet at this very moment, he couldn't think of a single solution. It was Gao Erniu who knelt before Qin Guofeng. His expression was resolute as he spoke. Captain, let me go. If I don't, I'll never find peace in this lifetime. I can carry explosives on my body. Once the civilians are all safe, I'll go in and blow up every last one of those foreign invaders. That way my life won't be wasted. Gao Erniu. Have you lost your mind? Qin Guofeng slammed his fist on the table, his face turning pale with rage. What do you mean? You want to use yourself as a human bomb? Have you lost your mind? How could you possibly save so many people under the noses of the enemy? Is this stubborn bull just wasting his height? Not a shred of sense in him. Qin Guofeng gave him a thorough scolding. Even now, recalling it, a bitter smile tugged at Qin Guofeng's lips. But who would have thought that this stubborn ox's method actually saved every single villager? In the end, that kid got his way after all. As he spoke, tears welled up in Qin Guofeng's eyes. The live stream audience fell silent. All eyes fell silently upon Qin Guofeng. Seeing this, Su Yun hurried forward to offer a tissue. He wanted to offer comfort, but didn't know how to begin. Officer Tan couldn't hold back any longer. Mr. Qin, did you really resort to using a human bomb in the end? Could that method even work? With only Gao Erniu as the human bomb, how did it succeed? With so many outsiders watching, what if they'd been discovered? He might not even have had a chance to act. Qin Guofeng flashed a sorrowful smile. One person alone definitely can't do it. With more people, it might be possible. Chapter 135, A Dilemma. Hearing Qin Guofeng's words, everyone grew tense. Even Su Yun clenched her fists unconsciously. Grandpa Qin, are you saying that many people were taken by the foreign tribes as? Why would they do that? Aren't all lives precious? Why? Such a cruel thing. And it was something Qin Guofeng himself had personally experienced back then. At this thought, Su Yun's eyes reddened. The elderly people present were also filled with rage. What do you young ones know? The barbarians have no humanity. When I was a child, I saw foreigners using ordinary people as human mind detectors. That was hundreds of living, breathing human lives. Some elders' eyes were already brimming with tears. Recalling the horrors of those days, they wept uncontrollably. The enemy had been thoroughly terrified by the Dragon Army's landmines. To minimize casualties among their own people, the enemy bound all the unarmed civilians together. They forced them to scout ahead. Should any landmine be triggered, those hundreds of civilians would perish. Qin Guofeng's eyes reddened as he continued. That's exactly how it was back then. Originally, our landmines were meant to target the enemy. But we never imagined they'd be used against our own people. This is all. As he spoke, Qin Guofeng could no longer hold back his tears. How many people had perished back then? Erniu was consumed by guilt. When he heard the invaders were rounding up civilians again, he couldn't sit still, insisting he had to rescue every last one of them. So many years have passed. The scenes from that time still seemed vividly before his eyes. Qin Guofeng was plunged into that painful memory. It was Gao Erniu, tears streaming down his face, kneeling before him. Captain, please let me go. I must rescue the common people. I joined the military to protect the people of our dragon nation. But because my landmines have already claimed innocent lives, I beg you to let me atone for my sins. Having spoken, he knelt on the ground and refused to rise. I can blend in with the civilians and get captured by the enemy. Then seize the chance to free everyone. I'll strap explosives to myself. I refuse to believe this won't finally kill those invaders. Now, Gao Erniu had only one thought in his mind, revenge. He couldn't stand by and watch the invaders slaughter the people. Qin Guofeng's lips trembled slightly. But he couldn't find the words to dissuade him. He knew Gao Erniu's temper was as stubborn as an ox's. Once he set his mind on something, he wouldn't budge easily. This matter requires careful consideration. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. We must save the people, but you must also protect your own life. There must be another way. He couldn't just send his soldiers to their deaths like this. As their leader, Qin Guofeng couldn't bring himself to make such a decision. But no sooner had Qin Guofeng finished speaking. Several soldiers suddenly stepped forward. Captain, let us go with Erniu. We can disguise ourselves as civilians. It's definitely possible. As long as we work together, we can surely rescue those innocent civilians. Several soldiers already had tears welling in their eyes. The foreign invaders slaughtered civilians indiscriminately. As members of the Dragon Army, they were powerless to stop it. There was no time to waste. This time, they would rescue the people no matter what. Qin Guofeng was about to say something else. But his men had already begun reporting. Captain, the invaders have started rounding up people in the town. Many villagers have already been taken away. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? As the captain, Qin Guofeng felt utterly helpless at this moment. On one side were his own soldiers. On the other side were the innocent civilians. How could he possibly choose? Qin Guofeng's eyes were filled with helplessness. He looked at the soldiers before him. Then he thought of those innocent civilians captured by the foreign tribes. Both sides represented lives. Which should he choose? Qin Guofeng suddenly felt as though a heavy stone had settled upon his chest. It left him gasping for breath. Meeting the resolute gazes of Gao Erniu and the soldiers, Qin Guofeng felt his breathing quicken, stumbling and nearly losing his footing. When he turned his head, there were no soldiers beside him. Only a crowd of onlookers surrounded him. Su Yun, who had caught him, looked at him anxiously. Grandpa Qin, are you all right? Why don't you rest for a bit? Don't think about it. Such painful memories were being dredged up once more. Su Yun knew this must be an excruciatingly painful memory. Now, she looked at Qin Guofeng with eyes full of heartache. Qin Guofeng slowly exhaled a heavy breath. His gaze remained resolute as he spoke. I'm fine. The crimes committed by the invaders back then must be exposed. You young people must remember how many dragon soldiers sacrificed their lives for the peace we have today. Each word fell like a heavy blow upon the live stream audience. It made everyone feel a heartache so deep they could barely breathe. Some viewers couldn't hold back and began flooding the chat with comments. Grandpa Qin is right. We can't stop him. The sacrifices of that era must be told in his own words. So it was Grandpa Erniu who led the soldiers to rescue the civilians. Grandpa Qin faced an impossible choice back then: his own soldiers versus the civilians. It must have been unbearably difficult. Truly magnificent. No matter the era, soldiers will always be the most worthy of respect. So let me warn anyone who dares disrespect the Dragon Army, don't let me catch you doing something this foolish. All netizens were deeply moved. In those chaotic times of war and turmoil, without the Dragon Army's protection, who knows how many more civilians would have perished. Now our motherland is prosperous and thriving. Yet the fallen Dragon Army soldiers cannot witness it. The livestream was filled with sorrow. The sorrow seemed to spill right through the screen. Officer Tan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and sighed. Everyone, please be quiet. Old Master Qin lived through that era. We are the chroniclers of this era. We must remember the atrocities committed by the invaders. Let our descendants remember it all clearly. Only then will the sacrifices of our forebears hold meaning. Were it not for Qin Guofeng's testimony, who would recall the horrors of that time? Now his eyes were filled with solemnity. The phone camera focused on Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng had already composed himself. In the livestream, he continued recounting the horrors of that time. There was no choice to save those civilians. I had no choice but to allow my soldiers to blend in with the civilians. But my soldiers are all tall and burly. They simply didn't look like ordinary people. As Qin Guofeng spoke these words, a faint, helpless smile touched the corners of his mouth. Even then, he found it hard to believe. Looking at the sturdy young men under his command. If foreigners spotted them like this, they'd surely be killed. Therefore, he had to devise another plan. Gao Erniu, your plan is feasible, but it must be meticulously planned. Look at your height, you're even more solidly built than an ox. We'll need to disguise ourselves. Hearing this, Gao Erniu glanced down at his own muscular frame. Chapter 136, Stepping Forward. This physique certainly didn't look like that of an ordinary villager. If they appeared before the foreigners like this, they'd be exposed in no time. Under Qin Guofeng's direction, several soldiers changed into peasant clothes. They even disguised themselves as beggars, doing their utmost to avoid resembling long army soldiers. Upon arriving in town, they happened to rescue several villagers who had been captured by the enemy tribe. The Dragon Army. The Dragon Army has arrived. Thank goodness. I'm saved. The villagers were overcome with emotion at the sight of the Dragon Army. Some even knelt before the Dragon Army, weeping as they pleaded. Dragon Army, please save my wife and son. And my parents, they've been taken by the barbarians too. Those damned barbarians. They're utterly despicable, they're not even human. They even took a child barely a few years old, saying he'd be used as a scout. Please, save us. A group of commoners knelt before Qin Guofeng, pleading desperately. Their families had been seized by the invaders. Yet they could do nothing. Qin Guofeng watched the scene, his eyes filled with sorrow. Fellow villagers, do not despair. We have come specifically to rescue them. He then turned to look at Gao Erniu and several disguised soldiers. He spoke with a hint of pain in his voice. Wait for them on the path the invaders must take. They desperately need more civilians to scout ahead, so they'll definitely capture you. Remember, the lives of the people come first. As members of the Dragon Army, if we can't even protect our own people, what meaning would existence hold? Gao Ernio and several warriors were already itching to fight. They looked ready for a major showdown. They had all planned it out. Once infiltrated among the hostages, they would quietly slit open the bodies attached to them. Then they'd look for a chance to escape. But before Gao Ernio and his group could leave, an elderly man in the crowd suddenly couldn't hold back. Soldiers of the Dragon Army, is this how you plan to disguise yourselves as common folk? It doesn't look quite right to me. The old man stepped forward. His gaze fixed intently on the dragon soldiers. Finally, he sighed. These tall, sturdy men look nothing like common folk. If you go in like this, you'll definitely be spotted. The old man was wise. He saw the problem at a glance. But now there was no other way. Soon, the invaders would use the common folk as human mine detectors. Once the mines ahead are cleared, the common folk will lose their usefulness. At that point, none of them will survive. Qin Guofeng knew there was no time to waste. He stepped forward. Thank you for your warning, old man. But there's no other way now. Rest assured, my men are all carrying explosives. They're prepared to fight the invaders to the death. Your loved ones will surely be saved. As he spoke these words, Qin Guofeng's eyes were already reddened. These were soldiers he had personally trained and led. Yet now he could only watch helplessly as they marched to their deaths. To say he wasn't heartbroken would be a lie. A group of soldiers stood ready. Only the old man offered a bitter smile. This won't do. I'll go with you. I'm an old man. If I stay with you, the enemy won't suspect anything. Qin Guofeng was about to refuse. But unexpectedly, several more elders stepped forward. We'll go too. We'll join you. We're all half buried in the ground already. We won't be much use, but if we can save others, it will be a worthy death. In an instant, several elders stepped forward. Their faces were resolute. Some even brought their children forward with them. This way, the attention of the foreign tribes won't be focused solely on the few Dragon Army soldiers. Qin Guofeng hurriedly waved his hands. No, elders. Protecting you is our duty as the Dragon Army. We cannot let you face danger. But the elders didn't seem to mind. Some even laughed aloud. Commander, please don't refuse us. Our lives are insignificant. It would only be meaningful if we could save more people. If it can save a few lives of those foreigners, then we'd be doing a good deed. Smiles spread across the faces of the elderly men, as if discussing the simplest matter in the world. Not even a flicker of emotion crossed their brows. Qin Guofeng's eyes had already turned red beyond his control. He looked at the group of elders, utterly at a loss for how to refuse. Even after all these years had passed, Qin Guofeng himself had now become an elder. Recalling the scene from back then still made his heart ache. He spoke helplessly. It should have been us, the Dragon Army, protecting the people back then. Yet in the end, it was these elders who came to aid us. Just recalling the resolute gaze in those elders' eyes, Qin Guofeng felt as though a gaping hole had torn open in his chest. And the cold wind kept pouring in relentlessly. The crowd fell completely silent upon hearing Qin Guofeng's words. No one knew what to say. What a heartbreaking past. The elders were willing to sacrifice their own lives to give the young a chance to survive. Some viewers in the livestream had already broken down. I can't take it anymore. Help me. Someone, please come quickly. My heart is breaking. What kind of world was it back then that even the elderly were willing to sacrifice themselves to aid the Dragon Army? This is all the fault of the alien race. Perhaps they felt their time was short, so they were all willing to sacrifice themselves. All the netizens wept bitterly. Who knew such a tragic past existed back then? Without the elders' assistance, the Dragon Army's disguise might have been exposed. Then they might have been slaughtered by the outsiders without even a chance to fight back. Suyun no longer felt sorrow but raging fury upon hearing this. He's usually pretty easygoing. But right now, he was so furious his eyes were bloodshot. These barbarians have truly gone too far. What does war have to do with the common folk? They're the ones stirring up conflict on Dragon Nation's soil. They're the ones who'll harm the common folk. This is utterly. His refined upbringing prevented him from uttering curses. All he could do was stomp his feet in frustration. Officer Tan wasn't faring much better. His eyebrows shot up in fury. Everyone, did you hear that? If it weren't for the savagery of these outsiders, how could so many have perished? Remember what old Master Qin said. This is our disgrace, we must never forget it. Anger had silenced Officer Tan. He feared he might utter something even more extreme. For now, he could only keep his face grim. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath, pulling himself out of the sorrowful memories. Looking around, he spoke with a heavy heart. I just hope someone remembers the sacrifices made by the Dragon Army back then. And all those innocent civilians. They were slaughtered by foreign invaders. You should all remember this clearly. Life is better now, but you should remain vigilant even in times of peace. Chapter 137, This is Glory. Seeing how prosperous the dragon nation is today, only Qin Guofeng knew how many lives had been sacrificed to achieve this. Time slowly slipped away. Few in this world had witnessed the bloodshed of those years. Qin Guofeng simply wanted to tell everyone in person how brutal the foreign invaders had been. Everything we have now was hard-won. He hoped the younger generation would cherish it. Su Yun immediately stepped forward. Grandfather Qin, rest assured. This is a matter of national grievance and personal vengeance. No one will ever forget. Our generation will remember it forever. Su Yun was already visibly agitated. He pounded his chest before Qin Guofeng. Not just our generation, our children's generation too. Everyone will remember. How could such a painful past ever be forgotten with the passage of time? Su Yun had made up his mind. This history must be passed down. Everyone must remember how brutal the invaders were. This is a disgrace. Every Dragon Nation citizen must remember it firmly. The live stream's comments section was flooded with messages. All the netizens were overcome with emotion. The atmosphere felt tense and charged. It was even starting to feel uncontrollable. Finally, Officer Tan stepped forward. He looked at Qin Guofeng with solemn expression. Mr. Qin, please continue. Rest assured, millions are watching this live stream. Every word you share about history will be remembered. This is the purpose of live streaming. It must reach as many people as possible. Qin Guofeng nodded in agreement. His eyes gleamed with resolve as he continued speaking. There was no other choice back then. We had to sneak a few elders into the mix. That way, moving a few soldiers wouldn't draw too much attention. After the elders insisted repeatedly, Qin Guofeng finally agreed to let them be captured alongside the soldiers. The elders looked genuinely excited at the time. Their faces showed no trace of the anguish one might expect from facing death. Commander, we owe you our deepest gratitude. Even if we don't make it out alive, you needn't grieve. An elder stepped forward and smiled at Qin Guofeng. Our families have already been slaughtered by the invaders. Truthfully, life has long since lost its meaning. Even if we don't make it out alive this time, it doesn't matter. At least we'll take down several of them. We'll have gotten our money's worth. As they spoke, the elders burst into hearty laughter. Not a trace of fear in the face of death. Their faces even radiated excitement. Their loved ones were all gone, most killed by the alien race. If they could avenge them today, they would die without regret. Qin Guofeng looked at them with a heavy heart. Thank you all. I will do everything in my power to rescue every one of you. It's our duty as the Dragon Army. At that moment, Qin Guofeng's heart was filled with profound sorrow. As members of the Dragon Army, it should have been their duty to protect the people. Yet now the tables had turned. Even Gao Erniu couldn't help but speak up. Captain, rest assured. I won't let anything happen to them. I've strapped a lot of explosives to my body this time. Every detail has been meticulously calculated. The explosive force will be immense. This time, he came with unwavering determination to win. Gao Erniu turned to the other fighters. You must follow my commands when the time comes. My explosives are so powerful, you might not even need the ones you're carrying. Your task is to lead all the civilians to safety. With that, he began making preparations. The soldiers felt a mix of emotions. They had all prepared to die, even leaving behind farewell letters. But Gao Erniu had already made up his mind. The young man had strapped a substantial amount of explosives to his body. Relying on his imposing stature, the explosives strapped to his body went unnoticed. He marched forward with his men toward the location of the foreign tribe. Before departing, he looked earnestly at Qin Guofeng. Captain, once we've defeated the invaders, you must remember to take me back to my hometown to see it. It's been so long since I've been home. Qin Guofeng's eyes welled up with tears. You won't die. I forbid you to die. After we win the war against the aliens, you'll go home on your own. I won't have time to see you off. As he spoke, tears began to fall uncontrollably. Because Qin Guofeng knew this time Gao Erniu might truly never return. Yet the boy was unusually excited. His face was lit up with smiles. Captain, you wouldn't do that. I know you'll definitely see me back yourself. With that, he vanished into the crowd without looking back. As he left, he flashed a bright, white-toothed grin at Qin Guofeng. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. Soon, Gao Erniu and his group encountered the alien race. They were rounding up people everywhere. Those among the common folk who could run fled immediately. Only a few elderly people and a handful of literate warriors remained in the group that hadn't left. The foreign tribe members grinned from ear to ear. Excellent. This batch should be enough to take back. I refuse to believe we'll fail to guess the Dragon Army's landmines again this time. Soon, the group was led away by the foreigners. The common folk were herded into an open field. They waited for dawn, when the foreigners would take them to their deaths. Gao Erniu exchanged glances with several comrades. They immediately scattered in all directions. Dispersed throughout the crowd, they waited for their chance to strike. The alien leader stood triumphantly atop the highest point. You're all doing just fine. If you die, it'll be because of the dragon army. They planted landmines along our only route. Blame those so-called dragon army soldiers. The leader's eyes burned with arrogance, convinced he'd found the perfect solution. He wouldn't have to sacrifice his own men, yet he'd still thwart the dragon army's plans. He thought himself a genius. But the dozens of common folk below him remained expressionless, as if they hadn't heard a word. Years of relentless warfare had numbed them all. The war had taken far too many loved ones from them. Perhaps now they could find release. The foreign leader saw the lifeless crowd. His laughter grew more maniacal. Look at yourselves now. Your land is almost ours. From now on, the Dragon Kingdom will be our territory. You Dragon Nation people are such useless trash. With that, he joined a group of dragon traders feasting nearby. They looked utterly confident in their victory. Gao Ernia watched the scene unfold through the crowd, his face darkening. His fists clenched tightly. He silently vowed within himself that this time, he would kill every single foreigner. Meanwhile, Qin Guofeng had already begun preparations. This time, they couldn't risk planting landmines again. They were positioned nearby to provide backup. If this attempt failed, many lives would be lost. Qin Guofeng's deployment was meticulously planned. Have all snipers ready. This time, we must succeed. Remember to wait until the civilians are in a safe zone before firing. Also monitor the movements of the foreign forces. Strike first before their guns fire. All his subordinates wore solemn expressions. Captain, rest assured. We're all in position. Chapter 138, This is his glory. Ensure every foreigner remains within our firing range. Everyone stood ready for battle. They hoped to minimize casualties as much as possible. Qin Guofeng had not slept all night. He waited for dawn to break, his thoughts constantly returning to Gao Erniu. This man was determined to die. It was unlikely he would return alive. He had long anticipated the outcome, yet the pain still pierced his heart. The next day arrived. From their hiding place, the dragon army spotted the foreign tribesmen approaching with the villagers. They tied all the villagers together. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up! If there are landmines ahead, you're dead men walking. A traitorous dragon army soldier cursed from behind. Damn it all! You deserve to die. Gao Ernia turned pale with rage at the sound of Long Jian's curses. But he couldn't let it show. He had more important matters to attend to now. After exchanging glances with several comrades, the group sprang into action. We're the Dragon Army. Rest assured, our men are nearby. We're here to cut the ropes binding your feet. Keep your movements quiet. Follow orders. No wandering off. Gao Ernia weaved through the crowd, speaking cautiously. Originally, these civilians had resigned themselves to waiting for death. Now, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. Though strangers to one another, they worked together with remarkable coordination in this moment. Dozens of people fumbled with each other to untie the ropes. The foreigners, fearing for their lives, kept their distance, holding the ropes and trailing behind. Some even pointed their guns at the villagers. Gao Ernia waited for the right moment before cautiously speaking up. Move forward a bit. Wait for my signal. You handle evacuating the civilians. Leave the rest to me. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers plotted cautiously nearby. The enemy forces trailed behind at a slight distance. All moved with extreme caution, fearing they might trigger a landmine. Chief, why hasn't it exploded yet? Could it be there are no mines? The foreigner trailing behind could no longer contain his impatience. All eyes were fixed on the path where the villagers had passed. They'd lost many men to landmines before. This had left them all deeply traumatized, constantly fearing another deadly blast. The leader addressed Long Jian, what's going on here? Didn't you say the dragon army had laid mines ahead? Why has there been no movement for so long? You, go check it out. Long Jian had been standing beside the foreigner. Upon hearing these words, his expression changed instantly. Chief, I can't do it. There might be landmines up ahead. I don't want to die. But the foreigner couldn't care less about his life or death. Refusing meant a gun pressed against his temple. With no other choice, Long Jian had to walk forward. Qin Guofeng watched from the shadows the entire time. When he saw the foreigner halt and Long Jian advancing toward the front, he immediately prepared to act. Glancing at Gao Erniu in the crowd, he clenched his teeth and gave the order. Prepare to fire. Cover the civilians' retreat. Once the shots rang out, Gao Erniu might not survive. As the gunfire erupted, a group of the outsiders fell. Gao Erniu reacted fastest, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Everyone, run! You lot, take the civilians and run! With that, he immediately sprinted in the opposite direction. Several comrades and villagers were utterly shocked. What are you doing? Come back. The only response was the deafening roar of explosions. Right before everyone's eyes. Gao Ernia's body exploded like fireworks. A thunderous roar filled the air. Before the others could react in shock, they seized the moment to lead the civilians in a frantic dash. Qin Guofeng clearly saw Gao Ernia's body blown into countless fragments. The foreign tribesmen hadn't even had time to react. Many were blown to pieces in the blast. The air instantly filled with wails of grief. Qin Guofeng roared, "Attack! Exterminate every last one of them!" Blood filled the sky, and the foreigners had no chance to fight back. And so they were all slaughtered. The common folk remained unharmed, everyone survived. Only Gao Ernia perished. Qin Guofeng felt an excruciating ache in his heart whenever he recalled the scene. The entire land was littered with fragments of flesh. Not a single intact bone was visible. My men and I searched that field for a long time, but unfortunately, Gao Ernia's body had been blown into countless fragments. Not a single trace remained. A group of comrades wept bitterly at the time. "Captain, Ernia was carrying a full load of explosives. We can't find his body. What are we supposed to do? How can we bury him? Wah! This little guy was so adorable. We promised to die together." But Gao Ernia sacrificed himself alone. Nearly all the outsiders were blown to bits. This could be called a complete victory. The rescued villagers were already weeping uncontrollably. It was this dragon army soldier who saved all of us. He is our great benefactor. The people were filled with gratitude. They all voluntarily knelt on the ground to express their thanks. Qin Guofeng saw the blood-red stains covering the ground, but could not discern which patch belonged to Gao Ernia's body. In the end, he could only shed tears of sorrow. He scooped up a handful of soil, treating it as Gao Ernia's ashes. As Qin Guofeng's voice faded, the scene remained silent. Everyone was immersed in the sorrowful memories of decades past. Pain etched itself upon every face. Many elderly people even wept aloud. Gao Hai could no longer hold back. He began to wail uncontrollably. "My brother Ernia, so this is how he sacrificed himself." His body was blown to countless pieces. Though he had mentally prepared himself long ago, he couldn't hold back the tears when he heard it firsthand. His eyes were filled with anguish. Damn those alien races. Why must they be so brutal? If not for them, how could so many have died? Gao Hai had spent half his life as a soldier. His original goal was to slay the invaders. Yet in the end, he failed to fulfill this wish. Now hearing of Gao Ernia's agonizing death, his heart was already shattered beyond repair. Qin Guofeng's eyes turned red. His gaze drifted hollowly into the distance. This was Ernia's own choice. He died without regret, having saved so many lives. It was what he most wanted to see. But as his squad leader, I could only watch him sacrifice himself. He was such a rough and tumble guy, yet he chose this way to end his life. Qin Guofeng's face was etched with a sorrowful smile. Cold tears slid down the corners of his eyes. Seeing this, Su Yun hurried forward to comfort him. "Grandpa Qin, this truly isn't your fault. You did everything you could back then. Without your command, even more lives might have been lost." As Su Yun spoke, tears began to fall uncontrollably. "Actually, Grandpa Ernia was grateful to you. He must be so happy to have saved so many lives with his own hands." Chapter 139, I Miss Home. Seeing Qin Guofeng overcome with grief, Su Yun flustered beside him. These memories were truly too painful. He didn't know how to comfort him further. It took Qin Guofeng a long while to compose himself before letting out a heavy sigh. "I'm fine. Actually, our casualties were minimal back then. Only a few soldiers suffered minor injuries, and the civilians were rescued unharmed. Even that foreign army was nearly wiped out entirely." Qin Guofeng recalled the situation at the time. Yet his face showed no sign of joy. His expression grew solemn as he scanned the surroundings. "I've said all this simply hoping you young people will remember. Remember how many people sacrificed their lives back then. Many others perished like Ernia, their remains never recovered." Qin Guofeng's deep voice echoed through the livestream. All the viewers were stirred to their core. The livestream's heat had reached its peak. Holy crap, so Ernia's grandfather was blown to pieces with no body left behind? It's truly heartbreaking. He single-handedly blew up so many enemy soldiers. He even saved countless civilians. This is the legendary feat of the Dragon Army. He saved everyone but couldn't save himself. The entire livestream was flooded with heartbreaking comments. Not even his bones remained. Who would ever want to face such a tragic ending? The entire internet was in mourning. The livestream's viewership surged to new heights. The name Gao Ernia became known to absolutely everyone. More people learned of the hardships Long Jun endured back then. The villagers of Lùjiā Village were already weeping uncontrollably. Originally, only a few elders were here to welcome Gao Ernia. But now, as more and more people watched the livestream, many had made the journey specifically to welcome this hero home. The area was bustling with crowds. A hero returning home deserves greater honor. We're all here to welcome the old gentleman back. That's right. We're all from Gao Village. He's our village's hero. Right now is the moment. Grandpa Ernio has drifted through life for so long it's time for him to come home. A group of young people had already spontaneously organized themselves. Returning to one's roots is the ultimate destiny for all. Some had even prepared a coffin. Even the village chief rushed over at top speed. He addressed Qin Guofeng with utmost respect. Mr. Qin, I'm truly sorry. I never imagined your comrade in arms was from our village. The village chief glanced around. Mr. Gao's relatives must all be gone by now. But rest assured, I will see to his proper arrangements. At our village cemetery I've already made all the necessary arrangements. A hero's return deserves the whole village's welcome. Soon the entire village poured out. Though none of them knew Gao Ernio personally, they knew from Qin Guofeng's livestream that he was a great hero. Qin Guofeng held Gao Ernio's portrait. His eyes were already moist. Ernio, see? Your sacrifice back then is remembered. These people have come to bring you home. Your sacrifice was worth it. This is the meaning of sacrifice. Back then, he protected the motherland. Now, so many have come to welcome him home. Qin Guofeng clutched Gao Ernio's portrait tightly, as if only this could ease the sorrow in his heart. When the group arrived at the cemetery, the village chief had prepared everything. Yet guilt still lingered on his face. Mr. Qin, with such short notice, this is all I could manage. It is rather simple, I'm truly sorry. Wreaths surrounded the area. And mourning couplets. The atmosphere itself had grown solemn and grave. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. You've done your best. Getting Ernio home must have made him very happy. After speaking, he looked at Gao Ernio's portrait. A hint of relief flashed across his face. See? I finally brought you back. Don't you dare say I broke my promise, you little rascal. This is your hometown, Gao Village. Back then, Gao Ernio's greatest wish had been to return to his hometown. Qin Guofeng suddenly recalled Gao Ernio's early days in the military. A big, tall guy actually shed tears in secret. It seemed almost unbelievable to Qin Guofeng. One day, he finally couldn't hold back and pulled Gao Ernio aside to ask. You haven't even been to the battlefield yet, so why are you always crying? Gao Ernio, if you're scared, you can still quit now. Qin Guofeng looked at the big man before him, his eyes red, and suddenly felt something was off. This was completely at odds with his appearance. Gao Ernio continued to sob. Captain, it's not that I'm afraid of death. I just miss home. I snuck out when I left. Only my parents and older brother left a letter. As Gao Ernio spoke, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He desperately wanted to enlist. But his parents and older brother all opposed it. So he left the letter behind and set off alone. He hadn't been gone long. Gao Ernio already missed home, which is why he was secretly wiping away tears. Qin Guofeng sighed. After all, he was still just a kid, not even 20 years old. It was only natural for him to miss home. Stop crying. Wait until you've achieved something great before returning home in glory. Then your brother and parents will be proud of you. At Qin Guofeng's words, Gao Ernio's eyes lit up instantly. Captain, do you think I can do it? If I return home with honors, my parents would be overjoyed. All these years later, Qin Guofeng still remembered the gleam in Gao Ernio's eyes back then. He slowly pulled his thoughts back. His gaze fell upon Gao Ernio's memorial portrait. You're finally back. Too bad your parents aren't here to see you. But look around, everyone has come to welcome you. Ernio, rest in peace. The eyes in the portrait of Gao Ernio still shone brightly, as if gazing upon everyone present. The village chief knelt first before Gao Ernio's portrait. His eyes brimming with emotion, he spoke. Welcome home, Gao Ernio, the hero of Lùjiā Village. This is the pride of our entire village. In an instant, a sea of people knelt in unison around them. The atmosphere grew solemn. Viewers in the livestream chat were also deeply moved. This is the treatment a hero deserves. His sacrifice back then is remembered. I wish I could fly over to attend this funeral myself. It'd be faster to just crawl right out of the screen. Sigh, how many funerals have we been to now? My heart feels like it's shattering into pieces. My tears aren't cheap, I can't hold them back whenever I see scenes like this. The entire internet is watching this funeral. Su Yun and Officer Tan stand solemn and dignified. This funeral was decades overdue. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Guofeng placed the portrait into the coffin. His gaze lingered one last time on Gao Ernio's face. Ernio, rest in peace. Our nation is now thriving. No more innocent people will be slaughtered. Chapter 140, Chaos. More and more people arrived for the funeral. They had completely surrounded Gao Village. Seeing the chaotic parking situation all around, Officer Tan finally stepped in. Hey, you over there. Pull your car to the side. You can't park like that. And you guys in the back, keep your formation. Otherwise, we'll be completely gridlocked. Under Officer Tan's direction, the convoy gradually began to organize itself. Beyond attending the funeral, most were there specifically for Qin Guofeng. As the funeral drew to a close, several young people mustered their courage and approached Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, I really admire you. Could I take a photo with you? We heard you were here, so we came especially for this. Qin Guofeng looked around at the four young, vibrant lives. The sorrow in his eyes gradually faded. A kind smile spread across his face. Of course you may. I'm just an ordinary old man, after all. You didn't need to come all this way just to see me. Hearing this, the young people couldn't wait any longer. They pulled out their phones and began snapping photos with Qin Guofeng. Grandpa, I really admire you. Could you sign something for me? You're amazing. I've been watching your live streams every day lately. As the crowd around them grew larger, Su Yun quickly stepped in front of Qin Guofeng. Friends, thank you all for your support of Grandpa Qin. But Grandpa Qin just wants to send his comrades home now. You're going to delay his journey. Young people these days are all about chasing celebrities. But who would have thought they'd even chase after a centenarian? If it weren't for Su Yun keeping order here, who knows how chaotic the scene would have become. Qin Guofeng watched the young people's enthusiasm with heartfelt satisfaction. He did his best to accommodate everyone's requests. He kept posing for photos with people. This left the viewers in the livestream room green with envy. Jealousy is eating me alive. Why wasn't I there? Would flying there now even be possible? I wish I could go to imagine getting a photo with Grandpa Qin. Just snap a few quick ones, don't overdo it, you don't exactly photograph well. So can I stake out Grandpa Qin next time? I really want to go. Calm down, everyone. If we all went, how would he get his comrades home? Seeing people at the scene get to take photos with Qin Guofeng. This made the entire internet envious. Many netizens wished they could fly there immediately. Qin Guofeng smiled as he posed for photos with everyone. Su Yun desperately tried to maintain order. Everyone, be careful. Don't push. If you want a photo, get in line. Now he truly understood Qin Guofeng's immense popularity. This was better than chasing after some trendy young idol. Let more people hear about the brutality of war from Qin Guofeng's own words. Wasn't that far more meaningful than watching so-called big stars every day? The crowd grew increasingly excited. Yet under Su Yun's direction, they remained relatively orderly. Yet in an unnoticed corner, a young man was silently closing in on Qin Guofeng's back. A sinister gleam flickered in his eyes. He suddenly drew a dagger from behind Qin Guofeng and stabbed it viciously into his back. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. Ah! Qin, watch out behind! Thud! Clang! In the blink of an eye, Qin Guofeng's back seemed to have eyes of its own. With a backhand grab, he seized the young man's wrist. The dagger clattered to the ground. The young man was also thrown to the ground by Qin Guofeng, his arm twisted violently. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds. So swift that none of the onlookers could react in time. Now they all stood frozen in place. They stared in stunned silence at Qin Guofeng and the young man pinned beneath him. Because Qin Guofeng possessed immense strength. The young man's wrist had been forcibly snapped. My arm, it's broken. Help me. The young man's face was streaked with tears as he wailed. Qin Guofeng's gaze darkened as he looked at him. The kindness that had once shone in his eyes was gone. Who are you, boy? Did you come to assassinate me? Though he hadn't turned around earlier. The moment the man drew his blade, Qin Guofeng sensed the aura of danger. Decades of brutal warfare had ingrained this reflex into him. With one hand, he pinned the man to the ground. The young man was still wailing, unable to comprehend how a centenarian could possess such immense strength. Upon hearing the words assassination attempt, the entire crowd erupted in chaos. What did I just hear? Is this the assassination attempt I'm thinking of? I saw it with my own eyes just now. That guy pulled out a knife and tried to attack Grandpa Qin. But before I could even scream, Grandpa Qin had him pinned down. Good heavens! How on earth did the old man manage that? The crowd was utterly stunned. Who could have imagined an assassin was lurking among the crowd, attempting to assassinate Qin Guofeng in front of so many people? Su Yun, still shaken, glanced around frantically. Everyone, help restrain him. He hadn't even processed what was happening. He never expected an actual assassination attempt. Chaos erupted instantly. The young man had already been subdued by others. How dare he attempt to assassinate our grandfather Qin? Who is this guy? This won't do. We must get to the bottom of this. Meanwhile, Officer Tan was still directing traffic. Meanwhile, the comments in his livestream were scrolling wildly. Officer Tan, you're done for. I saw someone trying to assassinate Grandpa Qin in Su Yun's livestream. You weren't even by Grandpa Qin's side during such a critical moment. Have you forgotten what old Master Duan told you? Holy crap, you didn't even see how close that was to disaster. Seems Grandpa Qin pinned the guy to the ground in one swift move, even breaking his wrist. Seeing the comments, Officer Tan thought it couldn't be true. How could someone attempt an assassination in broad daylight? But when he looked up, he saw the commotion over at Qin Guofeng's side. Officer Tan's expression changed abruptly. He hurried over immediately. Sure enough, he saw a young man pinned to the ground by a group of people. Officer Tan's expression darkened as he suddenly recalled Old Master Duan's warning. So someone really had come to make an assassination attempt. He approached Qin Guofeng with a solemn expression. After carefully examining him and confirming he was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Qin, I'm relieved you're unharmed. As for the assassin. Qin Guofeng waved his hand dismissively. His gaze darkened. This isn't so simple. Find out who sent him. He glanced at the young assassin. Resentment filled the young man's eyes. Even a hint of anger lingered there. But I don't even know this guy. So where exactly did this resentment come from? Qin Guofeng sensed the situation was serious. Officer Tan also grew serious. Rest assured, Mr. Qin. I will get to the bottom of this. It wasn't just Officer Tan, everyone present was furious. Had Qin Guofeng reacted even a fraction of a second later, that man would have gotten away with it. Chapter 141, Outrageous Claims. The entire assassination attempt had been witnessed by netizens. The crowd was stunned, still captivated by Qin Guofeng's agile moves. Until a different comment appeared in the chat stream. Don't you find this suspicious? Who would dare attempt an assassination in broad daylight? And right in front of the entire internet? What kind of grudge is this? I suddenly have a bad feeling. Could this be an outsider? The moment this comment appeared, the entire network erupted. Thanks to Qin Guofeng's live streams these past days, more young people have learned about the crimes committed by the foreign tribes back then. Combined with the earlier incident involving Kobayashi Motoyama. In an instant, netizens everywhere instantly understood what was happening. Even Old Master Duan, far away in the capital, was furious. Someone actually dared to attempt an assassination. Didn't I explicitly forbid all foreigners from approaching Qin Guofeng? What's going on? They actually snuck up behind him to make the attempt. Are our Dragon Nation constables mere decorations? Despite all precautions, someone still managed to get close enough to strike. Old Master Duan raged in his office. His subordinates dared not utter a word. Such a major breach of security, if anything were to happen to Qin Guofeng, the consequences would be dire. After his initial fury, Old Master Duan finally regained his composure. Investigate. Have the local people get to the bottom of this immediately. I'll see how this foreigner managed to infiltrate our ranks. Prepare a plane immediately. I'm heading there at top speed. Such stringent security measures. All for the sake of protecting Qin Guofeng's safety. Who would have thought such a major incident could occur under the watchful eyes of the entire internet? If not handled properly, it would spark another major uproar. Meanwhile, in Lùjiā Village, the village chief had already stationed guards around Qin Guofeng. They were practically surrounding him in layers upon layers of protection. This left Qin Guofeng feeling both amused and exasperated. No need to be so tense. I'm fine, aren't I? Just find out how this young man arrived. At over 100 years old, what storms hadn't he weathered? A mere lowly lackey? Not even enough to fill his teeth. Officer Tan's expression turned stern. The local constables will be here shortly. Mr. Qin, please stay away from the crowd. It was all my fault earlier. I shouldn't have strayed so far from you. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Otherwise, Officer Tan wouldn't have known how to handle the situation. Minutes later, the constables arrived. Tension etched itself on every face. This shouldn't be possible. All foreign nationals entering the country are under our strict surveillance. How could there be any slip-throughs? No matter how you looked at it, it shouldn't have happened. The situation was grave. The entire assassination attempt had been witnessed online. Without a clear explanation, netizens would certainly not let it rest. After apologizing to Qin Guofeng, the constable immediately began interrogating the young man. But no matter how they pressed him, the young man clenched his jaw. Not a single word escaped his lips. Qin Guofeng narrowed his eyes, his gaze darkening as it settled on the young man. The young man's aura felt strangely familiar to him. His entry records should be untraceable now. This kid must be from Dragon Nation. After all these years, Qin Guofeng had encountered a dragon trader once more. His eyes grew icy. The constable immediately ordered an investigation, which quickly confirmed that the young man was indeed from the Dragon Nation. It's true. His grandparents and parents are all Dragon Nation citizens. He's actually a traitor to the Dragon Nation? The young man's background was soon made public. His name was Li Chang, a native-born citizen of Dragon Nation. He'd never even left the country. The revelation sent shockwaves across the entire internet. A wave of righteous indignation swept through netizens. He's actually a traitor to his own country? Are there still such creatures in our era? Otherwise, how do you think all that online praise for foreign races and denial of their past crimes came about? I can't take this. Can I just go beat this guy up? The term dragon traitor was familiar to them all. They'd always assumed it belonged to that bygone era. But today, they actually saw one in the flesh. This enraged all the netizens. While everyone else seethed with anger, Li Chang's eyes burned with defiance. He shot a look of resentment at Qin Guofeng. You're talking utter nonsense. Who gave you the right to slander the foreign tribes like this? You say they slaughtered civilians, do you have any proof? So many years have passed, who knows what really happened back then? It's all just nonsense spouting from your mouth. Li Chang's words pushed everyone to the brink of fury. Who would have thought our own countrymen would side with the foreign tribes? This sent every netizen into a rage. The crowd felt like bursting through the screen. Qin Guofeng's eyes darkened with gloom. He never imagined the young generation of the Dragon Nation could harbor such scum. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with menace as he fixed them on Li Chang. Though he said nothing, his overwhelming presence alone silenced Li Chang. He had prepared a barrage of arguments. But now, facing Qin Guofeng's icy stare, he couldn't utter a single word. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Old Master Duan arrived in a flurry of activity. The moment he arrived, he immediately stood before Qin Guofeng. Mr. Qin, I'm truly sorry. I never imagined such people existed. Rest assured, I will get to the bottom of this. Old Master Duan's face turned pale, still trembling at the memory of what had just transpired. Had it not been for Qin Guofeng's exceptional skills, the perpetrator might have succeeded. Qin Guofeng's eyes fixed intently on Li Chang. He seemed lost in thought. But the livestream chat had already exploded. Step aside, everyone. I thought he was a foreigner, but it turns out he's one of our own countrymen. I'm going over there right now to beat him to death. What use is a scum like that alive? I just don't get it. Back in the day, people might have become traitors to survive. But is our Dragon Nation starving you now? Our country is so prosperous, why betray us? This guy has no humanity. Maybe the enemy paid him too much he couldn't refuse. The incident has already begun to ferment online. Searches for the term dragon traitor have surged significantly. What no one expected, however. There were actually voices online attempting to whitewash Li Chang. Though few in number, they were quickly drowned out by angry netizens' comments. At this moment, Li Chang still showed no sign of remorse. I did nothing wrong, Qin Guofeng. You keep harping on how the foreign tribes committed heinous crimes. Where's the proof? You have no evidence, yet you spout such nonsense. People like you just spout nonsense to grab attention. Killing you is the only way to make sense of this. This outrageous declaration left everyone present speechless with shock. Only Qin Guofeng remained relatively composed. His gaze, sharp as a knife, fixed on Li Chang. We've all been mistaken. He's not one of us Dragon Nation people. Chapter 142, Daydreaming. The moment those words left his mouth, all eyes instantly turned to him. Even old Master Duan couldn't help but look at Qin Guofeng. Mr. Qin, what do you mean by that? I've already verified everything on my way here. This man's ancestors for 3 generations were all nationals. He certainly isn't of a foreign tribe. The foreigner's treacherous intentions remained undiminished. Duan Lao had already set up a tight security perimeter beforehand. It was impossible for a foreigner like Ipu to have reached Qin Guofeng so easily. But Qin Guofeng only gave a cold laugh. Your understanding of foreigners remains shallow. Li Chang's words and actions reveal his longing for the foreign tribes. He also disparages the Dragon Nation and even goes out of his way to deny the crimes committed by outsiders in the past. Only foreigners would do such things. After speaking, Qin Guofeng turned to old Duan. Investigate this fellow's grandfather or even his great-grandfather. We should be able to uncover some clues. Upon hearing this, old Duan wasted no time. He immediately launched the investigation at full speed. The entire internet was waiting for the results. News of Qin Guofeng had already spread online. Contrary to expectations of concern for Qin Guofeng's safety. After seeing the video of Qin Guofeng overwhelming a young man, all netizens were stunned. Their focus gradually shifted. The internet is filled with astonishment at Qin Guofeng's skills. Holy crap, I had to slow it down to see how that Centenarian moved. Is this even human? How fast can he move? Look how he snapped that kid's wrist. TSK, I almost feel sorry for this kid. Why pick on a battle-hardened old man for an assassination attempt? Hey, you up there, stop acting like you've never seen anything before. TSK. This guy doesn't deserve our sympathy. For a moment, everyone was discussing just how formidable Qin Guofeng's skills were. Meanwhile, old Master Duan swiftly investigated the leads Qin Guofeng had provided. He soon uncovered some clues. He was so furious he nearly threw the documents on the floor. Li Chang's grandfather was an orphan child from the defeated foreign tribe who failed to evacuate in time. The Li family took pity on the foreign child and adopted him. But who could have imagined that today? The rest of what he wanted to say, old Master Duan was too furious to utter. This was the real-life version of the farmer and the snake. The kindness shown back then had not borne good fruit. Li Chang, posing as a citizen of the Dragon Nation, attempted to assassinate one of its meritorious officials. The nature of his crime was utterly despicable. Qin Guofeng wore an expression as if he had anticipated this all along. He cast a cold gaze at Li Chang. Back then, many children of foreign tribes were adopted by our countrymen. It was our own kindness that led us to believe that even if foreign tribes committed countless crimes on our soil, they remained innocent. Little did we know that kindness truly brings no reward. His tone carried a hint of regret. There was nothing to be done. Kindness was in our people's nature. There were instances where adopted foreign children grew up to be good people. But such cases were extremely rare. Most turn out like Li Chang. Seeing his true origins exposed, Li Chang stopped pretending altogether. Though pinned to the ground, his face still wore a look of contempt. Since you found out, I won't pretend anymore. That's right. My grandfather was an outsider. And naturally, I am too. My grandfather spent his entire life longing for the days when he ruled over the Dragon Nation people. Li Chang seemed to understand, a flicker of greed passing through his eyes. The world his grandfather had told him about since childhood. Where the foreign race reigns supreme. All Dragon Nation people must bow and scrape. My dear grandson, remember this, that day will come. Even on his deathbed, grandfather's eyes still brimmed with hope. You have no idea how formidable we foreigners once were. We nearly conquered the entire Dragon Kingdom. My childhood was so carefree back then, but at this point, grandfather's eyes brimmed with unyielding regret. He had been one of the foreign tribes, though still a child back then. He still lived a life of luxury. Every meal was an endless feast of delicacies. All of them were delicacies he had never encountered in his homeland. But when the foreign tribe was defeated, all its people fled in panic. Too young to flee in time. Later, he was adopted by the Dragon Nation people. Life in the Dragon Kingdom back then was primitive. They often went hungry, which is why Li Chang's grandfather cherished the good old days so deeply. From a young age, he was indoctrinated with foreign ideology. He told them how wonderful the foreign lands were. If the foreign tribes returned to this land, their golden age would return. Even on his deathbed, he still fantasized in front of Li Chang. Ever since being adopted by the Dragon Nation, I've lived a life of hardship. I couldn't even eat my fill. My dear grandson, remember this, we are foreigners. I once knew better days, but the Dragon Nation destroyed them all. To live well, you must help the foreign tribes reclaim the Dragon Nation. Thus, Li Chang gradually harbored a growing sense of resentment. Growing up in a poor family, his life was far from ideal. He earned a meager monthly salary while working a 9-to-5 grind. Li Chang grew increasingly curious about the world his grandfather had spoken of. Driven by his discontent, he finally made contact with the foreign tribe through the internet. And that led to this assassination attempt. Yet it still ended in failure. Li Chang glared at Qin Guofeng with bitter resentment. You ruined my perfect day. Do you know what they promised me? Just that I could kill you. I could return to live among my own people. The air is sweet there, and everyone lives in prosperity. I could have escaped this beggar's life. But now you've ruined it all. Li Chang glared at Qin Guofeng with murderous intent. If not for being held back, he would have charged forward in a fit of rage. Everyone present was stunned speechless by Li Chang's shocking outburst. Even the viewers in the livestream fell silent. After a deathly silence, the livestream's chat finally began scrolling again. Fresh air? This kid must never have been to the foreign tribes. If he had, he wouldn't be saying this. Let me give you an example. Do you know how expensive a slice of watermelon costs over there? Young man, this good life is just a pie in the sky painted by the foreign tribes. Once you get there, you might not even be able to afford watermelon. A beggar will always be a beggar. It doesn't matter where you are. Stop daydreaming. Netizens unleashed a torrent of criticism. They were practically itching to storm the scene and knock some sense into this clueless young man. Those present exchanged bewildered glances. Finally, someone couldn't hold back. Kid, you're delusional. Looks like our Dragon Nation has spoiled you rotten. Do you have any idea how vast the territory is in those foreign lands? How scarce their supplies are? How monotonous their food is? You think you've got it good? Wake up. Chapter 143, Denial. The group unleashed a barrage of criticism at Li Chang. This left Li Chang utterly humiliated. Though he'd never set foot on foreign soil, he knew it was a developed nation where people lived well. After connecting with the foreign race online, they had promised to bring him back once the mission was accomplished. But now, unexpectedly, the plan had failed. His wrist had even been broken by Qin Guofeng. Facing the crowd's mockery, he gave a cold laugh. What do you know? The foreign tribes are my true homeland. My grandfather was a foreigner, and so am I. Those who know better would release me immediately. Otherwise, we of the foreign tribes won't let you off. He'd never even set foot in the foreign lands, yet he considered himself one of them. This was truly beyond belief. Old Master Duan was already boiling with rage, about to explode. Qin Guofeng stepped forward and shook his head. You've been deceived. Those outsiders are merely using you. You don't seriously believe they'd actually take you back, do you? Forget about it, they'll never acknowledge you. This is just a big, cute lie. I've been completely duped. How could outsiders be so kind? But Li Chang remained utterly cold. Shut up. I am an outsider. They've already accepted me. You're jeopardizing relations between our two nations. Who said I was trying to assassinate you? I was just trying to peel a fruit earlier and you attacked me. I'm going to sue you. This must be the pinnacle of bull. The livestream audience couldn't help but curse under their breath. I can't take it anymore. Can we just go kill him right now? This is infuriating. No need to watch. Since he claims to be an alien, just deport him already. Let's see if the other races will take him. This idiot, no wonder he's such a failure. Serves him right. The entire internet was condemning this Li Chang. But Li Chang insists he is an alien. He wants to contact the alien faction. Old Duan sneered coldly. Contact the leader of the alien race for me. See if they acknowledge having such a fellow tribesman. Li Chang was filled with anticipation. Because during his previous operation, the other party had made a promise. Regardless of mission success or failure, as long as he identified himself as one of their kind, the other side would send someone to receive him. At the same time, within the alien territory, several high-ranking alien officials were also watching the live broadcast. Matsuda trembled with rage upon seeing the mission fail. Useless. Absolutely useless. Can't even kill a Centenarian. Such trash has no right to call themselves one of us. The mission failed and it was broadcast live to the entire audience. He even admitted he was one of us. There's no one this stupid. As Matsuda raged, his subordinates trembled in fear. Truth is, they'd been feeding Li Chang nothing but empty promises all along. That's why he'd grown so arrogant. He had a slight misunderstanding about the foreign tribe's national strength. He believed the foreign tribes remained as powerful as before. Powerful enough to crush the Dragon Nation. But the truth is, so many years have passed. The foreign tribe's development has long since fallen behind the Dragon Kingdom. They have consistently failed to recognize this reality. Don't worry, Matsuda-kun. We won't admit it. All chat records with Li Chang have been destroyed. This incident will definitely leave no trace for them to seize upon. They had prepared for this long ago. If Li Chang failed, they'd never admit it. If he succeeded, they'd be even less likely to admit it. It had been a trap from the very beginning. They dangled one pie after another in front of Li Chang. That's why the guy was fighting so desperately. By now, a crowd had gathered in Gao Village, all waiting to see how Li Chang would be dealt with. It didn't take long before the call to the alien race finally connected. Li Chang's eyes sparkled with excitement. But the moment the other party spoke, all his hopes were dashed. Sorry, old Duan, we couldn't find this person in our alien race's system records. As far as I know, this Li Chang is a citizen of Dragon Nation, correct? Citizens of the Dragon Nation are not eligible for repatriation to our alien race. We sincerely apologize. The voice on the other end was nothing short of obsequious. This made the entire internet gloat. It was precisely because Dragon Nation's status had risen. They dared not offend them, hence the extreme politeness. Li Chang turned pale upon hearing this and tried to speak. But old Duan cut him off without hesitation. You'd better investigate thoroughly. This Li Chang claims to be a foreigner. He even attempted to assassinate our Dragon Nation's meritorious officials. If this matter isn't properly explained, don't blame me for being impolite. But the other party had already prepared their defense. Elder Duan, evidence is required for such accusations. This Li Chang is not one of our foreign tribes. He might be a madman. Don't let this lunatic deceive you. Our tribe truly has no such person. As the last words fell, Li Chang's face turned ashen. His lips trembled for a long moment, but no words came out. But the livestream chat exploded. A heated debate erupted among the crowd. Ha ha, did you hear that? Your motherland doesn't recognize you. What a waste. Calling yourself a foreigner? Ridiculous. If it weren't for the Chinese raising you, your grandfather would have died long ago. How could you even exist? Bum, got you now, huh? They couldn't care less about your life or death. Besides us kind-hearted Dragon Country people, who else would take in a bunch of ungrateful bastards like you? The torrent of abuse threatened to overflow the comment section. Li Chang, realizing he was a discarded pawn, was speechless. Old Duan sneered coldly. What a waste of our Dragon Nation's free compulsory education. What good is a tiny foreign enclave anyway? Now you're neither a foreigner nor recognized by our Dragon Nation. I'll be damned if I don't see what you plan to do next. Caught between two stools, that's exactly what this situation is. Li Chang was clearly just a pawn exploited by the foreigners. Everyone present looked at him with scorn and contempt. Li Chang still refused to believe it. This isn't right. You can't treat me like this. I am a foreigner. After a few seconds of hesitation, he still chose to identify as an alien. From childhood, he'd been taught that the alien race was his true homeland. Yet in the end, his homeland rejected him. Li Chang couldn't accept this crushing blow. What about the promise to welcome him back to the foreign land? Su Yun, who witnessed the entire scene, couldn't help but step forward. Kid, you've been tricked. You are a citizen of the Dragon Nation, and it is the Dragon Nation that raised you. Why would you think those ungrateful foreigners would take you back? Face reality. Su Yun stared at him coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. You have been utterly abandoned by everyone. Not only will the foreigners disown you, but our Dragon Nation will not welcome someone like you either. Each word cut like a knife, yet Li Chang found no words to counter. He remained silent for a long while. Mockery rose from the crowd around him. You have no idea how small the foreign lands are. Not even dogs would go there. Chapter 144, Preparing for the Worst. Even Officer Tan couldn't bear to watch any longer. He stepped in front of Li Chang and began explaining. There's something you might not know. The foreign lands are plagued by frequent earthquakes and tsunamis, with natural disasters occurring constantly. Do you think that's why they're so eager to seize our Dragon Nation's territory? If their country is truly so wonderful, why would they covet our Dragon Nation? This was clearly just painting a rosy picture for Li Chang. Such a young man, lacking in worldly experience, was easily swayed. They've never even set foot in the foreign lands. Yet they harbor ignorant longing for that place. You could say brains are a good thing. But not everyone has one. A group of people cursed and railed, unleashing a torrent of abuse in front of Li Chang. Li Chang's face turned deathly pale, momentarily unable to think of a rebuttal. Qin Guofeng shook his head. Young man, in your grandfather's time, our Dragon Nation truly faced immense hardship. It's only natural he would have fond memories of the foreign lands. But now the Dragon Nation is stable and peaceful, and people's lives are already quite good. And do you really think those foreigners genuinely accepted you? Stop dreaming. The foreigner who connected with you has already distanced himself from you just now. Ignorance, after all. Who would have thought that the kindness of adopting a foreign child back then would not bear good fruit? After a moment of sympathy, his gaze instantly turned cold and dark. He turned to look at old Master Duan. There must be more than just this one, Elder Duan. You must root them all out. Those not of our kind harbor different hearts. You must be cautious. We cannot let such people exploit our weaknesses. Old Master Duan understood the gravity of the situation. Launch a nationwide investigation at the fastest possible pace. News spread rapidly, capturing the attention of the entire internet. The latest updates soon arrived. The secretary began his report with a grave expression. Mr. Duan, as Mr. Qin mentioned, we've discovered numerous young people like Li Chang. They are spreading various remarks online that insult the Dragon Nation. Most are whitewashing the crimes committed by foreign invaders in Dragon Nation back then. Truly, you never know until you look into it and then you're shocked. Who could have imagined such words would be spoken on Longguo's internet? And these posts are all coming from people claiming to be Chinese citizens. With few followers, it barely made a ripple. But the matter has already spread within live streaming communities. Netizens, like Sherlock Holmes, began hunting down these comments online. It's actually true. I saw someone whitewashing the crimes of foreigners last time. I thought it was a joke, but apparently these people exist. This is outrageous. Back then, our Dragon Nation couldn't even feed itself, yet we still kindly took in foreign children. And this is how they repay us? Proves you shouldn't be too kind to enemies. These wolves in sheep's clothing must never be tolerated. This is pure ingratitude. Remember this, never be too kind to foreigners. The internet was abuzz with discussions about this incident. Old Master Duan was furious, grinding his back teeth so hard they nearly shattered. Arrest every last one of them. Not a single one shall escape. If such scum in the Dragon Kingdom aren't rooted out early, who knows what calamity might ensue? His subordinates all understood the gravity of the situation. They sought to resolve it as swiftly as possible. But trouble soon found its way to someone. Master Duan, it's been so many years since this happened. It'll take time to track down these adopted outsiders. No need for such a hassle. Qin Guofeng glanced around the room and spoke calmly. The archives in the capital should have records. All families who adopted foreigners back then are listed by name. Just look it up and you'll know. Upon hearing this, old Duan wasted no time and immediately ordered his men to investigate. But someone couldn't help but speak up. How do you know the capital's archives have any records? Not just anyone can access that archive room. After speaking, several people cast suspicious glances at Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng smiled but offered no explanation. It was his suggestion back then. After the founding of the nation, it was discovered that many children of different ethnicities had been abandoned within the country. Qin Guofeng had initially intended to repatriate them. But the ethnic groups refused to take them back, citing unclear identities as the reason. At that time, the Dragon Nation's diplomatic power was too weak. It was utterly incapable of standing up to the foreign tribes. Thus, that group of foreign children remained within the country. Looking back now, it seems the foreign tribe had already begun laying the groundwork from that time onward. After all, there were certain matters they couldn't handle directly. These individuals, bearing the identity of Dragon Nation citizens, enjoyed a life of plenty within the nation. Yet behind the scenes, they aided the foreign powers in their schemes. Fortunately, Qin Guofeng had prepared for the future. He had documented every family that had adopted foreign children back then. After all these years, this information finally proved invaluable. Old Master Duan knew Qin Guofeng's true identity. He knew he was the dragon general who had departed all those years ago. But the others did not. Seeing the puzzled looks all around him, he immediately spoke up. "What are you all standing around for? Such an important matter must have been recorded back then. Find out exactly what happened. Make sure every single person involved is brought to light." The subordinates finally sprang into action. Soon, all the families who had adopted members of the foreign tribe were rounded up. Some were relatively better off, having fully assimilated into the Dragon Nation. Others, however, were like Li Chang, spending their days smearing the Dragon Nation online. They raved about how wonderful the foreign race was. Old Duan acted swiftly, and these foreign praising posts vanished from the internet in no time. Because they had all been arrested. Old Master Duan surveyed the room, his voice stern. "Our Dragon Nation has no need for such scum. It was the people of Dragon Nation who kindly took in the children abandoned by these foreign tribes. Even when our nation struggled to feed itself in the past, we never let these people starve to death, did we? Generations have passed, yet these scum betray us from within. Without the Dragon Nation's adoption, their ancestors would have perished long ago. I hereby declare that any online comments insulting the Dragon Nation henceforth, every single one will be dealt with severely." As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream audience erupted. "How despicable. Old Master Duan is right, these ungrateful traitors deserve to be exposed. See that? Just moments ago, there were plenty of comments praising foreign races, but now they've dwindled significantly. This is the speed of a great nation. With the list left behind from back then, finding these people should be a matter of minutes. What a shame I never encountered such people in real life. If I ever did, I'd beat the crap out of them just to feel better." Seeing so many traitors exposed, the internet erupted in cheers. Everyone wished they could join in personally. Old Master Duan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Qin Guofeng. "Mr. Qin, this was entirely our oversight. Rest assured, such incidents will never occur again." Chapter 145, Arranging the Aftermath. A smile finally returned to Qin Guofeng's face. "Alright, I should be on my way. My comrades are waiting for me to escort them back." With that, he waved his hand casually. He rode off on his cart, leaving only his retreating figure behind. Su Yun saw this and hurried after him. Officer Tan followed in his car. This time, people instinctively made way. No one surrounded Qin Guofeng to take photos. Everyone understood he was rushing to take his comrade home. The secretary beside old Duan watched Qin Guofeng's departing figure and couldn't help but speak up. "Mr. Duan, this was so dangerous. The alien race failed, but they'll surely make another move. Perhaps we should assign someone to stay close to Mr. Qin? What if something happens to him? After all, someone had just dared to attempt an assassination in broad daylight. Mr. Qin Guofeng has become far too prominent a target now. We must be extremely cautious." Old Duan withdrew his gaze and waved his hand with a smile. "Forget it. I was being too narrow-minded before, thinking the old man needed protection because of his age. But did you see? That young man just had his wrist snapped clean off by old Master Qin. If our men were to follow him, who knows who would end up protecting whom? A man capable of becoming the Dragon Marshal of the nation couldn't possibly be incapable of handling such a minor matter. I'd assumed Qin Guofeng's skills must have deteriorated with age. But the truth proved he'd been overthinking it. Qin Guofeng didn't need protection at all." With that, old Master Duan ceased disturbing Qin Guofeng. Like all the other viewers, he watched Qin Guofeng's movements in the livestream. Several days later, Qin Guofeng appeared within the borders of Jiang Province. A major river flowed through the province. Qin Guofeng's destination was this very river. After accelerating his journey, the mother river of Hunan Province finally came into view before Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng immediately retrieved a portrait from the truckbed. He placed it at the very front. It was another face of extreme youth. Simply seeing this face in the portrait, viewers in the livestream couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Even Su Yun struggled to hold back. "Grandpa Qin, this comrade of yours was from Hunan Province. Was his family home nearby?" Qin Guofeng gazed at the mother river ahead. He held the portrait close to his chest. "That's right. Dachuan's home was near this mother river. The last time I came here was decades ago." Qin Guofeng gazed at the ceaselessly flowing mother river. Decades had passed. Yet the river still flows on, as if endowed with boundless vitality. Actually, Dachuan's final wish was to have his ashes scattered into this mother river. I carried out his wish back then. This return is to revisit Dachuan's hometown. Qin Guofeng walked along the riverbank, holding the portrait of his comrade. Simultaneously, he narrated his comrade-in-arms story to the livestream audience. This comrade's full name is Wang Dachuan. His family were all farmers. Qin Guofeng carefully recalled his memories with Datsuan. Officer Tan couldn't help but ask, "Does he have any family? If only we could find his family this time." That was why Qin Guofeng insisted on sending every fallen comrade home. But Qin Guofeng shook his head and smiled. Probably not. Dachuan's parents passed away when he was very young. Rumor has it they were sold to the Eagle clan to build railroads. Back then, Dachuan tried searching for them too, but there was no trace at all. Qin Guofeng recounted the heartache of those days slowly. On his very first day in the military, Wang Dachuan had confided his entire family history to Qin Guofeng. Even now, Wang Dachuan's clear-eyed gaze still lingered in Qin Guofeng's mind. Reporting for duty, Captain. My name is Wang Dachuan. I have no other family. So any dangerous missions can be assigned to me. I can handle anything except reading and writing. Wang Dachuan looked as if he were ready to face death. As if he were about to lose his life in the next instant. Qin Guofeng couldn't help but laugh at his clear-eyed yet foolish demeanor. Comrade Dachuan, there's no need to be so nervous. Joining the army to fight foreign tribes is indeed dangerous, but it doesn't necessarily mean you'll lose your life. But Wang Dachuan looked as if he already knew all this. He patted his chest in front of Qin Guofeng. Captain, no need to reassure me. I know how dangerous enlisting is. Half the men from our village enlisted, and not a single one came back. I'm grown up now, with no burdens to hold me back. I'm ready to sacrifice my life for the motherland at any moment. Once you step onto the battlefield, it's like putting one foot in the gates of death. Wang Dachuan had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He was fully prepared. Upon hearing this, Qin Guofeng's smile vanished instantly. He looked at Wang Dachuan with a heavy heart. What about your parents? Any other family? Were they also killed by the invaders? Qin Guofeng had seen too many people who had lost their families to war. Their sole reason for joining the army was revenge. He had assumed Wang Dachuan was no different. But he shook his head. No. My parents passed away when I was very young. Because they couldn't read, they were sold to the Eagle tribe to build railroads. They probably won't be coming back. I grew up all by myself. After finishing, he paused abruptly, lost in thought. His gaze abruptly fixed on Qin Guofeng. His expression turned serious as he spoke. Captain, if I should ever fall in battle, please scatter my ashes into the mother river of my hometown. Because that mother river is my mother. I wish to remain in the mother river forever after I die. Captain, the mother river in our hometown is truly beautiful. If I survive the war against the aliens, I'll personally take you to see it. On his very first day in the army, Wang Dachuan had already made all his final arrangements. He shared much with Qin Guofeng. For a moment, Qin Guofeng's emotions became incredibly complex. He wanted to offer words of comfort, but didn't know how to put them into words. At this point, Qin Guofeng's eyes suddenly grew moist. Gazing at the ceaselessly surging mother river before him, he clutched Wang Dachuan's portrait tightly. Dachuan, I've seen the mother river you spoke of. It truly is beautiful. There is no war in Longguo now. Nor will young men ever again have to settle their affairs on their very first day of military service. These words were heartbreaking. It pierced the hearts of viewers in the livestream chat. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and sent a comment. It's truly heartbreaking. Knowing he wouldn't survive, that's why he made his final arrangements so clearly. For those who enlisted back then, simply surviving was a luxury. This mother river is indeed beautiful, but why would a young man treat it as his mother? What happened next, Grandpa Qin? What happened after that? How did Grandpa Dachuan sacrifice himself? Everyone felt a pain so deep it took their breath away. Yet they were also consumed by curiosity about the outcome. What kind of story could possibly lie within a young man who didn't know a single character? And why was he so determined to enlist? Chapter 146, I must drive them away. Faced with everyone's questions, Qin Guofeng gradually drifted into recollection. I once asked Dachuan the same thing. Since you have no parents, and no one to avenge, then why must you enlist? Qin Guofeng gazed at the mother river before him. In a daze, he seemed to see Wang Dachuan standing before him. Captain, you have no idea how terrifying the alien race is. Wang Dachuan's face was etched with terror, as if recalling some dreadful memory. When I was young, powerful foreign powers invaded our dragon nation. But at worst, they only plundered treasures. But the alien race has no humanity. They slaughtered our people on our own soil. Wang Dachuan rambled on. He recounted what he had witnessed before Qin Guofeng. Ever since his parents vanished without a trace, Wang Dachuan had lived alone by the mother river. Over time, he came to regard the river as his own mother. Left alone and helpless in the village, he was often bullied by children his age. Every time he felt wronged, he would weep bitterly by the riverbank. Why do they bully me like this? Just because I have no parents? Why? Young Wang Dachuan stood by the riverbank, his face covered in scars. His future seemed utterly uncertain. As if sensing his pain, gently caressed the stones along the shore, whispering words of comfort to Wang Dachuan. Later, outsiders invaded the village, slaughtering many villagers. At this point, terror flashed in Wang Dachuan's eyes. Captain, you didn't see them, those foreigners were like wild beasts. They killed anyone they saw, showing no humanity whatsoever. Our entire village was nearly wiped out. They were far more inhumane than any colonial power before them. Wang Dachuan trembled, struggling to maintain his composure. He continued his account before Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng sighed. Foreign tribes slaughtering villages was a common occurrence. He only regretted his inability to protect the people of the Dragon Nation. Foreign tribesmen actually slaughtered the village? How did you manage to escape? To survive under the blades of the invaders? That takes a lot of luck. Wang Dachuan grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites. I reacted fast and hid inside the mother river. There are many crevices in the rocks along the shore. I hid in one of them, which is why the foreigners didn't find me. Terrified by the invaders, Wang Dachuan dared not enter the village at the time. He dared only to hide by the riverbank, but never imagined the invaders would track him down there. Wang Dachuan was terrified. The riverbank was bare rock. There was nowhere to hide. The foreigners spotted him from afar and raised their guns to shoot him. In desperation, Wang Dachuan plunged into the river. He thought he was as good as dead. Yet the mother river, as if possessed of a spirit, swept him into a crevice among the rocks along its banks. The outsiders, believing him dead, did not come searching. Wang Dachuan thus escaped with his life. Captain, you see, it's because I had the protection of the mother river. That's why I survived. I joined the army to drive out every last foreigner. No more invaders or foreign powers will ever bully us again. I hope I'll still be alive to return and see my mother river then. As Wang Dachuan spoke these words, his eyes shone brightly. As if sheer determination alone could drive out the invaders. Qin Guofeng, caught up in the fervor, slapped him on the shoulder and laughed. You're right. The invaders will be driven out someday. You will see your mother river again. Sadly, not while she was still alive. In the end, Wang Dachuan still died. As Qin Guofeng spoke these words, his voice suddenly caught in his throat. Pulling himself back to the present, he clutched Wang Dachuan's portrait tightly. He remained silent for a long while. Seeing this, Su Yun immediately stepped forward to comfort him. Grandpa Qin, it's all right now. The invaders have been driven away. We will always remember the heroes who sacrificed themselves back then. The livestream audience was already weeping uncontrollably. What kind of world is this, where one must find solace in a mother river? Because this mother river saved Grandpa Dachuan's life, he adopted her as his mother. This is truly moving. Perhaps this river truly possesses a spirit. That's why Grandpa Dachuan later chose to enlist and fight for his country. That saying rings so true. Barbarian tribes are far more terrifying than foreign powers. They're utterly devoid of humanity. I can't bear to hear the words barbarian tribes. Now I truly fear I might lose control. The atrocities committed by the foreign invaders are too numerous to recount. They've heard far too many such stories. If it weren't for the current peace, everyone would have lost control and lashed out. As viewers in the livestream channel grew somber, Qin Guofeng's face was also filled with sorrow. He gazed at the mother river before him. Great river, look at this world now, no more war. No one dares to bully us anymore. Neither the great powers nor the foreign tribes dare to run rampant on our soil anymore. The foreign tribes of old have been driven out. We are now a powerful nation. A powerful nation. May the people never be bullied again. May there be no more war upon the lands of the Dragon Nation. This was the hope of countless warriors back then. After all these years, it has finally come to pass. Qin Guofeng, tears welling in his eyes, embraced Wang Dachuan's portrait, overcome with grief. Officer Tan sighed deeply. Indeed, we have grown strong. This is all thanks to the sacrifices of our predecessors back then. We all remember. These sacrifices must be clearly remembered by someone. That is the very purpose of this live broadcast. Qin Guofeng recalled the moment Wang Dachuan made the ultimate sacrifice. It felt like a heavy stone pressing down on his chest. As the captain, he had witnessed too many of his team members fall in battle. Each one was a member he had carefully trained. Yet in the end, they all met tragic deaths before his very eyes. It was unbearably painful. Qin Guofeng had endured too much bloodshed and pain in his lifetime. Now, looking back, it all felt as though it had happened just yesterday. He could barely distinguish the present from the past anymore. Su Yun hurried forward to support Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, are you all right? Hearing Su Yun's voice, Qin Guofeng looked at him dazedly. But the face before him was Wang Dachuan's, filled with hope. Though he couldn't read a single character, he had studied relentlessly after joining the military. He had even made a solemn vow before Qin Guofeng. Captain, I'll definitely memorize this entire poem. I'm so smart, I'm sure I can do it. But in the end, Wang Dachuan never got the chance to fulfill that wish. For a moment, Qin Guofeng felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. He had endured too much pain, his heart was already riddled with holes. It took immense effort for Qin Guofeng to pull himself out of those sorrowful memories. Looking around, he let out a heavy sigh. Comrades, look at the prosperous and thriving dragon nation today. Is it not just as we envisioned back then? We finally made it. Chapter 147, The Unwelcomed Hero. The livestream showed Qin Guofeng's lonely silhouette standing by the banks of the Mother River. A wave of sorrow swept through the audience. This scene was truly heartbreaking. Suddenly feeling so sorry for the Centenarian grandfather, all his comrades in arms are gone. Yeah, he's the only one left now. It seems like he has no friends anymore. Sigh, having lived so long, I imagine Grandpa Qin must feel terribly lonely. So how did this Grandpa Daichuan ultimately sacrifice himself? Better not ask. Every single one of Grandpa Qin's comrades died in the most heroic way possible. Seeing the flood of comments in the livestream chat, Suyun felt deeply moved. Grandpa Qin will tell us gradually, that's the purpose of his livestream. Everyone must remember how these pioneers sacrificed themselves. Only by remembering forever does all of Grandpa Qin's work hold meaning. With that, she walked toward Qin Guofeng. She stood silently by his side. As if only then would Qin Guofeng's figure not seem so lonely. At that moment, Qin Guofeng's gaze remained fixed on the Mother River. So many years had passed. The Mother River remained unchanged, but the surrounding area had gradually grown prosperous. He sighed heavily. Following the memory from many years ago, he walked upstream along the river. Finally, by the riverbank, he spotted a dilapidated mud brick house. The mud house had long since collapsed. This was where Wang Daichuan used to live. It seems no one lives around here anymore. Officer Tan looked around. There was nothing but barren hills. After all these years, the village had long since been transformed into farmland. Though the crops in the fields grew lush and green. But gazing upon the endless expanse of fields, Qin Guofeng felt a pang of helplessness. He gently stroked Wang Daichuan's portrait. Daichuan, it seems your village is deserted now. They were probably all slaughtered by the invaders back then. There might be no one to welcome you back. His tone was filled with heartache. Here was a hero returning home, yet not a single soul was there to greet him. Perhaps no one even remembered this hero. Viewers in the livestream chat felt deeply saddened too. No one will be here to welcome Grandpa Daichuan this time. Yeah, the whole village must have perished, leaving him all alone. It makes me want to cry. Grandpa Daichuan grew up all alone. Who would have thought he'd still be all alone after death? A wave of sorrow swept through the livestream chat. Countless viewers couldn't hold back their tears. Qin Guofeng composed himself and gazed earnestly at the Mother River. He let out a heavy sigh. It's okay. Daichuan always wanted to come back and see the Mother River. In his heart, the river that saved his life back then was his mother. With that, he placed the portrait beside the river. Wang Daichuan in the portrait seemed to be grinning. Yet the portrait looked so lonely and isolated. Just then, a convoy of vehicles approached in a grand procession. After pulling over to the roadside, a group of people hurried toward Qin Guofeng. The middle-aged man leading them called out to Qin Guofeng. Mr. Qin, we're here. We're terribly sorry for being late. As soon as I saw the live stream was nearby, I came straight over. These words left Qin Guofeng somewhat puzzled. He couldn't help but take a closer look at the group. This was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He didn't recognize him. The man promptly introduced himself. My ancestral home is Lùjiā Village, the same village as Grandpa Wang Daichuan. My grandfather and Grandpa Daichuan were friends back in the day. After all these years, I never imagined I'd be the one to welcome Grandpa Daichuan back. Wang Hai glanced at Wang Daichuan's portrait. His face was filled with sorrow as he respectfully kowtowed several times before Wang Daichuan's portrait. Qin Guofeng was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected that after all these years, someone would still be waiting for Daichuan's return. Wasn't Lùjiā Village massacred by the barbarians back then? Could there still be survivors in the village? Qin Guofeng voiced the question that had been weighing on his mind. Wang Daichuan said he had witnessed the massacre with his own eyes. He himself had jumped into the Mother River. The river's current swept him into a crevice by the shore, where he managed to survive. So what about these people claiming to be from Lùjiā Village? Wang Hai was followed by a large procession of dozens of people. All wearing mourning cloth, they appear to have come to bid Wang Daichuan farewell. Wang Hai immediately stepped forward. Mr. Qin, you may not know this. Back then, my grandfather and several other children in the village were saved by Grandfather Daichuan. There were 7 or 8 children in total. If it weren't for Grandpa Daichuan, none of us would be here today. He pointed toward a patch of farmland and said sadly. This is it. This used to be Lùjiā Village. But later, almost the entire village was slaughtered by the foreign tribes. Only a few children were saved by Grandpa Daichuan. By this point, Wang Hai's face was flushed with emotion. He had heard his grandfather recount those events countless times since childhood. If not for Grandpa Wang Daichuan, they wouldn't even exist today. But Qin Guofeng was somewhat surprised. Dachuan saved many children back then? Why has that kid never mentioned it to me? After joining the military, Wang Dachuan constantly talked about his past. But he never once mentioned saving anyone. Even Qin Guofeng couldn't help but feel curious. Back then, Wang Dachuan was just a kid himself. How did he manage to save others? Wang Hai and the group of descendants he had saved behind him began recounting the story in detail. Grandpa Qin is telling the truth. My grandfather was also saved by Grandpa Dachuan. And my grandfather too, otherwise, how could he have married and raised so many descendants like us? My grandmother too, it was Grandpa Dachuan who carried her to safety back then. The group was overcome with emotion. They all scrambled to tell their stories in front of Qin Guofeng. Ever since they could remember, they had heard their elders recount the events of that time. It turned out that when the foreign tribes slaughtered the village, they had rounded up all the villagers into the village square, intending to slaughter them all together. Wang Dachuan was only a teenager back then. Among the group of children, he was considered one of the older ones. Seeing the invaders hunting people throughout the village, he hurriedly gathered the children playing nearby and led them away. Quick, the invaders are coming. Run with me. Wang Dachuan's eyes burned with anxiety. Seeing the younger children lagging behind, he hoisted the smaller ones onto his slender back and carried them along. 7 or 8 children were terrified and panicked. Some wanted to go back for their parents. But Wang Dachuan stopped them all. You can't go back. Everyone hide in this cellar. Keep your voices down, we can't let the alien race find us. Terror flickered in Wang Dachuan's eyes. Recalling the scene of the alien race slaughtering villagers earlier, he trembled uncontrollably. These invaders are terrifying, far worse than the foreign powers my mother warned us about. They're not even human. Chapter 148, Rescuing a Group of Children. Back then, Wang Dachuan was only a teenager. Among the children, he was considered one of the older ones. But the thought of the savagery of the foreign tribesmen, even young Wang Dachuan couldn't help but shiver. He hid with the other children in the cellar, too afraid to come out. Wang Hai recalled the harrowing tales his grandfather had shared about those days. Back then, Grandpa Dachuan was the oldest among them. He led a group of children into hiding in the cellar, terrified they'd be discovered by the invaders. At this point, Wang Hai let out a heavy sigh. But those invaders were truly brutal. After slaughtering the villagers, they actually began searching the surrounding areas. They left no survivors behind. They wanted to erase all traces of their crimes. Because only the dead won't reveal what they've done. The moment these words were spoken, the thousands of viewers in the livestream exploded with rage. Holy! Those damn aliens, so that's why they didn't even spare the children. Bunch of bastards. If they all die, no one will ever know what they did. I can't take this. How can people be so shameless? So what happened next? How did Grandpa Dachuan save all those children? A crowd of viewers couldn't contain themselves. Amidst the curses, they demanded to know what happened next. How did Wang Dachuan get discovered by the alien race? How did a teenager face their most feared enemies alone? Qin Guofeng also looked at Wang Hai. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Back then, the invaders left no survivors wherever they went to cover up their crimes. For anyone to survive after the village was slaughtered, you truly owe your gratitude to Dachuan. This was something Qin Guofeng had never heard Wang Dachuan say before. This guy was actually a real chatterbox. He could chatter on endlessly to anyone he met. On his very first day in the army, Wang Dachuan had already spilled his entire life story to Qin Guofeng. Less than a week later, everyone in the unit knew Wang Dachuan had a mother from the Mother River. His parents, illiterate, were sold to the Eagle tribe to build railroads. He himself had grown up in the village, eating meals provided by countless families. Recalling Wang Dachuan's tendency to speak without restraint, Qin Guofeng's eyes sparkled with amusement. Yet this very man, who couldn't keep a secret to save his life, had managed to conceal such a secret. It wasn't until today that Qin Guofeng learned Wang Dachuan had saved so many children back then. Now he was genuinely curious. Wang Hai wasted no time. He immediately continued his story in front of everyone. A group of children were hiding in the cellar, but then the enemy really did come looking for them. The situation was critical. Wang Dachuan was the oldest. He was keeping watch from the highest vantage point. From afar, he saw the invaders approaching, wielding blood-soaked machetes. He was so terrified he fell straight into the cellar. Fortunately, the cellar was filled with dry hay. He avoided injury from the fall. Oh no! They're really here. We're done for. Wang Dachuan's face turned pale with fear after his fall. He told the group of children what he had seen. The strangers were nearby and would find them soon. The children instantly burst into tears. In their minds, the alien race was the most terrifying existence. Whether it was the children's cries or something else, Wang Dachuan snapped back to his senses. He snapped to attention and barked out a command. No crying. You'll attract the outsiders. He even covered a child's mouth as he spoke. Simultaneously, he raced through possible solutions in his mind. So many children were here. Young Wang Dachuan had only one thought. They must not let the outsiders search here. Because his parents had been sold to the Eagle tribe. He had lost contact with them when he was very young. If not for the villagers' charity, he might have starved to death long ago. Now that the villagers are all gone, their children must be protected. A group of children sniffled and sobbed, too afraid to cry out loud. Brother Dachuan, what should we do now? I heard the outsiders cut open people's bellies with knives. I don't want to. I'm afraid of the pain. Whispers and sniffles mingled with the words. Wang Dachuan wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed to begin with. At this moment, he was utterly at a loss. Only one thought remained: he had to keep every child alive. He quickly came up with a plan. What if he could lure the outsiders away? With that thought, Wang Dachuan abruptly stood up, his eyes burning as he looked at the children. Wait here for me. Before the outsiders find us, I'll go distract them all right now. With that, he scrambled out swiftly. But the children were terrified. Brother Dachuan, when will you be back? If you get captured while distracting the outsiders, then you. Hearing this, Wang Dachuan couldn't help but shudder. He was clearly shaken. But he quickly recovered. He shrugged indifferently. It's fine. I have the protection of the Mother River. She's my mother. Maybe she'll save me. Remember this, I'll be back soon. Don't make a sound, or else the outsiders will be drawn here. With that, he turned and left without looking back. The children still looked at him with hopeful eyes. They all waited quietly in the cellar. By the time Wang Hai reached this part of the story, tears were streaming down his face. My grandfather told me that Grandpa Dachuan didn't hesitate at all. Once outside, he led the foreign tribesmen straight toward the Mother River. With so many outsiders chasing them, how could they possibly have survived? At that moment, Wang Dachuan had already resolved to die. Yet he still comforted a group of children. He told them to wait patiently. Grandpa Dachuan was truly a good man. If not for him, we wouldn't be here today. The group was overcome with emotion. They couldn't hold back their tears. They knelt in unison before Wang Dachuan's portrait and began kowtowing. Qin Guofeng's eyes were also filled with sorrow. He glanced at Wang Dachuan's portrait. I never once heard that kid say it. He actually saved so many people. Recalling Wang Dachuan's earnest and honest demeanor, Qin Guofeng's eyes grew even redder. The viewers in the livestream were also deeply moved. It proves that the Mother River truly possesses a spirit. It was she who saved Wang Dachuan. Exactly. With the river flowing so violently, it somehow managed to sweep him into the crevice between the rocks. Perhaps this Mother River truly senses. Su Yun saw the comments flooding the livestream. The phone camera slowly focused on the Mother River. The river flowed calmly and gently, as if quietly telling people something. All these years have passed. The Mother River remained unchanged. What has changed are the landscapes along its banks. Along with this immeasurable passage of time, Wang Hai's eyes brimmed with gratitude. It was this very Mother River that saved Grandfather Dachuan. Otherwise, even if the invaders had been lured away, my grandfather and the other children would never have been able to crawl out of the cellar. Chapter 149, The Pact. Back then, the children had watched Wang Dachuan leave with their own eyes. Later, the footsteps of the outsiders gradually faded away. But they waited in the cellar for a long time and never saw Wang Dachuan. The cellar was deep, with only a rope hanging toward the exit. The children simply didn't have the strength to climb up the rope. They could only wait inside the cellar. Wang Hai looked deeply moved. My grandfather said there wasn't a single ray of light in that cellar back then. They all thought Grandpa Dachuan would never return. If Grandpa Dachuan hadn't come and no one passed by the cellar, they would have all perished inside. Having heard these stories from his grandfather since childhood, Wang Hai remembered it vividly. Gradually, he felt as though he could sense the emotions Grandpa had experienced when trapped in the cellar. Not a single glimmer of light surrounded them. In this pitch-black environment, the children were already terrified beyond words. Yet they dared not cry out. They all remembered Grandpa Dachuan's instructions. No matter what happened, they must not make a sound. Just as all the children were convinced that Wang Dachuan must have perished at the hands of the strangers, a faint light finally seeped through the cellar entrance. Wang Dachuan appeared before all the children. A beam of light followed him into the cellar. Hey, I'm not dead. I told you the Mother River would protect us. Wang Dachuan jumped excitedly into the cellar. He excitedly recounted everything that had happened to him. He was soaking wet, yet showed no sign of fatigue. You guys have no idea, it really was the Mother River that saved me. Wang Dachuan vividly recounted last night's perilous ordeal. I saw the foreigners following us. Bullets whizzed past me. In desperation, I had no choice but to jump into the Mother River. I thought, even if I die, I'd die in the Mother River. Wang Dachuan wrung the water droplets from his clothes. His eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. But I never imagined that the moment I plunged into the river, a wave crashed over me, sweeping me into a crevice by the shore. I was afraid the strangers hadn't left, so I stayed hidden in that crevice all night before coming out. They were all just kids. Originally, they were all terrified. But hearing Wang Dachuan's incredible adventure, they were all filled with envy. After leaving the cellar, they all gathered at the banks of the Mother River. Listening to Wang Dachuan vividly recount how the Mother River had saved him. Brother Dachuan is amazing. So the old folks were right, this Mother River really has a spirit. Wow, so the Mother River is a deity. Wang Dachuan beamed with pride. I bet it is. How else could it have saved me? I'm her godson now. Later, a group of children followed Wang Dachuan as he begged on the streets. But there were just too many beggars. They could barely get enough to eat. With no other choice, Wang Dachuan had to bring the children back to Lùjiā Village. They lived off the land. With additional aid from neighboring villages, the group of children finally managed to eat their fill. Until later, when the children were gradually adopted one by one, Lùjiā Village became completely deserted. As the last child prepared to leave after being adopted, the child finally couldn't hold back and asked, Brother Dachuan, what will you do now? You're the only one left. Wang Dachuan's eyes sparkled with laughter. Don't worry about me. I heard there's a dragon army unit nearby. I'm going to enlist. You better behave yourself at your new home, or I'll beat you to a pulp. The boy couldn't hold back his tears as they parted. Brother Dachuan, are you going to fight the barbarians? Do you think the barbarians will drive them away? I hate the barbarians the most. How dare they bully people like this? The boy began to sob as he spoke. But Wang Dachuan still grinned like a carefree fool. He grinned, flashing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. Don't worry. I joined the army just to drive those barbarians out. Alright then, once the invaders have been driven out, we'll gather again by the banks of our Mother River. You'll come with Xiao Huzi and the others. By then, I'll surely be a mighty dragon soldier. Wang Dachuan's eyes sparkled as he spoke. All of it was hope for the future. He was certain the foreign tribes would be driven out. Only then did the boy wipe away his tears and nod earnestly. Brother Dachuan, I'll remember. I've got all the addresses where the little tigers were adopted. Once the alien race is driven out, you must wait for us by the Mother River. Wang Dachuan's eyes sparkled with warmth. I'll definitely be waiting. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. Almost none of the children from back then were still alive. Yet they had instructed their descendants to wait by the Mother River for Wang Dachuan's return. By this point, Wang Hai was already weeping. My grandfather passed away last year. He was the boy who made that promise with grandfather Dachuan back then. After the victory against the alien threat, my grandfather waited by the Mother River for grandfather Dachuan for a very long time. But he waited in vain. No one knew where brother Dachuan had gone all those years ago. Then came the founding of the nation. Wang Hai's grandfather moved back near the Mother River. Lùjiā Village had long since vanished. Yet grandfather Wang remained by the Mother River's side. Later still, the children saved by grandfather Wang back then gradually returned one by one at grandfather Wang's summons. They gathered with one sole purpose: to wait for Wang Dachuan's return. Wang Hai sighed as he spoke these words. This was my grandfather's obsession. He waited for Grandpa Dachuan to return home in military uniform. But he waited from a young man until his hair turned white, and he never saw it happen. The children of that era have all grown old themselves. They gradually passed away, leaving only my grandfather until last year. Wang Hai's voice drifted quietly over the Mother River. A gentle breeze swept across the water, sending ripples across the surface. It seemed as if the Mother River was responding to his words. Qin Guofeng felt as though a heavy stone weighed upon his heart. He didn't know that someone was still waiting for Wang Dachuan's return on the Mother River. This filled him with a profound sense of guilt. Viewers in the livestream chat were already sobbing uncontrollably. Sniffle, sniffle. My tears are worthless. Grandpa Wang waited his whole life for Grandpa Dachuan. It's a shame he never knew Grandpa Dachuan had sacrificed his life many years ago. Childhood friendships are the purest and most precious. I just never imagined Grandpa Wang would be so persistent. Sigh, not seeing Grandpa Dachuan after the founding of the nation, he must have guessed what happened. Perhaps he simply refused to accept the truth. All the netizens were deeply moved. Just because of a childhood promise, someone could be this persistent. Qin Guofeng's mood was deeply subdued as he gazed at the Mother River, silent for a long time. Seeing this, Su Yun stepped forward. She wanted to offer words of comfort. Yet for a moment, she couldn't think of what words might soothe Qin Guofeng's heart, now riddled with 1,000 wounds. Chapter 150, The Mother River Weeps. Qin Guofeng gazed at the Mother River with a heavy heart. His eyes were slightly reddened. Actually, after Dachuan passed away, I fulfilled his final wish. I scattered his ashes into the Mother River. I just didn't know he and your grandfather had made such an agreement. Had I known someone had waited by the Mother River with such unwavering devotion for an entire lifetime, he would have dropped everything to bring Dachuan back. I'd always assumed Wang Dachuan's parents were gone. He must have had no relatives left. So this time, bringing him back, there would be no one to greet him. Who would have thought someone had waited all these years? This made Qin Guofeng's eyes sting, and tears silently rolled down his cheeks. Officer Tan sighed and stepped forward. He's finally back, isn't he? Grandpa Qin, you mustn't blame yourself. You never knew Grandpa Dushwan had such a heroic deed in him. He saved so many children. Yet he never spoke of it. At least he's finally brought them back. Wang Hai slowly spoke up. His gaze fell upon the tranquil Mother River. Actually, after the founding of the nation, Grandpa Dushwan never returned. My grandfather had already guessed it. He just refused to believe it. All these years, he's been guarding the banks of the Mother River. After speaking, he took a few steps forward. Pointing at the clear river water, he said. Decades ago, the Mother River actually faced a crisis. Back then, the country had just been founded, and people's living standards were poor. So they relied entirely on the Mother River for survival. People fished in the Mother River. Back then, the fish in the Mother River were truly plump and delicious. Wang Hai seemed lost in deep recollection. Decades ago, people had no environmental awareness. After all, just having enough to eat was a blessing back then. People began fishing and catching shrimp in the Mother River with reckless abandon. Until, after years of overfishing, the river was completely stripped of fish and shrimp. But humans are a resourceful species. When they realized no more fish or shrimp could be caught in the Mother River, they devised another way to make money. That was dredging sand and gravel from the riverbed. Various dredging machines worked day and night along the riverbanks. Countless tons of sand and gravel were excavated. This sand and gravel became excellent building materials for houses. It brought people considerable wealth. Yet the Mother River has been left scarred and ravaged. The riverbed is littered with shocking deep pits. The water itself had become murky and polluted. At that time, the Mother River seemed on the verge of losing its life. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng couldn't help but frown. Overmining of sand and gravel does indeed cause irreversible damage to riverbeds. But now, Mother River seems to have regained her vitality. His gaze fell upon the Mother River. It still brims with vitality, its waters clear as crystal. Only the fish and shrimp have dwindled considerably. He quickly figured out what was going on. Has someone taken measures to restore the Mother River? Qin Guofeng looked at Wang Hai. People used to have poor environmental awareness. They really didn't know much about protecting the environment. But the Mother River's recovery must mean someone's helping now. Wang Hai nodded. It was my grandfather and the group of children saved by Grandfather Dushwan back then. After the nation was founded, they moved back to the banks of the Mother River. Originally, they were waiting for Grandpa Dushwan to return. But later, due to people's excessive sand and gravel mining, and the poor environmental awareness back then, the Mother River soon became murky and filthy, not even a single fish remained. Wang Hai seemed to recall something, sinking into deep reminiscence. He recounted the past before everyone present. The Mother River Wang Hai saw as a child was not like this. The water was murky and foul-smelling. People frequently tossed trash into the river. Plastic bags had accumulated in large quantities at the riverbed. Whenever Wang Hai passed by the river, he used to give it a wide berth. Until one day, Grandpa Wang couldn't bear it anymore. He gathered all the children from back then. Those children had long since become white-haired elders themselves. Everyone, can you see? Our Mother River is weeping. This is not merely our Mother River. She is also Brother Dushwan's foster mother. Had the Mother River not saved Brother Dushwan back then, we would have all perished in that cellar long ago. As he spoke, Grandpa Wang could no longer hold back his tears. His heart ached. Back then, the Mother River's waters were so clear. But now it's become murky and foul-smelling. If Brother Dushwan could see this, how heartbroken he'd be. The group was deeply saddened. Yet none knew what to do. It was Grandpa Wang who finally made up his mind. We must restore our Mother River to its former state before Brother Dushwan returns. I've been reading a lot of books on cleaning up polluted rivers lately. If we all work together, Brother Dushwan will surely see a perfectly restored Mother River when he returns. No sooner said than done. Though most were well past 50. Yet they were still full of energy. First, they petitioned the relevant authorities to halt sand and gravel mining in the Mother River. Protect the riverbed of the Mother River. Then they demanded a ban on dumping trash into the river. But back then, people simply lacked that awareness. Grandpa Wang went door to door educating people about how severely garbage pollutes the river water. The process was arduous. In the end, he succeeded. After years of dedicated efforts by Grandpa Wang and his team, the Mother River finally regained its former glory. The river's surface remained as serene as the day Wang Dushwan had left. Wang Hai sighed deeply. You have no idea how happy my grandfather was when the Mother River slowly recovered. He said this way, when Grandpa Dushwan returns, he won't be sad. My grandfather spent the latter half of his life as a river channel manager for the Mother River. Now I've taken over my grandfather's work and become a river keeper too. As he spoke these words, pride filled Wang Hai's voice. He was proud of his grandfather. Because he had done something truly meaningful. The descendants of those children back then are now actively involved in maintaining the mother river. Over the years, the water quality of the mother river has returned to its former peak. This astonished countless netizens. I seem to recall hearing that the mother river was indeed severely polluted when I was a child. I never imagined it took someone so many years to restore it. Grandpa Wang and the others knew Grandpa Dechuan would be heartbroken seeing the polluted river if he returned, so they. It truly was a two-way journey, all thanks to the good deeds Grandpa Dechuan sowed. Come to think of it, when the mother river saved Grandpa Dechuan back then, it was actually saving itself. Holy crap, it's actually true. Everything really does have a spirit. Otherwise, decades later when the river was polluted, no one would have been so eager to clean up the environment. It was all predestined from the very beginning. For a moment, all the netizens were filled with awe. Chapter 151, He never killed foreign tribes. Even Qin Guofeng felt a pang of emotion. Who would have thought that Dechuan had done so many good deeds before enlisting? Without his kindness, the pollution of the mother river might be even worse now. Perhaps it was destined from the very beginning. Qin Guofeng's eyes grew slightly red. The mother river is free of pollution now. Dechuan would be so pleased if he could see this. After all, this was Wang Dechuan's mother. No child wants to see their mother suffer. Netizens were deeply moved. Who could have imagined that the child Wang Dechuan saved back then would grow up to become guardians of the mother river along with their descendants? This must be the best possible outcome. With these people safeguarding the mother river, pollution and overexploitation would surely never occur again. Wang Hai composed himself and let a long overdue smile spread across his face. Mr. Qin, what happened next? How did Grandpa Dechuan make the ultimate sacrifice? My grandfather always wanted to know how Grandpa Dechuan performed in the army. Did he truly become a formidable warrior later on? When Wang Dechuan left to enlist back then, he had said he would definitely become a formidable warrior. He would return home in glory and reunite with everyone. Grandpa Wang held on to that hope his entire life. But then there was no word from Wang Dechuan. Truthfully, he had already guessed the outcome. He just refused to believe it. As everyone's gaze fell upon him, Qin Guofeng suddenly recalled Wang Dechuan's earnest, honest demeanor. It certainly had nothing to do with being imposing or formidable. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as he remained silent for a long while. Wang Hai grew excited. Did Grandpa Dechuan kill a lot of foreign tribesmen? Could he wipe out all the barbarians and drive them off the land of the Dragon Kingdom? That was just Grandpa Dechuan's wish. It must be so. Wang Hai could imagine just how formidable Wang Dechuan must have been in the military. He was getting excited all over. Qin Guofeng shook his head with a smile. If you think about it, he probably never killed a single foreigner. At those words, the entire room fell silent. He was a soldier, it was impossible he hadn't killed any enemies. Everyone expressed disbelief. Even the viewers in the live stream couldn't contain themselves. Grandpa, you must be joking. How could he not have killed a single foreigner? Exactly. Warriors are meant to fight on the battlefield, there's no reason they wouldn't kill enemies. Wait, there's one type of soldier who doesn't face the battlefield. It can't be what I'm thinking, right? What kind of soldier? A medic? Impossible, Grandpa Dechuan can't even write his own name. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Curiosity had reached its peak. Su Yun also seemed to think of something and looked at Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, did Grandpa Dechuan truly never kill any foreigners? Then what was his role in the military? Su Yun had already guessed. In the military, not only doctors avoid killing. There was another type of soldier who didn't need to kill either. Qin Guofeng nodded. Truthfully, those who enlist are ordinary citizens. Many of them can't even read. Those with exceptional talent adapt to all aspects of life immediately. Those who become sharpshooters are few and far between. Most are ordinary people, yet even ordinary people have their own value. Wang Dechuan back then was just one among countless ordinary people. After joining the military, he was single-minded in his desire to kill the enemy. But his military skills were truly lacking. Even the simplest shooting drills left him at the bottom of the class. After several training sessions, Qin Guofeng finally gave up. Some people just weren't cut out for the battlefield. Wang Dechuan was one of them. He wasn't particularly tall, nor was he built like a tank. If he went to war, he wouldn't stand a chance in a fistfight. Unlike Gao Ernio, who wasn't exactly the brightest bulb either. But he had sheer brute strength. Before anyone discovered his true strengths, Qin Guofeng had him carry ammunition packs on the battlefield. But this Wang Dechuan? Qin Guofeng found him a bit of a headache. Captain, how'd I do? Have I improved? I finally hit the target instead of missing it. Wang Dechuan beamed with excitement. Does this mean I can go to the front lines and fight the barbarians? Qin Guofeng glanced at the bullet holes along the edge of the target. Then he looked at the spent casings scattered all over the ground and felt a pang of regret. Bullets were already scarce, and Wang Dachuan had emptied an entire magazine just to barely hit the target. His marksmanship was truly. It was a bit of a waste of ammunition. If it weren't for Wang Dachuan's high spirits, Qin Guofeng wouldn't have wanted to waste so many rounds. Now that he had a thorough understanding of Wang Dachuan's capabilities, Qin Guofeng silently retrieved the bullets from Wang Dachuan's hand. Look, Dachuan, Qin Guofeng said, not everyone who joins the army ends up on the battlefield fighting foreign tribes. Our military has many important positions. The words were spoken very tactfully, but Wang Dachuan completely missed the meaning. He was determined to fight on the battlefield. His sole purpose for enlisting was to kill the enemy. Qin Guofeng sighed and could only speak plainly. Wang Dachuan, your marksmanship is subpar. Taking you to the front lines would only mean sending you to your death. Our dragon nation has already sacrificed countless lives, yours won't make a difference. But my men, Qin Guofeng's men, won't die in such a pathetic way. You can't even meet the most basic standards, so the kitchen unit is the best fit for you. There was no other option. Wang Dachuan was unsuitable for military service in every respect. He wasn't sharp enough and his reactions were slow. Such men are mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. That's why Qin Guofeng assigned him to the mess hall. At first, Wang Dachuan wore a look of discontent. He appeared before Qin Guofeng several times wearing an apron. Captain, I came here to fight the barbarians. Look at what I've become. I didn't come here to cook. Wang Dachuan looked utterly aggrieved. Ever since he was a kid, he'd been determined to join the army and fight the barbarians. He even bragged to a group of kids that he'd definitely become a formidable warrior someday. But reality turned out nothing like he'd imagined. He spent every day bustling about in the kitchen, never even catching a glimpse of the enemy. The crushing disparity left Wang Dachuan utterly disheartened. Qin Guofeng sighed helplessly, as long as you passed your marksmanship training, I'll send you to the front lines. At those words, Wang Dachuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Captain, you heard him. Don't go back on your word, I'll definitely pass. With that, he threw himself into frantic practice. He desperately tried to make his shooting pass. At this point, those present could no longer contain themselves. Old Master Qin, did Grandpa Dachuan pass in the end? I doubt it. Grandpa Dachuan just wasn't cut out for shooting. Not necessarily. Practice makes perfect. Grandpa Dachuan might have succeeded through sheer dedication and hard work. All eyes instantly turned to Qin Guofeng. His recounting of these past events felt all too real. Not every soldier was born with exceptional talent. In truth, most were ordinary people like Wang Dachuan. Chapter 152, Not a Natural. Qin Guofeng narrowed his eyes as he continued reminiscing. Back then, Dachuan was dead set on going to the front lines. After I assigned him to the cook's unit, he was actually quite resentful. I'd been secretly practicing my marksmanship, hoping to pass the test and then kill the barbarians. But then, Qin Guofeng shook his head with a smile. It turned out Wang Dachuan really wasn't cut out for it. Eventually, he gave up on himself. Knowing he wouldn't make it to the battlefield, he threw himself into the kitchen unit. In the end, Dachuan found his calling. He excelled in the kitchen unit and became its squad leader. At this point, Qin Guofeng seemed lost in distant memories. You have no idea how delicious Dachuan's cooking was. Even with scarce supplies back then, he always made sure everyone had enough to eat. This brought a sense of comfort to those present. Though he never made it to the battlefield, he had finally found his purpose. But the viewers in the livestream chat were curious. Strange. If he was just a cook, how did he end up dying? Survival rates should be high in logistics roles. This comrade was different from the others, he never even killed an enemy. So why didn't he survive? Did you see Grandpa Qin's sorrowful expression? Suddenly I have a bad feeling. Though we don't know how this comrade fell. But being personally brought back by Qin Guofeng, his final sacrifice must have been truly horrific. The entire group held their tongues. Only Wang Hai and his group present couldn't help but speak up. Old Master Qin, please tell us how exactly did Grandfather Dachuan fall? My grandfather spent his entire life wanting to know about Grandpa Dachuan. So many years have passed and I don't want to disappoint Grandfather. His grandfather spent the latter half of his life managing the Mother River. He wanted the Mother River to remain unchanged when Wang Dachuan returned, just as it was when he left. He felt all eyes fixed on him. Qin Guofeng's expression turned sorrowful. His gaze wandered helplessly around the room. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. It's all my fault. I thought assigning him to the kitchen crew, someone with no talent whatsoever, was the best choice. Dachuan performed exceptionally well in the kitchen crew. He became an outstanding cook. Though so many years had passed, Wang Dachuan's earnest and determined demeanor still seemed vivid before his eyes. Despite the harsh conditions back then, Wang Dachuan's kitchen crew never let the soldiers go hungry. Until the Yangtze River route was opened. At that time, the Long Army traversed tens of thousands of kilometers. Throughout the journey, grain supplies were pitifully scarce. Ensuring the soldiers had enough to eat was Wang Dachuan's greatest responsibility. But in those days, it was never that simple. Qin Guofeng let out a heavy sigh. Recalling the final moments of Wang Dachuan's sacrifice, his heart ached intensely. Viewers in the livestream chat had already figured it out. They began flooding the chat with comments. I get it now. The only mission that could cost a Cook Squad leader his life is the Yangtze River route. Exactly. The Yangtze River route the Dragon Army endured back then was brutal. Many soldiers died along the way. So Grandpa Dachuan died on this grueling Yangtze River route? Oh my god, the Yangtze River route is truly a painful memory. All the netizens wailed in unison. Before Qin Guofeng could speak, they had already guessed how Wang Dachuan had sacrificed himself. Wang Hai also shed tears of sorrow. Knowing Qin Guofeng must be suffering terribly now. Such a heavy past was surely something he'd rather not revisit. So he hurriedly interjected, maybe we should just drop it. Wang Hai looked at Qin Guofeng with sorrow. Don't say it. You must be heartbroken. This. No, I must speak. Qin Guofeng composed himself and looked around with resolve. I must speak. Many soldiers sacrificed their lives along the Yangtze River route back then. They all gave their lives for the prosperity of our motherland. That's why I must speak up so everyone remembers. This was the very reason Qin Guofeng existed. The sacrifices of those who came before were all for the sake of the present-day Dragon Nation. Qin Guofeng wiped away his tears and began to recount the story before everyone. At that time, the Dragon Army received orders to traverse tens of thousands of kilometers. Many of these regions were completely uninhabited. The greatest danger wasn't foreign tribes, it might have been starvation from lack of provisions. Qin Guofeng understood the mission's difficulty. Before departure, he had discussed it with Wang Dachuan. Dachuan, we might not get any resupply along the way. It all depends on you. We must reach the rendezvous point alive. Wang Dachuan laughed heartily. Don't worry. With me around, we'll definitely make it to our destination alive. Even if there's no resupply, we'll make do with whatever we find along the way. We'll definitely survive. But Wang Dachuan had underestimated the challenge. After entering the Yangtze River route, things went smoothly at first. But as the journey stretched on, Longjun gradually entered desolate grasslands. They even had to cross snow-capped mountains. The soldiers' willpower and physical endurance faced severe trials. When their food supplies were completely exhausted, Qin Guofeng was left with no solutions. This was the first time he had ever felt despair. Despite countless previous sieges and battles against foreign tribes, he had never felt so utterly helpless. Against foreign tribes, he could simply strike them down. But confronted with the dire shortage of food, with so many men under his command, Qin Guofeng was utterly at a loss. Captain, what are we supposed to do? We're out of food. Are we just supposed to wait to die? A soldier spoke up, unwilling to accept the situation. I was prepared to die on the battlefield, but I wasn't prepared to die here. No, Captain, we can't just die like this. The invaders haven't been driven out yet. We can't die. The group pushed through for several days, fueled by sheer determination. But soon, their spirits began to wane. Qin Guofeng felt hope slowly fading away. Until Wang Dachuan tossed a large sack at his feet. Captain, see what I mean? In the clutch, you can only count on me. For the first time, Wang Dachuan's eyes shone with a bright light. I'm the Cook Squad leader, how could I let you go hungry? Look at all this wild greens I dug up nearby. They might not taste great, but at least they'll fill your stomachs, right? This instantly reignited the morale of the once deflated group. Wang Dachuan washed the wild greens and simmered them into a soup. He simply sprinkled a little salt on it, yet the flavor stayed with Qin Guofeng for the rest of his life. All these years later, Qin Guofeng still remembers the taste of that wild vegetable soup. It was the most delicious soup I've ever tasted. Truly exquisite. Hearing this, Wang Hai's eyes welled up with tears. A group of netizens had long since broken down in tears. The livestream was filled with a mix of emotions, so much so that even the chat comments had stopped. Officer Tan's eyes were filled with emotion. But the wild greens will eventually run out. All those soldiers on the Yangtze River front need to eat. The situation ahead may be even more dire. Chapter 153, There's Always a Way. These words sent shockwaves through the room. Wang Hai and the others were already weeping bitterly. This can't be true, can it? How could anyone starve to death like that? Nothing is impossible. Back then, there were no supplies along the Yangtze River route. So many soldiers were waiting for food. Starving soldiers along the way were a common sight. I've heard stories too. That route was truly brutal. Everyone had already guessed the outcome. Wang Dachuan must have met a truly miserable end. Qin Guofeng recalled the circumstances of that time. His hands instinctively covered his face. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. This is all my fault. I bear a heavy responsibility. If only I had noticed sooner. Dachuan might not have died. As he spoke, Qin Guofeng began to sob uncontrollably. As their captain, he had ultimately failed to protect his men. Not on the battlefield, but starved to death. The memory clenched Qin Guofeng's heart like a vice. His thoughts slowly drifted back to that arduous journey years ago. The dragon army was already exhausted. Many had already perished on the journey across the Yangtze River. Yet their final destination remained unreachable. They had to persevere. As the squad leader, Qin Guofeng constantly pondered how to engage the enemy. How to ensure everyone survived. Winning the war so his warriors wouldn't die on the battlefield. That was Qin Guofeng's foremost concern. At that moment, Wang Dachuan patted his chest and grinned, making a cheerful promise. Captain, rest assured, logistics are entirely in my hands. I'll make sure none of the soldiers go hungry. I'm the cook squad leader, it's my duty. At the time, Qin Guofeng also thought it would be straightforward. Even when the wild greens were all picked clean, there were still grass roots and tree bark. Upon realizing the wild vegetables were gone, he immediately organized the soldiers to dig up grass roots. Chewing tree bark, anything plant-based, was edible. It wouldn't starve people to death. Yet later, the soldiers all grew gaunt and emaciated. They survived day by day on grass roots. Qin Guofeng was deeply concerned, but he still had battles to fight. He had no time to manage logistics. It was Wang Dachuan who repeatedly comforted Qin Guofeng. He led the soldiers to dig wild grass in more distant places. Everything was arranged by Wang Dachuan. Thinking of this, Qin Guofeng felt an inescapable responsibility. Tears streamed down his face as he grieved. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have devoted myself entirely to the war effort. The heavy burden of feeding these soldiers fell entirely on Dachuan's shoulders. When we started digging up roots and bark, we actually still had stored grain. Qin Guofeng wept like a helpless child. Back then, Dachuan mixed cornmeal into the grass roots just so the soldiers could eat their fill. But later, his thoughts slowly drifted back to that arduous journey along the Yangtze River. As the leader, Qin Guofeng was constantly thinking of ways to defeat the enemy. But supplies were scarce at the time. The soldiers couldn't even fill their stomachs. Ammunition and other supplies were also in short supply. Qin Guofeng was completely absorbed in military matters. It was Wang Dachuan who approached Qin Guofeng, carrying a bowl of grassroot soup mixed with cornmeal. Captain, don't worry. There's always a way. Eat something first. You're our backbone, you can't break down. Wang Dachuan's complexion was sallow, his eyes lacking their usual sparkle. Qin Guofeng keenly noticed he seemed to have lost a lot of weight. His cheeks were deeply sunken. Qin Guofeng glanced at the simple soup, then at the gaunt Wang Dachuan. Have you been eating? How did you get so thin in just a few days? Wang Dachuan wasn't tall to begin with. Now he looked even more frail. Qin Guofeng felt a pang of sorrow at the sight. At those words, Wang Dachuan immediately lifted his dull eyes. He replied with exaggerated enthusiasm. Of course I've eaten. I was the first to dig in after it came out of the pot. I'm cooking for the soldiers. If I don't eat my fill, I won't have the strength. Captain, hurry up. This root soup is specially saved for you. Then, without waiting for a response, he thrust the porcelain bowl toward Qin Guofeng's mouth. Qin Guofeng had been about to protest. But Wang Dachuan poured the entire bowl of grassroot soup into his mouth in one go. I'm counting on you to lead us back. My mother river has been waiting for me, and so have a bunch of little rascals. It'd be best if I could make it back alive. But if I die, those little rascals will be terribly disappointed. After speaking, Wang Dachuan fixed his gaze on Qin Guofeng. He spoke earnestly. Captain, I'm counting on you to lead us home. All our comrades are waiting. The situation is tense now. Just focus on dealing with the enemy. Leave the logistics to me. I won't let my comrades go hungry. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng felt a surge of emotion. It seems assigning you to the cooks was the best decision after all. And now you're still clamoring to charge into battle? Wang Dachuan felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. He even lowered his head awkwardly. I've seen clearly I'm simply not cut out for the battlefield. I can't even pass the shooting test. Going there would just be a waste of bullets. The kitchen crew suits me better. Wang Dachuan had completely abandoned any thoughts of going to war. He knew he wasn't cut out for combat. He was only suited for the logistics corps, and that was an important role too. Qin Guofeng listened with a look of relief in his eyes. He finished the grassroot soup mixed with cornmeal. Though not particularly tasty, it had at least filled his stomach. Qin Guofeng felt a warm glow in his stomach. He looked at Wang Dachuan with a smile. That's good. I trust you completely with logistics. We're halfway there. Hang in there a little longer and we'll be back soon. Wang Dachuan grinned widely at the words. His teeth gleamed bright white. Yet his snow-white teeth stood in stark contrast to his sallow complexion. Qin Guofeng couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He was about to ask about it, but was interrupted by one of his men. Captain, how should we plan the route ahead? There's a fork in the road. Which way is the fastest? And so, Qin Guofeng plunged back into the whirlwind of work. He worked through the night with his men to map out the route. Wang Dachuan silently tidied the porcelain bowls nearby. No one noticed his footsteps seemed slightly unsteady as he walked. By this point, Qin Guofeng was already weeping uncontrollably. His voice choked as he continued speaking. I should have noticed, but I just didn't pay attention. Dachuan was starving at the time, yet he endured his hunger and shared all the food with the other soldiers. Yet he ate nothing himself. I've known countless people in my life, how could I have failed to notice? In the end, I let him starve to death. By this point, Qin Guofeng could no longer control his emotions. Chapter 154, a bit overwhelmed. Recalling the horrors of that year, his heart felt like it was being torn apart. Had he been more perceptive, perhaps Dachuan wouldn't have died. He could have come back alive. But in the end, he perished on the Yangtze River Road. Qin Guofeng couldn't help but sob. It was truly heartbreaking. Everyone present couldn't help but weep. Even the live stream was filled with wails of grief. So there was no food left back then. Grandpa Dachuan hadn't eaten anything at all. My goodness, I'd heard stories about people surviving by eating grass roots along the Yangtze River route. Is that true? How could that possibly fill your stomach? Sigh, grass roots were already a luxury. By the later stages of the Yangtze River journey, even those were gone. For a moment, all the netizens were filled with sorrow. Everyone had heard of the hardships of the Yangtze River route. But now, hearing Qin Guofeng recount what actually happened back then, it was still too much for them to bear. Some couldn't hold back their tears. Wang Hai and his group were already sobbing uncontrollably. Su Yun's eyes were reddened too. Having traveled outdoors for so many years, I know the perils of starvation. But our ancestors survived on grass roots and tree bark. How could this? He dared not imagine what that scene must have been like. Officer Tan sighed. So remember this, everyone. Back then, they ate every last blade of grass and piece of bark. Otherwise, Grandpa Dachuan wouldn't have saved his own rations. One could only imagine how dire the situation had been back then. Wang Dachuan was likely just one of the fallen soldiers. Countless soldiers perished along this Yangtze River route. The atmosphere in the livestream had grown heavy. Someone typed a comment through sobs. Does this mean I shouldn't be picky about food? I threw away so much rice at lunch, I deserve to die. We live too comfortably. Starvation deaths in this era are truly unimaginable. Oh no, I can't bear to listen anymore. This is too painful. Everyone could guess the outcome. Yet no one left the livestream. They all waited in silence, though listening to the end was agonizing. This agony shouldn't be borne by Qin Guofeng alone. Countless netizens stared at Qin Guofeng in the livestream. His figure looked so utterly lonely. Su Yun stood silently beside Qin Guofeng. After a long while, he finally lifted his head to gaze at the clear Mother River. She let out a heavy sigh. I'm fine. Having lived this long, I suppose I was meant to wait for this era. Qin Guofeng wiped away his tears, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. Back then, the Dragon Army endured immense hardship to complete the Yangtze River campaign. There were countless hardships and sacrifices along the way, but your generation knows little of them now. That is the meaning of my existence. Qin Guofeng now stood as the messenger of his era. He gathered his strength and continued speaking before everyone. By then, they were already halfway along the Yangtze River route. Even the wild grasses had been stripped bare along the road. Every tree stood bare. Recalling those conditions, Qin Guofeng couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. It was already deep winter. All vegetation had turned a withered yellow. This posed an even greater challenge for the Dragon Army. Qin Guofeng also grasped the gravity of the situation, for wherever they had passed, every root and bark had been completely stripped away. Only Wang Dachuan wore a smug look. Haha, I knew it all along. Look what I found. Wang Dachuan was carrying a bundle of tree bark and grass roots. Captain, I saved these tree bark and roots earlier. Food will be even scarcer in winter, but I have some. These 2 big bundles will last us until we get back. Wang Dachuan, who hadn't been seen for days, looked even more sallow. Qin Guofeng clearly sensed something was off. Wang Dachuan, however, was brimming with excitement and began chattering incessantly before Qin Guofeng. I'm the cook squad leader, how could I let the soldiers go hungry? Captain, rest assured I've got plenty of salt left. Everything's under control. Wang Dachuan now seemed pumped up like he'd been injected with adrenaline. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he addressed everyone. I dug this all up after running across several mountain ranges. No one will go hungry anymore. Wang Dachuan was in the same state as when he first joined the army. He kept talking non-stop, showing no signs of stopping. Qin Guofeng sensed something was wrong and rushed forward to grab him. But the moment he touched Wang Dachuan, he realized the man was emaciated. It seemed as though only skin stretched over his bones. Dachuan, what happened to you? Qin Guofeng's voice trembled as he realized something. But Wang Dachuan's eyes still sparkled with excitement. A smile spread across his gaunt face as he looked at Qin Guofeng. I'm fine, Captain. I'm perfectly fine. I'm the cook squad leader, I'll make sure you guys never go hungry. I dug up all these grass roots and tree bark scavenged from several mountain ridges. No one will go hungry anymore. Wang Dachuan kept repeating these words over and over. This made the soldiers present feel something was off, and they gathered around him. Qin Guofeng's expression darkened. Have any of you seen Dachuan eat anything these past few days? A heavy silence fell. The soldiers exchanged glances. Then they quickly lowered their heads. Not really. The squad leader said he ate it right after it came out of the pot. No way. Look at the squad leader, he's practically skin and bones. Oh my god, did the squad leader not eat anything these past few days? Realizing this, their expressions turned grim. All eyes turned to the excited Wang Dachuan. Wang Dachuan was still muttering to himself. His words were nothing but repetition. Yet he seemed oblivious to it. He kept repeating his earlier words in front of everyone. Gradually, Wang Dachuan seemed to have exhausted all his strength. His emaciated body finally gave way, crashing heavily to the ground. Only then did the crowd gasp in alarm. They rushed forward, surrounding him tightly. Squad leader. What happened? Where's the medic? Hurry over. Everyone was in a panic. By the time the medic arrived, Wang Dachuan's pupils had already begun to dilate. He kept muttering incoherently. But he was far too weak, no one could make out a single word. Qin Guofeng watched the scene unfold silently beside him. His hands clenched into fists unconsciously. Medic, how many days has he gone without eating? After a thorough examination, the medic sighed. At least 5 days without food. He's probably just been drinking water to survive these past days. It's too late. His bodily functions have already begun to shut down. As he spoke, the medic began to sob quietly. His face was etched with sorrow. He even brought me some grassroots soup this morning. He even claimed he was full. He was such a liar. Chapter 155, I command you to rise. When Wang Dachuan realized Wang Dachuan was near death, Qin Guofeng felt his mind go completely blank. He couldn't believe this was happening. He stood frozen beside the dying Wang Dachuan, utterly at a loss for how to react. Recalling Wang Dachuan's unsteady gait and sallow complexion earlier, it all made perfect sense now. The surrounding soldiers couldn't help but break down in tears. But Wang Dachuan's gaze fixed on Qin Guofeng as he spoke weakly. Captain, come closer. I have something to tell you. Qin Guofeng, his heart heavy, crouched down before Wang Dachuan. Wang Dachuan was clearly at the end of his strength now. His cheeks had sunken in completely. His eyes had grown cloudy. How could you be so foolish? No one would starve themselves to this state. Tears streamed down Qin Guofeng's cheeks. He then turned to the medic with a look of reluctance. He's not dead yet, is he? If we feed him now, could he still survive? Having lost so many comrades, Qin Guofeng truly couldn't bear this pain any longer. But the medic only sobbed for a long time without speaking. He lay prostrate beside him in agony. Despair filled his eyes. It's no use. Sergeant Wan's organs have failed. There's nothing we can do. He won't make it. Never mind that we're out in the wilderness with no medicine. Even in a hospital, it wouldn't matter. Prolonged starvation had caused Wang Dachuan's body to rapidly deteriorate. All his organs have ceased functioning. This was merely a final burst of strength before death. The medic wept helplessly, tears streaming down his face. As a healer, he could not save Wang Dachuan. This was the most heartbreaking thing. Qin Guofeng completely broke down, erupting in a furious roar. Wang Dachuan, get up. I command you to get up. No one starves themselves to death like this. Did you lose your mind? If you'd eaten just a little, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Stupid. That was Qin Guofeng's most immediate reaction. As a warrior, he didn't die on the battlefield. Nor should one be slain by foreign tribes. But to be starved to death in the end. Qin Guofeng, consumed by rage, could not comprehend such conduct. He now roared at Wang Dachuan like a raging lion, his voice hoarse from the effort. As if only the roar of fury could mask the deepest sorrow. Yet Wang Dachuan remained as carefree as ever, smiling without a care. Captain, don't be angry. I just wanted to save the rations for the soldiers. They still have to go to the front lines to fight the enemy. They can't go hungry. The Dragon Nation still needs you. Wang Dachuan's eyes suddenly grew clear, though no one knew when this change had occurred. He spoke with a playful grin before Qin Guofeng. I'm different. I'm just a cook. Anyone can cook. I can't even hit a target. I truly have no place on the battlefield. Someone like me shouldn't waste scarce food supplies. You, don't get angry. Wang Dachuan's cheeks hollowed deeply. His eyes sparkled with amusement as he looked at Qin Guofeng. I've gathered plenty of grass roots and tree bark. It should keep you alive until you get back. I'm the cook's squad leader. This is my duty. After uttering these words, he seemed to have expended every ounce of strength in his body. The light in his eyes gradually faded. As if they might close at any moment. Qin Guofeng felt utterly helpless. He looked at Wang Dachuan with tension and worry. You can't sleep. We'll be back soon. Wang Dachuan, this is my order to you, keep your eyes open. Qin Guofeng was helpless and desperate. His body trembled uncontrollably. He desperately tried to make Wang Dachuan open his eyes. But Wang Dachuan was already beyond saving. This was the final moment of his life. With great effort, he opened his eyes and looked at Qin Guofeng. Captain, I want to go home. Mother River. Mother River is waiting for me. I must return. Remember to take me back with you. I want to be with the Mother River forever. With those words, Wang Dachuan's pupils instantly dilated. His eyes remained wide open, staring straight ahead into the distance. A faint smile lingered on his lips, as if he had seen something joyful. This left Qin Guofeng utterly helpless. Dachuan, wake up. You can't die. No one starves themselves to death like this. You can't do this. Didn't you say you wanted to kill the enemy? I'll take you to the battlefield. Please get up. But all that answered him was the howling wind and the muffled sobs of the warriors. Wang Dachuan had completely stopped breathing. His body was slowly growing cold. Qin Guofeng could do nothing but watch helplessly. The soldiers around him, who had started with whimpers, now wailed aloud. Why, squad leader? Wake up! How could you lie to us like this? We promised to return together. How could you leave first? Wah! So the squad leader had been saving his own rations. How could he do this? Wang Dachuan breathed his last. Every soldier wept bitterly. They never imagined someone could actually starve to death like this. Qin Guofeng's eyes had turned bloodshot. Why did he starve to death? Why? Wang Dachuan, if you'd eaten just a little, you wouldn't have suffered organ failure from starvation. What are you? Overwhelmed by rage and grief, Qin Guofeng suddenly felt dizzy. After instinctively regaining his footing, he looked around in a daze. Before him lay the Mother River once more. Where was Wang Dachuan's body? All around were people weeping bitterly. Wang Hai was so overcome with grief he couldn't speak. Su Yun and Officer Tan supported him on either side. Grandpa Qin, are you alright? Su Yun's eyes were filled with concern. Why don't you rest for a moment? This isn't your fault. Watching his comrades starve to death before his very eyes. Su Yun knew all too well how deeply heartbroken Qin Guofeng must be now. This was truly unbearable. Viewers in the livestream were all stunned. As Qin Guofeng recounted the full story of Wang Dachuan's death, they all fell silent, even forgetting to send comments. Only Wang Hai and the others present could no longer hold back their grief, weeping bitterly. I never imagined Grandpa Dachuan would end up dying like this. He must have wanted to save his rations for the others. Exactly. Grandpa Dachuan felt he was a burden and couldn't help, so why, thank goodness my grandpa's gone. If he'd heard this. Everyone wept bitterly. After waiting all these years. In the end, Wang Dachuan met such a tragic end. What immense resolve that must have taken. Officer Tan wiped away his tears, his eyes filled with sorrow as he looked around. When starved to the extreme, the human body's organs will fail. But this involves an excruciatingly painful process. Few can endure such extreme agony. Chapter 156, Always Carrying It. Yet Wang Dachuan achieved it through sheer willpower. Few could resist the temptation of food. Officer Tan felt a pang of sadness. But seeing Qin Guofeng's sorrowful face, he felt even more compassion for this centenarian. Such pain he must have endured it countless times. At this moment, his heart must have been shattered beyond repair. Qin Guofeng's eyes reddened as he gazed at the Mother River. That's how Dachuan died. He thought his life was worthless. So he gave us the chance to survive. Later, we survived on the grass roots and tree bark he had stored. This brought tears to the eyes of viewers in the livestream chat. Everyone's emotions were running high. I can't take it anymore. Grandpa Dachuan may not have killed any foreigners, but he saved countless warriors. Those saved warriors surely went on to slay countless barbarians. Good heavens, what kind of era was that? Why did they have to survive on grass roots and tree bark? I just don't get it. What does that stuff even taste like? Most people today have never experienced hunger. So they can't fathom what it was like in those days when people had to eat tree bark. Qin Guofeng sighed. Today's dragon nation is prosperous and thriving. No one goes hungry. But back then along the Yangtze River, tree bark might have been the best food to stave off hunger. Because there were so many dragon army soldiers on that road, even the tree bark was stripped bare in the end. Wild grass vanished without a trace, and some even resorted to eating dirt to survive. Recalling those wretched times, Qin Guofeng felt a pang of sorrow. He looked at everyone with a heavy heart. These truly are good times. Now people no longer have to eat grass roots or tree bark. So you must all cherish it. Their generation had endured hardship. They did not wish for future generations of Longguo to ever go hungry again. Qin Guofeng felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He gazed at Wang Dachuan's portrait, his eyes reddening. Dachuan, can you see? People live well now. No one will ever go hungry again. A profound sadness permeated the air. Everyone was paying tribute to Wang Dachuan. Wang Hai's eyes were already red from crying. Yet he couldn't help but ask, what happened next? Grandpa Qin, how did you scatter Grandpa Dachuan's ashes into the Mother River? Regarding Wang Dachuan's affairs, They wanted to know more. So now all eyes were fixed on Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. He fought to shake off the sorrow. After a long moment, a bitter smile finally appeared on his face. I was on the road the whole time. After Daxuan died, I carried his ashes with me. His thoughts drifted back to that sorrowful night. Wang Daxuan's body grew cold and stiff. Qin Guofeng stubbornly stared at the body, refusing to speak. He was still angry. He couldn't fathom how a person could be starved to death. He couldn't fathom how Wang Daxuan had managed it. In the end, he had died of organ failure. Seeing Qin Guofeng immersed in grief. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Captain, what about Daxuan's body? Where exactly is this mother river he mentioned? I feel we must send him back. Qin Guofeng seemed dazed. It felt like he'd exhausted every ounce of strength. He thought of Wang Daxuan's story. Both his parents had been sold to the Eagle clan. All these years, he had grown up alone. The most important thing in Daxuan's heart was his mother river. He must be desperate to return now. Qin Guofeng stared at the corpse, taking a long moment to finally compose himself. Suddenly, he recalled the first time Wang Daxuan appeared before him. He'd opened his mouth and chattered non-stop. Captain, the mother river back home is truly magical. My life was saved by the mother river. If I'm still alive after we win the war against the anomalies, you absolutely have to come back with me to see it. At the time, Qin Guofeng just thought the guy was a chatterbox. They'd only just met, yet this guy was already spilling his guts. Even if you're naturally outgoing, you don't have to go this far. Later, after getting to know him better, Qin Guofeng finally couldn't stand Wang Daxuan's endless chatter. Fine, I'll agree. If we're both still alive then, I'll definitely come see it. But then he thought about the mercilessness of the battlefield. Qin Guofeng suddenly felt a pang of emotion. If I don't make it back, Daxuan, take my photo with you when you visit your mother river. No one could predict what would happen on the battlefield. Qin Guofeng had been prepared for sacrifice from the very beginning. Sergeant, you're so skilled you'll never die. Wang Daxuan laughed heartily. I'm in the cook's squad, I'm definitely not going to die either. Maybe we'll even get to see my mother river together. But in the end, it was Qin Guofeng who survived. Now, as Qin Guofeng gazed at Wang Daxuan's lifeless body, his eyes were filled with sorrow. Cremate him. I'll take Daxuan's ashes with me on the journey. He's from Hunan Province, right? It's one of our must-pass routes. Qin Guofeng had already made up his mind. He would scatter Wang Daxuan's ashes into the mother river. Thus, a group of soldiers survived by relying on the bark Wang Daxuan had gathered. Months later, they finally crossed the mother river. The entire group erupted in excited voices. See that? That's the mother river Brother Daxuan talked about. It's truly magnificent. The group was overcome with emotion. Qin Guofeng's expression turned solemn and tragic. He personally led the soldiers in scattering Wang Daxuan's ashes into the mother river. The scene remains vivid in his memory. Qin Guofeng felt as though the mother river itself was weeping with sorrow. As if weeping for her own child. Right here. Qin Guofeng gazed at the mother river before him. Just as it had been when he first came here years ago. It remained as beautiful as ever. He had scattered the ashes into its waters. Wang Hai couldn't help but step forward, gazing at the clear waters of the mother river. Tears fell once more. So Grandpa Daxuan had returned to the mother river many years ago. He returned even before my own grandfather did. But my grandfather never knew. He waited by the riverbank his entire life. As he spoke, Wang Hai collapsed to the ground and began weeping bitterly. Viewers in the livestream were moved to tears. It was our narrow-mindedness all along. Grandpa Daxuan was the one who waited his entire life. He'd been waiting by the mother river for so many years. Woo woo, so it was Grandpa Daxuan who'd been waiting all along for his little friends. This is so heartbreaking. Is this what they call a mutual journey? Netizens were deeply moved. When the mother river suffered pollution, perhaps Wang Daxuan was among those affected. He rallied his companions back together, reviving the mother river once more. Qin Guofeng exhaled softly, turning his gaze toward Wang Hai and the others. Your grandfather did a remarkable job. Without them, the mother river might have been lost long ago. You've all done well. Chapter 157, Forever by Your Side. Wang Hai's face was filled with sorrow. All of this is thanks to my grandfather's efforts back then. If he hadn't rallied everyone, we wouldn't have the mother river we have today. With that, he stood up, wiping away his tears with reddened eyes. He looked earnestly at Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, I truly thank you. Thank you for scattering Grandpa Daxuan's ashes into the mother river all those years ago. It means Grandpa Daxuan has been by my grandfather's side all these years. With that, he bowed deeply. Qin Guofeng hurriedly stopped him. You don't need to thank me. It's only right. His gaze fell upon Wang Daxuan's portrait. Suddenly, memories of a battle in Hunan Province years ago surfaced. At that time, Qin Guofeng had already scattered Wang Daxuan's ashes into the mother river. Not long after, the dragon army suffered an encirclement by foreign tribes near the mother river. Somehow, the enemy had learned the dragon army's location. They had ambushed the troops at a crucial choke point along their route. Qin Guofeng had not initially detected the ambush. Still immersed in grief, he led his warriors on a night march. He was rushing toward the next destination to rendezvous. At that time, I was determined to press on to the next destination without pause. Qin Guofeng seemed lost in deep recollection. He recounted the story before everyone. But everyone was utterly exhausted. Without resupply for so long, they were completely worn out. So I had everyone rest where we were. I'm actually someone who rarely rests in such situations. But somehow, I ended up falling asleep. It was precisely because of that nap that saved everyone's lives. Hearing this, everyone present became deeply moved. What does this mean? Grandpa Qin, how could sleeping save people's lives? This is incredible. Could it be that delaying the journey actually saved their lives? Grandpa Qin, tell us already. Don't keep us in suspense. Everyone was overcome with excitement. Everyone pressed him for answers. Qin Guofeng smiled and nodded. To be precise, it was Dachuan who saved all of us. This statement only deepened their confusion. Wasn't Wang Dachuan already dead? How could a dead man save anyone? With this question hanging in the air, all eyes turned to Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng wasted no time and began recounting the events. After scattering Wang Dachuan's ashes into the Mother River, Qin Guofeng felt as though he had expended every ounce of his strength. Finally, he drifted into a dazed sleep. In that half-awake, half-asleep state, he actually saw Wang Dachuan standing by the riverbank. His face was filled with urgency, as if he were trying to say something. Qin Guofeng saw Wang Dachuan appear before him. He wanted to rush forward in joy, but for some reason, he couldn't move toward him. Wang Dachuan struggled to speak. "Captain, wake up." The ethereal voice grew clearer and clearer in Qin Guofeng's ears. He jolted awake. But the biting cold wind made Qin Guofeng gasp for breath. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Looking around, there was no sign of Wang Dachuan anywhere. But recalling the dream he'd just experienced, Qin Guofeng instantly grew solemn. "Everyone up. Prepare for battle." His men were all confused. They had just fallen asleep. Why were they being roused now? Not even the sentry had detected anything unusual. Everyone stared blankly at Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng stood ready for battle, a sense of foreboding settling over him. His eyes scanned the surroundings, dark and brooding. "Prepare for combat. Everyone stay alert." Upon receiving the order, everyone tensed up. They had initially thought Qin Guofeng was still groggy from sleep. But soon, one of his men came forward to report. "Captain, traces of the enemy have been detected ahead. They're closing in on us." Their movements were stealthy. They seemed well prepared. If Qin Guofeng hadn't woken up early, they might have been ambushed. Their weapons were no match for the alien tribes. A direct confrontation would only result in heavy casualties. In the end, Qin Guofeng adjusted his strategy and launched a surprise attack on the enemy first. They achieved a decisive victory, annihilating every last one of the enemy. They even captured a significant amount of the enemy's weapons. Though so many years have passed since then, Qin Guofeng still felt his heart race when recalling the events of that year. "It was Dachuan who woke me up. If it weren't for Dachuan in that battle." Qin Guofeng let out a bitter laugh. "You probably wouldn't be seeing me now. Our troops were utterly exhausted at the time. If the enemy had launched a surprise attack, we wouldn't have stood a chance. It was Dachuan who kept protecting us." By this point, Qin Guofeng's eyes were already reddened. Even after Dachuan's death, he still found a way to protect them all. Though he was just an ordinary man and couldn't even pass basic marksmanship training, he ultimately saved the lives of many soldiers. As Qin Guofeng recounted his story, everyone present was deeply moved. It's truly moving. Grandpa Dachuan may be an ordinary person, but everything he does is extraordinary. That's the charm of it, truly remarkable. The group was already buzzing with excitement. So what if he's just a cook? In the end, he still accomplished so much. It made them all feel incredibly proud. The livestream was filled with all sorts of reactions. Grandpa Dachuan couldn't go to the battlefield because he lacked talent. But look at the outcome, this was probably for the best. Grandpa Dachuan must be so happy being with the Mother River. Su Yun and Officer Tan's eyes were already red. Back then, even ordinary people like Wang Dachuan could resist the anomalies. Some even sacrificed themselves so heroically. This might just be a snapshot of that time. How many more sacrifices remain unknown to the masses? Grandpa Qin, thank you so much. Su Yun stepped forward, visibly moved. Without your account, we'd never have known the hardships of that era. So what if we're ordinary people? So what if we lack talent? In the end, they still became heroes. Rest assured, we'll never forget how tough things were back then. After speaking, they solemnly bowed before Qin Guofeng. Even the viewers in the livestream were deeply moved. They wished they could fly right over to Qin Guofeng's side. Qin Guofeng smiled as he stepped forward to pull him close. Alright, I've only done what I should have done. Now it's your era. As he spoke, Qin Guofeng gazed toward the clear, Mother River. By the riverbank stood a portrait of Wang Dachuan. The Wang Dachuan of today looked utterly joyful, even a bit excited. Excellent. Look at our Mother River now. Qin Guofeng looked at Wang Hai and the others. You've done well. From now on, the Mother River needs guardians. Dachuan would be pleased to see you all protecting the Mother River forever. He must be so happy. Wang Hai stepped forward immediately, pounding his chest as he declared. Grandfather Qin, rest assured. My grandfather has already given the order. Every generation must have someone to protect and manage the Mother River forever. Chapter 158, The Power of the Internet. Qin Guofeng listened with eyes brimming with satisfaction. He looked toward the Mother River once more. This time, beside the Mother River stood a portrait of Wang Dachuan. Dachuan, look at this now, no one goes hungry anymore. No one will ever go hungry again. Your sacrifice back then was worth it. As he spoke, Qin Guofeng's eyes began to redden once more. Still immersed in that era when even filling one's stomach was a struggle. Through the efforts of several generations, the Dragon Nation now flourishes in prosperity. No one goes hungry anymore. Suyun also felt deeply moved and addressed the viewers in the livestream. Friends, I truly believe saving food is essential. Our lives are good now, but so many people sacrificed back then. Saving food should start with every single one of us. These words stirred deep emotion among all viewers. How many people starved to death in those days? Yet today's abundance has made people forget the preciousness of food. The livestream audience erupted in emotion. I'm a sinner. I was wrong. I shouldn't have wasted food. Life is so much better now. Suyun said a lot, and we really should save food. I ordered several takeout meals for lunch today, utterly irresponsible, and I didn't even finish them. Comrades, let's all stop wasting food from now on or else we'll get struck by lightning. All the netizens spontaneously began advocating for food conservation. This is a wonderful era. Young people today have no idea what it feels like to go hungry. Naturally, they don't understand the value of saving food either. The amount of leftover food discarded nationwide at every meal is staggering. Yet when Qin Guofeng recounted the hardships of those days, some even starved to death. What immense willpower that must have required. The phrase conserve food instantly went viral online. Such is the convenience of modern social media. Information spreads rapidly, and people were deeply moved by Qin Guofeng's words. People have spontaneously begun conserving food. Even major bloggers online have started responding to the call. Everyone started conserving food. This clearly demonstrates just how influential Qin Guofeng is. Even Officer Tan couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Qin, netizens are genuinely moved by you now. Everyone is preparing to conserve food. And it's all thanks to you. Who would have thought Qin Guofeng's livestream could have such a massive impact? Indeed, the public's eyes are sharp. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Old man, did I really have that much influence? Ha ha ha, that's a good thing. Today's youth haven't lived through those famine years. And our country has a huge population. If everyone could save food, that would add up to a tremendous amount. At this point, Qin Guofeng felt a pang of emotion. He'd weathered every storm life could throw at him. The Dragon Nation was now so prosperous. People lived in happiness. While this was wonderful, one must never forget how difficult things had been back then. These are good times. The future belongs to you all. Hearing this, all netizens were deeply moved. Meanwhile, the public's spontaneous efforts to conserve food have gone viral online. Everyone online spontaneously joined this wave of enthusiasm. Mr. Duan, who had been watching the live stream the entire time, felt tears welling up in his eyes. His eyes filled with emotion. I never imagined Mr. Qin's influence could be so profound. This live stream has truly fulfilled its purpose. He never imagined that young netizens would spontaneously take initiative to conserve food. This has never happened before. Because young people today haven't experienced hardship. They have no idea what it's like to go hungry. But look at today. The internet's influence is immense. Even the secretary was stunned, staring at the online data with wide-eyed amazement. Mr. Qin is truly remarkable. This time, the viewers watching the livestream have started to follow the rules. Mr. Duan, I truly believe positive energy livestreams are essential. This Mr. Qin is truly a remarkable figure. What an extraordinary life. In his youth, he vanquished foreign tribes. Now he shares tales of those arduous days online. Such individuals are truly rare. Just as the two were lost in admiration, the secretary's phone suddenly rang. After answering, his expression instantly turned grave. The old Duan's gaze remained fixed on the live feed. He had been observing the situation all along. Seeing the secretary's expression darken, old Master Duan finally spoke up. What's wrong? Has something happened? Old Master Duan remained calm, but the secretary was already on high alert. The smile vanished from his face. Our customs officers have apprehended several Eagle Clan operatives at the border crossing. All of them are on our blacklist. Yet they managed to enter our Dragon Nation. This clearly spells trouble. Had customs not intercepted them in time, who knows what these Eagle Clan agents might have done. The secretary's face turned grim. Thankfully, the Eagle Clan doesn't know we've already obtained their agent database. Otherwise, who knows what kind of storm this would have stirred up. Mr. Duan, the suspect has been detained and is awaiting your personal interrogation. Upon hearing the term Eagle Clan agent, his expression darkened considerably. A flicker of murderous intent even passed through his eyes. Finally, he burst out laughing. Very well. Agents of the Eagle Clan dare to enter our Dragon Nation. I'll see just what they're here for. The Dragon Nation of today is no longer the weak and helpless country it once was. Nor is it a place the Eagle Clan can come and go as they please. Since they had the audacity to come, they must learn what the law of the land truly means. Soon, old Duan stormed into the interrogation room in a rage. Several Eagle Clan members were all inside. They were even trying to wriggle out of it. We're just here on vacation. What do you want from us? You can't treat us like this. Or else the Eagle Clan won't let you off the hook. The agents were all professionally trained. They revealed absolutely nothing about the purpose of this operation. But old Duan had lost his patience. If you won't speak, then we'll make their information public worldwide. Eagle Clan agents touring Dragon Nation? Do you really think anyone will buy that nonsense? At these words, the agents' previously composed expressions instantly turned panicked. If their identities were exposed, they would truly be finished. They had carried out numerous missions across various nations. If hunted down, it would mean not even the Eagle Clan could save them then. They themselves would become the Eagle Clan's discarded pawns. At this thought, cold sweat instantly broke out on the agents' foreheads. I'll tell you everything, one blurted out. One agent stepped forward nervously. We came to assassinate Qin Guofeng. Chapter 159, he is a nightmare. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire interrogation room fell silent. The staff members stared in utter shock. All eyes turned to old Master Duan. At that moment, old Master Duan was teetering on the edge of fury. He was clearly furious. Everyone could feel his rage. That was Qin Guofeng. How dare the Eagle Clan members have the audacity? As old Master Duan remained silent, the tension in the interrogation room thickened. The agent who had stepped forward first looked visibly tense. He was Weiss, a renowned agent of the Eagle Clan. This Weiss was an ace agent who had carried out covert missions across numerous nations. If his identity were exposed by the Dragon Nation, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. By then, even without the Dragon Nation taking action, other nations would not spare him. And his own country would undoubtedly abandon him. Thus, Weiss chose to surrender without hesitation. He continued speaking before old Master Duan. As long as you don't expose our identities, I'll tell you everything. Old Duan struggled to suppress his rage. His face contorted as he glared at the agents. Speak up. Why did you kill our countrymen? Qin Guofeng is now spreading online about the crimes of the foreign tribes. What does that have to do with your Eagle Clan? You've even deployed your top agents. You lot are quite something. Old Master Duan was now seething with rage. Were it not for his formidable self-control, he might have killed the agents before him without hesitation. Weiss sensed the rage and murderous intent. He dared not hold anything back and revealed everything. How the alien race had connected with the Eagle Clan. Why they were so determined to kill Qin Guofeng. He laid out every detail, leaving nothing out. I heard from higher-ups that Qin Guofeng was the commander who led the war against us back then. In that battle, our Eagle Clan clearly had the most advanced weapons and equipment. Yet we still lost in the end. Our Mr. Nick lost all dignity because of that battle. That's why when the other tribes sought our aid, Mr. Nick agreed without hesitation. That war had utterly disgraced the Eagle Clan. Though Weiss hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he'd heard the leaders recount it many times. This is precisely why they sent him, their ace agent. Recalling Nick's final instructions before departure, Weiss's expression darkened. Remember this, Qin Guofeng must die. He ruined my reputation back then, and I've lived the rest of my life in disgrace. You must succeed this time. Nick's eyes burned with hatred, filled with fury. Qin Guofeng is not only an enemy of the foreign tribes, but also a threat to us. Back then, even with Longguo's inferior weapons, that man beat me so badly I couldn't even fight back. Look at us now. With Longguo advancing so rapidly, if Qin Guofeng were to target us, wouldn't it be? At this point, fear washed over Nick's face. His deeply wrinkled face was etched with dread. Under no circumstances could such a thing be allowed to happen again. That's why when the foreign faction approached him, he agreed without hesitation. Nick selected his most elite operatives. He intended to use them to eliminate Qin Guofeng once and for all. Weiss was the best choice. He was entrusted with immense expectations, being the most formidable presence within the operative team. Capable of eliminating targets silently. He could even make it look like an accident, leaving no room for suspicion. But Weiss never expected to be discovered the moment he crossed the border. Now his face was filled with confusion. So how the hell did you find me? My disguise was flawless. Do you have a list of our Eagle clan operatives? The thought made Visa's face turn pale. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead and trickled down uncontrollably. Had the Dragon Nation grown so powerful? Yet across from him, Old Master Duan, his secretary, and several staff members all froze in place. Their expressions turned strangely unsettled. After exchanging glances, someone finally spoke up in confusion. What did I just hear? Qin Guofeng participated in the anti-Eagle war? That can't be right. I checked the records earlier, and there's no mention of it at all. Good heavens, this can't be fake. Even the Eagle clan sent troops. Master Duan, what's going on here? Is Old Master Qin really that formidable? The group stared in disbelief. Everyone knew Qin Guofeng's reputation. But they never imagined he could be this formidable. Back in the war against the Eagles, the gap between the two tribes was vast. Many nations believed defeat was inevitable this time around. Even the entire nation held little hope for this conflict. Yet against all odds, the Dragon Army, armed with rudimentary equipment, defeated the Eagle tribe. They drove the Eagle clan out completely. The anger had faded from old Duan's face. Instead, a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. No doubt about it, he could now confirm that Qin Guofeng was the Dragon General from years past. Though their archives held no record of it. The Eagle clan surely had. That war, fought with such a vast disparity in strength, had utterly humiliated the Eagle clan. All this time, old Duan had harbored his suspicions. Yet he never had any concrete evidence. Now look, hasn't the proof finally arrived? Suppressing his excitement, old Duan turned to the agents. So you've been colluding with the alien race? While we kept the foreign tribes under tight surveillance, you Eagle clan stepped in. Quite clever. How else do you plan to deal with the meritorious officials of our Dragon Nation? Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of Weiss and the other agents turned distinctly awkward. When they received the mission, it all seemed straightforward. Even if Qin Guofeng had been formidable back then. So many years have passed since then. He'd become a decrepit old man. Taking out someone like that should have been a mere formality. But they never imagined it would be this humiliating. Old Master Duan, we were merely following orders. Weiss looked utterly defeated. I've told you everything you wanted to know. Please, I beg you, don't make my information public. Otherwise I'm finished. Everything I know about Qin Guofeng's past comes from my superiors. When he first received the assignment, Weiss thought it would be a piece of cake. But he never imagined it would end up being so humiliating. The interrogation room fell into an awkward silence. Old Duan no longer cared about the assassination attempt. What preoccupied him now was the war Qin Guofeng had fought in against the Eagles. According to Dragon Nation's records, they had crushed the Eagle tribe with overwhelming superiority. It had even humiliated the Eagle tribe so thoroughly that they never dared to provoke them again. Yet no one had recorded the specific details. Tell me, he pressed, how did you lose that war against the Eagles back then? Old Duan's gaze fixed on Weiss. Now he was desperate to learn more. Seeing this, Weiss could only resign himself to his fate. Who could blame him for his misfortune? He'd actually been captured. He began recalling the files he'd reviewed before departure. Qin Guofeng is a nightmare for my superiors. All these years later, even Mr. Nick still remembers him. Chapter 160, The Eagle's Fear. Before coming to Longguo, I studied every document about that war. Weiss seemed lost in thought. His face was etched with fear. Our Eagle clan had the most advanced weapons and equipment during that war. Back then, we had over a dozen fighter jets alone. Mr. Nick believed defeating you would pose no difficulty. But in the end, we were driven into a panicked retreat by Qin Guofeng. In that war against the Eagles, the Eagle clan held absolute superiority. Therefore, before departure, they didn't even bother to take the tiny Dragon Nation seriously. Nick was even convinced he could conclude the war within a month or less. But the outcome ended up slapping him hard in the face. Chief, bad news, it seems all our aircraft have malfunctioned. The fuel in the tanks was drained without warning. Plus, all the compasses have gone haywire, and we can't contact reinforcements. Nick had originally brought a lot of high-tech equipment. But now it was all useless, completely out of commission. They couldn't even get the planes airborne. Nick, the leader, was so furious his face turned pale. Impossible. Why did it fail? Get someone to fix it immediately. It was working just a moment ago. What the hell is going on here? At the start of the war, Nick's aircraft had been chasing the Dragon Army. But now, not only was the plane malfunctioning, how could the fuel tank break down too? A group of Eagle tribe members tried to repair it overnight. But soon, his men noticed something was off. The fuel tank had been deliberately sabotaged. It was beyond repair. Even if they managed to fix it, they had no fuel to refill in the middle of nowhere. Did someone deliberately sabotage our fuel tank? That shouldn't be possible. Our people are everywhere around here. The dragon army couldn't possibly get close. The group couldn't believe it, but soon a harsher reality struck. Eagle Tribe soldiers discovered their weapons had also been sabotaged. The springs inside the firearms had been deliberately snapped. They were completely useless. Nick's face darkened, and he was about to lose his temper. Suddenly, gunfire erupted all around them. With their weapons destroyed, the Eagle Tribe soldiers had no chance to fight back. The casualties were heavy this time. Nick managed to escape with a few men, though they were in a sorry state. As he fled, he caught sight of the dragon army leader at the forefront. A face filled with murderous intent glared fiercely at him. What eyes those were! They seemed devoid of any emotion. Only endless murderous intent. Young Mr. Nick was terrified out of his wits. He only managed to escape with great difficulty, aided by his subordinates. Qin Guofeng watched coldly as Nick fled with his men. "Captain, aren't we going after them?" Long Jun watched the scattered Eagle clan members flee. This was a complete victory. The fight had been almost too easy. Didn't they say the Eagle clan was formidable? Looks like they're not so great after all. Several subordinates shrugged indifferently. Look at that big plane, they drained all the fuel. It's useless now. No matter how advanced their weapons are, we still managed to sabotage them without a sound. Ha! Our captain's the real genius. But how come all the Eagle Tribe's instruments went haywire? Under Qin Guofeng's command, the entire battle was won with ease. The Eagle Tribe scattered in all directions. They didn't even get a chance to fight back. Qin Guofeng gradually reined in, the killing intent radiating from his body. He glanced at the peculiar rocks surrounding them. Their instruments malfunctioned because of these rocks. You did well. Next time, look for an opportunity to sabotage their firearms. Qin Guofeng watched the fleeing Eagle Tribe members. He did not pursue them. They couldn't exterminate every last one of these Eagle Tribe members. It was enough to show them that the Dragon Nation was not to be trifled with. In the end, this final battle was won through Qin Guofeng's cunning. Before each engagement, the Eagle Tribe's weapons were never sabotaged. It was like sending a toothless tiger into battle. They could have crushed them completely. And so the Eagle Tribe was driven out. All the honor Nick had accumulated in his first half-life was destroyed in this war. So when he chose to assassinate Qin Guofeng instead of Wei Si, his eyes brimmed with hope. No matter what it takes, you must kill this demon this time. You must avenge me. I refuse to see this demon threaten our Eagle clan any longer. He must die. Wei Si's eyes showed utter indifference. He felt certain of victory this time. Just a centenarian, yet the memory of this old man's actions during the war against the Eagles. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He had originally intended to see for himself what kind of man had struck fear into Nick's heart for a lifetime. But in the end, he hadn't even seen the man before being discovered by the Dragon Nation. Now, Vi sat in the interrogation room, his eyes filled with defeat. I've told you everything I know. Can you release me now? I didn't experience that war back then, but Mr. Nick remembered Qin Guofeng for his entire life. He dreamed of killing Qin Guofeng. After speaking, Weiss cautiously glanced around the room. The faces of the few staff members present were frozen in shock. No one spoke anymore. Even old Duan was lost in the weight of those words. Wait, could you let me go? Weiss looked around. I've told you everything I know. Qin Guofeng is such a formidable figure, and your country doesn't even know about him? This was utterly baffling to Weiss. He was the man who had caused Nick to lose the most crucial battle of his life. The man Nick had fought tooth and nail to eliminate. Yet not a single soul in the entire Dragon Nation had heard of him. Across from him, old Master Duan's expression had grown visibly agitated. A hint of anger flickered in his eyes. He didn't linger in the interrogation room. He led his men away from the scene. Once outside, he could no longer contain his emotions. Did you hear that? We didn't even know someone as formidable as Qin Guofeng existed. And this came straight from an Eagle clan member. Embarrassed? Guilty? Why did no one know about such an important figure as Qin Guofeng? Not a single soul remembers him across the entire nation. Old Duan's voice trembled with emotion. Every staff member heard it loud and clear. Guilt and astonishment spread across their faces. They never imagined Qin Guofeng had been such a formidable figure all along. So he really is the 11th Dragon General of the Dragon Nation? Good heavens, but why is there no record of this? Does that mean we looked like fools before, trying to award him a medal? The group recalled the scene where they had insisted on awarding Qin Guofeng a medal. They all felt it was completely backwards. After all, he was the Dragon Marshal who protected the nation. Not just anyone could bestow such an honor. Several people exchanged glances, realizing Qin Guofeng was behind them. They all fell silent, frozen in place. Stunned, they found themselves at a loss for words to express their overwhelming excitement. Chapter 161, The Secret of the 11th Dragon General. The secretary's eyes were also filled with astonishment. There has never been any record of this 11th Dragon General. It seems highly likely that old Master Qin is that Dragon General. Old Master Duan, what should we do now? Should we go find Old Master Qin immediately? Reveal his identity to everyone. For so long, it had only been hearsay. Now we've learned the truth from the Eagle clan. A figure as formidable as Qin Guofeng must have been appointed Dragon General after the nation's founding. They were so excited they wanted to rush straight to Qin Guofeng. But Old Master Duan stopped them. This time, Old Duan remained composed. First, we must investigate the records of the ancient war against the Eagle clan. Such a crucial battle might well be documented. This time, the foreign tribes didn't act directly, they had the Eagle clan take the lead. They certainly won't give up so easily. At this thought, Old Master Duan's face darkened. The foreign tribes' schemes were indeed treacherous. Knowing their own people couldn't get close to Qin Guofeng, they first sent the foreign descendant adopted by the Dragon Kingdom to assassinate him. After that failed, they sent the Eagle clan to take action. They were truly scheming to the extreme. Even if both these groups failed, the foreigner would bear no responsibility whatsoever. I never want to witness such a scene again. Old Duan cast a sinister glance around the room. If the foreigners dare harbor any further schemes, there will be no more courtesy. In the past, they bullied the Dragon Nation because it had no means to fight back. But things are different now. The world has changed. The Dragon Nation is no longer the nation that allowed itself to be bullied. This time, we must protect Qin Guofeng at all costs. Soon, his subordinates gathered all the records pertaining to that campaign. Just seeing these records alone, the secretary and several staff members were all stirred with excitement. Old Duan, the records of the battle against the Eagle largely match what those agents described. Our equipment was outdated back then, and other nations were waiting to see us fail. Even the Eagle tribe anticipated our surrender. But then, by the end, the reporter was so overcome with excitement he could barely speak. This truly felt like an incredible achievement. Back then, Dragon Nation seemed utterly incapable of defeating the formidable Eagle tribe by any measure. Yet the commander of the anti-Eagle war turned the impossible into reality. The Dragon army had worked another miracle. They routed the foreign invaders, leaving them utterly defeated and unable to mount any resistance. As his subordinates reported the news, Old Duan grew increasingly composed. Suddenly overcome with emotion, he spoke. Back in the day, Old Master Qin was the figure most feared by both the alien races and the Eagle clan. No wonder they were so desperate to eliminate him. He was our most precious asset. Yet despite his extraordinary prowess, there was no record of him in any archives. Old Duan felt a pang of sadness. Given Qin Guofeng's contributions, he shouldn't be treated this way. He should be enjoying his golden years now. Instead, he toils across the nation, sleeping rough and eating whatever he can find while pedaling his cart. This was utterly unfair. For a moment, Old Duan felt deeply melancholy. So the leader's name still isn't recorded in the chronicles of the anti-Eagle war? Hearing this, his subordinate looked awkward. After carefully reviewing the records, he finally spoke. Indeed, it does not. Only the battle plan is detailed. And the final outcome. As for the leader's name, there really was no mention at all. This left the secretary utterly baffled. The files simply didn't contain such information. How on earth did it pass review back then? Old Duan looked as if he had anticipated this all along. Qin Guofeng's name was never recorded from the very beginning. This is unfair. He's clearly a meritorious subject of our Dragon Nation. No matter how hard Old Duan racked his brain, he couldn't fathom what had happened. Every single meritorious subject who served the Dragon Nation was recorded. They were even revered by the entire Dragon Nation. So why was Qin Guofeng the only one missing from the records? Just as Old Duan was overcome with sorrow, his subordinates began asking how to handle the Eagle clan agents. After all, they were members of the Eagle clan. Detaining them might stir up unnecessary trouble. Old Duan narrowed his eyes. Then he gave a cold laugh. They cannot be released. I will personally escort them back to the Eagle clan. Remember, send them back on a special flight. And have the media give it some coverage, make sure it gets reported properly. Their identities, of course, must remain undisclosed. Their agents had already entered Dragon Nation's territory. If we let this slide, won't we become laughingstocks to the Eagle clan forever? Therefore, this operation must be grand in scale. The whole world must witness this scene. News of the Dragon Nation personally escorting Eagle tribe citizens back to their homeland spread rapidly. To ordinary eyes, it appeared as a picture of harmony and friendship. But the Eagle clan's leadership and the foreign factions' leaders instantly understood its true meaning. This was a blatant slap in the face. A resounding slap across the face of the Eagle clan's leadership. When the news broke, Nick saw it too. Furious, he went on a rampage in his office, smashing things. His weakened body suddenly surged with strength. Damn it! Damn those Dragon Nation people, daring to act so arrogantly. What's going on with those agents? They'd only just entered the country. How could they be captured so quickly? It was too late for excuses now. The news has already been released by the Dragon Nation. They could only greet them at the airport. They might even have to thank the Dragon Nation for sending their Eagle Clan subjects back. At this thought, the aged Nick was so enraged he collapsed in illness. Meanwhile, old Duan personally escorted several agents onto the plane bound for the Eagle Clan. He departed with satisfaction. Old Master Duan, it seems the Eagle Clan truly fears Old Master Qin, the secretary remarked with some emotion. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a big fuss. For a Centenarian to still pose a threat to the Eagle Clan, no one but Qin Guofeng could achieve such a feat. Old Master Duan took a deep breath. Back when weapons were scarce and primitive, Old Master Qin could still defeat the Eagle Clan. Now look at us today, with our Dragon Nation's superior weaponry. No one can match them anymore. It's only natural they feel fear. After generations of relentless effort, the days of being bullied by others are long gone. The Dragon Nation now towers above any nation. No wonder the Eagle Clan trembles with fear. It's because we've finally ushered in our own era. Enough! Old Duan's smile vanished from his face. His expression quickly turned solemn again. His gaze fell once more upon Qin Guofeng in the livestream room. I must go there once more. There were simply too many unanswered questions. Why, despite being a meritorious subject of the Dragon Nation, yet there was no record of such a figure? It was truly unfair. Old Duan felt he had to go and ask for clarification himself. His secretary understood the gravity of the situation. He immediately prepared a plane to rush to the city where Qin Guofeng was located. Rest assured, Mr. Duan. I've been ready for some time and can depart at any moment. Chapter 162, Verification. Meanwhile, Qin Guofeng had already departed from the ruins of Lùjiā Village. He was heading out of Hunan Province along the Mother River. The sight of the Mother River's clear waters lifted his spirits along the way. Comrades, did you see that? This is the Mother River that Dachuan has been longing for. It's just as beautiful as he described. At that moment, Qin Guofeng felt a surge of strength coursing through his entire being. His mood lifted considerably. His comrades had already been sent back. Thanks to this live stream, everyone online had spontaneously begun conserving food. This is the true power of live streaming. Not only did it help more young people understand the hardships their predecessors endured, but also inspires countless people. Qin Guofeng unconsciously quickened his pace. This time, his heart no longer felt heavy. The weight that had been pressing on his chest seemed to lift. Even the viewers in the livestream could sense Qin Guofeng's cheerful mood. Sturgeon, go ask Grandpa Qin seems in a great mood, totally different from before. Even his silhouette looks different. So nice. Folks, I've got some good news. My teenage son didn't waste a single bite at dinner just now. That must be the influence of his 100-year-old grandfather. Same here, my little troublemaker is usually such a struggle at mealtime. It's all Grandpa Qin's influence. Saving food really does require someone to set an example. Everyone felt the influence of Qin Guofeng. Suyun felt quite pleased too. She rode her cart alongside Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, netizens are saying you're in great form today. They're all very curious. A smile played at the corners of Qin Guofeng's mouth. Now people live in peace and prosperity, and everyone has enough to eat. That in itself is something truly worth celebrating. The future belongs to your generation. Qin Guofeng had been plagued by guilt. The time it took to bring his comrade back had truly dragged on far too long. So he'd been focused solely on rushing back. But upon reflection, hadn't he promised to show his comrades the magnificent landscapes of their homeland? He'd been rushing all along. He'd forgotten to show his comrades the present-day motherland. This time, Qin Guofeng deliberately slowed his pace. The livestream was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. Everyone joined Qin Guofeng in appreciating the present scenery. Until Old Master Duan suddenly appeared in the livestream. The sudden appearance of Old Master Duan at the forefront. The livestream exploded with excitement. Did you see that? It's Old Master Duan again. We've been seeing him a lot lately. Guys, let's guess what Old Master Duan is here for. Maybe they think the medal they gave Grandpa Qin earlier wasn't high enough. That's possible. A Centenarian isn't just any ordinary person. Netizens buzzed with speculation. Qin Guofeng spotted Old Master Duan immediately. Even from a distance, his unusual expression was clear. As soon as he approached, Old Master Duan couldn't wait to speak. Mr. Qin, I have urgent business to discuss with you. Please come with me. With that, he pulled Qin Guofeng toward a secluded area. Not even Su Yun and Officer Tan could keep up. Officer Tan, what do you think Old Master Duan is up to with all this secrecy? Seeing Qin Guofeng being led away, Su Yun's face was filled with curiosity. Officer Tan, however, remained much more composed, showing no hint of gossip. It's definitely something we're not meant to know. Just wait here quietly. Meanwhile, Qin Guofeng had already guessed what was happening. But he remained silent. Only Old Duan's eyes burned with urgency. The matter he'd long anticipated was finally confirmed. Now it only needed confirmation in front of Qin Guofeng. Yet the word stuck in his throat, and he couldn't bring himself to ask. Instead, Qin Guofeng looked at old Duan with a smile. What's gotten into you? What happened? Actually, Qin Guofeng had already figured out what was going on without the other person saying a word. The old man Duan might have caught wind of what happened back then. Mr. Qin, I intercepted several Eagle Clan operatives earlier. Old Master Duan finally steeled his resolve and looked at Qin Guofeng with grave seriousness. They were sent to assassinate you. After interrogating them, I discovered that you personally directed the anti-Eagle war back then. Those Eagle Clan forces were driven out by your own hand. Back then, despite our Dragon Nation's inferior weapons and equipment, you still routed the Eagle Clan. Even after all these years, the Eagle Clan and the foreign tribes still fear you. I demand to know what's going on here. Old Master Duan's expression grew increasingly serious. Though the answer was already clear. He still yearned to understand the truth behind it all. He wanted to hear Qin Guofeng admit it with his own mouth. Finally, as if making up his mind, he spoke earnestly. I've combed through every record. Your name isn't mentioned in any accounts of that war. If it weren't for the Eagle Clan revealing it, I'd never have known. What's going on here? Why wasn't your name recorded? Were you truly the 11th Dragon General back then? After posing these questions, old Duan stared intently at Qin Guofeng. He wanted answers from his mouth. Yet he feared Qin Guofeng might deny it. After all, he had concealed the truth for so many years. Qin Guofeng might not admit it. Sure enough, Qin Guofeng remained cheerful. What Dragon General? I'm just a nobody. I couldn't possibly shoulder such an important responsibility. People are living in peace and prosperity now. Isn't that good enough? Let bygones be bygones. It was precisely because he didn't want to draw too much attention. That's why Qin Guofeng erased his own existence when he left. He wanted to live out the rest of his life in peace. Facing old Master Duan's questioning, his face remained serene. I'm just a common man, seeking nothing more than a leisurely life. The Dragon General is a role beyond my station. Stop dwelling on these matters, they're insignificant. Hearing this, old Master Duan instantly grew agitated. That's not how it is. You keep saying you want to live a carefree life. But look at your life. You've spent it fighting for the Dragon Nation. The first half fighting foreign tribes, the second half sacrificing for the Dragon Nation's economy. If the truth about the Jade State affair ever comes to light, what about all the things that haven't been exposed? You've spent your entire life fighting for the Dragon Nation. Yet no one knows. If not for Qin Guofeng sending his comrade home, and sparked such a high-profile livestream, no one would ever have known about all he'd done. At this point, old Duan's eyes brimmed with emotion. Even after leaving the military, you're still contributing to the nation. Didn't you drive the economic development of Bu Prefecture? At this point, old Duan's eyes began to redden. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. You've done so much, all for the sake of the Dragon Nation. You devoted your entire life. Yet now the people of Longguo remain unaware of your contributions. Chapter 163, Qin Guofeng is the Dragon General. Old Duan grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. On the surface, he appeared to be living a leisurely life. Yet all these years, Qin Guofeng never rested a single day. His entire life has been dedicated to the Dragon Nation. Old Master Qin, you've done so much good. The glory Longguo enjoys today is entirely due to your sacrifices. After all these years of hard work, you deserve your moment of glory. Decade after decade, day after day. All for the sake of the Dragon Nation. A man like this deserves to be known by everyone. Qin Guofeng looked around, feeling a bit emotional. Hard work? Not at all. I've eaten well and dressed well all these years. White flour at every meal, it's like living in paradise. I'm perfectly content as I am now. No need for change. His entire first half of life had been spent slaying foreign tribes. Later, when the barbarians were driven out, Qin Guofeng didn't stop. The Dragon Kingdom lay in ruins at the time. To improve the people's standard of living, Qin Guofeng tirelessly traveled far and wide. Though it was arduous, it was worth it. Witnessing the Dragon Nation rise from utter destitution to become a superpower. No one dared to bully the people of Longguo anymore. The people of Longguo no longer endure war. This was the best life possible. As for his own name, it didn't need to be remembered. Because that doesn't matter. Hearing Qin Guofeng's words, old Duan's eyes brimmed with emotion. He never imagined there truly existed such a selfless individual. Despite accomplishing so much, he did not wish for others to know the countless merits Qin Guofeng had earned. If any single one were attributed to an ordinary person, would be enough to bring honor to their entire family. After much deliberation, old Master Duan couldn't help but speak up. I believe your identity should be made public. All 10 dragon generals from that era have passed away. You are the sole surviving dragon general protecting the nation today. Mr. Qin, your identity must be made public. Such monumental achievements deserve to be known by all. Old Duan was visibly agitated at this point. He was itching to immediately announce all of Qin Guofeng's glorious achievements. But Qin Guofeng waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Those were things from so many years ago, I can't even remember them anymore. He suddenly recalled many years ago. Back when Qin Guofeng and his fellow soldiers were awarded medals together. He became the dragon general who protects the dragon nation. What an honor for so many. Yet the heavier the glory, the heavier the burden. Later, Qin Guofeng chose to leave precisely because he witnessed the people of the Dragon Kingdom struggling to even fill their bellies. Though the foreign invaders had departed. But it would take the Dragon Kingdom a long time to recover. Bearing the title of Dragon General, Qin Guofeng could do nothing. Everyone treated him with utmost reverence. He might not even see the true face of the Dragon Kingdom. In the end, Qin Guofeng abandoned everything to rebuild the Dragon Kingdom. Look at it now, wasn't that choice the right one? Dragon Nation is developing exactly as he envisioned. This is the best possible outcome. Qin Guofeng slowly gathered his thoughts and looked at Old Master Duan with a smile. And then there was driving out the foreigners back then. Wasn't that something every Dragon Nation citizen ought to do? So let bygones be bygones. There's truly no need to dwell on it. To have lived to see the prosperity of Dragon Nation today. Qin Guofeng felt profoundly content. Everything else was merely external trappings. You bring nothing into this world, and you take nothing out when you leave. Upon hearing this, Old Duan's expression grew solemn. He never imagined Qin Guofeng could be so detached. When one thinks of his lifetime of great achievements, few knew of them. Old Duan felt a heavy weight in his heart, remaining silent for a long while. It was Qin Guofeng who finally broke the silence, smiling as he took in the picturesque scenery around them. All right, let's head back. I'm doing quite well now. The Dragon Nation is so prosperous. Your focus must be entirely on building the Dragon Nation. Making our people happier. Becoming the world's leading nation is our ultimate goal. With that, Qin Guofeng turned and walked away with a casual wave. Leaving only his back to Old Duan. Old Duan watched with mixed feelings, remaining silent for a long while. Meanwhile, Qin Guofeng had already resumed his journey. Spotting the somewhat desolate figure of Old Master Duan trailing behind, Su Yun and Officer Tan exchanged a glance. Both understood without words, neither asking any further questions. They silently followed behind Qin Guofeng as they continued forward. But the viewers in the livestream chat were anything but calm. So what was Old Master Duan here for? Why did he just leave? I thought he was here to award medals again, but nothing happened. That can't be right. Otherwise, why would Old Master Duan come all this way personally? He seemed so lonely. Does anyone know what exactly happened? Facing the barrage of questions from viewers in the livestream chat, Su Yun and Officer Tan both remained silent in perfect unison. They pretended not to notice anything. Though they didn't know what it was, it clearly wasn't something they should meddle in. The two silently followed behind Qin Guofeng. They hurried together toward their next destination. Meanwhile, Old Duan returned to the capital with a heavy heart. He watched Qin Guofeng's livestream. This time, Qin Guofeng slowed his pace. He was genuinely taking his comrades to appreciate Brother Long's magnificent landscapes. That day, Old Duan watched Qin Guofeng's livestream as usual. Qin Guofeng's figure remained as upright and resolute as ever. This left Old Duan feeling rather uneasy. Go, gather everyone here. I need to hold a meeting. The secretary immediately gathered everyone upon hearing the order. Once everyone had gathered, Old Master Duan voiced his thoughts. You should all be aware of Mr. Qin's stature. His military achievements are legendary, any single one of them would be enough to inspire awe for a lifetime. Yet he refuses to accept the title of Dragon Marshal. Originally, Old Duan intended to restore Qin Guofeng to his position as Dragon Marshal. Yet there was no record of him anywhere in the entire Dragon Kingdom. To simply declare his reinstatement would be met with disbelief. Yet Old Duan refused to let this Dragon General fade into obscurity. Therefore, he had previously discussed with his subordinates the idea of conferring the Dragon Marshal title upon Qin Guofeng. This was the optimal solution. Not only would it avoid any suspicion, but it would also ensure Qin Guofeng received the honor he deserved. Yet in the end, Qin Guofeng refused. This left Old Duan with mixed feelings. He felt the matter couldn't simply be left at that. He had gathered everyone today precisely to devise a solution. The group present had no idea Qin Guofeng was the Dragon General. But Old Duan had already shared all the intelligence obtained from interrogating the Eagle clan agent with them. This news sent the group into an uproar almost instantly. Am I seeing this correctly? That was the battle against the Eagles. Back then, we utterly routed the Eagle tribe despite our inferior weapons. And the leader of that war was Qin Guofeng? For a moment, everyone found it utterly unbelievable. After all, Qin Guofeng's previous achievements were already outrageous enough. Who would have thought he could claim such an extraordinary feat? Old Duan remained silent beside him. But the secretary could no longer contain himself. According to our investigation, Mr. Qin's contributions may be even greater. Chapter 164, Refusing the Position of Dragon Marshal. The secretary presented the information previously disclosed by the Eagle Clan agent. This is all evidence. Both the Eagle Clan and the foreign tribes feared Qin Guofeng's status. That's why they joined forces to assassinate Qin Guofeng. Even they know Qin Guofeng is a formidable presence. Yet our own people in the Dragon Kingdom know nothing about him. Is that fair? The secretary was visibly agitated. Mainly because Qin Guofeng's battle record was truly formidable. Even foreign tribes are desperate to eliminate him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought in the Eagle Clan. In their eyes, Qin Guofeng was a colossal threat. Old Master Duan finally spoke up. What do you think should be done about this matter? Mr. Qin declined the Dragon Marshal's commendation. But he's a prominent figure. We cannot pretend nothing happened. At these words, the entire assembly fell silent in sullen respect. Someone had already compiled a list of all Qin Guofeng's achievements. They had gathered this information bit by bit since the live broadcast began. I'm just curious, why is Old Master Qin so formidable? Yet after founding the nation, he wasn't granted any official recognition for his contributions. Someone stepped forward in puzzlement. There isn't even a single record of him. For a commander of such a battle to have no name at all? That just doesn't make sense. These words resonated with everyone present. Everyone could see something was amiss. He was clearly a meritorious subject who sacrificed so much for the Dragon Kingdom. Yet when it came time to record history, not even his name was included. It just didn't seem right. Old Duan's face betrayed no emotion. Yet inside, he felt a surge of emotion. Finally, someone had recognized the issue. Qin Guofeng had been far too low-key. Before heading to build the Dragon Nation, he had deliberately erased his name from all archives. His purpose was to ensure no one would recognize him as the Dragon General during the construction phase. This way, he could fully immerse himself at the grassroots level. To build the Dragon Nation from scratch. At this thought, Old Duan's expression turned deeply sorrowful. Perhaps there was some unknown reason. That no longer matters. What matters is that we now recognize his contributions. We cannot let it rest like this. Old Duan slowly regained his composure. Suddenly it occurred to him that both the foreign tribes and the Eagle Clan knew Qin Guofeng's true identity. Yet as citizens of the Dragon Nation, they knew nothing. It was truly unacceptable. After composing himself, he finally looked around. The foreign tribes must have known all along. That Kobayashi Motoyama from last time was undoubtedly one of the informed parties. They feared Qin Guofeng so much they'd even collude with the Eagle Clan to kill him. What should we do now? These words sent shockwaves through the entire gathering. Upon careful reflection, it all became clear. First it was the foreign tribes, and now even the Eagle Clan has been mobilized. They're taking advantage of Qin Guofeng's current low military rank. Otherwise, how could they dare? Soon, voices of righteous indignation began to rise. This is outrageous. We absolutely cannot let this slide. Qin Guofeng's rank must be elevated. But what rank should he receive? He doesn't even want the Dragon Marshal title. Besides, I don't think we're qualified to confer honors on someone of his stature. This honor is for others to see. Old Master Qin may decline, but we cannot fail to bestow it. Finally, someone hit the nail on the head. This is precisely why Qin Guofeng must be awarded a military rank. Only with a sufficiently high military rank would those with ulterior motives dare not act rashly. After hours of discussion, the group still reached no conclusion. Some were already growing impatient. This is quite a challenge. Qin Guofeng's contributions since the founding of the nation have been immense. What kind of honor should we bestow to truly intimidate the foreign tribes and the Eagle Clan? How about academician? After much deliberation, that position seems most fitting. Someone proposed. Qin Guofeng had single-handedly researched dozens of watermelon varieties. He transformed Dragon Nation into a major watermelon exporter. He even led the nation to victory in the anti-hawk war, leaving the enemy no chance to retaliate. Such a man deserves to be known by every citizen of Longguo. After pondering for several seconds, Old Duan finally spoke. You're absolutely right. The title of academician truly befits Mr. Qin. This way, both the Eagle tribe and the foreign tribes will understand that Qin Guofeng is someone they dare not provoke. With this conclusion reached, a weight lifted from Elder Duan's heart. But soon, questions arose among those present. But Mr. Qin is so low-key. Would he even agree to be honored as a national sage? I doubt it. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be recorded in the archives. We must devise a way to persuade Old Master Qin to accept. Previous commendations had only been bestowed upon Qin Guofeng at the very last moment. This time, it wouldn't be so easily accomplished. All eyes turned to Old Master Duan. The pressure now fell squarely on Old Master Duan. He seemed to have made up his mind. Leave it to me. I'll persuade Mr. Qin. With that, he prepared to contact Qin Guofeng. He had initially considered making the trip himself, but after a moment's thought, he decided against it. He dialed Officer Tan's number directly. At that moment, Officer Tan was still following behind Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng's figure remained as upright as ever. Only this time, he wasn't rushing. He was leisurely touring the roads on his flatbed cart, even chatting with his comrades in the cargo bed. Comrades, see that? That must be the border of He Province. These mountains are just perfect, lush and verdant. Traveling along the broad road, Qin Guofeng felt content. He felt no urgency to hurry. He admired the scenery as he made his way toward the next destination. Suyan explained beside him, Grandpa Qin, I've actually been to this place before. It's all farmland. This is our nation's famous granary. Drawing on his extensive travel experience, Suyan described the surrounding scenery to Qin Guofeng. The vast plains within He Province were ideal for grain cultivation. Suyan's face lit up with excitement. There are numerous granaries throughout the entire He Province. With such substantial grain reserves, it could sustain the entire nation for a very long time. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Gazing at the endless expanse of emerald wheat fields, his mood grew heavy. Suyan noticed his change and grew tense. Grandpa Qin, are you okay? Did I say something wrong? I was just describing the local customs and scenery here. Did I say something wrong? Seeing Qin Guofeng's sudden despondency, Suyan's face filled with concern. Qin Guofeng waved his hand, not yet speaking. Officer Tan hurriedly caught up from behind. He looked at Qin Guofeng with a tense expression. Mr. Qin, it's an urgent call from Mr. Duan. He specifically asked for you. I have no idea what it's about. Hearing that old Master Duan had personally called, the live stream exploded with excitement. Everyone grew curious. They went wild, bombarding the screen with comments. Chapter 165, Must Accept. Watching the flood of comments in the live stream, Officer Tan felt a bit awkward. Don't ask me, I don't know anything. Maybe old Master Duan has something important to do. Recalling how old Master Duan had personally held a lengthy private meeting with Qin Guofeng earlier, he felt the matter must be significant. Qin Guofeng, however, wore his usual cheerful smile. After hanging up, he heard the familiar voice of old Master Duan from across the room. Mr. Qin, we've already discussed this. You need not disclose the Dragon General's identity. But you must be granted a title of sufficient weight. We've decided to confer upon you the title of National Sage. You cannot refuse this one. Qin Guofeng gazed at the emerald dragon field stretching around him. He spoke calmly. But these are all empty titles. Truly, there's no need for any of this. As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, isn't it my duty to serve it? Stop fixating on these titles. People lived in perfect harmony. War had vanished, and no one could bully the people of Dragon Nation. Now, the Dragon Nation has even become a world power. This was something Qin Guofeng himself dared not imagine years ago. Yet all of this was unfolding before his very eyes. Looking back on his life, Qin Guofeng felt it had been deeply fulfilling. He had witnessed with his own eyes the suffering and turmoil of the Dragon Nation. The era when it was at the mercy of foreign invaders. And now, witnessing the Dragon Nation's current prosperity and glory, Qin Guofeng felt that all his past efforts had been worthwhile. Titles no longer mattered. They were all empty. But old Duan was already getting worked up. He lowered his voice over the phone and continued. It's not like that. I know you don't care about these empty titles. But the Eagle Clan's agents have targeted you. The Eagle Clan has colluded with the alien race to take your life. Both attempts failed. They won't give up easily. I'm doing this for your safety. As long as you hold a title of sufficient weight, then neither the Alien Clan nor the Eagle Clan will dare to target you again. At this point, old Duan's voice took on a note of earnest pleading. Besides, your lifetime of distinguished achievements, even the title of national hero, doesn't do you justice. Please heed my advice. I won't rest easy until you're officially recognized as a national hero. The successive defeats of the foreign tribes and the Eagle Clan, they certainly won't let it rest. They might even resort to some underhanded tactics. There can be no further delay. Everyone must know what kind of man Qin Guofeng truly is. By the end, old man Duan was visibly agitated. I'm begging you, even the foreign tribes know your true identity. Even the Eagle tribe sees you as their greatest threat. Yet our own people remain utterly unaware. This is unfair to you. Judging by the recent frequent actions of the foreign tribes, he could be certain they were fully aware of Qin Guofeng's identity. Otherwise, they wouldn't be making such a big move. All this was to prevent Qin Guofeng's identity from being discovered here. Even old Duan felt a pang of guilt. Even the foreign tribes and the Eagle Clan knew about him, and they even attempted to assassinate Qin Guofeng. Yet they, as citizens of the Dragon Nation, a man who had contributed so much to the Dragon Nation, only now had he gained recognition among the Dragon Nation's elite. This time, they absolutely must confer the title of National Sage upon Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng found Duan Lao's words somewhat amusing. Are the foreign tribes and the Eagle clan really viewing me as a threat? That seems rather unnecessary. At my age, who could I possibly threaten? He hadn't expected them to remember the events of years past so clearly. This surprised Qin Guofeng. There was no need for such a grand display. Mr. Qin, you have no idea how profoundly the anti-Eagle war affected them back then. Old Duan continued explaining to Qin Guofeng. To this day, you remain the nightmare of the foreign tribes, the threat of the Eagle clan. Don't refuse this time, or they'll laugh at us. Finally, after old Duan's persuasion, Qin Guofeng relented. Fine, Qin Guofeng said flatly. But only after I've returned my next comrade. Qin Guofeng replied indifferently. I still have a journey ahead of me. Don't come looking for me along the way. Hearing this, old Duan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He ordered preparations for the investiture ceremony to begin. After hanging up, Qin Guofeng continued on his way. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream chat were all at the peak of curiosity. Did you see that? Grandpa Qin didn't even flinch. How calm can he be? So what exactly did old Master Duan tell him that made him call specifically? No clue what it was. Don't try to guess what's on Grandpa Qin's mind. This is killing me. Does anyone know what it was? I'm dying to find out. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Everyone wanted to know what exactly was discussed in that call. Why did they talk for so long? Officer Tan was also curious, but he didn't ask. He was just in charge of logistics. Better not to pry into matters not meant for his ears. Everyone was curious. Yet, with unspoken understanding, none voiced their questions. They all silently watched Qin Guofeng's back. This was within the borders of He Province, where lush green grain fields stretched everywhere. This sight filled Qin Guofeng with profound emotion. All these years later, it's completely unrecognizable from its original form. What a wonderful era it is. Qin Guofeng gazed at the thriving wheat fields by the roadside, overcome with emotion. His eyes began to well up. Suddenly, he recalled the long march many years ago. The entire He Province was a wasteland back then. Crops in the fields had been utterly destroyed by war, leaving little to no harvest. Everywhere was a scene of utter devastation. Due to the war, corpses of civilians could be seen scattered along the roads. What a tragic scene it was. Qin Guofeng gazed around him with sorrow. It felt as though he had been transported back to that era. As he passed through Yi Province, he witnessed the unbearable suffering of the common folk. Foreign invaders had pillaged, burned, and slaughtered. People had no grain left. Villagers sat by the roadside begging. The air was thick with wails and sobs. It was truly heartbreaking for Qin Guofeng to witness all this. Yet he could do nothing. A profound sense of helplessness overwhelmed him. Su Yun was the first to notice something was wrong with Qin Guofeng. She hurriedly supported him. Grandpa Qin, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you should rest? Hearing Su Yun's voice finally pulled Qin Guofeng out of his sorrowful memories. As he lifted his gaze, he saw a sea of green wheat fields. The wheat grew vigorously in the fields. It seemed to proclaim the prosperity of this era. It was a stark contrast to the barren, cropless scene from his memories. Qin Guofeng let out a heavy sigh. I'm fine. I was just thinking about He Province back then, where the crops failed completely. The common folk had nothing to eat. Qin Guofeng's eyes filled with emotion as he recalled those times. Tears finally began to fall uncontrollably. So many lives lost to the ravages of war back then. The common folk couldn't even get enough to eat, and the crops on the land wouldn't grow at all. You must all cherish the good life we have now. Chapter 166, The Aged Comrade in Arms. Thinking of all those who had sacrificed their lives back then, Qin Guofeng's heart clenched once more. He gazed around in a daze. Everywhere lay lush green farmland. Where was the desolation of the past? Even Su Yun felt a pang of sorrow. He steadied Qin Guofeng and spoke earnestly. Grandpa Qin, rest assured. We will cherish it. Thanks to your livestream, many young people have already been inspired. No one will ever starve to death again. Don't be sad anymore. Those hard times are all behind us now. Just how devastating must it have been for Qin Guofeng to remember it for a lifetime? Su Yun could never truly understand. The viewers in the livestream were all deeply moved. With all the war, the farmland must have been abandoned. Who would still be planting crops? Back then, survival was the priority. There was no time for anything else. Goodness, food is the foundation of life. Without it, I can't bear to think about it anymore. This is truly unbearable. Being hunted by foreign tribes in that era was bad enough. Even if you evaded them, there was no food. Survival was incredibly difficult. A group of people sighed deeply online, all lamenting the hardships people endured back then. Qin Guofeng let out a heavy sigh. After composing himself, he finally took out a portrait. It should be up ahead. I remember it being around here. Once the portrait was revealed, everyone could see clearly. Unlike the youthful faces they'd seen before, it was actually an elderly man. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. His face radiated kindness and gentleness. Seeing that it was actually an elderly man, Officer Tan and Su Yun were both taken aback. Even the viewers in the livestream were all wide-eyed with shock. How could it be an elderly man? Does Grandpa Qin have comrades this old? This can't be right. How is that possible? This grandfather must have passed away before the founding of the nation. So back then. Good heavens, what on earth is going on here? The crowd buzzed with speculation, convinced Qin Guofeng's comrade in arms must be a young man. But suddenly, someone this old appeared. It left everyone utterly baffled. Could it be that even elderly men of that age enlisted back then? The live chat was flooded with shocked comments. Officer Tan couldn't help but ask, Mr. Qin, did this gentleman pass away shortly after the founding of the nation? That was the only possibility. Otherwise, how could he have been so old? But Qin Guofeng shook his head with a smile. No, he passed away before the founding of the nation. Uncle Yukai was the person I respected most. As he spoke, Qin Guofeng's eyes began to redden uncontrollably. Recalling the events of that year, it felt as though a cold wind had swept through his heart. Seeing Qin Guofeng's sorrowful expression, everyone felt a pang of sadness. It must have been a profoundly sorrowful past. Otherwise, Qin Guofeng wouldn't have remembered it for so many years. But when they saw the aged face in the portrait, everyone felt a surge of curiosity. How exactly had this old man sacrificed his life? Look, he truly died before the nation was founded. He must have been quite old when he enlisted. It's truly heartbreaking having to fight foreign tribes at such an advanced age. Such is the tragedy of the times. People couldn't even afford food back then, and their lives hung by a thread. To drive out the invaders, enlisting was the only option. Everyone was filled with rage. Hatred toward the invaders surged to a new peak. Su Yun couldn't hold back any longer. This elderly gentleman is still fighting the barbarians at his age. It shows just how arrogant the barbarians were back then. Why else would he venture out at such an advanced age? Just thinking about it breaks my heart. Qin Guofeng smiled as he explained. You might be mistaken, he wasn't one of our soldiers. Uncle Yukai was just an ordinary farmer. Yet in the end, he still made the ultimate sacrifice. He died for our dragon army. As he spoke, the sorrow in Qin Guofeng's eyes deepened. The events of that year remained vividly etched in his memory. He slowly began recounting the story before everyone. It was also on the Long March. They had passed through the province of He. Qin Guofeng's dragon army, leading the expedition, was utterly exhausted. They had just fought a fierce battle against the barbarians. Though victorious, the soldiers bore heavy wounds. Qin Guofeng could only find a place for the soldiers to recuperate. They still had to traverse the long march route to reunite with the main force. To conserve strength, Qin Guofeng had intended for the warriors to rest properly in the wilderness. It was at this moment that Uncle Yukai appeared before Qin Guofeng. Uncle Yotsai's face was deeply lined with wrinkles. How are you going to recover in this desolate wilderness? Come with me. I have a place. Qin Guofeng was initially reluctant to go. As members of the Dragon Army, they should prioritize the welfare of the common people. They shouldn't accept favors from commoners. But the situation at that moment was truly dire. A group of wounded soldiers needed treatment. It was still the depths of winter, and staying outside would only worsen the wounded soldiers' injuries. In the end, Qin Guofeng followed Uncle Yukai to his village. Strangely, the entire village was deserted. There were only a dozen or so people in total. Everyone looked gaunt and emaciated, yet the crops in the fields hadn't withered. Many houses lay in ruins. Everywhere spoke of desolation. No need to look further. With chaos and warfare everywhere, how many could possibly be left alive? Uncle Yotsai's face was etched with deep furrows. His eyes betrayed an unmistakable sorrow. Those who could run have fled, and those fit for battle have gone to war. Now the village is filled with the old, the weak, the sick, and the crippled. I think I still have some medicine at home. His voice was calm, yet brimming with resignation toward this world. Qin Guofeng surveyed the desolate scene around him. He didn't know how to begin. He could only follow Uncle Yukai to his home with a heavy heart. Uncle Yotsai's courtyard was spacious. There were many vacant rooms. Qin Guofeng had the wounded settle in to recover. During this time, several villagers approached, carrying various foods. You really are soldiers of the Dragon Army. We have eggs at home perfect for helping you recover. We've got some millet left perfect for making kanji. Commander Longjun, just wait here. We'll go get all the food from our homes right now. The villagers were thrilled to see the soldiers. They all knew he had come to protect them. They all brought out the food they'd been saving for a long time. These were all their carefully saved provisions. Some even brought over their old laying hens. Seeing this, Qin Guofeng hurriedly waved his hands. No, we can't accept any of this. Take it all back quickly. Times are so tough now. What will you eat if you give us all this? Take it back now. Not taking a single thread from the people was the guiding principle of the Dragon Army at that time. Thus, Qin Guofeng refused all the food. Chapter 167, My Family Has Grain. Upon hearing Qin Guofeng refuse the people's food, viewers in the livestream chat grew anxious. Why refuse? That's food. Wasn't the dragon army desperately short of provisions back then? With that grain, maybe some soldiers wouldn't have died. Hey, you're thinking too simplistically. If the dragon army took it, the common folk would starve to death. Exactly. The Long Army protects the people, not exploits them. Soon, all the viewers understood what had happened. The dragon army faced hardship, but the common folk suffered even more. For a moment, all the netizens felt deeply saddened. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. We are the dragon army. We certainly wouldn't take the people's grain. The situation back then was dire, but the dragon army wouldn't do such a thing. Hearing this, Su Yun and Officer Tan's expressions turned sorrowful. Neither knew what to say. They could only stand by silently watching. Officer Tan was the first to speak. What happened later? How did that talented old man sacrifice himself? What other stories are there about him? An old man living alone in the village. The tales he carried were likely even more sorrowful. Qin Guofeng gazed into the distance. A flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes. Uncle Yukai had 2 sons, both married with wives. Life was going well, and soon they'd have grandchildren. But then the barbarians came. At this point, everyone knew what would happen next. Yet for a moment, no one dared speak. All eyes turned to Qin Guofeng, waiting for him to continue recounting the story of Uncle Yukai. At the time, Qin Guofeng and his comrades had been staying at Uncle Yotsai's house. His house was quite large. Several single-story buildings stood on the property. It was spacious enough to accommodate all the wounded dragon army soldiers recovering from their injuries. Uncle Yotsai's house was truly enormous. It was several times larger than any other villager's home. Every corner of the house spoke of the family's former glory. Yet only one person lived there. Over time, Qin Guofeng grew familiar with Uncle Yukai. He brought his food over to Uncle Yukai. Uncle Yukai, let's eat together. You're all alone. No need. Uncle Yukai remained cold and distant, save for the first day when he had guided Qin Guofeng and the others inside. He never initiated conversation with the dragon army again. Whenever Qin Guofeng and the others ate their rations, he would retreat to a distant corner alone. Qin Guofeng assumed he must be out of food, and wanted to share his rations with him. But Uncle Yukai simply brought over a sack. Upon opening it, they found it filled with golden cornmeal. Not coarse cornmeal either, all finely ground. A whole sackful of it. Qin Guofeng was genuinely surprised. Uncle Yukai, I never imagined your family had so much grain. Others couldn't even get their hands on coarse rice. Yet Uncle Yotsai's family had such an abundance of refined cornmeal. Qin Guofeng found it quite astonishing. Uncle Yukai tied the sack of cornmeal tightly shut. He glanced at Qin Guofeng. I'm certainly not short on food. Don't worry about me. I certainly won't starve to death. But what about you? A whole bunch of young men like you, can you really get by eating just coarse cornmeal every day? He glanced around. Long Jun's face was already sallow and waxy. It was clear they hadn't had a proper meal in ages. Uncle Yukai sighed heavily at the sight. It's all because of those foreign tribes. Commander, do you think we can drive them out? When he mentioned the barbarians, Uncle Yukai nearly ground his molars to dust. His eyes burned with hatred for them. Qin Guofeng understood the situation at a glance. He feared his entire family had been slaughtered by those foreigners. Sure enough, Uncle Yukai soon began recounting his story to Qin Guofeng. His eyes brimmed with sorrow. Tears suddenly began to fall uncontrollably. My 2 sons and my daughter-in-law were all killed by the invaders. At this point, a look of profound sorrow finally appeared on Uncle Yotsai's numb face. Those barbarians are all bastards. They insisted on hunting down some so-called spies. And they ended up taking my 2 daughters-in-law away. At this point, Qin Guofeng knew exactly what had happened. His expression grew heavy, and he remained silent for a long while. But Uncle Yukai couldn't stop talking, as if recalling some painful memory. My 2 sons went to the foreign tribe to rescue their wives. But then, wah! Uncle Yukai suddenly began weeping uncontrollably. Emotions he'd suppressed for so long finally poured out. He clearly had a very happy family. Both sons had married wives. Soon he would have grandchildren to hold, but what was returned instead were 4 cold corpses. At the time, the dragon villain had brazenly brought the bodies of his sons and daughters-in-law back to the village. He even brazenly shouted at the villagers, flaunting his power. See this? All 4 were spies for the dragon army. Our foreign leader went to great lengths to eliminate them. You'd all better take note, don't become dragon army spies. Otherwise, this will be your fate. The surrounding villagers stared blankly, showing no reaction to the cold corpses. Not even a trace of sorrow. For them, it had become all too commonplace. The foreign tribes slaughtered the people of the dragon nation without cause. Some had no reason at all. Others, like today, would find some flimsy excuse. They would kill innocent villagers without hesitation. They had long grown accustomed to all this. Uncle Yukai, seeing his child's corpse, could no longer hold back. He wanted to charge forward and kill them all. But several villagers held him down with all their strength. Uncle Yukai, you can't go out there. Those people have no humanity. Yeah, he's already dead. Going out there won't change anything. Just stay alive. Damn it, Uncle Yukai, nothing matters more than staying alive. And so, Uncle Yukai was pinned down by several villagers. Completely immobilized, he watched helplessly as Long Jian and the outsiders departed. His 2 sons and daughter-in-law had already turned into cold corpses. His 2 sons bore obvious wounds, clearly tortured to death while still alive. Uncle Yukai wept all night long. He wept until his eyes nearly bled dry. It was the villagers who helped bury his sons. Uncle Yotsai's wife hanged herself immediately after their son's funeral. In the end, Uncle Yukai was left alone in the vast house. Forever alone. At this point, Uncle Yukai looked at Qin Guofeng with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Commander, can the foreign tribes be driven out? Can our dragon nation ever know peace again? I only hope no one else dies because of the foreign tribes. Facing Uncle Yotsai's hopeful gaze, Qin Guofeng felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He immediately spoke with unwavering resolve, that day will come. Our dragon army will drive the invaders out. Chapter 168, will that day ever come? Facing Uncle Yotsai's tragic past, Qin Guofeng felt deeply guilty. If only the dragon army had been just a little stronger. The foreign tribes wouldn't be running rampant across Long Kingdom's lands. Nor would so many lives have been lost. Upon hearing Qin Guofeng's words, Uncle Yukai finally let a faint smile touch his lips. That's good. I truly hope I live to see that day. His hatred for the foreign tribes had reached its peak. Were he not so advanced in years, he would have rushed to the battlefield to slay them himself. Qin Guofeng felt nothing but guilt. Even after all these years, Uncle Yotsai's heartbroken and dazed expression from back then still seemed vividly before his eyes. Su Yun and Officer Tan listened to these memories. Both wore expressions of profound sorrow. Even the livestream was filled with a sorrowful atmosphere. Both sons died? And they were tortured to death by foreigners? This is utterly outrageous. How heartbroken must the talented grandfather be? These are all crimes committed by the ethnic minority group. It's truly outrageous. How could they be so cold-blooded? With only Grandpa Yukai left from a family of 6, how did he endure? Netizens were in an uproar. Hatred toward the foreign tribe reached its peak. They couldn't fathom how Grandpa Yukai had endured all those years. Qin Guofeng's eyes also welled up with tears as he looked around in sorrow. So Uncle Yukai truly lost his will to live, didn't he? In the end, he actually. Qin Guofeng couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. It was simply too painful. Uncle Yukai could have lived on just fine on his own. Yet the outcome was so tragic. This pushed his sense of guilt to its peak. Su Yun's eyes also welled up with tears. After much deliberation, she finally voiced that cruel question. So how did Grandpa Yukai ultimately sacrifice himself? It must have been brutal, otherwise Qin Guofeng wouldn't have remembered it for so many years. Viewers in the livestream chat were equally curious. After wiping away their tears, all eyes turned to Qin Guofeng. A bitter smile tugged at Qin Guofeng's lips. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have accepted Uncle Yotsai's invitation to his home. He had it all planned from the very beginning. His thoughts slowly drifted back to that year. At the time, his men were recuperating from injuries. Upon learning of this, the villagers brought various grains. But Qin Guofeng refused them all. He returned a chicken to an elderly woman's home. Auntie, we really can't accept this. We have rules in the dragon army. You should keep this chicken for its eggs. The woman grew a bit annoyed. I specifically brought this for you. How could you possibly refuse? Look at those young men, they're so badly injured. They need proper nourishment to recover. I'm so old now, I can't eat much anyway. No matter what they said, Qin Guofeng refused to accept the villagers' food. In these times, the people themselves were struggling. As a member of the dragon army, he certainly couldn't accept it. After much persuasion, Qin Guofeng finally returned the chicken. Upon returning home, he still saw Uncle Kai standing numbly by the gate. Ever since his son, daughter-in-law, and wife had passed away, he spent most of his time sitting alone at the gate, staring into the distance. Lost in thought. Qin Guofeng wanted to offer comfort, but didn't know how to begin. During his recovery period, he hadn't actually interacted much with Uncle Yukai. Once he knew Uncle Yukai still had enough stored food, Qin Guofeng never mentioned giving him food again. His reserves were even greater than those of the dragon army. That single sack of cornmeal would sustain Uncle Yukai for a very long time. Once his injuries healed, Qin Guofeng finally prepared to depart with his men. Before departing, he placed his last remaining cornmeal into Uncle Yotsai's hands. Uncle Yukai, thank you for providing us shelter. Please take this cornmeal. You're alone in these chaotic times, you must. Would you take my cornmeal? Uncle Yukai cut him off without hesitation. His face remained expressionless. His eyes, like stagnant pools, scanned the crowd. He patted the entire sack of fine cornmeal firmly. I still have plenty of cornmeal here, enough to last me a long time. Get going. You wouldn't want my food anyway. And you certainly won't want yours either. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng was at a loss for words. He glanced absently at the full sack of cornmeal. How come it feels like days have passed? The cornmeal hadn't seemed to decrease at all. Could it be that the old man eats so little? Well, at his age, he couldn't possibly survive without stockpiling food. Perhaps Uncle Kai himself was being very frugal. With that thought, Qin Guofeng didn't insist and packed away his small bag of cornmeal. He led the soldiers to prepare for departure. They hadn't gone far when Uncle Kai called out again. Commander, you must see this through. The foreign tribes must be driven out. When that day comes, remember to notify me. If possible, carry my photograph with you. The request was peculiar. Qin Guofeng didn't immediately grasp their meaning. He even thought Uncle Kai might want his own photo. The military had a camera. Earlier, to thank Uncle Kai, they had even taken a special photo for him. But they couldn't develop it. They'd have to wait until they returned to develop it. Uncle Kai, don't worry. Once the photos are developed, I'll have someone deliver it back to you. Uncle Kai showed no expression upon hearing this. Only his eyes remained fixed on Qin Guofeng. For some reason, Qin Guofeng sensed something was off. Uncle Yotsai's cheeks were sunken, his complexion waxy and sallow. His complexion didn't look good either. Perhaps it was due to excessive grief. But at that moment, Qin Guofeng was in a hurry to continue his journey. He didn't have time to ponder further. He led his troops away in a grand procession. At this point, sorrow filled Qin Guofeng's eyes. This is all my fault. If only I had noticed the signs sooner. Uncle Kai might not have died. He died because of us, the dragon army. By the end, Qin Guofeng was sobbing uncontrollably. Recalling Uncle Yotsai's state back then, he felt profound guilt. Everything had been so clearly unusual. Yet he hadn't noticed a thing. Seeing this, Su Yun hurried over to comfort him. Grandpa Qin, it's not your fault. Don't be sad. Though I don't know what happened later. It must have been a deeply sorrowful past. Otherwise, Qin Guofeng wouldn't be so heartbroken. Viewers in the livestream chat were filled with sorrow. So this talented grandpa starved to death like Grandpa Dashuan? He probably didn't have any food at all, right? If he did, why would he have sacrificed himself? He deliberately pulled out a bag of cornmeal because he feared eating the dragon army's rations. My guess is that bag probably only had cornmeal on top. Who knows what was underneath? Chapter 169, Walking Dead. Seeing Qin Guofeng immersed in his sorrowful memories, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. It took him a long while to finally pull himself together. He looked around with sorrow in his eyes. Guess I'm just getting old and useless. This is rather embarrassing. After all he'd been through, he still couldn't control his emotions. Qin Guofeng felt a pang of self-mockery. Officer Tan composed himself. So what happened then? How did Grandpa Chun Kai die? Did he really starve to death? He didn't even have cornmeal, did he? If he had any, how could he have died? There was only one possibility: the bag didn't contain cornmeal. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng let out a bitter smile. The cornmeal was real, and there was plenty of it. If he'd eaten it alone, it would have lasted him a long time. But in the end, he recalled what Uncle Kai had said when they parted ways. Qin Guofeng felt his reaction had been far too slow. Everything had been so obvious. Yet he hadn't noticed a thing. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. At the time, Qin Guofeng and his men had been rushing for half a day. By noon, the soldiers began speaking up one by one before Qin Guofeng. Captain, why does my cornmeal ration seem to have increased? Mine too. I was almost down to the bottom, but now there's suddenly so much more. This isn't right. Ours was coarse cornmeal. How did it all turn fine? As more and more soldiers voiced their doubts, Qin Guofeng keenly sensed something was amiss. Soon, even the logistics soldiers responsible for transporting grain rushed to Qin Guofeng's side. Captain, for some reason, our grain suddenly increased. 2 whole sacks of fine cornmeal. I have no idea where it came from. The cooks noticed something was off when they were preparing to make meals earlier. At this news, the entire troop erupted in commotion. Our rations have been dwindling steadily. How could there be so much left? Someone couldn't help but speak up. Could this be some kind of divine intervention? Knowing how scarce our rations are now, so... No! Qin Guofeng abruptly stood up, his expression turning grave. Suddenly, he recalled Uncle Kai's haggard appearance earlier. It all made sense now. That was Uncle Kai's grain. Quick, hurry back. At those words, the soldiers erupted into chaos. They all rushed back at top speed. Earlier, they had been marching swiftly to cover ground. By the time they reached the village, night had fallen. Yet light still shone within the village. Qin Guofeng, possessing exceptional eyesight, immediately recognized that all the lanterns at Uncle Kai's house were lit. This only deepened his sense of unease. When he hurried over, he saw that the lantern hanging at Uncle Yotsai's door was white. Qin Guofeng's heart sank. Cries of grief echoed from within the courtyard. Several villagers who spotted Qin Guofeng began weeping even harder. "Commander, Uncle Yukai has passed away, wah." Hearing this, Qin Guofeng felt his limbs go instantly numb. He forced himself to enter the courtyard. Sure enough, he saw Uncle Yukai covered in a white sheet. Villagers wept bitterly beside him. The soldiers behind him also looked deeply saddened. Though Uncle Yukai had been reserved and rarely smiled during their short time together, and always seemed numb, but he was actually a very kind person. Qin Guofeng thought of that sack of cornmeal. Suddenly realizing something, he instinctively headed toward the kitchen. He found the grain sack Uncle Kai had been holding that morning. It was still bulging, but the moment Qin Guofeng opened it, he discovered it was filled with fine dirt. What on earth is going on? How did Uncle Yukai die? Why did he give us all his cornmeal? Qin Guofeng's eyes reddened. He couldn't fathom why. He had been a living, breathing person just the day before. Only a single day had passed. How could he be dead? The villagers wept uncontrollably, none daring to speak. After a long while, someone finally stepped forward. "Commander, Uncle Yukai. Ah, you see for yourself." With that, he stepped aside. Qin Guofeng personally went to inspect the body. The moment he lifted the white sheet, he saw the distinct ligature marks around Uncle Yotsai's neck. It was clearly a hanging death. Seeing this scene, Qin Guofeng's tears began to fall uncontrollably. Why? Why did he hang himself? Isn't life better? Qin Guofeng felt as though a heavy stone had been placed on his chest. He was still alive and well just this morning. How could he be dead in just a single day? The villager began to sob as he spoke. He left a suicide note. "General, you should read it yourself. Ever since he became the sole survivor of his family of 6, Uncle Yukai has been like a walking corpse every day. Perhaps leaving was the best choice for him." All the villagers knew how Uncle Yotsai's family had died. They had witnessed firsthand how he had suffered after their deaths. This might be a kind of release. Qin Guofeng's trembling hands took Uncle Yotsai's suicide note. Yet he hesitated for a long time before daring to open it. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Shivering uncontrollably, he didn't know how to face all this. He could barely stand steady. Finally, Suyan stepped forward and held him tightly. "Grandpa Qin? Are you all right?" Only then did Qin Guofeng snap out of his sorrowful memories. There was no sign of Uncle Yotsai's body anywhere around him. Only endless green fields stretched before them. Every wheat sprout thrived under the sunlight, constantly proclaiming the prosperity of this entire era. Qin Guofeng sighed deeply. What a wonderful era this truly is. No one will ever go hungry again, how wonderful. As he spoke, he glanced at Uncle Yotsai's portrait. "See, Uncle Yukai? The foreign tribes have long been driven away, and now everyone has enough to eat. Everyone has the chance to choose a happy life." Uncle Yukai in the portrait still wore that numb expression. His eyes seemed to hold endless sorrow. When this photograph was taken, Uncle Yukai wore exactly this expression. He looked deeply troubled, consumed by sorrow, like a walking corpse. Officer Tan couldn't hold back any longer. What happened next? Did Uncle Yukai hang himself because he was too grief-stricken? How utterly pointless. He could have lived on. Why choose suicide? Viewers in the livestream were all glued to the broadcast. Hearing Qin Guofeng's account, they were already sobbing uncontrollably. Those who remained lucid had already figured out what was happening. Part of the reason Grandpa Yukai chose to end his life was grief. Another reason was that if he stayed alive, he wouldn't be able to send out that bag of cornmeal. The moment this comment appeared, every viewer broke down in tears. "Hey, what are you doing? Who asked you to spoil it?" "Wah? My tears are worthless. This is the brutal truth. It's truly heartbreaking." Chapter 170, Can't Go On Living. Most viewers in the livestream had figured out what was happening. Even the scrolling bullet comments turned somber. Su-yun glanced at the chat. Then she looked at Qin Guofeng, whose eyes were filled with sorrow. "Grandpa Qin, is this true? Did Grandpa Yukai do this on purpose? Why would he do that? He clearly had a chance to live. Yet he chose death. As long as one lives, there is hope, isn't there? Yet he chose the most tragic way to end his life." Su-yun's eyes were already turning red. Yet she stubbornly held back the tears. Qin Guofeng's eyes were filled with endless sorrow. He looked around and spoke with anguish. Uncle Yotsai's entire family is dead. He even witnessed his own wife take her own life. His sons are all gone too. Perhaps he had long since become a walking corpse. That's why he ultimately chose this way to end his life. Thinking of this, Qin Guofeng felt as though his heart wasn't his own. He began to recall the scene from that time. Uncle Yukai had become a cold, lifeless body. Villagers brought Uncle Yotsai's suicide note to Qin Guofeng. The air was thick with the sound of weeping. Qin Guofeng opened the letter with bloodshot eyes. It contained many words. All of it was Uncle Yotsai's resentment toward this world. Resentment toward the foreign tribes. Commander Qin, I've long since lost the will to live. That cornmeal was left for your dragon army. What meaning is there in my existence as a walking corpse? It's nothing but a waste of food. May this cornmeal help you weather this crisis. Your lives matter more than mine. The foreign tribes are still waiting for you to drive them out. Seeing the clear handwriting, Qin Guofeng's tears flowed uncontrollably. Even the paper became damp with tears. For a moment, Qin Guofeng felt overwhelming guilt. Another innocent villager had died because of them. The words on the suicide note grew clearer and clearer. Qin Guofeng continued reading. I truly long to see the day when the foreign invaders are driven out. If possible, I hope General Qin will carry my photograph with him. I want to witness with my own eyes the day the foreign invaders vanish from our dragon nation. This was what Uncle Kai had wanted to say that morning. But at the time, Qin Guofeng hadn't understood its meaning. It turned out that Uncle Yu Kai had orchestrated everything from the very beginning. He never had any desire to survive. He left a sack of cornmeal for Qin Guofeng and the others, hoping the dragon army could survive and drive out all the foreign tribes. The soldiers behind Qin Guofeng wept uncontrollably. Why did this have to happen? Uncle Yu Kai had no reason to take his own life. Did we cause his death? We should never have come here. As the dragon army, protecting the people is our duty. But now, Captain, what should we do? This is all our fault, isn't it? The group of soldiers were all overcome with grief and guilt. Throughout his recovery, Uncle Yu Kai remained numb and expressionless. Each day he sat blankly by the doorway, staring vacantly into the distance. He barely interacted with the dragon army at all. They always found this old man peculiar. Yet who would have thought this peculiar old man could be so noble? In the end, he chose to end his life in such a tragic manner. Qin Guofeng's eyes were already red from crying. He choked back sobs for a long while, unable to speak. In the past, it was always his comrades who made the ultimate sacrifice. But this time, it was an innocent civilian. Qin Guofeng felt as though his heart was no longer his own. Overwhelmed by grief, he found himself at a loss for words. The villagers around him were all weeping. Some stepped forward to offer comfort. You shouldn't blame yourselves. Uncle Kai had attempted suicide several times before. Ever since his 2 sons, daughters-in-law, and wife passed away, he lost all will to live. He's attempted drowning in the river several times already. If the villagers hadn't seen him, he might have been gone long ago. Ever since his family was killed by the enemy tribe, Uncle Yu Kai drifted through life in a daze. He had no will to survive. He was no different from a walking corpse. The villagers had initially tried to console him, but later witnessed Uncle Yotsai's increasingly erratic temper. If anyone in the village spoke to him a few extra words, he'd fly into a rage. He'd start cursing heaven and earth. Uncle Yu Kai grew more and more reclusive, until he brought Long Jun to the village to recover. Only then did the villagers begin to see him in a new light. Qin Guofeng's eyes filled with sorrow, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Several villagers stood by, offering comfort. It's true Uncle Yu Kai wouldn't have survived without you all. Commander Qin, just take Uncle Yotsai's grain and go. That's the only way he'll find true peace. Had it not been for the dragon army's arrival, Uncle Yu Kai would never have known the meaning of his survival. Perhaps this was the only way Uncle Yu Kai would feel truly alive. Qin Guofeng, his eyes reddened, personally oversaw Uncle Yotsai's funeral arrangements. His heart was heavy with grief. As a member of the dragon army, protecting the people was his duty. He never imagined. The villagers pitched in to help. The village was nearly deserted by then. Due to the famine, only a few had survived. Qin Guofeng remained silent, saying nothing. Even now, all these years later, when he recalls those circumstances, he still felt as if a piece of his heart had been torn out. Everyone present fell silent upon hearing Qin Guofeng's account. Su Yun and Officer Tan stood rooted to the spot. Their faces were etched with sorrow. For a moment, neither knew what to say. Viewers in the livestream chat were also engulfed in sorrow. So this talented grandfather had long since lost the will to live. With his family and wife gone, living was nothing but agony for him. He was prepared from the very beginning. It's truly heartbreaking. That's why he had Grandpa Qin carry his photo. He was waiting for the day the invaders were driven out. Netizens all felt it was going to be devastating. If not for the invaders, Uncle Yu Kai wouldn't have lost all hope of living. The crowd wailed in anguish, the livestream filled with sorrow. Su Yun covered her face and wept, her eyes red. Hearing so many heartbreaking stories, he felt as if his heart would shatter. Only Officer Tan remained relatively composed. He saw the sorrow etched across Qin Guofeng's face. All these years later, he still couldn't forget the tragedy of that time. Perhaps Grandpa Qin had never truly let go. He finally stepped forward. Grandpa Qin, please don't grieve. This wasn't your fault. It was all because of the foreign tribes. It was the foreign tribes who killed Grandpa Yotsai's family. They crushed his will to live. You truly mustn't blame yourself. Qin Guofeng kept staring into the distance. Endless sorrow lingered in his eyes. How could I not be at fault? As a member of the dragon army, I should have protected the people. But at the time, I failed to notice Uncle Yotsai's distress. Chapter 171, No Need for Guilt. If only I had noticed sooner. Perhaps Uncle Yukai wouldn't have died. Qin Guofeng suddenly felt a deep sorrow, tears welling up in his eyes. If he had lived, he could have witnessed the foreign tribes being driven out. He could have witnessed the founding of our dragon nation. He might even witness the dragon nation's step-by-step progress. At this thought, Qin Guofeng's eyes filled with guilt. There had been a chance. But in the end, it was missed. Officer Tan grew visibly agitated upon hearing this. He took a quick step forward, standing before Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, you can't think like that. For someone with talent like Grandpa, living might actually be the real suffering. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng finally lifted his gaze to meet Officer Tan's eyes. His face was filled with confusion. Wasn't it all his fault back then? He was the one who caused Uncle Yotsai's death. All these years, Qin Guofeng had lived with guilt. Officer Tan sighed. Because of the foreign tribe, Grandpa Yukai had lost all will to live. That's why he chose to end his own life. Even if he hadn't met you, he would have chosen this path. His family was dead. Living was the cruelest punishment for him. These words struck Qin Guofeng's heart like a series of thunderbolts. He stood rooted to the spot, speechless for a long while. All these years, he had simply refused to believe it. Viewers in the livestream chat were filled with profound emotion. It's true, Grandpa Qin. Don't blame yourself. Death was a release for Grandpa Yukai. He must have been so happy to do something meaningful before passing away. Exactly. He hoped his food supplies could help you all. Every viewer could relate. The bullet comments are all comforting Qin Guofeng. Feeling guilty over this matter was truly uncalled for. Even Suyun stood before Qin Guofeng. Everyone's right, it wasn't your fault. It was the foreigners. Suyun's eyes held a newfound resolve. Grandfather Qin, you are the one we truly respect. It's precisely because of people like you who sacrificed that the foreigners could be driven out. Grandpa Yukai must be deeply grateful to you from the bottom of his heart. The old man's greatest wish was to see the foreign tribe that killed his family driven out. Finally, it had come to pass. He must have been overjoyed. Everyone was comforting Qin Guofeng. So many died back then, and Qin Guofeng was all alone. He couldn't save them all. The prosperity of Dragon Nation today owes much to veterans like Qin Guofeng who fought against the anomalies. Hearing this, the guilt in Qin Guofeng's eyes finally began to fade. Gazing at the portrait before him, he was overcome with mixed emotions. He had been thinking too selfishly. Living wasn't necessarily the best outcome. At that time, Uncle Yukai surely didn't want to live alone in solitude anymore. Death might have been the best release. With this realization, Qin Guofeng finally felt his heart grow lighter. He looked around, his eyes brimming with emotion. Uncle Yukai, can you see it now? How prosperous the Dragon Nation has become. Isn't this what you always wanted to see? Of course, the portrait couldn't come back. But a warm breeze swept through, rippling the waves of green wheat fields. It felt like Uncle Yotsai's silent response. This made Qin Guofeng suddenly feel enlightened. The sorrow finally began to fade from his eyes. Viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but ask. The comments flew wildly. What happened next, Grandpa Qin? What happened next? Did Grandpa Chingsai's grain eventually feed the dragon army? If that's the case, Grandpa Chungkai would surely be even more comforted. The crowd buzzed with speculation, all curious about the subsequent events. Qin Guofeng's bloom lifted. He looked at Uncle Yotsai's portrait. Uncle Yukai told me to take his portrait with me into battle. And that's exactly what I did. I hope that when the foreign tribes are driven out, Uncle Yukai will be the first to know. At the time, Qin Guofeng was so overcome with grief. He personally arranged Uncle Yotsai's funeral. Though there was nothing to speak of, every soldier attended with profound reverence. Even though they had barely exchanged a few words with Uncle Yukai. Yet later, Uncle Yukai was willing to sacrifice his own life. Captain, do you think Uncle Yukai, who missed his family so much, has seen them now? A soldier couldn't help but ask. Times are so hard. We should drive those outsiders out quickly. Look at this village, the crops won't even grow. People can't even get enough to eat. This kind of life should end sooner. As long as the invaders are gone, people's lives would improve. This was the outcome every soldier hoped to see. Qin Guofeng composed himself. You're right. It's time to move out. We have more important matters to attend to. We cannot remain immersed in sorrow forever. Bring out that sack of cornmeal. Recalling the cornmeal left by Uncle Yukai, Qin Guofeng ordered someone to fetch it immediately. No sooner had he spoken than someone stepped forward. A sack of fine cornmeal appeared before Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng felt a pang of emotion and sighed deeply. We can't accept this. Distribute this cornmeal to the villagers. The dragon army must not take even a thread from the people. This was a principle Qin Guofeng had established long ago. No matter what happened, they could not accept the people's grain. Therefore, Qin Guofeng decided to distribute this sack of grain to all the villagers. But unexpectedly, none of the villagers wanted to accept it. This won't do, Commander Qin. We can't accept it belongs to Uncle Yukai. Yes, it was left by Uncle Yukai for the dragon army. Your lives matter more than ours. You still have to fight the barbarians. Without you, how could they be driven out? Therefore, we will not accept this cornmeal. Every villager refused. Even though they were all gaunt and emaciated. Even if they were on the brink of starvation. Yet not a single soul would accept that sack of fine cornmeal. Qin Guofeng looked at all the villagers. Crops failed to grow in the fields and valuable possessions had been plundered by foreign tribes. Even the village's sole egg-laying hen had been hidden away with great difficulty. Without more grain, they might not survive the winter. Qin Guofeng let out a heavy sigh. He insisted on distributing all the cornmeal to the villagers. Don't worry about us. We still have food. We still have to fight the foreign tribes. We certainly won't starve to death. But look at your children, they are the future hope of the dragon nation. Qin Guofeng looked at the infant cradled in a woman's arms. Deprived of food for too long, the infant wailed incessantly. Its large eyes brimmed with tears, and it kept sucking on its own fingers. Qin Guofeng sighed. These children are the future hope of our dragon nation. They must grow up. The future of the dragon nation rests on their shoulders. Fellow villagers, please keep all this cornmeal for yourselves. Chapter 172, Sharing with Others. The villagers tried to refuse. But Qin Guofeng had already instructed his soldiers to distribute all the cornmeal to the villagers. The gaunt and emaciated villagers were deeply moved. Some even knelt down on the spot. Thank you so much, General Qin. You are our savior. Qin Guofeng waved his hand dismissively. I am not your benefactor. Your benefactor is Uncle Yukai. If anyone deserves thanks, it should be him. Uncle Yotsai's grave was right beside it. The thought that after he was gone, Uncle Yukai might not even have anyone to tend his grave. Qin Guofeng finally couldn't hold back any longer. I hope you'll take good care of Uncle Yotsai's grave from now on. He has no descendants without you who would tend to his grave. Hearing this, all the villagers nodded in agreement. As Qin Guofeng spoke, in a luxurious mansion in the city center of He Province, an elderly man with graying hair jolted upright from the sofa. His eyes widened in disbelief. Jiahao, come here and listen. Did I hear that correctly? Did an elderly man save his own rations to give to the dragon army? And the dragon army refused it, leaving it for the people? The old man grew increasingly agitated, his eyes fixed intently on the phone in his grandson's hands. His grandson, Li Jiahao, was watching Qin Guofeng's livestream. Hearing this, he turned back in confusion. Yeah, what's up, Grandpa? This Qin Guofeng is a Centenarian. He's sending his comrades home. He's been all over the internet lately, it's crazy. Li Junguo listened, his eyes brimming with emotion. His body trembled uncontrollably. That's right, it's him. This man, Long Jun, is my savior. Did you hear that? The baby he just mentioned must be me. The Uncle Yukai he mentioned is that Li Yukai. Li Junguo grew more and more excited as he spoke. He was itching to rush over immediately, his eyes now filled with anticipation. His grandson, Li Jiahao, looked utterly bewildered. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Did the Centenarian just say that baby was you? You're from the same village as this Uncle Yukai? Why have I never heard you mention this before? It all happened too fast for Li Jiahao to process. His eyes were filled with confusion. Li Junguo, however, grew excited. There's no mistake. My mother told me about his childhood when I was little. There was a famine back then. Because of the war, the crops wouldn't grow. My father was killed by the invaders. My mother struggled to keep us alive in the village. Those were truly bitter times. Li Junguo endured hardship from childhood. When he was just a child, foreign invaders were everywhere. The streets were littered with corpses. People couldn't get enough to eat, and they had to endure the ravages of war. Later, after Li Junguo grew a little older, the invaders were driven out. The Dragon Kingdom was finally established. Li Junguo grew up slowly, relying solely on his mother. He learned the ways of business, and his ventures grew larger and larger. He became a renowned tycoon in He Province, and his mother finally enjoyed a comfortable life. But even after their fortunes improved, one matter continued to weigh heavily on Li Junguo's mother's mind. She called Li Junguo to her side. Son, the only reason we survived was because of Uncle Chang Kai. And that man Long Jun back then, if he hadn't shared his cornmeal with us, we might never have made it through that winter. As she spoke, her eyes filled with memories. Those days were truly bitter. Countless villagers were brutally slaughtered by the invaders. Her husband and relatives were all dead. A widow with a child had no means to survive. It was the sack of cornmeal left behind by Qin Guofeng that saved both mother and child. All these years, Mrs. Li had never forgotten that kindness. I don't know the name of that soldier from the Dragon Army back then, only that his surname was Qin. He stayed at your grandfather's house for a while. If we ever meet him again, we should express our gratitude properly. Li Junguo nodded. Mother, rest assured. I'll remember. And you must go repair Uncle Kai's grave. It was their cornmeal that saved us, mother and son. Li's mother chattered on, saying many things. Li Junguo took it all in, and soon after, he had Uncle Yotsai's grave properly restored. Every year, he brought his family to pay respects, and someone was always assigned to watch over it. All these years later, he could still hear others recounting the events of that time. Li Jiahao felt a surge of emotion. So my family has a connection to Centenarians? Grandpa, is this true? My goodness, what an honor. I've been watching the Centenarians live streams these past few days. What started as mere fandom unexpectedly revealed this deep connection. Li Jiahao was beyond thrilled. He immediately sent a comment in the livestream chat. Everyone, rejoice. My grandfather is the baby the Centenarian just mentioned. Who would have thought I share this connection with Grandpa Qin? I'm so proud. Though the comment was sent, few believed him. Some netizens couldn't resist lashing out. Is this just someone trying to ride the hype? Family, we don't do that here. Kick out the attention seekers immediately. Do you really think you can ride the wave of a Centenarian's fame? Don't bother watching, no coincidence like that exists. You're definitely lying. The real Centenarian grandfather is popular, but this just ruins it. No one believes a word Li Jiahao says. The live stream was flooded with comments. Li Jiahao's comment was quickly buried under others. Grandpa, we have to go right now. Li Jiahao looked defiant. They actually dare call me a liar. This is outrageous. Grandpa Qin is nearby, we should go check on him now. This was an immense honor. There was no way they could give up now. Li Junguo grew tense too. We pay respects to Grandpa Li Yukai every year. But this General Qin? I've never seen him before. My mother mentioned him to me, but I'm not sure if it's the same person. Look at this live stream, he seems younger than me. Jiahao, could this be a mistake? He glanced at Qin Guofeng's energetic appearance in the livestream. Li Junguo began to doubt himself. Because this person is really young. Seemed younger than himself, could that be possible? Li Jiahao, however, couldn't spare a thought for anything else. He hurriedly began making preparations. You wouldn't know that, grandfather. Grandpa Qin is already over 100 years old. He must be older than you. Why don't we head over to the scene right now and confirm it? With that, he grabbed Li Junguo and rushed toward Qin Guofeng's location. He was so impatient he wished he could fly there. Meanwhile, Qin Guofeng continued recounting his story before everyone. At the time, Uncle Kai's cornmeal was distributed to all the villagers. It should have been enough to get them through the winter. Chapter 173, Waiting All Along. Viewers in the livestream chat were already getting excited. What happened next? What unfolded afterward? No need to say Grandpa Qingsai's grain definitely saved many lives. Hey, don't hate me, but wasn't cornmeal the best grain back then? Shouldn't rice have been the best? Hey, back then, wasn't cornmeal the best grain? Guess I've been living in a bubble, I don't think I've ever even tasted cornmeal. Back in those days, cornmeal really was the best grain available. If you could get rice, that was even better. But back then, cornmeal might have been the most precious food. Su Yun glanced at the comments. Then he said, that's why saving food is so important. Friends, let's all stop wasting food from now on. Hearing this, the live chat began to echo in agreement. No one wanted to waste food anymore. Qin Guofeng, too, shook off his earlier gloom. He looked around with a sense of wonder. Alright, I remember Uncle Kai's village is nearby. I dug his grave with my own hands back then, it's beside the village. Uncle Yukai followed me all these years. It's only right I send him back. With that, he cradled the portrait in his arms. He set off toward the village, guided by memory. Walking behind Qin Guofeng, Su Yun couldn't help but speak up. So all these years, Grandpa Qin, you've been carrying Uncle Yotsai's photo with you? Qin Guofeng walked ahead, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yes, ever since I left here, I've always carried it with me. So then, on the day the outsiders were driven out, Uncle Yukai would have been the first to know. That was Uncle Yotsai's wish. His entire family had been slaughtered by the invaders. Being too old to fight on the battlefield himself, he lived each day like a walking corpse. Finally, he departed with purpose. This left the viewers in the livestream room deeply moved. All these years, Grandpa Qin has kept Grandpa Yotsai's photo with him. Sigh, that's why I say Grandpa Yotsai's sacrifice was worthwhile. He likely lost all will to live long ago. It was Longjuan's arrival that gave him purpose. That's why Grandpa Yukai stayed by Grandpa Qin's side all along. He must have witnessed all the prosperity of Longguo over the years. At this point, a group of netizens became excited. All were discussing this matter. But Qin Guofeng noticed something amiss. The village from back then no longer existed. What met the eye was a sprawling complex of buildings. Officer Tan immediately spotted the entrance, which seemed to be some kind of ancestral hall. Old man Qin, did you get the wrong place? This is a shrine. There's no village here and certainly no graves. The surroundings stretched as far as the eye could see. The ancestral hall was surrounded by farmland with no graves in sight. Qin Guofeng scanned the surroundings. Dense farmland stretched all around, teeming with vibrant life. Gone was the dilapidated scene from his memories. Back then, people couldn't even eat their fill. Starvation could strike at any moment. I guess age is catching up to me. Maybe this really isn't the place. Seeing how everything around him was completely different from his memories, Qin Guofeng also felt they had come to the wrong place. He had already begun searching elsewhere. Li Junguo, who had been watching the live stream the whole time, grew excited. Jiahao, what are you waiting for? Let's hurry over there. Li Junguo sprang to his feet. His face still radiated surprise. You have no idea how many people Grandpa Yukai supported back in the day. My mother told me that after Long Jun left, a hailstorm hit the village, completely destroying what little crops remained. At this point, Li Junguo's eyes welled up with tears. His eyes brimmed with emotion. Back then, the adults in the village couldn't survive. Especially a widow raising children alone. Li's mother survived only because of the cornmeal Qin Guofeng shared with her. The elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled in the village all managed to survive until the following spring. That's why Mother Li always remembered the kindness of these two people. Once her son made something of himself, she immediately had Li Youcai's grave repaired. As for Qin Guofeng, Mother Li believed that one day, he would return Li Youcai's portrait. But she waited her entire life, and even as she drew her last breath, she never saw it happen. In her final moments, she could only entrust her son with these words. Junguo, remember this, Grandfather Yukai will definitely return. You must wait for him to return. He is a great benefactor to both of us. Li Junguo listened, his eyes filled with confusion. But hasn't Grandfather Yukai already been laid to rest? Why should I wait for him? What am I waiting for, Mother? Over the years, he had made a fortune. He had become a renowned wealthy man. Yet he had never forgotten his mother's words, waiting for Li Yukai to return. Li Jiahao heard this and looked puzzled. Then what? Grandpa, what are you waiting for? The same bewilderment Li Junguo had felt back then. It was only much later that Li Junguo came to understand. What had been buried all those years ago was only Li Youcai's body. Li Yukai had always wanted to see the dragon army defeat the foreign tribes. I want to see the day when Longguo becomes a nation. That's why the photo has been with Qin Guofeng all these years. Li Junguo gazed at the portrait in the live stream room, his eyes beginning to redden. My mother said that one day, Grandpa Kai's portrait would return. She told me to wait patiently. Look, after all these years, the portrait has finally come back. His mother waited her entire life. He himself had waited until his hair turned white, and this day had finally arrived. Li Junguo solemnly put on his suit. Go tell your old man to hurry his ass back here. And all the villagers who once received kindness from Grandfather Yukai and Grandfather Qin, bring them back too. We're going to welcome our great benefactor back. Seeing his grandfather suddenly become so serious, Li Jiahao grew excited and immediately began making preparations. He also kept an eye on the live stream situation. As Qin Guofeng and the others were about to leave the ancestral hall, he quickly sent a comment. Grandpa, please don't leave. That's exactly it. This ancestral hall was renovated by my grandfather for our talented ancestors. The moment this comment appeared, it was immediately brought to Qin Guofeng's attention. Qin Guofeng was taken aback. His footsteps, which had been heading toward departure, halted. He returned to the ancestral hall and saw the incense burning brightly inside. It was clear that people frequently came to pay their respects. Inside the ancestral hall stood the spirit tablet of Li Yukai. Qin Guofeng finally let out a laugh. No doubt about it, this is the place. Uncle Yukai was indeed a Li. Seeing the magnificent ancestral hall, Qin Guofeng was somewhat surprised. Who built this ancestral hall? Uncle Yukai has no descendants. It was simply too grand. Earlier, Qin Guofeng hadn't recognized it. Officer Tan also looked around curiously. He soon reached a conclusion. Building this ancestral hall must have cost a fortune. Looks like someone specifically restored it. Could it be the descendants of those villagers from back then? Chapter 174, Our Great Benefactor. Qin Guofeng walked toward the interior of the ancestral hall. Inside, he saw that it truly housed the spirit tablet of Li Yukai. His eyes instantly welled up with tears. Uncle Yukai, after all these years, I've finally brought your portrait back. It's all my fault for taking so long. If I hadn't been so preoccupied with building the Dragon Nation all these years, Qin Guofeng wouldn't have returned until now. When he left back then, it was Uncle Yukai who buried him with his own hands. Following Uncle Youcai's final wish, he carried his photograph until the foreign tribes were driven out. Truthfully, all these years, he'd been drifting aimlessly. Thinking of how many years he had been late, Qin Guofeng felt profoundly guilty. He knelt before the spirit tablet for a long time without rising. Su Yun hurried forward. Grandpa Qin, though you've been late for so many years, you've always been striving to build the Dragon Nation. All your actions have been witnessed by Grandpa Yu Kai. He certainly wouldn't blame you. This long delay had always been a deep regret for Qin Guofeng. Su Yun patiently comforted him from the side. Viewers in the livestream chat expressed endless admiration. Grandpa Qin accomplished so much in his limited time, truly remarkable. Whether before or after the founding of the nation, Grandpa Qin has always been giving back. Look at this ancestral hall, it's so grand. I just wonder who actually funded its restoration. Hey, the livestream just mentioned it was the villagers? Come forward already. You guys didn't believe it earlier, but this grandpa seems pretty amazing. All the netizens were buzzing with discussion. Li Jiahao felt a surge of emotion upon seeing the comments. He hurriedly told the driver to speed up. Hurry up! The Centenarian is already at the ancestral hall. Grandpa, this time you'll finally get to see the return of the founding ancestor of the Li clan in person. Li Junguo was also overcome with emotion. All these years, he had waited for Li Youcai's portrait to be returned, following his mother's dying wish. From youth into old age. Until he was practically 1 foot in the grave. Li Youcai had finally returned. He arrived at the ancestral hall with a grand convoy. The very place where the old village once stood. The village dwindled over time. Eventually, it lay completely abandoned. Li Junguo simply expanded Li Youcai's grave into the ancestral hall. One luxury car after another pulled up at the entrance of the ancestral hall. The commotion was immense. Su Yun was the first to spot the dazzling motorcade. Every single one was a luxury vehicle. He pointed his phone outside. Could these be the descendants of those villagers? Such a grand display? Considering how grand this ancestral hall was built, there was no escaping it now. Some viewers in the livestream had already recognized the owners of these luxury cars. Seems to be the Li family, famous tycoons from Yi province, that Li Junguo guy. He's a big shot, not only wealthy, but he's been doing charity work all these years. Speaking of Li surnames, didn't that bag of cornmeal Uncle Yu Kai left behind also save Li Junguo back then? Wow, that's amazing. Who knew there was such a connection? Amidst the stunned silence, Li Junguo appeared before Qin Guofeng, accompanied by his grandson. Seeing the portrait in Qin Guofeng's hands, Li Junguo was overcome with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. He immediately dropped to his knees with a thud. Grandpa Yu Kai, you've finally come back. If it weren't for you secretly supporting my mother all those years, I might have starved to death long ago. He began to sob uncontrollably. The atmosphere instantly turned somber. Qin Guofeng hurriedly reached out to help him up. He looked at Li Junguo with a complex expression. Yet he didn't know what to say. Li Junguo looked at Qin Guofeng with a choked voice. Mr. Qin, you are also my benefactor. Both you and grandfather Yu Kai are great benefactors to our Li family. With that, he bowed deeply before Qin Guofeng. His face was solemn and reverent. Qin Guofeng felt a pang of emotion. I haven't done anything at all. There's no need to be so formal. Li Junguo said earnestly. My mother said it was you who shared that sack of cornmeal among several villagers back then. My mother was one of them. She was a widow. If it weren't for that cornmeal, she might have starved to death long ago. Mr. Qin, I should thank you properly. Look at these, they're all descendants of the villagers from back then. You are our benefactor. With that, he swiftly led the group to kowtow before Qin Guofeng. The scene left everyone in the livestream utterly stunned. Some had already recognized Li Junguo's identity. He's the wealthiest man in He province. Who would have guessed he had such a past? He really doesn't put on airs at all. No wonder he's rich. Who would have thought that Uncle Youcai's single sack of cornmeal back then could save so many lives? Holy cow, did you see how many people are behind him? Outside the ancestral hall, cars were parked bumper to bumper. The courtyard was filled with people kneeling in unison. All there to thank Qin Guofeng and Li Yu Kai. Seeing this scene before him, Qin Guofeng was deeply moved. Back then, I only left Uncle Yu Kai a sack of cornmeal. Could it really save so many people? Thinking back carefully, there were only a dozen or so villagers at the time. Just one sack of cornmeal. That wouldn't last long. How could there be so many descendants now? The gathered descendants of those villagers were overcome with emotion. They began recounting their stories before Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, you wouldn't believe it, my grandfather told me this story since I was a child. It was a dragon soldier who left a sack of cornmeal that saved over a dozen people in our village. And I, Li Youcai's ancestor, is our great benefactor. The rations he left behind with his life got all the villagers through that bitter winter. The crowd was deeply moved. Back then, due to the war, all the crops in the fields had been abandoned. People had no food to eat. They could only survive by going hungry one meal and eating the next. The winter Li Yu Kai died and brought an unprecedented cold snap. Had it not been for the cornmeal Qin Guofeng distributed to the villagers, The mere dozen or so survivors in the village might have starved to death. Later, when times improved, under Li Juanguo's leadership, Li Youcai's ancestral hall was finally completed. A group of villagers' descendants were already overcome with emotion. All these years, our elders have never forgotten the kindness of our ancestor Li. They urged us to wait for his return, no matter how long it took. Mr. Qin, thank you for returning the portrait of our ancestor Li. You are truly our benefactor. With that, the crowd knelt before the ancestral hall and bowed their heads. The scene was so grand that viewers in the livestream chat were deeply moved. Qin Guofeng looked around in a daze. Every face glowed with health and vitality. It was a stark contrast to the villagers of years past, whose faces had been sallow and gaunt. Starving and freezing. He felt a flood of emotions. I never imagined there would be so many descendants already. Chapter 175, The Wicked Foreign Tribe. The courtyard was packed with people. All descendants of the original villagers. Qin Guofeng felt tears welling up in his eyes. Back then, people couldn't even get enough to eat. Look at us now, life is truly good. He thought of the hardships of that era. And the countless soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice. Countless common folk had perished at the hands of foreign invaders. Those difficult days are finally behind us. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath and looked around. Back then, I merely distributed Uncle Youcai's grain to your ancestors. Nothing else. The one you should thank is Uncle Youcai. It was just a small sack of cornmeal. He never imagined it would become the key to so many people's survival. This was something Qin Guofeng himself never imagined. Li Juanguo's eyes were already red from crying. He looked at Qin Guofeng with eyes full of gratitude. Mr. Qin, you have no idea how desperate we were back then. Most of the young men in the village were dead. It wasn't just grandfather Youcai's 2 sons who perished that year. My father also perished at the hands of the invaders. By this point, Li Juanguo's tears were flowing uncontrollably. He had no memories of those events. It was all told to him by his mother. Li Juanguo had once had a happy family of 3. His father worked tirelessly, supporting the family through farming. Though not wealthy, they had enough to eat and wear. Then the invaders came. Nearly all the young men in the village were slaughtered. Only the elderly, the weak, and the disabled remained. My mother was a widow, carrying me for only a few months. Li Juanguo's face was filled with sorrow. In such a time of war and chaos, survival was impossible. At that point, my mother had even prepared to take me with her and jump into the well. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng felt a pang of guilt. It was their failure to stop the invading tribes. Otherwise, the common people wouldn't have suffered such hardship. Officer Tan couldn't help but sigh. A widow with a baby only a few months old. It's truly difficult to survive. It's all the fault of the foreign tribes. If it weren't for the invaders, how could so many families be torn apart? Officer Tan's eyes burned with resentment as he spoke. I'm grateful to live in this peaceful era. Yet he yearned to have lived in that era to slay the invaders. Qin Guofeng gave a bitter laugh. How many people died back then? All the farmland lay fallow. Besides the young laborers being killed by the invaders. The invaders deliberately destroyed the farmland. At this point, Qin Guofeng's eyes turned icy. If the fields couldn't produce grain, people would starve to death. The invaders needn't lift a finger. The Dragon Nation's population would plummet dramatically. And they wouldn't even have to bear the blame. This was one of the tactics employed by foreign tribes back then. After the foreign invasion, vast tracts of farmland lay ruined. Many young laborers were also slaughtered. To justify their actions, they even branded some laborers as spies. How many lives were lost back then? At this thought, Qin Guofeng's eyes began to redden. Why did so many soldiers starve to death along the Yangtze River route back then? It was all because the invaders deliberately destroyed the grain fields. Even ordinary civilians couldn't find food. Their dragon army endured even greater hardship. Su Yun stood before Qin Guofeng and couldn't help but ask. Did the invaders actually do such things back then? Didn't they just slaughter the common folk outright? They even destroyed the grain fields. This was the first time Su Yun had heard such a claim. She now stared intently at Qin Guofeng. He wanted to learn more about the foreign tribes' atrocities from Qin Guofeng. Even the live stream audience grew solemn. No one wanted to miss this opportunity. Qin Guofeng gazed out the window at the green farmland. A flicker of sadness passed through his eyes. It was right along the Yangtze River route back then, before the harsh winter set in. It was the perfect season for the autumn harvest. Qin Guofeng was lost in distant memories. The Yangtze River route had only just begun. Qin Guofeng believed this journey would be straightforward. But he never imagined so many lives would be lost along the way. Along the way, he witnessed countless grain fields set ablaze by foreign tribes. They were so close to a bountiful harvest. Instead, they were consumed by flames that lit up the sky. Qin Guofeng led the dragon army along the road, spotting the flames from afar. Captain, it looks like there's a fire up ahead. There don't seem to be any houses, they're just farmland. Realizing this, Qin Guofeng immediately led his men to investigate. But it was too late. The endless expanse of farmland was already engulfed in flames. Many villagers had gathered around, but faced with the sky-filling flames, they could do nothing. They could only watch helplessly as the fields they had toiled over for an entire year turned into ruins. Golden wheat vanished in an instant. A group of villagers wept bitterly in grief. Damned invaders! Killing my husband was bad enough, why burn our fields too? How are we supposed to survive this? We can't go on like this. How are we supposed to survive? Heaven, you're blind. Without grain, we might as well die. Only the elderly, the weak, and the infirm remained in the village, no young people at all. The crops were all consumed by the flames. Soon, the crowd fell silent. A group of villagers stared numbly at the fields now reduced to ashes, as if all their strength had been drained away. Qin Guofeng's heart ached at the sight. Without grain, how could these villagers possibly survive? Several soldiers couldn't bear to watch any longer. Captain, are we just going to stand by and watch? Why would the enemy burn such fertile fields? The harvest was just around the corner. What the hell do these damned invaders want? Without grain, the villagers won't survive this winter. Facing the charred ruins, the soldiers' hearts ached with anguish. Qin Guofeng's eyes were filled with sorrow. Because they couldn't take these grain fields with them. They burned, killed, and looted the village, taking everything they could carry. But this unharvested grain simply couldn't be carried away. They had no choice but to burn it all to the ground. Such lush wheat fields. Who would have thought they'd all be burned to the ground like this? Qin Guofeng seethed with hatred. He knew grain prices would skyrocket soon. The common folk would have nothing to eat. Later, wherever he went, he saw vast stretches of grain fields scorched to the ground. All the grain was gone. Villagers wept bitterly along the roadsides. They cursed heaven and earth. They lamented the world's injustice. The invaders had already slaughtered countless common folk. Why spare not even the grain fields? How many livelihoods of the Dragon Nation's people had been severed? Seeing this scene, Qin Guofeng knew. This winter would be unbearably harsh. Many lives would surely be lost. The reality matched his worst fears. It was truly a tragic winter. Even now, years later, when Qin Guofeng recalled it, his heart still felt like it was being torn apart. Chapter 176, I am merely a messenger. Seeing Qin Guofeng's gloomy mood, Su Yun stepped forward. Grandpa Qin, what happened back then is all in the past. Look at our crops now, they're thriving. No one will ever burn our grain fields again. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng finally pulled himself out of the memory of utter devastation. All around him, people's faces glowed with health. No one starved to death by the roadside anymore. What a good era this is. I'm fine. Qin Guofeng composed himself. He wiped away his tears and looked around. It truly is a good era now. But the crimes committed by foreign invaders against our dragon nation back then must be exposed. That is the purpose of my existence. Qi Province has been renowned as a granary since ancient times. Yet back then, the invaders set fire to the province. They nearly burned all the fields ready for harvest. At this point, Qin Guofeng recalled the horrifying scenes he witnessed along the way back then. Starved villagers lay everywhere. Not even their bodies were collected. It was nothing short of a living hell. The crimes committed by the invaders were too numerous to count. Maliciously burning granaries was just one of their many atrocities. Because nothing was as severe as the mass slaughter of entire villages. So few remember it. Yet countless Dragon Nation citizens ultimately perished because of it. Qin Guofeng must spread the word about these heinous acts. He must make everyone aware of the despicable nature of the foreign tribes. By this point, Qin Guofeng's eyes burned with fury. I am old now, and few remember the crimes these foreigners committed. Therefore, it must be spoken of. You must remember, never forget. Every word struck a chord with everyone watching the livestream. This ignited fury across the entire internet. The chat stream was flooded with furious comments. This is infuriating. Foreigners really know how to disgust me. So many years have passed, and if it weren't for the Centenarian's words, who would have known the foreigners could be this shameless? All that perfectly good grain just burned to ashes. I can't take it anymore. I'm losing control. Can I go kill those foreigners right now? This is yet another crime of the foreign tribes. Grandpa Qin was right, countless people starved to death because there was no grain. I always thought that famine was a natural disaster, but it turns out it was man-made. The crowd was filled with rage. Many were hearing of these atrocities for the first time. If not for Qin Guofeng's words, no one would have known. So the internet was flooded with hatred toward the other ethnic group. Beside him, Longguo was already weeping uncontrollably. My mother told me about it too. Back then, it was the foreigners who killed the village's labor force. Before leaving, they set fire to the grain fields. That winter, the entire village had no grain to survive on. My mother nearly didn't survive. These were all words spoken by his mother. Longguo had remembered them all these years. Even now, recalling it, he could still feel the ruthlessness of the invaders. His sorrowful gaze fell once more upon Li Youcai's portrait. His weeping grew more heart-wrenching. My mother said she had intended to take me with her when she jumped into the well to commit suicide. It was Grandpa Youcai who stopped my mother. He even gave my mother a few corn cakes. Qin Guofeng was taken aback by this. He couldn't help but look again at Li Youcai's portrait. He hadn't realized Li Youcai had contributed so much back then. Su Yun hadn't expected it either. She couldn't help but ask further. Grandpa Youcai accomplished such feats? I truly never imagined. The Li Youcai mentioned by Qin Guofeng was a man who had lost his family and suffered greatly. Ever since his family died, he'd been walking around like a zombie. Yet no one could have imagined that this very man would save Li Junguo's mother. No one in the livestream had anticipated this. All eyes turned to Li Junguo. Even Qin Guofeng couldn't help but speak up. Uncle Youcai actually saved your mother back then? I never knew that. When he met Li Youcai, he was already a numb old man. His expression was wooden every day. Who would have thought someone in that state could still save others? Li Junguo's eyes were red too. Ever since I was a child, my mother told me to remember the kindness of Grandpa Youcai. He slowly recalled the stories his mother had told him. At the time, Li's mother's husband had just passed away. He had been the village's most renowned laborer. He cultivated several plots of farmland, and a bountiful harvest was imminent. Golden wheat ears glistened under the sun. But soon, the terrible news arrived. Most of the young men in the village had been slaughtered by the enemy tribe. Even the grain fields were set ablaze by the invaders. That day, Mrs. Li stood alone, cradling her infant son, staring blankly at the charred wheat field. She had lost all hope of survival. The meager food left at home was nowhere near enough to sustain her and her son. So, a few days later, the young mother chose to take her own life along with her son. The old well in the village seemed the most fitting choice. The infant Li Junguo wailed at the top of his lungs. Li's mother's face was filled with heartache. Son, we can't go on living. It's my fault for being useless, unable to provide for you. Rather than starve to death in the end, it's better for us to throw ourselves into the well now. In our next life, I hope there are no foreigners. Shut up. What are you doing here? A cold voice echoed from the darkness. By the moonlight, Li's mother recognized it was Li Youcai. His face wore a numb expression, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He looked like a walking corpse. The young mother recoiled in fright. The infant Li Junguo clutched in her arms continued to wail desperately. Li Youcai merely gave the mother and son a cold glance. Then he tossed a cloth bundle into the mother's arms. Take this and get the hell out. Don't ever come near the well again. Or next time I'll beat you to death. Li Youcai stared coldly at Li's mother. This well belongs to my family. What does it matter if you die in it? At that moment, Li's mother was terrified. Seeing Li Youcai's cold, ruthless expression, she was utterly terrified. She immediately fled the well with her child in her arms. At this point, Li Junguo gazed at Li Youcai's portrait with eyes brimming with gratitude. After we returned home, my mother found several cornmeal steamed buns in the cloth sack. It was with these cornbread buns that my mother managed to raise me for a long time. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng couldn't help but sigh. He looked back at Li Youcai's portrait. Uncle Youcai had lost his entire family back then. He probably couldn't go on living. That night, he went to take his own life. That was the only possibility. Otherwise, Li Youcai wouldn't have given away all those cornbread rolls. Li Junguo nodded, tears welling in his eyes. That's right. My mother told me she heard the village in an uproar that very night. So it was Grandpa Youcai who threw himself into the well. But the villagers pulled him out and saved his life. Chapter 177, The Rescued Mother and Child. By then, Li Youcai had completely lost all will to live. Time and again, he attempted suicide by throwing himself into the well. Yet each time, he was pulled back up. After a long time, Li Youcai gave up on suicide. Yet, in the courtyard of Li Junguo's mother, people would always toss in some steamed buns. Sometimes cornbread, or various other foods. At first, Li's mother thought it was a divine miracle. Until one day, when food was tossed into the yard again. She rushed out in a panic. Only to see the back of Li Youcai. This scene stayed with Mrs. Li for many years. Even as she neared her final days, tears welled in her eyes. Son, you must remember without Uncle Youcai's help, I might have starved to death long ago. How could I have raised you safely to adulthood? Uncle Youcai's own children all died. You are his heir. You must never forget this. These words stayed with Li Junguo his entire life. Every year, he brought his own descendants to pay their respects. Now in his 50s, Li Junguo still hasn't forgotten. Everyone, Grandfather Youcai is my benefactor. Waiting all these years was only right. Though Li Youcai appeared cold-hearted. In truth, he was the most compassionate of all. It was only the invasion by foreign tribes that utterly shattered his will to live. Qin Guofeng's eyes brimmed with emotion. How many families were torn apart back then? How many people lost their families like Uncle Youcai did? Yet Uncle Yukai still helped others under such hardship. That's what makes him a true national hero. Now, when he thinks of Li Yukai, Qin Guofeng will forever remember his numb face. Not a trace of color in his eyes. As if he had lost all strength and means. All this was caused by the foreign tribes. Suyun was so moved he could barely contain himself. That's right, friends. Did you all hear that? Grandpa Yukai back then was merely a microcosm of the larger picture. The crimes committed by the alien race are too numerous to recount. Our generation must remember this deeply. Only by fully remembering the pain. Only then will we avoid repeating the same mistakes. Suyun, usually so composed, now spoke passionately before the camera. This ignited the passion of everyone in the live stream. See? Back then, Grandpa Yukai was just one of the victims. How many more victims are there across our vast dragon nation? They're truly despicable. Aren't foreigners human too? How could they commit such atrocities? After hearing all these crimes, I doubt anyone will dare whitewash foreigners anymore. If not for Grandpa Qin, today's youth would have long forgotten the pain of that era. This comment silenced many young people. It was undeniably true. Because so many years have passed. Even sorrowful memories fade with time. After all, none of them were there to witness it firsthand. So now, the foreign race only needs to offer a few small favors to make today's youth forget everything. They even help erase the crimes committed by their ancestors back then. Uncontrollable comments began flooding the live stream chat. We young people will never forget. It's just that the younger generation of the alien race doesn't seem to have done anything wrong. What do you mean they didn't do anything wrong? Do you even know what you're saying? The crimes committed by the alien race back then were done by old people long ago. It really has nothing to do with the young people, right? I just want to follow my idols. What do the mistakes of the older generation have to do with us now? Holy, you up there, dare you post that comment again? I'll tear you apart. This is the reality of today's society. Young people will whitewash anything for the sake of idol worship. They even post comments like this. This has already caused a huge uproar online. Suyun was furious just watching it. Do you even know what you're saying? They're an alien race. Anyone who keeps whitewashing them should just leave. Aliens will always be aliens that'll never change. He was so furious his liver ached, his face turning grim. Was this the aftermath of idol worship? Suyun, never one for words, was nearly driven to the brink. Qin Guofeng merely glanced at the screen indifferently. Then, before everyone, he shook his head indifferently. Idol worship is fine, and it knows no borders. As long as the person you admire is worthy of it. But, Qin Guofeng shifted his tone and continued solemnly. But imagine this, the ancestors of the person you idolize brutally murdered your own ancestors. Young people, if you still insist on idol worship, you should burn more offerings to your ancestors. This single sentence instantly caused an uproar in the livestream chat. A group of young fans dared not send any comments. Others mocked relentlessly. Haha, who was just talking about chasing after foreign celebrities? Got your joss paper ready at home? If you don't have enough, your ancestors might come haunt you in your dreams. Maybe I shouldn't be chasing after foreign celebrities anymore. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. Everyone, wake up. Foreigners will always be foreigners. They'll never stand with us. Exactly. I've made up my mind, no more chasing foreign celebrities. Can't risk my ancestors haunting my dreams. This sparked a wave of online discussion. Facing such a painful past, chasing celebrities from other ethnic groups just doesn't sit right anymore. Many young people resolved to give up idol worship. One couldn't help but marvel at Qin Guofeng's influence. Those present were deeply moved. They knelt before Li Youcai's memorial altar and kowtowed. Even Li Junguo's grandson, Li Jiahao, stepped forward. Grandfather, rest assured I will pursue stardom. From now on, I will be the guardian of the ancestral hall of the Li family. I will never let the incense burn out. Hearing this, Li Junguo's eyes brimmed with gratitude. He knelt before Li Youcai's portrait and bowed his head respectfully. The descendants of the surrounding villagers also paid their respects with utmost reverence. Qin Guofeng glanced around. He exhaled deeply. Suddenly, he felt that the countless comrades who had sacrificed their lives back then seemed to have been worthwhile. Look at this era now, how splendid it is. People have not forgotten the crimes of the foreign invaders. Someday, the invaders would pay for their crimes. With this thought, Qin Guofeng slowly pulled a well-preserved old photograph from his breast pocket. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Yukai in the memorial portrait. Except this old photograph had a background. Seeing the photograph, Officer Tan couldn't help but ask, Mr. Qin, have you always carried this old photograph with you? It's preserved remarkably well. The photograph was carefully sealed in a plastic bag, still as pristine as the day it was taken. Qin Guofeng carefully removed the photograph. Back then, Uncle Kai said he wanted to see the foreign tribes driven out with his own eyes. That's why I've kept this photo of him with me all these years. Chapter 178, The Old Photograph. The old photograph captured Li Youcai's expressionless face. The background was an old courtyard. Leaning against the doorway, his eyes held nothing but sorrow and melancholy. An elderly villager immediately stepped forward. Pointing at the photo with emotion, he exclaimed, "I remember this place. This used to be Uncle Youcai's front gate, right? I used to play here all the time when I was a kid." Li Youcai's house was quite large for its time. Its gate was much larger than others. But after Li Youcai passed away, and having no relatives, the large house gradually fell into disrepair. Eventually, the entire village became uninhabited. After becoming completely deserted, it was demolished by Li Junguo and converted into a memorial hall for Li Youcai. Qin Guofeng looked at the old photograph and nodded. "That's right. This photo was taken right outside Uncle Youcai's house back then." His thoughts drifted back to decades ago. At that time, Long Jun was recuperating at the Li family residence. After exchanging a few words with them on the first day, they had no further interaction. It was as if they all ceased to exist. Most days, he would sit at the entrance, gazing into the distance. His eyes were hollow. It was Qin Guofeng who brought out the team's only camera. "Uncle Youcai, would you like to take a photo? We don't have much else, but we can take your picture." At those words, Li Youcai's vacant gaze finally stirred. He turned his head toward the camera in Qin Guofeng's hands. After a long pause, he spoke numbly, "Can photos last a very long time?" Qin Guofeng nodded. This prompted Li Youcai to finally rise. He even straightened his clothes and stood once more at the doorway. Yet his face remained etched with sorrow and numbness. Qin Guofeng had intended to tell him to smile. But the words stopped at his lips. In this situation, laughter was simply impossible. That's how the photo was taken. "Uncle Youcai, once the photos are developed, I'll have someone deliver them to you. It shouldn't take too long." It was a small gesture from Qin Guofeng. But Li Youcai waved it off indifferently. "No need to rush it back. I might not even be alive by the time you deliver it." As he spoke, sorrow clouded Li Youcai's eyes. In this age of war and turmoil, the slightest misstep could cost one their life. Li Youcai's words sounded like final instructions. His gaze fixed intensely on Qin Guofeng. "Commander Qin, I have only one request. On the day the barbarians are driven out, I wish to witness it with my own eyes. And when that day comes, you must tell me about it." At this point, color finally returned to Li Youcai's eyes. It seemed only this matter could stir his interest. Qin Guofeng felt a pang of sadness. Yet he didn't know how to offer comfort. He could only silently watch the lonely old man. After taking the photo, Li Youcai sat back down by the doorway, his gaze still vacant as he stared into the distance. He seemed to have lost all his vitality. This filled Qin Guofeng with guilt. It was all the fault of those outsiders. Until the foreign tribes are driven out, the dragon army cannot afford to relax for a single day. After a long silence, Qin Guofeng sighed and spoke. "Uncle Youcai, we've stayed far too long. We should depart tomorrow. Thank you for providing us lodging." Hearing this, Li Youcai's numb face finally showed some emotion. He glanced back at Qin Guofeng, his lips twitching several times before. He finally uttered in a faint voice, "Then remember to return the photos, and keep one on your person. That way, once the outsiders are driven out, I'll know immediately." At the time, Qin Guofeng didn't detect anything amiss. He even offered an explanation. "Uncle Youcai, you can rest assured. When the day comes that the foreigners are driven out, all broadcasts will announce it. You'll definitely know, no need to." He didn't finish his sentence. Li Youcai turned his head, clearly unwilling to say more. Looking back now, Li Youcai had already paved his own path back then. Qin Guofeng slowly pulled himself out of his recollections. In his hand remained that same old photograph of Li Youcai. "All these years, Uncle Youcai's photo has stayed with me. He must have seen how prosperous Longguo has become." The words broke through the silence, and everyone present couldn't help but burst into tears. A group of people began to sob quietly. The livestream chat was already filled with sorrow. "I really can't take it anymore. Day after day, I'm crying myself dry. Sigh, Grandpa Youcai never had any hope of survival. He was prepared to die from the very beginning. This is the sin committed by the alien race. How many people have they robbed of their hope to live? Everyone, remember this. It's truly heartbreaking. How many people died back then? The alien race is our greatest enemy." All netizens are filled with righteous indignation. But more than anger, there was pain and sorrow. Who knows how many others, like Li Youcai, chose suicide out of despair back then? Living in this era, we hear the anguish of the past. They could do nothing but vent their fury in live streams. And the public's hatred toward the alien race grew even stronger. Officer Tan's face was already twisted with fury. Yet he dared not show it. He could only watch the live stream's comments with bitter resignation. Qin Guofeng took in everyone's expressions. "The hard times are behind us. All you need to do is remember the atrocities committed by the foreign invaders. Even if they deny it, as long as we remember, their crimes will never fade. This is your generation's mission. He was growing old and might join his comrades in arms at any moment. To have so many netizens learn the details of how the foreign tribes once persecuted the people of the Dragon Nation before he is laid to rest. That alone was worth it. This life has finally not been lived in vain. Li Juanguo's eyes were already red from crying. Mr. Qin, rest assured. These children will remember. Now that we're so powerful, no one will dare bully us again. By the time he could remember, the foreign tribes had already been driven out. Yet from childhood, he'd heard countless tales of the atrocities they'd committed. Yet as he grew older, he couldn't pinpoint when it began. The younger generation seemed to carry less vivid memories of the foreign tribes' atrocities. But look at the present. Thanks to Qin Guofeng's livestream, patriotic fervor has been reignited. Everyone remembers the sins of the foreign tribes from back then. Isn't that enough? At this point, Li Juanguo knelt respectfully before Li Youcai's memorial tablet. Grandfather Youcai, did you see that? The young generation remembers, and the invaders have been driven away. You can rest in peace. Every word was heard clearly by everyone present. Qin Guofeng also gazed intently at Li Youcai's portrait. Isn't this the world you hoped to see back then, Uncle Youcai? After generations of struggle, we, the people of Longguo, have finally risen. No one will ever invade our homeland again. Chapter 179, Waiting in Silence. The troubled expression on Li Youcai's portrait seemed to break into a smile at that very moment. The crowd at the scene had long since broken down into uncontrollable sobs. Li Juanguo's eyes were red. That's right. Look at the good life we have now. No one will ever go hungry again. Our dragon nation now possesses the strength to protect itself. With that, he knelt on the ground and bowed his head respectfully. A group of descendants from the original village knelt down in unison. Everyone mourned Li Youcai. This life that had long since passed. Qin Guofeng's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. See? All the sacrifices back then were worth it. Officer Tan couldn't help but glance at the livestream. Everyone watching, remember this. The peace we enjoy today was forged from the blood, flesh, and bones of countless souls back then. No one must ever forget. After spending so much time by Qin Guofeng's side, he finally understood that history is always more brutal than the written accounts. As a member of the younger generation, he feels powerless to do anything. All he can do is urge every netizen to remember these events. History fades with time. Their generation must hold these memories firmly. The livestream viewers were already in an uproar. Did you see that? Did you hear that? This is the true meaning of Grandpa Qin's livestream. Let's see who dares to forget now these are the crimes of the invaders. It's hard to imagine what would have happened without that sack of grain Grandpa Kai left behind back then. Would we even have so many descendants today? That a centenarian grandfather could personally bring back? All of this is the tears of that era. We must never forget. The livestream was suddenly filled with cries of grief. Everyone mourned the loss of the fallen Li Youcai. Or perhaps it was a sorrow for all those who had sacrificed their lives back then. Qin Guofeng gazed at the portrait. He exhaled heavily, his heart heavy. This was the meaning behind his long life. After paying careful respects at Li Youcai's ancestral hall, he stood at the entrance as if waiting for something. But whether it was because too many people had watched the livestream, a large crowd had gathered. The area around the ancestral hall was now packed tight with people. They had all come to see Qin Guofeng. As the crowd grew larger and larger, Su Yun and Officer Tan both grew tense. They feared another assassination attempt like the last time. If it happened again, they'd be finished. Sturgeon, are you freaking out? With this many people around, the Centenarian Grandpa is counting on you. You'd better protect Grandpa Qin well. Be careful and keep an eye out for anyone else looking to get themselves killed. I think we should get Grandpa Qin out of here fast. Young fans these days are crazy. Officer Tan, show us what you've got. Take charge. The surrounding area was bustling with activity. Everyone was here to see Qin Guofeng. The situation was spiraling out of control. Officer Tan wisely stayed glued to Qin Guofeng's side this time. He kept a sharp eye on his surroundings. I'll see who dares to attempt an assassination now. Anyone who dares show their face today will be killed. The same thing couldn't happen twice. He had expected Qin Guofeng to depart immediately to continue his journey. But after waiting for a long time, Officer Tan saw no sign of Qin Guofeng preparing to leave. Something was off. At this hour, Qin Guofeng would normally have already left. He never expected Qin Guofeng to be so calm this time. There he was, still standing leisurely by the doorway. He was even interacting with the people who had rushed over. Su Yun and Officer Tan both looked utterly bewildered. They couldn't help but exchange a glance. What's gotten into Grandpa Qin today? Has he stopped rushing to get somewhere? Su Yun looked utterly perplexed, sensing something deeply unusual about today. Officer Tan couldn't help but look at Qin Guofeng and ask, "Old Master Qin, aren't we leaving?" Qin Guofeng's eyes sparkled with amusement. No rush. Let's wait a bit longer. More people should be arriving shortly. After saying this, he calmly looked around and greeted people nearby. The atmosphere at the scene had reached its peak. The crowd was buzzing with excitement, some even starting to ask questions. Grandpa Qin, you're in such great shape. I've seen live streams where even Suyun can't keep up with you sometimes. How do you maintain such vitality? Hearing this, Qin Guofeng slowly withdrew his gaze. A kind smile touched his lips. It's nothing special. With times being so good now, I'm fortunate to have lived this long. It's a blessing to have lived this long. Who else could have witnessed such a splendid era? The world my comrades in arms once hoped for. He'd seen it all with his own eyes. This was Qin Guofeng's greatest achievement in life. Some sharp-eyed observers noticed Qin Guofeng staring intently into the distance, as if waiting for something. This piqued the curiosity of those around him. Suyun couldn't help but speak up. Grandpa Qin, are you waiting for someone? She followed his gaze as she spoke. Qin Guofeng gave a bitter smile. Of course I'm waiting for someone. They should be here soon. He said no more. He simply stood at the entrance of the ancestral hall, drawing the curiosity of everyone around him. Who could possibly have Qin Guofeng waiting here? And it seemed like this person was quite formidable. Just who could this person be? For a moment, every face wore an expression of curiosity. It wasn't until several minutes later that old Master Duan arrived with his entourage, making a grand entrance before the crowd. The sheer scale of his entourage instantly stirred excitement throughout the crowd. Old Master Duan? What a coincidence to meet again. Old Master Duan's been showing up quite often lately, hasn't he? You're right. For someone who rarely even appears on TV, how many times has he shown up this month? Can't keep track. But when he shows up, it's always for something important. All eyes turned toward him. Amidst the collective gaze, old Master Duan approached step by step. The live stream viewers were already buzzing with excitement. Can someone spill the beans? What's old Master Duan here for? Looks like something big is happening. Suddenly remembering Grandpa Qin's earlier call with old Master Duan, what exactly is going on here? Keypoint, has the Centenarian been waiting for Duan Lao all alone? Holy cow, I think I get it, is he here to award another medal? The moment this comment appeared, it instantly grabbed everyone's attention. A flurry of comments flooded the screen. The speed at which the comments scrolled by was absolutely insane. Suyun couldn't even make out what they said. When the topic turned to awards, his gaze finally settled on Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, is it true? Is old Master Duan really here to give you? The scene of the last awards ceremony was still vivid in his mind. He never imagined it would come so soon again. Qin Guofeng said nothing, merely standing there quietly, waiting. There was no way around it, he truly couldn't refuse. So he had no choice but to accept. But old Duan was already overcome with excitement. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he scanned the room. Gentlemen, I trust you've all guessed the purpose of my visit today. Indeed, I'm here specifically for Mr. Qin's commendation. Chapter 180, shocking the entire network. No one present dared to voice any objections. After all, Qin Guofeng's achievements were undeniable to everyone present. The surrounding crowd erupted with excitement. It's only fitting. I even felt the military rank given to old Master Qin last time was too low. So what rank should he receive this time? It certainly can't be low. Old Duan, stop teasing us. All eyes turned to old Master Duan. That he would place such importance on this matter. He even came over several times personally. This wasn't a privilege granted to just anyone. Master Duan solemnly approached Qin Guofeng. His gaze swept the room with solemnity. Everyone, you know far too little about the contributions of Mr. Qin. His entire life has been dedicated to the development of the Dragon Nation. His accomplishments in Lùjiā Province speak for themselves. He has transformed our nation into a major exporter of melons and fruits. But old Duan deliberately paused, drawing everyone's attention before continuing. He continued. But do you know how immense his contributions were before the nation's founding? The military rank I previously conferred upon him was truly too low. After deliberation, I believe it's time to bestow new honors upon Mr. Qin. At this point, even old Master Duan felt deeply moved. He never imagined he'd experience such a moment. This was Qin Guofeng, after all. By the end, his voice trembled. He paused, overcome with emotion, to steady himself. Officer Tan watched him, his eyes filled with confusion. Mr. Qin, are there any other achievements from your past that haven't been made public? Did you see how agitated old Master Duan became? What on earth is this? Something that could make a man like old Master Duan lose control. Officer Tan seemed to have figured something out. This time, revealing Qin Guofeng's achievements might just send shockwaves across the entire internet. Qin Guofeng smiled with eyes full of kindness. Nothing worth mentioning. Old Duan, don't waste any more time. I'm in a hurry to send the next comrade back. Let's get this over with. It's just a minor medal ceremony, after all. Qin Guofeng didn't give it a second thought. If not for old Duan's persistent insistence, he wouldn't have lingered here at all. At his words, the surrounding crowd erupted in an uproar. All eyes turned to Old Master Duan. Old Master Duan, what title are you bestowing upon Mr. Qin? Stop wasting time. What exactly is this? And what exactly are these pre-founding achievements you mentioned? Everyone present was now filled with curiosity. After calming his emotions, Elder Duan finally spoke again. After the foreign tribes were driven out, peace in our dragon nation didn't last long. Soon after, the brutal war against the eagles erupted. You should all be familiar with this campaign. Being able to recount Qin Guofeng's achievements in person made Old Master Duan's voice tremble uncontrollably. All eyes in the room turned toward him. The livestream chat exploded with activity. After all, the sheer number of viewers in the livestream room. So they quickly figured out what was happening. The bullet comments were scrolling wildly. No way, could it really be what I'm thinking? That can't be. Dude, have some faith, it's definitely what you're thinking. Otherwise, why would Old Master Duan come personally? Did you see how excited he looked? Holy crap, I should have guessed this sooner. Mr. Qin was already so powerful before the founding of the nation. Then after founding the nation. Holy crap, this is a heavyweight. What are you guys talking about? I don't understand a thing. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Old Master Duan continued speaking. During the war against the eagles back then, our dragon nation suffered due to outdated equipment. Coupled with the fact that we had only just established our nation, the entire country needed time to recover and rebuild. So few gave us a chance in that war. Most believed we were doomed to lose. But in the end, I needn't tell you all how it turned out. At this point, he turned to Qin Guofeng. His eyes were filled with earnestness and solemnity. Old Master Qin was the commander who led the resistance against the Eagle clan. It was under his command that we defeated the Eagle tribe. That is why I have come today to bestow upon him the honor of a national hero. Clatter. As these words were spoken, a collective gasp filled the air. Everyone was utterly stunned, their expressions frozen in shock. The revelation was overwhelming. Many couldn't process it. National hero? Is this the same title I'm thinking of? Could this be a mistake? Good heavens, this is a national hero. There are only a handful in all of Dragon Nation who hold that honor. No, shouldn't the focus be on the fact that Qin Guofeng was the leader of the anti-Eagle war back then? Let me get this straight, the Centenarian already earned his stripes during the anti-Ing period. Then came the Eagle War. Back then, our Dragon Nation was no match for the Eagle clan. Yet somehow we won, routing the Eagle tribe completely. The crowd murmured in astonishment, their faces still frozen in disbelief. That was the battle against the Eagles. No one had given us a chance back then. Even within our own country, defeat seemed inevitable. After all, they were facing the mightiest Eagle clan of that era. Their advanced weaponry alone could overwhelm the Dragon Nation. So the entire nation believed defeat was inevitable. Relevant departments had even begun preparing for post-war arrangements. Defeat would inevitably trigger a series of reparations. The Dragon Nation was already in shambles at the time, utterly unable to afford any reparations. But just as the entire nation braced for defeat, news of the Eagle tribe's crushing defeat arrived. This caused an uproar. No one believed the Dragon army could possibly defeat the Eagle tribe at that point. After all, they were the nation with the most advanced weaponry. But that's exactly what happened. Back then, the Dragon Nation was looked down upon by the entire world due to the invasion by foreign tribes. Though the invaders were driven out, the image of a weak and rigid Dragon Nation had already become ingrained in the world's perception. Otherwise, the Eagle tribe wouldn't have chosen to invade the Dragon Kingdom immediately after it had just concluded its war against the invaders. It was precisely this war of vastly unequal strength permanently established the Dragon Nation's global standing. No one dared challenge the Dragon Nation again. Nor would any nation dare to casually provoke war against the Dragon Nation. From that moment onward, the Dragon Nation's formidable reputation began to grow. And so it has remained all these years. The Dragon Nation is no longer the bullied nation of yesteryear. No nation dares to underestimate us anymore. All because of the victory in the war against the Eagle. The entire internet erupted. No one could have imagined that Qin Guofeng was the leader of the anti-Eagle war back then. The livestream's comment stream was already scrolling wildly. Even Suyun's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, is this really true? You really led the anti-Eagle war back then? My goodness, now I finally understand why old Duan holds you in such high regard. Everyone in the livestream, did you hear that? Grandpa Qin's achievements are truly countless. Chapter 181, They'd Never Dare. Qin Guofeng smiled as he looked around. What achievements? They're all so long ago now. I'm getting old now. People should look forward. What I did back then isn't worth mentioning. It all happened so many years ago. Qin Guofeng had long since stopped dwelling on them. Back then, he had only fought desperately for his country. Isn't that what every citizen of Dragon Nation ought to do? Viewers in the livestream watched Qin Guofeng's composed demeanor. We're all buzzing with excitement. Somehow I feel like the Centenarian grandpa is just being pretentious, but I have no proof. What's showing off? Maybe he genuinely doesn't care. After all, he's lived this long, what hasn't he seen? Wow, Grandpa Qin truly lived a life well spent. He's been present at every pivotal moment in our nation's history. Before the nation's founding, he fought against the. After founding, he joined the war against the Eagles and single-handedly routed the entire Eagle tribe. He deserves the title of national hero. And don't forget, after retiring from the military, Grandpa Qin drove economic development across the entire province. Netizens were all deeply moved. Who would have thought we'd witness such a figure in person? He was a national hero, after all. Who could witness the actual conferment of the title? The live stream audience kept growing. Everyone knew Qin Guofeng had been named a national hero. Old Master Duan's eyes brimmed with emotion. He personally bestowed the honor of national sage upon Qin Guofeng. I hereby declare that from this moment onward, Mr. Qin Guofeng is the national hero of our dragon nation. From this day forward, anyone who dares harm a national hero of my dragon nation, the dragon nation will not let them off. He directed the final sentence toward the live stream camera. The meaning was crystal clear. Today's livestream was intended for those with ulterior motives. Qin Guofeng is now a national hero. Anyone who dared to act against him henceforth would have to think twice. The crowd began cheering. Did you hear that? This is a warning to those who tried to assassinate old Master Qin last time. If you dare make a move again, you might just trigger the start of Season 3. Foreigners, if you've got the guts, try it again. Let's see if we can wipe you out. Anyone who dares to act will have both old and new grudges settled at once. The air was thick with jubilant cheers. Because everyone knew the outsiders wouldn't dare make another move. This was a national hero crowned before the eyes of netizens across the country. No one would dare come looking for trouble again. Officer Tan's eyes brimmed with emotion. Mr. Qin, congratulations. You are our great hero. I never imagined I'd witness such a moment with my own eyes. Officer Tan felt as though all these years had been lived in vain. Qin Guofeng had accomplished so much of meaning with his limited time on Earth. What great hero! Qin Guofeng waved his hand with a smile. I'm a citizen of Longguo. Of course I should fight for Longguo. Back then, I slew the foreign tribes because I was in my prime. Later, I joined the war against the Eagle tribe because my years of experience gave me the edge to defeat them. Experience is what matters most, no matter how advanced the enemy's weapons may be. As for the later events in Bu province, that was simply my expertise gained from studying abroad among the Eagle tribe coming into play. Isn't all this simply what should be done? There's no need to deify me. Reflecting on his life, Qin Guofeng felt boundless emotion. Each time, he had managed to be there just when needed. These were simply duties he owed as a citizen of Dragon Nation. Without the Dragon Nation, how could he have achieved such a glorious life? The crowd couldn't help but marvel. Viewers in the livestream chat couldn't contain themselves. They began taunting the foreign tribes. Are any of you foreigners watching this stream? Do you still have the guts to lay a finger on our national hero? Haha, why don't you come try it? Maybe you'll actually succeed. Exactly. Foreigners, don't chicken out now. This is your one and only chance. TSK, if foreigners had the guts to do that, it'd be a miracle. Netizens mocked relentlessly. Qin Guofeng is already a national hero. No one should dare harbor any ulterior motives. Some netizens had even begun mocking the foreigners. Watching the livestream, Matsuda trembled with rage. His face contorted in fury. Ah! What the hell are you people doing? Shut down the livestream. All of them. Matsuda now resembled a cornered rat. Yet he could do nothing but jump up and down in place. The entire conference room fell silent. The high-ranking officials of the alien race all fell silent. Who dared speak up? They genuinely feared for their lives. Speak up, all of you. Matsuda forced himself to stay calm, his face dark as he scanned the room. The identity of Qin Guofeng as the Dragon General of the Protectorate hasn't been exposed yet. He's only been granted the title of National Hero. If we want to take action in the future, it'll be even harder. We can't let this go on. Back then, Qin Guofeng alone was a nightmare for the entire foreign race. Now even the details of the battle against the Eagles have been unearthed. If this continues unchecked, Qin Guofeng will become invincible. Killing him would become utterly impossible. There's no time to waste, we must act immediately. Yet the surrounding foreign elite stood as silent as the dead, utterly still. Who dares challenge Qin Guofeng now? Last time, they had failed outright on the spot. After exchanging nervous glances, someone finally spoke up. Mr. Matsuda, I think we should reconsider. No matter how formidable Qin Guofeng is, he's already so old, isn't he? That's all ancient history. A man with one foot in the grave poses no threat to us. Exactly. Let's just drop it. We simply have no way to handle him now. But he's a national hero. He was knighted live on national television in front of the entire Dragon Nation. The higher-ups were already beginning to hesitate. If Qin Guofeng were just an ordinary person, then they could have simply eliminated him. It wouldn't have caused much of a stir. But now the situation is different. A national hero of the Dragon Nation, and personally bestowed by a figure like Elder Duan himself. Who would dare to lay a finger on him now? But Akita looked around like a madman, his face twisted in fury. Forget it? Have you all lost your minds? Do you know how many nightmares Qin Guofeng has been for our warriors? How many of our own perished by his blade back then? And now you just brush it off with a flippant forget it? So furious he burst out laughing. His eyes blazed with fury. The others present, however, paid it no mind. They didn't want to offend the Dragon Nation. Some were already backing down from the plan to take action against Qin Guofeng. The conference room fell into an eerie silence. After a long silence, someone finally spoke up. Mr. Akita, I think we should abandon the plan to take action against Qin Guofeng. He's already been designated a national treasure. If we eliminate him and the Dragon Nation finds out, Dragon Nation won't let us off the hook. Chapter 182, Things are different now. The other high-ranking members of the foreign faction had already backed down. Qin Guofeng was crowned a national hero during a nationwide live broadcast. If such a man were killed by the alien race, it would only give the Dragon Nation the perfect opportunity to deal with them. Thus, a group of high-ranking officials had already backed down. As Akita's expression grew increasingly grim, someone cautiously spoke up. Matsuda Koen, perhaps we should stop here. Qin Guofeng's status is already quite extraordinary. Exactly. The foreign tribes can't hold a candle to the Dragon Kingdom now. We're practically courting death. If the Dragon Nation seizes this as leverage, they'll surely use it as an excuse to settle old scores. Our foreign tribes couldn't withstand the Dragon Nation's wrath. Several high-ranking officials gently persuaded the others, none wanting to confront Qin Guofeng further. Had this happened decades ago, when the Dragon Nation was still developing, there might have been a chance to eliminate Qin Guofeng. But look at the situation now. The Dragon Nation now stood shoulder to shoulder with the mightiest Eagle Clan. Even the Eagle Clan dared not provoke the Dragon Nation lightly. How could this tiny nation possibly dare to do such a thing? The entire foreign elite faction was opposed. Only Matsuda trembled with rage. He was already terminally ill. In the past, he never had the chance to face Qin Guofeng on the battlefield. Yet decades later, as death approached, he would hear that name again, a name that struck terror into the hearts of all who heard it. Recently, due to Qin Guofeng's live streams, the international image of the foreign race had suffered severe damage. Matsuda suppressed his rage with great effort, glancing around with a sinister look. Impossible. Didn't you hear how many of our leaders Qin Guofeng slaughtered back then? And look at the situation now because of Qin Guofeng's livestream exposing those past events. Our international reputation has been tarnished. Qin Guofeng must die. He cannot live. The last sentence was practically a growl. It was clear how deep his hatred for Qin Guofeng ran. Back on the battlefield, Qin Guofeng was the nightmare of many foreign warriors. Who would have thought that so many years had passed? Most of the foreign warriors who fought back then had perished. Yet Qin Guofeng was still alive. He even leveraged the convenience of modern networks to spread the events of that time. Matsuda's eyes flashed with coldness as he scanned his surroundings. All these years, we've strived to erase the crimes committed on the soil of the Dragon Nation. How much effort we foreigners have expended, how much money we've spent. But look at the situation now, all our work has been undone because of Qin Guofeng's livestream. Matsuda took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his rage. This matter absolutely cannot be left unresolved. If we let this slide, the crimes committed by the alien race back then would be exposed to the entire world. Which nation would dare to do business with the alien race afterward? The alien race's development over the years had already fallen behind Dragon nations. If this situation continues unchecked, it will inevitably spiral into an uncontrollable crisis. Therefore, Matsuda had made up his mind. Qin Guofeng must not be spared under any circumstances. This left his subordinates staring at each other in silence. After exchanging glances, they all fell silent once more. Qin Guofeng's status as a national hero left them utterly at a loss for how to proceed. The group fell into a deathly silence. Just as Matsuda's patience was nearly exhausted. Suddenly, one of his subordinates urgently reported. Matsuda, the Eagle Clan is calling on video. At the mention of the Eagle Clan, Matsuda instantly perked up. He immediately adopted a respectful demeanor and answered the video call. The moment it connected, he saw Nick's furious expression. He launched into a tirade of curses. What the hell are you lot doing? Why isn't Qin Guofeng dead yet? Didn't you see? He's already been honored as a national hero. Matsuda, don't you barbarians have a grudge against the Dragon Nation? The crimes your kind committed on Dragon Nation soil back then, they won't just forget them. If you don't stop Qin Guofeng now, forget about restoring your people's reputation. The barrage of accusations came thick and fast. All the foreign elite held their breath in silence. They could only endure it in silence. After all, the Eagle clan was now the only force capable of standing against the Dragon Nation. The era when the alien races dominated the Dragon Nation was long gone. Watching the Dragon Nation's relentless rise over the years, the non-human races had no recourse. In the end, they had no choice but to cling to the Eagle clan's coattails, hoping for protection that they might escape Dragon Nation's reckoning in the future. They seemed long accustomed to such curses. After a moment of silence, Matsuda clenched his teeth and spoke. Mr. Nick, you saw the livestream too. There's nothing we can do about this. Did you see how formidable Qin Guofeng is now? He's a national hero. We're discussing how to eliminate him. But really? Matsuda adopted a fawning expression. The Dragon Nation hates us foreign tribes. The only ones we can rely on are the Eagle tribe. Please, Mr. Nick, think of a way to eliminate Qin Guofeng. He's a menace. Don't forget how the Eagle clan was defeated by Qin Guofeng during the war against the Eagles. Just as expected. That final remark struck a nerve with Nick. Back then, he had indeed fallen at Qin Guofeng's hands. It was just one battle lost. Nick had gambled away the glory of his entire life. He couldn't hold his head up for the rest of his life. Nick's face remained dark and sullen for a long time on the video feed, saying nothing. It was Matsuda who finally couldn't hold back and spoke up again. Mr. Nick, I hear the Eagle clan's agents have already entered the Dragon Kingdom. We should have good news soon, right? Last time, I had the mixed race descendant adopted by the Dragon Nation back then assassinate Qin Guofeng. But you saw the outcome. He was publicly killed by Qin Guofeng. It even exposed the foreign lineage. Fortunately, there was no evidence. Otherwise, it would have been like handing the knife to the Dragon Kingdom on a silver platter. Even now, recalling it sent a chill down Matsuda's spine. He believed it was time for the Eagle clan's agents to take over. Several high-ranking members of the alien factions noticed the awkward atmosphere. They immediately began to flatter. Mr. Nick, the Eagle clan's agents are the most formidable in the world. Now that Qin Guofeng is a decrepit old man, your agents could surely dispose of him with ease. Exactly. Only the Eagle clan can truly finish off Qin Guofeng. So when exactly will the Eagle clan's agents depart? Could they already be in the Dragon Nation? By the end of their discussion, the senior officials were all buzzing with excitement. If Eagle clan agents were deployed, then the mission would be half accomplished. No one noticed Nick's face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. He remained silent for a long while on the other end of the video call. After all, the scene of their own agent being escorted back by the Dragon Nation on a special flight had been broadcast live worldwide. Anyone with half a brain knew what that meant. That was an Eagle Nation agent, after all. He'd barely even entered the Dragon Nation before being rerouted and sent right back. It was utterly humiliating. Yet the foreign tribe dared to bring it up again. Nick trembled with rage. Matsuda, do you have any way to deal with Qin Guofeng? Chapter 183, No one dares offend him. Qin Guofeng is a threat to us. If he doesn't die, we'll never have a moment's peace. Nick's face darkened. I don't care what methods you use, Qin Guofeng must be eliminated. Back in the anti-Eagle War, even with such advanced weaponry, we still couldn't defeat the Dragon Nation. So many years have passed. Dragon Nation had undergone rapid development. It had even become a threat to the Eagle clan. For decades, the Eagle clan reigned as the sole dominant power. But now there's another contender, the Dragon Nation. The entire Eagle clan harbors deep apprehension toward Qin Guofeng. Yet they couldn't think of a way to eliminate him. Nick could only pass the buck to Matsuda. Matsuda, I've already given you your orders. Qin Guofeng is our greatest threat. You must find a way. With that, he hung up without hesitation. He gave Matsuda no other chance. Once the video call was completely disconnected, the expressions of the alien faction's high-ranking officials darkened considerably. They couldn't defy the Eagle clan, for the Eagle clan was the only power capable of protecting them now. The entire office fell silent. This was the consequence of being too weak. Faced with the Eagle clan's demands, Matsuda didn't even have a chance to protest. He could only stand there, seething with anger. The air in the conference room grew thick with tension. Matsuda, are we really going to take action against Qin Guofeng? He's now a national treasure of the Dragon Nation. It wouldn't be wise to provoke conflict with them. Exactly. I say we drop it. There's no need to antagonize Dragon Nation at this critical juncture. The consequences of provoking the Dragon Nation are beyond what we can bear. This isn't decades ago, when he could bully the Dragon Nation at will. Any move against the Dragon Nation would be digging our own grave. The high-ranking officials were in heated debate, none knowing how to handle the situation. On one side was the pressure from the Eagle clan. They themselves did not act, instead allowing foreign tribes to deal with Qin Guofeng. This clearly shows they don't want a direct confrontation with the Dragon Kingdom. How could Matsuda not see that? Yet he was utterly powerless. He could only stand frozen in place, his eyes filled with resentment as he stared at Qin Guofeng on the livestream. Meanwhile, Qin Guofeng's livestream, where he was honored as a national treasure, drew massive attention across the entire internet. In an instant, search volumes for Qin Guofeng reached staggering numbers. Nearly everyone was discussing the event. His achievements spread across the internet. He became the focal point of every netizen's conversation. This is what positive energy looks like. Just look at this old man's lifetime of accomplishments truly beyond our reach. From now on, let's idolize people like this. That's what's truly worthwhile. You have to admit, this gentleman truly lived a life well spent. So everyone, stop wasting your time. He's over 100 years old and still pursuing his dreams. Isn't this something we should all learn from? People discussed Qin Guofeng's remarkable journey. What an extraordinary life. Qin Guofeng has completely exploded online. Some positive-minded people still manage to hold their ground. They won't bother Qin Guofeng. But many with weaker self-control couldn't hold back. Because Su Yun and Officer Tan stream live every day. Qin Guofeng's movements are all public. It's easy for people to track down his whereabouts. Many people waited along his usual routes. Look, it really is Grandpa Qin. My goodness, did you see that? He looks so full of life. He's lived an extraordinary life, something we could never hope to match. Could we take a photo with the Centenarian? Some couldn't contain themselves and rushed straight up to Qin Guofeng. But before they could get close, Officer Tan shooed them away. Everyone back up. Step away for photos. Grandpa Qin can't take pictures right now. Officer Tan held up a megaphone. No approaching, no following, that's the rule. Mr. Qin isn't a celebrity, don't treat him like one. And did you run a red light? Where's the traffic cop? Give me a ticket. Some people were still trailing behind. With no other option, Officer Tan had to call in the constables for help. After a stern lecture, the tailing finally stopped. But the livestream was already blowing up. See that? That's the power of a Centenarian's popularity. These fans are something else. TSK, Officer Tan, it's time to step up. Don't delay Grandpa Qin from escorting his comrade home. Folks, don't try that fan-chasing stuff on Grandpa Qin, he doesn't need it. Keep an eye out, let's see who's holding up Grandpa Qin's progress. Netizens began keeping watch. Even Su Yun couldn't resist chiming in. Everyone, please be careful not to disturb Grandpa Qin. He has more important things to attend to right now. Please don't block the way. Grandpa Qin is in a hurry to send his comrade back. He knew the netizens were enthusiastic. But he hadn't expected people to actually block the road. This severely hindered Qin Guofeng's progress on his bike. Only after Su Yun's persuasion did his livestream finally quiet down. Positive energy. Sturgeon's right. We all love Grandpa Qin, but we can't hold him up. Don't follow him around like this in the future. Isn't it better to just watch in the livestream? I repent. I was just thinking about getting a photo with Grandpa Qin. Looks like I shouldn't go. Exactly, everyone stay positive, let's not bother Grandpa Qin anymore. The netizens abandoned their plans to surround Qin Guofeng. Instead, they continued watching his upright figure in the livestream. For a moment, everyone was filled with emotion. After streaming for so long, they had never once seen Qin Guofeng look flustered. That's the difference between people. Who would have thought Qin Guo could be so resilient? Having exhausted their expressions of shock, everyone now awaited the next destination. After entering West Province, Qin Guofeng finally slowed his hectic pace. Gazing at the picturesque scenery of Jiang Province before him, he felt his spirits soar. He even gave the truck bed a pat. Comrades, see that? That's Huzi's hometown. It's just like Huzi described. Look at this, what a beautiful view. Mighty peaks stretched as far as the eye could see. The air carried a sweet fragrance. It made Qin Guofeng feel as though the fatigue from days of relentless travel had vanished. He pulled a young portrait from the truck bed. The subject had a baby face, appearing quite young. Yet his eyes held a world of hardship. A maturity utterly at odds with that youthful face. Viewers in the livestream couldn't help but sigh. This guy. Should I call him Grandpa? He looks so young. See? Still got that baby face. Even with that baby face, look at those eyes, they tell a story. So what exactly did this warrior grandpa go through? Get your tissues ready, you won't have enough tears to shed later. Chapter 184, The Unequal Battle. Everyone knew this was bound to be another heartbreaking story. A crowd of netizens braced themselves for tears. Su Yun couldn't help but speak up at the sight of that baby face. Grandpa Qin, how old is this comrade of yours? His face seems so young, but his eyes are full of stories. People from that era must have endured immense hardship. The face in the portrait was no exception. His eyes held endless sorrow. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng carefully wiped the portrait of his comrade. Then he let out a bitter smile. Ordinary people who grew up alive in that era must have all experienced sorrow. Simply staying alive was no easy feat. My comrade here endured what could be called the most brutal past. At this point, Qin Guofeng's eyes began to redden. His gaze drifted around the room in a daze. This comrade was named Pan Shanhu. He died in the war against the Eagles. That war back then was so brutal. How many lives were lost before we finally achieved victory? The thought filled Qin Guofeng with a deep ache. At that time, the Eagle clan possessed advanced weaponry. The Dragon Kingdom had yet to recover from the foreign invasion. Thus began the war against the Eagles. The entire nation was filled with rage. Though the foreign tribes had been driven out, the Eagle tribe arrived. They all sought to seize Dragon Nation's lands. There was nothing to be done. The Dragon Kingdom was simply too weak at the time. It had become an easy target for anyone to bully. Compounded by the Dragon Nation's vast territory and abundant resources, it attracted the covetous eyes of many nations. The Eagle tribe was one of them. The entire world watched this war unfold. Should the Dragon Nation fall, they could come and bully it at will. Qin Guofeng sighed heavily as he spoke these words. That's why my orders were unequivocal. Victory was non-negotiable. This wasn't like the previous war against the alien forces. The conflict with the Eagle clan was about Dragon Nation's honor. If we lost, the Dragon Nation might never recover its dignity. Success was the only option. Failure was not an option. That was the ironclad order issued by higher command at the time. Qin Guofeng felt immense pressure. Fortunately, he possessed extensive combat experience. Apart from their advanced weaponry, the Eagle clan held no other advantages. Breaking through this single point would secure victory. All these years, recalling the horrors of those days, Qin Guofeng couldn't help but shed tears. He clutched Pan Shanhu's portrait tightly. Because of the Eagle tribe's advanced weapons, how many lives were lost back then? As their leader, I was utterly helpless, forced to watch my comrades fall before my very eyes. In a daze, Qin Guofeng seemed to see flames filling the sky. The Eagle tribe's advanced bombers seemed to still be circling overhead. Wildfires raged everywhere. Facing such advanced bombers for the first time, his soldiers were already panicking. Commander, what do we do now? There are too many bombers. We're done for. With such advanced weapons, we're as good as dead. No way. We'll fight the Eagle tribe to the death. We absolutely cannot let them enter our territory. The group of warriors transitioned from panic to final resolve. They were all prepared to die. And then, a blood-soaked battlefield unfolded. Fragments of fallen comrades' bodies littered the ground, blended into the brown earth as if they had become one. Qin Guofeng gazed upon this scene, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Grandpa Qin, are you okay? Suyun saw Qin Guofeng's tears streaming down like a river. She hurriedly supported him. It's okay now. Look around, there's no more war. Neither the foreign tribes nor the Eagle clan dare bully us anymore. Just hearing Qin Guofeng's words, viewers in the livestream chat felt a wave of despair wash over them. Some could barely contain themselves. Oh my god, how deeply wounded must he be? Grandpa Qin is truly suffering. Back then, the Eagle clan deliberately bullied our Dragon Nation. How despicable. Ha! That was then. Let them try bullying us now, we'll wipe them out. The war against the Eagles is the best proof. No matter how advanced their weapons are, they were still driven out. Weak nations are destined to be bullied. Our Dragon Nation has risen, and it's all thanks to veterans like Grandpa Qin. For a moment, all the netizens were filled with emotion. The disparity in national strength back then. Their weapons weren't even in the same league. The entire world waited to see the Dragon Nation's downfall. Yet in the end, the Dragon Nation taught the world a harsh lesson. So what if their weapons were outdated? They still won in the end. Netizens everywhere were thrilled. They flooded the livestream chat with patriotic comments. Suyun was also comforting Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, don't be sad. We remember every soldier who sacrificed back then. Look at where we are now, their sacrifices were worth it. Without the sacrifices of so many back then, how could we have the peace and prosperity we enjoy today? Qin Guofeng finally pulled himself out of his sorrow. Surveying the beautiful Dragon Nation around him, his eyes brimmed with satisfaction. That's right, it's all in the past now. My purpose is to remind today's youth of how tragic those times were. My comrade in arms was named Pan Shanhu, when he made the ultimate sacrifice. The rest of his words remained unspoken. Qin Guofeng's voice choked with emotion. He gazed at the youthful face in the portrait. He clearly had a chance to survive. But he chose to give it up. Qin Guofeng stared at Pan Shanhu's portrait with reddened eyes. Tiger was only 24 when he died. Yet he was already a seasoned veteran. He enlisted at 18 and died at 24, a full 6 years of military service. He earned quite a few commendations. Thinking of his comrade in arms, whose face in his memory had always remained boyish, Qin Guofeng felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. At that time, Qin Guofeng had already risen to the rank of senior officer. Yet to build rapport with the soldiers, he voluntarily ate and slept alongside all the soldiers, and forged deep bonds with them. Pan Shanhu was one of them. I vaguely recall Pan Shanhu staring intently at Qin Guofeng back then. Commander, do you think we'll make it back alive? My older brother is waiting for me at home. I have a young nephew just a few years old. I promised him I'd let him ride a big horse. The battlefield changes in the blink of an eye. Even Qin Guofeng couldn't guarantee anything for certain. Moreover, at that time, the dragon army was at a disadvantage. The slightest misstep could spell utter ruin. Faced with Pan Shanhu's questioning, Qin Guofeng fell silent. He remained silent for a long while. Finally, Pan Shanhu smiled beneath his boyish face. It's fine. If I can't go back, it's fine. My little nephew will understand. He paused before turning his gaze back to Qin Guofeng. But Commander, if I really do die, you must send me back. Back home, we believe in returning to one's roots. And my hometown is truly beautiful. You definitely want to see it, Commander. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng nodded solemnly. Once the war ends, we'll visit your hometown together. Chapter 185, I don't want to grow up. At this thought, Qin Guofeng's eyes grew slightly red. He exhaled deeply. He looked around at the picturesque scenery of Western Province. Tiger, I've finally brought you back. This is your hometown. Only I've been so late. Qin Guofeng's voice carried a hint of sorrow. His entire life had been devoted to serving the Dragon Nation. Only in his twilight years did he finally get the chance to do things for himself. He had truly waited far too long. Su Yun offered comfort from beside him. Grandpa Qin, you've done more than enough. Your comrades would never blame you. Because you are a hero of our Dragon Nation. Qin Guofeng's life had finally felt truly worthwhile. No matter what era his homeland had gone through, his presence was felt. The Dragon Nation's rapid development today is entirely due to the sacrifices of people like him. Even the viewers in the livestream were deeply moved. Exactly, Grandpa Qin, don't be sad. Though it's late, hasn't it been returned? Grandpa Pan must be so pleased his hometown truly is beautiful. We remember every ancestor who sacrificed in the anti-Eagle War. Their sacrifices were never in vain. I wonder if Grandpa Pan still has family left. Netizens couldn't help but flood the internet with inquiries. The name Pan Shanhu reappeared on the trending topics. Qin Guofeng finally gathered his composure. That's right, we can't delay any longer. Tiger had a nephew, but I don't know if he's still alive. After saying this, Qin Guofeng continued on his way, still holding the portrait. He headed toward the location Huzi had mentioned years ago. Meanwhile, in another mountain village. In the courtyard of a small Western-style cottage. An elderly man basked in the sun. He had been listening to the live broadcast, the name of the Centenarian Qin Guofeng. He had long committed it to memory. As a child, his dream had been to become a soldier. But by the time he grew up, war had vanished entirely from Longguo. His plans to enlist were shelved. He held great respect for veterans like Qin Guofeng, who had fought against the alien forces and the Hawks. Originally, he had been lazily listening to the livestream content. But unexpectedly, Qin Guofeng suddenly mentioned Pan Shanhu's name. The old man jolted upright in his chair. Pan Shanhu? Isn't that my second uncle's name? Pan Shifa's wrinkled face was etched with shock. How many years had it been since he'd heard that name? The memory of that figure who had always held him grew clearer and clearer. Pan Shanhu was his second uncle. After the initial shock, Pan Shifa hurried out of the courtyard, muttering to himself as he went. He's back. He's finally back. I knew my second uncle wouldn't lie to me. Look, I've waited all these years and he's finally back. Overwhelmed by emotion, Pan Shifa's hands trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, he recalled how Uncle Air had bid farewell to him all those years ago. Xiaofa, I'm joining the army. I might not be back for a very long time. You must listen to your father while I'm gone. Pan Shanhu, with his baby face, smiled with an honest, simple expression. He carefully pulled a cloth bundle from his chest and handed it to his nephew. This is the osmanthus cake the landlord gave me. It's so sweet, try some. Young Pan Shifa's eyes widened instantly at the sight of the fragrant sweet cake. He quickly popped a small piece into his mouth. Second uncle, it's so sweet. How come this osmanthus cake is so sweet? Little Chifa looked utterly satisfied, his eyes sparkling as he turned to Pan Shanhu. Let's share it, uncle. But Pan Shanhu just smiled and waved his hand. I've already eaten. This was saved especially for you. Make sure you listen to your father at home. Your father isn't in good health. Everything will depend on you from now on. Hearing this, Xiao Chifa felt a bit deflated. Aren't you coming with us? My dad said we're almost done paying off the landlord's family. You won't have to work as a farmhand anymore. Besides, aren't the foreigners almost driven out already? The radio announced it soon the foreigners will be completely driven out. Second uncle, please don't enlist. After speaking, the young Pan Shifa clung tightly to Pan Shanhu's leg. His face was filled with dependence as he refused to let go. Pan Shanhu, with his baby face, smiled warmly. Aren't you grown up now? Why are you still acting like a child? It's because I've paid off all the money I owed the landlord's family. I don't have to be a farmhand anymore, so I'm joining the army. The foreign invaders haven't been completely driven out yet. We can't let our guard down." With that, Pan Shanhu grabbed Xiao Qifa by the collar and hoisted him up. He straddled his own neck. "By the time I return, you might have grown too big. Once you're grown, you won't be able to ride my neck anymore. Enjoy it while you can." That day, Xiao Qifa rode on Pan Shanhu's neck for a very long time. Finally, Little Inspiration spoke excitedly. "Uncle Air, why can't I ride your neck when I grow up? I want to keep riding on your neck forever. My dad's legs aren't good, and he never lets me ride on his shoulders. I don't want to grow up at all." Pan Shifa looked at Pan Shanhu before him. For some reason, his uncle's face grew increasingly blurry. Finally, it vanished completely. Pan Shifa looked around again, but there was no trace of his second uncle anywhere. All around were neat little Western-style houses. Gone were the signs of poverty and famine from years past. The little boy from back then had now become an elderly man. Pan Shifa's wrinkled face was etched with sorrow. "Where is my second uncle? Why hasn't he come back yet? He promised me he would come back." The memory of his uncle's figure made tears stream down Pan Shifa's face. Until Qin Guofeng appeared before him, holding the portrait. The familiar face remained unchanged in the portrait. Still so young. Exactly as he remembered his second uncle. Upon seeing the portrait, tears poured from Pan Shifa like a burst dam. He wept bitterly. "Wah? Uncle. It really is my uncle. I've grown up and grown old. But how can he still look exactly the same as back then? Wah? My uncle." Pan Shifa, tears streaming down his face, wept like a child. Staring at the portrait just inches away, he lacked the courage to take a single step forward. He could only gaze tearfully at the portrait held in Qin Guofeng's arms. This left Qin Guofeng feeling deeply unsettled. He clutched the portrait tightly, too afraid to approach. Facing the family of his fallen comrade, he felt utterly helpless. He had no idea how to explain things to them. The village chief, having seen the live broadcast, had been waiting at the village entrance since early morning. Now, he was weeping like a broken reed. "Mr. Qin, thank you so much. This elderly man, Pan Shanhu, is indeed from our village. The man before us is his only surviving nephew, Pan Shifa. Uncle Pan, please stop crying. The old master has returned, hasn't he?" Chapter 186, Never got to enjoy the good life. The village chief comforted Pan Shifa. "I've always heard you had an uncle who served in the army. But I never imagined this uncle of yours was actually a comrade in arms with the Centenarian. This is truly an honor for our Pan village." Qin Guofeng's fame had already spread nationwide. Every citizen of Longguo knew of this Centenarian. He had even been honored as a national treasure. Now this very figure had come to their village. The entire village had turned out. Thanks to the new rural construction initiative. The village is filled with beautiful little Western-style houses. Neatly arranged in rows. The excited villagers surrounded him on all sides. A real Centenarian. Who would have thought we'd actually see a 100-year-old person here? I heard it's Uncle Pan's relative this time. I heard Uncle Pan has a relative serving in the military. He hasn't returned all these years. Who knew he had passed away long ago? To be personally escorted home by a national hero like Qin Guofeng, that's the ultimate honor. But Grandpa Qin seemed so sad. Everyone's gaze fell upon Qin Guofeng. They saw his face etched with sorrow. Tears welled in his eyes. His eyes were filled with sorrow and grief. The scene left everyone present too stunned to speak. All stood silently by, watching. Facing the family of his comrade in arms, Qin Guofeng lacked the courage to take another step forward. As the commander of his comrades in arms, he had ultimately failed to protect his comrades, who had died tragically. Recalling the horrifying state Huzi was in when he left back then, Qin Guofeng felt as though his chest had been ripped open. The pain left him frozen in place for half a day. It was Su Yun who stood before him. "Old man, you must be Uncle Pan Shantager's nephew? I'm truly sorry it took so long for Grandpa Qin to bring your second uncle back. But Grandpa Qin did everything he could." Knowing Qin Guofeng was too grief-stricken to speak, Su Yun stepped forward. Across from him, Pan Shifa's eyes were still red. Step by step, he approached Qin Guofeng. Gazing at the youthful face in the portrait, tears began streaming down his face uncontrollably. "It's good you're back. My second uncle never came back all these years. Truthfully, I'd long suspected he might no longer be with us. But why did he have to leave so young?" The image of his uncle in his memories was almost identical to how he looked now. Pan Shifa's eyes filled with sorrow. After Qin Guofeng delivered the portrait, he spoke with eyes full of guilt. "I came too late. Back then, I heard that Huzi had an adorable nephew. He kept talking about going back to see his nephew. But in the end, he fell in the battle against the eagles. Such a young, vibrant life, gone like that. How many lives were lost that year? Huzi was just one of them. Countless soldiers sacrificed themselves to secure the final victory. Qin Guofeng felt deeply heartbroken. He could never look the families of his fallen comrades in the eye. Pan Shifa had already wiped away his tears. Back then, after my second uncle enlisted, he always hoped to come back. But then he ended up on the battlefield fighting the eagles. He even sent a letter back home once. In that letter, he said he might not come back. That's why I refused to give up hope and kept waiting. Thinking of his uncle, Pan Shifa felt a pang of sorrow. He looked at Pan Shanhu's portrait and began weeping uncontrollably. He suffered his whole life, never enjoying a single day of happiness. As a child, he worked as a farmhand for the landlord's family. When he finally grew up, he enlisted in the army. Thinking of his ill-fated second uncle, Pan Shifa began to sob uncontrollably. Why couldn't he enjoy any happiness in his entire life? Hearing this, Qin Guofeng couldn't help but sigh. Tiger even worked as a farmhand for someone? I never heard him mention it. In his memory, that serious-faced boy with a baby face had always seemed stern. His eyes held a sorrow unmatched by his years. Who would have thought he'd worked as a farmhand for a landlord? Pan Shifa wiped away his tears. My second uncle truly suffered his whole life. Our family was poor when I was young, and my father was crippled. Then came the war and famine, so many people starved to death. Later, our whole family nearly starved to death. To keep us all alive, my second uncle went to work as a farmhand for the landlord. He was only 12 years old then, just 12. I'd heard my father recount those events since childhood. The Pan family of 4 had fled their homeland. But even after leaving their homeland, my father still starved to death because of the famine brought on by the war. Only 3 of them made it to the western province. My eldest brother, fleeing persecution by foreign tribes, and broke his leg in a fall, becoming crippled. He could only walk with the aid of crutches. My mother, a frail woman, had no means to support her children in those harsh times. It was 12-year-old Pan Shanhu who stepped up. Brother, mother, I've heard there's a wealthy landlord in town. He's hiring a long-term laborer. I can go work for the landlord. The monthly pay isn't much, but it should be enough to put food on the table for you both. At these words, both his brother and mother fell silent. Then they began to weep bitterly. Mother and son clung to each other, weeping bitterly, desperate to stop Pan Shanhu. But they had to survive. Now they couldn't even afford food. A woman and her lame son simply couldn't survive. Working as a laborer for the landlord might be their only option. And so, Pan Shanhu's older brother and mother wept together all night long. The next day, 12-year-old Pan Shanhu began his years-long journey as a farmhand. The original contract with the landlord stipulated a term of 20 years. This meant Pan Shanhu would serve as a farmhand on the landlord's estate for 20 years. His monthly wages, however, were pitifully low. It barely kept his older brother and mother from starving. At this point, Pan Shifa's eyes turned red with tears. My second uncle was only 12 back then. He worked dawn to dusk for the landlord. My father originally intended to become a permanent laborer too. But with his crippled leg, no one would take him. The burden of life fell entirely on my second uncle's shoulders. The sorrow of that era poured forth from Pan Shiwen's words. Everyone present was overcome with sorrow. They were utterly at a loss for words. To shoulder the responsibility of supporting a family at such a young age. This is something modern youth simply cannot fathom. Qin Guofeng couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. I never heard Huzi mention it before. So his life back then was that tough. And later on, he never got to enjoy a single day of peace and comfort. In those days, the very notion of enjoying life was pure fantasy. Simply not going hungry was the greatest blessing. Qin Guofeng finally understood why Huzi always looked so sad in the army. Because his first half of life had truly been filled with suffering. Chapter 187, Long Jun saved him. Hearing Pan Shanhu's tragic past, they were all speechless for a moment. Those who hadn't lived through that era couldn't possibly grasp how difficult it had been. The group silently turned their gaze toward Pan Shiwen, listening as he continued recounting the tales of the heroes who fought against the eagles. Viewers in the livestream chat were all deeply moved. Goodness gracious, having to work as a farmhand at such a young age. I've heard landlords back then were ruthless. Landlords weren't landlords if they weren't ruthless. Grandpa Pan must have endured so much suffering. Yet he still died in the battle against the eagles. It's truly heartbreaking. It suddenly feels so heartbreaking. How many others like Grandpa Pan endured that era? So the good life we have now is built on the shoulders of those who carried the burden for us back then. Learning about that tragic past, the entire internet felt heartbroken. He wasn't even that old himself. Yet they had to shoulder the burden of supporting their families. Becoming a laborer, how much toil that must have entailed. Qin Guofeng looked at the sorrowful Pan Shiwen. Huzi performed exceptionally well in the military. He always said his days in the army were fulfilling. Don't be too heartbroken. He couldn't think of any words of comfort. Qin Guofeng could only stand before Pan Shiwen. Everyone present silently watched Pan Shiwen. Everyone wanted to know more about what happened to Pan Shanhu back then. Pan Shiwen knew this was being broadcast live. He finally wiped away his tears. My second uncle ended up working as a farmhand. Landlords back then were truly stingy. My father and grandmother could only barely scrape by. Originally, my second uncle had prepared to spend his entire life as a farmhand on the landlord's estate. Then the foreign tribes gradually suffered defeat. They said a new dragon nation was about to be established, and feudal practices like landlords couldn't exist anymore. Recalling those events, Pan Shiwen's eyes brimmed with emotion. Because his second uncle had become a farmhand, the family finally avoided starvation. His father, being lame, had never planned to marry. But before grandmother passed away, she found him a girl. She too came from a poor family. They owned a small plot of land, but since they had no son, and the daughter wasn't particularly attractive, they agreed to let Pan Shiwen's father marry their daughter. At the time, Pan Shanhu even emptied his entire savings. He even borrowed some money from the landlord to successfully arrange the wedding. But Pan Shanhu's debts grew heavier. He could only work tirelessly at the landlord's house. Originally, Pan Shanhu thought he would have to work for the landlord's family for the rest of his life. He often shared his dreams with his older brother. "Brother, why is the landlord so despicable? Today he even withheld part of my wages. They've almost taken all my wages for this month. At this rate, when will I ever pay off my debt? If only there were no landlords." Young Pan Shanhu's eyes brimmed with hope. He hoped that one day, people would no longer be exploited by landlords. His older brother sighed, "It's all my fault. It was all to get me a wife that you. Tiger, your sister-in-law is pregnant. Once we sell the autumn harvest, I'll raise the money to repay the landlord. Maybe you can leave the landlord's house sooner and live with us. No more suffering under the landlord." Hope was beautiful. Back then, the brothers still shared dreams of the future together. But Pan Shanhu gazed into the distance with unwavering resolve. "I hear the foreign tribes are almost driven out. They're suffering defeat after defeat on the battlefield. And the dragon army will come to save us. I've heard that wherever the dragon army has saved people, there are no more landlords. No feudal ideology either, everyone gets enough to eat. Brother, when do you think the dragon army will come to save us?" The places saved by the dragon army seemed reborn. No more war or hunger. But Big Brother had long grown accustomed to the bitter tears of poverty and the turmoil of war. He no longer held any hope. But Pan Shanhu awaited the dragon army's arrival. He hoped the dragon army would save all the impoverished people. The outcome matched his expectations. The dragon army truly came. At this point, a faint smile finally flickered in Pan Shuwen's eyes. "I was already 6 or 7 years old back then." Second uncle was overjoyed when he heard the dragon army was coming to save the people here. He said the dragon army was the hope of all the people. Wherever the dragon army went, feudal dregs would vanish forever. The reality turned out just as my second uncle had imagined. At that time, Pan Shanhu had been working tirelessly under the landlord's oppression for so long. He was utterly exhausted. But unexpectedly, one day the landlord himself returned the contract to Pan Shanhu. He declared that Pan Shanhu would no longer be required to work. He even gave him a substantial amount of back pay. Pan Shanhu was initially baffled, but soon he understood what was happening. Word had spread that the dragon army was coming. The landlord feared he would be held accountable. So he dismissed all his long-term laborers overnight. The dragon army said they couldn't exploit the common folk. They must ensure every peasant has enough to eat. And so Pan Shanhu was released by the landlord. He returned to his eldest brother's home. At that time, Pan Shiwen was already 6 or 7 years old. His face was round and chubby, utterly adorable. "Brother, see what I told you? The dragon army is really coming. Wherever the dragon army goes, feudal exploitation must end. If it weren't for the Red Army, I'd still be a farmhand for the landlord for many more years." The taciturn elder brother said nothing. He just hobbled about, bustling to and fro. He and his wife raised their child together. He treated his younger brother kindly, content that his family remained intact. That's how Pan Shiwen got along with his second uncle. A deep bond grew between them. Back then, my second uncle really looked up to Longjun. Pan Shiwen's cloudy eyes drifted back to those memories. He said he wanted to join the army someday. He also said that once he became part of the dragon army, no one would ever bully him again. And live a good life forever. This brought tears to the eyes of viewers in the livestream chat. Oh my goodness, so it was the dragon army that ended Grandpa Pan's days of exploitation. After driving out the foreign tribes, the dragon army went on to rescue people across the land. Exactly. Back then, many people were exploited by feudal ideology. It was the dragon army that brought a new civilization. That's how the world changed, and our people grew stronger. The dragon army was a ray of light in Grandpa Pan's arduous life. Upon hearing that it was the dragon army that ended Pan Shanthar's arduous life, everyone understood why he had enlisted. Only by joining the army could a new life be brought about. Qin Guofeng's eyes welled up with tears. He never imagined how Pan Shanhu had enlisted. He wiped his tears and looked at Pan Shiwen. The dragon army truly saved the people of many regions back then. Though the invaders were driven out, the people still lived in dire straits. To help people quickly adapt to their new lives, the dragon army undertook large-scale relief efforts for the common folk. Chapter 188, Unrest in the Grave. Back then, the dragon army traveled across the land, hoping the people would embrace the new way of life. They successfully rescued the people across the nation. Let the dragon nation grow ever stronger. Qin Guofeng felt deeply gratified by these thoughts. The sacrifices made by the dragon army back then had indeed borne fruit. Many others had enlisted alongside Pan Shanhu, all driven by a desire to repay their nation. Yet many ultimately made the ultimate sacrifice. Pan Shanhu was merely one among countless fallen soldiers. Officer Tan couldn't help but sigh. The Longjun faced immense hardship back then. Saving the people demanded several times the effort. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable in the end. The people's mindset is evolving. We will never be bullied again. To avoid being bullied, we must grow strong. Merely strengthening the dragon army is not enough. The people of that era must also advance. Together, we must protect the dragon nation. Pan Shiwen sighed and looked around. Back then, the dragon nation had only just driven out the foreign tribes. The entire nation needed time to recover and rebuild. At the same time, we had to guard against invasions from other nations. My second uncle enlisted under those circumstances. He was just 18 when he enlisted. The first half of his life was spent striving for his family. He toiled in arduous labor until the dragon army rescued him. Pan Shanhu finally found his true calling. He was going to enlist. But his older brother opposed him. His older brother had lost the use of one leg during the war. His face bore numbness and sorrow. When he heard his younger brother wanted to enlist, he was the first to object. "Tiger, you can't go. What will become of our family if you leave? I'm crippled. The family will depend on you in the future. If something happens to you on the battlefield, how would I go on?" The younger brother had long been the one caring for the household. The eldest brother felt he couldn't survive without his younger brother. He firmly opposed his younger brother joining the army. Most crucially, the eldest brother had witnessed with his own eyes the massacre of the dragon army by foreign tribes years ago. Not a single body remained intact. This left the eldest brother with severe psychological trauma. Pan Shanhu patiently explained. "Don't worry, big brother. Haven't the barbarians already surrendered? They'll be driven out soon enough. Perhaps there won't be any more wars? I just want to repay them. If it weren't for the dragon army saving us, I'd still be a farmhand." He truly idolized the dragon army. Pan Shanhu believed the dragon army was the most formidable force in the world. He had to experience what it felt like to be a dragon soldier himself. In the end, the elder brother still couldn't persuade his younger sibling. At the time, he thought all the foreign tribes had been driven away. There surely wouldn't be any more wars. And so, Pan Shanhu enlisted in the military. Young Pan Shiwen gazed at him with hopeful eyes. "Second uncle, you must come back soon. I heard I won't be able to ride on your shoulders once I grow up. Dad and I will wait here for you to come back." Pan Shiwen didn't understand what enlisting meant. He only knew it seemed like an honorable thing to do. Beside him, excitement filled his eyes. Only the eldest brother of the Pan family wore a look of deep concern. The scene of the dragon army slaying the foreign tribesmen and ultimately sacrificing themselves heroically still seemed vividly before his eyes. "Tiger cub, if you want to enlist, I can't stop you." Brother Pan frowned as he looked at his younger brother. "But you must come back alive. If you don't return, I won't breathe my last breath. Got that, you little brat?" Years of mutual reliance had made Brother Pan utterly dependent on his younger brother. And he himself was a cripple. Without his brother, he felt he couldn't go on living. Though he was the elder brother, it had been the younger one who had cared for him all these years. Pan Shanhu flashed a handsome smile. "Don't worry. There shouldn't be any more wars in our dragon nation from now on. I'll definitely come back alive. Big brother, just wait for me at home. Once I've fulfilled my duty to the dragon army, I'll return." That clear smile seemed to pierce the heart. Young Pan Shiwen remembered it for the rest of his life. As if it had happened just yesterday. Only then did he lift his clouded eyes to look around. Tears slowly fell. My father waited for Uncle Air his entire life. But he waited until his dying breath. When my father passed away back then, he died with regret. Unable to rest in peace. Those 4 words carried such weight. They silenced everyone present. No one knew what to say to express their feelings at that moment. Viewers in the livestream chat were already bursting at the seams. I can't hold back my tears. Even though the older brother was useless, he waited his whole life for his younger brother. It's so painful. They clearly drove out the invaders back then. Our dragon nation could have avoided war, yet the Eagle Resistance War still erupted. We were too weak back then. Otherwise, how could the Eagle tribe have dared to start a war? Look at them now, do they dare start another war? Netizens were deeply moved. The Dragon Nation truly endured immense hardship back then. It took an immense amount of time and countless lives before the foreign tribes were finally driven out. The Dragon Nation was established through such hardship. The entire nation believed war would never come again. Yet unexpectedly, the war against the Eagles erupted. How many lives were lost? How many families lost their loved ones? The livestream was filled with cries of grief. All were cursing the Eagle clan for instigating the war back then. The alien race's invasion back then inflicted immense damage on Dragon Nation. Thus, the war against the alien race left the deepest impression on the common people. As for the war against the Eagles, its victorious outcome. It earned the Dragon Nation immense prestige, and people spoke of this war with pride. What the masses did not know, however, that countless warriors sacrificed their lives to achieve that victory. Qin Guofeng was now consumed by self-reproach. His once straight posture now stooped. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have come back so late. This was Qin Guofeng's deepest regret. Building the Dragon Nation had consumed so much time. Hearing that Pan Shanhu's eldest brother had died with unresolved grievances, Qin Guofeng's tears could no longer be held back. His heart ached unbearably. He had asked himself this question countless times in his heart. Why did I come back so late? Seeing this, Officer Tan immediately stepped forward. Mr. Qin, this isn't your fault. We all understand. You truly needn't blame yourself. Had you not devoted your entire life to building Longguo, the nation's progress wouldn't have accelerated so rapidly. No one would blame Qin Guofeng. Across from him, Pan Shiwen finally pulled himself out of his painful memories. He looked at Qin Guofeng and spoke earnestly. You're right, old Master Qin. The fault lies not with you. It was the Ha clan who instigated the war back then. We had already established our nation. We could have avoided war altogether. It was their insistence on provocation. My second uncle died for a worthy cause. As for my father, he would understand. Chapter 189, The Forged Letter. Seeing Qin Guofeng so consumed by guilt, Pan Shiwen decided not to press further. When father died back then, he truly died with regret. It was all because he relied too heavily on his younger brother. After enlisting in the army and losing contact, his father waited his entire life. Pan Shiwen wiped the sorrow from his face. He held the portrait reverently. Now my second uncle has returned too. Let bygones be bygones. If it weren't for you bringing my second uncle back, I wouldn't know how much longer I'd have to wait. At this point, a hint of sadness flickered across Pan Shiwen's face. The circumstances surrounding his father's passing remained vivid in his memory. The younger brother he had waited for his entire life never returned. He could never let go of that worry. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. No, you should continue. The young people today must know how much sorrow there was back then. I came too late. But Huzi truly sacrificed his life for the war. If the Eagle clan hadn't insisted on starting the war, there wouldn't have been so many casualties. And so many families torn apart. That's why it must be told. How many families were shattered by that war? Someone must remember all this. Otherwise, the sacrifices of so many soldiers back then would have been in vain. Hearing Qin Guofeng's words, the crowd instantly grew emotional. That's right, Grandpa Qin is absolutely correct. We must know. How did the Pan family ancestors die after waiting all these years? As the new generation, we have the right to know. Comrades, everyone, stay alert. The war is now behind us. We must never forget how our forebears suffered the destruction of their homes and families. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Everyone was waiting for Pan Shiwen to tell the story of those days. How many families lost loved ones to the war? All because of the Eagle clan. Why abandon peaceful lives and insist on provoking war? All for the sake of satisfying that pitiful vanity. Pan Shiwen glanced around the room, then fixed his gaze on the familiar face in the portrait. Tears once again broke through his defenses. My father was actually a coward. Because he became crippled, he relied on my second uncle for the first half of his life. Later, when my uncle chose to enlist, my father seemed to lose his anchor in life. He had no idea how to survive on his own. Pan Shiwen grew up in this kind of family environment. His father kept waiting for his younger brother to return. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no news. Until a letter finally arrived. Pan Shiwen, already a teenager, read the letter aloud to his father. Pan's father's face turned pale. The Eagle clan? I've heard their weapons are highly advanced. This is nothing but suicide. No, Shiwen, you must get your second uncle to come back immediately. He mustn't go. Bring him back immediately. Ever since receiving word that his younger brother was heading to the battlefield against the Eagle clan, he had been utterly exhausted, his entire being in a daze. Pan Shiwen looked utterly bewildered. Dad, Uncle Air will be fine. He promised me he'd come back. He wrote it in his letter, didn't he? He'll be back as soon as this war is won. Stop worrying. Why do you act like Uncle Air is going to die on the battlefield? Smack. The words had barely left his mouth when Pan Shiwen's cheek was struck hard by a slap. Half his face instantly swelled up. What followed was his father's hysterical outburst. "What nonsense are you spouting? Shut your mouth. What nonsense about your second uncle dying on the battlefield? You're a jinx. My second son promised me he'd come back. He wouldn't abandon me." For a long time, Pan's father remained in this state. He became cautious and wary. He waited constantly for the mailman to deliver a letter, desperately wanting to know his younger brother's situation. But after waiting for an extended period, no letters ever came back from Pan Shanhu. Father Pan, overcome with dread, had actually fallen ill. By the time Pan Shiwen reached this point, his face was already streaked with tears. After learning Uncle Air was heading to the anti-eagle warfront, Father became a different person. He lived in constant dread, waiting for Uncle Pan's letters. He hoped Uncle wouldn't die on the battlefield. What he dreaded most came to pass. From that day on, no more letters ever came back. Until the victory in the war against the Eagles, there was still no word. This news sent shockwaves through the entire Pan family. Father Pan fell gravely ill and never recovered. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng couldn't help but sigh. After the victory in the anti-eagle war, many soldiers perished on the battlefield. Some didn't even have bodies to be recovered. I only heard Huzi mention that he had a nephew waiting for him to return. I never imagined he also had an older brother. If they had sent Huzi back after the war ended back then Huzi's older brother wouldn't have waited all these years. In the end, he waited for nothing. At this thought, Qin Guofeng felt as if his heart had been torn in two. Pan Shiwen looked at Qin Guofeng and quickly spoke up. "Mr. Qin, you mustn't blame yourself. When my second uncle never sent word back, I already suspected what had happened. My father refused to believe it, even falling ill. It was I who later forged Uncle Air's letter to stabilize his condition." The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Shock spread across every face. Qin Guofeng, however, understood perfectly. Because there was no better way. He sighed. "What about later? You can't keep lying forever. Maybe your father knew from the very beginning, but he just refused to believe it." Hearing this, Pan Shiwen's lips curled into a bitter smile. "That's right. I thought since my father couldn't read, forging letters would be easy. I read every single letter to him. But he must have known they were fake from the very beginning." His thoughts drifted back to years ago. That was the first time Pan Shiwen had forged a letter in his uncle's name. His father was gravely ill, bedridden and unable to speak. In order to alleviate his father's suffering, he had no choice but to forge the letter. By then, he had already suspected his second uncle might be gone. Only his father stubbornly refused to believe it. Upon hearing from his younger brother once more, Father Pan finally broke into a long-awaited smile. "It's second brother. Second brother has finally written. Xiaowen, you must reply at once. Ask when your second uncle will return. Didn't we win the battle against the Eagle clan? He should be back by now." Pan Shiwen had been forging letters like this. He had read letters to his father for many years. At first, Pan's father's eyes sparkled with excitement, constantly asking when his younger brother would return. But as time passed, the color gradually drained from his father's face. He stopped asking about his brother's return date. He just lay motionless in the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He looked like a soulless walking corpse. Pan Shiwen could no longer bear to watch. "Dad, snap out of it. Uncle Air isn't coming back." Chapter 190, Wait for me. But the stubborn Pan father's eyes still brimmed with unwillingness. "No," he said he would. "He will come back. I will wait for him to return. The foreign tribes have all been driven away. Everyone is living well now. Why must more people sacrifice themselves? It's not fair. Second brother isn't dead. He just can't come back yet." Pan's father's eyes were bloodshot. His gaze fixed on the ceiling, twisted with fury. He remained stubbornly unyielding. "I will wait for him. I absolutely will wait for him." It was this very conviction that kept the critically ill Pan's father going for years before he finally breathed his last. Even in his final moments, his eyes remained wide open, gazing into the distance. "Xiaowen, go see if your second uncle has returned." I can hear his voice." Pan Shiwen wept, tears streaming down his face. "Dad, please don't wait any longer. I beg you, close your eyes. Uncle Air won't be coming back. He's already dead. If he were still alive, why hasn't he come back after all this time?" Though he was reluctant to believe it, Pan Shiwen had already grasped the truth. The war against the Eagles had ended years ago. Everyone else from the family who had enlisted had returned. Pan Shiwen had even been inquiring about his second uncle's whereabouts all this time. Yet there had been no word at all. It was as if this man had never existed at all. He had come to believe his second uncle must be dead. Only his father stubbornly refused to accept it. His eyes remained stubbornly wide open. "No, it's not like that. Second uncle promised me. Xiaowen, your second uncle said he would definitely come back. I'm still waiting for him. I can't die. The first half of her life was sustained by her younger brother. The latter half was spent waiting for his brother's return. If Pan Shanhu didn't come, he couldn't find peace. But his body was now spent and exhausted. His bodily functions had completely deteriorated. Now he clings to life by sheer willpower. Pan Shiwen's face was streaked with tears. He knelt directly beside the bed. Dad, go in peace. I'll wait for Uncle Air to return. I promise you, I'll wait forever. The moment Uncle Air returns, I'll tell you immediately. You mustn't struggle anymore. With that, she began to sob uncontrollably. Father Pan, lying in the hospital bed, still had a stubborn look in his eyes. He forced his eyes wide open. I can't die. I can't die. It was within this endless obsession. Father Pan reluctantly drew his final breath. Only a pair of eyes refused to close. Seeing this, Pan Shiwen wept until his eyes turned red. He knelt on the ground and wept. Dad, I promise you as long as I live, I'll wait for Uncle Air to come back. I promise you. Then he reached out and covered his father's eyes. Only then did Pan's father's eyes finally close. Pan Shiwen waited on and on. From youth until his hair turned white. He truly waited his entire life. I've been waiting for Uncle Air to come back all this time. Pan Shiwen's eyes filled with cloudy tears as he looked at Qin Guofeng. Mr. Qin, I should thank you. You didn't bring my second uncle back. Your timing couldn't be better, not a moment too late. It is precisely because of this moment that more people can learn of the cruelty of that war. Now is the best time. After speaking, he clasped the portrait and bowed deeply before Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng felt a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. These words held undeniable truth. It was precisely because of today's advanced internet that so many people were paying attention. Even from thousands of miles away, one could clearly see and recount the events of years past. Yet there remained a lingering regret. I came back too late. But at least so many people can now see the truth and cruelty of what happened back then. I suppose that makes it worthwhile. A hero's sacrifice must be known by more people. That's what gives it meaning. This truly is a good era. Upon hearing how bitterly Pan's father had breathed his last, we're already weeping uncontrollably. Even the chat stream turned somber. Why can't I stop crying? This is truly heartbreaking. He didn't even close his eyes in the end. Grandpa Pan's brother was truly relentless. Maybe it's because he relied on his younger brother for so long that he clung on like this. All because the Eagle clan ignited this war. The alien race had been driven out long ago. So why is there still war and sacrifice? The crowd seethed with righteous indignation. After the foreign tribes were driven out, the Dragon Kingdom regained its former tranquility. With time to recuperate, it could return to its former glory. Yet so many warriors perished in this unequal war. They had a chance to survive. It was the Eagle clan who stripped them of their right to live. For a moment, netizens were filled with rage. Officer Tan couldn't hold back either. While we emerged victorious in the anti-Eagle war back then, but we lost many warriors in the process. Why did the Eagle tribe insist on starting the war? War inevitably brings casualties. There was clearly an opportunity to avoid war back then. Qin Guofeng finally stepped forward. He surveyed the crowd. Let me tell you why the Eagle clan started the war. Because the Dragon Kingdom was too weak back then. So weak that other nations looked down on us. They believed they could bully us at will. The Eagle clan started this war against us simply to find a sense of superiority. Because we were too weak. Anyone could come and bully the Dragon Nation. The Eagle clan is no exception. They seek to prove their supremacy to the world through war. Had the war against the Eagles failed back then, the Dragon Nation would never have been able to hold their heads high again. They would have been looked down upon by others for the rest of their lives. At these words, the entire crowd fell silent. Their gazes toward Qin Guofeng grew solemn. Viewers in the livestream chat had long since erupted. Recalling the war of years past, they all seethed with resentment. Exactly. It's precisely because we were too weak back then. If we had truly lost, the Eagle clan would have forever kept us under their thumb. The saying "the weak get beaten" rings true. Look at us now. Who dares provoke war against the Dragon Nation? Remember this, the Eagle clan started that war. They tried to crush us, but ended up looking like fools. I heard through the grapevine that a couple days ago, our Dragon Nation sent a few Eagle tribe members back home. Who needs our Dragon Nation's special aircraft to personally escort them back? No way. So it's true what they say online. Were those Eagle clan spies? Because of the Centenarian? The moment this comment appeared, the entire internet erupted. After all, there was no confirmation that those individuals were spies. But anyone worthy of a special flight back by the Dragon Nation couldn't be a distinguished guest. It could only mean one thing: enemies. Though the Eagle clan desperately tried to cover it up, the news had already spread worldwide. Insiders revealed that those individuals were indeed Eagle clan agents. Chapter 191, Fall Behind and You'll Get Beaten. Seeing the live stream comments. Suya never imagined such a thing could happen. Is this real? I know the alien race has always wanted to eliminate Grandpa Qin. But why would even the Eagle clan get involved? Suyun was still too naive. Viewers in the livestream couldn't help but flood the chat with comments. Holy smokes, think about it, Grandpa Qin uncovered the entire Eagle clan resistance war. Do you think the Eagle clan would ever let Grandpa Qin off the hook? They'll definitely try to take Grandpa Qin down just like the other tribes did. But they got caught by us Dragon Nation, so they got sent back, right? No proof, but the comment above makes so much sense. News of the Eagle tribe agents being expelled spread like wildfire online. Everyone was discussing the incident. Despite the complete lack of evidence, every Dragon Nation citizen felt certain it had happened. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. Now the Eagle tribe can't bully us around anymore. We're a superpower, all because of our victory in the war against the Eagles. That war cost us many warriors' lives. Every one of you should remember that. He thought back to that brutal war. Qin Guofeng felt so heartbroken he could barely breathe. His orders at the time were to defeat the Eagle clan at all costs. But the Eagle tribe was one of the most powerful nations in the world at that time. Defeating the Eagle tribe was nothing short of a pipe dream. The pressure fell entirely on Qin Guofeng's shoulders. He exhausted every ounce of his energy trying to find a way to defeat the Eagle tribe. Finally, he succeeded. Yet what brought Qin Guofeng the greatest satisfaction? His gaze fell upon Pan Shanhu's face. That boyish face still bore a deep and sorrowful expression. He sighed heavily. See the Dragon Nation now? No one will ever dare to bully us again. Not even the Eagle clan. Was it an illusion? After Qin Guofeng's words fell silent, he thought he saw a flicker of relief in the eyes of the portrait of Huzi. This only deepened Qin Guofeng's sorrow. The image of Pan Shanhu from years past seemed almost within reach. Across from him, Pan Shuan held the portrait carefully. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Mr. Qin, I'm ready. Tell me how my second uncle sacrificed himself all those years ago. After all, having watched so many of Qin Guofeng's livestreams, he knew that comrades personally escorted back by Qin Guofeng must have fallen in a brutal battle. Pan Shuan had steeled himself for this. His face now bore a look of sullen resolve. Even the crowd at the scene had fallen silent. Everyone wanted to know how this hero had fallen. Only the livestream continued to fill with silent comments. What should we do, everyone? I can't bear to watch. Grandpa Pan's sacrifice must have been truly horrific. It had to be brutal, otherwise, why would the Centenarian grandpa personally bring him back? It's truly hard to imagine how we won back then with such outdated weapons. Countless soldiers must have sacrificed themselves behind the scenes. So everyone, please quiet down and listen carefully as Grandpa Qin recounts those past events. In an instant, the entire network fell silent. All eyes turned to Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng knew this livestream had countless viewers. Most only knew of the crimes committed by the foreign tribes. But few understood the immense hardship of the anti-Eagle war. He took a deep breath, gazed into the distance, and began to recall. At the time, I was dispatched by my superiors to engage the Eagle tribe. Little did I expect that upon reaching the battlefield, we were immediately attacked by the Eagle tribe's bombers. As he spoke, he seemed transported back to that brutal era. For the Eagle tribe possessed the most advanced weaponry. A single bomber could easily overwhelm their dragon army. When Qin Guofeng and his men reached the battlefield, before he could issue orders, he keenly heard the distant roar of engines approaching. Damn it, bombers! Find cover immediately. Qin Guofeng directed his soldiers to take cover at top speed. Facing the Eagle clan armed with superior weaponry, they had no chance of victory. Hiding was their only option. The Dragon Army unit was highly disciplined. They immediately took cover at top speed. Then came the merciless bombardment. Eagle clan drones flew overhead, echoing with a buzzing sound as if it came from hell itself. Then came the merciless bombardment. The Eagle tribe warriors, backed by formidable reinforcements. They never ran short of ammunition. They wasted ammunition without hesitation to bombard their targets. Even without clear targets, they launched frenzied attacks. Many warriors were buried alive in the rubble. Qin Guofeng's heart ached like it was being torn apart, yet he couldn't go out. Going out now would only embolden the Eagle clan further. Thus, after a long time, the Eagle tribe finally departed in their advanced bombers. Qin Guofeng scanned the surroundings, seeing numerous warriors buried beneath piles of rubble. Hurry and rescue them! Rescue them immediately! This command did not come from Qin Guofeng. It came from an officer in the crowd, efficiently directing everyone to rescue their comrades. The previously disorganized comrades now followed his lead in the rescue effort. Qin Guofeng couldn't help but glance at the man a few more times. He had a boyish face. He appeared young, yet his eyes held a profound depth. This was someone you could rely on. That was Qin Guofeng's conclusion upon first seeing Pan Shanhu. After a flurry of activity, Pan Shanhu finally introduced himself to Qin Guofeng. Commander, I am Pan Shanhu of the Infantry Battalion, temporarily appointed as squad leader. Reporting for duty, sir. Pan Shanhu rendered a standard military salute before Qin Guofeng. His eyes brimmed with respect and admiration. Qin Guofeng's reputation was truly legendary. As a soldier, Pan Shanhu had heard of him long ago. Qin Guofeng smiled and nodded. You performed well just now. Keep it up. We can only win this battle, there's no room for defeat. A single defeat would utterly disgrace the Dragon Nation. Qin Guofeng would never allow such a thing to happen. Pan Shanhu nodded solemnly. Yes, sir. Rest assured, I'll be fully prepared. Thus, the two men grew closer. Though Pan Shanhu was young at the time, he possessed remarkable courage. He executed nearly every order Qin Guofeng gave with flawless precision. He was truly a rare gem of a soldier. If Tiger could survive the battle against the eagle, he would surely become an outstanding officer. Qin Guofeng's eyes grew moist as he recalled Pan Shanhu's memories. His eyes were filled with sorrow. He clearly had a brighter future ahead of him. But he ended up dying on the battlefield. Recalling the brutal carnage of that time, Qin Guofeng felt as though his heart had been torn from his chest. The pain felt suffocating. Su Yun's eyes began to redden at the words. Grandpa Qin, it's okay. This Grandpa Pan was a hero. We will all remember him firmly, never forgetting his sacrifice. Chapter 192, How Many Sacrifices? Beside him, Pan Shiwen clutched the portrait tightly. His eyes were filled with sorrow. I always knew Uncle Air would excel in the military. He couldn't even write his own name back then. Who'd have thought he'd become a squad leader in the army? Having endured invasions by foreign tribes, Pan Shanhu had been displaced since childhood. He couldn't even get enough to eat. How could he possibly have had the chance to learn? Yet this man, who couldn't even recognize a single character, managed to make his mark in the military. It seems joining the military truly was the right choice. Qin Guofeng was surprised to learn that Pan Shanhu had been illiterate before joining the army. Tiger couldn't read before? But I often saw him reading some obscure, hard-to-understand book. Recalling those days, Qin Guofeng let out a heavy sigh. Back then, Pan Shanhu would read books whenever he had time between battles. His earnest demeanor made Qin Guofeng suspect he might be some kind of high achiever. But never did he expect it to be like this. Pan Shiwen let out a wry smile. I only found out later when I received a letter from my second uncle. He learned to write while in the army. He also learned to read books, saying he could gain a lot of knowledge from them. Ever since learning to write, Pan Shanhu, he never sent a letter home. For a long time, he and Pan Shiwen exchanged letters regularly. But then the letters suddenly stopped. No matter how many letters Pan Shiwen sent, none were ever answered. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng felt a pang of bitterness. The anti-eagle war was grueling back then. Once you were on the battlefield, there was no chance to write letters. He suddenly recalled Pan Shanhu at that time. They had just emerged victorious from a battle against the Eagle tribe. All the warriors were exhilarated. Commander, you're truly formidable. We've fought the Eagle tribe for so long and finally won a single battle. This is Commander Qin we're talking about. Back in the day, he had the alien tribes running scared, let alone the Eagle tribe. Their weapons are useless against our Commander Qin, no matter how advanced they are. At this rate, we'll be home soon. My mother is waiting for me. Victory in this battle had lifted the warriors' spirits. They all believed they would surely return home alive this time. Qin Guofeng's eyes sparkled with joy at that moment. Yet deep down, he felt a heavy weight, for the disparity in this war was truly immense. Defeating the Eagle tribe, with their superior weapons and equipment, was truly difficult. Yet seeing his soldiers' high spirits, he couldn't bring himself to reveal the truth. Only the perceptive Pan Shanhu noticed Qin Guofeng's unease. He took a seat before Qin Guofeng. After pondering for a long moment, he finally spoke. Commander, I actually have a plan that might allow us to defeat the Eagle tribe. Qin Guofeng's expression remained largely unchanged upon hearing this. Go on. Pan Shanhu opened the military treatise and began speaking fluently. The Eagle tribe isn't scary at all, really. It's mainly their equipment that's formidable, our weapons simply can't compare. I was thinking that if we could strip them of their teeth, those Eagle tribe soldiers would be useless. If the Eagle tribe lacked advanced weaponry, this war would have ended long ago with the Dragon Army's victory. The reason the Dragon Army hasn't won in so long was because they were outmatched in weaponry. These past days, Pan Shan Tiger pondered long and hard until he finally devised a plan. That solution was to destroy the weapon the Eagle clan prized most. Qin Guofeng had considered this strategy from the very beginning. Thus, upon hearing Pan Shanhu's words, his expression remained utterly unruffled. He merely spoke calmly. The Eagle tribe possesses the most advanced weapons. We have nothing that can destroy them. Do you have a way to get close to the Eagle tribe? To destroy the Eagle tribe's weapons. The simplest solution: without weapons, the Eagle clan would lose their arrogance. But the Eagle clan maintains strict patrols in their vicinity. Approaching them silently is practically impossible. Therefore, Qin Guofeng abandoned this approach. He had already begun contemplating alternative solutions. Pan Shanhu, however, looked at Qin Guofeng with eyes full of hope. "Commander, I have a plan. My men excel at stealthy advancement. The Eagle clan relies on bombers for patrols. If we move cautiously on the ground, we can get close enough. We'll prepare explosives and destroy all their weapons outright." By the end of his speech, Pan Shanhu was visibly excited. He had rehearsed this plan countless times in his mind. It was bound to succeed. Qin Guofeng had been somewhat hesitant. But Pan Shanhu quickly demonstrated the stealth operation. It was indeed flawless from a distance. It was impossible to detect anyone hiding. As long as they moved cautiously under cover of night, the Eagle clan wouldn't detect them. After understanding all the risks involved, Qin Guofeng immediately launched the operation plan. "Everyone, our mission is to destroy the Eagle tribe's weapons. Therefore, we must operate covertly. No one can be detected by the Eagle tribe during the operation. If we're spotted, it will endanger all our warriors." At that time, Qin Guofeng personally selected several elite warriors to accompany Pan Shanhu on the covert mission. After much deliberation, Qin Guofeng decided to join them as well. This infiltration mission was of paramount importance. If they failed, there would be no further opportunity to approach the Eagle clan undetected. Therefore, before the operation began, Qin Guofeng issued a strict order: no matter what happened, they were not to move. "Comrades, this infiltration mission is critical. Remember, without orders, not even the sky falling will make us move." All the soldiers were brimming with confidence. They were all prepared for this stealth operation. Morale was high among the men, who were confident it would pose no problem. Even after all these years, hearing Qin Guofeng's original plan back then, the crowd still erupted in excitement. Truly the wisdom of a centenarian to devise such a strategy. The Eagle tribe only has superior weapons. Without them, we'd crush them. I can already picture how utterly devastating their defeat will be. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Officer Tan couldn't help but shake his head. Don't forget how many people sacrificed their lives back then. I suspect that's how Grandpa Pan lost his life. The room fell silent at his words. The live stream, however, was already buzzing. A barrage of comments flooded the screen. "Damn it, Officer Tan, you shouldn't spoil it like this. I was so excited just now, but now I can't hold back my tears. Officer Tan, take it back. You can't say things like that. Calm down, everyone. He just told the truth." Back then, defeating the Eagle clan would have required countless sacrifices. Netizens could already guess the outcome. Everyone was frantically flooding the chat with comments. Pan Chiwen could no longer hold back his tears. After wiping them away, he looked at Qin Guofeng with unwavering resolve. "What happened next, Mr. Qin? I need to know more. Isn't that the very purpose of your livestream?" The horrors of that time deserve to be known by more people. Chapter 193, Hell on Earth. Pan Chiwen clutched Pan Shanhua's portrait tightly. His eyes were already bloodshot and terrifying. Only by letting so many people know how difficult the war was back then. Only then could today's youth grasp how hard-won this prosperity truly is. Seeing the determination etched on every face around him, Qin Guofeng felt a flicker of comfort. All those comrades who sacrificed themselves back then were truly worth it. He gazed at the crowd with boundless emotion. The Eagle tribe's bombers were highly advanced back then. They'd bomb anywhere at the slightest provocation. Back then, so many soldiers really died. His thoughts slowly drifted back to those days. Originally, Qin Guofeng had planned to dig tunnels leading to the Eagle clan's base. But before the plan could be executed, the Eagle tribe launched their frenzied bombing campaign. The sky was filled with the deafening roar of explosions. Qin Guofeng instantly felt as if facing a major enemy. "Quick, everyone take cover." Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, the Eagle clan's bombers unleashed a frenzied barrage. Wherever they struck, limbs lay scattered. Qin Guofeng was utterly helpless. He could only watch helplessly as his comrades were bombed to pieces. Finally, the bombers flew away with grace. The surrounding area had been transformed into a living hell. The air itself carried the scent of blood. Even the earth itself had turned crimson. All of this made it painfully clear to Qin Guofeng. They were no match for the Eagle clan. "Commander, I think I'm done for." Some warriors had lost their lower halves. Yet they still forced themselves to look at Qin Guofeng. "Where are my legs? Why can't I feel anything?" The warrior's eyes were clear, as if he hadn't even noticed anything was wrong. Qin Guofeng's eyes flushed red. He lunged forward and embraced him tightly. He cried out in anguish. "It'll be okay, it'll definitely be okay. Where's the doctor? Hurry up and save him. What are you all doing?" But the doctor shook his head, eyes reddened. "Commander Qin, it's no use. How could he possibly survive? The lower half of his body is gone. The soldier was still alive only because of sheer willpower. The doctor could do nothing more. They can only begin treating the other soldiers with less severe injuries. Qin Guofeng clutched his comrade's body in anguish. Words of comfort failed him. Instead, the soldier spoke first to comfort Qin Guofeng. I probably won't make it. It's okay. Dying for my country is my duty. But Commander, I want to go home. After uttering those final words, the soldier drew his last breath. He never even knew his lower half had been blown apart. Qin Guofeng could only watch helplessly. When he looked up, everything around him was bathed in a crimson glow. A group of soldiers had been obliterated by the Eagle Clan's bombers, leaving no trace of their bodies. All that remained were piles of mangled flesh. Grief, rage, every emotion erupted in that instant. They had clearly driven the foreign tribes out. Why were there still casualties? As a warrior of the Dragon Nation, Qin Guofeng felt as though he stood before a living hell. He stood immersed in this scene, speechless for a long time. Until Su Yun stepped forward and interrupted his reverie. Grandfather Qin, are you all right? The moment Qin Guofeng lifted his head, the murderous intent in his eyes was starkly visible. Su Yun shuddered in fright. Having grown accustomed to Qin Guofeng's kind and benevolent demeanor, suddenly witnessing Qin Guofeng's face twisted with murderous intent, Su Yun didn't know how to react. Officer Tan stepped forward and grabbed Qin Guofeng. Mr. Qin, it's all right now. There is no war now, no death. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng slowly withdrew the bloodlust from his eyes. He gazed around in a daze. All around him lay picturesque mountains and clear waters. Everywhere was filled with prosperity and peace. Where could the bloody scenes be found now? Qin Guofeng let out a bitter laugh. I got too carried away. The Eagle Clan's bombers were truly formidable back then. We were bombed so relentlessly we couldn't even fight back. So many warriors perished. Recalling the casualties from that year, Qin Guofeng felt a pang of heartache. As their leader, he had allowed so many casualties to occur. The mere thought of it was agonizing. Qin Guofeng's earlier look, filled with murderous intent, had the viewers in the livestream room buzzing with excitement. Did you see that? Grandpa Qin's eyes were terrifying just now. He's fought against foreign tribes and the Eagle Clan, emerging victorious every time. Saying someone like that has no killing intent is a lie, though he did look a bit terrifying just now. Sigh, how many lives were lost in that ancient battle against the Eagles? A single alien bomber could crush us. All the netizens felt heartbroken. So many years have passed. Qin Guofeng's eyes still filled with sorrow when he spoke of that war. He couldn't even conceal the killing intent radiating from him. The entire internet was filled with sighs of lamentation. Those around him didn't want to miss any details. What happened next? Grandpa Qin, how did we win in the end? Did your stealthy approach even matter? This was a team effort. If anyone got exposed, we'd all be dead. Grandpa Bai is truly tragic. After all he's been through, how much sorrow must weigh on his memories? The group's eyes filled with sorrow. These painful memories were indeed experienced firsthand by Qin Guofeng. Everyone present felt profoundly heartbroken. Qin Guofeng suppressed the sorrow on his face. He wiped away his cloudy tears. Later, we decided to go underground using tunnel warfare tactics. Only this way could we silently approach the Eagle tribe and utterly destroy the bombers they pride themselves on. Once we were close enough, their advanced weapons would be useless. The events of that year gradually came into focus. Originally, Pan Shantager's plan was to sneak in under cover of night. But the risks were too great. It demanded immense willpower from the soldiers. After suffering casualties, Qin Guofeng finally changed his mind. He opted for a tunnel warfare approach to approach the Eagle tribe. Pan Shanhu perked up the moment he heard Qin Guofeng's plan. Tunnel warfare? I heard that during the anti-alien war, our dragon army excelled at tunnel warfare. Commander Qin, may I participate this time? I may not have experience digging tunnels, but I can learn. At the mere mention of employing tunnel warfare tactics, Pan Shanhu's eyes lit up with anticipation. Back then, we defeated the enemy countless times using tunnel warfare tactics. Qin Guofeng had initially hesitated, given Pan Shanhu's lack of expertise in this area. But he couldn't resist Pan Shanhu's persistence and finally agreed. At this point, tears welled up in Qin Guofeng's eyes. So many years have passed. I've been wondering if that choice back then was a mistake. If only Tiger hadn't been made to dig in the tunnel war. Would he still be alive today? The words hung heavy in the air, drawing gasps from those around him. Su Yundo could barely contain his agitation. So this Grandpa Pan died because of the tunnel warfare? Chapter 194, Envisioning the Future. Qin Guofeng gazed into the distance. His eyes were filled with sorrow. That's right. The Eagle Clan's weapons were far more advanced back then. Our chances of winning were slim. That's why I chose to infiltrate using tunnel warfare tactics. In close combat, the initiative would be ours. This was the strategy Qin Guofeng devised based on Pan Shanhu's infiltration plan. Nothing was more suitable than tunnel warfare. To defeat the Eagle clan, close combat was the only option. Thus, Qin Guofeng began making preparations with all haste. This was their only chance to win. Pan Shiwen looked utterly perplexed. I've heard of tunnel warfare too back when we faced foreign tribes. The dragon army employed this very tactic. But how exactly did my second uncle die? Shouldn't tunnel warfare have been highly advantageous? Why did so many still die in the end? What exactly happened? Everyone around grew tense. I suddenly have a bad feeling. This ancestor of the Pan family must have met a truly gruesome end. Tunnel warfare, bombers, all these factors combined? My goodness. Better get your tissues ready, there won't be enough tears to go around. All eyes turned to Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng's eyes were filled with sorrow. After glancing at Pan Shanhu's portrait, he sank into deep recollection. It was after the Eagle clan's bombing raid. Many Dragon Army soldiers had perished. Some had vanished without a trace. Fragments of Dragon Army soldiers' bodies littered the ground everywhere. Qin Guofeng saw the crimson carnage all around him. And an endless killing intent rose in his eyes. Organize everyone to prepare for tunnel warfare. This time, we must wipe out every last member of the Eagle clan. As he spoke these words, Qin Guofeng's molars nearly ground to dust. Ever since the alien tribes were driven out of the Dragon Nation, he hadn't felt this urge to kill in a very long time. Peace had finally come. Everyone could have lived in peace. Yet the Eagle clan insisted on provoking war. Relying on their advanced weapons, they bombed the Dragon army indiscriminately. In just a few short days, the Dragon army has already suffered heavy casualties. The entire world watched this war unfold, convinced the Dragon Nation was doomed to lose. Therefore, Qin Guofeng summoned every ounce of his resolve. This couldn't be allowed to end like this. He immediately summoned all his subordinates to prepare for a counterattack. First step, have all Dragon army forces go into hiding. Break into smaller units and use the mountain terrain to hide in the forests. If you encounter the Eagle clan, don't engage them head-on, start digging tunnels. Qin Guofeng's eyes darkened with grim determination. It had been far too long since he'd felt this bloodlust. The Eagle clan deserved a brutal beating. This time, there would be no mercy. Preparations for the tunnel warfare commenced swiftly. The Dragon army dispersed throughout the mountains and forests as Qin Guofeng had ordered. But they dug tunnels in secret. Once they reached the Eagle clan's territory, they would have no chance to fight back. Pan Shanhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. His boyish face radiated admiration as he looked at Qin Guofeng. Commander, you're incredible. At this rate, the Eagle tribe will soon be surrounded by us. Escape will be impossible for them. Pan Shanhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qin Guofeng's plan was truly unbeatable. By the time the Eagle clan realized something was wrong, it would be far too late. Everyone grew excited. We'll have our revenge soon. The Eagle clan is finished this time. What good are advanced weapons? They'll still die when they face our commander. The map is already drawn. This time, we're certain to win. Commander Qin is a legendary figure in the resistance. Defeating the Eagle clan is child's play for him. At that moment, all the warriors were immersed in joy. Years of constant warfare had left them utterly exhausted. They longed to end the war soon and return home to reunite with their families. Qin Guofeng gave them hope. The war soon came to an end. The atmosphere grew positive and the tunnel excavation proceeded in an orderly fashion. Progress was swift and victory seemed within reach. Qin Guofeng, shedding his previous gloom, mingled freely with the soldiers. To prevent the tunnels from being bombed by the Eagle tribe, Qin Guofeng had therefore dug several tunnels in succession. With the tunnels nearly complete, Qin Guofeng devised a detailed battle plan. As the tunnels neared completion, he allowed all the warriors a brief respite. Pan Shanhu had also become thoroughly acquainted with Qin Guofeng. Commander, have you ever been to the Western Province? That's where my hometown is. The scenery there is beautiful. After the war ends, we can visit my hometown together. Pan Shanhu felt that the day of his return home was drawing near. He hadn't been home for a very long time since joining the army. Qin Guofeng thought of his fallen comrades. A flicker of sadness crossed his eyes. Once the war ends, I'll have so much to do. Several of my comrades died in the war against the aliens. I promised them I'd bring them home. How many comrades had fallen in this battle against the alien threat? Qin Guofeng felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Once the nation was stabilized, he would personally escort every single one of his comrades back home. Hearing this, Pan Shanhu perked up. Commander, can we join you then? It would be a great honor to escort the heroes of the anti-alien war home. Those were all soldiers who had earned their stripes. When the alien race invaded the Dragon Nation, he was still young. He couldn't enlist, and by the time he grew up, the invaders had been driven out completely. Fortunately, there was still this battle against the Eagles. Pan Shanhu's eyes brimmed with hope for the future. For the first half of his life, he worked as a laborer for a landowner. It was only after joining the army that he truly began to live his own life. He learned to read and write and made many comrades in arms. It was only after his rebirth that Pan Shanhu realized all lives are equal. He and Qin Guofeng found themselves in lively conversation. Finally, Qin Guofeng smiled and agreed. Sure. After the war ends, you can come with me to send our comrades home. We can visit your hometown while we're at it. I've been to West Province before. The scenery there is truly beautiful. Pan Shanhu's eyes sparkled with amusement. Then it's settled. My older brother and nephew will definitely welcome you then. Speaking of my nephew, he must be close to 10 now. At this point, all traces of melancholy vanished from Pan Shanhu's eyes. Instead, his face was filled with hope. He felt life might hold unexpected brilliance. He might even be able to retire honorably someday. Sir, you have no idea how mischievous my nephew is. By the time I get back, he'll be a strapping young man. You'll have to come with me to West Province to see him then. Pan Shanhu's lips curved into a warm smile. By then, there won't be any war in Longguo. People will live in peace and prosperity. Dragon Nation will be the greatest land of bliss. That evening, the two shared their hopes for the future. They hoped the Dragon Nation would become the most powerful entity. No other nation would dare to provoke war at will. Chapter 195, Let's go all out against them. The crowd present heard Qin Guofeng's vision for the future from years past. Were all deeply moved. After a moment of silence, someone finally couldn't hold back. So inspiring. Look at Dragon Nation today, it's just as Grandpa Qin and his comrades envisioned back then. So the prosperity we enjoy today was all foreseen by our forebears back then. It's truly because of their sacrifices that we have what we have today. So exciting. Too bad Grandpa Pan still ended up. He clearly had a chance to survive and witness the splendid Dragon Nation of today. Yet the Eagle clan took that away from him. Sighs of regret filled the air. The thought of Pan Shanhu's inevitable tragic death. Some people couldn't hold back their tears. Su Yun's eyes were red as he looked at the others. If Grandfather Pan hadn't died back then, perhaps he could have accompanied Grandfather Qin today to send our comrades home. But alas, he passed away. Grandpa Qin, what exactly happened afterward? After a few seconds of hesitation, Su Yun couldn't help but ask. He no longer worried about reopening Qin Guofeng's wounds. After all this time, Qin Guofeng surely didn't care about his wounds being reopened. What mattered to him was whether today's youth still remembered the horrors of that time. So many soldiers had sacrificed their lives for the peace we enjoy today. Someone must remember this. Qin Guofeng no longer felt such profound sorrow. Yet tears still fell uncontrollably. That's right. My very existence is to ensure all young people remember how brutal that war was. Our soldiers had every chance to return home. Yet so many perished beneath the Eagle clan's bombers. The Eagle clan was so powerful back then, yet they insisted on bullying our Dragon Nation, which had just endured an invasion by foreign tribes. That was their crime. No one has the right to say we should forget. These words pierced the hearts of everyone present. Even the viewers in the livestream chat erupted with anger and indignation. This is a disgrace because we were too weak back then, we were bullied. That's why we must remember we absolutely cannot forget this pain. Everyone, brace yourselves and listen carefully. Grandpa Qin will tell us how many people sacrificed themselves back then. I can't even bear to listen anymore, it feels like my heart's been sliced into 1,000 pieces. Millions of viewers waited for Qin Guofeng's account. Even Pan Shiwen's eyes brimmed with apprehension. He desperately wants to know how his second uncle died. Yet he fears he might not be able to bear the pain. Just how tragic must the sacrifice have been to make Qin Guofeng so grief-stricken? At this moment, he could do nothing but cling tightly to Pan Shanhu's portrait. He looked at Qin Guofeng with hopeful eyes. Qin Guofeng, however, dared not even meet his gaze. He could only turn his gaze to a spot not far away. His eyes were filled with world-weariness and bitter sorrow. Then he slowly began to sink into recollection. The tunnel warfare campaign had initially progressed very successfully. Qin Guofeng had arranged 3 tunnel networks to encircle the Eagle clan. The primary reason for this was that the Eagle clan's bombers often carried out indiscriminate bombing raids. Whenever they spotted any suspicious activity in an area, they would unleash relentless bombardment. Therefore, extreme caution was required during tunnel excavation. Qin Guofeng even prepared 3 tunnels. There was no reason all 3 tunnels would be discovered. Upon hearing this, Pan Shanhu immediately stepped forward. Commander, all 3 tunnels are nearly complete. I can personally lead a team to infiltrate through one of them. I know the terrain of the nearby mountains and forests like the back of my hand. This mission will definitely succeed. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng's eyes lit up with a smile. Excellent. You'll take the flanking route then. We'll assemble near the Eagle tribe's camp and take them all down in one fell swoop. After detailed planning, the 3 teams set off toward the Eagle tribe's camp. Barring any surprises, by dawn, the Dragon Nation's flag would be raised over the Eagle tribe's camp. Qin Guofeng sighed heavily as he spoke these words. How could there be no surprises? I made 3 contingency plans precisely to avoid detection by the Eagle tribe. But what I feared most has come to pass. As Qin Guofeng spoke these words, his voice was filled with sorrow. Success seemed within reach. Yet the unexpected still unfolded right before his eyes. Qin Guofeng could do nothing but watch helplessly. Seeing Qin Guofeng in such anguish, viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but flood the screen with comments. What happened next? How was he discovered? Aren't there 3 tunnels? That's like having 3 safety nets. Holy crap, did Grandpa Pan end up getting spotted by the Eagle Clan's bombers? Back then, the Eagle Clan's pride and joy was their bombers. I already know what happened. Grandpa Pan must have ended up. Shut up upstairs, gotta type this out. Sturgeon, kick him out. A group of netizens refused to accept reality. Tunnel warfare, and now bombers. Anyone could guess how it would end. Poor Pan Shanhu must have suffered terribly in his death. Suyun's eyes filled with tears as she looked at Qin Guofeng with sorrow. Yet in the end, she said nothing. All eyes turned to Qin Guofeng. After composing himself, Qin Guofeng continued his recollection. How brutal that night had been. The tunnel warfare was drawing to a close. Soon they would reach the Eagle tribe's camp. Once they reached the Eagle tribe's camp, victory would be within their grasp. They had reached the final stretch of the tunnel. Qin Guofeng suddenly heard that familiar rumbling sound again. Looking up, they saw the Eagle tribe's bombers. This news electrified all the soldiers. Commander, why are the Eagle tribe's bombers back? What are they doing, flying around like this in the middle of the night? Oh no, why are those bombers veering off to the side? Amidst the murmurs of several soldiers, the bomber headed straight for the position where Pan Shanhu was hiding. Qin Guofeng's expression abruptly darkened. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. His eyes fixed intently on Pan Shanhu's discovery. Though only dozens of meters apart, Qin Guofeng sensed something major was about to happen. Sure enough, the bomber hovered above Pan Shanhu's position for a long time. Commander, what should we do now? His men gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed nervously on Pan Shanhu's direction. Could it be that Tiger has been exposed? But why haven't the Eagle clan made a move after all this time? Should we go in now and fight them head-on? The tunnel was nearly complete. Then this unexpected incident occurred. This left all the warriors on edge. Qin Guofeng stared intently toward Pan Shanhu's hiding spot. Deep down, he hoped the Eagle clan's bombers would leave quickly. But his wish went unfulfilled. The next instant, the bombers unleashed a furious barrage of bombs toward Pan Shanhu's position. Chapter 196, Burning in Flames. It was clearly a night shrouded in dark clouds. Yet the blazing fire from the bombing shot skyward, illuminating the entire surroundings. Qin Guofeng saw clearly that the bombs were exploding near Pan Shanhu. The surrounding area was covered in dry grass. The flames spread rapidly. The bombers did not depart, continuing to circle overhead. They're searching for anyone hiding below. Qin Guofeng's face turned ashen. The moment Tiger lets out a scream, we'll all be exposed. Prepare for battle. This time we fight the Eagle clan to the death. The flames scorched his body. This was agony not everyone could endure. Qin Guofeng was ready to engage the Eagle clan in battle. Otherwise, death would be the only alternative. The warriors around him also began preparing for battle. Yet the expected screams of agony never came. This left Qin Guofeng and his men staring in disbelief. After exchanging glances, fear finally gripped them. Qin Guofeng realized something. He frantically looked toward Pan Shanhu's direction. 10 meters away. Pan Shanhu, concealed in the grass, was now engulfed in raging flames. Yet he did not move. Not even a sound escaped his lips. The scene was so shocking that Qin Guofeng felt as if a stone had clogged his heart. Commander, why isn't Tiger reacting? Why isn't he moving? That's a raging fire. It's already burning his body. His men were all prepared to fight the Eagle clan to the death. Because the moment Pan Shan Tiger moved, the Eagle clan would surely detect him. But unexpectedly, he remained completely still. He just lay there, stiff as a board. The scene was utterly shocking, filling the surrounding ambushers with profound sorrow. Had Pan Shanhu uttered a single cry of agony, they would have thrown themselves into battle against the Eagle clan without hesitation. Yet there was not a single sound. He seemed utterly unconscious. This left the surrounding ambush troops utterly at a loss for how to respond. Until the air filled with the scent of burning flesh. Only then did someone finally lose their composure and rush to rescue the trapped men. But Qin Guofeng cut him off with a sharp command. Stay put. No one moves from their positions. Qin Guofeng practically snarled the words. His eyes were bloodshot and terrifying. No one felt more furious than he did at that moment. His comrades were being consumed by flames. As their leader, he could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly. He didn't call for help because he didn't want to expose himself. Qin Guofeng gritted his teeth, his voice strained with pain. The moment he screams, we'll all be exposed. A single Eagle clan bombing run would have killed us all. All our previous efforts would have been for nothing. It was precisely because he understood the gravity of the consequences. Pan Shanhu lay motionless on the ground, allowing the flames to consume his body. Qin Guofeng and his comrades could only watch from afar. They could do nothing. Finally, someone let out a pained sob. Yet they could not cry aloud, only shed silent tears. Qin Guofeng was also in agony. He watched helplessly as Pan Shanhu was engulfed in flames. Within the flames, Pan Shanhu stood as immovable as a mountain. At that moment, Qin Guofeng felt he could barely bear it. He had witnessed the brutality of foreign tribes. He had witnessed countless comrades making the ultimate sacrifice. Yet none had shaken him as profoundly as this scene. As his leader, he could only watch helplessly as the flames consumed Pan Shanhu's body, until the air filled with the acrid smell of burning flesh. At first, Qin Guofeng was overcome with grief. But as the flames grew ever brighter, Qin Guofeng gradually grew calm. His eyes held not a trace of emotion. Only tear stains remained on his face. Qin Guofeng watched it all with numb indifference. His heart had long been shattered beyond repair. That fire back then burned for a full half-hour. The Eagle clan never left. They circled overhead, wanting to see if anyone was down below. That's how Huzi was burned alive. By the end of his story, Qin Guofeng could no longer hold back his tears. Yet his face remained expressionless. It was truly unbearable. He had endured so much. He no longer knew what expression to use to convey his current agony. After a long moment, Qin Guofeng finally looked at Pan Shuwen. He dared not meet the other man's eyes. Your second uncle was a hero. If he hadn't sacrificed himself to shield his comrades from the Eagle clan's detection back then, he couldn't have endured such immense pain without breaking down. As his leader, I failed to protect him. With that, he bowed deeply before the agonized Pan Shuwen. Qin Guofeng's towering figure seemed suddenly diminished in that moment. Facing the families of his fallen comrades, he was always the one filled with the deepest guilt. Pan Shuwen had long since been weeping bitterly, clutching the portrait of the deceased. Was Uncle Heir burned alive by the fire? Woo-woo. Why? Why did he have to die so horribly? Consumed by flames, my second uncle. Finally, he understood how Pan Shanhu had died. Pan Shuwen wept like a child. All these years, he had waited for his second uncle to return. Though he had long suspected he would only be met by a cold portrait, he never imagined the circumstances of his passing would be so tragic. The wrinkled Pan Shuwen could hold back no longer. He clutched the portrait and wept uncontrollably. Suddenly, he recalled his childhood when his second uncle had left home. Little one, be a good boy and listen to your elders at home. I'll be back in a few years. The war is over now. Once I repay the dragon army's kindness, I'll be back soon. The young Pan Shanhu's face was filled with hope for the future. He believed joining the dragon army was the only way out. It was the dragon army that saved the impoverished masses. They ensured everyone had food to eat, no longer subjected to oppression by the wealthy. Pan Shanhu believed that only by joining the dragon army and serving the nation could he truly repay his debt. So when he left, he even joked with Pan Shuwen. You can't go crying your eyes out anymore. Your dad's legs aren't good. The family's counting on you now. I heard soldiers get subsidies. I'll send every penny back home. But young Pan Shuwen wore a look of deep unhappiness. Second uncle, why do you have to join the dragon army? Aren't the invaders almost all driven out already? I heard that from now on, life will be good, and there will never be war again. Pan Shuwen couldn't understand. Why would anyone join the army if there was no war? Wouldn't it be better to live with their families? Pan Shanhu thought for a moment before smiling at his nephew. To defend our homeland, it's about protecting our country. True, there are no foreign enemies to fight now. But I recently learned a new term. What was it called? Pan Shanhu racked his brain for a moment before speaking again. Ah, I remember now, it's called prevention is better than cure. That's the very purpose of the dragon army's existence. Chapter 197, Gradually Forgotten. The young Pan Shuwen didn't understand the meaning behind those words. He only looked at Pan Shanhu with eyes full of reluctance. But Uncle Heir, what if I miss you? I don't want you to join the army. Leaving home meant separation. Pan Shuwen didn't want a part at all. Pan Shanhu's eyes sparkled with warmth. Just wait for me at home. I'll definitely come back. By then, I'll be a mighty soldier of the dragon army. The mighty dragon army. The thought alone made Pan Shuwen burst into tears. He had promised he would return. But after waiting all these years, all that remained was a cold portrait. Pan Shuwen could no longer hold back and began to weep bitterly. Why? There were no more foreign tribes left, so why did he still have to sacrifice himself? Mr. Qin, tell me why my second uncle had to die. He promised he'd come back, why didn't he keep his word? In the end, he was consumed by such a horrific fire. Pan Shuwen's psyche completely shattered. He began wailing uncontrollably, his grief deeply affecting everyone around him. Some had been weeping so hard their eyes were swollen shut. There could have been no war at all. Yet they perished on the battlefield because of the Eagle clan's war. Qin Guofeng's eyes were heavy with sorrow. It's all my fault. As their leader, I let my warriors die so horribly. I apologize. Qin Guofeng's eyes brimmed with remorse. He recalled the heartbreaking moment when Huzi died. Such a massive fire, yet not a single sound escaped him. Not even a flicker of movement. Qin Guofeng's heart felt as though it had been brutally crushed. Later, Huzi's clothes were burned to ashes. His body turned into blackened ashes too. At this point, Qin Guofeng's eyes filled with sorrow. This is all my fault. Tears once again streamed down his face uncontrollably. Officer Tan finally couldn't hold back. Mr. Qin, this isn't your fault. It's the Eagle clan's fault. They're the ones who insisted on starting this war. You mustn't blame yourself like this. He was clearly a hero. Yet now he was so broken. It pained Officer Tan to witness it. The Eagle clan, who initiated the war back then, were the true culprits. The alien race has been driven away. The Dragon Nation could finally recover and rebuild. Yet they insist on starting another war. Had it not been for Qin Guofeng's decisive intervention, who knows what horrors that war might have unleashed. Viewers in the livestream chat were already weeping uncontrollably. Who could have imagined that some warriors were burned alive? It took a long while before shocked comments began flooding the chat. Burned alive, though I had long suspected it, Grandpa Pan truly was magnificent. In that situation, if Grandpa Pan had made a sound, the Eagle tribe would have definitely detected him. That would have ruined everything they'd worked for, so he chose to end his own life. What kind of agony must he have endured? What kind of willpower does a person need to possess? It's just too painful. Why did the Eagle clan insist on starting that war back then? The entire network is heartbroken. They were burned alive in the flames. What kind of resolve does it take to do something like that? How did Pan Shan Tiger possess such willpower back then? Su Yun found it utterly unbelievable. He saw the numb sorrow on Qin Guofeng's face. Yet he didn't know how to offer comfort. In the end, he simply stood silently beside Qin Guofeng, offering his presence. Those present had long since been rendered speechless by their anguish. The pain was truly unbearable. It took Pan Shiwen quite some time to compose himself. He spoke solemnly before Qin Guofeng. Mr. Qin, this matter concerning Qishan is not your fault. You truly need not grieve. I know it was all the fault of the Eagle clan. If they hadn't insisted on provoking war, so many lives wouldn't have been lost. Pan Shiwen gazed at the portrait in his arms. A flicker of sorrow passed through his eyes. My second uncle must have been happy to sacrifice himself for the country. If it weren't for the Dragon Army saving him back then, he wouldn't have known how much suffering lay ahead. It was precisely because he remembered Long Jun's kindness. Pan Shanhu must have felt honored to die in service. Pan Shiwen finally let out a relieved smile. The villagers gathered at the scene were already deeply moved. It is truly an honor for our Lùjiā village to have such ancestors. So many soldiers from Long Jun sacrificed themselves for the success of that campaign back then. So many years have passed and few still remember that battle. That's right. If it weren't for our centenarian grandfather, who would even remember? For a moment, everyone was overcome with emotion. Were it not for Qin Guofeng's historical lessons? How many of today's youth would recall the horrors of that era? After a long silence, Su Yun finally stepped forward. You're absolutely right, Grandpa Qin. You should share more. We must ensure everyone remembers that battle. That is the very purpose of history. We absolutely cannot let it end like this. Someone must remember it firmly. Hearing this, Qin Guofeng finally rallied. The numb sadness on his face gradually faded. Exactly. This is the purpose of my livestream. You should know every detail of that war. The Eagle tribe relied on their advanced bombers. So they spared no ammunition. The inferno raged for over half an hour before it finally subsided. Qin Guofeng gazed around with sorrow as he continued his account. Pan Shanhu was already engulfed by the flames. Truthfully, if the Eagle clan had departed afterward, there would still have been a chance to rescue them. But the Eagle tribe's fighter jet just circled overhead, refusing to leave. Qin Guofeng could only watch from afar as Pan Shanhu was gradually consumed by the flames. He could do nothing to help. The Eagle tribe members aboard the bomber even contemplated dropping bombs elsewhere. See that? This place is full of depressions, could be hiding Dragon Army troops. The Eagle clan pilot flying the plane glanced around with contempt. He held the Dragon Army in utter contempt. The disparity between the two sides was simply too vast. They were certain victory was theirs in this war. Forget it. There's definitely no Dragon Army here. No need to waste ammunition. One Eagle clan member sneered as he surveyed the area. After the previous rounds of bombardment, the Dragon Army has clearly been decimated. Who knows where they're hiding now? This is too close to our camp, they wouldn't dare hide here. Several Eagle clan members burst into laughter at this point. Their words dripped with contempt for the Dragon Army. The altitude wasn't particularly high. Qin Guofeng could even clearly see them chatting and laughing on the bomber. Rage nearly consumed his reason. But now was not the time to erupt. Qin Guofeng could only grit his teeth in fury, watching helplessly as the Eagle Clan's bombers circled overhead. His warriors could no longer contain themselves. "Commander, why aren't those Eagle Tribe people leaving yet? What the hell are they trying to do? If this keeps up, Tiger won't make it." Chapter 198, Crushing. If not for the orders binding them in place, they might have already lost control and rushed to save him. Only Qin Guofeng remained grim-faced, his gaze fixed on the distant flames. As the flames grew larger and larger, Qin Guofeng felt as though he could see Huzi's body trembling within the flames. What agony he must be enduring. Witnessing this scene, tears slowly welled up in Qin Guofeng's eyes. The bombers overhead seemed to tire of their game. Finally, they prepared to depart. "What a bore!" a member of the Eagle Clan muttered disdainfully. "Aren't the dragon army supposed to be formidable? How come it's almost over before we even engaged? I reckon we could have won and gone home in another week." With that, the Eagle Clan piloted their aircraft away with an air of arrogance. The group of warriors lurking nearby had long since grown restless. Yet none made a move. All eyes were fixed on Qin Guofeng, awaiting his command. Only after confirming the Eagle Clan had retreated far enough did Qin Guofeng rush forward. Yet at this moment, he dared not look. For the surrounding flames made it painfully clear. Huzi had been reduced to nothing but a pile of ashes. The black ashes made Qin Guofeng feel as though his heart had been violently torn apart. Just moments ago, he had been a vibrant, living being. Now reduced to black ashes. Scattered fragments of clothing remained nearby. Proof that this had once been a human being. None of the soldiers dared to approach. All stood frozen in place, tears welling in their eyes. "Commander, what should we do now? Are we just going to stand by and watch?" Huzi was burned alive. At these words, someone finally couldn't hold back and began to weep. Yet they dared not weep too loudly. The Eagle Clan's camp wasn't far from here. None dared expose themselves. Qin Guofeng's eyes turned bloodshot, a long-forgotten glint of murderous intent flashing within. "What's the status of the tunnel? How much longer until it's dug through?" His voice seemed to carry a torrent of rage. His men all sensed the killing intent radiating from him. "Half an hour to go. Commander, aren't we going to avenge Tiger?" The group seethed with righteous indignation, their eyes blazing with fury. They had watched their comrade die right before their eyes. They could do nothing but watch helplessly. The air thickened with the acrid smell of burning flesh. A sense of desolation hung heavy in the air. Half an hour later, the dragon army launched their assault on the Eagle Clan's camp under cover of night. Before the assault began, Qin Guofeng had his men silently sabotage all the Eagle Tribe's weapons. Bombers were obviously useless anyway. Every weapon had been deliberately sabotaged. As Qin Guofeng spoke these words, his eyes filled with sorrow. Back then, our dragon army was clearly superior to the Eagle Tribe in strength. Yet we still lost many warriors to the Eagle Clan. It's utterly ridiculous. Without their advanced weapons, the Eagle Tribe was no match for us. That war could be described as a crushing defeat. Qin Guofeng led his warriors to retake the Eagle Tribe's camp in less than an hour. At that moment, the Eagle Tribe still refused to believe their fate. "Dragon Nation, you can't do this." Seeing their camp fall so swiftly, were all terrified out of their wits. How could this be possible? They had so many weapons. Yet they had still been defeated by the Dragon Nation. Their advanced weapons had been utterly destroyed. Now they could only submit to slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. Seeing Qin Guofeng and his men looking like fierce demons, the Eagle Tribe could only invoke the might of their powerful nation to exert pressure. "You're not going to kill us, are you? I advise you not to. We are the Eagle Clan. If we all perish, our nation will not let you off the hook." Even now, the Eagle Clan still carried themselves with an air of superiority. Their eyes brimmed with contempt. In their eyes, the Dragon Nation was the most backward of all. Not worth a second thought. Qin Guofeng suddenly snapped out of his reverie. He gazed around in awe. Back then, the Eagle Tribe was the mightiest force. Even the Eagle Tribe captives we took dared to threaten us. They were truly arrogant. Recalling those events still left Qin Guofeng feeling deeply aggrieved. Clearly, it was the Dragon Army who had won the war. Yet these Eagle Clan warriors showed no sign of conceding defeat. Instead, they maintained an air of superiority. This infuriated the viewers watching the livestream. Were the Eagle Clan really this arrogant back then? Didn't they lose? How dare they act so brazenly? This is outrageous. Grandpa Qin, how did you deal with them later? You didn't really let them all go, did you? That would be such a waste. Back then, Dragon Nation was too weak so anyone could bully us at will. Otherwise, why do you think the Eagle Tribe provoked the war? It's precisely because we endured foreign invasions for far too long. Recalling the Dragon Nation's plight back then, everyone felt a deep ache in their hearts. It was the mightiest nation of all. Yet it was overrun by foreign invaders, plunging its people into years of turmoil and unrest. Later, after finally driving out the invaders, only to face new provocations from other nations. All because the Dragon Kingdom was too weak at the time. Qin Guofeng sighed deeply. In that era, the Eagle clan was the most powerful force. Therefore, regarding how to handle these Eagle clan members, we must adhere to the rules. The leadership's directive to me at the time was to release them. The moment those words left his mouth, the live stream exploded once more. All the viewers were beyond excited. Just let them go? That can't be right. Would the 100-year-old grandfather really? What else could we do? We were so weak back then. What other options did we have? This is outrageous. Weak nations have no diplomacy. That saying rings true. After being bullied like this by the Eagle clan, are we just supposed to let it slide? It's so frustrating. Why should we? They were the ones who started the war. So many warriors died. They could have avoided the battle and reunited with their families. All of this ended because the Eagle clan provoked war. And we can't even freely execute them afterward. Nothing could be more infuriating. Even Officer Tan felt deeply frustrated. We know those years were tough, but I never imagined it could still be this infuriating. Old Master Qin, you wouldn't just give in like this, would you? Officer Tan shot a defiant look at Qin Guofeng. A man of your caliber wouldn't just let this slide. So many soldiers died back then. All killed by the Eagle clan's indiscriminate bombing. Qin Guofeng had seen his share of the world. Officer Tan felt the matter couldn't possibly be resolved so easily. There might be a twist. Sure enough. The next moment, he saw a deep smile spread across Qin Guofeng's face. Qin Guofeng let out a cold laugh. Of course I won't let those Eagle clan members off so easily. Chapter 199, A Way to Counter. Tens of thousands of soldiers had been killed in the Eagle clan's bombardment. And despite their defeat, the Eagle clan still carried themselves with an air of superiority. Qin Guofeng's eyes blazed with fury. Let you go? You Eagle clan people insisted on coming to humiliate us, Dragon Nation. Do you really think the Dragon Nation is easy to bully? Today, you'll learn what retribution truly means. Hearing this, the Eagle clan still looked unconvinced. A mere Dragon Nation? I refuse to believe you have the guts. You'd better release us immediately. A Dragon Nation that had been oppressed by foreign tribes for years. From the very beginning, they had never taken it seriously. The Eagle clan always carried themselves with an air of superiority. They even demanded the Dragon Nation compensate them for damaged advanced weapons. Earlier, Qin Guofeng, in order to strike the Eagle tribe swiftly, Qin Guofeng destroyed all their advanced weapons. These were the Eagle clan's most formidable weapons, all brought to bear against the Dragon Nation. Originally, they had prepared to crush the Dragon Nation underfoot. But the outcome turned completely upside down. The Eagle tribe's reputation was utterly ruined. They could only demand Qin Guofeng compensate for the damaged weapons. Yet when the Eagle clan finally withdrew from the war, they were all crippled. No one knew what had happened. The Eagle tribe initially sought to hold the Dragon Kingdom accountable. They sought to accuse the Dragon Nation of mistreating prisoners of war. Yet in the end, it all came to nothing. The Eagle tribe dared not engage the Dragon Nation in battle again. Even those nations that had previously looked down upon the Dragon Nation changed their perspective. Qin Guofeng gazed around the game with a sigh. Though so many years have passed, the Dragon Nation truly endured immense hardship back then. Even after their defeat, the Eagle clan continued to flaunt their power. They even had the audacity to demand compensation from the Dragon Nation. It was truly laughable. It was precisely because the Dragon Nation was too weak back then that it gave others the chance to bully us. Generations of hard work over the years have finally changed this situation. No one will ever dare to declare war on the Dragon Nation again. After the war against the Eagles, Dragon Nation's prestige soared, and even nations that once looked down on us now began to fear us. All this was achieved through the sacrifices of countless warriors. Upon hearing Qin Guofeng's account, the villagers present were overcome with emotion. So how did those Eagle clan people end up crippled? You fool, of course they were crippled by Grandpa Qin. They killed so many of our warriors. How could we just let this go? They must pay the price. But won't the Eagle clan seek retribution? They were formidable back then. If we really crippled all those Eagle clan warriors, the Eagle clan would certainly go to great lengths. Someone searched online for related information. They discovered that after their defeat, the Eagle clan had the audacity to demand reparations. That's utterly shameless. The livestream chat erupted with curses and insults. I've seen shameless people before, but never this shameless. Are they out of their minds? The defeated side actually dared to demand reparations? I've truly seen it all now. Though apparently they didn't succeed in getting the reparations later. With a figure like the 100-year-old grandfather around, how could we ever let the Eagle clan ride roughshod over us? All eyes instantly turned to Qin Guofeng. Curiosity was written all over their faces. In the end, no compensation was paid. That must have been Qin Guofeng stepping in. If he dared cripple the Eagle clan members, rendering them useless. He must have thought of a way to bear the consequences. Suyin finally shook off his earlier gloom. Grandfather Qin, how did you ultimately deal with the Eagle clan? Why wouldn't they dare bring up compensation again? Daring to demand reparations after their defeat. That truly turned the world upside down. Not just anyone could pull off such a stunt. All eyes turned to Qin Guofeng. They all wanted to know what new feat of brilliance Qin Guofeng had achieved. Qin Guofeng narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with reminiscence. It's actually quite simple. The Eagle clan was once a great nation, but they suffered defeat at the hands of our dragon nation. That must have been a humiliating defeat. So later, I went ahead and made public the details of the Eagle clan's crushing defeat. This left the Eagle clan with no face to demand reparations. They launched a frantic PR campaign. They claimed the dragon nation won by using underhanded tactics. But no matter how they won, the outcome remained the same. Dragon nation triumphed, and the Eagle clan's pride was crushed into the ground. The dragon nation's reputation soared. No one dared to casually provoke the dragon nation anymore. Viewers in the live stream chat erupted in astonished murmurs. I knew Grandpa Qin was too formidable to lose. That was a brilliant move. Ha ha ha, I can just picture how awful the Eagle clan's expressions must have been. They probably lost both face and dignity. They had it coming. Only the Centenarian grandpa could pull this off. What a satisfying victory. After losing so many warriors to the Eagle clan, not seeking revenge would have been unthinkable. The tension at the scene finally eased considerably. The earlier sorrow seemed to have faded. Pan Shiyuan's eyes brimmed with relief. He clutched his second uncle's portrait tightly. Mr. Qin, I should actually be thanking you. When my second uncle made the ultimate sacrifice, he surely felt his death was meaningful. Though his death was so tragic. Pan Shiyuan's tears had long since dried up. Now, he only wished to give his second uncle a proper burial. Qin Guofeng's emotions were complex. He didn't know how to broach the subject. He could only close his mouth with a solemn expression. It was the villagers around him who couldn't hold back any longer. I think we should bring Uncle Pan into the ancestral hall immediately. Exactly. A hero like our ancestor Pan deserves the respect of us all. Hurry up, everyone get ready. The ancestral hall needs to be prepared, and so does the cemetery. Clear space in the village cemetery too. Because a hero was returning home, the entire village mobilized. This was the highest honor imaginable. Even the livestream's viewership hit its peak. The village had a large population. The funeral arrangements were quickly finalized. The spirit tablet was brought out to the ancestral hall. Upon seeing the ancestral hall, Pan Shiyuan could not help but shed tears. His gaze fell upon Pan Shanhu's portrait. It's a pity my second uncle probably didn't even leave behind ashes. He was burned to ashes, so we can only erect a symbolic grave. Pan Shiyuan pondered for a long time. It seemed the family no longer possessed any of Pan Shantu's clothing. At this thought, he finally broke down and began to weep bitterly. Second uncle, I'm truly sorry. We might not even have a symbolic grave for you. All we can do is place your portrait inside. Just as he was overcome with grief and sorrow, Qin Guofeng finally stepped forward. He solemnly took a small, exquisite box from his chest. The box was no bigger than the palm of his hand. Don't be sad. This might serve as a symbolic grave for Huzi. I've treasured what's inside this box for many years. Today, it has finally returned to where it belongs. Chapter 200, Immortal in the Flames. A palm-sized box appeared in Qin Guofeng's hand. It was clearly a handcrafted piece. It instantly drew everyone's attention. Pan Shiyuan was the first to react. He hurried forward to examine Qin Guofeng closely. Mr. Qin, what is this? Could it be my second uncle's ashes? After all these years, I never imagined I could still. By the end of his sentence, tears welled up in Pan Shiyuan's eyes. Qin Guofeng, however, grew even more melancholy. They're not ashes. Tiger's body was completely consumed by the fire back then. How could there possibly be any ashes left? These are the only scraps of clothing left from back then. He opened the box. Inside lay a charred fragment, still quiet and still. It was vaguely recognizable as remnants of clothing after being burned. This was the only fragment Qin Guofeng had ever found at the site where Huzi had been burned. The scene from that day was still vivid in his mind. Qin Guofeng was once again plunged into sorrowful memories. The fire had completely reduced Huzi's body to ashes. The group of soldiers saw nothing but a field of blackened ashes. A faint, acrid smell lingered in the air. Qin Guofeng had long been filled with rage at this sight. Yet he had no outlet for his fury. He could only stand there, overcome with grief. Recalling Huzi's earlier appearance, tears streamed down his face. Commander, once the war ends, let's go see the western province together. My hometown is very beautiful. I have a nephew who's quite the handful. In a daze, Qin Guofeng felt as though he could still hear these voices echoing in his ears. He even thought he saw Huzi standing right before him. But when he looked again, everything had vanished. Qin Guofeng's eyes filled with sorrow. He hated his own helplessness. Why must he stand by helplessly and watch his comrade die like this? Just as his grief overwhelmed him, a black fragment drifted through the wind and landed before him. Qin Guofeng recognized it instantly, a shred of the soldiers' uniforms. Though it had been reduced to a charred, blackened mass, it seemed to comfort him, urging him not to grieve too deeply. This was a piece of Huzi's clothing. Qin Guofeng suddenly understood. It was Huzi bidding him farewell. Or perhaps he wanted Qin Guofeng to send him back. The fire had consumed Huzi's body, reducing it all to ashes. Yet a single scrap of his clothing remained. It was this very scrap that Qin Guofeng had kept all along, waiting for the day he could return it. After all these years, that day had finally arrived. I'm terribly sorry I'm so late. Qin Guofeng carefully placed the box into Pan Shiwen's hands. I should have returned sooner. With that, he bowed humbly in apology. So many years have passed. There should be a resolution by now. Pan Shiwen hadn't fully processed it yet. His eyes were fixed on the shard. Tears finally overflowed, and he suddenly began to weep uncontrollably. In a daze, Pan Shiwen seemed to hear a familiar voice whispering in his ear. Little one, you've grown up now. I really can't carry you on my shoulders anymore. It was the voice of his second uncle from his memories. Hearing this, Pan Shiwen wept even harder. Qin Guofeng's eyes also welled up with tears. Not knowing how to comfort him, he could only stand quietly in place, watching silently. But the viewers in the livestream were already teary-eyed. I can't take it. How can this be so heartbreaking? A living person reduced to nothing but a shred of clothing. I finally understand how Grandpa Qin must feel. How heartbroken he must be. Watching helplessly as a comrade meets this fate, it's truly heartbreaking. But look at it another way, Grandpa Pan achieved eternal life in the flames. Exactly. His sacrifice was worth it. All these years later, people still remember him. Everyone was deeply moved. Without the sacrifices of such warriors, Dragon Nation would surely have been bullied by the Eagle clan back then. But after that victorious war, the people of Dragon Nation stood tall forevermore. Officer Tan's eyes brimmed with emotion. You're absolutely right. Just look at the prosperity of Dragon Nation today. No one dares bully us Dragon Nation people anymore. Even the mighty Eagle clan was defeated by us back then. Now that we're this powerful, we have no rivals left. It's truly thrilling. The Dragon Nation owes its present glory entirely to the sacrifices of countless predecessors. Pan Shan Tiger was just one among them. How many lives were lost in that battle against the Eagles? Qin Guofeng's eyes brimmed with emotion. See this? This is the best of Dragon Nation. Those who sacrificed so many comrades back then are remembered. His gaze fell upon Pan Shanhu's portrait. His eyes were filled with sorrowful melancholy. Tiger, your sacrifice was meaningful. Without you back then, we wouldn't have succeeded so completely. I know you live on forever in the flames. Every soul in Longguo will remember your sacrifice. Was it an illusion? The sorrowful gaze in Pan Shanhu's portrait seemed to soften considerably. There was even a hint of a smile. Pan Shiwen had long since dried his tears. That's right, we shouldn't grieve any longer. It's a blessing that Uncle Air is back. I must go tell Father. All these years, Father never found peace. After all these years, it was time to tell him. Pan Shiwen soon arrived at the village cemetery with the portrait. There stood the solitary grave of Pan's father, as if waiting for something. Dad, look, Uncle Air is back. Pan Shiwen knelt on the ground and bowed his head in emotion. Rest in peace. Second uncle earned great merit during his time in the military. He was a great man of our Pan family. The cold tombstone offered no reply. The villagers had already begun preparing a grave for Pan Shanhu. They used the unburned remnants of his clothing as a symbolic burial garment. Qin Guofeng personally placed the fragments inside the coffin. As the coffin was nailed shut, he finally felt a great weight lift from his heart. All these years, he had carried the burden of fulfilling his comrade's wish to return home. Yet the construction of Longguo had delayed him for so long. Now, at last, it was slowly beginning to come true. At one location, he sent a comrade back. Huzi, see? Everyone will remember you. Qin Guofeng's eyes brimmed with emotion. You sacrificed yourself in the flames back then, but perhaps you've gained immortality in another way. Because history will remember you. This is the most glorious way for you. Soon, the air was filled with heart-wrenching cries. Every villager wept for this hero. Su Yun bowed solemnly. This must be the meaning of sacrifice. To be remembered by so many, perhaps that is another form of immortality. The flames of that year consumed only Pan Shanhu's body. In truth, he had already achieved immortality in that blaze. History will not forget him. His name will be remembered by generations of Longguo's people. The ancestors who sacrificed themselves back then may now watch over the prosperous Dragon Nation in another form. Chapter 201, The Frog in the Well. All the viewers in the livestream were glued to the broadcast. The bullet comments were already scrolling wildly out of control. This is what a hero looks like. Though he sacrificed himself so many years ago, we still remember him. So this is what it means to live on in the flames, truly moving. The hero of that era left behind only a scrap of clothing, yet Grandpa Qin preserved it for so long. So many lives lost, all because of the Eagle clan. If they hadn't provoked the battle, how could so many warriors have perished? The internet was flooded with condemnation of the Eagle clan. The intensity reached unprecedented levels. That war had been so brutal. Yet in the end, the Dragon Nation still prevailed over the mighty Eagle clan. The outcome of this war was recognized internationally. The Eagle tribe's crushing defeat was an indisputable fact. Through Qin Guofeng's narration, the details of that war were once again laid bare before everyone. It even sparked unprecedented online fervor. Even users from overseas began paying attention. The comments were initially harmonious. But Suyun soon sensed something was off. Why does it seem like everyone here is from the Eagle clan? Can our livestream actually be viewed overseas? Seeing the barrage of English questions in the comments, he hurriedly informed Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, why do these Eagle clan members seem unaware that they lost back then? Look at these comments, this is really going too far. At some point, the livestream's comments had been flooded with questions from foreigners. This Dragon Nation guy is spouting nonsense. Didn't our Eagle clan win back then? Exactly. Not denying Dragon Nation is advanced now. But decades ago, when the war broke out, Dragon Nation was just a tiny speck. How could such a tiny country possibly defeat us Eagles? It's utterly ridiculous. Ha! Could it be that after their defeat back then, the Dragon Nation started spouting nonsense? How pathetic. The Eagle clan didn't believe a word Qin Guofeng said. They all mocked Qin Guofeng. In their eyes, the Eagle clan was the mightiest force in existence. The Dragon Nation was seen as backward and ignorant. There was no way they could possibly defeat the mighty Eagle clan. The barrage of comments grew thicker. Su Yundo could only stare in utter disbelief. Your Eagle clan clearly lost back then, how dare you spout such nonsense now? Looks like you've truly lost your minds. The Dragon Nation was weak back then, but we still won in the end. Wake up, people. Stop dreaming. Su Yun thought these Eagle clan members were all talking nonsense. How could they pretend not to see such an obvious outcome? Now he's itching to jump right into the screen and set the record straight. Netizens in Dragon Nation were already losing their cool. Am I hallucinating? Do these Eagle clan people even know what they're saying? Wow, it's been ages since I've seen people so brazenly ignorant. Ha! Is this the time for bragging? Eagle clan, wake up. Stop spouting nonsense. The whole world knows our Dragon Nation won that war. Now you're trying to twist the truth? Are you guys brain dead? Maybe they're here for laughs. Dragon Nation netizens flooded the chat with mocking comments. The atmosphere had been somewhat somber. But the Eagle clan's appearance turned it into pure chaos. All sorts of mocking comments flooded the screen. The way they looked at the Eagle tribe now was like staring at a bunch of idiots. Dragon Nation clearly won back then. How could the Eagle tribe still spout such confident nonsense? Officer Tan quickly sensed something was off. These Eagle tribe people seem incredibly devoted to their beliefs. Old Master Qin, they can't seriously believe they won, can they? Did the Eagle clan do something back then that we don't know about? The Eagle clan members seemed utterly certain. They didn't seem to be lying. Considering some of the Eagle clan's actions, Officer Tan could already piece together what was happening. The villagers at the scene couldn't hold back any longer. They don't have to be this shameless, do they? We definitely won back then, so the Eagle clan better not try to make up nonsense. It was indeed laughable. Qin Guofeng, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. Perhaps they genuinely believe they're not lying. The Eagle clan suffered such a humiliating defeat on the battlefield back then. They lost all face internationally. How could they possibly admit defeat at home? They certainly didn't acknowledge the outcome of the war directly. The Eagle tribe's media might even loudly proclaim that they won the war. After all, they couldn't afford the embarrassment. Qin Guofeng suddenly recalled the aftermath of that war. The international community knew Dragon Nation had won. And that challenging the Dragon Nation again would be highly unlikely. The Dragon Nation's standing had risen considerably. Yet the Eagle clan showed no sign of acknowledgement. They even distorted history, claiming the Eagle tribe had won. Such behavior naturally carries no weight on the international stage. The facts remain undeniable. No amount of effort by the Eagle clan could alter the outcome. Within the Eagle clan, however, the outcome is entirely up to them to write. Back then, the Eagle tribe, for the sake of saving face, allowed their domestic media to freely fabricate the outcome. The news the Eagle tribe sees is what their government wants them to see. Not just back then, even now, the information Eagle tribe members access is filtered by their leadership. It must have been incredibly difficult for you to even enter this live stream room. Otherwise, how would you know the truth from back then? You're kind of pitiful yourselves. This is the result of the times. The Eagle clan's leadership has always believed they can control their citizens at will. All information appearing in the news has been processed. But times have changed. With the advent of the information age, people have access to far too much information. Add to that the convenience of the internet. Hasn't the truth from back then already been exposed? Qin Guofeng looked around with a smile on his face. The secrets the Eagle clan's higher-ups tried to conceal probably can't be hidden anymore. The moment these words were spoken, excitement rippled through the crowd. Even the Chinese netizens in the livestream couldn't resist mocking. Ha ha, I knew it. Looks like the Eagle clan really is pitiful after all. The world they see is entirely crafted by the Eagle clan's leadership. How truly pitiful. If the Eagle clan's top brass can conceal all these truths, who knows how many more hidden realities exist? A perfect example of frogs in a well, right? Eagle tribe netizens, can you see clearly now? Mockery now dominated the atmosphere. Dragon Nation netizens have certainly broadened their horizons. The bullet comments are getting more and more entertaining. It seems like they could cover the entire screen. It's a shame bullet comments can't transmit voice. This completely shattered the defenses of all the Eagle tribe netizens flooding into the livestream. Chapter 202, Iron Will. All the information they'd ever received portrayed Dragon Nation as backward. Some people in Dragon Nation couldn't even get enough to eat. A nation as backward as that could never have defeated the Eagle clan. Upon hearing Qin Guofeng's words, all Eagle tribe netizens couldn't contain themselves. This can't be true. Dragon Nation was nothing but trash back then. We Eagle Nation are the world's best. How could we possibly lose to Dragon Nation? This must be fake news. Exactly. What's Dragon Nation? Our Eagle Nation has never lost. I heard the Eagle clan had the most advanced weapons back then, no way we'd be humiliated. No Eagle clan member believed it. Back then, the Dragon Nation couldn't even hold off a minor foreign tribe. They nearly faced national annihilation at the hands of those tribes. How could such a small nation possibly win? Soon, netizens from Dragon Nation and Eagle tribe started trading barbs. Eagles, stop being frogs in a well. Look up the records from back then and see for yourselves. Exactly. Your high-ranking officials fed you fake news. Otherwise, just look at how advanced Dragon Nation is today. Dragon Nation people, you're all talking nonsense. Do you have any idea how formidable we were back then? Exactly. Even alien races couldn't stand against us. You've been invaded by aliens for so many years, there's no way you could win. It's all in your imagination. This is too much. Because the Eagle tribe was raised believing Dragon Nation was backward. The Dragon Nation could never defeat the mighty Eagle tribe. But who could have imagined today's livestream would be this utterly unbelievable? No Eagle clan member could believe it. Even though the Dragon Nation is advanced now, the Dragon Nation back then could never have defeated the mighty Eagle tribe. Qin Guofeng saw the comments section erupting with heated arguments. He finally stepped forward. He looked into the camera and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Let me tell you why our Dragon Nation defeated you back then. Because our Dragon Nation possessed an iron will. Anyone who possesses such unwavering resolve can turn the impossible into the possible. Back then, it was our Dragon Nation that won. As long as you step outside Eagle tribe territory, we can track you down. The iron will of the Dragon Nation can strike down anyone. By this point, Qin Guofeng's eyes had grown red. How difficult things were for the Dragon Nation back then. If we hadn't driven the Eagle tribe out, they would have become like foreign tribes. That's why Qin Guofeng had to drive the Eagle tribe out back then. He had to make the entire world understand that the Dragon Nation would never again be bullied by anyone. Our Dragon Nation fought with our backs against the river. A single defeat would have meant permanent subjugation by the Eagle tribe. Qin Guofeng looked around with solemn eyes. Every nation in the world was waiting to see us fail. They were all waiting for the Dragon Nation to be invaded by foreign tribes once more. They wanted to come and divide up our Dragon Nation's resources. Impossible. In that war, victory was our only option. History's bitter lessons teach us, lagging behind invites punishment. Every word rang out with force and conviction. They ignited the fervor of every Dragon Nation citizen. Everyone couldn't help but flood the live chat with excited comments. Eagle clan, see this? This is precisely why we had to win back then. Had we lost, the Eagle clan would never have spared us. If the Eagle tribe had won back then, wouldn't your country be hyping it up right now? Exactly. Wake up, everyone. That war was started by the Eagle tribe. If our Dragon Nation had lost even a little, you would have trampled us into the ground. All Dragon Nation citizens have awakened. It was precisely because of Qin Guofeng's livestream. Everyone now clearly sees how crucial the anti-Eagle war was back then. The Dragon Nation has already lost many lives to the turmoil of war. They've endured every kind of oppression from foreign tribes. They've truly had enough of that kind of life. Victory is non-negotiable. The Eagle tribe watching the live broadcast were all stunned. Their gaze toward Qin Guofeng had changed completely. They found it hard to imagine how someone so old could possess such unwavering resolve. They found it even harder to understand why, after so many lives were lost in that war, why, decades later, would he still be remembered? For a moment, they even forgot to send out their comments. It took a long while before an Eagle clan member finally typed out a line of comments. Steal like Will? What does that even mean? Could something like that alone defeat us Eagles? Remember, our Eagle clan had formidable weapons back then we couldn't have lost. I didn't believe it either, but I just checked international news reports. It seems we really did lose the war against the Dragon Nation back then. Oh my god, this can't be true. I think our media might have been deceiving us all along. Think about all those years of reports portraying Dragon Nation as backward and impoverished, yet anyone who's been there knows how advanced it is now. Realizing that the information accessible in their world was heavily filtered. All the Eagle clan netizens were overcome with excitement. They truly refused to believe this could be true. Over the past few decades, the Eagle clan had been the most powerful force on Earth. Back then, the Dragon Nation had fallen to its lowest point. Yet they still ended up losing that war. It took the Eagle clan a long time to accept this reality. Some Eagle clan members couldn't help but fire off a barrage of comments. So what exactly is this steal like Will the Dragon Nation keeps talking about? Is this thing really that powerful? Could it alone have defeated us? Think about it, back then, the Dragon Nation was so backward yet still defeated us. What about now? With all the advanced weapons Dragon Nation has now, we seem completely outmatched. And this old man Qin Guofeng just one livestream of his completely exposed what happened back then. Isn't that a bit terrifying? Once all the Eagle tribe members grasped the reality of the situation, they all became agitated. Yet they dared not post overly provocative comments in Dragon Nation's livestream chat. They could only look at Qin Guofeng with fear. They all sensed the formidable power of this man. In his youth, he had defeated the Eagle clan despite their superior weaponry. Even decades later, his influence remained profound. This made every Eagle tribe member feel a sense of crisis. Officer Tan had long since keenly discerned the Eagle clan's thoughts. He scoffed and spoke up. You Eagle clan members don't harbor any other intentions toward old Master Qin, do you? I advise you against it. It's nothing but a waste of time. Last time, those from other tribes tried to turn our people against us and target our Centenarians. Know what happened to them? Save yourselves the trouble. Don't even entertain such thoughts. To think you'd dare scheme against Qin Guofeng. This is nothing short of a fairy tale. Officer Tan's face was etched with scorn and contempt. Even the other viewers in the livestream couldn't help but join in the mockery. I recall the last time an Eagle Nation agent was sent back on our Dragon Nation special aircraft. Chapter 203, Why did we lose? Stop spreading nonsense. What Eagle tribe agents? Our foreign ministry already clarified they were ordinary Eagle tribe citizens. Exactly. What kind of agents? Do Eagle tribe people have no pride? Haha, we see through it but won't call it out. Eagle tribe netizens, let's just coexist peacefully. But don't harbor any ill intentions, or you might be finished. Today's Dragon Nation isn't the backward country it was decades ago. Anyone who dares bully Dragon Nation citizens again, who knows what the outcome would be. Seeing the flood of comments from Dragon Nation netizens, the Eagle tribe dared not say another word. Their gazes toward Qin Guofeng now brimmed with fear. This old man is truly formidable. He might just be a major threat to the Eagle clan. Some believed the Dragon Nation had won the war back then. But some refused to believe it. A group of haughty Eagle clan members were already growing impatient. Fake. It's all fake. We Eagle clan are the strongest. Don't let yourselves be fooled. What iron will? That's all nonsense. We were so powerful back then, we couldn't have lost to the Dragon Nation. We remain formidable today. The Dragon Nation can't lord over us. For all these years, the Eagle clan has always been the mightiest force. The Eagle clan refuses to believe they could ever fall behind the Dragon Nation. So many remain trapped in the illusion crafted by the Eagle clan's leadership. This left all the Dragon Nation citizens watching the livestream utterly speechless. A war of words has already begun. Ha, how amusing. Aren't they all just sick? Back when we were weak and bullied, that was one thing. After all, the weak get beaten. But look at us now. Dare you cause trouble on our Dragon Nation's turf? Ignore them. They're pretending to be asleep. No amount of shouting will wake them. If they insist on being frogs in a well, let them stay there. You can't put a price on their willingness. No amount of explanation will change this mindset. The Dragon Nation is no longer what it once was. Anyone thinking of bullying the Dragon Nation is simply delusional. The historic war against the Eagle has once again trended on social media. This time, it's not just trending on Dragon Nation's internet. It has also stirred up quite a storm on foreign websites. The situation has far exceeded the Eagle tribe's high command's expectations. Despite possessing the most advanced weaponry at the time, the Eagle tribe still lost the war. This remains the Eagle clan's greatest stain. Therefore, they never admit defeat on their own turf. The true outcome of that war had been concealed for so many years. Yet today, Qin Guofeng had exposed it. This left the entire Eagle clan feeling utterly disgraced. Even the high-ranking officials far away in the Eagle clan have noticed the impact of the live broadcast. Many called to inquire about the details of that war. Was it true that the Eagle clan had lost? Nick was trembling with rage, his face twisted in fury. He unleashed a torrent of rage in the conference room. What are you all staring at? What's so interesting? Clean, find a way to suppress all the news coverage. Now the people back home know the outcome of that war. The Eagle clan's reputation is completely ruined. Nick was on the verge of retirement. But then he ran into that devil Qin Guofeng. Back on the battlefield, he had been defeated by Qin Guofeng. After all these years, Qin Guofeng's influence remains as formidable as ever. After his defeat, he returned home only to face the leader's scolding. Everyone looked down on him. Originally, as time passed, few people remembered the details of that defeat. But one high-profile livestream spread the news of the Eagle clan's defeat across the globe once more. This was no longer confined to Dragon Nation. The repercussions were severe. The high-ranking officials hadn't anticipated such a massive impact. Many of these high-ranking officials hadn't lived through that war. They all looked somewhat incredulous. Mr. Nick, how did we lose back then? Didn't our Eagle clan possess the most advanced and sophisticated weaponry? How could we possibly lose to a minor nation like Dragon Country? Exactly. This is utterly baffling, utterly impossible. This live broadcast has already attracted significant attention. We can't afford to lose face like this. The entire high command felt utterly humiliated. That was clearly a battle we should have won. So why did we lose in the end? The pressure fell squarely on Nick. All eyes were now fixed on him. Nick truly dreaded recalling that war. It was the stain on his entire life. Losing to the Dragon Nation had left him unable to hold his head high for the rest of his life. When he received the order to fight the Dragon Nation, Nick believed victory would come within a month at most. But the final outcome was... Nick's wrinkled face was etched with bitter regret. The entire world believed our Eagle clan was destined to win that battle. The Dragon Nation had only recently been established back then. The damage inflicted upon them by foreign tribes was immense. We Eagles were the mightiest force dealing with a tiny nation barely surviving the flames of war? It should have been a mere formality. But in the end, we still lost. Recalling that defeat, Nick was overcome with anguish. His eyes burned with unyielding resentment. The other high-ranking members couldn't understand. They began to question. So how exactly did the Dragon Army win? As far as I know, our Eagle clan deployed our most advanced weapons and equipment back then. How could a backward country like Dragon Nation possibly defeat us? I still can't believe it. What did Qin Guofeng mean by steel like will? They defeated us relying on that? This was utterly incomprehensible to the Eagle clan. They couldn't fathom why. How could such a backward Dragon Nation defeat them? That war had utterly stripped the Eagle clan of all their pride. Faced with everyone's questioning, it took Nick a long while to finally regain his composure. Recalling the humiliation of that year, the Dragon Nation people simply had no regard for their own lives. Nick sneered coldly. For some reason, they sacrificed themselves without even flinching. Just like that guy Qin Guofeng mentioned earlier. I remember that battle. I was the one who dropped the bomb. The goal was to see if anyone was hiding in the grass below. But in the end, Nick's face was filled with confusion. He couldn't fathom why. They were burned alive by the fire. How could they still be lying there motionless? He scanned his surroundings, his eyes burning with rage. Back then, our Eagle clan possessed the most advanced weapons in the world. Yet we were defeated by the backward Dragon Army. I didn't want it to happen, but that's how it ended. Because of this war, I lost all my glory. I'm more bitter than any of you. Chapter 204, How to Target. Whenever he recalled how they had lost to the Dragon Army back then, Nick's face contorted with anguish. Below him, the faces of the senior officers were filled with regret. I just can't wrap my head around how the advanced Eagle clan lost to the Dragon Nation. Mr. Nick, what should we do now? Someone asked, unwilling to accept the outcome. Had we defeated the Dragon Nation back then, they wouldn't have developed so rapidly. Look at them now, their progress has completely surpassed our expectations. It's all because we didn't win that war. What do you plan to do now? The situation escalated too quickly. It's already having global repercussions. For so many years, the Eagle clan has been the undisputed leader. Yet in recent years, they face the possibility of being overtaken by the Dragon Nation. Though they're reluctant to believe it, the facts are undeniable. The Dragon Nation's development has been truly rapid. The war of years past left the Eagle clan utterly disgraced. It also cost them the chance to curb Dragon Nation's growth. All the high-ranking officials felt bitterly regretful. They turned questioning eyes toward Nick. Nick's eyes darkened, recalling the devastating defeat of that year. Upon returning to the Eagle clan, he faced countless cold stares. His eyes burned with unyielding resentment. Back then, the Dragon Nation soldiers fought like they had nothing to lose. No matter how our bombers pounded them, the dragon troops kept coming. I just couldn't kill them all. Back then, as the supreme commander of the war. Yet in the end, he fled in disarray. He nearly fell into enemy hands. This was the stain on his life. Nick's memories drifted back to the past. That night of his crushing defeat. He had believed victory was assured. But by the late hours of the night, the Eagle clan's positions were overrun by the Dragon Nation's forces. Hundreds upon hundreds of dragon soldiers had completely surrounded them all. Nick was horrified and tried to resist. But his men reported that all their weapons had been destroyed. Chieftain, what shall we do? Where did all these dragon soldiers come from? Why didn't our sentries detect them? And what about our weapons? What are we supposed to do now? The Eagle clan had never taken the dragon army seriously. For days, relying on their superior weapons, they had been utterly routed, never getting a chance to fight back. But now, the dragon army surrounded them on all sides. They were completely surrounded. Even their weapons had been destroyed. The Eagle tribe had never been humiliated before. Nick felt as if facing a formidable foe. What was the point of fighting now? He fled at top speed in the one aircraft that remained somewhat intact. Being captured by the Dragon Nation would be far more humiliating. We've lost like this. Nick gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. His eyes burned with fury toward Qin Guofeng. We actually left behind a lot of advanced weapons. All taken by the Dragon Nation. I've never understood how they managed to win. Why dig tunnels? Isn't that exhausting? How could they have dug tunnels in such a short time? Nick's eyes brimmed with frustration. He looked toward Qin Guofeng in the livestream. All these years later, Qin Guofeng showed little sign of aging. He still looked as energetic as ever. He even leveraged the internet's reach to bring the events of that year back into the public consciousness. What gives him the right? Thinking of how his entire life's purpose had been shattered beyond recognition by that war. Nick never lifted his head again for the rest of his life. Now Qin Guofeng dared to act so brazenly. His face was twisted with rage. This can't just be swept under the rug. Qin Guofeng is our greatest threat. He exposed the crimes of the foreign tribes, and look at the situation now. That shameful incident from years ago, few people even remembered it anymore. But Qin Guofeng's livestream laid it all bare. This matter cannot be left unresolved. The senior leadership also felt the repercussions were too severe. The situation had spiraled far beyond anyone's expectations. Searches for Eagle clan's defeat had skyrocketed online. Qin Guofeng absolutely couldn't be let off the hook. Yet awkward expressions spread across the faces of the assembled group. What else could they possibly do? Qin Guofeng is within the borders of the Dragon Nation. Intervening was practically impossible. Several high-ranking officials watched helplessly as the situation escalated. The Eagle clan's reputation seemed to be in tatters. Yet they were powerless to do anything. Nick could no longer contain himself. Say something. Qin Guofeng is a threat to our Eagle clan. We can't just let this slide. This time, we must kill him. But no one responded. How could anyone respond? That was Qin Guofeng. A Dragon Nation citizen with such high visibility. The Eagle clan had truly exhausted every possible means. Qin Guofeng truly cannot be spared. Finally, a high-ranking official stepped forward, his expression turning grave. Back then, even with the world's most advanced weapons, our Eagle clan couldn't defeat the Dragon Nation. Decades have passed since then. The Dragon Nation is no longer the weak and backward nation it once was. He has become the greatest threat to our Eagle clan. Qin Guofeng absolutely cannot be spared. This sentiment resonated deeply with all the high-ranking officials. Indeed, this cannot be left unresolved. Previously, all firepower had been focused on the alien races. But who could have predicted that a single live broadcast about the battle against the Eagles would shift the entire tide of public opinion? This made everyone realize just how formidable Qin Guofeng's influence truly was. Such a man truly posed the greatest threat. Nick glanced at Qin Guofeng's face in the livestream. Suddenly, he caught sight of his own aged face reflected in the nearby mirror. This only fueled Nick's rage further. Why does Qin Guofeng still look so young? How old is he, exactly? Do you people have any way to take this bastard out? This was nothing short of a disgrace to the Eagle clan. This man absolutely must not be spared. Perhaps we could get the other tribes to take action. Someone suggested. Last time, our agents were all sent back by the Dragon Nation. If we act again, the Dragon Nation will surely grow suspicious. This Qin Guofeng has subjected us to years of humiliation. We absolutely cannot let this go. The group of high-ranking officials turned pale at the memory of that humiliation. How could they pretend nothing had happened? Now the scandal from back then has been completely exposed. This is beyond embarrassing. All the top brass unanimously decided to take action against Qin Guofeng. But after hours of discussion, no resolution emerged. Some voiced a different perspective. I don't think we can touch Qin Guofeng. The Dragon Nation is no longer a power we can afford to provoke. If we take action against Qin Guofeng, the Dragon Nation will certainly not let us off the hook. That would just give Longguo an opportunity to strike back at us. At these words, all the high-ranking officials fell silent. Though they were reluctant to believe it, the reality was undeniable. The Dragon Nation was no longer the weak and backward nation it once was. They could no longer bully the Dragon Nation at will. Chapter 205, Who Dares Touch Him? Upon realizing this truth, the entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. Even the furious Nick was at a loss for solutions. His youth coincided with the Eagle clan's golden age. But so many years had passed. The Eagle clan's golden age had passed. And now, the ever-growing Dragon Nation lurked behind them, watching with bated breath. They truly had no way out. They couldn't even eliminate someone like Qin Guofeng. This must be the most helpless situation imaginable. The foreign tribes can barely protect themselves now. How can we expect anything from them? A cold gleam flashed in Nick's eyes. That's not how it works. Qin Guofeng must be dealt with, but how to do it requires careful planning. Bad news, Mr. Nick. A subordinate burst in urgently. His face was etched with panic. The Dragon Nation's foreign ministry is holding a press conference to warn us Eagles. They've already gathered journalists from several countries. What are they up to? The announcement sent shockwaves through the Eagle clan's leadership. Someone immediately opened the live stream. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Nation had indeed organized a press conference. Even the highest-ranking official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was speaking personally. This caused several Eagle clan leaders' faces to turn pale. What are they trying to do? Have they lost their minds? This is outrageous. How dare they go this far? The leaders were about to say more. But the top leader of the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs had already begun speaking before the cameras. It has been reported that our nation's centenarian veteran, Mr. Qin Guofeng, he has actually been honored as a national hero, and we should address him as Qin Guofeng. His recent livestream has allowed our younger generation to understand the hardships of the battles against foreign aggressors and imperialist powers. Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs extends our most sincere gratitude to Qin Guofeng. At this, the crowd of journalists below could no longer contain themselves. They began firing questions relentlessly. But they were all cut off by the highest-ranking official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He looked sternly at all the reporters present. Today's statement is specifically for Qin Guofeng. His heroic deeds make him one of the greatest heroes of our Dragon Nation. Every word he has spoken is true and has definitely not been fabricated. So certain nations with ulterior motives should spare us their nonsense. The victory in the battle against the Eagles belonged to our Dragon Nation. It was earned with the blood and lives of millions of our warriors. No one can erase that history. These words left the Eagle tribe representatives below red-faced. Immediately, an Eagle representative spoke out in anger. The war against the Eagles was clearly won by our Eagle Nation. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Nation should refrain from making reckless statements. This is what they call stubbornness. It was also the consistent style of the Eagle clan. They believe denial alone can erase everything. Because in the past, the Eagle clan ruled with an iron fist. The outcome doesn't matter. What matters is their ability to twist truth into lies. Because the Eagle clan possessed formidable power. Otherwise, the common folk of the Eagle clan wouldn't have been deceived for so many years. The foreign ministry official gave a cold laugh. The Eagle tribe representative is advised to choose his words carefully. The world today is no longer an era where the Eagle clan can act as they please. If you wish to deny it, consider the evidence you left behind. It was our dragon army that sent you fleeing in disarray. I hear your prisoners all ended up crippled. We have many more photographs to release. Everyone, please observe. With that, the large screen behind him illuminated. The photographs displayed the most advanced weaponry of the last century. Originally bearing the Eagle clan's insignia. But without exception, they had all been covered over with the Dragon Nation's emblem. It didn't take long for people to grasp the situation. The group of Eagle clan members instantly lost their arrogance. This was undeniable proof of their defeat. Some could no longer contain their frustration. I told you so. If the Eagle clan had won back then, why would they have been so low-key? So you didn't even have time to take your most advanced weapons with you. TSK, they lost fair and square, yet they still try to put on a brave face. What a disgrace. The Eagle clan is really going downhill these days. Everyone else was just watching the spectacle. Only the Dragon Nation could humiliate the Eagle clan like this now. The Eagle clan representative's face turned pale with rage, about to explode. The Dragon Nation's foreign ministry spoke with righteous indignation. Qin Guofeng is a great hero of our Dragon Nation. If anyone dares to harbor ill intentions toward our distinguished citizen, then prepare for Dragon Nation's missiles. Clatter. These words sent shockwaves through the entire press corps. Dragon Nation's missiles are not something just anyone can withstand. Moreover, the Dragon Nation has always been a peace-loving nation, never initiating wars. Yet now, to defend Qin Guofeng, they dared utter such defiant words. This left everyone utterly stunned. The Eagle clan representative had prepared a lengthy rebuttal. Yet now, not a single word could pass their lips. They could only stand frozen in place. This speech was broadcast live worldwide. Qin Guofeng was already on his way. His livestream had already flooded with viewers. All were discussing the situation unfolding at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Holy crap, Sturgeon, you didn't see it, the Eagle clan and our foreign ministry got into a heated argument over Grandpa Qin. That was incredible. I knew Grandpa Qin would make a grand entrance. You bet. Even the foreign ministry said if the Eagle clan dares lay a finger on Grandpa Qin, they'll be facing Brother Dragon's missiles. So cool. So satisfying. We Dragon Nation people have finally stood up. No more bowing to the Eagle clan. Because Dragon Nation's development has been extremely rapid. The Dragon Nation no longer needs to be bullied by the Eagle clan. It can even stand shoulder to shoulder with the Eagle Nation. This is the fruit of Dragon Nation's decades of development. Suyun looked as though he had anticipated this all along. What's so surprising about that? Grandfather Qin is now a national hero. Would our national treasure be bullied by the Eagle clan so easily? The Dragon Nation would never allow such a thing to happen now. Because our motherland grows ever stronger. There's no need to fear being bullied anymore. Dragon Nation netizens in the livestream felt deeply reassured. But the Eagle clan viewers felt uneasy. Some couldn't contain themselves and started spamming the chat. This can't be real. How could we Eagles lose our composure over some Qin Guofeng? What? Didn't you see the foreign ministry livestream? Two major powers are arguing over Qin Guofeng. Dragon Nation even dug up evidence of their defeat from back then. So decades ago we were already getting beaten by Dragon Nation? What about now? Does that mean we're completely crushed under Dragon Nation's weight with no chance to rise? Upon realizing this situation, they all became wildly excited. Yet they dared not post radical comments in the livestream. Instead, they could only watch Qin Guofeng's livestream with lingering resentment. Chapter 206, No Room for Mistakes. Qin Guofeng had already left Lùjiā Village. He pedaled his cart deeper into the mountains. Surrounded by towering peaks. Those mountain ranges seemed tall enough to pierce the clouds. Suyun told Qin Guofeng about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs backing him up. Grandpa Qin, you can rest assured and send all your comrades back. With even the Ministry of Foreign Affairs backing us this time, we must ensure more people remember the horrors of that war. This is the confidence of a great nation. It is precisely because of the current strength of the Dragon Nation that the brutality of that war could be exposed. Qin Guofeng pedaled the cart, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Seems this is why I've lived this long. What a glorious era this truly is. Our Dragon Nation will never be bullied again. From the very founding of the Dragon Nation, the nation faced immense hardship back then. Having endured countless wars, Dragon Nation was terribly backward, looked down upon by Western nations. Even neighboring nations regarded it as the poorest region. The poverty was indeed severe. People couldn't even afford to eat. Internationally, it suffered constant bullying. Even the very foreign tribes that once oppressed it now look down on the Dragon Kingdom with utter contempt. But look at it now. Foreign tribes can only look up to them now. Should any foreign power harbor even the slightest ulterior motive? Well, that's just too bad. The debts of the past must be settled once and for all. So many Dragon Nation citizens died. How could this debt possibly be settled so easily? At that moment, members of the alien race began quietly streaming into the broadcast room. Grandfather Qin, I am a foreigner. I truly harbor no ill will. I just want to ask clearly, will the crimes our ancestors committed back then be settled by you? Don't attack me, I'm genuinely curious. I personally acknowledge the crimes our ancestors committed. So please tell me, could you ever forget the hatred from back then? After all, we young people are innocent. This is relatively fair. While the other race is despicable, many in the younger generation hold this kind of attitude. Compared to those who desperately whitewash the crimes of the past. These young foreigner voices haven't been silenced. After Suyun relayed this foreigner's perspective to Qin Guofeng didn't pause his steps. He didn't even lift his head. He merely gazed distantly into the distance and spoke. Whether they'll be held accountable, I don't know. What I do know is this: I cannot bring myself to forgive those who died in the war. Who knows how things will unfold in the future? Isn't living well in the present enough? These words sent shivers down the spines of the outsiders. It felt like everything had been said, yet nothing had been said at all. Why does it feel so unsettling? The viewers in the livestream couldn't hold back. There's a saying, if you don't act out, you won't get hurt. Doesn't that make perfect sense? That's right. We have a saying in the Dragon Kingdom, the son pays the father's debts. You should understand what that means. Ha, buddy, cut the scare tactics. Look how frightened they've become. If your leader were to kneel at the Dragon Nation's warriors' cemetery, maybe we could let it slide. Absolutely not. You guys must stand firm. Keep your dignity, don't kneel so easily. Exactly, absolutely no kneeling. We're counting on future developments. A flurry of frantic comments flooded the screen. All these years later, the foreign race still refuses to acknowledge it. They even try to erase the truth of what happened back then. This has filled every citizen of the Dragon Nation with righteous indignation. Everyone is waiting for the day when the alien race gets their comeuppance. If the foreign race were to beg for mercy now and admit their crimes, it would all be for naught. Therefore, they absolutely must not confess. Seeing this display, none of the foreign tribes dared to fire another volley. Better to keep quiet. Foreigners are the most despised by the Dragon Nation. Su Yun smiled as he spoke before Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, aren't we leaving the western province? Where are we headed? Endless mountains stretched out all around them. We passed several villages along the way, but they were all deserted. One could still glimpse that this village had been quite prosperous many years ago. Nowadays, people all gather in big cities. Some remote rural areas have long since been abandoned. Though abandoned villages are everywhere. The mountain roads were well maintained. Qin Guofeng rode his cart, gazing at the towering peaks piercing the clouds. My next destination is also nearby. Should be arriving soon. With that, Qin Guofeng fell silent. He continued pedaling the cart forward. This time, his pace was slower than before. The motherland is so beautiful, its mountains and rivers deserve to be seen by my comrades. Su Yun followed closely beside him. He didn't ask many questions. Anyone Qin Guofeng would personally escort back. Must have a deeply sorrowful past. But what story awaited them this time? No one spoke along the way. Officer Tan followed silently behind. At this point, the viewers in the livestream chat couldn't hold back. I know this place. Isn't the end of this road a cliff? What is Grandpa Qin doing? There's no road ahead. Could he have taken a wrong turn? Officer Tan, you need to get Grandpa Qin to stop right now. As Qin Guofeng continued walking forward, a group of viewers grew increasingly anxious. Officer Tan, however, made no unnecessary moves. He kept following behind Qin Guofeng. You needn't worry. What kind of man is old Master Qin? He's our national treasure. How could he possibly get lost? He's probably just up ahead. Everyone, relax. He had come to realize something. Qin Guofeng was no ordinary man. Having lived to this age, what hadn't he seen? Getting lost was simply impossible for someone like Qin Guofeng. And so, Qin Guofeng continued walking along the mountain path. Su Yun silently followed beside him. The live stream's comments caught his attention. Hey, there's no village up ahead. I checked the satellite map, it looks like a cliff. What's going on? Did Grandpa Qin take a wrong turn? Holy crap, it's actually true. There really isn't a village up ahead. There isn't even a village within 5 kilometers. The moment this comment appeared, all the viewers were buzzing with excitement. No one knew what Qin Guofeng was up to. Why was he heading deep into the mountains and forests? Su Yun hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. Grandpa Qin, I see no villages around here on the map. Not even any abandoned ones. Where exactly are you going? This doesn't seem like a place where people live. Yet Qin Guofeng kept walking forward. Until he reached the end of the road, where a sheer cliff truly loomed ahead. Qin Guofeng got out of the car and stood at the edge of the cliff. A sorrowful expression spread across his face. The viewers in the livestream felt the atmosphere grow somber. Officer Tan couldn't help but step in front of Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, there's a cliff ahead. What are we doing here? Chapter 207, a memorial photo with only a name. There was no village in sight. Not a single soul was in sight. What kind of comrade would live here? Facing the question, Qin Guofeng offered no reply. He only gazed sorrowfully down at the cliff below, as if lost in profound recollection. Su Yun and Officer Tan didn't press further. Perhaps there was still a story waiting for them. After a long while, Qin Guofeng finally retrieved a portrait from the truck bed. But strangely, there was no photograph of a person on it. Only 6 names were written on it. The handwriting was bold and vigorous, yet it carried a sense of sorrow. This left even the viewers in the livestream stunned. Why are there only names? 6 names? My goodness, this is just 2. So this time we're visiting the homes of 6 fallen comrades? No photos make sense, not everyone could take pictures back then. I can't hold back my tears. These were 6 soldiers. How tragic, not even their faces remain, just a few names. All the netizens felt the sorrow. Add to that Qin Guofeng's lonely silhouette. It stood out starkly in the empty valley. That figure was truly lonely. Qin Guofeng stood there with reddened eyes, unable to speak for a long while. Finally, his gaze fell upon the thatch grass near the cliff's edge. The grasses danced wildly in the gale, as if they were waving to him. Qin Guofeng, witnessing this scene, finally couldn't hold back. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. "Comrades, I'm back. Are you greeting me? I'm so sorry it took me so many years to come back." With that, he collapsed to the ground, clutching the portrait without a photograph, curling up in agony. He began to wail in anguish. The sound echoed through the valley, as if it reached the ears of everyone present. Suyun watched the scene, his eyes brimming with sorrow. Though he didn't know what had happened, Qin Guofeng's state alone made Suyun feel utterly uneasy. How exactly had he sacrificed himself? Why were there 6 names? Not even their faces were preserved. The livestream was also overcome with emotion. Some viewers couldn't hold back and began sobbing uncontrollably. "I can't take it anymore, help me. How did these 6 soldiers die? A cliff? Oh my god, did they fall off? How excruciatingly painful that must have been. Why did they fall off the cliff? And 6 of them perished at once. Don't even think about it, this must be a deeply tragic past." The livestream was instantly flooded with frantic comments. The sorrow seemed to spill right off the screen. Yet no one disturbed Qin Guofeng. Just seeing his anguished expression felt like a knife twisting in their hearts. What on earth happened back then? Why was he still so deeply grieved? After a long while, Qin Guofeng finally rose from the floor. Hua Li still clutched the portrait. The 6 names on the portrait were clearly visible to everyone. They were Wang Quansun, Wu Yulan, Jian Han, Yang Bing, Zhao Jiawei, and Li Fu. This sight caused everyone in the livestream to burst into tears. Many years ago, the people behind these names were once vibrant, living souls. Yet in the end, they all died. Not even a single photograph remains. Only 6 cold names remained. The entire audience in the livestream room turned their gaze toward Qin Guofeng in unison. They all wanted to know what story Qin Guofeng was about to tell. Qin Guofeng remained immersed in grief. After a long while, he finally wiped away his tears. "All 6 of my comrades in arms perished here. Those were such difficult times back then." Qin Guofeng gazed at the sheer cliff face, his eyes welling up again. All 6 of them jumped off this very cliff. How high these cliffs of Yunling Mountain are. They leaped down without a second thought. As he spoke, Qin Guofeng seemed to glimpse several faint figures standing beside the cliff. They seemed to be the very comrades who had sacrificed themselves by leaping off the cliff all those years ago. He could no longer hold back. He curled up on the ground in agony, drowning in the pain of that day. The live stream viewers had already erupted in chaos. They died jumping off the cliff? Holy crap, what's going on? Why? 6 people jumped off the cliff together. I get it now, they must have been cornered here by the enemy. I just looked it up, Yunling Mountain's peaks are incredibly high and have always been notoriously steep. I heard this place is easy to climb up but hard to descend. Grandpa Qin and the others were on the highest main peak of Yunling Mountain. I found out too, during the anti-alien war, the alien race occupied the town at the foot of Yunling Mountain. The Dragon Army protected the civilians and evacuated them overnight. Nowadays, the internet is so advanced. Soon, netizens uncovered details about the Yunling Mountain campaign online. This news thrilled all the netizens. Good heavens! The Dragon Army protected over 4,000 civilians evacuating Yunling Mountain back then. The invaders were brutal and inhumane, they slaughtered civilians whenever they occupied a place. Thank goodness for the Dragon Army's protection back then, otherwise, how many more lives would have been lost? A group of netizens wailed in anguish. They all witnessed the brutality of the invaders firsthand. It was utterly heartbreaking. Suyun felt his heart ache as he read the comments flooding the livestream. He looked at Qin Guofeng with sorrow. Grandpa Qin, what exactly happened back then? Didn't the Yunling Mountain campaign successfully rescue many civilians back then? The Dragon Army didn't suffer heavy casualties either. Shouldn't this be cause for celebration? But the words stuck in his throat, unable to form coherent sentences. Though the casualties were few, they were casualties nonetheless. These 6 soldiers who leaped to their deaths were the sacrifices of that year. Officer Tan's eyes also reddened. Yet he asked nothing, only turned to look at Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath, composed himself, and finally began to recount. During the Yunling Mountain campaign, our mission was to protect the civilians during their evacuation. The enemy had already occupied the neighboring city. Those barbarians were utterly inhuman. As Qin Guofeng spoke these words, his eyes blazed with overwhelming fury. His face contorted with fury. After seizing the city, the invaders launched a brutal massacre against our people. How many lives were lost? All of them were taken by those barbarians. At these words, the entire livestream audience erupted in fury. Every face wore an expression of fury. I can't take it anymore. Are they addicted to slaughter? How many died back then? This recent incident was in a small city with a population of tens of thousands now. Back then, there must have been thousands too. The outsiders have no conscience. How should I kill them now? Excellent. The aliens probably aren't in our livestream anymore. Is killing outsiders illegal? Can I go kill them? All netizens were in an uproar. If even one alien were present before them, they couldn't control their urge to kill them. The atmosphere in the livestream had reached a fever pitch, with viewers' hatred for the outsiders boiling over. Chapter 208, The Six Heroes of Yunling Mountain. Officer Tan couldn't hide his anger either. They truly deserve to die. Why do these outsiders have to be so outrageous? Does human life mean nothing to them? His knuckles cracked as he spoke. He looked ready to pick a fight. Viewers in the livestream were all primed and ready. Officer Tan, give the order, let's wipe out the outsiders together. Calm down, buddy. This is a civilized society, we can't just go around beating people up. There are plenty of ways to deal with the outsiders without putting ourselves at risk. Look how furious Officer Tan is. It had only just begun, yet everyone was already boiling with rage. Hatred toward the alien race has reached its peak. They were itching to storm over there and wipe them out right now. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath and gazed at the 6 names on the memorial portrait. My comrades in arms fell here that day. They were the famed 6 heroes of Yunling Mountain in our regiment. Children, you must remember every single one of their names. Only then will their sacrifice hold meaning. By the end, Qin Guofeng could no longer hold back his tears. The battle had been truly brutal. Without these 6 comrades, evacuating the civilians would have been impossible. All eyes in the livestream returned to Qin Guofeng. They all wanted to know how the 6 heroes of Yunling Mountain ultimately sacrificed themselves. Why they chose to end their lives by leaping off the cliff. Qin Guofeng, clutching the portrait, finally sank into recollection. It was the most difficult period for the Dragon Army. Qin Guofeng had originally led his troops to assemble at the next combat location. His comrades on the front lines needed his support. But then, the devastating news arrived. Memories flashed back decades. Qin Guofeng had led his troops through Western Province. Suddenly, a telegram arrived. Captain, headquarters reports foreign tribes are attacking near Yunling Mountain. The soldiers stationed there that year were already at their limit and would soon be overwhelmed. There are still 4,000 civilians there. Headquarters orders you to find a way to reinforce Yunling Mountain without delaying the frontline operations. This was too difficult. At that time, Qin Guofeng commanded only a single regiment. The situation at the front was extremely tense. The enemy forces were vastly superior in numbers. After weighing the options, Qin Guofeng led just 1 battalion to aid the people of Yunling Mountain. The rest pressed on toward the front lines. Hear my command, you continue onward to reinforce our comrades at the front lines. I will lead the team to Yunling to evacuate the civilians. After issuing his orders, Qin Guofeng led his men toward Yunling. The situation there was critical. If the civilians weren't evacuated, they would undoubtedly be slaughtered by the foreign tribes. At that time, Qin Guofeng's orders were to avoid engaging the enemy in combat whenever possible. The priority was to ensure the safe evacuation of the populace. Qin Guofeng rushed to Yunling Mountain at top speed. The invading forces were rapidly closing in. He ordered his soldiers to evacuate the civilians overnight. Upon hearing of the approaching enemy, the villagers all wanted to flee. But escape was far from easy. Where in Yunling Mountain were there such well-maintained roads? To prevent the people from escaping, the invaders even blew up the roads. Surrounded by towering mountains, leaving was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. The other route was swarming with invaders. The desperate common folk could only await their doom. Until Qin Guofeng led his men to dig a path through from the outside. The people finally saw hope for survival. The Dragon Army? It's the Dragon Army coming. Thank heavens, we're finally saved. Help! The barbarians are almost here. Dragon Army, please save me. With the Dragon Army here, we won't die. This is truly wonderful. A crowd erupted in excited cheers. Qin Guofeng immediately organized all the people to evacuate. Everyone, leave everything behind. Escape is the priority. He saw some people still carrying piles of belongings. How could they possibly move like that? After lightening their load, a company of soldiers escorted the civilians away at top speed. By the time Qin Guofeng finished speaking, his face was already streaked with tears. Many villagers wept bitterly. That was their homeland. To survive, they had no choice but to flee in panic. This departure might mean they could never return. It's all because our Dragon Army is too weak, otherwise, the people wouldn't have suffered so terribly. This was the most helpless feeling for anyone in the Dragon Army. The foreign tribes were so arrogant, yet they had failed to drive them out for so long. Qin Guofeng suddenly felt a deep sense of guilt. How many common folk had perished during the resistance against the invaders? If only the Dragon Army had been stronger, perhaps the casualties wouldn't have been so heavy. They were all our Dragon Nation's people. Su Yun had long since broken down into uncontrollable sobs. Yet she still found the strength to comfort Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, it's not like that. You really shouldn't blame yourself. The invaders back then were utterly despicable. They took pleasure in slaughtering innocent people. These are the crimes they committed, and we will never forget them. So many lost their families, lost their homes. All because of the invaders. They couldn't stay put in their own lands. They insisted on waging war on the Dragon Nation's soil. They didn't even spare ordinary citizens. What gives them the right? Just hearing Qin Guofeng say these words was enough to make Su Yun's heart ache. How utterly inhumane could this be? The live stream audience was already boiling over. 4,000 people evacuated overnight. Just look at how arrogant these foreigners are. Remember this, these are all crimes committed by the invaders. Just wait until we get our hands on them. The Dragon Army back then truly had it rough, having to relocate so many civilians. This was a massive undertaking. Sigh, it's utterly helpless. All we can do is listen, utterly powerless. All netizens felt utterly powerless. Back then, the Dragon Nation was ruthlessly bullied by foreign tribes. All these years later, they could only hear the tales of that era. The bitterness and hardship of that time were beyond their comprehension. Qin Guofeng's eyes were filled with anguish. If it weren't for being too weak, how could they have allowed the alien race to become so arrogant? A flicker of sorrow passed through his eyes. He gazed at the portrait in his arms, where only cold, lifeless names remained. These were all his warriors. Seeing Qin Guofeng so overcome with grief, someone finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Grandpa Qin, what happened next? What unfolded? Weren't you supposed to evacuate the people? How come there were casualties? Couldn't you have just led the people to safety? It couldn't have been that simple. Something else must have happened. Oh my God, I can't even bear to listen. This is too painful." The viewers in the livestream were already in anguish. But these events happened years ago. You can't just run away now and pretend it never happened. A group of viewers could only watch the sorrowful Qin Guofeng through the livestream. Chapter 209, Evacuating the People. Plus Qin Guofeng finally gathered his resolve. What happened back then must be known. Otherwise, all those soldiers would have sacrificed themselves in vain. This was the very purpose of Qin Guofeng's livestream. His gaze grew resolute as he surveyed his surroundings and continued his narration. Our orders at the time were to evacuate all civilians. But the enemy somehow got wind of it. To stop us, they launched an attack overnight. His voice trembled as he spoke these words. I only had a single battalion at my disposal. There was no way we could stand against them. I could only lead the civilians away as quickly as possible. But those barbarians wouldn't let it go that easily. They launched a nighttime assault on Yunling. It was truly a horrific massacre. Qin Guofeng suddenly plunged into a heart-wrenching memory. At the time, the entire Yunling region was ablaze with torches as thousands of civilians fled alongside the Dragon Army. Soon, the terrible news arrived. Captain, it's bad. The enemy has suddenly launched an attack from the north of the city. The brothers over there seem to be holding on by a thread. This news instantly ignited fury among the Dragon Army. One soldier could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Captain, I'm going to fight those barbarians right now. These barbarians have gone too far. They're even attacking innocent civilians. You're right. Even though we're outnumbered, if we fight to the death, we might just get our money's worth back. The speaker was a squad leader under Qin Guofeng. His name was Wang Quansun. He was tall and sturdy, with muscles bulging everywhere. He was a skilled fighter. Wang Quansun's eyes blazed with fury. He was young, after all. His fiery temper was only natural. His entire family had been slaughtered by the enemy tribes. He joined the army solely to fight the barbarians, and countless of them have fallen by his hand. Qin Guofeng waved his hand dismissively. No, we're no match for them. Going there is suicide. Hurry up and get the civilians out first. Qin Guofeng did not wish to resort to violence unless absolutely necessary. Once the fighting began, victory was impossible. It was best to leave quickly. The entire population of Yunling City evacuated. Qin Guofeng divided the Dragon Army into 3 groups. One unit cleared the path ahead, another tended to the elderly, women, children, and the disabled in the center. He led a platoon to bring up the rear. A dozen or so men cautiously monitored the situation behind them. The enemy forces behind them grew increasingly visible. They showed no mercy toward the common folk. Behind them, they snarled and roared like demons. Your Excellency, did you see that? There really are dragon soldiers. A dragon collaborator followed behind, eyes brimming with flattery. They effortlessly followed in their small cars. The foreign leader's eyes blazed with arrogance. Damn Dragon Army! Kill them all! And the people of the Dragon Kingdom, I'll slaughter every last one of them. Upon hearing this, the traitorous dragon officials nodded eagerly. He even pulled out a megaphone to start shouting. Dragon Army soldiers ahead, stop running. Surrender now. Our tribal chieftain says that if you surrender, your lives will be spared. The foreign tribe is truly benevolent. Halt at once. Qin Guofeng, hearing this from the front, turned pale with rage. He'd been tempted to shoot this traitorous Dragon Army soldier on the spot. But the distance was too great. He couldn't kill him. He could only suppress his rage and hurry away. The road conditions were poor back then. Though the foreigners were driving vehicles, But the roads were muddy everywhere, and it had just rained, so their vehicle quickly got stuck. Qin Guofeng narrowed his eyes, recalling the perilous scene. I guess you could say it was divine intervention. Otherwise, those foreigners would have caught up to us in their car. The muddy dirt road had given the dragon army and the common folk a lifeline. Qin Guofeng never forgot the treacherous, villainous face of that dragon traitor from back then. Even now, he still felt a surge of resentment. I really want to kill that traitor. They're all dragon country people, why are they so shameless? The moment these words were spoken, the live chat erupted with furious comments. Forget Grandpa Qin, I want to kill that traitor myself. How did the foreign tribes back then turn those traitors? Do they even have a shred of humanity left? They were so close, with the invaders right behind them. What happened next? That was truly terrifying. But how could those traitors act so brazenly? Surely such traitors don't exist anymore? Otherwise I'd kill them myself. Mentioning dragon traitors sent the livestream's heat soaring to new heights. Everyone despised this term with deep hatred. How many dragon soldiers and common folk perished at the hands of the invaders because of dragon treason? These people are nothing but scum. Officer Tan's face turned pale. Mr. Qin, then what happened? How did you escape? The invaders wouldn't have let you off that easily. The sheer disparity in numbers alone was overwhelming. If it came to a fight, the dragon army would suffer a crushing defeat. The situation back then was so tense, I have no idea how they managed to escape later. Just hearing Qin Guofeng's account, he could feel the profound sorrow of that moment. Before them lay defenseless civilians. Behind them were the ruthless foreign invaders. The slightest misstep could cost them their lives. The entire online audience turned their gaze toward Qin Guofeng, waiting for him to recount the events of that year. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. Slowly, he began to recall. The situation back then was truly dire. They had exchanged fire with the foreign tribe. There were only a dozen or so of them. The enemy followed in droves behind them. It felt like they could be crushed at any moment. Captain, what do we do now? Fight? The outsiders are almost upon us. Wang Quanzhen's eyes burned with anxiety, he could barely contain his urge to fight. Qin Guofeng sneered coldly, immediately raising his assault rifle. Hold off these barbarians. Buy time for the frontline troops. There was no choice, the distance to the invaders was too close. The slightest misstep would let them close in, and then none of these civilians would survive. Qin Guofeng led a platoon into battle against the barbarians. They still had submachine guns. So the enemy was temporarily held back. Wang Quanzhen looked ready to fight to the death. Captain, I'll go finish them off right now. How dare these foreigners act so brazenly on our dragon nation's soil? With that, he charged forward with his submachine gun, launching a fierce assault. The remaining invaders were finally pinned down. But soon, the foreigners grew enraged. Ha! Are these dragon army soldiers so arrogant? Increase firepower. We must stop them. The alien leader's eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction. He believed the dragon army was utterly. They could be wiped out swiftly. The dragon traitor stood nearby, fawning and bragging. Chieftain, look. These dragon army soldiers can't hold out much longer. They're just common folk behind them. I'm ready. Once these living targets are captured, I'll put them to use. Your marksmanship will surely reach new heights then, Chief. Hearing this, the alien leader burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, you're sharp. It would be even better if we could use the dragon army as targets. Chapter 210, Helplessness. Long Jian led the alien army in relentless pursuit. As the gap between them steadily narrowed, Qin Guofeng had no choice but to adjust his strategy. Wang Quanzhen, take your men and draw the foreign army away from us. There was no other choice. The numerical disparity between the dragon army and the foreign forces was simply too great. If this continued, they would inevitably be overtaken. Qin Guofeng led a platoon down a side path to draw the enemy away. A platoon of 12 men. And so the battle with the barbarians began. The situation back then was truly brutal. Even after all these years, recalling that day still felt like a knife twisting in Qin Guofeng's heart. His eyes reddened as he gazed down at the cliff below. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. It was right here. I was leading a platoon when we were surrounded by a horde of barbarians. Though we were surrounded, the civilians were evacuated. But that platoon of soldiers in the end. Originally, Wang Quanzhen had 12 men under his command. But the enemy numbers were overwhelming. While drawing the enemy away, several soldiers were lost. A flash of anger crossed Qin Guofeng's face. As if recalling some painful memory. Even the veins on his neck bulged. Seeing this, Officer Tan hurried forward. Mr. Qin, are you all right? Don't get worked up. Look at things now, isn't this wonderful? The war is over. What kind of tragic memory could haunt someone for so many years? Officer Tan felt a pang of sorrow. Yet there was nothing he could do at this moment. He could only offer gentle reassurance from the sidelines. Suyun wept uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the thought of so many lives lost. His heart felt like it was being torn apart. The pain was unbearable. Viewers in the livestream chat were seething with anger. Yet they didn't want to interrupt Qin Guofeng's narration. All silently fixed their gaze on Qin Guofeng in the livestream. It took several minutes before Qin Guofeng slowly pulled himself together from his grief. I'm fine. I guess age is catching up to me, my emotions just couldn't keep up. Back then, out of 12 soldiers, 3 were lost on the way. They weren't dead when the enemy bullets struck them. But if they fell into the hands of the enemy, they would have endured unspeakable humiliation. Qin Guofeng's eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow as he spoke. They had no choice but to take their own lives. The moment these words were spoken, the entire livestream audience erupted in shock. Just die like that? My God, what about later? There were so many more warriors. Just a few soldiers died at the start. The casualties later must have been even more devastating. I can't even bear to listen anymore. Was the outcome predetermined from the very start? I can't stop crying. Why must we be bullied by these foreign invaders? The livestream chat was filled with cries of despair. It's only the beginning and it's already so tragic. What about later? Seeing Qin Guofeng's sorrowful expression, the entire internet felt certain more blows were coming their way. Su Yan's eyes were already red and teary. Grandpa Qin, what happened next? What really happened? He desperately wanted to know. Yet I dared not ask. This was truly agonizing. Just hearing Qin Guofeng's account was enough to feel boundless sorrow. But Qin Guofeng was a witness to those events back then. All these years have passed. He could still remember it so clearly. How has Qin Guofeng endured all these years? All eyes were fixed on Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. The scene from back then flashed through his mind. Owing to the disparity in numbers, the foreign tribesmen found the situation highly amusing. It felt like a cat toying with a mouse. Wang Quansun watched his men fall into pools of blood. Rage made him tremble all over. I'll fight them to the death. This is outrageous. Those foreigners. Ah! Squad leader, look. How can those foreigners trample our fallen comrades' bodies like that? The cry came from Yang Bing, the youngest in the squad. His eyes widened in fury as he stared toward the scene unfolding nearby. The bodies of fallen soldiers were being savagely crushed beneath the wheels of the invaders' vehicles. Soon, the bodies were reduced to a bloody pulp. The scene was utterly gruesome. Yang Bing could bear it no longer and instinctively lunged forward. They were now on a steep mountain road. Only a narrow path wound its way through. Steep cliffs surrounded them on all sides. Below lay the enemy forces. Their large vehicles couldn't ascend the slope. They could only halt below, simultaneously trampling the bodies of the fallen dragon army soldiers with frenzied abandon. Dragon soldiers above. Surrender! Ha 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 ha! See what happens to you? Come down now, and we might spare you. The traitorous dragon collaborator shouted with unbridled arrogance. He wore the smug look of a petty villain. Yang Bing, the youngest among them, watched helplessly as his comrades' corpses were desecrated. Filled with rage, he lunged forward. But Wang Quansun held him back with all his strength. They had no bullets left. Going down now would only mean certain death. Yang Bing, stay put. Listen to me, this is an order. Wang Quansun's eyes were red with tears. These were soldiers he had trained himself. Now they were being humiliated in every way. How could he, as their squad leader, not feel the pain? Qin Guofeng gritted his teeth in fury. Yet he could do nothing but bark the order. Let's go. Keep moving up. There's a path down ahead. If we move fast enough, the barbarians won't catch us. Stay alive and we'll have a chance to take revenge later. But the screams of the invaders echoed from below. The bodies of our comrades lay utterly crushed beneath their feet. Even their heads had been severed. The invaders taunted them with arrogant threats. Dragon army soldiers. You're out of bullets, come and die. That's right. If you waste any more time, we won't be so lenient. See that? Your comrades' heads have been twisted off. This is the difference, we foreigners are the true rulers. The alien leader stood with the air of a superior being. He bellowed through a megaphone below. Every insult and taunt imaginable poured forth. Qin Guofeng's eyes blazed with fury at the memory. Those were our Dragon Nation warriors, humiliated like that by the foreign tribes. As their leader, I was powerless to do anything. I could only watch helplessly as our fallen comrades' bodies were desecrated. Qin Guofeng clenched his fists tightly. His eyes burned with fury, as if he had been transported back to that moment. Below the mountain, the arrogant foreign invaders shouted their taunts. Around him, the agonized cries of his comrades. They wanted to rescue their fallen comrades' bodies. But they couldn't. Without ammunition, they were no match for the invaders. In a daze, Qin Guofeng seemed to hear the echoes of his comrades' screams still ringing in his ears. Yang Bing, the youngest among them, glared at Qin Guofeng with fury. Captain, why aren't we saving them? They're our comrades. Look how the aliens have mutilated their bodies. You can't just stand by and watch. We have to save them. Chapter 211, Is There No Way? Yang Bing's furious face seemed right before his eyes. Qin Guofeng's eyes were filled with anguish. We can't go over there. If we do, we'll be captured. If we fall captive to the barbarians, they won't spare us. It was truly helpless. He was the leader, yet all he could do was watch helplessly. What kind of situation is this? Why must the barbarians bully us like this? Yang Bing wouldn't let it go. This is the land of our dragon nation. Why are these foreigners so arrogant? Are we really powerless to do anything? Captain, think of a way. Look at our fallen comrades, what a disgraceful state they're in. Yes. The bodies of our comrades were already beyond recognition. It's impossible to tell whose body is whose. Blood mixed with mud. The scene was truly agonizing. Qin Guofeng could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. The pain felt as though it no longer belonged to him. Qin Guofeng knelt on the ground, overcome with grief. My comrades, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I couldn't save you back then. His voice echoed through the empty valley. No one answered him. Silence reigned all around. As if nothing had happened. Just as Qin Guofeng was overcome with grief, drowning in his sorrow, Su Yun hurried over. Grandpa Qin, are you all right? Wake up. Look at now, it's all over. Sacrifices like this will never happen again in today's society. Qin Guofeng heard these words and slowly lifted his head. All around were mountains and clear waters. There was no scent of blood in the air. Nor the arrogant voices of foreign tribes. Qin Guofeng let out a bitter laugh. Yes, it's all over now. Only I still live in the past. Back then, the bodies of our fallen warriors were desecrated by the invaders. In the end, they even severed their heads to use as playthings. These are the crimes the invaders committed against our dragon nation. This sent shockwaves through the entire livestream audience. The comments turned extremely heated. If there had been a single foreigner present, they likely would have been killed on the spot. The person is already dead, why would foreigners be so utterly heartless? What's the point of doing this? I don't get it. No human being should act like this. They're inhumans devoid of humanity. Being utterly heartless is just their default mode. Oof. After hearing so much from the Centenarian, I thought I'd become immune to it. Turns out I'm still furious. Are there still outsiders in the livestream now? By now, the foreigners have surely fled long ago. The fury of the Dragon Nation's people is something they couldn't withstand. The entire internet is ablaze with calls to purge the foreigners. Anyone spotted must be slaughtered on the spot. Hesitating even a second is disrespectful to this livestream. Hearing that the invaders wouldn't even spare the corpses of the dragon army. The fury of netizens reached its peak. Officer Tan's eyes blazed with fury. Everyone watching, did you hear that? This is the crime of the invaders. I thought slaughtering innocent civilians was already the lowest they could sink. But they won't even leave the dead bodies alone. What possible meaning could there be in such actions? They're already dead. I just don't understand. Officer Tan's eyes burned with fury. He couldn't fathom what the foreigners were thinking. What on earth was the purpose of this? The dead posed no threat to them. They were even less dangerous than ordinary people. Yet they still desecrated the dragon army's corpses. Is it simply because they were the dragon army? At this thought, he was so enraged he could not speak. Qin Guofeng finally wiped away his tears. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed his surroundings. You can't judge foreigners by the standards of ordinary people. Their hearts are as narrow as their land. The moment these words left his mouth, the viewers in the livestream erupted in cheers. Grandpa Qin is truly brilliant, right to the point. So spot on. That's why he achieved so much during the resistance against the alien race. Grandpa Qin, what happened later? Those barbarians were so arrogant, did you ever take action against them? We were out of ammunition back then, how could we possibly fight them? You guys just don't get it. This is a Centenarian we're talking about, how could he just let it slide? Seeing the comments in the livestream, Officer Tan looked at Qin Guofeng with curiosity. Grandpa Qin, did you really fight back later? How did you fight back? If he managed to pull that off, it would be nothing short of incredible. He studied Qin Guofeng's expression intently. He wanted to catch every detail in the other man's eyes. Qin Guofeng merely smiled faintly. A look of unfathomable depth flickered in his eyes. We were indeed out of ammunition at the time, but we held the high ground. He took a few steps forward as he spoke. He pointed to a section of the steep cliff face. A slope could be seen on the cliff face. Overgrown with weeds. Right below here, that's where we were surrounded. Out of ammunition, I hurled rocks at the invaders. Qin Guofeng was lost in distant memories. Back then, he and his squad had hidden along a narrow path carved into the cliff face. Below, the foreign tribe's leader raved with fury. They desecrated the bodies of their fallen comrades just to force everyone down. If the youngest soldier, Yang Bing, hadn't been held down, he might have charged down long ago. Li Fu, too, was filled with sorrow. Captain, are we just going to stand by and watch? Those are our comrades. They're dead and still being treated like this. Is there truly no other way? Li Fu, small in stature, couldn't stop the tears from streaming down his face. They were comrades he'd spent every waking moment with. Why must they be humiliated like this? This is our own territory. Wang Quansun trembled with rage, yet he didn't know what to do. He could only hunch over and look toward Qin Guofeng. Captain. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He looked at Long Jian's taunting expression. The traitor was still beaming with smug satisfaction. Dragon soldiers, don't waste any more time. Our leader didn't fire because he wanted to take you alive. If you keep stalling, things won't be so simple. The situation now was like a cat playing with a mouse. A group of outsiders were all waiting to watch the show. The dragon army, without ammunition, is fish on the chopping block. Any extra effort is wasted. That's why they planned to take them alive from the start. The dragon traitor bellowed through a megaphone. The foreign chieftain says, if you surrender, we promise not to kill you. The chief has been merciful enough. If you... A thunderous bang. The traitor's head was suddenly split open. Before any of the alien races could react, blood gushed from the traitor's head. The scene resembled a watermelon split open. Soon, Long Jian lay motionless on the ground. Chapter 212, Saving a Family. This scene left all the alien races utterly bewildered. Even the alien leader looked utterly bewildered. But Qin Guofeng swiftly taught them a lesson. Countless rocks rained down from above. No ammunition? There are still stones. The rock that struck Long Jian was personally hurled by Qin Guofeng. His throw carried tremendous force. That traitor lay unconscious on the ground. More stones rolled down from the mountain slope. The foreign invaders were in complete disarray. Qin Guofeng roared furiously. Get moving! Even without bullets, we dragon army soldiers won't let them push us around. Wang Quansun led several soldiers in a frenzied assault. Having just witnessed their comrades' corpses being desecrated. Now, their pent-up rage erupted in frenzied fury. Captain, I can take them out right now. I refuse to believe it. These foreign invaders have been arrogant for so long, but their time will come. Everyone back off. I'm going to kill them. The group was pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. As if they possessed inexhaustible strength. Netizens listening to Qin Guofeng's words were all fired up. Up until now, all they'd heard was about the dragon nation being bullied by the foreigners. Now, finally, they were striking back. Only the 100-year-old grandfather could pull this off. I knew he wouldn't let the foreigners off the hook. So what if they ran out of bullets? They still managed to fight back. That traitorous dragon scum deserved to die, so did he end up dead? This is truly satisfying. Grandpa Qin had to step in. The somber mood finally began to lift. All netizens were praising Qin Guofeng's actions. Using nothing but stones to block the invaders. Not just anyone could pull that off. But Su Yun's expression darkened. He knew all too well what would happen next. These were foreign tribes. At that time, the dragon army didn't even have ammunition. They couldn't possibly hold out for long. Once the foreign tribe recovered, the outcome would be even more devastating. He glanced at the live stream comments, then at Qin Guofeng's sorrowful eyes. He couldn't hold back any longer and finally spoke up. Everyone, quiet down. What comes next won't be so straightforward. The viewers in the live stream instantly tensed at Su Yun's words. Holy crap, Su Yun, you've got to be kidding me. How could you stab us right in the heart like that? I think Su Yun makes a valid point. Otherwise, Grandpa Qin wouldn't be here. The dragon army had run out of ammunition back then. My goodness, I can't even bear to think about it. This is just too heartbreaking. I can't even bear to watch. Viewers buzzed with discussion. No one was wasting any time. All eyes turned back to Qin Guofeng. They all wanted to know what happened next. Why were only 6 warriors left in the end? They were driven to the edge of the cliff at Yunling Mountain. And ultimately ended their own lives. What events unfolded in between? Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. He gazed at the thatched grass by the cliff's edge. The grass swayed in the sunlight. It felt as though his comrades were waving to him. After composing himself, he finally spoke again. Back then, I led my soldiers to injure many enemy soldiers by pelting them with stones. That was because we held the perfect vantage point. After securing it, I immediately led the men to continue our retreat. The situation was too perilous. Qin Guofeng couldn't afford to linger. Without ammunition, they had no chance against the enemy. They were almost out of there. But along the way, Qin Guofeng unexpectedly encountered several straggling civilians. These villagers had fallen behind the convoy due to injuries. There were 7 or 8 of them, all from the same family. The youngest, only 4 or 5 years old, looked around in terror. The invasion by the foreign tribes had already left their entire family trembling with fear. Thank heavens! It's the dragon army. We're saved. The middle-aged man leading them hurried to Qin Guofeng's side. Commander, save us. Qin Guofeng cut him off immediately. Enough talk. Move out immediately. Wang Quansun, lead the civilians to safety. Time was of the essence. Qin Guofeng didn't care how these villagers had become separated from the main group. They had to leave at top speed. The enemy forces behind them would catch up soon. Qin Guofeng's hearing was exceptionally keen. He could already hear footsteps approaching. Not a single moment could be wasted. The remaining 10 soldiers led the villagers along the escape route. The situation was truly dire at that moment. Among the civilians were elderly and children. An elderly man with mobility issues simply couldn't keep up. Eventually, the old man simply gave up. He waved his hand. Forget it, Dragon Army soldiers. You must hurry and take my family away. I'm too old to walk any further. With that, he sat down on the ground, refusing to rise again. Given his condition, the old man simply couldn't walk. Qin Guofeng frowned but said nothing. Without another word, he ordered his men to carry the old man on their backs. The group pressed onward. No one wasted a moment. Time is money, after all. Later, a 7 or 8-year-old child in the group also couldn't walk any further. It was Qin Guofeng who hoisted the child onto his back. They fled for their lives, carrying the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. This scene left the live stream audience heartbroken. Sad comments began flooding the chat. In such dire straits, with civilians in tow, how could they possibly escape? The Dragon Army wouldn't abandon the people. Without their protection. Who knows how many civilians perished then? Did you manage to escape later? I have a bad feeling about this. With only 10 soldiers left then. The livestream was already filled with heartbroken comrades. The enemy pressed closer from behind. Qin Guofeng felt as if a heavy stone had been pressed onto his chest. When things got truly desperate, we reached a fork in the road. The enemy was right behind us. Someone had to stay behind to hold them off. Otherwise, without ammunition, our entire force would be wiped out by the enemy army. At this point, Qin Guofeng cast a sorrowful glance around. The fork in the road from back then was nowhere to be found. Thick vegetation now covered the area. Yet even after all these years, the scene from that day still vividly replayed before his eyes. Follow my orders. Qin Guofeng still carried a child on his back. His eyes fixed with unwavering resolve as he scanned the surroundings, issuing orders swiftly. Begin roll call now. Odd numbers form one line, even numbers form another. After the roll call, the soldiers formed 2 lines before Qin Guofeng. Wang Quansun's eyes were filled with anxiety. Captain, what are you doing? The enemy is almost here. Shouldn't we evacuate immediately? A group of soldiers also looked at Qin Guofeng with puzzled expressions. Shouldn't we be rushing to evacuate the civilians? Why split up the group at a time like this? 10 men stared at Qin Guofeng in bewilderment. Qin Guofeng's expression was grave. Wang Quansun, I now order you to take the soldiers behind you and the civilians and evacuate immediately. Chapter 213, Walking the Path to Doom. The situation was critical. Someone had to stay behind to draw the attention of the foreign tribes. Qin Guofeng had already calculated the situation. He glanced at the fork in the road beside him. Simultaneously, he commanded the troops standing beside him. You will come with me to draw off the foreign soldiers. Time is short, begin immediately. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the middle-aged man leading the group of civilians spoke up in panic. But Commander, there's no path beyond this road. If I recall correctly, there's a cliff beyond this point. You absolutely cannot go that way. This family knew Yunling Mountain well. Therefore, they knew the condition of the path beyond. This was a narrow path left behind by those who ventured into the mountains to gather herbs. The trail ends at a cliff. If you go over there, you're as good as dead. Qin Guofeng and his group of soldiers didn't even bat an eyelid. This is our duty, Wang Quansun. What are you standing around for? Quickly carry this child and get moving. With that, he reached to hand the child he'd been carrying on his back to Wang Quansun. The enemy was closing in. They truly had no time to waste. At that moment, Qin Guofeng had already prepared himself for sacrifice. He was ready to lead his warriors down that path of death himself. But you came back alive. Officer Tan listened intently, his gaze fixed earnestly on Qin Guofeng. So what happened next? Was it sheer luck that saved your life? Not only Officer Tan, but viewers in the livestream chat were also growing anxious. Why go there knowing it was a dead end? Sigh, they were carrying an 8-member family. If no one had distracted the alien forces, then wouldn't that mean? It's truly heartbreaking. How many Dragon Army soldiers perished back then? So that's why Grandpa Qin never took that deadly path? Of course not. Otherwise, how could we be watching a centenarian grandfather today? All the netizens were deeply moved. This is truly heartbreaking. Back then, how many common folk perished due to the invasion by foreign tribes? Without the Dragon Army, the casualties back then would have been even greater. Suyun struggled to hold back his tears. Grandpa Qin, did someone take your place later? That was the only possibility. After all, Qin Guofeng was the leader at the time. He must have had more important matters to attend to. Even if Qin Guofeng had been willing to sacrifice himself, his mission would never permit it. Hearing this, a bitter expression flickered in Qin Guofeng's eyes. At that time, I truly intended to lead the team into certain death. After all, as their leader, such sacrifices should fall to me. But then, his thoughts drifted back to that year. Qin Guofeng had already prepared to lead the 5 men towards certain death. But Wang Quansun stepped in to stop him. "Captain, you can't go. Let me take your place." He stood firmly in front of Qin Guofeng, his expression unwavering. "Aren't you supposed to be heading to the front lines to support the dragon army? If you die here, how will that reinforcement happen?" By then, he had already reorganized the team. He took Qin Guofeng's place, leading the remaining 5 men towards certain death. The other soldiers didn't even bat an eyelid. All were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Qin Guofeng furrowed his brow. "Wang Quansun, what are you doing? A soldier's duty is to obey orders. I am giving you an order. I will lead the team to draw the enemy away. Don't delay any longer, we have no time to waste." "Captain." Wang Quansun looked at Qin Guofeng with righteous indignation. His eyes brimmed with respect. "Your life matters more than mine. Before heading to the front lines, you must have already discussed the battle plan with your superiors. No one can replace you. Let me go. I'm ready. You must evacuate the civilians immediately." These words made Qin Guofeng's face turn grim. He seemed at a loss for words to counter. For he truly had a more crucial mission. The front line still needed him to lead reinforcements. A whirlwind of emotions churned within Qin Guofeng as he glanced down the path leading to certain death. His heart felt as though it had been torn apart. "Captain, you must leave now." Yang Bing, the youngest among them, stepped forward. He was the one chosen to walk the path to death. Yet his face showed no trace of sorrow. Instead, a hint of fighting spirit flickered in his eyes. "Ever since we joined the dragon army, we've been waiting for this day." Li Fu looked at Qin Guofeng with eyes full of simple sincerity. "That's right. We're all prepared. Your life truly matters more than ours. You can still save many lives. The dragon nation still needs you." The 2 men stood resolutely behind Wang Quansun. But Qin Guofeng could do nothing. At this moment, his words were useless. Because this dead end was a path he had chosen himself. Yet it wasn't him who ultimately walked that path. Zhang Han also stepped forward. He was one of the 6 warriors. Knowing he wouldn't survive, his face showed not a trace of sorrow. Only a hint of regret touched his lips as he spoke. "What a pity. I may not live to see the day when the alien race is driven out. It's okay, we're together, aren't we?" Wu Yulin stepped forward with a smile, his words carefree and lighthearted. "We might even keep each other company on the road, ha ha ha." Wu Yulin left quite an impression on Qin Guofeng. He always wore a smile. As if he never had a care in the world. But Qin Guofeng knew that Wu Yulin's parents had both died at the hands of the enemy tribes. He enlisted to slay those barbarians. Then there was Cao Jiawei, an older veteran. Though a veteran, his mediocre abilities meant he held no rank. He held no rank, merely an ordinary soldier. He stood silently in place at that moment. Not a trace of fear crossed his face. Then there was Li Fu, who had been carrying the old man on his back. He carefully laid the old man on the ground. Then stood firmly behind Wang Quansun. The 6 of them stood together like a solid mountain. Qin Guofeng witnessed this scene and could no longer hold back his tears. But as the squad leader, he couldn't let tears fall. He could only gaze at the 6 soldiers with eyes brimming with tears. He wanted to etch their faces firmly into his memory. Wang Quansun stood before Qin Guofeng with unwavering resolve. "Captain, rest assured. I guarantee we'll complete the mission. It's just a pity we won't live to see the dragon nation's prosperity and glory." The last words were filled with regret. As members of the dragon army, what they longed to see most was the expulsion of the foreign invaders. The day the people of the dragon nation would finally rise up. Alas, they would surely never witness that day. Yang Bing, the youngest among them, grinned. "Captain Qin, don't mind me being so talkative. Here's the thing, once the foreign tribes are driven out and the dragon nation is at peace, could you let us know? That way, our sacrifices won't have been in vain." Zhang Han chimed in, striking up a conversation as if they'd known each other forever. "That's right, Captain Qin. All 6 of us are eagerly awaiting that day." Chapter 214, not even their bodies could be recovered. This was truly heartbreaking. Qin Guofeng desperately wanted to say no, to let them all live. But he couldn't. There were still 8 civilians waiting for them to rescue. Taking this entire family along would surely draw pursuit from the enemy. They had no choice but to split into 2 groups. One group would draw the enemy's attention, while the other would lead the civilians to safety. There was no time for hesitation. 6 warriors marched resolutely towards certain death. Qin Guofeng could do nothing. He could only stand by, watching his comrades march to their deaths with sorrow. The little boy Qin Guofeng had been carrying on his back spoke up in confusion. "Uncle Longjun? What's wrong with you all? Why did those dragon army uncles leave? Aren't they coming with us? The innocent boy's eyes were filled with confusion. He couldn't grasp what was happening. He could only stare wide-eyed at Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng's eyes were filled with sorrow as he watched his comrades' retreating figures. That helplessness was unbearably painful. Even the comrades beside him had tears welling in their eyes. Captain, are we just going to leave it at that? They were all our comrades. He refused to believe it, but there truly was no other way. They could only watch helplessly. As Qin Guofeng recounted the events, the atmosphere in the livestream grew heavy. Even the usually lively netizens felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing Qin Guofeng's story. It felt like something heavy had settled on their hearts. It took a long while before someone finally typed a comment. Did they just go to their deaths like that? Was there really no other way out for them? What other options did they have back then? It's just too tragic. Woo, it's so hard to bear. How could they face death so calmly? Perhaps because they were the Dragon Army. Isn't the very purpose of the Dragon Army to protect us? It's heartbreaking. Grandpa Qin watched his own soldiers walk straight into death. How utterly helpless that must have been. For a moment, everyone looked at Qin Guofeng with heartache. Just hearing about it was heartbreaking enough. But Qin Guofeng had lived through it all himself. No one could fathom the depth of his pain. Su Yun looked at Qin Guofeng, unsure how to offer comfort. Both he and Officer Tan could feel the sorrow radiating from Qin Guofeng. Qin Guofeng remained silent. He gazed at the wide cement road. The muddy mess of years past was long gone. But he remembered it clearly. It was right around here. He had personally witnessed several comrades resolutely stepping onto the path to death. Qin Guofeng's thoughts drifted back to those days once more. The silhouettes of his comrades appeared vividly before his eyes. Behind him, a family of 8 knelt on the ground, kowtowing. Thank you, Dragon Army, for saving our lives. It's all our fault. We fell behind and caused you. The middle-aged man leading them was already sobbing uncontrollably. He was the head of the household. Without Long Jun's help, they would never have survived. Qin Guofeng wiped away his tears. There was no time to waste. It was the 6 comrades who bought them time with their lives. This time, he had to personally escort the villagers to safety. The little child on Qin Guofeng's back looked utterly confused. Uncle Long Jun, you haven't answered me yet. Why aren't those Uncle Long Jun guys coming with us? As he spoke, he glanced back toward the side path. Their retreating figures were strikingly vivid. Qin Guofeng hurriedly led the family to safety. Because they gave up their chance to survive for you. When you grow up, you must become someone who contributes to the Dragon Nation. The little boy looked at him with a mix of understanding and confusion, his eyes filled with puzzlement. Though he didn't grasp the meaning. He didn't press further, simply settling obediently onto Qin Guofeng's back. Later, Qin Guofeng successfully led the group of civilians to reunite with the main force. They also prepared to return and reinforce the 6 soldiers. Though he already knew the outcome. Those 6 soldiers surely couldn't have survived. Qin Guofeng still wanted to retrieve their bodies. Yet time was not on his side, he had to rush to the next location. At this thought, Qin Guofeng let out a heavy sigh. What happened afterward? I only heard about it. All 6 soldiers were lost. They were the soldiers I admired most. Their sacrifices were all worthwhile. By this point, Qin Guofeng's mood had grown profoundly somber. It was truly agonizing. Those 6 soldiers had died in such a horrific manner back then. The live stream audience was already weeping. Officer Tan felt deeply moved as he gazed at the cliff ahead. Finally, he voiced the question weighing on his mind. So, did all 6 soldiers jump off the cliff? The moment those words left his mouth, the entire livestream exploded. Netizens were overcome with emotion. Holy crap, Officer Tan, you can't just blurt that out like that. I really don't want to believe it, but this must be true. There was nothing around. They wouldn't have wanted to die at the hands of the aliens. Good heavens, why such tragedy? It's all because of the alien race's evil deeds. Everyone had figured out what happened. Otherwise, Qin Guofeng wouldn't have come to this cliff personally. All this heartbreak was the result of Qin Guofeng's own actions. The livestream was filled with wails of grief. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. He looked at the portrait in his hand. When we finally found them, their bodies had been crushed beyond recognition. Because this valley is so overgrown with vegetation, we couldn't even recover all of our comrades' remains. The final report I received stated only 4.5 bodies were recovered. Wild beasts roamed the mountains during that era. The peaks of Yunling Mountain were even steeper. Qin Guofeng had originally intended to go himself. Later, his subordinates brought 1 or 2 mangled bodies before him. Captain, our men are still searching for the remaining bodies. But the terrain of Yunling Mountain is truly too complex. The likelihood of finding them all is actually. His subordinates dared not speak further. It was truly horrific. 6 people had jumped off the cliff. Only 2 mangled bodies have been recovered so far. They could vaguely identify them as the bodies of Wang Quansun and Yang Bing. Keep searching. No matter what it takes, we must recover every single one of our comrades' bodies. Qin Guofeng was overcome with grief. He felt his heart could scarcely bear it. Why did they have to suffer such a tragic end? It was all because of the alien race. If not for the invaders, how could such an unspeakably horrific tragedy have occurred? The thought tore at Qin Guofeng's heart like a knife. He abruptly looked up at his surroundings. Later reports came in that 2 more half-bodies had been found. The remaining 1.5 bodies were nowhere to be found. After uttering these words, Qin Guofeng could no longer hold back his sobs. He suppressed his emotions, weeping softly. There were clearly 6 people, yet not a single complete body was recovered in the end. Chapter 215, The One Who Called Him Uncle. Qin Guofeng's pent-up emotions finally erupted. He clutched the portrait, tears streaming down his face. This happened right here on our own Dragon Nation's soil. Yet our soldiers were driven to their deaths by foreign troops. They chose to jump off the cliff to avoid having their bodies desecrated by the enemy. Yet in the end, I couldn't even retrieve their intact bodies. At this thought, Qin Guofeng could no longer hold back. He began to weep uncontrollably. It seemed only this way could he vent his sorrow. Officer Tan watched the scene, his nose stinging. Tears finally began to fall. He understood Qin Guofeng all too well. Seeing Qin Guofeng's sorrowful state, Su Yun hurried to comfort him. Grandpa Qin, please don't be so sad. Look at the Dragon Nation today. It exists only because of the countless sacrifices made by the Dragon Army back then. We will never forget them. If those 6 heroes from back then could see the prosperity today, they would surely be delighted. This painful past was something Qin Guofeng had personally endured. They were his comrades in arms. Seeing Qin Guofeng so overcome with grief in the livestream, everyone felt deeply distressed. See? Even Grandpa Qin is this heartbroken. He hasn't let it out like this in ages. It's truly heartbreaking. There were 6 of them, yet only 4.5 bodies were ever found. Yunling Mountain used to be full of wild beasts. They must have been. Stop it, I can't bear to hear more. They were heroes, yet this is how it ended. The entire internet was listening to Qin Guofeng recount the story. Without Qin Guofeng, who would have known that 6 soldiers sacrificed their lives here all those years ago? They fought desperately to protect the lives of the people. Yet in the end, not even their bodies were recovered intact. Nothing could be more heartbreaking. Qin Guofeng vented his emotions, taking a long while before finally standing up again. This time, his eyes held no tears. Only resolve remained. I hope today's youth will clearly remember the names of these soldiers. Their names are Wang Quansun, Wu Yulin, Jiang Han, Yang Bing, Chao Jiawei, and Li Fu. Because there are no photographs. There are no memorial portraits, so I can only gather all their names together to form this memorial portrait. I am old now. The events of that time must be remembered by the younger generation. He placed the memorial portrait in the clearest spot, so everyone could see it clearly. Grandpa Qin, rest assured. We will remember the names of these warriors. That's right. You drove out the invaders back then, and now we'll remember. These are all crimes committed by the invaders. One day, they will pay the price. It's just a pity we'll never know how those 6 warriors jumped down. What unfolded in their final moments? None of us will ever know. All they can do is remember this history. Remember how arrogant the invaders were back then. Meanwhile, below the mountain path, a luxury car sped urgently toward the summit of Yunling Mountain. Seated in the back was a gray-haired elderly man. He kept urging impatiently. Grandson, hurry up. Quickly. What if they leave soon? The middle-aged man driving pressed down on the accelerator. Don't worry, Grandpa. We'll be there soon. The Centenarian must still be on the mountain. We can catch up. The middle-aged man was getting excited too. He never imagined that after watching the livestream for so long, he never imagined his own family could be connected to Qin Guofeng. He felt truly amazed. He immediately sped his car toward the mountaintop at full throttle. At that moment, Qin Guofeng personally placed the portrait bearing only a name on the ground. Comrades, do you see this? Didn't you say you wanted to witness the prosperity of Dragon Nation? The Dragon Nation is thriving now. Even foreign tribes dare not come to bully us anymore. This is the Dragon Nation we once dreamed of. There was no photograph on the portrait. Those 6 names seemed to come alive. Listening quietly to Qin Guofeng's account, Su Yun's eyes brimmed with emotion. Grandpa Qin, please don't grieve. We will never forget the sacrifices of these soldiers. Without them, where would we be today? Having been by Qin Guofeng's side for so long, only then did I realize how many brutal sacrifices were made back then. Some of them didn't even leave their names behind. It's truly heartbreaking. They too were victims of that war. Yet few remember them. Some don't even know. The purpose of Qin Guofeng's existence finally took tangible form. Through this live broadcast, the names of these soldiers were finally remembered. No one would ever forget them again. Qin Guofeng's eyes brimmed with emotion. Just as he was about to speak, the luxury car finally reached the mountaintop. It came to a screeching halt directly in front of Qin Guofeng and his companions. This moment instantly drew everyone's attention. Even Suyun's camera lens turned toward that direction. A white-haired elder appeared before the crowd. The old man walked toward Qin Guofeng with visible emotion. Qin Guofeng, however, did not recognize who this was. He stared intently at the old man for a long moment. Only after confirming he truly had never seen him before did he finally speak. "What do you want? Judging by your expression, do we know each other?" Overcome with emotion, tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at Qin Guofeng, tears streaming down his face. He couldn't utter a word for a long while. It was the middle-aged man who stepped forward, his eyes brimming with emotion as he looked at Qin Guofeng. "Grandpa Qin, my grandfather knew you. It was you who saved my grandfather back then." At these words, the confusion in Qin Guofeng's eyes deepened. Even the live stream couldn't contain itself. Grandpa Qin has saved countless lives in his lifetime. He genuinely might not remember who this person is. It just goes to show how genuinely kind Grandpa Qin is. This old gentleman must be here specifically to express his gratitude. Wonder how a centenarian managed to save him. Netizens buzzed with speculation, all deeply curious. The originally somber atmosphere was temporarily lightened. But the moment the elderly man spoke, everyone burst into tears once more. He shakily approached Qin Guofeng. Tears welled in his eyes as he looked at Qin Guofeng. "Uncle Longjun, it's me. It was right here, all those years ago, that you carried me on your back as we fled." Clatter. The moment those words left his lips, the entire livestream fell silent. Even Qin Guofeng hadn't expected it. He looked at the old man with some surprise. The face no longer bore the traces of youthful innocence. Instead, it bore the deep lines of time. Qin Guofeng took a step forward, staring intently at the old man before him. "It's you? You. Too stunned to form coherent words, Qin Guofeng could only stammer. The old man across from him was already weeping uncontrollably. He nearly collapsed to his knees before Qin Guofeng. "Uncle Longjun, I followed your instructions all these years. To be someone useful to the Dragon Nation, I did it. I've spent my entire life researching medicine in the pharmaceutical field. I've developed many medicines that can cure diseases." Chapter 216, Bringing Hope. This old man's name was Liang Xinghua. He was the child from the family saved by Qin Guofeng all those years ago. To see Qin Guofeng again after all these years, Liang Xinghua's eyes brimmed with emotion. He never forgot how Qin Guofeng had carried him on his back during their escape. Ever since hearing Qin Guofeng's name in the livestream, he had followed his updates. Now that Qin Guofeng had returned to Yunling Mountain, he finally had the chance to meet him. Qin Guofeng was also touched. He reached out and ruffled Liang Xinghua's hair, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. "So it was you. Who would have thought that after all these years, we'd both be old now?" The child of yesteryear had become an elderly man. This filled Qin Guofeng with endless emotion. Even the viewers in the livestream were stunned. "Holy cow, it's actually the child whose family was saved back then, the one Grandpa Qin personally carried on his back. Grandpa Liang is quite the figure too, a renowned medical doctor. I looked it up too, he developed several best-selling medications in China. This is incredible. Who would have thought the person the Centenarian grandfather saved back then would turn out to be so remarkable? Didn't you hear? Grandpa Liang always vowed to become someone useful to Longguo. Who knew even random individuals were medical titans like this?" This sent shockwaves through the entire internet once more. Qin Guofeng saved just one person. But the man he saved, Liang Xinghua, went on to save countless others. Could this possibly be a cycle? Qin Guofeng nodded with a smile. "Well done. You did a great job. It was worth saving your entire family back then." These words finally broke Liang Xinghua's resolve to hold back his tears. He began weeping bitterly before Qin Guofeng. His hair was clearly white now. Yet before Qin Guofeng, he wept like a child. "Uncle Longjun, I was young back then and didn't understand what was happening. All I remember is you carrying me on your back as we fled. It wasn't until I watched your livestream just now that I realized you did it to save our entire family. 6 Dragon Army soldiers sacrificed themselves." Qin Guofeng had always been the most vivid memory from that escape. Qin Guofeng's words kept echoing in his mind. To become someone who contributes to the Dragon Nation. The young Liang Xinghua didn't understand what contribution meant. It wasn't until he grew older that he truly grasped the meaning of contribution. From that day forward, Liang Xinghua resolved to become an extraordinary person. At the very least, he wanted to be as formidable as the Dragon Army. "I kept studying all the way to my doctorate." Liang Xinghua looked at Qin Guofeng with reddened eyes. "I did it all to become someone who contributes to the country. Uncle Longjun, I've finally made it." The white-haired Liang Xinghua looked even older than Qin Guofeng. Yet now he wept like a child. The scene felt utterly incongruous. Yet many others were deeply moved. Qin Guofeng's lips curved into a smile, his eyes misting over. "You've done quite well, haven't you? Becoming a doctor to save lives, that's making a contribution. In that case, the sacrifices of my 6 comrades back then were all worthwhile. After speaking, Qin Guofeng looked at the 6 names on the memorial mountain. Comrades, see? This is the little boy from back then. He's become an exceptional doctor. It's only because of your sacrifices that we have this prosperity today. Tears welled up in Qin Guofeng's eyes. He felt deeply saddened. But shouldn't this be a cause for joy? The sacrifices of our comrades have borne good fruit. He shouldn't feel sad anymore. Beside him, Liang Xinghua immediately knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed before the portrait. The 6 names were clearly visible. Uncles of the Dragon Army, thank you for your heroic deeds back then. Without you, our entire family would have perished. After speaking, he solemnly kowtowed before Qin Guofeng. Uncle Longjun, thank you. Back then, my father had already resigned himself to death. But you and the other dragon soldiers gave us hope to survive. Qin Guofeng's eyes brimmed with relief. He said no more, merely turning his gaze toward Liang Xinghua. Liang Xinghua, however, was lost in distant memories. At that time, Yunling was on the verge of being breached by the invading tribes. Everyone was scrambling to flee. But the Liang family had 8 members. 2 elderly parents and several young children. In the end, they couldn't keep pace with the dragon army. They became separated from the advancing dragon army. Father Liang was frantic with worry, for gunfire echoed behind them. Soon enough, they would all be dead. Daddy, are we going to die? Little Liang Xinghua's face was innocent, showing no trace of fear. But Liang's father's eyes were filled with anxiety. He had a whole family to support, he couldn't just die like this. All 8 members of the household were tense. The tense atmosphere made Liang Xinghua's face turn pale. He couldn't understand why. In the end, Father Liang even gave up hope of survival. Forget it. Let's just die together as a family. Xinghua, remember this, it was the foreigners who killed us. Under the immense pressure of terror. The young Liang Xinghua finally cried out. His father clamped his hand over the boy's mouth. No crying. Even if it's foreign soldiers, we must not cry. The Liang family bleeds but never sheds tears. If need be, we'll die together. The footsteps grew louder and closer. Liang Xinghua's face was drenched in tears. He felt certain he wouldn't survive. Though he didn't know what death truly meant. He had heard countless tales of the terror of the alien race. Unable to vent his fear, he could only stare in terror toward the end of the path. Until a group of dragon soldiers appeared before him. Only then did Liang Xinghua finally feel a sense of relief. A peace he had never known before. Even after all these years, that feeling still lingered. His eyes brimmed with gratitude as he looked at Qin Guofeng. Uncle Longjun, it was you who saved our entire family back then. You saved every single one of us. You are our savior. With that, he prostrated himself on the ground. Back then, he had believed his entire family was surely doomed. Longjun was a ray of light in their lives. The sorrow in Qin Guofeng's eyes finally vanished. The 6 soldiers sacrificed to save those villagers back then. It had finally been worth it. The live stream audience could barely contain their emotions. So Grandpa Qin was that ray of light, truly heartwarming. So this was all planned. The Centenarian grandpa led the dragon army to save Grandpa Liang. Why, see? Someone remembers the sacrifices those soldiers made back then. At least Grandpa Liang remembered it his whole life. Even Su Yun felt a sense of relief. He stood before Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, did you see? Someone truly remembered it for a lifetime. It was you and your comrades who saved the entire Liang family, 8 people. This Grandpa Liang will forever be grateful to you. He never imagined anyone would still remember. Su Yun's eyes welled up with tears of emotion. Qin Guofeng felt as if a weight had been lifted from his chest. He turned to look at the portrait. Comrades, did you see that? That boy from back then remembered us his whole life. Chapter 217, Never Forget. The 6 names on the portrait seemed to echo with life. Bathed in sunlight, they shone with a certain brilliance. A gentle breeze swept by. The thatch by the cliff's edge danced in the wind once more. As if nodding in agreement. Qin Guofeng's gaze fell upon the cliff. He could almost see how his comrades had leaped down all those years ago. He sighed heavily. It should be over now. As long as someone remembers the sacrifices made back then. No need to be so sad. This is the world of the young now. Qin Guofeng saw himself as a messenger. To help today's youth remember the hardships of the past. To make the sacrifices of all his comrades worthwhile. He helped Liang Xinghua to his feet. What happened back then is in the past. Though my 6 comrades made the ultimate sacrifice. But you're still alive, aren't you? And you've saved many lives. That is the meaning of sacrifice. Hearing this, Liang Xinghua's tears finally ceased. He gazed at the 6 names on the memorial portrait. Uncle Longjun, rest assured I will honor their memory forever. My home is in the nearby city. I've decided I must build a memorial here. Had it not been for saving his entire family, these 6 soldiers would not have died. Liang Xinghua felt compelled to do something. Qin Guofeng wiped away his tears, his eyes filled with relief. He carefully cradled the memorial portraits in his arms. Though they didn't show his comrades' faces, he had carefully wiped these portraits clean his entire life. If only a memorial could be erected here. He wanted everyone who came after to remember. During the anti-alien war, 6 soldiers had fallen here. Su Yun nodded in agreement. Grandpa Qin, rest assured. We'll all keep an eye on things. I'm confident we'll succeed soon. Duan Lao, who had been watching the live stream the entire time, was also deeply moved by the deeds of these 6 brave men. His eyes reddened as he stared at the live feed, speechless for a long while. What kind of resolve could possibly drive these warriors to depart so resolutely? Mr. Duan, I'll instruct my team to handle this immediately. The secretary, also deeply moved, hurriedly began making arrangements. These 6 soldiers were true heroes. Old Duan took a deep breath. Qin Guofeng is right. We must erect a memorial at Yunling Mountain. If not for Qin Guofeng's account, who would have known of such sacrifices? The secretary nodded. Immediate action was taken. Everyone must learn of these martyrs' heroic deeds. The news spread rapidly. The story of the 6 heroes of Yunling Mountain had already spread across the entire internet. Netizens everywhere were marveling at the deeds of these 6 warriors. In a small village at the foot of Yunling Mountain, a group of young people were also watching the live stream. A few elderly villagers sat nearby, watching alongside them. They were all villagers of Yunling Village. Good heavens, I never imagined Yunling Village had warriors like this. 6 of them. How come I've never heard about this before? Exactly. This is such an honor. I heard that Centenarian is right up on the mountaintop. Should we go take a look? This is a great opportunity. The young people's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who would have thought such a remote mountain village could hide such remarkable figures? A group of young people mounted their electric scooters, all ready to head up the mountain. On the way, they encountered an old man working in the fields. The old man was missing his right leg. Yet he was still toiling painstakingly in the fields. Hey, Xiaoshan, where are you headed? My leg hurts so much. Could you take me to town today if you have time? The old man's skin was dark and weathered. His eyes, however, were bright and clear. He leaned on his cane, looking at the young man. He was old, with no descendants. And being crippled, he'd always lived alone. Among the young men, one named Xiaoshan immediately stepped forward. Don't worry, Grandpa Li. I'll definitely take you there today. Is your leg bothering you? I'll go right now. After speaking, Xiaoshan glanced toward the summit of Yunling Mountain. He spoke with a hint of reluctance. But I want to go up the mountain to see the big internet celebrity. Grandpa Li, why don't you come with me to see it? He's a centenarian, you know. Once I've seen him, I'll take you into town. Grandpa Li had intended to refuse. But the young man was so enthusiastic. He insisted on bringing him along. He said it would be easier to get down the mountain this way. No need to come back for him later. The old man had no choice but to follow along. As the mountain path grew steeper, the old man clung tightly to the young man ahead. Xiaoshan, slow down. Xiaoshan's eyes sparkled with amusement. Sure thing, Grandpa Li, don't worry. I'll take you to town right after I finish with this centenarian. I'll take you straight to town afterward. After speaking, he thought to recount the tale of the 6 heroes of Yunling Mountain. Grandpa Li, do you know about the 6 heroes who fought the invaders on this mountain back in the day? Hearing this, Grandpa Li froze. After a long pause, he finally laughed. Of course I know. Everyone in our village heard about it back then. Hearing this, Xiaoshan's eyes lit up with delight. So you do know. I should have asked you first. But no one else in the village knew. Tell me the details. But the old man remained silent. He only gazed at the cliffs on either side, lost in thought. Xiaoshan, being the carefree sort, kept talking. There was a centenarian veteran on the summit of Yunling Mountain today. He was the one telling us about the 6 soldiers. This centenarian is quite remarkable. If not for him, we'd never have known about it. Grandpa Li, you absolutely must go see him today. A flicker of melancholy passed through the old man's eyes. It's all so long ago. What's there to see? I'll wait for you outside in a bit. Once you're done looking, we'll head into town. My leg's been hurting terribly lately, I don't know why. He gently rubbed his remaining leg. Probably from years of hard labor. His leg looked swollen, with the empty trouser leg hanging limply. It looked terribly sad. He didn't understand a thing about the young man's talk of internet celebrities. Upon reaching the mountaintop, the old man stood quietly to the side. He saw people holding up their phones to livestream. He'd seen this on TV before. These things all follow some script. He didn't understand. Xiaoshan and a group of young villagers excitedly approached Qin Guofeng. Grandpa Qin, we're all from the village down the mountain. Hearing your livestream just now was truly moving. We came here specifically. Qin Guofeng's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. Very good. The future belongs to you all. You all must remember that. Soon, people surrounded Qin Guofeng, wanting to take photos. Qin Guofeng made no attempt to stop him. Amidst the jostling, the elderly man with the broken leg was accidentally pushed and fell to the ground. Qin Guofeng reacted swiftly, rushing to support the old man. "Are you all right, Captain Qin?" The legless old man's eyes filled with emotion as he recognized Qin Guofeng. Are you Captain Qin?" Chapter 218, Reunited with a Comrade. Only upon hearing the voice did Qin Guofeng turn to look at the legless old man. What a face it was! His skin was dark and deeply wrinkled. The marks of time etched deeply into his features. Now, eyes brimming with tears, he gazed at Qin Guofeng. For a moment, Qin Guofeng didn't recognize who this man was. His memory was exceptional. Anyone he had ever seen, he would surely recognize. Now he scrutinized the old man before him. This was a typical rural elder. The empty space where his trouser leg should have been looked pitifully bare. The old man stared at Qin Guofeng with eyes brimming with emotion. His lips trembled several times, but no words came out. His eyes held endless sorrow. Seeing this, Su Yun hurried forward. "Grandpa Qin, do you know this old man?" Qin Guofeng remained silent. Two pairs of eyes stared intently at the old man before them. He searched the river of his memory. Soon, the other's aged face overlapped with a youthful visage in his mind. Qin Guofeng froze in place. He froze in place, staring at the old man across from him for a long moment without speaking. His eyes locked onto the other man, as if confirming something. Gradually, Qin Guofeng's face became wet with tears. He choked back sobs for a long while, unable to utter a single word. His gaze fell once more upon the empty trouser leg of the old man. Qin Guofeng could bear it no longer and began to weep uncontrollably. You are. What happened to your leg? But you were dead back then, how could you?" Overwhelmed by emotion, Qin Guofeng couldn't even form a complete sentence. He could only crouch on the ground, wailing in anguish. The old man across from him didn't know what to say. He too began to weep bitterly. "Captain. These past years." The old man curled up on the ground, weeping like a child. The two of them wept together like this. The onlookers were all stunned. Qin Guofeng was not one to lose his composure easily. Yet here he was, weeping so bitterly. Qin Guofeng, crouched on the ground, looked tearfully at the old man across from him. Then his gaze shifted to the old man's severed leg. The memory of that quiet young man grew clearer. That youthful face merged completely with the aged one before him. It was Li Fu, one of the 6 heroes of Yunling back then. Hadn't this comrade in arms leaped off the cliff? Why was he seeing this comrade again? Qin Guofeng never dreamed he'd see those comrades again. When they parted ways back then, he was still a spirited young soldier. But now he's become a limping old man. An old man who had lost a leg. It took Qin Guofeng a long while to steady his emotions. "Li Fu, how did you end up here? Did you not die back then? What on earth is going on? Your leg." Li Fu, his face etched with wrinkles and sorrow, wept bitterly before Qin Guofeng. His voice echoed throughout the entire valley. Both desolate and bitter. As if lamenting the desolation of all these years. The villagers gathered at the scene, along with Su Yun and others, were all caught off guard. Could this old man before them be one of the soldiers who had jumped off the cliff all those years ago? It was utterly beyond belief. It left everyone speechless. Is this real? Could Grandpa Li be one of the 6 soldiers the Centenarian mentioned just now? Why has Grandpa Li never mentioned this before? I heard elders say Grandpa Li fought alongside villagers against the invaders back then. But wasn't that just digging trenches? What's this about the 6 warriors of Yunling Mountain? Several villagers stared at the weeping Li Fu in utter bewilderment. No one had ever imagined that the elderly man who'd lived in Yunling Village for so many years was such a formidable figure. Even Xiao Shan was stunned. Good heavens! If the Centenarian himself admits it, it must be true. Why has Grandpa Li never mentioned this before? Xiao Shan was a college graduate who had returned to the village to start a business. There weren't many young people left in the village now. The elderly villagers all got along very well with Xiao Shan. When anyone needs medical care or medicine, Xiao Shan helps take them to town. Li Fu was one of them. Having no children of his own, villagers assist him when he falls ill. He had originally intended to go to town to look around. But unexpectedly, he encountered Qin Guofeng. The villagers gathered at the scene were already stirred with excitement. Good heavens! So this is what it's all about. Grandpa Li is an anti-alien hero. We knew Grandpa Li was a veteran, but we'd never heard anything like this before. Good heavens, one of the 6 soldiers from back then is still alive. Grandpa Li has no children in the village, yet he has such a remarkable background. None of the villagers had ever imagined Li Fu was such an important figure. There aren't many anti-anomaly veterans left now. And he was even a comrade in arms of Qin Guofeng. This made him all the more remarkable. Even the viewers in the livestream were stunned. They turned their gaze toward Qin Guofeng and Li Fu. After all these years, these 2 elderly men were actually able to meet again. That one of the 6 soldiers from back then survived is truly moving. Maybe heaven has eyes after all, didn't they only find 4.5 bodies back then? So someone did survive after all. Grandpa Li looks so worn out. What on earth has he been through all these years? The entire internet is filled with admiration. Who would have thought any of those 6 soldiers could have survived? Even Qin Guofeng didn't know. Seeing the 2 elderly men now weeping in each other's arms, netizens couldn't help but start crying too. Su Yun also began to shed tears. Grandpa Li seems to have endured such hardship. What exactly happened back then? Over here, Qin Guofeng and Li Fu were still weeping bitterly. How many years had passed? Qin Guofeng never imagined he'd see his old comrade in arms again. Li Fu, however, was filled with sorrow. He wept like a child before Qin Guofeng. Captain, after all these years, I finally see you again. Why did heaven spare me back then? I miss my comrades so much, woo-woo. But I'll never see them again. But I never imagined I'd see you again, Captain. The elderly Li Fu wept bitterly. So many years had passed. Since losing his leg, he hadn't shed a single tear. Though life had become inconvenient, the Long Kingdom was now free of foreign tribes. He could support himself with his own hands. All these years had passed this way. Despite enduring so much suffering over the years, Li Fu never succumbed to sorrow. But seeing Qin Guofeng, his former squad leader, Li Fu's tears burst forth like a dam had broken. He could hold it in no longer. He began to weep aloud. The atmosphere on the scene turned somber. Viewers in the livestream chat didn't know what to say. What exactly had happened to this warrior named Li Fu back then? Seeing Li Fu crying like a child, he finally couldn't hold back. Grandpa Li, what exactly happened? Why have you never told us about this before? So you're not just any old soldier. If it weren't for you back then, who knows how many more lives would have been lost. Chapter 219, No Need for Guilt. Li Fu sat on the ground, his face etched with sorrow, his body curled up in anguish. Qin Guofeng hadn't recovered either. He dared not ask what had truly happened back then. He could only painfully support Li Fu, whose leg was broken. This left the viewers in the livestream tense. A group of people cautiously sent messages. So what exactly happened to this Grandpa Li? He even lost a leg? Oh my god, suddenly feeling so heartbroken. Does anyone know what really happened? Why doesn't Grandpa Li have any children? And he had to rely on young villagers to take him to the hospital. It's truly heartbreaking. Look at that, Grandpa Li is so old, yet he's crying so bitterly. What on earth did he go through? The entire internet is following Li Fu's situation. The greatest relief is that this veteran of the anti-alien war is still alive. Su Yun and Officer Tan were both overcome with grief. Officer Tan stepped forward to address the villagers. Do you know where Grandpa Li's family is? But the villagers merely waved their hands dismissively. What family? He never had any. Ever since I can remember, Grandpa Li has lived alone. This left Officer Tan speechless. Now it made sense why Li Fu was so grief-stricken. He was venting all his pent-up emotions. Officer Tan let out a heavy sigh. A few older folks nearby chimed in with their memories. I heard Uncle Li used to have a wife. But no one knows how she passed away. This remark plunged Officer Tan and Su Yun back into silence. They glanced at the sorrowful Li Fu. Both men fell silent. The live stream audience watched intently. It took Qin Guofeng quite a while to finally compose himself. Li Fu, what exactly happened? You weren't dead all those years? Why didn't anyone tell me? I always believed you were dead. He recalled finding only 4.5 bodies back then. So one had survived after all. After all these years, Qin Guofeng finally learned there was a survivor. Seeing Li Fu's severed leg and the hardships etched across his face, he knew Li Fu must have endured a terrible life all these years. Li Fu was still weeping in anguish. It had been so long since he'd let himself vent like this. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Captain, this state I'm in is practically no different from being dead. I'm filled with such bitter hatred. Why didn't I die alongside my comrades back then? Why did I have to be the one who survived? I'm in so much pain. He sobbed as he spoke, as if trying to vent all his grievances and resentment at once. Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. The sorrow in his eyes deepened. A soldier with a broken leg, how unbearably hard his life must be. Qin Guofeng dared not imagine it. Such a spirited young man. How on earth did he manage to live out the rest of his life? The atmosphere at the scene grew heavy with sorrow. Liang Xinghua, who had been standing by watching, finally couldn't hold back. His body trembling, he knelt before Li Fu. Uncle Long Jun. Thank you for saving my entire family back then. I had no idea any of the 6 soldiers from back then were still alive. I truly deserve to die. Liang Xinghua stared at Li Fu's amputated leg, his eyes filled with guilt. His eyes were filled with profound sorrow. A soldier without legs, wouldn't that mean he'd lost all his vitality? Only then did Li Fu wipe away his tears. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Liang Xinghua. Captain, is this the boy from back then? The child Qin Guofeng had always carried on his backpack, and now he was this big. Liang Xingguo was momentarily speechless. Memories of that day surged uncontrollably into his mind. Li Fu's eyes were filled with sorrow. Qin Guofeng sighed. What exactly happened to the 6 of you back then? Li Fu, it's time for you to tell everyone. How did the 6 warriors sacrifice themselves? How they were driven step by step into a dead end. All young people today should know this. That's the very purpose of Qin Guofeng's livestream. Hearing this, everyone in the livestream room grew agitated. I never thought we'd hear the details of how those 6 heroes sacrificed themselves. I never thought I'd hear it with my own ears. It must be so heartbreaking. Truly devastating. Everyone, be quiet. This time, we must remember it firmly. Everyone's gaze refocused on Li Fu. Li Fu's severed leg stood out starkly. It evoked a profound sense of sorrow in many. Liang Xingguo's face was filled with guilt. Had he not sacrificed himself to protect their family? So many soldiers wouldn't have sacrificed their lives. Some had even lost legs. At this thought, his expression grew even more remorseful. Li Fu finally calmed down. He looked at the remorseful Liang Xingguo. You needn't feel so guilty. That's what we of the Dragon Army are meant to do. Isn't protecting the people our duty? Every sacrifice we made back then was entirely justified. As he spoke, Li Fu slowly drifted into recollection. He recounted before everyone the outcome after they had stepped onto that path to certain death. Led by squad leader Wang Quansun, they embarked on a path to certain death. All 6 men were prepared to die, to successfully lure the alien race over. Wang Quansun even stationed men at the crossroads to await the enemy. Remember, you must lure the enemy here. The warriors faced death with resolve. All were prepared to sacrifice themselves for their country. Lacking ammunition, they raised stones and hurled them at the invaders. The enemy forces grew excited upon seeing the dragon army. Don't shoot! Capture them alive! The alien leader's voice carried a hint of anger mixed with excitement. I'll see if these dragon soldiers can still soar to the heavens. Today I'll make them all understand the law of the king. They clearly only had a few men. Yet they had inflicted heavy casualties on his men. This enraged the alien leader beyond measure. Killing the dragon army soldiers wouldn't satisfy his rage, he needed to capture them alive to vent his fury. A group of foreign soldiers followed behind like cats chasing mice. They didn't get too close, for they all knew there was no path ahead. These dragon army soldiers had no chance of escape. Chief, I've got it covered. There's a cliff ahead, those dragon army soldiers are as good as dead. One of the foreign soldiers declared triumphantly. Maybe we'll even get to see them kneel and beg for mercy. Ha 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 ha. These dragon army soldiers must be spared for me. I want to see just how tough they really are. I've heard the dragon army's bones are tough as nails. This time, I'll see for myself. Several foreign tribesmen rubbed their hands together eagerly, already prepared to torment a few warriors. This time, it was like catching turtles in a jar. Soon, the dragon army was driven completely to the edge of the cliff. Behind them were the alien soldiers. Ahead lay a bottomless abyss. Wang Quansun and the few warriors clinging to the mountain cliffs radiated utter resolve. From the very start, they had been prepared to die. Chapter 220, How They Survived. Young Li Fu's eyes burned with unwavering resolve. These barbarians have no humanity. Not even our corpses can fall into their hands. They had all witnessed the fate of the warrior's body that had fallen into the hands of the barbarians earlier. This time, nothing must be left behind. The 6 exchanged glances. Then they stood in a straight line. This prompted the group of foreign soldiers behind them to burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. What are they doing? Are they admitting defeat? Who knew the dragon army was so spineless? Will they be kneeling on the ground next? Dragon army soldiers, if you kneel now, we might just spare you. We're short a few traitors. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and our chief might spare you. The group of foreign soldiers laughed wildly. There were only 5 soldiers on the opposite side. And they were unarmed. Dealing with these men posed no difficulty whatsoever. Yet the few warriors stood with unwavering resolve in their eyes. Squad leader Wang Quansun glared at the enemy soldiers across from them with a dark expression. Don't get cocky. You'll have your time to cry. These are disciples of our dragon nation, you won't get away with causing trouble here. After speaking, he glanced at his few comrades in arms. They were all prepared to die. They leaped directly off the cliff. That way, their bodies wouldn't be desecrated by the enemy. But the foreigners across the way were utterly arrogant. They hurled every conceivable insult. Dragon Nation people, stop bragging. The foreign leader adopted an air of superiority. Look at the Dragon Nation now, hasn't it already been nearly conquered by us foreigners? Before long, this will be our backyard. 100 years from now, you Dragon Nation people will all be speaking our foreign tongues. They'll all consider themselves part of our tribe. Future Dragon Nation citizens will take pride in being foreign tribesmen. Who will remember our crimes? Ah ha ha, you can forget about that. Li Fu, hearing these words back then, was filled with seething hatred. Even after all these years, those words still echoed in his ears. You have no idea how arrogant the outsiders are. They want to rule our entire dragon nation. To enslave us dragon nation people? It's utterly laughable. All these years later, the words spoken by the foreigners back then still echo in my ears. The dragon nation people were truly too weak. Back then, Li Fu saw no hope whatsoever. Even now, the memory makes him tremble. Qin Guofeng understood that feeling all too well. He looked at Li Fu and spoke comfortingly. It's all in the past now. Look at Dragon Nation today, no one can bully us anymore. The foreign tribes never achieved their goals back then. We remain the people of the Dragon Nation, and we shall never again be humiliated by foreign invaders. Because back then, the Dragon Nation was truly too weak. We didn't even have a chance to fight back. Facing the provocations of foreign tribes, we endured years of oppression. But times have changed now. Even the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but flood the chat with comments. Exactly. Look at Dragon Nation, now we've risen up. Those foreigners dream of ruling our Dragon Nation from their tiny speck of land. These are all the crimes of the foreign invaders. We will remember them all. Such deep-seated hatred I doubt anyone will ever forget. Grandpa Li, what happened next? How did you survive? This is what all netizens care about most. Such a high cliff. Yet Li Fu survived. What incredible luck that must have been. Officer Tan couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Li, what happened after you jumped off the cliff back then? You're incredibly fortunate to have survived. At these words, Li Fu's expression darkened. He instinctively glanced at his severed leg. A bitter smile touched his lips. Lucky? I wish I'd died with my comrades back then. I truly miss my comrades. The words were heartbreaking. Everyone present felt their hearts wrench in agony. Surrounded by villagers, they now understood how grueling life had been for the legless Li Fu. Some eyes were already reddening. No one knew how to offer comfort. Officer Tan realized he had said the wrong thing. He stood frozen in sorrow for a moment. Viewers in the livestream couldn't hold back. Officer Tan, you're so damn heartless. What luck? Looking at Grandpa Li, this clearly isn't luck. He didn't mean it. I can't imagine how Grandpa Li has endured all these years. I can't bear to listen anymore. What happens next is bound to be heartbreaking. It's all because of those outsiders. Look how arrogant they are, it's outrageous. Everyone, remember this. Never forget it for the rest of your lives. Netizens were deeply moved. Everyone wanted to know what happened back then. Li Fu was one of the few surviving warriors. Qin Guofeng looked at the grieving Li Fu and took a deep breath. Li Fu, you've done your best. Though the past is painful, we must ensure today's youth understand it. How did you lose your leg? Though he could guess Li Fu's later years must have been incredibly difficult. Everyone must learn of his sacrifice. And why had I never known that any soldiers had survived back then? What exactly happened afterward? Sadness welled up in Li Fu's eyes. He gazed at the cliff before him, his eyes filled with anguish. It felt like he had been transported back decades. The squad leader had led them all to leap off this cliff without hesitation. Comrades, we'll meet again in the next life. Our bodies must not fall into the hands of the enemy. Platoon leader Wang Quanson's eyes burned with resolve. Yang Bing, the youngest among them, scoffed. Then let's go together. In 18 years, we'll be heroes again. The remaining few linked arms and plunged off the cliff together. The speed was so swift that the enemy across the way didn't even have time to react. They were still waiting for the others to surrender. Instead, they just jumped down like that? The alien leader snapped out of his shock and began cursing furiously. What the hell? Stop them. But how could they possibly stop them? The alien soldiers could only watch as the figures vanished before their eyes. Chief, it's useless. I don't think we even need to go down there to look. From such a height, there won't even be bodies left down there. He had originally intended to retrieve the bodies. In the end, the alien leader relented. He spat viciously at the cliff before leading his men away in a grand procession. Li Fu stared blankly at the cliff ahead. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. When I jumped, I was certain I was going to die. I was fully prepared to die. But why was I the one who survived in the end? I truly wanted to leave with my comrades. But God, why are you so cruel? Chapter 221, completely broken. Recalling all the pain of these past years, Li Fu finally broke down. He began wailing in agony once more. Why? Squad leader, my comrades. Why did you abandon me? Every word and phrase poured out his anguish. Those present were overcome with sorrow. The livestream chat was filled with anguish. No one was sending comments, it felt as though everyone could feel the sorrow. Qin Guofeng, his eyes red, offered comfort. It's okay now. Everything's okay. Li Fu, look at the world now. Our dragon nation has prospered. No foreign tribes dare bully us anymore. The young people today don't remember the crimes of the foreign tribes back then. To witness the dragon nations flourishing today, aren't we truly fortunate? Those were such difficult times. The dragon nation's lands were ravaged by foreign invaders. So many warriors died to bring us this prosperity. Those fallen warriors would surely want to see the dragon kingdom as it is today. Li Fu finally wiped away his tears upon hearing Qin Guofeng's words. You're right. I am indeed fortunate to have lived this long. To witness the dragon kingdom's splendor, I should be content. So what if I lost a leg? Haven't I lived on just fine all these years? Truthfully, ever since losing that leg, Li Fu did indeed go through a period of decline. Unable to bear the blow, he drifted through life in a daze. Until the village was once again attacked by the foreign tribes. Seeing the villagers driven into chaos by the invaders, the rage within Li Fu was fully ignited. He rose to his feet once more. Drawing on his extensive combat experience, he directed the villagers to dig a long trench to defend against the invaders. He also set traps within the trench, transforming Yunling village into a self-contained fortress. The invaders simply couldn't breach it, compounded by the terrain, unless they used bombers. But Yunling village was just a small place, the invaders certainly wouldn't waste explosives on it. Seeing no way to breach the village, the invaders finally withdrew. The villagers erupted in cheers. They regarded Li Fu as the most respected figure. This restored Li Fu's confidence. So what if he lost a leg? He could still live a good life. All these years, he had persevered with unwavering strength. His gaze fell upon the names on the memorial portrait. They were all comrades in arms he had served shoulder to shoulder with. Feeling all eyes on him, Li Fu finally spoke up. I'm fine. I just needed to vent after seeing Captain Qin. I thought I was definitely going to die. But when I woke up, I found myself hanging from a tree. Li Fu slowly recalled the events of that year. I was sure I wouldn't survive. I was certain I'd die alongside my comrades. But never did he expect the heavens would play such a cruel joke on him. He hadn't died. Though he survived, his right leg had shattered completely upon impact with the rock wall. Had he received medical attention, he might have walked again. But it was days later before anyone found him. It was the villagers who saved him. He survived. His leg was completely ruined. A village doctor skilled in medicine treated his wounds with herbal remedies. But this leg? Long June, your leg might not make it. Actually, I know some Western medicine. I could amputate the broken leg for you. An old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner looked at him with regret. Li Fu couldn't accept this at all. He insisted on finding the main force. I'm Long June. I still have to fight the barbarians. How could I become crippled? This can't be, absolutely not. Li Fu tried to rise in agitation. But his right leg was completely useless. He simply couldn't stand. In that moment, Li Fu's world came crashing down. If his severed leg wasn't amputated within days, it would certainly endanger his life. In the end, the old Chinese medicine practitioner performed the surgery. Back when Western medicine was first introduced to the Dragon Kingdom, he had specifically studied it. And so he saved Li Fu. Now crippled, he felt utterly worthless. Until later, when he joined the villagers in resisting the invaders. This restored his confidence. He may have lost his legs. He could still support himself with his own hands. Listening to Li Fu's story, Qin Guofeng's eyes reddened. After a long moment of choking back tears, he finally spoke. It's okay now. It's all in the past. You've done remarkably well. Losing a leg, one could only imagine the agony Li Fu had endured at the time. Viewers in the livestream chat were all moved to tears. I can't take it. It's so heartbreaking, a healthy person suddenly losing a leg. This isn't just physical trauma, it's psychological torment too. It's truly unbearable. Grandpa Li Fu, stay strong. It must be because he was deep in the mountains that they couldn't contact Long June. By the time he emerges in 6 months, Long June could be anywhere. The crowd murmured in discussion. You could feel Li Fu's hardship even through the screen. What would happen when he finally emerged? Qin Guofeng took a deep breath. By the time you're released, the main force will have moved on for sure. Getting in touch with the dragon army back then must have been incredibly difficult. How could a man with a broken leg survive under such conditions? Qin Guofeng felt a pang of sorrow. How much suffering had this comrade endured back then? Li Fu gave a bitter smile. After I made it out, the main force was indeed gone. Then I lost another leg. I really didn't want to trouble the higher-ups, so I didn't report it. War raged everywhere at the time. The foreign tribes were still mercilessly oppressing the people of the Dragon Nation. As a soldier of the Dragon Nation, he should have been on the battlefield fighting enemies. But he lost a leg. He could no longer return to the front lines. How could he burden the organization? So after his release, Li Fu never contacted his superiors. This deeply saddened Qin Guofeng. No wonder there had been no reports. It turned out everyone had assumed Li Fu was dead. Had he known, he would never have let him languish outside for so many years. The livestream was already filled with sobs. So how did this Grandpa Li survive all these years? A man with a broken leg? My goodness, I can't even imagine. Why don't good people get good things? This world is so unfair. I can't stop crying. Grandpa Li Fu clearly had such a good life. All ruined by those outsiders, it's all their fault. Everyone was heartbroken. Su Yun's eyes were already red from crying. Friends, Grandpa Li was just one of the victims of what happened back then. How many more victims are there? We must never forget the heinous crimes committed by the invaders. It's truly infuriating. Why did the Dragon Nation have to be trampled upon by the invaders back then? How many more sacrifices remain unknown? The more Su Yun thought about it, the angrier he grew. His face darkened. He was clearly furious. Qin Guofeng looked at Li Fu with sorrow in his eyes. Li Fu's severed leg was a truly jarring sight. Back in the day, he was the fastest runner in the unit, even earning the nickname Lightning Legs, yet in the end, the thought alone twisted Qin Guofeng's heart like a knife.